All soldiers know that the training by new recruits instructors is absolutely tough. On my first day as an instructor, I set fire to the new recruits' dormitory, then made all the new recruits sleep in a freezer truck, and later even buried landmines in the training ground. But these new recruits not only do not hate me, but they also ask me to be tougher on them. Actually, they were all troublemakers at first. On the first day I arrived at the boot camp, they punctured my tires. At this moment, I am calling the company commander to ask, can we use any means against them? Hearing this, the company commander Luo Hao was stunned and said, they will be officers in the future, so the expectations will be higher. Any means are acceptable. Understood, company commander, I said, then hung up the phone directly. After hanging up the phone, I returned to the front of the veterans, smiling and looking towards the dormitory corridor. You guys go prepare firewood materials. All the veterans were stunned. Commander, are you going to have a barbecue? Barbecue? I sneered. Something like that. Try to bring as much as you can. Form a circle 10 meters away from the dormitory building, and bring more blowers, the high-power ones. If there are none, borrow from other colleges. If not, buy from outside. The unit will reimburse. The veterans were all amazed at what I said. Commander, what are you going to do? Are you going to barbecue them? I smiled and said, this is a mountainous area. It's almost October. Quite cold. As their commander, I must provide them with warmth. When they are warm, then we can cool them down with some wind. Oh, and go get some more ice, preferably from a refrigerated truck. Upon hearing this, the veterans were almost dropping their jaws to the ground. Commander, aren't you supposed to win people over with virtue? By considering their well-being like this, isn't that winning people over with virtue? Let them wake up a bit. Where else in the world can they find such a good commander like me? The veterans almost wanted to spit blood. They thought this was crazy. However, deep down, they were actually excited. Having been here for over half a month, they had endured countless frustrations. Do you think I'm joking? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Yes. All the veterans excitedly turned around and ran off. The military academy's kitchen and boiler room had a large amount of firewood, and the old soldiers easily brought a lot of firewood. As for fuel, there was a gas station in the academy. The school had a fire brigade for things like blowers, and they easily borrowed them. However, ice needed to be brought from outside, and an old soldier drove out to find it. An hour later, everything I needed was brought over. I directed on site, and all the firewood was placed 10 meters away from the dormitory building. This distance could prevent the fire from reaching the dormitory building while still roasting the people inside, making it the most optimal distance. 40 minutes later, the entire dormitory building was surrounded by a large amount of firewood. I instructed the old soldiers to pour gasoline directly on the wood to make it burn more conveniently. The movements outside the building had already alarmed many students in the dormitory. They stuck their heads out, curiously watching the soldiers outside busy at work. Oh my, what are they going to do? It looks like they are preparing to set a fire. One student said in fear, how is that possible? Just because we didn't go down, they're going to burn us? Do you really think he's crazy? But at that moment, I arrived behind the firewood, lit a cigarette, and smiled and waved at the students poking their heads out upstairs. Everyone, I'm here to keep you warm, I said, then directly threw the cigarette butt onto the firewood. A flame suddenly rose up and quickly spread in all directions. Instantly, all the students upstairs were stunned. This guy, he's really burning it. The flames ignited the gasoline, then ignited the firewood. In an instant, the firewood surrounding the dormitory building was all ignited, and the raging flames, waves of heat, crazily rushed towards the dormitory building. The students standing on the corridor immediately felt their skin uncomfortably roasted, and one by one they all retreated into the dormitory. Is that guy crazy? Really using fire? Will this big fire come over here later? I don't want to die. I don't want to. What's wrong with this guy's brain? Just because we didn't obey his orders? The students in the dormitory were immediately in chaos, each one crouching behind the door, fearfully looking outside. One of them, named Jing Siwei, rushed into the corridor and shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid. He just wants to intimidate us and then make us train downstairs all night. If we are afraid, we will have to train every night in the future. Hold on. We must hold on." Although Jing Siwei had only been here for a few days, he had a background and his actions were recognized by everyone. In the dormitory, he had already become the leader. So when he spoke, everyone felt it made sense. Another student, Xiao Yuandong, also stood up. He was also a person of status and considered a prominent figure in everyone's eyes. Lao Jing is right. This guy is just trying to scare us, trying to make us beg for mercy. If we give in, we might suffer even more in the future. Don't be afraid. He won't dare to kill us. Even if he doesn't kill us, he will go to jail if any of us get injured. Ma Chi immediately shouted, "Look, The fire is still some distance away from us. This guy just wants to roast us with fire. It's okay, hold on. I stood outside the building, smiling and holding hands. If these students think this is over and want to persist like this, they are too naive. Make the fire burn stronger and warm them up properly. Yes. A group of old soldiers immediately excitedly added firewood, and the bellows were also set up, blowing directly at the fire. The fire immediately flared up. The flames were blown to within 2 meters of the dormitory building, and the outer edge of the flames was the hottest. No matter where the students in the dormitory hide, they can feel the intense roasting sensation. The most unbearable thing is the large amount of smoke rushing in, choking them and making them cough loudly. Oh my god. I feel like I'm turning into barbecue. Can you smell the fragrance? It's too hot. I can't stand it. It's even more unbearable than the hottest room in the sauna. Lao Jing, why don't we give up? It's too hot. We won't get hurt, but it's too painful. Are you coming out? I said with a smile. I am a reasonable person. As long as you come out and talk to me, and then follow the arrangements, I will put out the fire. Jing Siwei was sweating profusely from the heat, but he was the son of the gatekeeper. Still stubborn at this moment. Don't be a coward. Think about our future happy life. If we back down today, how can we hold our heads up in the future? If you want respect, we have to be tough. Listen to Lao Jing. Brothers, if you really can't hold on later, just faint a few. He will definitely be unlucky then. The fire outside the building has already burned to its peak. Hiss. The smoke triggered the fire extinguishing water, and all the dormitory fire sprinklers were activated, with a large amount of water pouring down from the sky, instantly drenching everyone in the room. My tablet. I just bought it. Now it's ruined. Oh no. It's over. Protect the TV. Quickly, otherwise we won't have a TV to watch in the future. My clothes, all branded, are ruined. The whole dormitory is in chaos. The students didn't care that they had turned into soup. One by one, all of them were rescuing their personal belongings. Lin Rue yelled at the dormitory. Hey, are you guys coming out or not? If you want to come out, then I'll put out the fire. Jing Siwei stood at the window with a face full of water and yelled. I'm not coming out. I'm just not coming out. I'm going to live with the dormitory. I won't leave here even if I die today. Brothers, today with him to the end. Bu Chao shouted excitedly. Whoever goes out. Who is? A quick response came from the dormitory, and all the students were furious to the core. They've been made to look like this and don't care what happens. Lin Rue sighed helplessly as he looked at the students in the building who were still carrying on with their dead weight. How come you don't like listening to people? Platoon Leader Chen. Platoon Leader Wu. Here. Chen Min and Wu Jigui immediately ran over. Lin Rue said to them faintly. The people inside should be hot. Turn off the fire. We need to be humane. Chen Min and Wu Jigui nodded and were about to go, but were immediately stopped by Lin Rue. Use the wet asbestos to put out the fire. Don't take the wrong one. Chen Min and Wu Jigui froze at once. They are not stupid. Asbestos cannot be burned by taking things. After encountering water, it is even more difficult to light. Take that thing and put out the fire. The fire won't go out all at once. Instead it will continue to burn under the asbestos for a while until there is no air left. But being covered with a fire creates a lot of smoke. The two veterans looked at him awkwardly. Company commander. Really? Go. Lin Rue glared at the two. Do you want to watch them die of heat? Do you have any sense of decency left? Go. The two veterans were speechless, thinking that it was clearly you who had the least public spirit. Soon, a group of veterans brought asbestos as requested by Lin Rue. After dousing it with water, it was thrown directly toward the fire. In an instant, the fire was covered, and the wave of heat quickly disappeared. But immediately afterward, a plume of smoke burrowed out from underneath the asbestos and surged madly toward the dormitory building. The students were in the middle of a dead carry when suddenly smoke came in and freaked them out. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is going to smoke us to death. Hurry up and all get down, or we'll all be poisoned. All the students were scared less, and one immediately fell to the ground. Everyone knows that smoke inhalation kills faster and can't be saved. Luckily, there was water over their heads now, and they grabbed their wet clothes to cover their mouths and noses so they could at least stay alive. I'll see what you can do to us. Jing Siwei sneered. The entire dormitory building was immediately in chaos, with all sorts of shouting and cursing. A few veterans also saw that the situation was not right. So much smoke rushed into the dormitory. Wasn't this going to kill people? If something really goes wrong, they definitely won't be able to escape as accomplices. Now that human lives are at stake, they don't dare to continue. Company commander, that's about enough. Let them out or we'll all be. They hadn't finished their words when two trucks drove in through the gate. Wu Shi, the veteran who went out earlier, yelled from the car, Company commander, we've found the ice. It's all in big chunks. Lin Rue smiled slightly and looked at the group of dazed veterans and said, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and put the ice down to cool them down. How hot it is with this smoke. Why don't you guys have any sympathy? The veterans were all head over heels, compared to all the company commanders who had been pissed off earlier. This new company commander, he's an absolute creep. End of chapter. 2 ice trucks drove up in reverse, and the drivers and workers in the trucks jumped out and opened the doors. A cold air immediately surged out from inside the car. Comrade, you can't put this ice outside. It's easy to melt. You have to put it in a freezer, a driver kindly reminded. Lindley grinned. I'm just going to let them melt. Ha! The 2 drivers were confused. Lin Rue didn't explain much and waved his hand for the platoon leaders to get to work. The veterans immediately swarmed over the ice with specialized tools to take it off. You have to put it in every hallway. You can't favor one over the other, Lin Rue said thoughtfully. The veterans listened with speechless faces, while inwardly beginning to mourn for the students. Can't you listen to a human being? This is no ordinary company commander you're dealing with. He's a psychopath. Soon, ice was placed in all the hallways. Chen Min ran back with his men panting. Company commander, all the ice has been placed as you requested. Lin Rue nodded, then looked at the 2 drivers. Ah, you too, please. Your refrigeration machines, can you help blow some cold air? Ha! The 2 drivers were even more confused, but they looked at Lin Rue's smiling face and didn't look like he had bad intentions, so they nodded their heads. Yes, connect the pipe and a blower, and it'll blow. Lin Rue excitedly clapped his hands. Good, then please, both of you, turn your cooling up to the max. My students are quite hot. I'll cool them down. Now the 2 drivers finally reacted to what Lin Rue was up to. Put ice in the doorway and then blow cold air, plus the outside air will melt the ice. Then all this cold air is blown into the house, and it's only 8 or 9 degrees at night. It's going to freeze the people inside to death. This comrade, it's not good, right? A driver smiled bitterly. We sell ice. We don't kill people, Lin Rue said in a serious manner. This comrade, you may not understand. We are a different team. In fact, this is an anti-hardship training. How can we defend our country and people if we don't eat the bitter end of the bitter end? Trouble you guys, okay? The 2 drivers were immediately moved and gave a thumbs up saying, Comrade, you soldiers are really something. You are just too great. Okay, we'll help and freeze them properly. Lin Rue laughed. Thank you then. The veterans on the sidelines were listening out of the corner of their eyes. This new company commander, he's really saying all kinds of. Soon, 2 blowers were hooked up to the car's cooling unit. Comrade, we've driven as far as we can, the 2 drivers said enthusiastically. Lin Rue laughed. Please, turn up the wind as well and freeze them well. Okay, 2 people immediately went to do it. A few moments later, a large amount of cold air was blown out of the pipes and then blown ferociously by the blower into the dormitory building. The fire water in the dormitory building was still spraying as the smoke was still pouring in. Everyone on the ground was already pretty cold, but then, tons of cold air came in through all the cracks. Everyone suddenly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. I'll go. Why? Why is it getting colder? Xiao Yuandong said with shivering lips. I feel cold too. Bu Chao said shakily. Jing Siwei glared at him. You're clearly shaking all over. Okay, the shaking, it's quite energizing. Xiao Yuandong laughed bitterly. All at this ing time. Don't talk about anything else. A student moved closer to the window and saw large chunks of ice sitting outside while a cold wind blew barely freezing him. He crouched down in despair. That company commander. He's made a lot of ice and he's blowing cold air. He's freezing us. Everyone's on the verge of crying. That's sick. I'll go. It's freezing. Lin Rue looked at the dormitory building at the moment and said faintly, is there any firewood left over there? Yes. Chen Min asked with a surprised face. Are you still going to roast them? No? Are you warming them up? Chen Min think about it is exciting. First baked, then water poured, and now smoked with ice. And later if it is baked again. This is absolutely What are you thinking about? Lin Rue rubbed his hands together. It's cold enough at night. Let's make a fire to keep us warm. Is there anything to eat in the kitchen? Get it over and have a barbecue. We're taking care of them so well. We can't treat ourselves poorly either, right? Hurry up and get it. Chen Min swallowed hard, and in his heart, he simply admired this new company commander. It's a new level of finesse when you've got people all screwed up and you're warming up your own barbecue in front of them. However, Chen Min liked it. Chen Min nodded and ran towards the kitchen without saying a word. Soon he was carrying half a head of sheep and quite a few chicken legs and wings. At Lin Rue's authorization, he directly began to set up a fire to prepare a barbecue. Wu Gang, who had been waiting for Lin Rue, came over with a dumbfounded face. looked at the busy Chen Min, and then looked at the bland Lin Rui, his jaw about to hit the ground. I say Shaolin, are you going to die? Wu Gang looked at him in shock. Are you ready to give up your future if you're doing this? Didn't I tell you their identities? Lin Rui looked at him and smiled slightly. Still not leaving? Just in time. Stay and have a barbecue. You sent me all the way here, and I can't let you go back hungry. Wu Gang got anxious. Shaolin, I'm doing this for your own good. Put more cumin on it, comrade. The two drivers smiled and sat over. You're doing this to test them, aren't you? We get it. Lin Rui flinched, then laughed. Yes, 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 that's the test for them. 20 minutes later, the students in the dormitory were all huddled together from the cold. The fire water had stopped, but the whole house was wet and there was not a single piece of clothing to keep warm. Combined with the cold air that kept blowing in, every room looked like a fairyland wafting with cold air. It's freezing. I can't move my arms and legs. Damn. It's so lackluster. Old scripture. Why don't we just concede? If we continue like this, we really will all get sick. This guy is crazy. A good man is not a good man. Let's compromise first. Let's get out of here and then we'll talk about it. Jing Siwei's eyebrows were frozen white, and even his lips were purple. He actually couldn't take it anymore, but he had put out harsh words before and he didn't want to be slapped in the face. Now that everyone had said so, he immediately found a step down. Okay, well, then, let's compromise first, and then we'll go out and settle the score with him later. The crowd reached an agreement and immediately yelled down. We're out. We were wrong. Company commander, please, we know we're wrong. Let us out. Lin Rui listened to their pleas for mercy, but in his heart he sneered. He didn't believe that it would be a hell of a thing for the gang to concede so easily. Still, he waved at all the veterans to stop. He wanted to see what else the guys could get up to. All of them get down. Quick! Lin Rui yelled. There was no need to be polite with them at this point. A moment later, a group of shivering students all rushed down. However, everyone's eyes were filled with anger. Jing Siwei and Xiao Yuandong rushed at the front, and as soon as the two saw Lin Rui, they immediately yelled. What the hell are you doing? Do you know what you've frozen us into? The students had long been angry to the extreme, and at this moment, they completely exploded, each and every one of them all glaring fiercely at him. When Jing Siwei saw that Lin Rui didn't say anything, he was so angry that he directly punched him. Asshole! Everyone froze, not expecting Jing Siwei to really dare to make a move. But Lin Rui didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it, and just looked at Jing Siwei and laughed hard. But just as Jing Siwei's fist was about to hit Lin Rui, he suddenly saw a flash in front of his eyes and only felt that Lin Rui had suddenly disappeared. But the next second, Lin Rui's shoulder heaved against his chest. Jing Siwei only felt a sharp pain hit him, followed by his entire body flying up in the clouds. Bang! His entire body flew 4 meters away and his back hit the ground hard. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one saw clearly how Lin Rui actually struck and how Jing Siwei flew out. Not only were all the students shocked, even Wu Gang and the veterans were all shocked. So tough that even the veterans of the 3rd Steel Regiment had never seen it. Everyone swallowed hard, thinking that no wonder Lin Rui dared to be so cross. With such a good body, people have the money to be horizontal. Anyone else want to make a move against me? Lin Rui swept over with cold eyes. At this moment, his entire aura changed radically. A powerful majesty centered on him and exploded towards all the students. So many students were so scared the moment they locked eyes with him that they almost didn't fall to their knees. It was a glance that was like looking into the eyes of a demon from hell, and chills began to run down his spine. Wow! A skinny student suddenly cried out. He was cold and scared, directly frightened by Lin Rui's eyes. I'm gonna tell my dad. The instructor bullied me. I'm gonna tell my dad. This student was like a beaten child, crying while running towards the school building. End of chapter. The crying students ran with great strides toward the school building, where there was a phone to call home. But he had only run a few steps when a hand suddenly grabbed him by the back of his collar. Immediately after a strong force came, yanking his entire body straight up. Bang! He was thrown 3 meters away and landed heavily on the ground, rolling a few more times before stopping. Everyone was taken aback. Even the student who was thrown out stopped crying in fear. Lin Rui clapped his hands and said as if it was nothing. You guys probably didn't get the situation right. This is a military school, and I am your military training company commander. Until the end of military training, my words are orders to you all. If I tell you to stand, you have to stand honestly. If I tell you to sit down, you have to sit in an orderly manner. He pointed at the student who was thrown out. I didn't tell you to run, so you're to stay put. I didn't tell you to cry. You guys aren't allowed to cry either. Understand? Lin Rui's voice was not high, but his words were full of power. Most of the students felt a majesty they had never felt before. More terrifying than when they faced the eyes of their homeroom teacher in school. Many people even subconsciously stand up straight. Lin Rui's eyes swept over the group of students, realizing that most of them were already honest and fearful of him. But there are just so many dozen people who still look at themselves with contempt. Lin Rui instantly recognized the 3 students as the pricks he had been earlier when he entered the dormitory. Lin Rui snorted coldly in his heart. He knew that just with the means he had just used, it would be fine to deal with ordinary students. But when dealing with such prickly students, you have to use special tactics. Now, all hands, gather. With Lin Rui's resounding roar, most of the students immediately flew towards him, and even the student he had just thrown away scrambled to get up. Although a group of people ran in a mess and stood crookedly, they at least stood in a queue. Only the pricks, who waited for all the others to stand before they slowly made their way toward the line. Lin Rui gave a cold snort in his heart and exclaimed, "Before I came here, I had heard that you people were very difficult to lead. Originally, I thought that you guys had more or less some military background. After all, did you learn by ear from childhood? But I came to realize that not only are you scattered and disobedient, but you can't even stand in basic formation. Just like you, can you stand up to the parents who sent you here? The face they've accumulated for a lifetime has been disgraced by you." When these words came out, all of the students were furious to the extreme, and each of them clenched their fists tightly. Lin Rui looked at them and smiled coldly. "What? You guys still know about self-respect and self-love, and that you can't disgrace your elders? Then look at yourselves. Do you look like soldiers? And what you've done, do you stand up to those elders?" His words made many more students bow their heads in silence. For the first time in their lives, they left their families and came to a completely new place. It's like a little bird suddenly getting free, all thinking about wanting to let loose. But they don't realize that they're a soldier now. Although most of them were a bit guilty at the moment, the few pricks were still holding their heads defiantly high at the moment. Lin Rui looked at them coldly. "What? Do you still have something to say? Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Jing Siwei was the first to step forward and huffed. "How do you know I've disgraced my elders? Do you think you know me well? Let me tell you, if I try a little harder, I can scare you to death." Xiao Yuandong followed suit. "That's right. Do you think you know us well? Which one of us picked out here at random has a bad background? We will only make our elders proud." Someone spoke up and the students who were already mortified came alive. They all glared at Lin Rui, their eyes filled with defiance. "Every one of them is in good physical condition to come in here. How did you disgrace your elders?" Lin Rui smiled and looked at Jing Siwei and the others. "What? Not convinced? Do you want me to send what you just looked like to your family members so they can see if you've lost face? Disobedient to orders. Are you still justified?" Now no one dares to say anything. They know best what they just did. If this was seen by their elders, it was estimated that a half of these people would have to have their legs broken. Seeing that no one spoke again, Lin Rui coldly said, "If you want to keep your elders from losing face along with you, then honestly keep my rules. Remember, this is a military school, and what you're wearing now is also a military uniform. I don't care if you stay in the army in the future, but since you're wearing the uniform now, you have to live up to it. Don't spoil it. In other academies, other people's cadets even know how to climb tactically. And look at you guys, you can't even stand in military posture. If your elders find out, they won't be able to afford to lose face." The veterans were all relieved in a flash when they saw that this group of students actually did not retort in a rare way. Lin Rui looked at Jing Siwei and said indifferently, "Just now I said that I didn't ask you to speak, so you have to shut up. In formation, speaking requires a report. Don't you know such a simple thing? So, now everyone get down on the floor and get ready with push-ups. It must be done so that the sweat forms a human shape under you. Now, begin." Lin Rui bellowed, and most of the trainees reluctantly slumped down, but Jing Siwei and the other pricks still stood there, glaring at him with defiant eyes. Lin Rui smiled. These people really weren't that easy to deal with. "I told you to get down and do push-ups, didn't you hear me?" Lin Rui said as he looked at them. Jing Siwei looked at him with contempt. "Standing in military posture, getting in formation, these we can do, but this is corporal punishment on your part. We have the right not to do it." Maki chimed in. "What gives you the right to physically punish us? We can train on command, but corporal punishment is not acceptable to us." Lin Rui was happy. "I'll ask you again, do it or not?" "Don't do it," Xiao Yuandong said arrogantly. "I don't carry out orders that aren't correct." When they did that, even the cadets who were already down stopped. As long as someone takes the lead and doesn't do it, then they cannot do it either. The veterans looked at each other in disbelief. They were curious to see how Lin Rui would end it. After all that we just did, if we wimp out now, everything we did before will be for nothing. But if you really hit someone, it won't work on these pricks at all. Lin Rui's face wasn't the least bit flustered as he smiled and nodded at Xiao Yuandong. I'm not going to hit you. It's useless to hit someone like you. I like it. After saying that, he pulled out the dagger from his waist and threw it directly at Xiao Yuandong. End of chapter. With a bang, the dagger directly penetrated Xiao Yuandong's shoes, nailing his shoes to the ground. The tip of the knife was impartial, just between his two toes. Xiao Yuandong clearly felt the coldness coming from between his toes and was so scared that his legs went limp and he sat on his butt on the ground. Everyone saw this scene and all of them opened their mouths wide in fear. All the veterans are even more shocked. They did not dream that this new company commander is actually so ruthless. Actually, knives are used, and it is said to throw awe. The stunned Xiao Yuandong was so frightened that he shouted, "What are you doing? Trying to murder me? Scared me to death. Don't bring it like this. Are you responsible if something happens?" Xiao Yuandong pulled the knife out with a crying voice. He was greatly relieved to see that the shoe was only torn and the foot was fine. A feeling of urination hit Xiao Yuandong, and he hurriedly held it back, almost about to pee down. Lin Rui smiled slightly. Responsible? Of course I'm responsible. I'll emphasize again, until you can get out. My orders are your rules. Lin Rui coldly scanned the previous dozen or so students who refused to do push-ups. I'm going to give you one more chance. Get down and do push-ups immediately. The dozen or so students met Lin Rui's eyes and involuntarily shivered. Everyone looked at each other and began to hesitate a bit. Even the two pricks, Jing Siwei and Ma Qi, began to hesitate, and even a hint of panic showed in their eyes. The dagger Lin Rui had just flown out was not towards them though, but the shock to them was not small. At the moment Lin Rui was a madman in their eyes. Seeing that the crowd hesitated, Xiao Yuandong hurriedly exclaimed, "I just won't do it. You scared me. My heart can't take it right now." Jing Siwei swallowed hard and said stiffly, "You're terrorizing us. I'm going to go to my superiors to sue you." Xiao Yuandong glared at Lin Rui. "Come on. Perform another flying dagger. Come on. Roll towards this shoe. I just don't believe it." The corner of Lin Rui's mouth lifted and he gave a thumbs up. "Not bad. You've got guts." After saying that, he looked to Chen Min who was at the side. "Go get a rope and tie the two of them up." Chen Min shrugged. "Company commander, this isn't good," Lin Rui said in a cold voice. "That's an order. Go." "Yes." Chen Min gave a standard military salute and immediately carried out the order. He's not like these cadets. He's a soldier. Soldiers put obedience to orders first in everything. Besides, these prickly cadets were indeed too arrogant, and he wanted to see just how Lin Rui wanted to rule them. Lin Rui's flying dagger just now had surprised him enough. He didn't expect the new company commander to be so awesome. He really wanted to see what more tricks Lin Rui had in store for him. Next, soon, a couple of veterans brought ropes. Jing Siwei saw that they were really serious and exclaimed anxiously, "You really dare to tie me up? I'm telling you, this is abuse. I'm going to sue you." "Gently, my hand." The two men were immediately tied to the post. Xiao Yuandong was furious and cursed. "You can't do this. This is abuse. I'm going to sue you. Sue you all." But at this moment, all the students no longer dared to speak, leaving only Xiao Yuandong and Jing Siwei to wow. People aren't cuties. Can already tell that this new company commander is too good. It's simply not something they can question. Lin Rui smiled slightly and turned to pick up two whole chicken wings from the grill. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Xiao Yuandong and Jing Siwei who were already tied to the pillar. "I've always been reasonable. Just now you said that the flying dagger show wasn't enjoyable, right? Then I'll show you two more hands, so you can have a good time." Saying that, Lin Rui set the full chicken wings over the heads of the two, then smirked as he pulled out two daggers. "Friendly reminder, you'd better not move, or don't blame me if the dagger doesn't go into the chicken wing, but into your eye." Xiao Yuandong originally thought that Lin Rui was scaring him. Seeing that Lin Rui was for real, he was so scared that his sweat hairs stood up. "Are you a ing pervert? Don't." Before the words were finished, Lin Rui, who had already walked into the distance, suddenly turned around. The flying dagger instantly disengaged, cutting a cold trajectory in the air. Bang! The dagger exploded through the chicken wing, pinning it dead center to the post. Xiao Yuandong's face turned green with fear, and he clearly felt a chill in his abdomen, and his legs softened as he almost peed. Jing Siwei, who was on the side, was even more frightened and turned green. Although the flying dagger wasn't stabbing him, he was more scared than Xiao Yuandong. "Lieutenant, don't!" Jing Siwei hastily begged for mercy, but before he could finish his sentence, his head jerked. Immediately following the bang, a flying knife nailed the chicken wing above his head to the wall in the same way. The force was so great that the entire end of the dagger was still buzzing. "Ah!" Jing Siwei cried out directly in fear. In his entire life, he had never been so scared, and it just seemed like a walk from hell. It wasn't just the two of them. Everyone around them was terrified. All of the trainees were all dumbfounded. And even Chen Min and the other veterans stared in shock. This new company commander, is he a human being? Killing spree, right? The corners of Lin Rui's mouth revealed a satisfied smile at the moment. The full weapon proficiency given by the system allowed him to be able to skillfully use a variety of weapons. Skills like flying daggers, 100 shots within 60 meters. Just as everyone was shocked, Lin Rui said loudly, Chen Min, put in 2 more chicken wings. They probably didn't see it just now, so I'll slow down a bit this time to satisfy their curiosity. Your company commander, me, just has a good heart. Chen Min let out an ouch and immediately went to get the chicken wings. The shocked Xiao Yuandong and Jing Siwei had not yet recovered, and immediately saw the veterans coming over with new chicken wings. Hey, don't come, Xiao Yuandong cried out. Lieutenant, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Don't come, company commander, put it away. Chen Min turned and ran. The moment he ran, it just happened that Xiao Yuandong and Jing Siwei's line of sight saw Lin Rui. The two of them were instantly scared out of their wits, because at this moment, Lin Rui was even ing blindfolded. Asterisk, your great master ah. Xiao Yuandong was so scared that tears flowed directly down his face. Stop, I concede. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the dagger stabbed the chicken wing so hard that this time half of the blade went into the pillar. The handle of the knife shook violently, and viciously struck Xiao Yuandong's head. Mama Xiao Yuandong screamed miserably and fainted on the spot. A large amount of liquid flowed down his pants. What did you say? Lin Rui lifted his blindfold at this point and shouted. I didn't hear you just now. On the side, Jing Siwei cried and shouted. Company commander, he said we conceded. We were wrong. Please, let us do push-ups. I want to do push-ups. The corner of Lin Rui's mouth curled into a smile. A prick that others couldn't deal with. In his case, it's just a little ant that you can pinch. I don't beat you and I don't punish you. But scaring, it can also scare you to death. Told you so. The army loves obedient soldiers. Lin Rui smiled. Even though you're military cadets, until you graduate, you'll have to hold yourselves to the strictest military standards. Understand? Yes. Scripture C. Deer roared. And even the dozen or so pricks beside him followed along with a hoarse roar. And they stood as straight as poles, looking at Lin Rui with awe. Lin Rui's hand just now had really scared them. Doing push-ups is fine, but you guys disobeyed the order first. So, not only do you have to do push-ups until your sweat forms a human shape underneath you, just like them, but also, you have to do 500 more. Got it? Yes. No one dared to retort. At this moment, not to mention making 500 more, even if Lin Rui asked them to make 1,000 more, they would never dare to complain one more word. Lin Rui was a madman in their eyes, and negotiating with a madman unless they were also mad. Lin Rui turned his head to look at the other trainees, and the crowd was so frightened that they hurriedly got down and did push-ups on the ground. Lin Rui poured a basin of water over Xiao Yuandong's face, scaring the dude into jumping up with a jolt. Don't stab me, don't stab. Lin Rui kicked him in the ass. If you don't want to get zapped, do push-ups quickly. Xiao Yuandong didn't dare to fart, lying on the ground and immediately joining everyone else in grunting and doing push-ups. Just then, a veteran soldier suddenly ran over and said nervously, Company commander, it's bad. The principal of the academy is here with men. Lin Rui turned his head to look, only to see that a large group of people were running wildly towards this place at the main entrance. End of chapter. Seeing a group of school leaders rushing over, the cadets on the ground were as dumb as if they had seen their relatives. Jing Siwei had even wanted to stand up and rush over to the school leaders. Bang! A dagger was stuck directly in front of him, the handle of the blade waving madly in front of him like the tail of a rattlesnake, scaring Jing Siwei so much that he almost didn't fall to the ground. Lin Rui said without looking back, Don't anyone slack off. I have eyes behind my head, keeping an eye on you all the time. If anyone forgets what I just said and doesn't complete the task, crawl up. I'll show him my flying dagger stunt. There are still several ways I haven't performed. Just after the words were said, another dagger whistled and cut through the air, nailing it directly in front of Jing Siwei. This time, everyone saw that Lin Rui was not even turning his body, completely throwing blindly. Do it quickly. Don't even stop. Jing Siwei was so scared that he immediately huffed and puffed and did it with all his milk strength. The others were scared too, and one of them went up and down, doing that with great vigor. Are you kidding me? This guy blindly throws flying knives without looking back. That's no better than if he'd just been blindfolded. Anyone with a brain that's still intact would be scrambling to do push-ups at this point. Finishing with the group of students, Lin Rui waved at the veterans. A group of veterans immediately gathered around, and Lin Rui said, Watch them. Not a single one of them. All the veterans nodded. Yes, company commander. Don't worry. Now. They feel raised eyebrows and their backs are much harder. Company commander. Chen Min said as he looked at the school leader who was getting closer and closer. What are you going to do when you make such a big deal out of this? Another veteran said worriedly. I'm afraid they're going to give you a hard time. Lin Rue said indifferently. Your task is to watch the students complete their training. And don't worry about anything else. This kind of thing, just leave it to the company commander. Remember, it's your business. Don't hide or retreat. We are the soldiers of the 3rd Steel Regiment. After saying that, Lin Rue directly greeted a group of school leaders. All the veterans looked at his back, and reverence slowly surfaced in their eyes. They saw in Lin Rue the bearing and responsibility that a soldier should have, as well as courage and strong faith. Compared to those company commanders and platoon commanders who had been exasperated away in the past, Lin Rue's figure was even taller. This, then, is the soldier of the 3rd Steel Regiment. You all heard what the company commander said, right? Chen Min said coldly. Go back and watch these little brats. Whoever dares to be arrogant, don't be polite. We're soldiers of the 3rd Steel Regiment. Everyone was inspired by Lin Rue. The words Steel 3 Regiment ignited their blood like a flame. The group immediately turned around and took large steps toward the cadets doing push-ups. Lin Rue had already greeted the school leaders by now, and Wu Gang, the driver who had sent him here, had hurriedly followed him for fear of an accident. Later on, if you can't do it, just concede. Don't barricade yourself with them. Their principal is a leader. Wu Gang reminded in a low voice. Lin Rue smiled slightly, directly ignoring Wu Gang's words. What's going on in your place? A leader came striding up and growled directly at Lin Rue. Are you guys setting fires? I saw the flames from 3 miles away. Who did this? Ha! Reporting to the chief. I ordered it. Lin Rue said without hesitation. You? The chief and the leaders he came with looked him up and down. Who are you? Wu Gang hurriedly said. Leaders? He is the company commander that our regiment just sent to lead the military training. His name is Lin Rue. Asked you? Doesn't he have a mouth? An officer chided, scaring Wu Gang into shutting up in a hurry. The principal glared fiercely at Lin Rue. Company Commander Lin. What the hell are you doing? I asked you to lead military training. What are you setting on fire? Do you know how dangerous it is? If there's a death or there's property damage, will you be responsible for it? Another colonel yelled after him. This is an academy. A place to train people for the troops. It's not for you to mess around. The principal said angrily. Outrageous. How did the 3rd Steel Regiment send someone like you? Get the hell out of here right now and tell your regiment to send someone else. Wu Gang was scared into silence. This was the principal, bigger than their headmaster. He rushed to pull Lin Rue to make him give in, but Lin Rue shrugged him off directly and looked at the principal without condescension. Comrade Principal, I would like to ask you, is it not the responsibility of the military training company commander to train the students how they should be trained? The principal froze, but quickly nodded. Of course, military training is your responsibility. The school is a place to teach and educate people, to train them in theory and practice. Our military instructors, all of them come from the army on a regular rotation. Of course you are in charge. Lin Rue nodded. Thank you, Principal. Then I'd like to ask, do you normally meddle in how company commanders train? Of course not. The principal shook his head. There's a different division of labor, so we all do our jobs. Lin Rue smiled. Then that's not right. What I just used is a brand new training method designed to turn them into the best soldiers. You must not have seen it before. That's why you're surprised. It's fine, Principal. It's all normal training. The principal's cadre of jaws hit the floor, fireproofing and getting water again. He watched the students as they fell like a chicken. You call this normal training? Who are you fooling? The principal said in a bad mood. It's true that I don't know much about military training, but I'm not stupid when you're like that. Lin Rue said in a serious manner. Comrade Headmaster, what about my training method? It's to make them become warriors with a will of steel. So then, the training techniques are just a little different, but I guarantee this is I took the advanced foreign training methods, in combination with our own characteristics, deliberately researched out. Lin Rue smiled at him, although it seems that there is that slight danger. But don't worry, everything is under control. If something goes wrong, I'll take the responsibility on my own accord. Wu Gang was dumbfounded as he listened on the sidelines. That's not talking with your eyes open. He really didn't expect that Lin Rue, whom he had known for so long, turned out to be so talkative. If he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have believed it himself. The principal was also confused by the whole thing at the moment. After all, he really didn't know much about the military training piece. He looked at a few of the men with him and asked in a whisper, "What do you think?" A few officers whispered, "Principal, he seems to have a point. We don't know anything about training either. They are professionals after all." This method may seem like a bit of that, but it might actually work. That's right. If people prove useful and we still insist, wouldn't that be a joke? The principal nodded continuously as he listened, and finally glared at Lin Rue in a bad mood. No matter how much you train, but a school is a school. In the future, when you encounter this kind of problem, you'll have to report it most of the night. Do you want to scare people to death? When Wu Gang heard this, he almost didn't kneel down. He thought the principal was going to punish Lin Rue, but he didn't expect that people would actually agree. Awesome. He really wanted to give Lin Rue a thumbs up. You're too damn good at fooling around. Lin Rue smiled and saluted. Yes, Comrade Rector. If there's a big move in the future, I'll be sure to report it to you first. The principal glared at him, waved his hand in a nonchalant manner, and led everyone away. The students in the distance all despaired. It was thought that they might be relieved when the principal came. But now, do it! One of the veterans shouted, scaring them immediately and quickly up and down. End of chapter. The principal led the men out of the school, and an officer couldn't help but ask, Headmaster, why do I feel as if we've been snubbed? Yes? The principal froze as well. Looking back, there was always something wrong. But what was wrong? He couldn't say. It's not that bad, is it? That Shaolin. He seems quite sincere. The principal stroked his chin. Moreover, listening to him talk his head off, he should be a training backbone. Otherwise he wouldn't have been sent here. Another officer nodded. I feel the same. He's a young man. How could he possibly lie to the principal? And you guys see, those students are a lot more honest today. They're actually doing push-ups. They had a stubborn attitude before, and now they're actually doing physical fitness in the middle of the night. That must be because this new company commander is catching them well. A few others nodded, though the scene was a bit of a mess. But anyway, they're at least seeing results. The principal laughed. Let's go. Let's go. Don't delay their training. These young people recruited this year. Their minds are too active. It's good to have a tough character to keep them in check. When he finished, he left with a big stride. The others looked at each other, and then quickly picked up their pace to leave as well. And at the same time, Lin Rue had his hands behind his back, his face full of smiles. Wu Gang gave him a thumbs up with a dog-licking face. Old Lin, cow, too cow. Now my younger brother, I admire you to the core. Look at that. Look at the problems that no one can solve. You're a handful. Moreover, you can make the principal admire you. I really admire you. Lin Rue looked at his bear-like face and said with a grin, you don't think I'm jumping into a fire pit now? Wu Gang laughed. The fire pit, that's for other people. For you it's just coming to soak in a hot spring and take a bath. It's as painful as it needs to be. Lao Lin, you are a natural talent for leading soldiers. Being a cultural officer is really too much for you. Lin Rue laughed. Alright, cut the ass kissing. I still have to see those boys. He turned his head, only to see all the students doing it even faster than earlier. He thought to himself, knowing what was in the minds of these boys, it is nothing more than dashed hopes that have led to this helplessness. Lin Rue came smilingly with his hands behind his back. Right, that's the way to behave. Obey orders, that's all you have to do from now on. All of you, hurry up. When do you make a human shape and when do you stop? Quick! He walked through the crowd and all the students didn't dare stop for a moment. Luckily they have a base so they can do it quickly at the moment. But after a while, everyone was tired and out of breath. Too suffocating. Jing Siwei gritted his teeth and whispered to Ma Chi and the others. Brothers, we can't let it go like this. We have to get some back. Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. You still dare to mess with him? This old kid is just perverted. I don't want to be blindfolded and stabbed with flying daggers by him. Ma Chi followed suit and said, that's right. Not only is this kid a pervert, his brain might have problems as well. Old Jing, let's concede. No way. Jing Siwei said unconvincingly, to concede so easily, that would also be a disgrace to our old man. You guys listen to me? When the time comes, I'll figure out what to do, and you guys can just follow me. A couple of pricks had a bitter look on their faces. They weren't even disgracing their old man like this. They were extremely strict at home, and if their old man found out what they'd done, he'd be able to whisk them here and break their legs. Lin Rue walked over slowly at that moment, pacing with his hands behind his back. Move faster. Look at you bears. My grandma in front of my house is better than you. Lin Rue shouted. All the trainees were speechless for a while, and a puddle of sweat was already running underneath them. Your grandmother next door can do that? She's a monster, isn't she? But no one dared to retort, and instead, they did it faster. There's no way around it. They've run out of hope, and everyone's afraid of a flying knife suddenly sticking out at them. So everyone pretty much exerted themselves, huffing and puffing as they did push-ups one on top of the other. With Lin Rue coming to sit in, the group of trainees worked even harder. It's the kind of scene that shakes all the veterans to their core. Some even made a point of giving themselves a smack in the mouth to make sure it wasn't a dream. Holy, a veteran swallowed hard. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if it killed me. Another veteran said happily. Our new company commander is really capable. So many company commanders couldn't solve the problem, but he came only 3 hours ago and solved it completely. To God, these guys must have never dreamed that such a ruthless character had come this time. I guess they have shadows sleeping at night. A group of veterans forced a laugh. Chen Min said excitedly, everyone follow the company commander well from now on. He's what our Steel 3rd Regiment officers should be like. If we follow him, we won't be soldiers for nothing. Everyone nodded heavily. Although Lin Rue had only been here for just over 2 hours, he had already deeply impressed every veteran. This, in their minds, is what a soldier should be. Wu Gang came up next to Lin Rue and laughed. Alright, seeing that you're so bullish, I'm also relieved to go. I'll go back and tell the leader to put his heart in his stomach. With you here, there's no problem here. He nodded at Linley and turned toward his car. 40 minutes later, everyone had done their push-ups and had a human-sized sweat pouring from underneath each of them. Jing Siwei and the other pricks struggled through another 500 push-ups with everyone watching. By the time the last one was done, they fell straight to the ground, splashing sweat all over the place. Assemble! Chen Min yelled. All the trainees used their last strength, gritting their teeth and quickly standing in formation. Lin Rue swept his eyes over them. From now on, I want you to always remember what I said before. As long as military training is not over, my words are orders that cannot be questioned or changed. Understand? Yes. Everyone responded breathlessly. Louder. Want another group? Lin Rue yelled. Aye, company commander. All the cadets immediately shouted vociferously. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully taken over the troops and have been recognized. The system is handing out rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining God's perspective. It's in the process of fusing with the host. Lin Rue fiercely felt as if his mind had turned into a radar device. And a huge screen appeared in front of his eyes. A view of the surrounding area was appearing on the screen. And this view was expanding. A few moments later, all the changes ended and the image on the screen actually extended beyond the school. And with a movement of his mind, within this area, he could look at it from any angle he wanted and zoom in and out with no problem. Ding! Fusion complete. Primary God's perspective. With a coverage of 1 kilometer, the host can view all objects in the area on his own, without any restrictions. Lin Rue's heart was overwhelmed with ecstasy. This ability can be dangling. For a soldier, it doesn't matter if he's on a mission, responding to a military exercise, or even a future war. This ability, all of it, puts him in a position to see the big picture and be invincible. Strong. Absolutely strong. End of chapter. Ding! A new quest is now posted. The rewards had just fused, and a system beep once again sounded in Lin Rue's ears. Please train your troops according to the training manual issued by the system, and after reaching the primary standard, the system will issue a generous reward. Immediately afterward, a series of data rushed into Lin Rue's mind, forming a training manual in his mind. Lin Rue quickly read through the entire manual's training content with the help of the system, and then his entire body was stunned. Holy, this is a training manual with military training? Lin Rue was speechless. If this primary level is completed, they'll have to become special forces, right? System, you're not kidding, right? But no matter how much he asked, the system was no longer answering. Lin Rue was helpless. It seemed that if he wanted to get the rewards, he could only follow what the system required. Just then, Chen Min suddenly said, Company Commander, it's almost time to bring it back, right? Lin Rue froze, then realized that the cadets were still all standing. It's cold, but everyone's head is bubbling over like they're in a group retreat. Lin Rue smiled slightly. You guys did pretty well just now. Now go back and organize your housekeeping. Whoever tidies up first gets to sleep. Go back. The order was given, but none of them moved. Lin Rue frowned slightly. What? Did you forget my words so quickly? Xiao Yuandong was so frightened that he hurriedly said, reporting to the company commander, our quilts and sheets are all wet. There's no way to sleep. I demand that all of them be replaced with new ones. Ma Chi followed and agreed. Right now there is even water on the floor in the dormitory. Not to mention sleeping, it's impossible to organize the housekeeping. I suggest that we be given a different dormitory building. Yeah, and a hot shower. It stinks. After all that exercise, you need a snack. Otherwise it must be sad to sleep like that. The trainees were all talking, and Lin Rue swept over with a glance and saw that all the trainees almost had the same meaning. He said lightly, if this person is tired, they can sleep no matter where they are. You guys look obviously not tired here. How about this? Everyone, give me a 5-kilometer run right now. All the trainees' jaws dropped in shock. Isn't it just an opinion? What's the point of 5 kilometers? Still not moving? Lin Rue said faintly. 6 kilometers then. As he spoke, he tossed the dagger with one hand. If you don't move, it's going to be 7 kilometers soon. In the crowd, I don't know who yelled out, "Don't just stand there. Run." Really want to add to it. Immediately after that, a large group of people immediately ran wildly towards the playground. The last 5 to come back. Run an extra 3 kilometers. Lin Rue yelled at the cadets. All of a sudden, everyone was like chicken blood, desperately running wildly towards the front. The veterans all gathered around Lin Rue, company commander. Isn't this a bit too much? Haven't they all gone soft? Lin Rue sneered. They are only temporarily soft. If they were really convinced, no one would have listened to the order just now, and there would be so much nonsense. Military orders are like mountains. They must be enforced. I don't need soldiers who will question. All the veterans shook their heads in silence. Soldiers, it's all about order. Even if their superiors said to jump into the river now, they wouldn't say a word more and would just head straight for the river. This is the reason why the soldiers of the Yen state have always been so powerful, Lin Rue said in a deep voice. If we don't correct them now, after today, they'll still have to fight back. Don't these boys have a lot of energy and like to be pricks? Then I'll drain their energy. The veterans all nodded their heads in agreement. Lin Rue's methods were indeed useful to this group. Those company commanders used to be as bitter as an old mother to her children. But with a prick, the nicer you are to him, the more he thinks you're weak. Sometimes, it was just necessary to have someone like Lin Rue, who couldn't rub sand in his eyes, to deal with it. What other company commanders say they can't do, he can do with a few flying daggers. 18 minutes later, the cadets ran back in order. The last 5 came back, and Lin Rue didn't go back on his word, letting them continue to run 3 kilometers around the playground. And this time, if they weren't back in 12 minutes, they'd come back for another 3 kilometers, scaring the 5 men into almost a rolling frenzy. When everyone had arrived, Lin Rue looked at the group of panting cadets and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, get on the flower bed and stand in military posture." All of the trainees almost collapsed outright when they heard this. Tonight, they were roasted by fire, then washed by water, followed by push-ups, and finally had to run for their lives. Everyone's body is already too tired to eat, and at this time they actually have to stand in military posture? But what broke them even more was just beginning, only to hear Lin Rue say loudly, "Stand on the flower bed." Only the forefoot is allowed to stand on it. The heel must be exposed in the air. For 2 hours, whoever falls off or runs into the flower bed, add an hour. For every time you fall off, add 1. There is no upper limit. Everyone's heart was now in their mouths to die. 2 hours, and so harsh. It's really not going to let any of them call it. Hurry up! Lin Rue suddenly shouted, instantly shattering the protests in the hearts of all the trainees. Everyone immediately stood on the steps and stood honestly according to Lin Rue's request. These cadets had never had a proper military training since they came to the military school. So at this time, standing in military posture, especially according to Lin Rue's requirements, both legs were almost paralyzed, but everyone was desperately trying to hold on. Even though their legs were shaking, they had to grit their teeth and push through, because they were clear that if they did fall, this pervert Lin Rue would really give them extra time. Dead pervert, too torturous. Jing Siwei's eyes were filled with rage. Xiao Yuandong and the others were also cursing in their hearts. Time passed by, and more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. All of the trainees were trembling at the moment, a bean-sized bead of sweat dripping down their cheeks. But everyone is still holding on desperately, and not one of them has given up. The veterans gathered together and were immensely impressed with Lin Rue. These pricks. You need a tough guy like our company commander to grind them down. Chen Min smiled slightly. The way I see it, our company commander is the biggest prick. Whoever dares to get tough with him, he can stab them to death. 2 hours finally arrived, and Lin Rue called out to come down, but none of them moved. It's not that they don't want to move, it's really that their legs are already numb and they can't move at all. Lin Rue waited for a full 2 minutes before the group of trainees trudged down from the flower bed. A few of them also fell straight down, and fell to the ground grimacing in pain. Lin Rue looked at them, shook his head and said, "Look at your bearish behavior. You can't stand it after standing here for only 2 hours? Let's see. It's still poor physical fitness." He looked at his watch. It's almost 12. It's getting late. Originally, I wanted you guys to come back for another 5 kilometers to get a good workout. Since it's getting late, forget it. All the cadets were almost in tears with excitement, and everyone wanted to shout long live the company commander. But before they could be happy for a few seconds, Lin Rue suddenly said, "Let's just do an 800-meter frog jump." You guys, you really need to practice your legs. They're too weak. Come on. Start. The trainees almost collectively knelt on the ground. Their hearts were completely broken. Are you kidding me? They're exhausted to the limit. At this point, if you do the 800-meter frog jump again, then your life will really be lost. Company Commander, Jingxiwei shouted with a sobbing voice. I request to fold the quilt. I request to organize the housekeeping. Please agree. End of chapter. With someone taking the lead, the other cadets immediately reacted. This was the only way they could escape. One cadet immediately yelled, Company Commander, we were wrong. We listened to you, and we ask for housekeeping. Lin Rui nodded with satisfaction. These cadets were finally getting the hang of it. If you want to bring them out, you have to make them understand what it means to follow orders first. Orders are like mountains, and if you can't even do that, it's even harder to bring them up later. Lin Rui didn't make things difficult for them. Alright, everyone bring back immediately. First clean the dormitory today, and take all the quilts and bedding to the balcony to blow dry. Then sleep. First thing tomorrow morning, organize your housekeeping. Everyone must meet the standards of new recruits, or else. Lin Rui smiled and didn't continue, but it was more frightening that he didn't say anything than that he was punished. Who knows what this old pervert is up to next? Report! A cadet named Rosen yelled, but without Lin Rui's consent. This time he was dead set against saying one more word. Speak! Lin Rui nodded. Rosen's face was bitter. Reporting to the company commander, we are willing to do housekeeping, but we don't know how to fold a quilt at all. Why don't you teach us? All the trainees looked at Lin Rui with a bitter expression. Lin Rui had a black line on his head. It's been more than half a month since the start of military training, and you guys still don't even know how to fold a quilt? Tell me if you guys are losers? The trainees also regretted to the extreme at the moment. If they could have been a little more serious and not resisted, they knew more or less the skinny. This was great. Now they couldn't do anything. If they failed tomorrow, they didn't even dare to imagine how Lin Rui, this old pervert, would straighten them out. Lin Rui didn't bother to say much. Alright, tomorrow morning, each platoon leader will be responsible for teaching you. For each dormitory, only teach twice. Then you'll be given half an hour. And if you can't meet the requirements, the punishment will be increased. Bring it back. All the trainees immediately headed towards the dormitory. At this moment, everyone was so tired that they couldn't wait to fall asleep. But Lin Rui said that the dormitory had to be cleaned beforehand. Everyone's emotions were particularly high at the thought of being able to sleep, and excitement was running all the way up. Soon bedding was hung up in front of each dormitory, and the sound of cleaning came from the dormitories. Lin Rui called all the platoon commanders over. You guys, get some blowers and blow dry the bedding for them. That way, they'll be better folded in the morning. Hey, for them, I'm worried sick. All the platoon leaders had a queer look on their faces, thinking, you're worried about how you're going to fix them. Anyone who's in the military knows that it's easier to fold a quilt when it's a little wet, especially a new quilt. Many recruits even have to wet their quilts with water in the beginning so they can fold the edges. I don't even dare to sleep with the covers open at night, and I usually fall asleep with my military coat over my head. The bedding of these cadets will not be dry when blown until tomorrow morning, but it is at its best folded. But Lin Rui was now going to blow dry it, which was a clear attempt to make it more difficult. Look at how happy they are, Chen Min said as he looked at the excited trainees in the dormitory. Tomorrow morning, they'll have to suffer. At 1 in the morning, the various dormitories were finally cleaned. The trainees lay on their bare bedpans with a relieved look on their faces. Agu, I can't straighten my back. Xiao Yuandong grunted comfortably, but the further down I lie, the more pleasurable it is. Just like horse killing chicken. Ma Chi laughed contentedly. Why didn't I realize before that this hard bedpan was actually so comfortable? I don't even want to give Simmons now. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't be poor. Jing Siwei was in a tired daze. We have to fold the quilt in the morning. If we don't fold it well, that old pervert may not be able to fix us. Go to sleep. Quickly. Before the words were out of his mouth, he was already snoring. So did everyone else, who fell asleep in seconds almost instantly. For them, tonight's training has been too much for their load. They had never been so tired in all their lives, but never have I slept so well as I do now. Outside the dormitory building, Lin Rui had all the platoon leaders carry stools and sit in a circle around him. Lin Rui looked back at the dormitory and smiled. Sleeping quite well. This snoring is like thunder. Platoon Commander Kenshio laughed. It's not because of you, Company Commander. I didn't expect you to make them change so much just by coming here. Another veteran, Huang Zijian, also said, Company Commander, I am truly convinced of you. A group of people that difficult to deal with was easily handled by you in 3 tries. You're already my idol. Lin Rue smiled and waved his hand. Alright, don't say too much polite words. Before I came here, the head of the regiment gave a deadly order, and I also made a military order to the head of the regiment. I guarantee that I will let the headquarters leaders pass with honor when they come to inspect 3 months from now, and will never disgrace our 3rd Steel Regiment. So, for the rest of the training, you will need to cooperate with me through and through. We all listen to you. The veterans all stood up and solemnly said, we will do whatever you tell us to do. This time, we definitely won't be weak. Lin Rue nodded with satisfaction. Good. It's fine with you guys. Then next, you guys memorize the training program. Each platoon leader immediately took out a small notebook and pen. Lin Rue said indifferently, starting tomorrow, 1 5-kilometer immediately after getting up in the morning, then 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and 100 each of single and double bars. That much done for dinner. In the morning, 10 round trips to the obstacle course, followed by training in various tactical crawls. In the afternoon, combat training. Lin Rue spoke while the platoon commanders memorized, but as we listened, people felt something was wrong. Is this surely a subject for cadet military training? Not to mention that the cadets couldn't finish it, but they, for their part, didn't train this much in the old army. I'm afraid this isn't training special forces, is it? Seeing them stop, Lin Rue asked curiously, why don't you remember? Chen Min said bitterly, company commander, aren't you wrong? This training mode, it's good enough to practice special forces. Huang Zijian said, they haven't learned anything before. Shouldn't they start with military posture, marching in unison and marching in formation now? Lin Rue shook his head. We're already lagging behind. All the other academies have already started live fire. If we follow the normal way, we'll never catch up. We can only use special means. But, no need for buts. Lin Rue said bluntly, just do as I say. As for military posture, just stand and eat at mealtimes every day. Marching in unison and marching in formation as well as formation, interspersed during breaks. Lin Rue said, these boys have too much energy, so we can't let them be idle. If we want to catch up with the other academies, we have to hurry. The faces of all the platoon commanders were weird to the extreme. This is not military training. You are treating this place as a special forces selection, right? End of chapter. Lin Rue could see everyone's confusion, and he couldn't do anything about it. To gain new abilities, you have to train according to the system. The cadets were no slouches anyway, so letting them go through a good beating might even make them adults, and you'd be doing a good thing. Lin Rue coughed. Alright, follow this training standard. Start implementing it tomorrow. Yes, the platoon leaders nodded. Although Lin Rue's training program made them squirm, Lin Rue was able to rule this group of trainees into submission, and that was something. They were willing to follow Lin Rue's orders. In the twinkling of an eye the sky was brightening. After yesterday's night of training, the cadets slept so soundly that the snoring continued at dawn. Just then, a string of thousands of firecrackers was thrown into the dormitory. The lit firecrackers immediately crackled and exploded, startling the soundly sleeping cadets so much that they almost jumped out of their beds. Egu, my dear mother, that guy is really not letting us live. Jing Siwei looked at the firecrackers and wanted to cry. Xiao Yuandong covered his chest and shrunk to the corner, wailing in terror, someone help me get the firecrackers away. I'm scared. I'm scared. Downstairs, the platoon commanders all stood behind Lin Rue. They were already used to Lin Rue's tactics, not to mention waking up the service with firecrackers, or if Lin Rue asked them to throw feces they were not surprised. Who made Lin Rue a prickly company commander? Guys, go help them fold their quilts, Lin Rue said. The platoon commanders agreed, and when the firecrackers stopped, everyone immediately headed for the dormitory building. Get up and bring in the covers. I'm only going to fold it twice for you, so everyone keep your eyes peeled. I'll try to go as slow as I can. I can only help you guys so far. Anyone who deserts, wait for the company commander. One platoon leader carefully spread out the quilt and then explained it slowly as if he were teaching a schoolboy. If it were a day ago, they wouldn't have had the patience, and would have wished for the trainees to suffer a little. But after last night, the veterans are starting to sympathize with the cadets. It's fate to run into such a tough company commander. One thing leads to another. Soon, the veterans demonstrated twice and all exited the dormitory building. Lin Rue yelled from downstairs, now start the clock, and if you can't finish by then, I'll surprise you with a reward. Holy, brothers, hurry up and do it. Jing Siwei was so scared that he hastily flung himself to the side of his bed. The entire dormitory building was busy in an instant. Damn, this step is stacked. What's next? Holy, I forgot that too. I think it's a clip with a board. Fu CK, I should have known that I would have learned it when I entered the school. How nice those company commanders were before. Why did I have to look for pain so much? It's all our karma for sending an old pervert over here. I regret it. Let me go back again and I'll listen to those company commanders. One by one, the cadets went crazy organizing their housekeeping. The platoon leaders had just folded it twice, but after all, time was limited and everyone was still too nervous to settle down. Well now, it's just going to have to go by memory. Chen Min looked through the window and saw the trainees fumbling around, and said with a bitter smile, "Company commander, they definitely won't be able to fold it well in such a short period of time. When we were soldiers, it took a month to get the shape of a folded quilt. Isn't this too hard for them?" Huang Zijian nodded his head. Yes, company commander. None of them had learned before, and today they suddenly came to this. Lin Rui interrupted them. I didn't say I had to have them folded into tofu blocks. My standard is that they are serious. As long as they're serious, they'll definitely improve. And they're already so far behind people that they have to catch up. I'm making military orders. Lin Rui looked at everyone. Don't worry about it. As long as they have enough standards, I won't make things difficult for them. I, as a person, am still very kind. Everyone rolled their eyes, thinking, don't you have any idea in your own heart whether you are amiable or not? Don't you know the cadets have nicknamed you the old pervert? Can a nice person have that nickname? The time soon arrived, and Lin Rui immediately led the men to the dormitory. Later, you guys criticize, I'll praise, Lin Rui whispered to the platoon commanders. I'm very mindful of superior and subordinate relations. I'll have to moderate them. The platoon commanders swallowed again. They didn't believe Lin Rui's bull ********. With that temper of yours, you can't move without flying daggers. I'll be damned if you can moderate it. You made a military order. Upon entering the dormitory, all the cadets immediately stood against the window, the same way they stood on the flower beds last night. It's all about the standard military posture without looking away. Lin Rui smiled and waved his hand. All relax. Don't be nervous. It's not like I'm a tiger that will eat you. But no matter what he said, everyone remained standing. They weren't going to take this old pervert's word for it so easily. Lin Rui didn't bother to say much, checking out one bed after another. Well, this one is kinda looking good. This one's not bad. The edges come out. This one's okay too. It's just that the beds are slightly messy. They need to be beefed up. Hearing Lin Rui's constant compliments, all the trainees breathed a huge sigh of relief, tears coming out of their eyes with excitement. Earlier they were worried whether they could get away with it at their level. Just then, Lin Rui suddenly pointed at a bed by the window. What is this folded? Wrinkled and swollen like a big loaf of bread. Is this folding a quilt or hair pasta? Everyone shrugged and subconsciously sensed danger. Sure enough, Lin Rui picked up the quilt and threw it directly toward the outside. You guys are in the same dormitory. You know how to fold the quilt by yourselves. Don't you know how to help your fellow dormitory mates? He's not only your classmate, he's also your comrade in arms. Lin Rui pointed outside and yelled. Everyone, frog jump around the playground immediately. Quick! All the trainees were bitter, but they didn't dare to retort, so they could only run towards the playground with an aggravated face. Lin Rui shook his head. These guys, they're not friendly with each other at all. It really makes me worry about you guys. Let's go. Next room. The veterans followed Lin Rui speechlessly. So this is your definition of détente. Soon, Lin Rui finished checking all the dormitories. Not surprisingly, everyone was herded onto the playground and frog marched round and round. Lin Rui said to the platoon commanders with a sigh. These guys are really, I guess I want to ease up with them, but they just won't give me a chance. AI. It seems that if I want them to progress faster, this is the only way. The platoon commanders had black lines on their heads, and they were now glad that Lin Rui was the company commander here. If they had met such a company commander in their company, I guess they would have gone crazy too. It's so sick. End of chapter. After a busy morning, the trainees didn't know how many laps they had jumped around the playground, and in the end, they had barely managed to complete Lin Rui's standards. Lin Rui looked at everyone who was sweating profusely and smiled. I'm glad that everyone has finally passed, but then again, the standard will be raised that much higher every day from now on. I hope that after 10 days, your standard of housekeeping will be on par with your platoon leaders. Hearing this, not only did the cadets almost kneel down, even all the platoon commanders were shocked. Isn't it fanciful to think that in 10 days you can get these guys up to veteran standards? Keep in mind that it took the veterans a month or two in the first place for the standard of housekeeping to slowly set in. 10 days is too little. Lin Rui didn't bother to care what was on their minds, and said with a smile, what's next? I'd like to announce something very happy to all of you. Upon hearing his words, none of the cadets were excited. Instead they shrugged. In their eyes, Lin Rui, the old pervert, was just holding back a bellyful of bad water. Happy things? It's to make yourself happy, isn't it? Lin Rui coughed and said in a serious manner. Right away, it's time for our breakfast. After breakfast, it's time to start our meta day of training. The happy thing I want to tell you all is that our daily dinner, it's quite scrumptious. Chicken and duck, beef and lamb, everything. All the trainees were staring at him closely, and the more they looked at him, the more they felt there was a crisis. Lin Rue was happy in his heart. It seemed that these boys were already wary of him. It was a good thing though. The more they were on board, the smoother the rest of the training would go, and he'd be able to complete the system's quests this morning, then upgrade his abilities. He doesn't want to be here forever. After taking military training in 3 months, he must go to a better place as soon as he is capable enough. Here, it's just his starting point. Lin Rue continued. But then, if you want to eat this sumptuous dinner, you must fulfill my requirements before you can do so. I knew there was something in his words. Jing Siwei rolled his eyes. Lin Rue said loudly, the requirements this time are very simple. You all just have to qualify and complete today's training within the time limit. At night, you'll be qualified to have that big meal. As for the others, I'll make other arrangements. Also, there is no lunch except for breakfast and dinner. So, Lin Rue laughed, if you want to be fed, you have to rely on your own efforts. Is that clear? Yes. All the trainees replied breathlessly. At this moment, they had already hated to blow up Lin Rue, only giving 2 meals a day. This was raising dogs? Alright, platoon leaders, take them to dinner. Then, train right away. Lin Rue graciously made way for the path to the cafeteria. The platoon leaders immediately led their respective teams in a line toward the cafeteria. Although Lin Rue's words just now annoyed everyone, dinner was finally served. Everyone had been starving since last night and had long been front and center. These young masters usually ate and drank well. Where did they ever suffer from hunger? At this point, seeing the cafeteria getting closer, each one of them cheered. If it weren't for Lin Rue's majesty, they might have rushed over in a swarm. There were several large iron buckets sitting in front of the cafeteria at the moment, each steaming hot. Everyone take a bowl. You can add to it when you're done, but you have to get back in line. The veteran of the cafeteria yelled. Maki was the first, and when he went over with a bowl in his hand with great gusto, he realized that a couple of large metal buckets were actually full of thin rice. Breakfast? Just this? Madge's eyes widened in shock. The veteran nodded. This is what your company commander ordered, saying that you should eat light in the morning, or you'll throw up if the training is more intense later. Your company commander really cares about you, and doesn't waste food. Marcy cried his heart out. What the do you care? A total of 2 meals a day, and this is all the thin rice you need to make your body suffer through the night? And you're afraid of throwing up? You can still spit this stuff out? Eat it and digest it, okay? Want it or not? The veteran tapped the pot with his spoon. Get out of the way if you don't want it. People are waiting behind you. Yes, I want it. Marge cried. Give me a full shot. I've got a big appetite. Maki pitifully hit a bowl, immediately squatted to the side with it, blowing while desperately eating. This is not enough to fill you up. He'd have to eat it quickly and get in line for a new bowl. The trainees in the back soon also realized that the surprise breakfast Lin Rue had talked about turned out to be a big bowl of thin rice. And it's the kind of thin rice that doesn't have much rice. It's all rice soup. But there was no time to complain because there were only a few big metal buckets in total. And when they were finished, there were no more. Everyone now has to scramble to finish the bowl and get back in line. The platoon commanders watched from the sidelines as the guys played hard to get and drank thin rice. And there was a wave of helpless emotion from all of them. Our company commander's tactics are really something. Huang Zijian laughed. These boys finally look like soldiers. After breakfast, each platoon was taken to the playground by the platoon commander and trained strictly according to the subjects explained by Lin Rue. Some of the trainees were still trying to slack off, but Lin Rue was standing right next to the training ground supervising them. What was most frightening was that he had a dagger to his left and right, and a couple more stuck in his belt of arms at his waist. That stance, as if he would throw a flying dagger at anyone at any time, scared all the trainees not to dare to slack off in the slightest. Whatever the training is, that's playing for keeps. Fall down. Get up on your hands and knees and keep coming. No energy left. A few hard growls, and then finally on his feet. Lin Rue's sense of oppression made them push out all their potential. It can't be helped. They're afraid of flying daggers. The day finally passed slowly. By the time it was dark, all the trainees were already so exhausted that they couldn't even stand up. Lin Rue looked at them standing crookedly in front of him and said with a smile, "Good news for everyone." All of the trainees were immediately struck with fear, and they almost didn't kneel down en masse. Every time Lin Rue said good news, it must be their bad luck. Some are even ready to cry. They were just too tired. Lin Rue smiled slightly. Don't be nervous, all of you. It's really good news this time. He cleared his throat and said, you all trained very hard and seriously today. Congratulations, all of you are qualified to fulfill my requirements. So what? Tonight, all of you can have a big meal. Now, go on everyone. The cafeteria is ready for you. Lin Rue made way, and all the trainees froze instead. They had been somewhat confused by Lin Rue's whole thing, and at the moment they couldn't tell if it was real or not. Go on, don't even want to eat? Lin Rue asked. How about another 5 kilometers? In the next moment, all the trainees erupted in cheers and ran towards the cafeteria en masse. But without running 2 steps, Jing Siwei violently exclaimed, "Everyone line up, don't run around, pay attention to discipline." With this reminder from him, all the trainees immediately reacted. If he just ran over there, he would definitely fall into Lin Rue's trap. All of them immediately formed a queue and walked towards the cafeteria in an orderly fashion. The corner of Lin Rue's mouth revealed a smile. Alright, these boys have learned the ropes. However, they're also starting to look a bit like soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to the host, making the new recruits initially look like soldiers. Completing the first step of the task, Lin Rue's face was pleased, not expecting that on the first day. He had completed his first mission. End of chapter. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the initial mission of training and obtaining the advanced ancient Chinese medicine skill. In the next second, a large amount of Chinese medicine knowledge flooded into Lin Rue's mind. A moment later, he would have countless ancient Chinese medicine prescriptions and treatment techniques and even principles appear before his eyes with just a thought. Lin Rue was ecstatic inwardly. Chinese medicine had always been profound and profound. China had already had the Mabo-san as early as the Three Kingdoms period, while the West would not have it until more than 1,000 years later. As for the various surgeries, the West is playing with the same ones that China has been playing with for the remaining number of years, only for years of war. So a large number of advanced ancient Chinese medical techniques and formulas have been lost, which has resulted in today's Western medicine rampant, the decline of Chinese medicine. But at this moment, the knowledge of ancient Chinese medicine that Lin Rue had mastered could shock the medical world if he took out any of it. He even saw in it many partial remedies for difficult diseases that are now beyond the reach of Western medicine. This is good. Lin Rue was overjoyed. The ancient Chinese medicine skill is absolutely practical, no matter if it's for a mission or training. In case of injuries that aren't cured, this can definitely save your life. Lin Rue was immensely satisfied with this reward, and in the meantime, the cadets had arrived at the dining hall. Originally, everyone was excitedly preparing for a big meal. After all, they had just 2 bowls of thin rice in the morning, and they were starving in front of them before noon. It lasted well into the night, and it was all thanks to this great meal that they were given moral support. But when they saw a big hot steamed bun and roll on the table in the cafeteria, all of them were dumbfounded at once. This is the big meal? Jing Siwei almost jumped up. Where's the meat? Didn't you say there were cows and sheep, and chickens and ducks? The head chef smiled slightly and lifted a cage. Dang it. Look guys, isn't this here? All the trainees were completely dumbfounded because the cage drawer contained, pinched into a cow's head, sheep's head and chicken, duck and goose, one steamed bun. Is this the big meal Lin Rue was talking about? Liar, you guys are lying. Maki cried out directly. We've been training all day. Eating this isn't nutritious at all. We want to eat meat. All the trainees have made a fuss. We want meat. Meat, meat. At that moment, Lin Rue walked in with a group of platoon commanders, carrying their hands. All the trainees instantly quieted down when they saw him, just like a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing that you guys are full of vigor, it's obvious that you still have a lot of stamina, and you're not hungry. Lin Rue smiled and said, Old Lua, push everything away. Since they're not hungry, I'll let them go for another 10 kilometers. Okay. The head chef smiled and was about to collect the things. In the next second, the cadets panicked. Xiao Yuandong almost rushed over like a vicious dog pouncing on food, holding 2 large steamed buns in each of his left and right hands, and going to spit one in his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk, take it all or it's gone. In a flash, all of them swooped towards steamed bun. One by one, their eyes were green with hunger, and they took the large steamed buns and gnawed on them furiously. Now they couldn't care less if there was meat or not. Everyone was starving. If I don't have anything to eat tonight, I guess I'll really starve to death in my sleep. So, whatever there is, eat it first. It's just too much to bear. Lin Rue smiled and took the shocked platoon commanders to the side to watch. These guys are really degenerate. Huang Zijian shook his head. When you weren't here, company commander, the canteen fed them 3 times a day. Look at them now, grabbing for a steamed bun more aggressively than a dog. Chen Min laughed bitterly. Look at the way they eat. In the past they couldn't even eat a chicken leg cleanly. Look at them now. The steamed breadcrumbs fall on the ground and they pick it up and eat it. Platoon Commander Kenshio laughed and said, Company Commander, you are really awesome. These boys are kind of ruled by you. This is what a soldier looks like. Lin Rue smiled faintly, after eating later. They won't train. And their quality hasn't reached that of a real soldier who can train at high intensity all the time. So don't get really practiced up by then. All the platoon leaders looked surprised. Has the company commander changed his mind? How can you be so compassionate? But the next second, Lin Rue said, tonight, go back to the dormitory and collectively stand in military posture on the small benches. By the way, let them practice their housekeeping on the upper bunk. It's only for 3 hours, during which time you will teach them how to make a backpack. Oh yeah, and memorize the army regulations. I'll spot check them tomorrow. The platoon leaders rolled their collective eyes as they listened, almost thought that Lin Rue was being merciful. But it turned out that there was an arrangement here. This really isn't a minute too soon. It was a great dinner for the cadets. So, even when standing on the bench in military posture and folding quilts, they were all contented. Jing Siwei burped and said with a comfortable face, I never realized that the original big steamed buns were so delicious. I'll go. I can eat 3 more. Maki drooled. Come on, you kids just ate 7 of them, causing me to only take 5. And you have the nerve to say you're hungry? Wang Shang, who hadn't been talking much in the dormitory, suddenly said coldly, look at your little bit of talent. A few steamed buns make you lose the consciousness of the opposite side? Let me tell you, those steamed buns are not for nothing. Everyone looked at him with a curious expression. Old Wang, do you have some inside information? Within everyone, although Xiao Yuandong and Jing Siwei were the few people who were the most popular, but everyone knew that this Wang Shang was actually the most powerful. Their grandfathers and grandmothers were not ordinary people. Therefore, even guys like Jing Siwei and Xiao Yuandong respected him in private. It's just that he's a loner and doesn't really want to get involved in everyone's business. Wang Shang had grown up in the army and had been exposed to too many things, so he had already guessed what Lin Rue was thinking. I don't have an inside track, but that old pervert couldn't have given us such a good time all of a sudden. Someone like him, if he gives us a candy, he's definitely going to give us a few hard sticks. So, everyone fend for themselves. When Xiao Yuandong heard this, he immediately cried out in fear and asked, Old Wang, Brother Wang, don't sell out. At least give everyone a little reminder. Yes, Brother Wang, we're all brothers. You can't see death and save us. Ma Chi pleaded. I don't want to be suddenly straightened out. Wang Shang was silent for a moment before saying, the platoon leader just came in and suddenly taught us how to hit the backpack. They can't be idle, can they? So when you fall asleep at night, you better keep one eye open. Wang Shang nodded and went back to his chores. But his words had put everyone on edge. Holy, Jing Siwei glared angrily. That guy, he's trying to pull an emergency rally on us. Hearing the words emergency assembly, all the trainees inexplicably tightened their chrysanthemums. End of chapter. The lights out horn blew and all the dormitories quickly turned out their lights. But after a full half hour, the dormitory building actually remained quiet. The platoon commanders followed behind Lin Rue, discussing with astonished faces. What's going on here? Yesterday they fell over and huffed. Today's training is bigger than yesterday's. How come none of them have snored so far? Aren't these boys tired? It can't be. They couldn't walk on the road at dinner. And so many of them were fast asleep when they were organizing their chores. Hearing the veterans' discussion, Lin Rue was also curious. He didn't move and opened God's view, and the entire dormitory building immediately appeared in his line of sight without any dead angles. Lin Rue quickly looked at a few dormitories and immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that all the trainees in each dormitory were fully dressed and lying on their beds, and even their backpacks were given a good fight. The corner of Lin Rue's mouth curled into a sneer. Alright, all getting smart, knowing that I'm going to pull an emergency rally, so I'm getting ready in advance. Lin Rue was not the least bit surprised about this. The scariest thing for recruits is actually the emergency assembly. Imagine a social youth arriving in the army, exhausted from training during the day, and finally able to lie down in bed and have a comfortable sleep. But in the middle of the night you are suddenly given an emergency assembly and must be assembled with all your equipment in 5 minutes. It's an absolute nightmare for all newcomers. Probably most of the recruits have done this before, and know about the emergency assembly at night, so they prepare ahead of time to save themselves from panicking when the time comes. However, the more afraid they were, the more they had to practice, and Lin Rue was not going to be soft. He turned to all the platoon leaders and said, It's getting late, everyone go to bed. The veterans froze. Company commander, didn't we agree to an emergency assembly tonight? Lin Rue didn't explain and smiled lightly. Forget it today. They're so tired today. I can't bear it. Let them rest. You guys have a good rest too. After saying that, Lin Rue walked towards his own dormitory with large strides. The veterans looked at each other. Company commander, is that really so kind? The hell with him. He might be holding back something bad. Forget it, we can't understand the company commander's mind, but he's really capable, so let's listen to him. The veterans didn't say much. They were tired today. Even though they were leading the trainees, they were all new and they had to keep demonstrating whatever training they were doing, so they couldn't be any easier than the trainees. Soon, the outside of the dormitory building was empty, and Lin Rue and the veterans were soon in dreamland. But the trainees in the dormitory building didn't dare to sleep. They thought they had seen through Lin Rue's trickery, so everyone was waiting. I waited from the first half of the night until the early morning, and then from the early morning until the second half of the night. Several people were so sleepy, but they were too afraid to sleep, so they could only slap themselves. Everyone hold on. Jing Siwei cheered with red eyes. Persistence is victory. Let's not fall into his trap again. All the trainees nodded their heads breathlessly, but immediately began to count beans on the bed again. On the contrary, Wang Shang, who had reminded everyone of the possible emergency assembly, was sleeping quite soundly. Even though everyone was from a background, he was raised differently from the others in his family. What training is basically child's play for him. Therefore, he was sleeping soundly at the moment, and was in a completely different world from the others. It was until 4 o'clock in the morning when the cadets finally couldn't stay up any longer, and the sound of raging snores immediately came from the dormitory building. But before they could get 2 hours of sleep, the assembly whistle sounded outside. Everyone looked like they'd been burned on the ass and all but bounced out of bed. Emergency assembly. It's an emergency assembly. Xiao Yuandong directly fell off the bed. The others were almost as wretched, and one by one, in a daze, they went to get their backpacks. Wang Shang looked at them with a scornful face. You heard it clearly. This is an ordinary whistle. And it's dawn. It's assembly for morning exercises. The trainees then reacted. And Jing Siwei looked at Wang Shang with a grumble. Old Wang, didn't you say there would be an emergency assembly? We waited all night without even a fart. Do you feel accurate? Ma Chi yawned like a drug addict. Old Wang, can you do it? The brethren are doing this because they trust you. Wang Sheng disdainfully walked towards the outside. I didn't ask you guys to believe me either. You deserve it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jing Siwei was so angry that he was about to rush over, but was immediately stopped by the others. Old Jing, don't be impulsive. We're all on our own, and fighting here. Do you think that old pervert screwed you too lightly? You'll have an excuse to get you again later. After being persuaded a few times, Jing Siwei calmed down. After all, he was just trying to save face and didn't really want to go after people. 3 minutes later, all cadets were all assembled in the playground. Lin Rue carried his hands behind his back and pretended to be surprised. What's wrong with you guys? Why do you all have dark circles under your eyes? Did you sleep badly last night? The trainees were suddenly embarrassed. Who of them wouldn't want to get a good night's sleep if they weren't afraid of an emergency rally? But this kind of thing couldn't be told to Lin Rue, or no one knew what the consequences would be. Lin Rue smiled. As for yesterday, I was seeing that you guys were too tired, so I wanted you to sleep early. It looks like you guys aren't very tired either. So let's double today's training. Everyone was confused. Are you kidding me? They were exhausted from yesterday's training. Double it today. Are you still alive? What? Not enough? Lin Rue swept his eyes over the crowd. Or, I'll give you more. That's enough. Company commander. All the cadets yelled in fear. If this keeps adding up, they'll be lying in an urn tomorrow. Lin Rue smiled in satisfaction. Alright then, everyone go train. Platoon leaders take them away. The veterans looked at each other and thought in their hearts, the company commander really isn't that simple, so he's waiting here for these cadets. But they could never imagine that Lin Rue was doing this just to prepare for the night. Time passed quickly and it was evening. It was a day of training, and all the trainees ate dinner and practically crawled back to their dormitories. This was followed by 3 hours of standing in military posture plus folding quilts before they were allowed to rest. As soon as the lights went out, everyone immediately collapsed onto the bed. Old scripture. Are we still waiting tonight? A cadet asked. Before Jing Siwei said anything, Wang Sheng said first, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to sleep. Aren't you guys tired from this day? I'm sure that guy is always watching us. If he knows we don't sleep, he'll definitely be even harder on us tomorrow. Xiao Yuandong grunted weakly. I'll go to the tet. I don't care. I'm going to sleep. The eyelids won't hold up. When he finished, he actually went to sleep in seconds immediately. Madge didn't even say a word, just plopped right down and huffed and puffed. Jing Siwei struggled to put the quilt over his body. Asterisk 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 ing love what you want. I can't stand it. I want to sleep. Sleep. A few moments later, the entire dormitory building was filled with snoring. Outside the dormitory building, the veterans smiled at each other. Today's training, not to mention this group of trainees, they were tired enough that both of their legs were now trembling. When they fall down later, they will surely snore no less than these cadets. Company commander, you should rest early as well, Chen Min said to Lin Rue, who was still standing. Everyone is tired enough today. Lin Rue smiled. I'll give you guys an hour to rest. After 1 hour, emergency assembly. All the platoon leaders' jaws dropped in shock. Me? I'll go. Huang Zijian swallowed hard. Company commander, how ruthless. Holding back from yesterday until today. Just for an emergency assembly when they're unprepared and extremely tired. Ken Xiu said in awe. We'll never be able to guess the mind of the company commander. It's too ruthless. Too perverted. End of chapter. An hour later, just as all the trainees were sleeping most soundly, a sharp and shrill whistle suddenly sounded in the hallway. Emergency assembly. Lin Rue yelled lowly at the dormitory building. It is reasonable to say that no sound is to be made in an emergency assembly, and everything is to be done on the whistle. But according to Lin Rue, he was also taking care of these trainees for fear that they would, for the first time, sleep too hard to wake up again. So, with this voice of his, it might work wonders. As expected, as soon as the sleepy trainees heard Lin Rue's voice, the entire group felt as if they had been scalded, almost immediately bouncing up from their beds. Holy, it's finally an emergency assembly. Come on, cut the crap. Hey, who took my pants? Where are my clothes? Damn it. Don't mess with them. Don't bump into me. You don't wear my shoes. The entire dormitory building was instantly deserted and the scene was chaotic. Lin Rue stood downstairs with his hands behind his back, smiling at his masterpiece. A group of platoon commanders stood by, looking at the cadets with sympathetic faces. Soon, one after another, trainees rushed down. The first one to rush over was Wang Shang, and Lin Rue looked him up and down and actually realized that he was fully dressed and had a fairly sturdy backpack. The various items are carried as they are, and there is little difference between them and the veterans. Lin Rue's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. In fact, he knew about Wang Shang before he came. Wu Gang also made it a point to tell him everything about this Wang Shang. In the entire academy, he was the one with the strongest background. Sure is different from the others. Lin Rue smiled, but just too arrogant. Soon, more and more trainees came. However, no one was as competent as Wang Shang, and there weren't even many who could dress up. Some wore regular clothes on top and camouflage pants underneath. Some even run out without their pants on. Others wore hard slippers. There are even those who run out with their mattresses tied directly around their necks. Reporting to the company commander, everyone is assembled. Chen Min came over and saluted. Please instruct company commander. Lin Rue smiled and walked over to the queue to check them out one by one. You're quite the saver. Lin Rue looked at the ball of quilts that Maki was holding with everything in it. This kid just stuffs stuff under the covers and then rolls it all out in a brainstorm. He stopped again in front of the cadet who had tied the mattress around his neck. Quite chic. You're going out to be a warrior and do your duty, aren't you? The cadet smiled bitterly in embarrassment. Reporting to the company commander, I don't know which yakuza lost my clothes. I was afraid you would wait. So, Lin Rue laughed and patted him on the face. Quite good at taking care of my feelings. He inspected the circle and retraced his steps to the crowd. Now, on my command, everyone, jump. The trainees collectively froze, each looking at the other without understanding what was going on. However, Wang Shang was aware of what Lin Rue wanted to do, and he didn't have any worries anyway, so he was the first to jump up. The others understood immediately and jumped up right after them. The next second, there was a quick clunk from the line. Water bottles, cups, shoes. It dropped instantly. The scene was unbelievably lousy. The platoon commanders all revealed heartfelt smiles. The scene at this moment reminded them of when they were new recruits. The first emergency assembly was no better than this group of cadets. It took a long time of training before they grew up. So much so that by now, emergency assemblies are a piece of cake for them. But Lin Rue's face was ugly, and he waited for the cadets to dance for a full minute before he called a halt. Look at your bear-like behavior. Lin Rue pointed at them. A good playground, made to look like a garbage dump by you guys. How can you tell people that you're military cadets? If you don't know, you'd think you're refugees from a remote mountainous region. The face of the military academy has been disgraced by you all. Lin Rue said sternly. Just like you. You want to go defend our people and country? Shame on you. Shame on you. Jing Siwei shouted bitterly. Report. Speak. Jing Siwei, company commander. We are the first time. And what? Lin Rue glared at him. Again. This year's freshmen. I know about other academies. They're cadets. They're already able to urgently assemble in 4 minutes and then make a 20-kilometer hasty march. You guys still have the nerve to be sophomoric? No one spoke at once, and all the trainees cursed Lin Rue in their hearts for being perverted while secretly regretting it. Thinking about it, they wouldn't be in such a mess now if they had just squeezed out a little bit of time to train properly. Lin Rui looked at them and said in a cold voice, "Alright, pick up all the ones you dropped on the ground. Then hold this pile of trash for 5 kilometers immediately." All the trainees were on the verge of tears when they heard the sad news. Xiao Yuandong begged for mercy. "Company commander, give us another chance. How can we run like this?" Lin Rui coldly grunted. "You also know that you can't run like this, right? You may be cadets, but when you put on the uniform, you're soldiers. Raise an army for 1,000 days. If danger comes, will you go into battle like this?" Lin Rui said sternly. "Today, you will feel the run." At the word of command, the cadets had no choice but to run towards the playground with a pile of stuff in their arms. Suddenly, Wang Shang rushed out of the group, striding to the front. Soon, it was distanced from the crowd. When Jing Siwei and the others took a look, they immediately understood what Wang Shang meant. "This kid is tired of us dragging him down and doesn't want to be with us. Damn, do you really think you're special? Just a big backpack is better than ours. Who's afraid of who in terms of physical fitness?" Jing Siwei let out a low growl and immediately accelerated to catch up. The other few pricks didn't hesitate either, all flying after them. Lin Rui smiled as he watched them chase after each other, a hint of appreciation showing in his eyes. These guys are prickly, but they all have potential. Take their fitness and running speed, which has surpassed even many veterans. If properly nurtured, the future will certainly not be bad. Lin Rui's mind instantly had an idea. Such a good resource, he had to make good use of it. When the 5 kilometers were finished, Lin Rui told everyone to go back to sleep. There was no more emergency assembly on this night, but the cadets were already mentally prepared, and they knew that Lin Rui would never let them go. Sure enough, the next night, Lin Rui blew the emergency assembly whistle again. However, the recruits had practiced over and over again how to pack their backpacks before going to bed. This time, they were no longer as woeful as they were yesterday, and basically performed well. They thought it was all over, but who would have thought? For the next 3 days, there was an emergency assembly every night. Even blew 3 times in a row and one night one day. On the morning of the 4th day out of the morning drill, Lin Rui realized that there were several people missing from the group all of a sudden. "Why are there less people?" Lin Rui said to Huang Zijian. "Go check, what's going on?" Just then, a cadet suddenly stepped forward, reporting to the company commander, Jing Siwei, Xiao Yuandong, Ma Qi, and Sun Nan. "The 4 of them are on sick leave." Sick leave? Lin Rui was flabbergasted, and immediately unfolded God's view to cover the dormitory building. In the next second, a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, because he saw that the 4 guys were getting together to discuss something. "Is this, like, sick?" End of chapter. Lin Rui smiled faintly and said to Huang Zijian, "Take the trainees to training." "Yes." Huang Zijian saluted and immediately ran towards the playground with all the trainees. Many people ran while looking back in the direction of the dormitory building. "Hey, you guys, can they muddle through? I think it'll work. Old scripture's got a lot of spooky ideas. That guy won't be able to tell. If they succeed, I'll try tomorrow. This day is killing me. I need to rest." Listening to the trainees' private discussion, Wang Shang was disdainful. "A bunch of fools. If that guy is that easy to fool, then it's a hell of a thing. That guy, he's better than a ghost. Wait for his bad luck." Meanwhile, Lin Rui had already headed towards the dormitory building with Chen Min and Kenshio in tow. "Company commander, should we call the cadets medic over?" Kenshio asked. "They're 80% too tired. So, they're faking it." Lin Rui directly interrupted him. Chen Min and Kenshio were immediately surprised. "Pretending to be sick?" Lin Rui said as he walked. "You guys didn't realize that these 4 guys, their bodies are better than one another. Out of everyone, their physical fitness can be ranked in the top 10. Not even the weakest of them were sick, and now they say they are. And you believe them?" Chen Min and Kenshio instantly revealed odd smiles. Pretending to be sick is a trick they've been known to pull. Not just new recruits, but did it when I was a student. Once you don't want to go to school, or don't want to train, then pretend to be sick, and it usually works. Hearing about faking illness gave them a feeling of going back in time. At this time in the dormitory, Jing Siwei's few people heard the footsteps approaching and immediately ran towards their respective beds. "Brothers, act like it," Jing Siwei whispered. "Whether or not we can rest for 2 days depends on your performance." "Don't worry," Sun Nan grimaced. "Now that I'm in pain all over, I guarantee it's better than any Oscar-winning actor's performance. He definitely won't be able to tell." The door was pushed open, and the 4 men immediately lay down on the bed pretending to be uncomfortable. Lin Rui walked in and scanned the 4 of them. Madge lay there with a blind grunt. Scripture Siwei was covered with 2 quilts and was still shivering vigorously. As for Xiao Yuandong and Sun Nan, they were lying there motionless like 2 dead salted fish. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Rui had seen them alive and well with his god's perspective earlier, He would almost really believe it at this moment. Company commander. Are they really pretending to be sick? Ken Xiao was a bit unsure. Look at Xiao Yuandong. His face is white. How can he pretend this? Lin Rui sneered. Whether or not you're pretending to be sick, try it and you'll know. He walked over to the cadets and asked with a big smile on his face. All sick and unwell? Sun Nan pretended to be weak and looked at him. Company commander. I hurt all over. Perhaps the overtraining has exhausted me. Let me rest for 2 days. 80% will be fine. Xiao Yuandong looked like he was about to enter a coffin. His voice was as small as a mosquito. Company commander. Our bodies, in fact, are just waste. We can't stand the big toss and turn. But we promise, when we recover. Sure. Keep training. Lin Rui's mouth smiled coldly. Fine. Pretend with me. I'll see how long you can pretend. Lin Rui sat down next to Sun Nan, and at once several of the guys pretending to be sick tensed up. Sun Nan's heart was beating wildly, fearing that Lin Rui would see the signs. On the surface, I also have to pretend to be very weak and grunt. Company commander. I really want to train. I don't want to fail you, but this body of mine, goo, it hurts. Lin Rui smiled at him. Where does it hurt? It hurts all over. Inside. Sun Nan's back was sweating in fear as he said this. Lin Rui nodded and said in a serious manner. Little son, you are blessed. You know, my family is a medical family, and I've been studying with old Chinese doctors since I was a kid. If I hadn't been a soldier, I would have been a doctor long ago. Come, I'll show you the disease. When the 4 guys heard Lin Rui's words, they almost didn't vomit blood on the spot. I'm telling you, we're just pretending to be sick, and you're actually a family of Chinese medicine practitioners? What's the point of living? What a coincidence, but the play has been put on, and now it's time to say whatever it takes. Otherwise, who knows what would have been done by Lin Rui. Lin Rui took Sun Nan's pulse. This kid had plenty of qi and blood, healthier than normal, and was actually pretending to be sick. Lin Rui sneered, pressing his hands on his acupoints while saying, You're just straining your muscles. Nothing much. Come on, I'll give you a massage. I guarantee you'll be a dragon later. Before Sun Nan could react, suddenly, Lin Rui's fingers pressed down hard. Sun Nan's face almost contorted. Where Lin Rui pressed down, it was as if he had been electrocuted, and it also spread rapidly, an acidic and numb sensation inputting frantically. How about it? It feels good, doesn't it? Lin Rui smiled and pressed down 2 more acupoints on his thighs. Generally when the body is uncomfortable, this technique of mine can relax and then repair the damaged muscles. This is my unique technique. I don't even give it to ordinary people. Sun Nan was in tears from the pain at the moment. Is this relaxing? That sour feeling made him want to get up right away and have a Zhao jump to relieve it. Company commander. That's enough. I'll actually recover myself. Before he could finish his words, Lin Rui quickly pressed several of his acupoints again. Not able to. There are still dozens of places to press on the whole body. Don't worry about me getting tired. Sun Nan was already grimacing in pain at this moment, and his tears were flowing down uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? Dozens more? Now he's in pain and wants to die. Wait for a few dozen. Then he's definitely wasted. Seeing that Lin Rui was about to do it again, Sun Nan directly rolled out of bed, then quickly stood up. Company commander. I'm better. You're a god. Ha ha ha. Too good. Chen Min and Ken Qiu glanced at each other, and the 2 of them smiled at each other. Dare to pretend to be sick in front of Lin Rui. Aren't you guys asking for trouble? The other 3 trainees, however, were currently cursing Sun Nan in their hearts for his lack of talent. How long did you last before you gave up? You're so weak. How could they know the pain Sun Nan endured? If we keep going, we're going to die here. Really well? Lin Rui asked with a concerned face. Sun Nan held back the pain and nodded his head against his will. It's absolutely fine. Company commander, please don't worry. Lin Rui laughed coldly in his heart, but on the surface he nodded. It's fine when it's better. Then, let me see what kind of disease he has. Saying that, Lin Rui went to Jing Siwei and sat down. Jing Siwei clenched his fists and thought in his heart, old me is not that wimpy. You don't want me to get up. Lin Rui touched his head and took his pulse again. Chen Min cooperated by asking, Company commander, what's wrong with him? Lin Rui said in a serious manner. This is a bad case of wind cold. If we don't treat it urgently, I'm afraid people will die. Hearing this, all 4 cadets wanted to laugh. Goddamn wind chill. Jing Siwei, this is clearly pretend. You do not know Chinese medicine will not. Pretend what? Pretend ah? Jing Siwei was even more contemptuous in his heart, not expecting to be fooled so easily. But before he could be happy, Lin Rui had already lifted his covers. Then the hand was on his stomach. sliding all the way down to it. Jing Siwei tensed up at once. His whole body tensed and stiffened. Xiao Yuandong and Maki also curiously looked over with their afterimages as they wondered what exactly Lin Rui was up to. Xiao Jing Lin Rui said seriously, since you've just gotten this disease, you haven't gotten to the point of taking medicine yet. In this way, I'll give you some acupressure. Just expel the turbid qi from your body. Hearing this, Jing Siwei didn't feel much, but it was Sun Nan's face that became incomparably odd. He'd just been nudged, and the soreness still sent shivers down his spine. Old scripture. You're on your own. Just then, Lin Rui's hand suddenly pressed down violently. Jing Siwei felt a strong surge of energy stinging his intestines, followed by a rumbling in his stomach. In the next second, Lin Rui's hands pushed quickly. This move, which he followed the techniques of the ancient Chinese medicine practitioners in his memory, cleansed the intestines and stomach along a single vein, which could help people who were poisoned or constipated to clean out the contents of their intestines and stomachs. Where did Jing Siwei know that Lin Rui was so lacking? It was only half a minute later that he felt his stomach catch fire. Then, he had a vague feeling that something was about to burst out. Don't! Jing Siwei couldn't control it at all, and suddenly a large stream of something poofed out of his body. The pants, the sheets were all yellow and wet, and a cloudy air spread quickly. Xiao Yuandong and Machi all opened their mouths wide in shock. This effect is so powerful. Don't be nervous, Lin Rui said in a serious manner. A few more times to drain all the turbid qi from your body, and you'll be fine. Jing Siwei had the heart to die, in front of so many people. If he continued to spray, how could he meet people in the future? Company commander. Jing Siwei sprayed as he climbed to his feet and cried out, I'm fine. My body is fine. Don't get it. It's good to be able to stand up. Lin Rui nodded with a smile. He then looked at Xiao Yuandong and Machi. Come on, I'll heal you. Xiao Yuandong and Machi shrugged, and their chrysanthemums tightened fiercely. End of chapter. The moment they met Lin Rui's eyes, Xiao Yuandong and Machi jumped straight off the bed. Company commander, we're better. The two men puffed out their chests and yelled, don't bother healing us. Chen Min and Kan Xiu on the side smiled faintly. They knew that these four people were designated to have no good ending. Sure enough, Lin Rui's face sank. Pretending to be sick? Keep pretending. In front of me, no one can pretend to be sick yet. The four men immediately stood in a line. Their faces hard to see. They never dreamed that a good pretending to be sick, but actually the company chief will be a Chinese medicine practitioner. Isn't this nasty self-inflicted death? The four people's hearts kept beating up and down. Pretending to be sick was revealed by him. The next surely no good fruit to eat. But Lin Rui didn't immediately get angry, glaring at the four of them and whispering, assemble outside. Xiao Yuandong and the three of them drooped their heads and followed them out. But Jing Siwei was bitter. Company commander. Me? Can I change my pants? Assemble. Lin Rui yelled low. Jing Siwei was so scared that he immediately darted towards the outside. 10 minutes later, all the cadets out of the morning drill were brought back. As soon as they saw the four Jing Siwei standing in front of the queue, everyone started snickering. What did I say? They sure can't hide it. He's got eyes of fire. I don't expect to be able to fool him. It's so nice to be honest and have to find pain. This is great. He might punish them anyhow. Seeing that the men had assembled, Lin Rui said aloud, these four men, this morning, pretended to be sick and didn't show up. I went to check, and they're still fooling me. Lin Rui said sternly, you are now soldiers. Soldiers are also human beings. They can be sick, but they can't lie, because the one thing that cannot be lost between comrades is trust. If even trust is gone, once danger comes, can you give your backs to your comrades? The four of them, Jing Siwei, were trembling. They had already sensed that something bad was going to happen. Lin Rui suddenly changed his words at this point, and you, as comrades in arms of these four guys, you know that they're faking their illnesses, but you don't warn them, and you condone it. You guys are even more detestable than them lying. Knowing that your comrade is wrong, you don't warn him and let him fall into the abyss. Do you call this a comrade in arms? Everyone was shocked. Everyone didn't expect how well it was even brought to them. But before they could think more, Lin Rui had already ordered, everyone except the four of them, get down and get ready for push-ups. The trainees stared at each other in confusion. What's going on here? They didn't pretend to be sick. Why are they being punished? The four of them, Jing Siwei, were even more confused. Shouldn't they be punished at this time? How did they involve the others? Sun Nan hurriedly shouted, reporting to the company commander, we admit our faults. But they, shut up, Lin Rui yelled. Did you not understand what I just said? This is a collective. You must move forward together and backward together. It is in this way that our army remains strong through the decades. They are equally responsible for your mistakes. Lin Rui glared at them. Now, everyone start doing push-ups. You 10 kilometers right now. Whenever you run back, they stop. They'll do it for as long as you guys run. Anyone who tries to stop. Another group. As soon as the words were said, everyone glared viciously at the 4 Jingxiwei. If eyes could kill, they would probably have already dismantled these 4 guys in 108 pieces. Run! Xiao Yuandong kicked Ma Chi's ass. What are you still standing there for? Pulling hate. The 3 of them even ran wildly over toward the playground. And Jingxiwei followed them with a bitter face. Just now Lin Rui's technique was too good, messing up his stomach, which was still out of control until now. It was fine when it didn't move, but when it did, it immediately squirted out in a big, clattering shower that ran down his pants. Slow down. Slow down. Jingxiwei with a crying voice, my shoes are full of slippery. You guys wait for me for a while. The more he ran, the more he shook off, leaving a trail of yellow behind him. Watching them run onto the playground, Lin Rui yelled down to all the cadets. What are you waiting for? Move. The trainees didn't dare to slow down. They could only do push-ups one on top of the other, huffing and puffing. Oh, old scripture. You've done us a great disservice. 10 kilometers. We have to do it for at least 40 minutes. It's killing me. Everyone was complaining about how they were so unlucky. After morning exercises, Lin Rui ordered breakfast. And tell everyone that training ends early this evening and that they will be taken through a new subject. As soon as the cadets heard that there was a new subject, they immediately guessed that there must be a new trick to screw them. Then they directed all their anger with their eyes at the 4 Jingxiwei. These 4 guys were so frightened that they didn't even dare to go to breakfast, standing on the side with an aggrieved look on their faces. Jingxiwei grimaced. Dude ran back without changing his pants. Damn. They're all air-dried. Xiao Yuandong glared at him fiercely. It's all because of your bad idea. And as a result, we didn't take advantage of it, and we've even become sinners. Ma Chi said indignantly. In the future, will you please calm down, big brother Jing? You don't want to live. We still want to live a few more years. Jingxiwei had a bitter face. I'm not doing this for the benefit of my brothers either. Shut up. A few people glared over menacingly, scaring Jingxiwei into shutting up immediately. In the evening, at the end of the day's training, everyone was exhausted and worn out. Led by their respective platoon leaders, they left the campus and made their way to a large open area behind the campus. From a distance, the crowd could see neat rows of fields, many cadets in uniform, led by some of the veterans, watered, weeded, and some built shelters. The trainees were brought in front of a large clearing and looked at each other with confused faces. This is for us, to farm? Bu Chao looked at platoon leader Huang Zijian in surprise. Right. At that moment, Lin Rui walked over with his hands behind his back. This is called Viceland, and I'm sure none of you are unfamiliar with it. All the cadets gulped. They certainly knew that the military had a fine tradition of planting side lots. Company commander, do we have to farm too? Sun Nan protested in a small voice. Lin Rui smiled faintly. Don't you guys know that the first 3 months of a military academy student is training as a recruit company? Not only the first 3 months, but down the line until you take up leadership positions. You all must treat yourselves as an ordinary soldier. Since you are soldiers, not only must you be strict about your housekeeping and training, you must also learn to grow side plots. This is a tradition that our army left behind during the hard times, in order for you not to forget that you also come from the people. By putting on this uniform, you just have one more responsibility to protect your family and defend your country. But take off your uniforms and you're just ordinary people. All the trainees looked embarrassed. They couldn't refute this statement. After all, that's what the elders of their family, growing up, said. They hadn't done it at home before, but this was a military academy, and there was such a stern, perverted company commander. It's no longer up to them not to do it. Lin Rui continued. Starting today, before dinner, add an hour to organize the side plot. Whoever plants well will be rewarded accordingly. But if anyone grows wimpy, then I won't be polite either. Platoon commanders, divide the men into 2 groups, 1 part to turn the ground, and 1 part to dig up manure in preparation for fertilizer. What? Digging up? This statement shocked almost everyone. Farming is farming. This can be tolerated. But digging up feces, that's going too far. Lin Rui watched as all the trainees were clearly moving backwards. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile as he pointed directly at a few pricks. You guys, go dig dung today. The others, take turns later. The dozen or so people who were pointed at immediately changed their faces. Jingxiwei said lifelessly, Company commander, why don't you kill me to cheer everyone up? I've seen enough for today. I really don't want to see anymore. End of chapter. Cut the crap. Lin Rui said nonchalantly. If you don't want to go, from now on it's you at the fixed point. No rotation. Hearing this, Jingxiwei and the others all walked out with bitter faces. It would be better for them to die if they go digging and picking dung every day. Seeing the group of pricks reluctantly heading towards the cesspool, Lin Rue waved his hand at the others. The rest of you, go turn over the ground immediately. We must get the secondary land out today and start sowing seeds tomorrow. Yes. The other cadets gloated at the pricks, then swarmed after the platoon leaders as they headed to the secondary site. A few minutes ago, they were particularly repulsed by the idea of a side hustle. But now, planting and turning fields is heavenly. It's so many times better than going to the manure digger. Hurry up, all of you. What's the point of dawdling? Lin Rue yelled at a group of pricks. If you don't hurry up, I'll make you all eat your dinner right next to here. As soon as they heard this, all the pricks were so scared that they immediately made a mad dash towards the cesspool. Are you kidding me? Eating by the cesspool? Then I'm afraid they won't be able to eat for the rest of their lives. A cesspool is really just two very large septic tanks, one full of water and the other more loaded. Just as we approached, a large swarm of flies buzzed away. I'll go. This smell is so strong. Xiao Yuandong covered his nose and stepped back. The others aren't much better. Who did this before they came here? Everyone grew up with parents who pampered them from a young age, and this is something they've never even touched. Company commander. How do we get this? Maki asked with a resigned face. Lin Rue stood right next to the dung pit and looked at them coldly. It's simple. Just dig up the dung and bury it in the soil to fertilize the land. The land allocated to our academy was just opened up this year, and weeds used to grow there, so the soil isn't very fertile. The first step to growing vegetables is to fertilize the soil. It's just like you guys. If you want to become a qualified military cadet, you first have to learn to stand in military posture and walk in formation. These are the foundations of becoming a qualified cadet. Lin Rue pointed to the cesspool. Come on, start doing it. Resistance was written all over everyone's faces. Everyone walked towards the cesspool, and as soon as they saw the contents, they immediately took several more steps back, and several nearly vomited on the spot. Company commander, that's disgusting, Jing Siwei said with a pale face. Why don't we use fertilizer? I'll pay for it. Isn't that stuff much better than this? Lin Rue frowned. If there's no fertilizer to sell now, are the fields not going to be planted? Look at you, bear. Didn't you pull so much this morning? What's the difference between that and what's here? Jing Siwei's face instantly became even more ugly, and when he thought that he had pooped even in his shoes in the morning, he immediately wanted to vomit. Lin Rue said icily, the feces here are all what you guys usually excrete. As much as you guys eat, you poop. You excreted it yourselves, and you still feel disgusted by it yourselves? Ah, I see you. A bunch of useless making machines, Lin Rue yelled. Start immediately, and if I still see anyone not moving in a minute, I'll make you all sleep in shacks up here. Hurry! The assassins were so scared that they moved immediately. They wouldn't believe Lin Rue when he said he'd give them big fish and meat, but to engage in something so perverted, they were absolutely convinced. If this were a real shed over a cesspool, they'd die at night if not from nausea. Move quickly, don't let the company commander bother, Xiao Yuandong shouted as he reached for his guys. The others have also taken their tools. Looking resistant, but still walking stiffly toward the cesspool, Lin Rue smiled and retreated to a large tree 4 meters away. Leaning against a tree, he looked at them. Hurry up and do it, I'm watching you from here. Once you've finished the manure, pick it up and take it to the fields. Remember, don't spill it on the way, or you'll have to pick it all up. Don't pollute the environment. Every grain of dung must be utilized. As soon as the assassins thought of the image Lin Rue had spoken of, the people who had just crouched down immediately felt a wave of nausea. It was just at this time that Sun Nan dug with a spoon, and the foul odor that had settled at the bottom immediately rose up. The few men squatting by the cesspool smelled such a head-punching odor that they couldn't hold it in any longer. Vomit. Several of the men plopped down together at the edge of the cesspool and winced and vomited. There wasn't much in my stomach to begin with, and now I even threw up the only bit of acid I had. I'll you up. Can you guys eat less in the future? Don't make so much feces. Okay. Bu Chao's eyes were red from puking. Jing Siwei is still a little better, but not much better. You kid, don't beep. Last night I saw you eat 9 steamed buns. Damn it. You can't be sure that a lot of this is your roe. This day, is it a human life? Xiao Yuandong was already crying. Why did I come here? I want to go home. I want to escape. A few other men glared at him together. Your ass. If you become a deserter, the old pervert's personality will have to screw us all. If you run away, the brothers won't let you go to hell. Xiao Yuandong was frightened by their eyes and hurriedly wiped his tears and said, I was just joking. How would I dare to escape, even if I go out? If the old pervert doesn't screw me, my old man will have to break my legs. Don't worry, I can't let go of my brothers either. Everyone gave him the middle finger, and Jing Siwei closed his breath and said, let's all hurry up. The old pervert is still watching. If we can't finish the job, we're guaranteed to get us something. Machi dug a spoon hard and said bitterly. Everyone has agreed. Starting today, don't be eating so much. The less we eat, the less we poop. So I guess it won't be our turn next time. Not far away, under a tree, Lin Rue clasped his hands and smiled as he watched the group of pricks digging for feces while vomiting. Chen Min walked up next to him. Company commander. Over at the secondary land, everyone has begun turning the fields in an orderly fashion. He then looked over to the side of the pricks and said with a shocked expression, "What a surprise. These pricks used to be too lazy to wash their socks, but now they're actually able to come digging for dung, company commander. They're becoming more and more like military cadets since you've been here." Lin Rue smiled slightly. It looks like he's screwing this group of cadets, but in reality, only those who have actually been in the military know. Only by slowly bonding over the little things will they be able to integrate and trust each other more. Only by understanding the importance of the collective, and only by suffering together, can they cherish the uniform and the comrades around them even more. 4. All they do is for the honor of the uniform. The only people they can rely on in the most difficult times are their comrades around them. At this time, Jing Siwei and Xia Yuandong, a few people, just happened to be carrying a load of dung towards the secondary land. Although they walked crookedly, they assisted each other and approached towards the vice land one step at a time. A smile appeared on Lin Rue's lips. They do look like soldiers now. Then next, it's time to do some soldiering. End of chapter. After the lights went out in the evening, Lin Rue lay down in bed early. It had been 2 full weeks since they had come to the academy, and the cadets, from their initial prickly, insubordinate behavior, had become primed to look like soldiers. What other colleges couldn't do in over a month, he did in just 2 weeks. Moreover, originally lagging behind the other academies, Lin Rue was now sure that the overall quality of his group of cadets must also be stronger than the other academies. Open the mission progress, Lin Rue said to the system. In the next second, a progress bar appeared before his eyes. At the bottom of the progress bar are the corresponding training subjects. 5 kilometers, physical training, formation, 3 steps, housekeeping, side work. A small red checkmark was drawn after all the training tasks. The only thing left is a shooting drill. Lin Rue looked at the above requirements. It is necessary to live ammunition target shooting. Each trainee can achieve 200 meters within the standing position, squatting and prone 3 ways all 10 rounds of 10 in order to pass. Only by completing this task would the second phase of the training mission be qualified and he would be able to complete this task. Live fire target shooting, Lin Rue said lightly. It's going to have to go to the principal to authorize weapons and ammunition. After all, the cadets are from their school. Lin Rue soon fell into a deep sleep after figuring out what to do tomorrow. He had been the one who had been messing with the cadets these days, but he was actually tired. After all, when the whole thing was going on, he had to stare at the clock and sleep less than the cadets. Early the next morning, after all the trainees had run the thunderous 5 kilometers, Lin Rue announced the assembly. Recently, has everyone's physical fitness improved a lot? Lin Rue looked at the crowd and laughed. In the past, it took 19 minutes to run a 5 kilometer, and you were as tired as a dog. Now 17 minutes is basically enough to get back. And looking at you all, you don't look so tired. Not bad, not bad. Looks like I did teach you well. Lin Rue laughed. The cadets rolled their collective eyes. I thought to myself that even a pig can run faster than a dog with your training methods. Anyone else as sick as you could train a bunch of good soldiers. Lin Rue coughed and said to everyone, good news for everyone. As soon as they heard the 3 words good news, all the trainees inexplicably trembled all over and their eyes panicked. Seeing their bearish behavior, Lin Rue smiled and said, don't be nervous, don't be afraid. It's really good news this time. This time even the platoon commanders are rolling their eyes. When have you ever had good news? Your good news is a nightmare for everyone. Seeing everyone's expression of disbelief, Lin Rue smiled and said, your training level, however, has already met my requirements. So next, we're going to start live fire training. How about that? Count that as good news, right? All the trainees froze, looking at Lin Rue incredulously. But in the next second, everyone reacted instantly. And if it weren't for the lineup requirement, this would have been the time for them to jump up and down together with cheers. Company commander, is this true? Jing Siwei said excitedly, you're finally not going to train us as athletes? Lin Rue glared at him. Physical training will continue, only interspersed with shooting training. Of course, it won't be as much as it used to be. Hearing Lin Rue's words, all of the trainees were happy in their hearts. As long as the physical training can be less, not to mention the shooting. Guns are the best toys in any boy's mind. Especially these kids from military families. They grew up familiar with firearms. Here, the temptation to touch and shoot a gun again was overwhelming. Alright, Go on with your training. Lin Rui waved his hand. I'll let you know when it's time for shooting training. All the trainees immediately ran towards the playground with excitement. At this moment there was something to look forward to. Even if they continued to be physical, they were all filled with strength. The old pervert is getting the hang of it. Knowing that you can't practice to the death. I haven't touched a gun in ages, and the last time I did was in my brother-in-law's unit. I'm kinda excited to touch it soon. This shooting. I'm going to show the old pervert that I'm not even as good a shot as he is. The trainees chattered as they trained. The gang's hearts were filled with confidence, and they were all waiting to properly amaze Lin Rui during the shooting training. A few platoon commanders walked over to Lin Rui's side at this time. Company commander. You're not fooling them, are you? We are the National Defense Academy, different from several other academies. We seem to. There's no shooting training. Where do you get your weapons and ammunition from? Lin Rui smiled faintly. Don't worry about it. I have my own ideas. The platoon commanders looked at each other in disbelief, completely unsure of what medicine Lin Rui was selling in his gourd. However, seeing the bad smile on Lin Rui's face, they were sure that they were afraid that someone would have to be unlucky. At noon, Lin Rui came alone next to the side lot. The cesspool on one side had been covered with a huge lid, as he had requested. Because the side lot is already growing vegetables, it doesn't need heavy fertilizer, just a little light fertilizer mixed with urine sprinkled daily. So Lin Rui asked the platoon commanders to seal off the heavy fertilizer side, citing fear of unsanitary conditions. But no one knew that he had actually had his mind made up for a long time. The last time he had squeezed the principal out, Lin Rui was well aware that it would be difficult to bring someone in again. Besides, the principal was not looking forward to this college in the first place, so there is no way he would have authorized them to conduct live fire. However, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Lin Rui had planned this long ago, and the group of trainees in his hands could all be secret weapons, as long as he could get the principal over. He had a way to get him to approve his request. Lin Rui opened a small hole in the board, and an odor immediately sprang out. Ooh, nice one. Lin Li waved his hand in front of his nose, but his face was full of bad jokes. He took a box of matches out of his pocket, and struck one, with which he proceeded to light all the matches in the matchbox. When the fire sprang up, Lin Rui immediately threw the match through the small hole and into the cesspool. After doing this, Lin Rui pulled out his legs and ran, so fast that even his silhouette blurred. Just after he darted out 30 meters, a shocking explosion suddenly came from the cesspool behind him. Lin Rui immediately ran faster, and behind him, countless yellow dots fell from the sky as if it was raining. Luckily Lin Rui ran fast, otherwise he would have been drenched by the rain. He ran all the way to the edge of the dormitory building, which is when he turned back to his masterpiece. The far side land was all doused. Even the toilets were blown up. The clothes drying area to the side was even more covered with destruction. All the clothes were covered with a layer of yellow objects. Ouch me. What's going on here? My clothes? I just did my laundry. The cadets and veterans were all startled by the explosion and ran out. And once they saw this, they all ran towards the drying yard in tears. Lin Rui watched from the sidelines like a nobody. Hey, this can't be blamed on me. Men, no matter how old they are teenagers. He looked back in the direction of the school's headquarters. With all this commotion, the principal should be here. End of chapter. The entire academy was littered with soldiers, and cadets were directed by veterans to clean up the drying grounds and that had blown up everywhere. After working for half a day, Chen Min ran to Lin Rui with a sweaty head. Company commander. The cesspool exploded. It must have been too much methane gas plus there was a fire. Should we find out who made the fire? Lin Rui laughed. Don't ask. I did it. You? Chen Min's eyes were glazed over as he looked at him with an incredulous expression. Company commander. You're okay with blowing up the cesspool? Chen Min felt like he was crumbling. He was getting more and more unable to understand this company commander. Aren't you usually quite a prude? How can you blow up a cesspool? Lin Rui didn't explain and said directly. Don't ask. I have something to tell you now. Later on, the principal is sure to bring someone over. The more Chen Min listened, the whiter his eyes became. By the time Lin Rui finished, he had opened his mouth wide in surprise. Company commander. Really? That's the principal, hey? Lin Rui shrugged. I'm also doing this for everyone's good. What kind of new cadet doesn't shoot a gun? Look at them. They actually have a good foundation. As long as they are well practiced, they will all be talented in the future. You don't want our efforts over this period of time to go to waste, do you? The corners of Chen Min's mouth tugged. He felt like he had gotten on Lin Rui's thieving ship and couldn't get off even if he wanted to. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chen Min said helplessly, but I'm not sure if those trainees will go for it. Lin Rui laughed. You don't have to worry about that. Those boys are not afraid of anything except me. Whoever offends them, they can fight with others. The corners of Chen Min's eyes danced viciously. This company commander was no longer simply a pervert in his mind. He's a tough guy with a big heart. A few moments later, just as Lin Rue had expected, 2 military vehicles whistled into the gates of the academy. Lin Rue coughed at Chen Min as a coded signal, then immediately ran towards the military vehicles. Chen Min turned his head to gather all the trainees with a reluctant face. First platoon commander, we haven't finished cleaning up yet. Jing Siwei wrinkled his face and said, it stinks. If we don't clean it up in time, we won't be able to sleep tonight. Yeah, platoon leader, let's do something later. It stinks so bad, it's not good for hygiene either. Xiao Yuandong concurred. Chen Min pretended to be serious and said, don't get busy for a while. Can't you see that the principal is here? The principal was startled to come too. Maki looked toward the distance. Bu Chao licked his lips, but realizing that there might be in the air as well, he immediately stopped this stupid act. Platoon leader, why did the principal come all of a sudden? Doesn't he not care about our side? Everyone was puzzled. From the time they got here, the guy never showed up except for the first day Lin Rue came and set fire to attract the principal. And we all know why the principal didn't come. It's not because the students here have such strong backgrounds that the principal doesn't want to come and cause trouble. Chen Min reluctantly followed Lin Rue's instructions and said, the principal came here because the company commander went to great lengths to invite him, because guns and ammunition need to be approved inside the school, so our company commander, had the cheek to invite the principal here, in order to allow you, like the cadets of other colleges, to be able to shoot a gun during the munitions period. The company commander said that you are all actually good candidates, no worse than any academy. Why should they be able to shoot a gun and you guys not? That's why he went to the trouble of bringing the principal here, in the hope that he would agree to grant us guns and ammunition. After hearing Chen Min's words, all the trainees were moved. Even Wang Shang, who had always been quiet, had his eyes filled with emotion. I can't believe that the company commander, who looks like a pervert on a regular basis, is actually so nice to us. Ma Chi was touched. Jing Siwei sighed. It seems that we were all wrong about the company commander. He treats us so well. It should be really good for us. That must be good for us. Sun Nan said firmly, if he didn't treat us well, with his stubborn donkey-like character, how could he harden his heart and beg the principal? You all know that last time, it was him who pissed off the principal. Bu Chao said with emotion, company commander, how much he had to suffer this time for us. If I can shoot a gun this time, I'll definitely listen to him a little more in the future. Chen Min looked at the group of trainees with a touched look on their faces. The corners of his mouth danced uncontrollably. You fools, you still think the company commander would really go hardcore begging for you? The principal was blown over by a cesspool. What's it got to do with you guys? Don't flatter yourselves. Chen Min laughed bitterly. These trainees still thought this was a good thing? He doesn't believe it. When we get the guns and ammo, I'm afraid a new day of misery is coming for these cadets. Let's go check it out. Chen Min coughed, following Lin Rue's last command. He led all the trainees towards the principal's side in a hurry. And in the meantime, Lin Rue had explained to the principal why the explosion had occurred. That's the way it is. Lin Rue looked helpless. We promise to pay attention in the future and never have a similar situation. The principal glared at him in exasperation. Originally he was eating, and was so shocked by the sudden explosion that he dropped his bowl on the table. As much as he didn't want to be here, if something big happened here, he would definitely be responsible. That's why he came in a hurry without even eating. I didn't realize that the so-called explosion was actually a cesspool explosion and that Lin Rue was going to ask him to take a look at it. The principal was this angry in his heart. I haven't even eaten, and I come here hungry, and you're going to invite me to see all over the floor? Enough! The principal glared at Lin Rue in exasperation. Little Lin, you're the company commander. You're absolutely responsible for anything that happens here. Yes. Lin Rue nodded vigorously. The principal glared at him. It's a good thing you didn't hurt anyone this time, but if you did, I'll have you court-martialed. Yes. Lin Rue still nodded. The principal didn't want to stay for a second. The young master cadets here were all wasted in his eyes. If I had some ability, I wouldn't be here. Alright, take care of your trainees, the principal said as he was about to get into his car. By this time, Lin Rue had sensed that Chen Min had brought the big guy. He immediately grabbed the principal's arm and said in a loud voice, Headmaster, I have one more favor to ask. Please do grant me. The principal glared at him. Speak. Lin Rue immediately said his idea of wanting to train in live fire. By this time, the students had already approached, and Lin Rue pretended to be incredibly pleading. Headmaster, they're actually all good seedlings. as long as we can give them a chance. In the future, they'll definitely be no worse than trainees from other academies. Please, grant us guns and ammunition? The principal frowned tightly and shook off Lin Rue's hand. I say, Company Commander Lin, don't you know the school's rules? The National Defense Academy is just a branch academy run by our school. To put it bluntly, not even 1/10 of the people here will be able to enter the army in the future. You can compete with other colleges? The principal grunted coldly. And, rules are rules. As the principal, I could never violate the rules and let you guys shoot live ammunition. You'd better teach them formation honestly. And besides, they may not want to learn anything else. The principal didn't even know that Lin Rue had already brought this group of cadets into the mold of soldiers. In his impression, these cadets were still a bunch of young masters who didn't know any better. As for Lin Rue's thoughts, it was just wishful thinking on his part, and those trainees certainly didn't care. Principal, please reconsider. Lin Rue pretended to be so earnest that he moved the gang of trainees to redden their eyes. The principal simply didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Rue and directly closed the car door and ordered to drive. The two military vehicles left in a puff of smoke, and Lin Rue turned around after a while. He smiled bitterly at all the cadets. I'm sorry everyone, I'm not much good at getting you guys live fire. After saying that, he walked towards the dormitory building without looking back, and his entire body looked forlorn. Chen Min looked at his back and was almost about to kneel down for him. Your greatness. The acting is too damn good. Company Commander. It's too bad that you don't want to be a movie star. End of chapter. Seeing Lin Rue walk away, the veterans collectively gathered around Chen Min. Old Chen, what's the situation? What's with the company commander today? Looks like he's going through fire for these cadets. He offended the principal last time. He doesn't know that himself, does he? Now he's still asking the principal for something other than what's stipulated. Isn't he looking for a scolding? Chen Min smiled at them awkwardly, and suddenly, he saw the corner of the dormitory building in the distance. Lin Rue was watching him with hawk-like eyes. By the way he looked at him, Chen Min instantly got chills down his spine, even though he was a platoon leader and was under Lin Rue's command. But in this academy, sensei cadets or platoon commanders were all afraid of Lin Rue, the perverted ancestor. In their bones, the corner of Chen Min's mouth involuntarily tugged, and the words Lin Rue had instructed him instantly surged through his mind. Now that Lin Rue's performance was over, it was his turn. Chen Min was forced to open his business with a reluctant face, dryly smiling at the group of trainees who were righteously indignant. Everyone, don't all stand around either. Hurry up and go train. Chen Min sighed. Originally, the company commander was going to have you guys start today and focus mainly on shooting training. After all, you guys have trained for more than half a month in physical fitness, and your bodies have already reached their limits. So what? He went and cheekily begged the principal to agree to let us train with live ammunition. One by one, the trainees looked at each other in dismay, their hearts appearing more or less touched, and there was a look of loss in everyone's eyes. Shooting training, they had been longing for it since the moment Lin Rue announced it, but now it's gone. It's cancelled, and it looks utterly hopeless. All the trainees felt a deep wave of regret from the bottom of their hearts as if they had lost some important toy. On the other hand, the company commander is also really unfair for you guys. Chen Min watched as everyone had gotten completely caught up in his words, and immediately said as Lin Rue had instructed. He feels that, you guys aren't any worse than anyone else. Maybe, when your cultural scores were not good, then the students of other colleges in the study is almost against his will. Chen Min said, but the company commander said that your enlightenment in training is the best he's ever seen. You guys are so good. He wants to prove it to the leaders. As long as you are willing, you will definitely be the best military cadets and the best soldiers in the future. You have not disgraced your elders. With a few words, all of the trainees listened with fervor. The emotional ones have even gotten their eyes wet. I really didn't realize that the company commander is usually so harsh on us, but he actually cares about us so much from the bottom of his bones. Xiao Yuandong reddened his eyes and said, we're still working against him. We're really no good. Ma Chi clenched his fists tightly and suddenly gave himself a hard blow to the chest. The company commander treats us with sincerity. He's just a little bit straight, but he's actually a good person at heart. We're so unethical that we keep denigrating him and calling him a pervert. I'm the worst, Jing Siwei said with a look of remorse. The company commander has been so good to us, but we can't do anything for him. We really aren't anything. The veterans saw that the cadets were actually starting to speak favorably for Lin Rue and were understandingly sympathetic to him. One jaw smashed in shock. What the hell is this? Didn't some of you say that Lin Rue was an old pervert when you ran this morning? And even speculated about what kind of bad moves he would come up with next to torment you? How long has it been? And you've forgotten everything you said? Chen Min, as Lin Rue's helper, was even more speechless at the moment as he watched the trainees' emotions shift. You guys? You're still too young. One little tactic from the company commander and you guys have to be led around by him. Chen Min even felt pity for this group of trainees, because they didn't even know that they were being sold by Lin Rui to count the money. He looked back, and in the distance Lin Li seemed to know what was happening here. Not only did he give him a thumbs up, but he kept waving at him to continue. I'm aiding and abetting the enemy. Chen Min sighed in his heart, but still looked at all the cadets. It's not like you guys can actually do something for the company commander. Hearing this, the cadets all looked at him at once. Platoon leader, what can we do? Chen Min coughed and said, as for you guys, step up your physical training properly, practicing day and night, so that you can raise your physical fitness to another level. What about when the time comes, even if there's no live fire training shooting, when the leaders come to inspect, you'll still be able to amaze the leaders with your physical abilities. Chen Min said in a serious manner, when the time comes, you'll have proved yourselves in this special way, and the company commander's intentions for you have not been in vain. After he finished speaking, the faces of the cadets became as odd as they could be. Are you kidding me? The training is enough for them right now. You're actually talking about training day and night? You'll lose all your bones. When the training is over, people are being inspected by the leaders, and we are being viewed by everyone's remains, right? Chen Min had already finished what Lin Rui had explained and immediately waved his hand at the trainees. Hurry up and go back to getting your together. There's no more shooting training anyway. Hurry up and clean the toilets in a hurry. Physical training will begin later. Chen Min looked at them regretfully. Next, you guys might have to suffer. Unless, it's possible to reshoot the training. Otherwise, the company commander, he's afraid that he'll have to put you guys. Just then, in the distance, Lin Rui stepped out at the right time. Platoon commanders, prepare the bricks. Starting today, everyone will begin weight training. The platoon leaders gave an oh-so-subtle, sympathetic look at the cadets, then immediately ran towards Lin Rui's side. When the platoon leaders were all gone, all the cadets looked at me and I looked at you. Everyone felt a sense of crisis that they had never felt before. Chen Min's last sentence just now had scared them half to death. Company commander, it won't turn grief and anger into perversity and shyness into death practice, right? Sun Nan trembled a little. Hearing his words, everyone nodded almost undeniably. Even Wang Shang, who had always been calm, had icy cold sweat on his forehead at this moment. The company commander is looking out for us. This time he was rejected from above. And that too in front of us. Not only was his face hurt, but his pride was hurt as well. You guys see him now. He's already starting to go crazy. Bu Chao was about to cry from shock. What's it got to do with us? The one who hurt him was that principal. We're innocent and we sympathize with him. We're so wronged. Old Jing. Xiao Yuandong looked at Jing Siwei and shouted. You should speak up. In our group, you have the most ghost ideas. Now that it's a matter of life and death, you should hurry up and come up with some ghost ideas. Jing Siwei flinched, always feeling that it didn't seem like a compliment. But with things as they were, it was not up to him to think about it. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at everyone. We haven't spent much time with the company commander. We all know what kind of person he is. If he gets enraged, we'll surely die without a burial place. So, take it from me. Jing Siwei swept over the crowd. Let's find face for the company commander and fulfill his dream in the process. This way, not only will the company commander be happy, we'll also be saved. What do you guys think? Okay, we'll listen to you. Everyone nodded their heads vigorously. In the distance, Lin Rui and Chen Min hid behind the dormitory building and watched the cadets quietly confer. Chen Min asked curiously, Company commander, can they, really, get guns and ammunition? Can they even get approval from above to start live fire shooting? The regulations are there. Can they do it? Lin Rui laughed. Okay, sure. Don't worry about it. Chen Min looked at Lin Rui's face full of bad jokes and was speechless for a while. These cadets. This is their own way of jumping into the fire pit. End of chapter. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Rui ended the day's training early. He reasoned that the trainees must have reached their physical limits after training for most of the day for the first time today with 20 kilograms of weight. So, get an early night today and continue tomorrow. Immediately after Lin Rui's announcement, he let everyone go back to rest and assured them that he would not blow the emergency assembly today. Sleep easy everyone. I assure you in person that there will be no emergency assembly for sure. Lin Rui smiled and said, because tomorrow, I plan to have you guys start a weighted 15-kilometer run. Then what? All subjects will be weighted training. In this way, it's guaranteed that your physical abilities will improve rapidly, but only if you guys are well rested. Rest well so that you can have a good body to continue? Ha ha ha, break it up. Seeing Lin Rui being so generous, the trainees were bitter and couldn't even smile. They're already exhausted from half a day's training today. If this were practiced all day tomorrow according to Lin Rui's method, would they not die on the spot? Old Jing, the method you mentioned. We're afraid we won't be able to wait. Xiao Yuandong cried out. We have no way to contact the outside world at all. How are you going to contact your uncle to grant us weapons and ammunition? Ma Qi knelt on the ground and said in despair, even if we get in touch, it'll take time to ship it over. And for something like mobilizing weapons and ammunition, even if your uncle agrees, he'll have to communicate with the school, and by the time they're done communicating, we'll have been thwarted by the company commander. Sun Nan said angrily, Old Jing, can you think of something reliable? All of us have connections and can get weapons and ammunition, but now these connections can't be used, and we don't have the time to wait. So just stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Okay, Old Jing, think of a solution. Bu Chao's head was sweating anxiously. If we don't think of a solution, we won't survive tomorrow. Everyone tensed up at the thought that they would be practiced to death by that old pervert Lin Rui tomorrow. Jing Siwei is not much better at the moment. As the soul of this gang of pricks, the dog head master, moments like this are a good time for him to show off his skills. Now, there is no other way. Jing Siwei looked at the crowd fiercely. You guys are right. Looking for outside help definitely won't work. The company commander must have instructed the guards at the school entrance to absolutely not allow us to go out or use any means of communication. The other colleges, much less treat us to help us. Jing Siwei gritted his teeth and said viciously. Then the most direct way now is to go to the principal and ask him to authorize us to use guns and ammunition. Let us conduct live fire. What? Looking for the principal? Xiao Yuandong touched his head. Are you out of your mind? The principal can listen to us? Bu Chao poo-pooed. Can you please give some useful advice? The principal sees us as trash. No way to compare us to people from other colleges. What's the point of you looking for him? Jing Siwei sneered at them. Who said I'm looking for him to plead and reason? If the soft one doesn't work, we can do the hard one. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes and confused faces. Dude, you shouldn't? Sun Nan's mouth opened wide in shock. Our dad won't be able to protect us when he comes. Who the hell said anything about kidnapping him? Jing Siwei smiled badly. We can do this. Time passed by, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening. There was a light to extreme sound of footsteps coming from the dormitory building, and more than 30 black shadows crept out of the dormitory building, then quickly hid in the dark shadows and ran forward along the fence. At the windows of the various dormitories, the other colleges looked at them as if they were eyewitnesses to their heroes, and were close to waving goodbye to them. At the same time, Lin Rui and Chen Min's figures appeared from the corner of the dormitory building. The two watched as the guys reached the end of the fence and then went straight over the wall. Company commander, you really let them go? Chen Min opened his mouth wide. You're not afraid they'll run away? No way, Lin Rui said with a face full of confidence. I've greeted the guards at all the gates. They won't let them out. And don't you see, this group of cadets has already established a camaraderie of comradeship. There's no way they're going to risk someone else being punished for escaping. They're already intolerant. Besides, the direction they went was the principal's office building. Lin Rui smiled. At this hour, the principal happens to be getting off work. Chen Min said worriedly, but if they do anything to the principal, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Rui shook his head. It's good that they're second-generation military, but they're smart in the head. They know that it doesn't matter if they offend us grassroots. They won't be able to get even if they invite everyone in their family over. So don't worry about it. Chen Min rolled his eyes and thought to himself, you've encouraged these cadets to mess with the principal, so I'll be damned if I can rest assured. Lin Rui slapped him. Go gather all the veterans. Chen Min's eyes instantly widened. Assemble? Company commander. What are you doing again? Go get them. Lin Rui said with a smile. I can't just watch them make a big deal out of it. I'm doing it for their own good. Chen Min almost did not kneel down, thinking that you are putting them to death, goading them to go out, getting them to do your job for you, and then bringing them back in. That's pretty unethical of you. The school building, 9 o'clock sharp. The principal grabbed his briefcase and strutted down the stairs toward the car. Principal. The secretary opened the car door for him. The principal sat in with a tired look on his face, leaning back in his chair and squinting to rest his eyes. But the car had just started out not long before it suddenly braked hard. The principal's entire body slammed from the seat right into the front seat, his nose bloody. Xiao Zhao, how do you drive? The principal cursed in anger. The secretary also covered her forehead and said bitterly, Principal, it's not me, it's them. The principal looked out to see a group of people blocking the front of the car, and a few others had come over to tap on the windows. They what? The principal was taken aback. It's a dark night. I almost thought it was a roadblock. It was a good thing he remembered that this was still in a school, and that the people he ran into were either cadets or his men. The principal, furious, pushed open the car door and yelled at the group. "What the hell are you doing at night?" Jing Siwei immediately walked to the principal with a smile. Reporting to the principal, "We are cadets of the National Defense Cadets. National Defense Academy?" Hearing those 4 words made the principal angry. It wasn't just the cadets that made him angry, but the company commander who had disliked him. "National Defense Academy? What are you doing here instead of staying at the academy?" The principal said in a bad mood. "Didn't that company commander of yours keep a tight rein on you? What's the matter now?" Jing Siwei laughed. "Comrade principal, we heard that you don't allow us to shoot live ammunition, and you think we're trash? Therefore, we have come to you to ask you why we are not allowed to shoot, and where we are trash." Xiao Yuandong snorted coldly. "Headmaster, my eldest uncle and you are still old comrades in arms, and my father used to be in the same unit as you. You call me trash? I'm going to let them judge." "Principal, you were promoted by my grandfather, right?" Wang Shang said coldly. "Shouldn't we have a good talk?" It was too dark just now, and the principal didn't see the men clearly. At the moment he had a full view. Each is a little ancestor. The principal immediately felt a headache. "When did I say you guys are trash? This is a rumor. A barefaced rumor. Did your company commander say that? This guy, I'm going to punish him severely." Jing Siwei waved his hand. "Headmaster, don't get involved in anything else. We can keep this matter from our parents, but you have to let us conduct shooting training. Why is it okay for others but not our academy? What is this if not differential treatment? What is this if not calling us trash? All you have to do is agree, and this matter will naturally break down without justice." "That's right, principal. Hurry up and agree." A group of people were talking. The principal had seen the real purpose of this group of people coming at this moment. He exasperatedly slapped his hand on the car. "Stop it. All of you go back. Your National Defense Academy didn't have the practice of shooting guns during military training in the first place. You all turned it on a year after you came to the school. This is the rule, even if you call your parents. Rules are rules and no one can break them." The principal snapped. "Go back. If you fool around again, I'll be rude to you. Even if the people behind you come, they won't be able to protect you." In the distance, Lin Rue crouched quietly in the shadows with a dozen platoon commanders. Seeing that the principal was about to get into the car, but was pulled back by Jing Siwei, Chen Min said anxiously, "Company commander, are we going to get on? These boys don't have the guts to really make a move on the principal." Lin Rue smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. You guys just watch in peace. These boys have the numbers." All the platoon leaders rolled their eyes. The scene is so chaotic. Are you sure this is okay? At the same time, Jing Siwei pulled the principal and laughed. "Headmaster, are you just thinking about it? We're all here. If you don't give us face, you should also give our elders face. Even if you can't, you can also take care of us juniors." "That's right, principal. Take care of us." A group of people shouted together. The principal glared at Jing Siwei in anger. "I'm telling you, rules are rules and I can't change them. All of you hurry up and leave." With that, he shook it off with force, trying to get rid of Jing Siwei's hand, but he never dreamed that he hadn't exerted much force, and Jing Siwei actually lay directly on the ground. The principal looked at his hand in surprise. "When did you get so strong yourself?" Before he could react, Jing Siwei was already on the ground howling miserably. "Ouch! The principal hit someone. It hurt so much. Quickly call my dad." His old comrade in arms hit someone. The principal's mouth opened wide, momentarily confused, but he also immediately realized that he, himself, seemed to have been touched. End of chapter. Jing Siwei rolled to the principal's feet, then hugged his legs and shouted, "The principal is hitting someone. Goo! Everyone come and see. The dang principal is bullying the new trainees." Now not only was the principal confused, the secretary was confused. Even the group of veterans Lin Rue had brought from afar were all confused. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dreamed that the son of the head of the group army could actually use such underhanded tricks. And it looks pretty experienced. "Don't be ridiculous. I didn't touch you at all." The principal was in a hurry, trying to shake off Jing Siwei, but he's holding on too tight. It's not like he dares to actually kick it. After all, Jing Siwei's dad knows him and used to be his superior in the past. It was really going to tear him apart, and that wasn't what he wanted. "There's no surveillance here," Maki suddenly said. "Headmaster, you're just talking out of your ass, and no one can prove it to you. There are so many of us." The principal's eyes erupted in anger. Actually so blatantly threatened himself, lawless simply. But before he could lose his temper, there were two more shouts from the front of the car, only to see Xiao Yuandong and Sun Nan lying on the left and right, screaming miserably and shouting, "Help! The principal hit someone with his car and still wants to run away." There's no heavenly reason. Help! The secretary got anxious and pointed at them and shouted. Warning you guys, stop fooling around. You guys aren't hurt at all. And you have to be a little bit better at touching the porcelain. If you guys are like this, who will believe you? You reminded us. Thanks. Wang Shang nodded at him. Under the gaze of the principal and the secretary with a dumbfounded look on their faces, Wang Shang picked up a brick from the side, and then rushed at Xiao Yuandong and Sun Nan before clanging and smashing them a few times. The principal and secretary's jaws hit the floor in shock. This is too tough, isn't it? Do you want to fight so hard? Lin Rue and the veterans in the distance also stared in unison. It's okay to touch the porcelain, but these young masters are actually playing for real. This is a blackmail against the principal. Company commander, you are too capable. Huang Zijian sincerely gave a thumbs up. To actually get them to do this, I'm truly convinced. Several other veterans nodded silently. Think of all the company platoon commanders who have been pissed off or beaten off in the past. They've thought of everything, and the ones that almost brought the cadets to their knees. But nothing they could do could compare to a flurry of Lin Rue. The veterans all felt sorry for them at the moment, and if those who were pissed off saw the cadets at the moment, they would probably have to vomit blood together. Lin Rue was actually shocked at the moment, and he anticipated many possibilities. I just didn't realize that the cadets were so ruthless in order to get shooting practice. But a smile soon appeared at the corners of his mouth, because that's the way things are done, and he likes it, to his liking. These boys, they're getting more and more like me. Lin Rue laughed, and at this moment, Xiao Yuandong and Sun Nan were smashed over and were really screaming in pain. Damn you! Should you be so hard? Just mean it! Xiao Yuandong glared at him. Get real! Wang Shang said with an expression on his face. Do you want to be practiced to death by an old pervert tomorrow? Xiao Yuandong was speechless. That's right. Wang Shang nodded. Being smashed twice is better than being tortured every day in the future. Wang Shang turned his head to the principal. You see, what should we do? The principal was so furious that he almost jumped up. You guys, you're blatantly threatening me. Jing Siwei hugged his leg and said, Old Wang, it looks like we can't talk about it. Call. I'll see how my dad gets him in trouble. In the distance, Lin Rue saw that the situation was almost over and immediately rushed over with the veterans. What's going on here? What's the situation? Lin Rue pretended to be surprised as he crouched down to check on Xiao Yuandong and Sun Nan. These two also cooperated very well, lying on the ground and saying weakly, Company commander, we can't make it. You quickly tell our father. And me. Jing Siwei pretended to be teary-eyed and said, Company commander, make sure you tell my dad. The principal's face was green with anger. Isn't this nonsense? Principal, why are you like this? Lin Rue pretended to be pained and said, I know you look down on them and think they're trash, but you can't beat them up. They're all at least your students. Lin Rue said as he waved his hand privately at the veterans. Chen Min and the others immediately understood what Lin Rue meant. After following Lin Rue for a long time, they had long since gotten bold. In the old days, when they saw the principal, they were too scared to breathe. But now, except for Lin Rue, there was no one they were afraid of. I really didn't expect this kind of thing to happen after letting the cadets out for a little stroll. Hey, I don't blame the principal for making these guys look nasty. Is the principal drunk? Or how else could he drive into someone? The veterans were so angry that the principal's lungs exploded. He was just in a daze, and now he saw it completely. This group of cadets and veterans were actually directed by this Lin Rue to come out and collectively pit him. He had been a principal for so many years and had cured an unknown number of prickly cadets and even instructors, but it's never been so tight as today. Hurry up and carry the people away. Then notify their parents. Lin Rue hurriedly shouted. Call them to come and see their children one last time. Yes. The veterans immediately rushed over. The principal finally couldn't stand it anymore and yelled in anger. Alright, you're live fire training. I approve it. Hearing this, everyone instantly quieted down. Lin Rue hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. Headmaster. Weapons, ammunition, are they all authorized for us? Approved. The principal glared hard at him. Today, he was really played by Lin Rue. If he really made a big deal out of it, he, the principal, wouldn't be able to hold back the parents of these students from making a scene. After all, people's parents aren't ordinary people. Lin Rue continued. The amount of ammunition we need could be significant. Following up on that, give as much as you want. That's all right, isn't it? The principal glared at him. Do you keep your word? Lin Rue asked. The principal yelled in anger. Do you think I'm a scoundrel like you guys? I'm the principal. At this time, Lin Rue took out a pen and paper and placed it in front of the principal. It's better for you to sign. The principal looked at the paper with many words densely written on it, and after a few cursory glances, It turned out that all of them were about how to use weapons and ammunition. He nearly exploded in place. So this nigga even got the paperwork ready? You've been trying to screw me for a long time, haven't you? But now the situation is forced. If you do not sign it, this matter will certainly not end well. This bunch of scoundrels pitched on themselves and could not be reasoned with. Plus, there were gradually students crowding around, and it would not be good for his reputation if word got out. The principal huffed, took a pen, signed his name to it, and took his seal from his secretary to put it on. As a result, Lin Rue took another sealing clay and said with a grin, "And fingerprints." The principal cursed in exasperation. "That's enough. It's too much. Insurance, a little insurance." Lin Rue laughed dryly. The principal had no choice but to fingerprint it. As soon as he held it down, several of the men lying on the ground immediately jumped up. Lin Rue smiled as he held the document and said, "Why don't you thank the principal and salute?" All the cadets all puffed out their chests and salute. "Get out. I don't want to see you living bandits these days," the principal yelled in exasperation. End of chapter. Back at the academy, all the cadets who had gone to touch the principal stood honestly in front of Lin Rue. At the moment, they were all in a nervous apprehension. There was no telling if they would be chastised by Lin Rue this time if they went to touch the principal without authorization, but they were more worried about whether they would still increase their training tomorrow. If that were true, they would want to die. This face today, isn't it a waste of time? Lin Rue looked at them with his hands behind his back, smiling. "Don't be nervous, you did the right thing today. I won't chastise you." All of the trainees' complexions instantly relaxed, and Jing Siwei asked with a smile, "Company commander, then tomorrow's training?" Everyone immediately looked at Lin Rue expectantly. Lin Rue grinned. "As soon as the weapons and ammunition arrive, we'll start training firing tomorrow." All the trainees were now completely relieved, as long as they didn't go into sick physical fitness. Jing Siwei laughed, "Company commander, if the weapons don't arrive, we'll continue to mess with the principal and make sure he sends them over right away. Get the hell back to bed." Lin Rue waved his hand. "Or have 1,000 push-ups immediately." Everyone immediately laughed and ran towards the dormitory building. A few moments later, the entire dormitory building was filled with the sound of people cheering as if they had won some kind of victory. Huang Zijian frowned and tried to go to heckle, but was pulled back by Lin Rue. "Forget it, let them be happy." Lin Rue smiled slightly. "I'm afraid they won't be able to laugh tomorrow." At this moment in the dormitory, Jing Siwei and the others had been raised high as if they were heroes. "Old Jing, your bad idea is fantastic. I still want to laugh when I think of how the principal's mouth was so angry at that time." Jing Siwei laughed. "It's not just me who gets the credit. Old Xiao and Old Sun were beaten up solidly. If they didn't have that little injury, the principal wouldn't have wimped out." Xiao Yuandong quickly waved his hand. "You're welcome, you're welcome. If I can do something practical for my brethren and make everyone suffer less, this injury of mine is nothing." A cadet laughed. "Old Xiao, Old Sun, you guys are real heroes. In the future, if there's anything you need your brothers to do, just give us a look, and we'll go through fire and water." The crowd nodded their heads. The thought of cutting a huge chunk out of their physical fitness for tomorrow had them happy and joyful in their bones right now. Wang Sheng said from the side, "All right, all of you go to bed early. Even though there's less physical fitness, the old pervert will definitely do some tricks with his shooting. So don't all of you get too happy too early." Bu Chao said with a smug look on his face. "As long as you don't engage in physical fitness, you're not afraid of him. As for shooting guns, I've been following my family to shoot guns in various units since I was a kid, and I can shoot accurately with my eyes closed." "That's right. What's so hard about shooting guns? It's just a pastime," Ma Chi said excitedly. "How many of us haven't shot a gun before? When tomorrow comes, let's show off our skills and shock the old perverts." "Good. Scare the piss out of him." All the trainees laughed excitedly, and were even already brainstorming the scene where Lin Rue would be so shocked by their shooting results that he would pee in his pants. At the thought of this, everyone was in a better mood. Early the next morning, without waiting for Lin Rue to urge the principal, a military vehicle drove directly into the academy. A captain got out of the car with dozens of soldiers and unloaded all the boxes of guns and bullets. "Comrade Captain, thank you for your hard work." Lin Rue hurriedly ran over to salute. The captain looked him up and down, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "All right, Company Commander Lin, to get the National Defense Academy to fire live bullets during military training, you're definitely the first person in history." He suddenly came over and whispered, "By the way, what did you do to the principal? I've never seen the principal so fired up that he had to make me bring you something right away. Like he was constipated." Lin Rue laughed. "Maybe, he's really constipated." When the captain saw that he wasn't talking, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, the waters of this defense academy were too deep. Anyone who can be a company commander here and still keep this group of background cadets in line is surely not a simple character either. It's going to rain soon, the captain said after the handover. Pay attention to maintaining the guns. Also, pay attention to the separation of the guns and bullets after the shooting. You have to assign someone to keep them. You can't let those cadets just touch the guns. You guys don't have an armory. This is really too much of an exception for you this time. Lin Rue saluted him. Don't worry, I know the rules. The captain saluted him as well, and then departed with his men. As soon as they left their side, all the trainees were brought over. The sight of boxes of guns made everyone's eyes glow green like they hadn't eaten meat in their adult lives. Lin Rue ordered, and the platoon commanders began handing out guns. How come it's 81 bars? Xiao Yuandong said with some dissatisfaction. At least give it 95. That thing is lighter. Sun Nan excitedly checked his gun. It's okay, you're content to be able to hold a gun. It's good that it didn't give us 56. Jing Siwei smiled. Old 56 is now for the militia and reserves. That thing has problems with the rifling. Where can it be used? 81 best. This is the god gun. Looking at the trainees' excited energy, Lin Rue smiled and clapped his hands. Alright, everyone, memorize your guns and head to the shooting range right away. Chen Min was startled and quickly said, Company Commander, it's going to rain soon. Now go. Depart. Lin Rue didn't even give Chen Min a chance to speak and directly waved his hand. The trainees are all excited at the moment. Just like children who have just got a toy and can't wait to try it out. They didn't think much of it, so they followed the platoon leaders in a mad dash toward the range. Lin Rue, on the other hand, carried a cart of ammunition and slowly followed them. Upon arriving at the range, Lin Rue immediately ordered the distribution of bullets to everyone. Chen Min once again asked worriedly, Company Commander, why are we firing live rounds so soon? Before shooting training, shouldn't we first set our guns and practice aiming? Lin Rue waved his hand. That's for ordinary recruits. Go ask them. Who in this group hasn't touched a gun? They've probably shot more bullets than all of you combined. Chen Min was speechless. Looking back, the way all the trainees operated their guns were like they were touching a gun for the first time. For those who don't know, they must think they are veterans. Lin Rue patted Chen Min's shoulder. Go organize it. Just be safe. I have my arrangements. Chen Min had no choice but to go and carry out the order. Just then there was a clap of thunder in the sky. A thunderbolt pierced the sky, and the gloomy sky instantly turned pale white. A few moments later, bean-sized raindrops clattered down, and everyone on the range was instantly drenched. Company Commander, in this situation now, should we still fight? Jing Siwei shouted with his gun. The view is bad now. The sights are all fuzzy. Lin Rue smiled. That's fine. Let's go back to physical fitness then. It's going to be awesome in this weather. Let's just shoot. Scripture Siwei turned his head awkwardly. Are you kidding me? How comfortable is it to shoot a gun? Who the hell wants to get physical? Seeing that everyone was ready, Lin Rue immediately ordered the firing to begin. Bang! 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 Immediately the range resounded with sporadic gunfire, and a puff of smoke spread and disappeared in the rain. 5 minutes later, the gunfire finally stopped. Xiao Yuandong wiped the rainwater on his face and laughed. Cool. Really cool. It's been a long time since I've had such a good time. Ha ha ha. I want to have another pike. Sun Nan's face was filled with laughter. Just then, Lin Rue walked over with an umbrella. Did you have a good fight? Lin Rue looked at them with a smile. Everyone nodded excitedly. Company Commander, we could use another pike. The cadet standing by waiting immediately yelled. Enough, we're still waiting. You guys can just hit a shuttle. That's right, everyone takes turns. It's time for us to come. Lin Rue said indifferently. Everyone, take it easy. You'll have your time to fight. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and said, Report to target. Report to target. Ken Xiu's voice immediately came from the intercom. Report to the company commander? The first target in 15 rounds. No. 2 target 7 rounds. No. 3 target 9 rounds. No. 4 target 5 rounds. Lin Rue smiled and listened, but Jing Siwei and the others gradually felt a little numb when they looked at his smile. They had been following Lin Rue for quite some time. Usually when Lin Rue showed such a smile, it was surely followed by a. Sure enough, Lin Rue looked at them with a smile after listening to the target report, just before the target shooting. I seem to have heard you guys say that you want to stun me? Shock me? Let me have a good eye-opening experience? Jing Siwei and the others were immediately too scared to say a word. They had already seen a murderous aura in Lin Rue's smile. Not only them, the trainees not far away who had just been making noise were also immediately all silenced. At the moment, in their eyes, Lin Rue's body was no longer emitting a murderous aura. It was spraying a murderous aura. Company Commander, today, isn't it raining today? Jing Siwei said bitterly. If this were good weather, we'd definitely. Lin Rue directly interrupted him. Our army, we can stay in the field overnight in -40-degree weather. Even if our guns are covered in snow, we can still ambush the enemy. Snipers, who can lie down in the same place for 3 days and nights in order to wait for the appearance of a target. Even if the environment is incredibly harsh, they won't move. Lin Rue's face came up to him. Do you mean to tell me that if it happens to be raining, snowing, or other bad weather when the enemy calls, are our troops going to take out their loudspeakers and yell at them to wait until the weather is good and you can aim at them before they call? Is this how your fathers, your grandfathers, fought in the first place? Ha! The smile on Lin Rue's face completely disappeared, frightening Jing Siwei into taking 2 steps back, and the corners of his mouth kept jumping. The other trainees were also frightened. Lin Rue's transformation was so fast that it was clearly windy and sunny before. How do you just change your face? It's so scary. The platoon leaders, however, had been prepared for this. How could Lin Rue cancel physical training and then casually replace it with shooting training? If he didn't play some tricks, he'd really be missing out on his old pervert nickname. Lin Rue coldly swept over the shooting trainees. All of you, immediately go to the side and do 200 push-ups, then run 5 kilometers for me in the back. No way. Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. Company commander, didn't you say that if you shoot, it's not physical? Lin Rue glared at him. But I didn't say that if you don't play well, you can't be punished. Is it true that next time I do something, I need to report back to you? For your group, add 200 push-ups and run 8 kilometers and come back. Everyone was so scared that they immediately ran to the side, huffed and puffed, and started doing push-ups. And the next group, beckoned by Lin Rue, walked towards the target with immense reluctance. Now, all the cadets were completely awake. They were just so naive that they actually believed Lin Rue's bull **** and thought he was really doing it for their good. That's a nasty jump into a bigger hole. Jing Siwei slumped to the ground, incomparably frustrated, and said to the others, I am now too damn sorry. If I could do it all over again, I would have slapped myself several times. There's nothing wrong with getting a gun. Maki cried out. Let the old pervert lead us into a big pit this time. End of chapter. The rain got heavier and heavier, although it stopped for a little while in between. But soon another bigger storm will slam into the earth. From the initial pouring rain, it has turned into a raging storm now. But the gunfire on the range continued unabated, and more people ran on the playground. What kind of is playing? Why is it getting worse than before? You want to shock me? I am shocked that you guys grew up shooting guns like this. Who the hell taught you to shoot? I thought you guys were so powerful. Any other academy would be better than you if they picked one out at random. Shame on you. What a shame. What a waste of bullets. Don't fight. You guys get over there and run too. Lin Rue's roar rose and fell on the training ground, and the trainees were scolded and trembled. Under Lin Rue's roar, the group of cadets was already under a lot of pressure. Combined with the effects of the heavy rain, it was hard to even open your eyes, let alone aim. Soon, the last batch of trainees played. It turned out to be a wild ride up to the playground following the previous trainees. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the second stage of training. System rewards are being distributed. Lin Rue's heart was ecstatic, and he hurriedly opened the system panel to find that a red checkmark had been placed underneath the originally empty shooting training. Originally, he thought it might take a while of training to finish. I didn't realize it was just a matter of getting everyone to complete a shot even if it was done. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the chameleon disguise ability. Elementary. This ability allows the host to achieve primary fusion with the surrounding scenery under gloomy conditions. In the next second, Lin Rue felt a strange power integrate into his body. It was as if something was squirming rapidly under his skin. It then quickly disappeared. But Lin Rue could clearly feel that the surface layer of his skin would rapidly change color as soon as he made a slight movement of his mind. Suddenly obtaining this ability, Lin Rue's excitement was instantly high. This chameleon camouflage ability is only rudimentary though, and the ability must also be used in a shadowed situation. But once it was combined with the divine level camouflage ability he had already obtained, then once he lurked, it would be impossible for anyone to find him. The two abilities were added together to get a one-to-one effect. This newly acquired ability is absolutely so useful. Just then, the system's beep sounded in his ears once again. Ding! A new quest has been released. Please check it out, host. Lin Rue immediately opened the quest panel and realized that another progress bar appeared on it that was the same as before. Below that, the individual training subjects are also written. Only there are several more than before. And this time, there's an extra line at the top of the progress bar, Scout Standard. Duration, 10 days. Lin Rue swallowed hard. The task of training these guys to scout standards in such a short period of time is basically impossible. This is too difficult for me. Lin Rui sighed in his heart. It doesn't look easy to get new abilities. Company commander. Huang Zijian suddenly walked up to him and said with difficulty, "Look, it's raining so hard that there's no way to shoot. Why don't you let them go back after their run?" Ken Xiao also came over and nodded. "Yes, with such heavy rain, none of our Steel 3 regiment has ever fired in such conditions. It's really hard for them." Chan Min said, "Company commander, the weather forecast says that a typhoon will pass through in the next 2 days, so this rain definitely won't stop. Why don't we just go back to our physical fitness? Come back when the weather is better next time." If the system hadn't released a new mission, Lin Rui would have definitely agreed to it at this moment, but if he was to train these cadets to the level of scouts in 10 days, then there was not a minute to lose. Lin Rui shook his head at them. The worse the environment, the more you can practice your marksmanship. They're not just any trainees. These boys have been shooting guns since they were kids and have shot more bullets than any of you. When the weather gets better, that's just what they want. Just practicing in this kind of weather, just so they can see how good they are. Kenshio said bitterly, "Company commander, they are cadets after all. If you practice like this, how come it feels like you're practicing special forces?" Lin Rui smiled awkwardly and said stiffly, "As for me, I either don't lead soldiers, but as long as I do, I definitely want to bring out the best. This is my way of training." "Okay, nobody say anything, keep training." Several platoon commanders looked at each other helplessly and could only retreat to the side to wait. Soon, the first cadets who had finished shooting, such as Jing Siwei, came running back. Before they could report back, Lin Rui directly pointed at the target and shouted, "Shoot immediately, quick." "Still hitting?" Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. "Company commander, in this weather, it's impossible to hit," Ma Chi said in an aggravated manner. "Company commander, it's not that we can't do it. It's really that the visual conditions are too bad. If we open our eyes wide, the rain will hit us. If we squint, we can't see at all." Jing Siwei hurriedly said, "Company commander, why don't we go back and do physical fitness? We'll come back when the weather gets better. Do you think that's okay?" "I promise. We'll play well when the time comes." All the trainees nodded in unison. Before they were refusing to do physical fitness, but now they are refusing to shoot. Originally, they thought doing physical fitness was hard enough, but they realized that when they finished shooting, it turned out that Lin Rui's so-called shooting still had to be interspersed with physical fitness together, and the way this pattern was going, they were going to have to keep messing with physical fitness nonstop as long as the fight didn't go Lin Rui's way. There's barely even time to catch your breath in between, so you might as well just go ahead and get physical. At least there's a break in between. "No way." Lin Rui glared at them. "Cut the crap and go shoot immediately. This time, within 3 minutes, you must shoot all the bullets. Anyone who exceeds the time limit and doesn't finish shooting, I'll add 200 push-ups." Company commander. Sun Nan was on the verge of tears. "You're practicing corporal punishment. It's abuse. It's..." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Rui suddenly took the gun from Chen Min. They then fired at their feet. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the rain and dirt splatters, scaring the group of cadets who immediately ran towards their target position. Lin Rui threw the gun back at Chen Min and yelled, "3 minutes, time!" Bang! 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 The shots rang out again, and Jing Siwei and the others stared desperately trying to see the sights. But the rain was too heavy, and with the fact that they had only just finished running, they were not breathing well at the moment, and their whole body was shaking. By the time they finished shooting and reporting their targets, it was amazing that their best score was only 4 bullets on target. "Go to a 1-mile sprint right now, then do 500 push-ups and 500 squats. Now!" Lin Rui didn't say anything and gave the order directly. The previous 5 kilometers were just too time-consuming and not nearly as fast as this. Now, he's going to save time. The trainees started the 1-mile sprint with a look of frustration and desperation. I really regret it," Jing Siwei shouted as he ran. "Why did I just believe that old pervert? You can't live with yourself." Xiao Yuandong cried out. I still want to beat myself. "Ah, that dead pervert." Sun Nan yelled with his eyes closed. "Have a son. No, chicken." From the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the trainees didn't know how many bullets they had shot, or how many times they had run back and forth, or how many push-ups they had done, or how many times they had squatted. At the moment, each of them had gold stars in front of their eyes. It's tough as hell to even lift your legs, let alone sprint. "Company commander, I'm not running." Jing Siwei directly paralyzed on the ground. You're just deliberately screwing with us. You beat me to death. I'm definitely not running anyway." Seeing him like this, The others played the rogue and lay down on the ground. Company commander. You're blitzing us. There's no way to shoot a gun in this situation. You're just screwing with us. When Lin Rue saw that everyone was questioning him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked back at the platoon commanders and realized that they were also looking at him with skepticism. It was clear to Lin Rue that it seemed his orders and abilities were being doubted by everyone. It's pretty deadly for commanders with troops. If you give an order, all the people under you suspect that even you can't do it. Then why should they listen to you? How will you convince the public from now on? Lin Rue smiled faintly. It seemed like it was time to show his hand, or else they would really think he was commanding blindly. Lin Rue coughed. You guys said you couldn't do it, right? Platoon leader Chen. Here. Chen Min ran over. Lin Rue said to him, you guys ate canned food last night? You didn't throw away the tin box, did you? Chen Min flinched, but then shook his head. Didn't throw it. Put it on the target. Lin Rue said. Chen Min didn't know what he was going to do, but since he said it, he went and did it. Soon an empty tin shell of a can of fish was placed on a target. Lin Rue picked up an 8-to-1 bar and took another solid magazine and loaded it. Only then did he look at all of them. Didn't you guys say that it's impossible to complete shooting training under these conditions? Well, I'll show you all. As for me, I'm not bullying you guys. You guys just went 100 meters. I'll go to 200. Besides, it's raining even harder now, and there's wind. Worse conditions than what you guys just had. When he finished, he shouldered his gun and turned toward the back. All the trainees rose from the ground and looked at him with unblinking eyes. Holy, he's pretending, isn't he? 200 meters and hitting a small iron shell? I've seen a lot of sharpshooters, and they can't do it with such a big storm. The old pervert is pretending a bit too much with this one. Who cares? If he wants to lose face, then let him do it. At that time, we won't have to train. Jing Siwei nodded at everyone's words. If he misses a hit later, everyone remember to follow me and get up in arms. I'll see how he'll have the face to train us in the future. Everyone nodded silently, and were even ready for everyone to gather around and raise a ruckus as soon as Lin Rue missed. At the moment, the veterans are also gathered around, watching Lin Rue walk farther and farther away. Everyone was helplessly shaking their heads. Company commander this time. It's going to roll over. Chen Min sighed. Such a good company commander. So hard to keep these cadets in check. I didn't realize that he was going to get himself killed. It seems. Ken Xiao sighed. We have to say goodbye to him. End of chapter. Watching Lin Rue carry his gun to a stop at 200 meters, all the trainees stared at him with cheers. Does the old pervert really think we don't know anything? In this extreme weather, he won't necessarily hit the target even at 50 meters. I can't believe he's going to hit an iron shell. He probably won't be able to see anything at 200 meters. This time, the old pervert is going to completely turn over. His first demonstration is a negative example. We have something on him. Everyone was excitedly waiting for Lin Rue to plant his head. Lin Rue, on the other hand, had already opened his eagle eye at this moment. The distance of 200 meters was suddenly shortened infinitely. Even the originally watery and misty blanket of rain seemed to have disappeared in his eyes at the moment. The system was gifted with intermediate eagle eyes, and no matter where the scenery was within 800 meters, it looked as if it was right in front of Lin Rue's eyes. At this distance, he didn't even need to turn on God's view to easily hit 100 shots. In this extreme environment, hitting a small iron shell at 200 meters may be simply impossible for the average person to accomplish. But to Lin Rue, it was child's play. Keep your eyes open and watch. Lin Rue smiled faintly, and the gun on his shoulder was suddenly ended in his hand. The butt of the gun was pressed hard against his shoulder blade, his left hand dragging the gun firmly as if it were a statue, while his right hand clicked the bullet into place. Before the cadets and platoon leaders could react, Lin Rue had already pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out continuously, and a ball of flames continuously erupted from the muzzle of the gun. Lin Rue directly ignored the recoil. The 81 bar was like a toy in his hands, barely moving. Asterisk 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 asterisk, he's actually hitting short point blank shots? Jing Siwei's eyes widened in surprise. This guy also wants to lose face too much, right? A single shot in this situation may not even be accurate. And he's actually shooting short point blank shots? Wang Sheng said indifferently. Pretending to be a bully. You definitely need to act like one. Just now, that set of movements of his was quite handsome. Flowing in the clouds and water. Xiao Yuandong rolled his eyes. What's the point of having handsome movements? Hitting accurately is king. Soon. The old pervert is getting closer and closer to flipping out. Sun Nan gloated. The several platoon commanders on the other side of the room, almost all of them quickly turned their heads to look at the distant target when the shots rang out. All they saw was the can fly off the target when the first short point blank shot was fired. This meant that Lin Rui had hit at least one of the 3 bullets in the first round. But next, because it was so far away, they pressed on and couldn't see the can. Where's the fight going? See? Chen Min patted his feet and was looking around. Can't see it. Kan Xiu looked back and forth a few times. It's too far away. I wish I had a telescope. Huang Zijian shook his head. Even with binoculars, it's useless. With such heavy rain, even high-powered binoculars will be hindered. I see. It's only the first time he hit, but the cans flew off. He's firing blanks now. Several other platoon commanders nodded silently. If the can is still in place, there's still a chance of hitting it. But now that it's all been knocked out of the air and invisible to the naked eye, how can it still hit? Just when everyone wasn't looking forward to it, Lin Rui had already finished the last bullet. He walked back confidently, carrying his gun. Go check and inspect. Lin Rui waved his hand at the cadets. Jing Siwei immediately wanted to run, but Chen Min stepped forward. Company commander, I think we should just forget about it. I saw the can fly out. That means you hit it. After saying that, he also scowled at Lin Rui, signaling that he almost had it. Finding a step down to pull to, several other platoon commanders also nodded. Yes, we all saw the shot go out. The can is no longer on target. Company commander, you're good enough to hit it at such a distance. These veterans have a mind of their own. Lin Rui came and had a hard time ruling the cadets into submission. If he flipped this time, then the cadets would definitely not be honest in the future. If they were to go back to the old days, then they, the veterans, would have to suffer along with them. Therefore, preserving Lin Rui was the same as preserving themselves. But Lin Rui simply ignored them. After the fight, we have to check and inspect. Otherwise these guys will definitely be unconvinced, and will probably talk about me behind my back. Won't they? A bunch of cadets were asked with dry smiles. How could it be company commander? You're our idol. Stop farting around and hurry up and take a look. Lin Rui waved his hand. I know you guys will only feel at ease once you've seen it. Roll over. Fearing that the platoon leader would stop him again, Jing Siwei immediately turned around and ran towards the shooting range. Xiao Yuandong and a few others followed closely up. This was a great opportunity to witness that Lin Rui was going to roll over, and there was no way they were going to give it up. Brothers, I can already imagine how the old pervert is going to weasel his way out of this later, Maki said excitedly. Jing Siwei coldly grunted. When the stuff is gotten, he just grows 10 mouths and can't even argue. Several people excitedly rushed to the target and searched the ground without finding it. I'll go. Where was it hit? Why can't we find it? Is it hard to fly? Everyone look carefully. If you can't find it, that old pervert is definitely going to keep blowing awesome. Several people groped around in the rain, and suddenly, Sun Nan cried out in surprise. Here it is! Here it is! Everyone immediately gathered around. Sure enough, they saw the can. However, the can had all but submerged into the dirt slope behind the range, with only one side showing, and there's a not-so-small hole in this exposed side. I go! Jing Siwei saw the hole in the drop and his face looked as horrified as if he had seen a ghost. This is something a human could do? What's wrong, old scripture? Sun Nan asked with a confused look on his face. You're not happy that something was found? Jing Siwei looked at him bitterly. What is there to be happy about? Can't you see the problem? Sun Nan's head shook like a rattle. Actually, most of the cadets in this group have shotguns though, but it's a very small minority that actually get to touch a gun from childhood to adulthood. After all, guns are contraband and the troops are strictly regulated. Only those like Jing Siwei and Xiao Yuandong, who were born with fathers who were officers of regimental rank or above, could possibly take advantage of the target shooting to take them to practice. Everyone else, at best, only went shooting once in a while when they were in middle school or high school. So, they had no idea what the can in front of them meant. Xiao Yuandong swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, Are you guys blind? Can't you see that there's a big hole in this can? This hole was only caused by the bullets hitting the same place intensively. What? Bu Chao almost fell to his knees. You mean that old pervert? No, it's the company commander. He took all the bullets and put them on a hole? Jing Siwei nodded in horror. It's too damn scary. The company commander shot this can flying. Then the next bullets all hit the same place. In the end, the can was hardened and sunk in. I've been to a lot of troops with my dad, but I've never heard of anyone who can shoot like that, let alone never seen it. Xiao Yuandong nodded his head vigorously. We actually dared to say in front of him that we know how to shoot a gun. This is the real gunplay. Just then, a group of trainees in the distance blindly shouted, Come back quickly, what's going on? Xiao Yuandong turned his head to look and said with a bitter face, Old Jing, give me a hand. My legs are a bit weak. Jing Siwei directly held him up. It's better if you help me. I feel like I'm going to pee. End of chapter. Looked at the Jing Siwei. A few people slow to come back. has long been waiting for the step. Chow immediately shouted, action faster dilly-dallying constipation didn't you guys run quite fast just now? You guys fell en masse? Wang Shang looked at them with dissatisfaction. The Jing Siwei guys looked at them like they were idiots, thinking to themselves that their buddies would like to walk fast too, but their legs don't work, okay? And isn't the fact that we're going slow delaying and stalling for everyone else? They knew very well that Lin Rui had revealed this hand, and did so under their questioning. Then the results later will be countless times more violent than the current storm. Hurry up. What's with the grinding? Lin Rui had already guessed what they were thinking as soon as he saw their expressions, and growled lowly, do you want me to arrange for you to sprint for 5 kilometers to boost your speed? A few people were so frightened that they hastened back. Where's the stuff? Bu Chao held out his hand absent-mindedly. Come on, show everyone. One of the cadets smiled and said, take it out. The company commander's masterpiece. What are you hiding it for? That's right. Hurry up and take it out. The other academies were up in arms. The platoon leaders on the sidelines, however, took a few steps back. Lin Rui didn't listen to them, and they no longer wanted to see the results later on. After all, Lin Rui was the one who made this group of trainees obey, and they didn't want to see Lin Rui lose face. At the urging of the crowd, Jing Siwei slowly brought out the box of canned goods. Without saying a word, Bu Chao directly snatched it. How come there's a big hole in it? Bu Chao looked curious. It didn't seem to be there when Chen Platoon took it over just now. Another trainee nodded his head affirmatively. Yeah, I saw that too. When there were no such 2 holes, what's with the can? The other trainees were confused. It was no wonder they were surprised. After all, they didn't know as much as Jing Siwei and Xiao Yuandong. In their perception, if a bullet hit this can, it should be densely packed with bullet holes everywhere. But these 2 holes they are really not reacting to. But Wang Shang saw it. He, like Xiao Yuandong and Jing Siwei, grew up touching guns, and he's probably touched the gun more times than all of them combined. His face instantly grimaced as he looked incredulously at the smiling Lin Rui beside him. He had seen more masters than Jing Siwei, but as far as he knew, even the special forces snipers he'd seen couldn't do that. Realizing that this thing moved on the first hit, and that Lin Rui was able to hit all the bullets in the same place even as the thing flew out, was beyond his knowledge of shooting. Old Wang, you know a lot. What does this mean? Bu Chao asked curiously. Wang Shang glared at him fiercely. Are you stupid? Do you lack heart? Can't you see this? Bu Chao was not happy. Old Wang, I am modest to ask you for advice. Do not understand what's wrong. Do not understand cannot ask You also scolded? That's right Old Wang. We all know that you know a lot. Just say it if you know it. The others said. Jing Siwei couldn't listen anymore and pointed at the can and shouted. Can't you tell from this? All of the company commander's bullets hit at this one point and then penetrated out the other side. That's why there are these 2 holes. At these words, Bu Chao shivered in fear, and the canned box fell right out of his hand. All the trainees were as if they had eaten a fly, their faces as ugly as they could be. A few platoon commanders were shocked and rushed over immediately. Huang Zijin picked up the can, and a few people came together to look at it for a few moments, and their expressions were shocked beyond description. I go, company commander. You, how did you do that? Ken Xiao looked at Lin Rui with a face of reverence. Lin Rui shrugged. Train more, shoot more, any individual can do it. Good shooters. They are all fed by bullets. The platoon leaders rolled their collective eyes. They were all veterans, so of course they knew that Lin Rui was bull ********************************** ting. It's true that good shooters are fed by bullets, but that doesn't mean that everyone who shoots a lot will become a good shooter. It also involves talent. Hard work coupled with talent to accomplish such a difficult shot. Alright, Lin Rui walked over to a group of dumbfounded trainees. Didn't you guys just say that you couldn't hit it all in this situation? Now, I want to know who else thinks that way? Everyone is afraid to speak. Lin Rui had already made such a difficult demonstration. Who would dare to nag a word? Lin Rui smiled and said, since no one wants to talk, does that mean that you all agree that my training methods are correct? Yes. A group of people nodded their heads with extreme resistance, but with no choice. Very good, Lin Rui said. Since I'm training the right way, is it true that you have to do whatever I tell you to do? Yes. The cadets were on the verge of crying when they answered this. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Rui's face. Very good. I appreciate your spirit of admitting your mistakes and then bravely going after your dreams. The cadets' lungs exploded with anger. Ghosts are the only ones who want to follow that dream. You're such a good shot and you didn't say so in advance. We're obviously screwed by you. If you'd said that earlier, the devil would have contradicted you. A few of the platoon commanders looked at each other the same way, and a small smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. A big stone hanging in their hearts finally fell. At the same time, The inner admiration for Lin Rue went to a new level. To be able to shoot like this, no wonder the regiment sent him. No wonder he was so confident just now. That's a lot of capital to absolutely crush. Lin Rue continued. Since everyone understands me, let's train in my way. I said at the beginning that I wanted you to surpass the other academies. That I wanted you to shine when the leaders came to inspect. And that I wanted you to be the number one in all schools of all academies. Besides, you guys went through a lot of trouble to get the gun back, so I can't fail you even more. Lin Rue shouted. Now, everyone take a 1-kilometer sprint and 500 push-ups to lighten the mood. Then, keep shooting. Depart. Lin Rue waved his hand, and everyone reluctantly sprinted towards the playground. Why are we making this difficult for ourselves? Knowing that he is an old pervert, why should we test his ability? Bu Chao's face was filled with tears. Xiao Yuandong said in aggravation. Who would have thought that our long-awaited shooting would be like this? I don't want to shoot anymore. I want to simply engage in physical fitness. And it's okay to let the company commander screw me until I get down. Dream on. Sun Nan said in despair. Now the company commander can squarely make our lives worse than death. We're just sheep. Why do we have to dig a hole and bury ourselves? Company commander. That's bad. Jing Siwei covered his face and ran forward furiously. End of chapter. The rainstorm finally stopped in the evening. The trainees were exhausted to the limit, and one by one, they lay down in the wet grass, unable to climb up. Company commander. No, I can't. I really can't. Sun Nan gasped. Today, I've fired thousands of rounds alone and sprinted back and forth hundreds of times. I'm dying. Really dying. Xiao Yuandong looked at the sky with a numb face. Company commander, let me go into the ground. I can't move anymore. Lin Rue looked at everyone who was already completely exhausted, a satisfied smile on his face. He had already pushed them beyond their limits twice, as per the training code, though he knew that if pushed, they could still get to the next limit. But there's a limit to what the human body can handle, and if he did that, the guys would all have to be sent to the hospital, and it would have to be life-threatening. Now, the tipping point for their bodies has been reached. He was trying to bring these guys up to scout level, didn't want to send them all underground. So Lin Rue nodded at everyone. Alright, today's training is over. Everyone go back and take a rest. We'll give you extra food tonight. When they heard about the extra meal, all the trainees were in disbelief. It wasn't the first time Lin Rue had lied to them. The so-called extra meal was to add some steamed buns and rolls, or at most buns. They hadn't seen meat in almost half a month or so. However, as long as they could rest, they were content. Watch as one by one the cadets helped each other up from the ground and then leaned on each other towards the dormitory building. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Rue's mouth. These cadets, at last, know the importance of the collective. It wasn't hard to get them to the level of a scout. Lin Rue could always follow the training manual given by the system, but trying to get them to have the spirit and beliefs of a soldier simply cannot be accomplished without a great deal of honing in the ordinary course of events, and without letting them suffer together. Only those who have rolled in the trenches together and bled and sweated together can be true comrades in arms who trust everything to them, and now they are primed to have the emotions for it. Company commander, Huang Zijian came over. These guys, they seem to have harmonized quite a bit. They used to fight a lot before, but now they look just like brothers. Ken Xiao said in admiration. Company commander, we didn't understand at first why you let them shoot live ammunition as soon as they came up today, but now we understand that you didn't really do it for the sake of shooting. You actually wanted them to stick together after they were exhausted to the core. Platoon leader Wuxi gave a thumbs up. A company commander is a company commander. So far-sighted. We can never do it. Lin Rue swept them away and snorted out a laugh. You guys, you're just overthinking things. I let them shoot today mainly so that they would realize their lack of marksmanship. Otherwise, these boys think highly of themselves and think they're so great. If I let them directly set their guns on these, they won't even practice properly, and then they'll get half the result with twice the effort instead. Everyone froze, their brain circuits not following Lin Rue's words for a moment. Company commander, Chen Min asked awkwardly. We didn't understand what you said. The others nodded silently. They were so wound up by Lin Rue that they couldn't figure out what he was saying. Lin Rue said indifferently. The meaning is simple. I'll let them shoot more bullets and punish them if they don't meet my requirements. Not only do I make them want to vomit from fighting, but I also make them doubt their own strength. At this rate, it's the next thing they'll be begging to start with the initial fixed gun training, and they'll be honest. Got it? All the platoon leaders suddenly came to their senses. It turned out that Lin Rue was trying to deplete the sharpness and energy of these trainees so that they would know what to do. This is a move that they can only say, it's too damn damaging. Look at what it's done to the other cadets. Alright, you guys don't freeze, Lin Rue said. Go tell the cafeteria to add beef, chicken, and get more vegetables for them tonight. Then, A bowl of ginger soup for each person. Make it thicker. Don't get sick tomorrow. Hearing this, all the platoon commanders opened their mouths wide in shock. Is Lin Rue out of his mind? I can't believe you let those cadets eat meat? Lin Rue glared at them. Don't look at me like that. It's not like I really want to abuse them. Doing that before was to let them feel that life and training is not easy. Eating meat now is because their bodies really need nutrition. Or else they won't be able to keep up with their stamina and recovery. Go, 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 don't be stupid. Huang Zijian and the others laughed and saluted Lin Rue together. They admired with all their hearts such a humane and capable company commander. Hey, by the way, how many bullets are left? Lin Rue suddenly asked. Chen Min looked back and said, we've fought too much today. We have a total of 140 people. On average, each person has fought 700 to 800 rounds, and a cartload of bullets is basically used up. Lin Rue nodded, then smiled slightly. Looks like it's time to call the principal. Cadet General Education Building. In the principal's office, the principal stood at the window and watched a huge bolt of lightning flash across the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. With all the lightning and rainstorms, when will the airport side recover? The principal sighed. We have to report tomorrow night. Isn't this a delay? The secretary at the side said helplessly. It can't be helped that this year's typhoon happened to transit through our place, and the wind speed is still high. If you don't have an airplane, you can only leave by car early tomorrow morning. I'll transfer a comfortable car for you. The principal covered his back. I'm going to suffer with this back, and I don't know if I'll be able to straighten it when I get there. The secretary smiled faintly. It's fine. If your back hurts, I'll give you a massage. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. The secretary immediately picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? In the next second, the secretary's face instantly turned unsightly, because Lin Rue's voice came from the other end of the phone. Is the principal there, please? I'm looking for him. The secretary, remembering last night's incident, retorted on the spot. The principal is not in. Then I'll go to the principal's house. I know it, Lin Rue said. The principal heard this from the side and grabbed the phone in anger. Surname Lin. What the hell are you trying to do? The guns are approved for you. The bullets are approved. And I've given permission for live fire. What the hell are you doing? Lin Rue laughed. Principal, I thought you weren't here. Cut the crap and say it. The principal was furious. Say it now or never. And don't come to my house. You're not welcome. Comrade Headmaster, being so angry? I'm still not doing this for your cadets. Lin Rue snorted. Are you going to say it or not? If not, I'm hanging up. The principal shouted in no uncertain terms. The first time he was blackmailed in his life was by Lin Rue and his trainees. He could not swallow this breath for the rest of his life. Fine, fine. I'll talk. Lin Rue said indifferently. Actually, I'm looking for you because I want you to authorize 2 more truckloads of bullets for me. What? The principal's eyes bugged out. Didn't I already approve a truckload of bullets for you? The fight is over. Lin Rue said rightfully. It's gone. So naturally I have to find you. The principal was so angry that he was about to spit out blood. Are you guys eating bullets? With 1 cartload of bullets, other academies can practice live firing 8 times. You guys actually finished building it for me in 1 day? Lin Rue said in a serious manner. It can't be helped. We train a lot and everyone is serious. No, the principal shouted in exasperation. I wouldn't give it if I had it without you guys running out of bullets like that. Lin Rue sighed. Comrade principal, you have written in black and white that you will give us as much as we want. Your signature, your stamp and your handprint. If you don't recognize it, then I'll have to post more and publicize it everywhere. The principal was so angry that he almost fell down, holding the table and roaring. I'm going to you. Surname Lin. Your ing threatening me again. End of chapter. Early the next morning, 2 trucks drove into the National Defense Academy. The one escorting the vehicle was still the same captain who had delivered the ammunition last time, and when he saw Lin Rue, his face was filled with admiration. Older brother, you're really not a normal bull. The captain gave a thumbs up. In other academies, the military training can't even end with 2 cartloads of bullets. You've taken out a cartload of bullets in just 1 day? And you can get the principal to personally authorize 2 more cars to be sent to you. The captain asked mysteriously. Do you have someone above you? Or do you have a family member who is an official in the government? Lin Rue finished signing and laughed. I don't have much to do with it. My parents are just ordinary people, and there's no official in my family. The captain stared incredulously. It can't be. The principal called me up in the middle of the night and told me to prepare the ammunition overnight, and that I had to bring it to you in the morning. In the entire academy, you're the only one with this treatment. Lin Rue laughed dryly. It's 80% because the principal thinks that I'm good at leading troops and a rare talent. So that's why he's taking such good care of me. Don't think too much. I'm really okay with it. He couldn't say that I was threatening the principal, who had agreed so readily in order to save face and because he didn't want to annoy himself any further. If he had said that, the captain would have believed it even less. The principal of the school is the emperor of the land. Can you threaten him? I'll be damned if anyone believes it. But the captain didn't believe Lin Rue's nonsense. He patted Lin Rue's shoulder and said with a solemn face, "Older brother, no matter what, we're considered friends. If you have anything to say in the future, just ask. And take care of me when you have time. Let's go." When the captain left with the car, Lin Rue immediately blew the assembly whistle. A few moments later, all the trainees came flying over. But as soon as they saw the bullet boxes all over the floor, everyone's faces fell. "Company commander, today, we're still shooting today?" Jing Siwei grimaced bitterly. Lin Rue smiled slightly. "What about yesterday? It was raining. And you guys said the visibility was bad. Today is not a good day. But it's not raining." He patted the ammo box. "I specifically asked for more bullets so you guys could have a good fight. Today, you guys don't have much of an excuse, do you?" All the trainees took a look at Lin Rue with a bad smile on his face, and then looked at the mountains of bullet boxes, and one of them almost vomited blood and died on the spot. "You call that asking for a little extra ammo? That's more than twice as much as yesterday, okay?" Besides, they'd seen Lin Rue's marksmanship. If they wanted to reach the kind of standard Lin Rue had, even if today was a sunny day and the line of sight was at its best, it was impossible for them to reach it. "Company commander." Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. "I request to do physical fitness. Let's forget about shooting." Sun Nan begged. "Didn't the principal say that our academy doesn't need to practice shooting?" "Company commander, just listen to what the principal said." "Company commander, we're just crap at shooting. Do us a favor and let us do physical fitness." Maki pleaded. Lin Rue faintly shook his head. "It's late. What about you guys before? If you didn't go to the principal, I probably would have just taken you guys to practice your physical fitness and left it at that. But now, you guys have pissed off the principal and made him lose face, not to mention getting so many bullets over here. If you guys don't practice a bit, I definitely won't be able to deliver to the principal. If I can't deliver, then you can't deliver either." Lin Rue looked at them with a smile. "You guys say, is that the reasoning?" All the trainees' hearts and lungs exploded when they heard this. Everyone thought, "Do you have any more ing shame? How did we get to the principal? Don't you have any idea? So it's still you? Besides, you're the one who made the principal lose face. And you're the one who brought in all those bullets. So how can you put it all on us? Alright, don't just stand there." Lin Rue rubbed his hands together and said, "Just now Comrade Xiao Yuandong suggested very well that you should warm up before shooting. We've shot a lot of bullets today. It's not good to shock your body later. Here's the deal. 3 1-kilometer sprints, then 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and 1,000 deep squats. Those who can't finish in the allotted time will have another set." Lin Rue waved his hand. "Begin." All the cadets ran inexorably towards the playground and immediately began to start sprinting. Lin Rue was not idle and immediately had the platoon leaders carry all the bullets to the firing range. The veterans were sweating from moving. Honestly, so many bullets. They hadn't seen them in all their years as soldiers. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Rue had caught the principal and was able to get so many bullets, they wouldn't have dared to imagine that taking a military training actually consumes so much. An hour or so later, the firing range was once again filled with heavy gunfire. Today Lin Rue's requirements were a little more relaxed than yesterday. 30 rounds of ammunition only needed to be on target for 10 rounds, but only if each trainee shoots 3 magazines at once, or 90 rounds. It must be shot in the allotted time and then there must be 30 rounds on target. The requirements for getting on the target were reduced, but Lin Rue also cut the time down. These cadets are the equivalent of being loaded and having to fire immediately, with no extra time for them to aim. The bullets went out like no money, and the shells clanked and rolled all over the floor. After a morning's training, all of them felt that their shoulders were no longer their own and half of their bodies were numb from the shock. By late afternoon, the cadets not only couldn't even lift their guns, they didn't even have the strength to pull the trigger. And up until this point, they had only expended a little over half of their ammunition. The distance is all consumed and the fight goes on into the wee hours of the morning. All of them, those initial visions of shooting guns, all of them turned into nightmares under this kind of intense training by Lin Rue. Now they are afraid when they hear a gunshot and tremble when they are near one. Seeing that it was about to be completely dark, Lin Rue shouted, "Bring in a searchlight and fight all night tonight." Hearing this order, all the trainees broke down. Jing Siwei cried out, "Report! Speak!" Lin Rue nodded at him. Jing Siwei looked at him pleadingly. "Company commander, I request, let's get some good training in fixing our guns. Start learning from the very basics." Lin Rue looked at him in surprise. "Ha? Aren't you all experts? You've been shooting guns since you were kids and you want to shock me? What's the matter? Masters still have to learn from the basics? Isn't this a waste of your time? Jing Siwei almost cried out. Company commander. We were wrong. We were just talking nonsense before. Compared to you, we're not even. Please, let us train properly from the very basics. We promise that we will train well and never talk big again. Xiao Yuandong also hurriedly shouted. Company commander. Look at how many bullets we've wasted. But the probability of us hitting the target with 90 rounds is getting less and less. So don't let us waste bullets. Bu Chao said in an aggravated voice. We're already manure makers. So don't let us have another wasteful title. Please company commander. Let us start with the most basic training. Lin Rue snickered in his heart, but on his face he pretended to be helpless. Alright, since you guys also recognize where you're lacking, then starting tomorrow, start training from the very basics. Yeah. All the trainees jumped up high with excitement, and Jing Siwei and the others even rushed over to lift Lin Rue up. Long live the company commander. Long live the company commander. Lin Rue was thrown high into the air by the crowd, his face filled with smiles. It seems that I'm really a talented instructor. So popular with everyone. End of chapter. Lin Rue was thrown around by everyone for a few moments before he was put down under his heckling. What's the matter? Doesn't it look like any of you are too tired? Want another 5 kilometers for you guys? Lin Rue glared at them. Why don't you get your ass to dinner? The cadets laughed and then immediately began handing over their guns and ammunition to the platoon leaders. The group then quickly formed a line and sang Unity is Strength as they made their way towards the cafeteria. What are these boys so blindly happy about? Huang Zijian looked puzzled. It's not like they won't be training anymore. Won't they still have to practice their asses off tomorrow? Ken Xiao also shook his head. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. These boys. It's 80% that the company commander has practiced their brains out. Company commander. You must have magic powers. Huang Zijian said. Otherwise, how could they be so happy? Lin Rue smiled lightly. I don't have any magic powers. It's just that they're smarter. Everyone looked at Lin Rue curiously. Up to now they hadn't understood Lin Rue's true purpose for doing this. Lin Rue explained. I used 2 days to make them not only fight enough, but also to make them realize just how big the gap is between them and my requirements. If they keep fighting like this, not only will they fail to improve, but they'll also suffer more. So, they wisely chose to start from the basics. Although it can be tiring, at least there's something to look forward to. Much better than practicing blindly with no hope like now. Lin Rue pointed at the large number of bullets left, and I'm sure that not only will they take this practice very seriously, but they'll cherish it extraordinarily. When they fire live ammunition next time, with 1/10 or even 1/20th of the amount of bullets used, they'll be able to shoot at the level of a scout. All the platoon leaders' mouths opened wide in surprise. Only now did they finally understand Lin Rue's good intentions. It seems like a lot of bullets are being expended, but if only these trainees could appreciate every second of training time, then the result you get in the future will definitely be 1+1. And these guys are really quite smart when it comes to the military. As long as they were willing to work hard, and then under Lin Rue's tutelage, they would definitely be able to reach the level of a scout. Company commander. I don't even know what to say to express my admiration, Chen Min said with a look of admiration. If those previous company commanders had been like you, these guys would have been brought up to speed a long time ago. Wu Shi laughed. Even if they want to lead, they have to have the kind of vigor that the company commander has. Before, they all feared the parents of this group of cadets. Only the company commander is not afraid. And who else would dare to use a knife right off the bat? Everyone nodded silently. Indeed, even if Lin Rue's approach was given to the previous company commanders, they might not dare to do it. They could deal with ordinary soldiers and trainees, but once they became mentally intimidated, they certainly couldn't do anything. For that alone, they also admired Lin Rue. Okay. Lin Rue helped to put the stuff in. Hurry up and put it away for dinner. If you want to kiss ass, you'll have plenty of opportunities later. The crowd laughed and all followed and quickly got busy. As night fell, the cafeteria was unusually busy. Since yesterday, under Lin Rue's orders, the cafeteria had begun to give the group of trainees additional meals. Beef, chicken, eggs, and milk are all on the table, all of which are protein and energy boosters. I now realize that the company commander is actually quite cute. Xiao Yuandong gnawed on a large chicken leg and said, knowing that we need to replenish our nutrition, he actually gave us this much. Jing Siwei ate his mouth full of meat and whimpered. That's not true. He just makes us want to scold him when we want to, and then he makes us love him. This guy, he's lovable and hateable at the same time. In the future, let's not scold the company commander. Sun Nan grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. He's quite good. He makes the decisions we can't make for us. At least I'm thankful to him when I run. I couldn't run this far before. And it's not that easy. Wang Shang sipped his milk and said calmly, I think that we, as a group, are becoming more and more like soldiers. Together, we're just like an army. Everyone was flabbergasted, then collectively raised their middle fingers at him. Just cut the crap. If we can look like soldiers, then the army is hopeless. While listening to everyone's harumphing laughter, Wang Shang was looking towards Lin Rui, who was not far away. Though people don't admit it, coming from a military family, he is deeply touched. Here, it's just like an army. And that's to Lin Li's credit. The next morning, after the thunderous morning drill, the cadets went to receive their guns before going to breakfast. Unlike the previous 2 days, no more ammo boxes were carried out today. It made everyone so excited that even their eyes were smiling. Let them do whatever they want as long as they don't shoot. After breakfast, everyone was dragged to the playground. The platoon leaders had already prepared the bricks for them early. 3 bricks were tied together and then the rope was still trailing out for a good length of time. Lin Rui smiled and explained to everyone, when practicing your gun, you have to start with the first step of fixing the gun. When the gun is set properly, you can be steady when you shoot. Lin Rui pointed at them and said, during this period of time, you guys have practiced your physical fitness quite well. Your arms are all pretty strong, so I'm going to give you 3 bricks to practice only 2 positions, standing and squatting, for a 2-hour rotation each. Of course, I'll intersperse some other training during that time. Lin Rui said, the gun must certainly be steady, but your breathing, body shaking, and so on, must all match up. That means that at any given time, even if you've just returned from a 30-kilometer run, you must be able to hit the target with precision and be man-gun ready. If you practice like this, when the time comes, no matter what kind of weather it is and what quality your bodies are, you'll be able to hit the ball firmly and accurately. Got it? Lin Rui yelled. Yes. All the trainees yelled in unison in reply. Excitement was still showing on everyone's face, as they hadn't realized until now that it wasn't as simple as a basic exercise. Lin Rui's just these words had already stated the difficulty of this fixed gun exercise. Only the platoon commanders understood, and at this moment, they had already opened their mouths wide in shock one by one, their faces filled with disbelief. The company commander's training. Are you sure that's what you're arranging for the trainees? Chen Min said awkwardly. Our group of veterans train, but they won't be this tough. Huang Zijian laughed bitterly. Not to mention us. I've seen the regiment's scout company training, and their sharpest only use 3 bricks. And fixing a gun is fixing a gun. That's already tiring. How can they intersperse it with other training? Sun Nan smiled bitterly. Our company commander. This is vowing to bring these cadets into special forces. End of chapter. Everyone, strap your bricks to your guns and get ready to train. Lin Rui let out a low roar, and all the cadets immediately began to tie up the bricks. The platoon leaders walked over to help, trying to keep the tie-up position a little further to the front. This puts the whole gun in the heaviest condition possible. When everyone was strapped in, Lin Rui yelled, standing position 100 meters to set the gun. Starting now, raise your guns. All the trainees immediately raised their guns and aimed them at the target 100 meters away. It's not that heavy. Xiao Yuandong had a relaxed face. I thought it would be very heavy. This is easy. How come we didn't ask for this earlier? It's too stupid for us. Jing Siwei laughed. That's not because we've been engaging in too much physical fitness lately and our strength has gone up. If you don't take a look at your arm, it's a circle thicker than before. In the past, you wouldn't even be able to lift it. Sun Nan said. I'll just say we have to thank the company commander. I feel full of strength and manly all over now. Turning around, my girlfriend must be very satisfied when she sees me. Bu Chao laughed evilly. It's useless to have a lot of strength. Your waist has to be good too. My waist is fine. Don't bother worrying about it. Sun Nan rolled his eyes. Lin Rui, seeing that everyone had all set their guns, immediately turned to the car and took out a bag. Chen Min had sharp eyes and realized that it was actually a bag of glass balls. Company commander. What is this for? Chen Min asked curiously. Lin Rui laughed. On each man's gun, put a ball. Go on. Chen Min was bewildered. He was considered a veteran, but a ball on a gun was something he had never heard of. But the company commander gave the order and he had to carry it out. All the platoon commanders immediately came over to get the glass balls and put one on each man's gun as Lin Rui had requested. Cadets are also quite curious. Set the gun. Let's set the gun. You put a ball, what is the matter? At this time, Lin Rui spoke. Everyone listen up. You stay in this position at all times and don't move. Because once you fidget, the ball rolls and falls. Once you fall off, it means you're not setting your guns properly. Lin Rui laughed. Given that you guys just started fixing guns today, so what, I'll be lenient. Ball dropped once. Add a brick. drop it twice, 300 push-ups, drop it 3 times, add another 300, and so on. Hearing Lin Rue's words, there was nothing unusual about the cadets, but it was the platoon commanders who each sucked in a breath of cold air. The training orders Lin Rue had given earlier were enough to shock them. Now there's even an extra program like this. Special forces don't practice like this, do they? The platoon commanders sighed and shook their heads as they looked at all the trainees with a relaxed look on their faces. Now you guys feel relaxed. That's just the beginning. Later on, you guys will have to suffer. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. The trainees who were previously full of confidence. At this moment, there were already many whose faces had become incomparably ugly. 20 minutes was enough to drain their endurance. At the moment 3 bricks pressed against the gun, and the weight seemed to be getting heavier as time went on. Some of the trainees who didn't have as much strength, not only did their guns start to shake, but even their arms started to shake a little. Bang! A cadet's glass ball fell, and he immediately looked bitterly at Lin Rue, company commander. Add it yourself, so don't bother the platoon leader. Lin Rue thoughtfully threw him a brick. This cadet squatted down with a bitter look on his face, untied the rope and added another brick. Just then, several of the cadets' glass balls dropped, almost in no particular order. Lin Rue pointed to a pile of bricks on one side and made a gesture of invitation to them. A couple of cadets walked over with their heads hanging down, and one took a brick and returned to the same spot. Time went by, and another 40 minutes passed. Already a large portion of the population can't afford it. The ones who haven't fallen off yet are all the same pricks from back in the day. Lin Rue watched as the bodies of Jing Siwei's men shook uncontrollably, but their hands remained firmly stabilized on the gun, only allowing the glass ball to sway slightly, but it just wouldn't fall. He nodded silently. It used to be quite annoying, but pricks were generally smarter and more talented than others. If these boys were properly cultivated, they might have a great future. They, shouldn't have left the army. After spending so much time together, Lin Rue had slowly transformed some emotions towards them from the very beginning when he was only training to accomplish the mission. It was also clear to him that these trainees were not really bad, just like a lot of young people. They just rebelled during their adolescence and were not properly guided, and that is why they have come to this stage. Since you guys met with me, as long as you're willing, I'll definitely give you a hand, Lin Rue said secretly in his heart. Finally, after holding out for an hour, Bu Chao's glass ball was the first to drop. His entire body fell to his knees in unbridled frustration and slammed his fist into the ground. Tay. At this time, Lin Rue personally walked over. Bu Chao looked at him with some trepidation, afraid that this perverted company commander was going to give him something, but Lin Rue just silently squatted down and helped him load a brick. Cheer up. Lin Rue gave him a small smile, then turned toward the others. Bu Chao was flabbergasted for a while, and a trace of warmth suddenly flowed inwardly. He then sprang to his feet and, after a loud shout, rearmed his gun. Soon, one by one, the glass balls of these people in Jing Siwei fell down, but Lin Rue, just like he did with Bu Chao before, just silently added a stone for them and then retreated to the side after saying cheers. This day of training, although there were many punishments, there was less of Lin Rue's loud scolding and less of the trainees complaining. More than anything else, it was the self-condemnation of each trainee, and the encouragement of Lin Rue. A day's worth of training had flummoxed the platoon leaders. If they hadn't been at this academy from the beginning and knew the virtues of this group of cadets, they all suspected that these cadets were motivated and good students. I'll go. Did the company commander put something in their meals? Huang Zijian asked in amazement. Have these students changed their nature? How did they become so filial? Ken Xiao was also amazed. Today is also too itsy-bitsy, like a father playing some family game with his kids. The company commander is also too powerful, unknowingly making these boys so obedient. If this were to be seen by those company commanders who were pissed off in the past, I guess they'd all be skeptical of life and wouldn't even want to be human. This man to man, the difference is just too great. End of chapter. The sun is sinking in the west and night is falling. The cafeteria's squad leader and a soldier came into the dining room with a pot of sizzling corned beef. Squad leader, those guys are getting better at eating, the soldier said. A month ago, not only did they think the flavor was bad, they also thought the beef we made was no good. But I saw last night that they almost fought over this ordinary beef. Squad leader laughed. That's not their new training company commander's ability to train these boys well. Eat? This is like the troops look like. Great man said. They are the sun at 7 or 8 o'clock. After eating for an hour can be hungry kind. The soldier nodded. The people in our canteen really admire that company commander Lin. Don't look at his young age. But he's also too capable to actually rule such a group of young masters into submission. The squad leader laughed. I've heard, that he's not leading soldiers in the 3rd Steel Regiment, but is a cultural officer. This visit is his first time actually leading soldiers. Cultural officer? A civilian cadre. Ha! The soldier's mouth opened wide in shock. His face full of incredulity. My God, are all civilian cadres so fierce these days? Those company commanders used to be good at leading soldiers, but they can't even stand up to a civilian cadre? The squad leader sighed. His tactics are quite good, and I see that these cadets are quite convinced of him now. But these guys' backgrounds are too strong. If some of them are not convinced and seek revenge from their families afterward, then this company commander Lin will be in trouble. The soldier followed suit and became worried. Company Commander Lin is a good man and an even better soldier. For someone to do this, it's really heartless. Hey, you said that these boys, normally at this time would have come to line up long ago. What's going on today? The squad leader looked towards the outside with a curious face. But it's empty out there. Not a soul in sight. How was he to know that all the trainees actually volunteered for extra practice today? No more food. No more rest. When Lin Rui ordered to go eat first, everyone actually said in unison that they demanded to continue training. Not only did this make Lin Rui a bit confused, the platoon commanders were also shocked. On weekdays, if you mention a break or a meal, these guys run like scuds. I can't wait to have 2 more feet and 2 more hands. But today, he was not even motivated to eat, and he volunteered for extra practice. This greatly refreshed the perceptions of all the platoon leaders. However, Lin Rui quickly figured out that the cadets were like this because they already had a preliminary sense of honor and shame. The first 2 days of shooting training showed them their shortcomings. Therefore, they extraordinarily cherish every minute of the fixed gun training now. Because, no longer wanting to wait until shooting practice to look like that mess, they've taken it upon themselves to get better. For this, Lin Rui was inwardly very satisfied. As long as they had this sense of honor and shame in their hearts, without Lin Rui saying much, this group of people would also rush to make progress. That night, the cadets practiced until 11 o'clock. Lin Rui told them to go and eat at once, and he and the platoon leaders came to collect the guns. Company commander, these guys, are they really getting better? Chen Min asked curiously. They're also too good today. They actually took the initiative to ask for extra training. Ken Xiu smiled and said, it's not because our company commander is so powerful that he made them become obedient. In the future, training will be much easier. Then you guys are overthinking it. Lin Rui smiled. They're just dawdling in preparation to give us a counterattack. These boys want to save face. They were practiced so badly in the shooting training 2 days ago. That's why they're doing this now in order to regain face. Lin Rui said, just wait, if they pass this level, when it comes to the other training, they'll still have to go crazy. You want them to be truly honest unless you make them understand the true meaning of a soldier. Otherwise, they're just fighting us for a breath now. Huang Zijian touched his head. It can't be, can it? I see that they're quite honest now. The ball dropped and even took the initiative to accept the punishment. I'm almost touched by them. Lin Rui's mouth smiled slightly when he saw the veterans nodding. These veterans are just too easily trusting, and that's why they got played by these cadets in the first place. Good thing too. I have to train them in other new subjects anyway, so I'll take them out early now and help these veterans know ahead of time that the human heart is a dangerous place. Lin Rui coughed. You guys don't believe it, right? Fine then. One more training exercise tomorrow. 400-meter obstacle toss and run. All the veterans were immediately shocked. 400 meters? Company commander. That's only trained after military training. It's the same in every academy. In my case, it's training now. Lin Rui looked at them. The veterans were speechless for a moment. Also, they're not even allowed to shoot guns in school. But Lin Rui got the guns and ammo anyway? And get the principal to give so much extra ammo. Who else could have done it? If he says yes, I don't think anyone will object. And the principal is 80% too lazy to bother with what's going on here anymore. Alright, then let's go get ready, Chan Min said. Lin Rui said, everything to the highest standard. Use your connections to get the barbed wire, and put water in all the pits, preferably dirty water. The veteran smiled bitterly. The company commander is really the same company commander, so perverted in everything. Early the next morning, all the participants were full of energy. Yesterday's training, though, they went through quite a bit of punishment as well, but that's child's play compared to before. Also, they found a lot of confidence from their day of training yesterday. So today, everyone was looking forward to hurrying up and getting their guns set. As long as they had a few more days, they were certain that they could shoot the results that Lin Rui wanted. But after breakfast, Lin Rui brought them directly to the 400-meter obstacle course. Most of the people were a bit confused when they saw this. Even though they grew up in the army, there were very few of them who could come to a place like the 400-meter obstacle course after all. Who's got nothing better to do than watch this? It's a boy. Most definitely interested in guns. Only a few people. Wang Shang and Jing Siwei frowned slightly. They've never run either, but they've always heard, better to run 5 kilometers than 400 meters. This is an indirect indication that 400 meters must be a rather scary thing. Just as everyone was whispering, Lin Rui interrupted them. What about yesterday's training? Everyone did well. But I've thought about it. Just fixing the guns is just too boring. So today I'm going to teach you guys to learn how to run the 400-meter obstacle course. Then intersperse it with shooting training. So it'll be a lot more fun. Most of the trainees had a curious look on their faces and were even a little excited to see the 400-meter obstacle. Jing Siwei swept a glance at everyone and said bitterly, "What's there to be excited about? You might have to cry later." Lin Rui smiled faintly at them. "Before you train, I'll give you a demonstration. Remember, I'm only going to demonstrate once, so you guys need to watch it. After that, the platoon leader will lead you in practice." As soon as they heard that Lin Rui was going to initiate the demonstration, everyone immediately became excited. Even the platoon leaders were filled with curiosity. Lin Rui had already demonstrated genius marksmanship, and they were curious to know what Lin Rui was capable of in other areas. Only Lin Rui walked to the end of the obstacle course, then nodded to Chen Min in a gesture. Chen Min pinched his watch with one hand and raised one hand high in the air. By the time his hand fell, Lin Rui flew out like an arrow. Before anyone could see much, Lin Rui had already stepped on the protruding rocks and leapt over the deep pit. As he was about to approach the low wall, he leapt forward and flew over it with a dashing side kick. After landing, it only took 3 steps for the whole thing to fly. One hand was propped up on the high platform, and then the whole person landed on the platform. Lin Rui's movements were just too dashing. From the time he went out until he folded back in, it was a complete 1-2 punch. The trainees watched with fervor, each shouting with excitement. The veterans, on the other hand, all looked dumbfounded. Such elegant and beautiful movements they had never seen in all their time in the barracks. Not only does it look good, but it's very practical and most importantly, fast. The second Lin Rui rushed back, Chen Min violently pressed the stopwatch. "How much? 50 seconds. Chen Min gulped incredulously. All the veterans looked at Lin Rui with shocked faces. This achievement is nothing short of superhuman for them. Minus the 200-meter toss though. But a 200-meter obstacle run in only 50 seconds is absolutely inhuman. See it clearly?" Lin Rui looked at the cadets and said without blushing, "Can you finish?" Bu Chao nodded his head with a smile. "Company commander, don't worry, we all saw it coming. Although our movements won't be as handsome as yours, it shouldn't be too hard to accomplish." "Yeah, I think it's easy." Sun Nan rubbed his fists. All the veterans looked back at them with eyes like they were looking at them. Like this, "You guys dare to say it's not hard? It's too reckless." End of chapter. Hearing the cadets' words, the platoon commanders looked at each other with scorn on their faces. What a newborn. They actually dare to say that the company commander's movements are simple. Ken Xiao had a disdainful look on his face. Huang Zijian laughed. The company commander is right on point. These guys haven't learned their lesson at all. Change the shooting. They're the same as before. Chen Min shook his head. "I don't think so. They should be thinking that these recent days, their arms have gotten stronger and their physical fitness has gotten better. Therefore, running up the 400-meter obstacle should be easy. After all, you guys saw it yesterday. They set their guns so steadily. There's a good show coming up next." Wu Shi laughed. "They're floating so much, the company commander must be rubbing them on the ground." Sure enough, just then, Lin Rui walked up to the cadets with his hands behind his back. Looking at everyone's faces full of smiles, he smiled back. "How is it? Do you think it's not too difficult?" Most of the cadets nodded confidently. Just as Chen Min thought, they now felt like they were full of strength, and crossing these obstacles was like playing. However, Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei's few people were a bit ugly, but they know how powerful 400 meters is, and by the looks of the company commander, it certainly wasn't good. Lin Rui smiled and said, "Okay, since everyone thinks it's easy, then let's have a 2-hour warm-up before we set the guns, and just run the 400-meter obstacle course. And when you've learned that, if you have any more problems setting your guns today, the penalty will be a 400-meter obstacle course." Lin Rui crossed his arms and laughed. "Does everyone think it's okay?" "No problem." Most of the cadets shouted at the top of their lungs in excitement. Jing Siwei and the others were in pain and just wanted to cover their faces. "You guys were led into the pit by the old pervert. What are you so happy about? It won't be noon before you all want to die." Lin Rui beckoned for the platoon leaders to come over and lead the way. Chen Min and the others came to the trainees and immediately divided them into a dozen groups. Then they explained the essentials of the movement, and the rules of the 400 meters. Chen Min then assigned all of the platoon leaders to protect in front of each obstacle. After all, these trainees were running for the first time and there was definitely a lot of training ahead. If you don't protect it properly, You might hit it somewhere. Are you ready? Chen Min looked at Jing Siwei, who was the first to come out. The company commander said that he doesn't require you to meet his standards, but the 400-meter round trip must be within 1 minute and 35 seconds. Got it? The corner of Jing Siwei's mouth tugged hard and he nodded helplessly. Understood. Run. Chen Min minly waved his hand. Jing Siwei's right foot stomped, and his entire body immediately flew out. Immediately all the cadets started chanting in excitement, happier than if they had run themselves. Jing Siwei ran wildly all the way for hundreds of meters, circled around behind the pillar at the end to return, and then immediately stepped on the plummet pile and flew forward. Seeing a large pit appear in front of him, Jing Siwei jumped over it with all his might, but because he didn't brake, he almost crashed into the low wall in front of him. All he could do was jump in place and brace himself with the help of his hands. From here on out, he had slowed down. He stumbled through the next series of obstacles. Even though Lin Rui had done the demonstration, the platoon commanders had given explanations, but to actually do it on his own was very tough, especially climbing over the barbed wire fence full of dirty water. Jing Siwei visibly refused for a few seconds, and in the end, it was only with no choice but to climb over it, and his back was scraped several times by the barbed wire fence. When he finally came back, he jumped into a big pit with water up to his chest, and Jing Siwei froze and took more than 10 seconds to climb up. The shouts of the trainees tapered off, because they had already seen from Jing Siwei that this 400 meters was not easy at all. Jing Siwei was already in good physical condition among them, but he's done it. Anyone else would have done it. Yes. When Jing Siwei rushed back, Chen Min shouted, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. All the trainees looked at Chen Min in shock when they heard this time. They thought they had heard wrong, but Chen Min had already raised his stopwatch by now, mercilessly showing them a lap. Everyone's faces were incomparably ugly in this instant, especially Jing Siwei. It was like eating a bunch of flies. Lin Rui smiled as he walked up to them. I think I just heard you guys say that this is easy? You guys can easily accomplish it too. Ha! Bu Chao and Sun Nan felt like they had been viciously smacked a few times, their faces drooping red. Lin Rui sneered. Weren't you guys very confident before? Didn't you think you were great? What's the matter? Now you're too weak to speak? Where's that pride you had before? A bunch of wimps. The cadets were scolded and no one dared to interrupt. If this were half a month ago, Jing Siwei's bunch of pricks would have to be the first to retort, and the others would surely have to chime in as well. Are you kidding? They're all young masters at home. Which of their father's subordinates were not respectful when they saw them? How dare you, a mere lieutenant, be so arrogant? But now, they had been completely convinced by Lin Rui, being called out on it, willingly and indeed deservedly. Lin Rui was quite satisfied when he saw that no one was talking. He said lightly, you guys are still saved if you know how to have some face. Alright, none of you should practice your guns this morning. Just give me 400-meter training. Whoever can get into 1 minute and 35 seconds gets to go to gun practice. If you can't reach it, then keep running for me until you go to bed at night. Platoon Leader Chen. Lin Rui turned his head. Begin. Yes. Chen Min yelled. What are you all waiting for? Next. Start. Chen Min shouted at Xiao Yuandong. Xiao Yuandong was bitter and held in all his strength as he flew out. The next whole morning, the 400 meters obstacle course. The cadets' flying figure is not broken. In the beginning, the cadets were able to hang on by their physical strength, but at the back, especially after running 3 times, even a fierce man with good stamina like Wang Shang had already blanched. Those who were not in good physical condition, after running for the 3rd time, had slumped down in the corner and wowed and threw up. At this moment, Jing Siwei and the others finally understood why the veterans of the army had to say that they would rather run 5 kilometers than 400 meters. That's 400 meters. It does kill you. I knew that the company commander wouldn't be so kind. Xiao Yuandong slumped to the ground, vomiting as he said, these 400 meters, it's killing me. I'd rather add a brick when I go to set my gun. Jing Siwei said without any good humor. Just now, you guys, weren't you screaming quite happily? Now you know how violent these 400 meters are, right? Bu Chao lay on the ground desperately gasping for breath. Company commander, once again, using his strength, rubbing us on the ground. I'll go. Company commander. Company commander isn't human. Not far away. Lin Rui had his hands behind his back and was opening the mission progress bar. The 400-meter obstacle is a red check mark, only halfway to the completion of his mission. Lin Rui looked at the next training subject and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't be anxious, the good show has just begun. There's more to come. End of chapter. At the end of the day's training, the trainees were holding each other, with little relief from fatigue, even after dinner. Old Jing I can't feel my legs anymore. Will I be ruined? Xiao Yuandong held onto the wall and struggled up the stairs. The corners of Jing Siwei's mouth twitched. You're the one who can't feel your legs. I can't even feel my arms now. To hell with 400 meters. I heard the company commander say that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we'll have to run with our equipment on our backs. Bu Chao almost cried out. Too cruel. Too perverted. What in the world is the company commander doing here? We're just a bunch of students. We're not soldiers. Sun Nan had a look of despair on his face. In the past, when we ran 5 kilometers, I thought that the company commander was trying to build us up to be the king of the army. Juan Xia. Now I realize that he's building us up like Rambo. Sinning. Ma Chi wailed. In our previous life, we designated that we had done an unknown number of unethical things, or else we definitely wouldn't have met him in this life. Just then, a shrill assembly whistle suddenly sounded downstairs. All the trainees had a raw look on their faces. They had a hard time climbing up the stairs. Do you know how hard it is to come up here? Couldn't Nima have blown it earlier? There was nothing to be done. All could only endure the pain. They all knew that if they went down there a little later, they might give them something to do. Soon, all the trainees were assembled. Lin Rue looked at them with his hands behind his back and with his signature smile. I can see that you guys have worked hard in today's training. The performance was also good. At least by evening, you guys basically met my requirements. The cadets wanted to vomit blood as they listened. Thinking to yourself, do you know how much we've had to suffer to get to where you want us to be? Even a fierce man like Wang Shang had thrown up at least 8 times, and was now walking and fluttering like that dummy. Is this what people do? And you have the nerve to smile? However, no one dared to say this, so it was not easy for Lin Rue to be in a happy mood right now. Anyone who upsets him is really screwed. Lin Rue coughed and said, I'll summarize the training of these 2 days. First, the gun fixing was great. I'm very satisfied. We can shoot again in a few days to see your caliber. Secondly, 400 meters is improving fast. Even your platoon leader is shocked. The platoon commanders looked at each other. Their faces a little hard. Are they shocked? They are ashamed. This group of trainees started out just unfamiliar, not knowing where to launch, and not knowing how to control speed and force when they got to the obstacle course. But after they had run the society a few more times, that level immediately left the platoon leaders a long way behind. These were students who had only been training for a month, and they were actually better than them. Where do they have a face? Lin Rue continued. Next, we're going to train new subjects. But then, as you all know, our academy is unpopular and wants nothing. The last time we had guns and bullets, we still made a concerted effort to ask the principal for them. But if we try to pull the same trick this time, it definitely won't work, and the principal won't fall for it. At the mention of this incident, the cadets were angry. Last time it was Lin Rue who had tricked them, and that was why they had gone to the principal to touch him. Ended up coming back and tossing myself. Now that they heard that Lin Rue was still trying to get something going, all of the trainees were savvy and immediately lowered their heads and eyes. No matter what Lin Rue said, they treated it as fart. Having fallen for it once, they're not going to fall for it again. This kind of situation had been expected by Lin Rue, but assembling today, he had been prepared for a long time. Not speaking, Lin Rue sneered in his heart. I'll see if you speak later. He coughed and said lightly, what if I can't get the equipment this time? I'll consider reinforcing the existing training. For example, letting you guys run 10 kilometers in full armor. Another example, let you guys run 400 meters in full armor. Lin Rue nodded to himself. Well, that's certainly not bad for training. All the trainees shuddered viciously, and everyone's scalp went numb. 10 kilometers in full gear? A 400 meter obstacle course in full gear? Please be a human being. Is this something a student can train for? The reconnaissance unit wouldn't dare do that, would they? But until this moment, still no one spoke. The big thing is to just practice hard. It's a bit of hard work at best, and I'm sure you'll get used to it after a while. But if they agreed to Lin Rue, hell knows what pit they'd fall into this time. Seeing that everyone didn't say anything, Lin Rue secretly smiled. These boys are really learning from their mistakes. However, Dao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Lin Rue had prepared a backhand and it was a big move. He said lightly, but then, I know you're all capable in your families, so you'll have no problem getting something. The trainees all sneered in their hearts. The fox's tail has finally revealed itself. Jing Siwei and Xiao Yuandong all looked at each other and agreed with their eyes. They just didn't agree with him, letting him be anxious. So what? Lin Rue scanned over them and smiled faintly. I've decided that if any of you can get me supplies, I'll make him squad leader. In an instant, all the trainees all raised their heads and looked at Lin Rue in unison. Even the veterans were taken aback by the neatness of the maneuvers. Lin Rue looked at their faces full of anticipation and smiled. Chen Platoon reflected to me. That that a platoon leader with 2 or 3 squads really can't take care of them. So what? He proposed that I pick 2 squad leaders. The main task then is to work with the platoon leader and manage together. The trainees' eyes had grown fiery. Everyone's excited about it. Lin Rue struck while the iron was hot and said, "What about the rights of this squad leader? They must be higher than the others. Take the lead in completing the daily training. And as long as you pass, you don't have to practice. The next step is to train others with the platoon leader." Speaking of which, the trainees' blood was on fire, and one of them could not wait to rush over immediately. You don't have to train again each day as long as you pass the training. It's also so damn cool. Everyone in the room, almost everyone, can do it. If you can go without training and still train others, just thinking about it is energizing. Seeing that they were already excited to death, Lin Rue intentionally slowed down his voice. Originally, I was thinking of picking out the more powerful ones from amongst you guys to be the squad leaders. But then, your levels are actually all similar. It's not fair to the others to pick anyone, and the others won't be too convinced. Lin Rue sighed. So, I was prepared to let whoever could work for our benefit. As it turns out, none of you can actually help. So I guess I'll just have to let it go. Report company commander. Jing Siwei was the first to shout excitedly. You name it, whatever you need, I can get it for you. Report company commander. Xiao Yuandong shouted eagerly. What he can get, I can too. What he can't get, I still can. My eldest uncle is in the logistics department. My uncle is still in the general armament department. Maki called out, company commander, let me do it. I can do it. I'm going to do it for the good of everyone. For a while, the trainees who had but one connection at home yelled. They completely forgot all about their previous engagement. For the sake of this squad leader, they also completely forgot about the previous pitfalls. At the moment, the crowd was almost about to fight over this squad leader. The platoon leaders backed off quite a bit at their aura. I'll go. The company commander is zooming in. Huang Zijian laughed. For the resources at hand, he really doesn't waste them at all. Chen Min laughed. Which is a big move. This is clearly a king's bomb. A squad leader position. The company commander can do whatever he wants. End of chapter. Company commander. If you need anything, just say so. Maki said arrogantly. I won't brag to you. My uncle is in the naval fleet close to here. I can get whatever you need. What's so great about the Navy? A cadet shouted. The Air Force has the best stuff. Can you Navy compete? Stop bull asterisk ting here. Jing Siwei said with dissatisfaction. We're in an academy now. We're students. And as powerful as your Air Force and Navy are, how can you still fly airplanes and warships over here? Xiao Yuandong said smugly. That's right. What we want now is definitely the Army's equipment. You can't get this one, but I can. Go go go. What business is it of yours? Wang Sheng said with a high heart. Here, only I am the most qualified. Getting equipment. Which one of you can be better than me? As soon as he said this, the faces of Jing Siwei and the others did not look good. We're all still in fair play at the moment. But you, Wang Sheng, are clearly on a roll. We're all talking about paternal relationships, and you're bringing in your grandparents' side. Isn't that obvious bullying? Company commander, I strongly request that Wang Sheng not be allowed to participate. Sun Nan shouted. By what? Wang Sheng looked at him angrily. Now is the time to go by merit. Sun Nan said in a serious manner. Reporting to the company commander, Wang Sheng's grandfather and maternal grandfather are both old-timers and hate this kind of relationship thing. If they knew about it, they might ruin things for you. Therefore, I strongly request to block him. We also demand that this plugin be strongly blocked. The others yelled. Wang Sheng's eyes were red with anger. If you have the ability, you guys go and cast a good fetus as well. If you don't have the ability, what are you gabbing about here? Seeing that the trainees were getting more and more aggressive in their quarrels, there was even an intention to fight. Lin Rue just smiled and didn't say anything, while the veterans were already on the verge of falling to their knees in shock. For Lin Rue, the more these guys argued, the better. The more they care about this squad leader position, then the more they will work harder to do their job for them. He's just here to substitute a military training, and the most the chief can do is try to make sure he doesn't lose face with the 3rd Steel Regiment. So, as long as these cadets could walk in a straight line and stay in formation, plus some simple military training, the chief would be satisfied. If Lin Rue wanted the head of the group to give something, he guessed that the head of the group could transfer him back. It's still our company commander who's raw and fierce. Wu Shi said admiringly. These sons of ES were rubbed on the ground by him, and not only did they not have any temper at all, but they even came to admire him. The company commander's skills are enough for us to learn for the rest of our lives. The eyes of all the platoon commanders had become incomparably reverent as they looked at Lin Rue's back. In the past, they just thought that Lin Rue was unafraid of power and was what a soldier should be. But now, They were genuinely impressed. It was just don't want to die. Alright, Lin Rue finally spoke up when he saw that the scene was starting to get chaotic. I can see that all of you, then, are demanding progress and want to be the leader of this squad. Lin Rue smiled. In that case then, how about this? I'll give each of you a minute and a half of phone time. You guys can call anyone and ask them to provide me with what I need. Whoever finishes first will be our first squad leader here. Fair and square. Just let everyone show their abilities. What do you guys think? Lin Rue said with a smile. The trainees were already bickering at the moment, and it wasn't even a good idea to do so. Lin Rue's words were immediately met with unanimous agreement. Lin Rue waved his hand and told the platoon commanders to go ahead and call with everyone. On this side of the platoon leader's quarters, there were 6 telephones hanging on the wall. It was originally for the cadets, but these cadets brought their own phones into the school and never used them at all. But then, all their electronics were scrapped in the first flush. Coupled with Lin Rue's order, the cadets had no chance to use the phone at all. So, these calls are basically never used. Everyone, 1.5 minutes, Lin Rue shouted. Starting now. Once the order was given, Wang Shang, Jing Siwei, and Xiao Yuandong immediately rushed over. What was the phone number again? Madge grabbed the phone, confused for a moment. The Jing Siwei guys were equally confused. Their numbers existed in their cell phones. They don't have enough time to play on weekdays, and remembering the passwords for various games is tiring enough. Where do they have time to remember the phone numbers of their relatives at home? And, even their father's phones were useless. They only answered them after 9 p.m. And usually they had to call their secretaries. I'll go. Why didn't I memorize it? Xiao Yuandong smashed the wall in anger. On the side of Wang Shang was dialed, but 3 consecutively, the end of all unanswered. Answer it, what are doing? Wang Shang was anxiously cranky. The other trainees who were originally waiting also panicked at this moment. Most of them were in the same situation as a few Wang Shang. Either you can't remember the phone number, or you can't decide if there's an answer when you call. This is a particularly awkward point for leaders, when they are either wrapping up a meeting from work or on their way to a banquet. Calling for someone? That's really hard. Alright, time for the first batch, Lin Rue said decisively. Xiao Yuandong was on the verge of tears. Company commander, give me another chance. I'll hit 114 inquiries. Just let me do it again. Lin Rue rolled his eyes. Which leader's phone number can you check with 114? Do you take the military's secrecy code for granted? Asterisk off and change. Lin Rue said nonchalantly. He didn't have time to wait for these guys. Anyway, there were so many trainees here, so naturally someone would be able to get the equipment he wanted. The next batch of trainees joyfully rushed over. Guys, get out of the way. Don't get in our way. Xiao Yuandong and the others were angry and cross-eyed. May none of you be able to get through. End of chapter. Hey, brother, it's me, Huang Hui excitedly said into the phone. Brother, don't hang up. I'm on business. What business can you have? Did you get into trouble at the military school? Let me tell you, I'm very busy right now. I'll deal with you later. Before Huang Hui could say the following, there was already a busy signal on the other end of the phone. Seeing Huang Hui's dumbfounded and bitter face, the surrounding trainees burst into laughter. Yo, your brother doesn't seem to be treating you well. Don't the special forces have a lot of supplies? It's useless if people ignore you even more. All shut up, Huang Hui shouted, then looked bitterly at Lin Rue. Company commander, give me another chance. I still have a great aunt. Lin Rue shook his head godlike. Fairness, justice, understand? I have to be fair to everyone. Go down, change, company commander, company commander. Huang Hui still wanted to shout, but was immediately thrown out by a group of trainees. What are you screaming about? We won't even if the company commander is soft-hearted. Fairness, understand? Not far away, Jing Siwei and Wang Shang, who had already lost their rights, and the others, heard this and were instantly left with black lines. Hell, they clearly have the ability to get supplies over here easily too. It's a matter of a phone call, for sure, but the point is, he meowed and forgot the phone. God damn it, if they had known, they would have engraved the phone numbers of their father's generation of secretaries in their heads, and they wouldn't have been in such a humiliating mess. For those who don't know, they think they are really incapable. Damn, it's so infuriating. Xiao Yuandong stood up and kicked at the stone. As a result, before he could kick, his shoe flew out and smashed right on Kanxiu's head. Kanxiu was startled and immediately looked at Xiao Yuandong. What's going on? Xiao Yuandong's face was bitter. Damn, it didn't vent, but also stabbed a mess. Kanxiu, he is not afraid, a small platoon leader only, but he's the company commander's man. Sure enough, the next second Lin Rue's voice came, assaulting the platoon leader. Lawlessness, Xiao Yuandong. Immediately go like this and run 8 400-meter obstacles that are back and forth. Then 500 push-ups. If you don't do them in the allotted time, you won't be able to eat dinner today, or all day tomorrow. Xiao Yuandong was on the verge of tears. Company commander. I didn't do it on purpose. I am especially respectful of the platoon leader. The platoon leader are my own big brother. It's a shoe. Go! Lin Rue yelled. Xiao Yuandong was so scared that he shivered, and without saying a word, he immediately ran wildly towards the 400-meter obstacle course. Lin Rue continued to turn his head as if nothing had happened. Jing Siwei and Wang Shang looked at each other, and the two of them sighed silently. This whole background of theirs is just wasted and they can't get mad. What a thing to call it. On the other side of the phone, still chirping away. But more than half an hour had passed, and not a single person had asked for supplies. Chen Min walked behind Lin Rue and whispered, Company commander, these cadets can't get anything. Could it be that they're just blowing awesome? But they're actually not treated well at home. Lin Rue laughed and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry. These boys used to have cell phones, or at least a phone book. But now there's nothing left. They can only take their chances. Give them some time. It'll definitely work. Chen Min bristled. Company commander, you trust them too much. What you want is not as simple as guns and bullets. And I'm afraid that even if their parents are bullish, they won't be able to. Before he could finish his words, Bu Chao, who was in front of the phone, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, I'm fine. My side is fine. Company commander, my dad's phone got through. My mom went to call him. Hearing this, no matter if they already had no chance or if they hadn't had their turn yet, all of them stood up at this moment. I'll be damned. What does Old Step's dad do? How should I know? I'm not his father's brother. I've heard of it. It seems to be this logistics department. It seems to be. I'll be damned. Doesn't the logistics department, that happen to be in charge of quite a few supplies? Finished. Finished. This time we are finished. The position of class leader is occupied by this. My God. It's not fair. Look at him. He looks like a thief. How can he be the class president? God. You're blind. A couple of participants have already tried to cut the phone line short, but with the platoon leaders gathered around watching them, there was no way to make a small move. Everyone could only watch in despair as Bu Chao frowned and pretended there. At this moment, a hoarse baritone voice rang out from the end of Bu Chao's phone. Xiao Chao? You kid. Why don't you call home until now? Do you know how worried your mom is about you? Didn't I tell you to report how you are doing over there? A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't talk about me all the time. You're not the one who's most worried about him. You read about him every day. You keep quiet. The man asked in a cold voice. What's the matter? Looking for me in such a hurry. Did you get me into trouble again? Let me tell you. Your principal is my former senior. If you break the law, I'll let him punish you severely. Bu Chao hurriedly said. Dad. I'm fine. Stop yammering for a second. I need your help so I can progress in school. When Bu Chao's father heard that, there was actually room for improvement? He immediately became interested. What? The school leader praised you? Now is in the military training, is it? Is not the performance as particularly good? Ah? Ha ha ha. I told you my son is not that useless. Cultural achievement is not good. But when the military certainly. Bu Chao looked at the time and saw that a minute had passed, so he was on the verge of crying. Dad. Stop it. It's really important. Listen carefully. I need at least 2 carloads of grenades. 3 would be best. And then, I need 40 fire. Equipped with good rockets. The more the better. We have more than 100 people. You hear me? Can you fix me? You fix it for me. Your son is improving here. You don't want to see me fall, do you? You want me to get better, right? Then you help me, Dad. Bu Chao's father was smashed by a series of words and kept nodding his head. His brain could not think fast enough before he said, Fine, fine. As long as you can make progress, I will definitely help you. When do you want it? The sooner the better. Preferably early tomorrow morning. Thanks, Dad. I'll try. Good. Before Bu Chao's father could finish, the phone had hung up. Bu Chao's mom immediately came over and asked, What's wrong? What did the kid say? Bu Chao's father reposted. He said he wanted grenades, 40 fire, and rockets. What? Bu Chao's mom's mouth opened wide in shock. Shouldn't he have asked for braised meat, braised hooves, braised ribs and all that? What's the point of asking for grenades? How should I know? He says he wants to get better, so he wants these and wants me to send them right away. Bu Chao's father had a bitter face. Old partner, you say, we are sending Xiao Chao to a military school, right? Why do I feel that this is sending him to the front line of the war? Is this a military school? End of chapter. Early the next morning, before dawn, 5 military trucks slowly drove into the college. Lin Rui rushed over with Chen Min and Huang Zijian and other platoon commanders, and the cadets were also awakened by the sound of the car's siren, and one by one, they leaned on the windows and looked out. "It's my dad. My dad is here," Bu Chao said proudly to one of the dormitory people. "I'll go." The stuff was delivered before dawn. "And your dad personally brought the stuff?" Sun Nan's mouth opened wide in surprise. "Your dad loves you too much, doesn't he?" Bu Chao said proudly. "That's right. He's looking forward to his son." Maki grunted disdainfully. "He's afraid you'll cause trouble here, so he came over specially to take a look." Bu Chao glared at him. "Ma Chi, our status is different now. How do you talk to the squad leader? Be careful, I'll practice you to death during training." Ma Chi looked at him with wide eyes. "What are you fooling around for? Who the hell recognizes you as class president? We don't obey you." "That's it." Sun Nan coldly grunted. "Even if your father gets an arsenal, we will at most obey your father. It has nothing to do with you. Your physical ability. Who are we afraid of you? And who are you better than? And let us listen to you. Dream on." The other trainees also raised their middle fingers. It would be a dream for sure to make them serve Bu Chao because of this. Bu Chao snorted coldly. "You guys have to obey even if you don't. I'm the company commander's hand-picked squad leader. If you guys don't listen to me, the company commander will clean you up too." On the playground, the soldiers brought by Boulay had already begun unloading boxes one by one. Boulay looked in the direction of the dormitory building and asked curiously, "Company Commander Shaolin, what do you need so many grenades for?" Lin Rui smiled slightly. "Practicing live fire throwing and 40 fire for training," Boulay asked in surprise. "But I've heard that students of the National Defense Academy are not qualified to practice this during military training at all. That's why I'm troubling you." Lin Rui smiled a harmless smile. Boulay immediately glared at him. "Shaolin, you are violating discipline. You're not from the academy, but you have to follow the rules of the academy. I thought the academy had opened a back door for you guys. Stop. Stop all of you. Move everything back. No giving it to them." Seeing that Boulay was angry, Lin Rui hurriedly explained, "Chief, I know that this is breaking the rules, but do you also think, like the principal and the others, that all the students who have entered the National Defense Academy are all rotten slime that can't be helped, and don't deserve to be like the students of other academies at all? Or will they never be as good as students from other colleges?" Boulay froze, getting him to admit that his son is trash and no better than anyone else. He was 120% dissatisfied in his mind. By sending Bu Chao here, Boulay is hoping that his son will be able to make a name for himself with his own hard work in the future. Even after getting out of the National Defense Academy, you can only go to the lowest level and start at the bottom. But he would never want anyone to say that his son was useless. "You say it." Boulay glared at Lin Rui. Lin Rui knew there was a turnaround and said lightly, "Before I came here, I heard that they drove out a few company commanders. At that time, no one dared to come at all. Everyone said they were pricks and trash. But after I came here, I realized that every one of them is actually good. They can be good soldiers, and if they are given more chances, they will surely blow everyone away. Now, Chief, is the time to give them that chance." Lin Rui stared tightly into Boulay's eyes. "When I came here, I promised our regimental commander that I would definitely bring them up to be honorable soldiers. Now I also assure you that as long as they are given the opportunity, your son will definitely excel and amaze you. He, no less than anyone else." Lin Rui's words made the eyes of Lei, an old father, turn red. The blood in his entire body, too, boiled inexplicably. All his life, the first half of his life, he was so busy working that he neglected to discipline his children. So much so that it's too late to try to discipline. But any father, who is convinced that his child is good, with good guidance, they must be great. Now, hearing Lin Rui's words, Boulay's mind was completely firm. He suddenly punched Lin Rui in the chest, his eyes burning. "Just for your words, even if it's against the rules, I'll cover for you, not just for my son, but for everyone you've mentioned. Don't let me down." When he finished, he turned to his men and yelled, "Hurry up and unload. You'll be gone in a minute." The soldiers he brought with him were confused. Didn't they just say they were putting it back on? Why are they unloading it again? But the leader speaks. Where they good deep, can only quickly down the goods. Lin Rui looked at Boulay's back, his eyes showing deep respect. There is no parent in the world who doesn't want his son to be a dragon. Even if it's late, their hearts, always, are with their children. 10 minutes later, Boulay left with his convoy without looking back. Originally, he wanted to meet Bu Chao, but he thought of Lin Rui's comment that there would be surprises in the future, so he held back. As a qualified soldier, he could wait. Lin Rui didn't stay idle and immediately gathered all the platoon commanders and moved all the grenades to the range. After breakfast was over, the already curious cadets were finally all dragged to the range. Today, We conduct a new training. Lin Rue kicked open a box, full of grenades, immediately exposed. All the trainees perked up at once, their eyes showing the same excitement as when they had shot the gun earlier. Company commander, are we throwing grenades? Jing Siwei asked excitedly, playing it straight for real without throwing props. Ha! Lin Rue smiled and shook his head. No need. You should have all seen grenades before, and some of you have even thrown them. It's simply redundant to have you guys throw fake ones again. So, let's go straight from the real thing. The trainees immediately danced with excitement. If guns are the most desired toys for all men, then explosives are definitely the ultimate dream for men. Especially the grenades, once thrown out to intimidate the four directions, to be as powerful as possible. Company commander, it's really not a blowout, Xiao Yuandong said excitedly. I may not be able to shoot a gun, but I'm very accurate at throwing grenades. Within 20 meters, I can throw it into a window. The corner of Lin Rue's mouth curled into a cold smile. 20 meters? What's your big dream? What his mission progress bar showed was that he had to make these trainees able to throw wherever he pointed within a 70-meter radius. 20 meters and you want to get away with it? Lin Rue was laughing with amusement. Moreover, Lin Rue wasn't going to train throwing grenades alone this time. He's going to train in conjunction with shooting. With only 5 days left for the mission to be completed, he had to speed things up. Otherwise, if he couldn't finish by the time, his system could be ruined. Then his dream of becoming a king in the military might have ended prematurely as well. He smiled slightly at the trainees. Since you want to train so badly, I'll fulfill you. End of chapter. Company commander. It's set up. Chen Nin ran over panting. Lin Rue turned his head and looked at the simple throwing training ground that had been made next to the target range. It's really just a hole dug in a different location and a wire circle placed to mimic a window. The distance from 30 meters all the way to 80 meters, every 10 meters, was staggered and properly arranged. Lin Rue nodded and immediately greeted all the trainees in front of the throwing field. Holy, that far? That circle is so small. I can barely see it at the farthest end. Is this going to pitch in? It's too hard. We don't have any sights on our bodies. How are we going to throw this? Company commander, can't you put it closer? Lin Rue swept his eyes at the gibbering trainees. Then without saying a word, he directly picked up a grenade. Hawkeye quickly took aim at the farthest ring of iron 80 meters away. Lin Rue pulled out the fuse and threw it forward with panache. The grenade smoked white in front of everyone and threw a nice parabola in the air. Then, with precision, it passed through the iron ring and landed firmly in the pit behind it. Boom! An explosion came, scaring all the trainees. At this moment, not only them, but even all the veterans stared in shock. That's 80 meters, and the standard for normal troops is 40 to 50 meters, and for scouting troops it's 60 meters. But Lin Rue not only threw out 80 meters, he was also able to penetrate through such a small iron ring to hit his target. It's like a human target. Company commander is mighty. Jing Siwei was the first to applaud. The other trainees also reacted violently, and one by one, they slapped their hands desperately. It's not flattery, they genuinely adore it. Anyone with any intelligence can see how difficult it is. But Lin Rue acted lightly and trustingly. It's not admirable. Lin Rue patted the ash on his hands and looked at them with a smile. See how to throw it? See? The cadets nodded vigorously. Like me, you can throw it, right? Lin Rue was asking. Will. Everyone nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Lin Rue smiled. Alright then, don't just stand there. Let's get started. Lin Rue nodded toward the platoon leaders. The platoon leaders moved immediately to bring in boxes of training grenades. The trainees who were still excited were instantly like being poured a pot of cold water. That was cool from head to toe. Don't all freeze. Please, don't be polite. Lin Rue waved his hand. Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. Company commander, didn't you tell us to throw live ammunition? How? That's right, company commander. You can't keep your word. Ma Chi pleaded. You said before that we're all veterans and have to use live ammunition. But why did you bring this out again? Bu Chao quickly said. Company commander, you don't have to worry about the grenades. I'll ask my father to send them when they run out. It's enough. Everyone nodded at him in rare affirmation, just thinking that what he was saying was still human now. And at this moment, Lin Rue's face was instantly gloomy. You guys have thrown grenades, but you haven't even thrown them past 20 meters. At your current level, you still want to use live ammunition? If you don't throw the grenade and blow yourselves up, I don't want to die along with you. Anyone who talks any more nonsense will be fully armed for 10 kilometers immediately. Everyone was scared and immediately ran honestly to the front of the range. Lin Rue nudged at the platoon commanders, and several platoon commanders immediately went up and started teaching them how to throw. The reason for this was also because Lin Rue was worried that something would go wrong later. It's a grenade. In case it's not thrown, Once it hits the ground, then there's the potential for widespread casualties. Then, when the time comes, he, the company commander, won't be able to shoulder such a big responsibility. Besides, it's not on his conscience. Of course, live fire throwing is still going on, and it's definitely taking place today. Right now, Lin Rui just wanted to make sure they didn't miss a beat. In the blink of an eye 2 hours would have passed, and the cadets, with the help of their platoon leader, had basically been able to accurately throw themselves into any target within 40 meters, even at distances like 50 meters and 60 meters. Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei were often able to throw in a few. Lin Rui nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the physical training over this period of time had had an effect. He clapped his hands and assembled the team once more. The trainees all flew to him with ecstasy on each of their faces. Company commander, is it time to train with live ammunition? Lin Rui nodded with a smile. That's fine. Now each person will receive 10 grenades and throw 2 grenades at different distances. Start. The cadets were as excited as birds just out of their cages and immediately went over to the platoon sergeant's side to collect their grenades. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, there was explosion after explosion from the training ground. Lin Rui clasped his hands and watched silently, and the smile on his face grew. Sure enough, after simulation training, the guys threw solidly. There were quite a few misses when I just threw the training rounds. But now, it's a 90% hit rate in 50 meters. Company commander, I told you I have a talent for this. Isn't it awesome? Jing Siwei smiled smugly. Company commander, let's have some more. This is not enjoyable at all. Bu Chao hurriedly said. Don't worry, tonight I will call the old man again. Tomorrow let him send twice as much over. Small matter. Most of the trainees gave Bu Chao a thumbs up, completely forgetting about the fact that he had become the squad leader. It's really too good to throw grenades. As long as it's cool, the class president loves whoever he wants. Lin Rui saw that they were almost done and said with a grin, So, you guys are pretty sure of your throws now? The crowd nodded their heads in unison and said with confidence, Company commander, it's not a boast. Wherever you point and throw, we are all god pitchers. Lin Rui nodded his head in satisfaction. Alright, then let's start interspersed shooting training. I've talked about the rules before. Today I'll give each of you 10 rounds of ammunition. Single shot, 2 modes, standing and kneeling. But then, the distance is lengthened by 100 meters. Any questions? No, all yelled. Fixed gun training. They had worked extremely hard for this moment now. Shooting guns, they really don't carry fear now. Lin Rui waved and led the crowd back to the shooting range. The first team received their guns and ammunition and went straight into firing positions. However, today's firing positions were a little different. There used to be only a small mound of dirt at knee level. But today, the hole was dug so deep that the mound of dirt in the way of the cadets went as far as their bellies. Before they could react to what was going on, Lin Rui had already given a second order. Another team, stand here and get ready to throw grenades at the front. What? All of the cadets were dumbfounded, and the platoon commanders were so scared that they almost didn't directly kneel down. Throwing grenades in front of people shooting? Is this going to just blow up the people who are shooting? Company commander, Chen Min asked cautiously. Are you feverish and confused in the head? End of chapter. Hearing Chen Min's words, Lin Rui almost didn't kick over. This is called scientific training. What do you know? Lin Rui said in a serious manner. Just follow what I say. Chen Min looked at him woodenly. Company commander, are you saying that it's scientific to blow people up with grenades? Chen Min's insides were crumbling. Where the could this have anything to do with science? Aren't you bull ting with your eyes open? Several other platoon commanders came around to persuade them. For other things, they could cooperate with Lin Rui. But this thing, that's going to take a life. If they didn't dissuade them, they would have to follow Lin Rui to the end when the time came. The backstage of these students is so powerful that getting them killed is like a game. Company commander, don't be impulsive. Training can all come gradually, so don't be in a hurry. Company commander, they haven't offended you either. Why do you have to drive them to their deaths? Seeing that the platoon leaders were about to take the side of the cadets, Lin Rui immediately let out a low growl. Shut up. Are you the company commander or am I the company commander? This roar not only scared all the platoon commanders into shutting up, but even the group of cadets not far away were collectively startled. Lin Rui glared at Chen Min and the others. I have my reasons for doing this. You guys just have to follow what I say, and they'll never have a problem. Keep your eyes wide open and follow my orders. Do not question me here. Understand? Lin Rui's sudden outburst of pressure pressed the platoon commanders to the point where they couldn't even breathe. Although on weekdays, Lin Rui's intimidating pressure was directed at the cadets, but these platoon commanders had been watching from the sidelines for a long time. and over time they had also developed a strong fear of Lin Rue. Alright, don't just stand there. Hurry up and move. Lin Rue waved his hand. The platoon leaders looked at each other and sighed helplessly, then immediately went into action. The platoon leaders moved, and the last vestiges of hope for the newcomers were completely gone. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair as they watched Lin Rue slowly walk towards them. Company commander, I quite listen to you and worship you. How could you lay your hands on me? Jing Siwei said with a crying face. Lin Rue smiled slightly. Look at the wimpy faces of you birds. Did I tell you to blow up your own people with grenades? I'm telling you guys, throw the grenades into the pit 20 meters in front of the firing position. Lin Rue said in a cold voice. The grenade's explosion radius is only 10 meters, and the shockwaves from the explosion after falling into the pit are all digested inside the pit. What the hell are you guys afraid of? Despite the words, the cadets were still in a state of bitterness. Are you kidding me? That's a grenade exploding all around you. Who knows if that thing will collapse the mound? Is this training? It's like playing for keeps. Special forces don't train like this, do they? Seeing that no one was moving, Lin Rue immediately yelled lowly, all of you, hurry up and move for me. I'm warning you now, if anyone disobeys orders, I won't need to use blindfolded flying daggers. Today, I'll directly put coins on top of your heads and then blindfoldedly hit you with my gun. All the trainees instantly turned white with fear and collectively turned around and ran towards the shooting range. This nifty projectile shooting and all that. It's scary at best, but not necessarily deadly. But if Lin Rue got them to shoot blindly, the chances of them surviving were basically slim. Everyone knows this guy is crazy and says one thing. If he says it, he can certainly do it. To be stubborn with him is not to seek death, but to send it. In the blink of an eye, everyone was in place. Jing Siwei, Wang Shang and others remained in the first shooting echelon. Only, the originally confident ones had inexplicable fear appearing on their faces at the moment. Old Wang, are you scared? Jing Siwei asked in a small voice. I'm afraid of you. Wang Shang stammered. Jing Siwei looked at him. You're not scared. What are you? What are you shaking your legs for? Wang Shang immediately subconsciously lowered his head, and he realized that he was not only shaking his legs, his whole ing body was shaking. He looked at Jing Siwei again, and said in an unkind manner, don't talk about me, mind your own business. Look at you. You can't even stand up. Jing Siwei said while holding the mound in front of him with his hands. Who said I can't stand still? Today, I'm going to shoot 10 rings to show you. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a platoon of soldiers standing behind them threw a grenade. A dozen grenades all fell into the pit and exploded. The grenade-throwing cadets all let out a breath of relief. They were afraid that they would blow up their classmates if they didn't throw it right. But while they were relieved, Jing Siwei and the others were so scared that they squatted down collectively. Nima, it's too scary. It's scary. Xiao Yuandong cried. Can't you give some preparation? Jing Siwei looked at Wang Shang's pale face and laughed. You still say you're not afraid. Look at what you're scared of. Wang Shang also glared at him. Then look at yourself. You're on your knees. You're even more of a wimp than me. It was only then that Jing Siwei realized that his legs had long since gone out of control. All rise and shoot. Lin Rue yelled from a short distance away. 1/3 of the time has passed. If you fail to complete the task, or go over the time limit, each person will sprint the 400-meter obstacle 10 times. Jing Siwei and the others had to stand up stiffly, but no sooner had they aimed their guns than another wave of grenades were thrown and exploded. Everyone was so scared that they closed their eyes and tilted their heads. As for where the bullets hit, no one cares at this point. Boom, boom, boom. Before they could stabilize themselves, another round of grenades exploded. This time, though, it was in a pit 15 meters behind them. Mom, help! Xiao Yuandong couldn't help but shout. The others were no better. Their attention was drawn to the explosion and they completely forgot what they were doing. After 10 bullets, I can't believe not a single bullet made it to the target. Lin Rue looked at them coldly. Is this the result of your bragging to me? Didn't you say that you were confident in this gunfight? Look at you guys. Why the hell are you still pissing your pants? Still ing like a man? Like a cadet? All the trainees looked in the direction of Lin Rue's finger. Sure enough, Xiao Yuandong's pants were all damp and the ground was wet. That's obviously just being scared. Company commander, Wang Shang asked suddenly with a pale face. I want to know, what is the point of training like this? Lin Rue looked at him in surprise. What? Wang Shang looked at him stubbornly. There isn't any troop that trains like this. It doesn't make any sense for you to do this. I just want to know if you're doing this on purpose to mistreat us. When these words came out, all the trainees sucked in a breath of cold air. Daring to talk to the company commander like that, and in an insistent manner. This is definitely something that all trainees dream of doing but don't dare to do. Although everyone was shocked, they silently gave Wang Sheng a private thumbs up. This dude, how awesome. Wang Sheng looked at Lin Rui aggressively. Please give us a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, even if you shoot me today, I won't practice. Moreover, I promise to complain to my superiors about you and charge you. For a moment, all of them looked at Lin Rui. Some gloated, others were filled with curiosity. Everyone wanted to know what Lin Rui was going to do. End of chapter. Seeing Lin Rui being questioned, Chen Min tried to go to relieve himself, but was pulled back by Huang Zijin. At a time like this, don't get together, Huang Zijin whispered. Just let Wang Sheng ask him. If he can't tell us, then isn't it cancelled? We're not in danger either. Then what if Wang Sheng pursues it? Chen Min was anxious. The company commander is a good soldier. We can't see him go down. Kanshio said. When the time comes, we'll persuade Wang Sheng together. As long as the company commander cancelled, they definitely won't pursue the matter. In fact, they also respect the company commander. They are just skeptical about this training subject. It's okay, don't worry about it. Several platoon commanders said so, so Chen Min had no choice but to nod helplessly. By this time, Wang Sheng had already approached Lin Rui with a group of students. This situation only occurred when Lin Rui first arrived. After that, they wouldn't dare to do that if they had 100 guts. Company commander, give an explanation. Wang Sheng yelled lowly. Jing Siwei and the others also stared at Lin Rui dead in the face. Company commander, we respect you and want to be good soldiers like you, but you can't abuse us for no reason. That's right. Have you like this? I came here to be scared by you to pee for the second time. Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. What if in the future, all the trainees had a black line at once? It always felt like something strange was drilled into the seriousness of it. Company commander, give us an explanation. Maki said. Lin Rui looked at them, a faint smile on his lips. Suddenly, he took the gun from Wang Sheng's hand and immediately replaced it with a new magazine. Immediately afterward, he turned to get several grenades and turned to head directly toward the range. Everyone looked confused, but no one dared to stop him. Eyes watched as Lin Rui walked to a stop by the pit in front of the firing position. Company commander, what's this about? He couldn't have been so unreasonable and thin-skinned that he tried to kill himself. Could he? How can that be? Not just an explanation. Guilty of suicide? Nonsense. Just as the trainees were surprised, Lin Rui suddenly pulled off the fuses of 6 grenades and then threw them directly into the hole. The company commander is really going to kill himself. Jing Siwei yelled in fear. Stop him. All the trainees were so scared that they ran towards Lin Rui in a hurry. If this killed someone, they would never forgive themselves in their lives. Lin Rui was someone they truly respected in their hearts. Company commander, don't think about it. Company commander, forget it, can't we just leave it alone? Wang Sheng was also so scared at the moment that his face was white and tears were coming out of his eyes. I'm just bluffing. You're a company commander and you're afraid of my bluffing? Don't company commander. I don't suspect you still. Don't think about it. Wang Sheng cried and rushed over as well, but they were too far away from Lin Rui. Plus the grenade only had a 5-second delayed explosion time. It was too late for them to rush over. But just then, Lin Rui's entire body slumped down. The head was just a short distance from the hole, and the muzzle of the gun was almost parallel to the pit. Bang! 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 As everyone watched in shock, Lin Rui fired. Boom! 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 At the same time, several grenades exploded simultaneously. The huge impact bounced Lin Rui's body a little, but all the power of the explosion dissipated inside the cave, and the rest shot up into the sky. Lin Rui wasn't affected in the slightest though. He was still firing even the moment the explosion went off, and when the explosion was over, he'd run out of 20 rounds. Everyone looked dumbfounded, only to see Lin Rui stand up like nothing. While patting the dirt on his body, he threw the gun to the wooden Wang Sheng. See, this is what I want you to master. A good gunman must be calm and collected. Even in the most dangerous situation, he has only the target in his eyes and will never be influenced by any other factors. Lin Rui pointed at Wang Sheng. Here, the one who shouldn't be asking why is you. From what I understand, your grandfather, grandpa, and all of them have fought in the gunfire of a real battlefield. But would they be as wimpy as you are now, no matter how dangerous the situation? Lin Rui said seriously, if they were like you, then our country would have been finished a long time ago, and I'm afraid that you and I would have been outlaws by now. Wang Sheng's face was red from being scolded, and he didn't dare to say a word at the moment. The others bowed their heads silently. Most of their elders were soldiers, so they could understand the meaning of Lin Rui's words better than ordinary people. Soldiers, if they are like them, who don't even dare to open their eyes at the first sign of danger, then this country is really finished. Who will defend the motherland? Who will defend the people? And who will defend the home? Lin Rue said in a deep voice. I'm not abusing you by letting you train like this, but I'm training your guts. If you don't even have this much guts, what qualifications do you have to say to your elders in the future that you've changed? Company commander. I was wrong. I want to practice. Wang Shang raised his head and stared at him. Give me another chance. Can you? This time, let me get closer to the explosion. Company commander. Give me a chance too. Jing Siwei was full of apologies. I will fight well. Definitely. Company commander. Everyone else looked at Lin Rue one by one as well, their eyes and faces filled with apologies. The veterans not far away, at this moment, looked at Lin Rue with the same apologetic and guilty eyes. Only now did they realize how far they were from Lin Rue. All they think about is safety and not taking responsibility. But Lin Rue thought only about how to bring up these students. Let them, in the future, become the country's truly outstanding soldiers, carrying on the courage and spirit left behind by their old-timers. At this moment, none of them dared to meet Lin Rue's eyes, because they have no ground to stand on. Good. Lin Rue nodded. Know your shame. Since you know you're wrong, let's get on with it and start. Lin Rue smiled faintly. Xiao Yuandong stepped forward at this time and said, Company commander, why don't you give us some more training? Ha? Lin Rue looked at him with a surprised face. Xiao Yuandong hurriedly said, just shooting and throwing grenades. The amount of training is too small. I especially want to become that good soldier in your mind now, so why don't you watch for more training? Sun Nan immediately nodded his head. That's right, company commander. You add more training. Usually we all train so much. Today it suddenly became less. We're not used to it either. The platoon leaders were instantly head over heels. It was only a moment ago that they felt the cadets were beginning to understand. How long has it been? Immediately. You're not even thinking straight? Lin Rue's training. Is it something you can just add to? People give you a break for the next storm. How dare you add more? Touched. But don't get it with your own little life. Lin Rue was also amused. Beating him to death. This group of trainees. Actually so wanting. End of chapter. Lin Rue never dreamed that this group of newcomers would actually take the initiative to put in extra practice. He suspected that the guys were masochistic from their own screwing. How else could you make such a request? However, Lin Rue still had 2 more training exercises left to complete. The only way to complete the 3rd stage of the training mission is to practice these 2 together. He looked at the almost group of trainees and nodded with a smile. Good. It's rare that you guys love training so much. I wouldn't feel like a human being if I didn't fulfill you all. Jing Siwei said sincerely. Company commander. Just give the order. What do you want us to train for? Company commander. Just say it. No matter what we practice, we'll listen to you. Xiao Yuandong shouted. Company commander. Give the order. The other cadets chimed in together. The platoon leaders all shook their heads at the sight. Crazy, crazy, crazy. These guys must be out of their minds. They were absolutely abused silly. Lin Rue nodded at the trainees. Let's continue training for now. And later, I'll make arrangements for you. Hearing Lin Rue's words, everyone immediately resumed their positions again. Gunshots, explosions, immediately rang out across the range. This time, the participants were no longer as nervous as before. With Lin Rue as a demonstration, it was like they were pumped up. Whether you're dropping bombs or shooting, the only thing left in your eyes is the target. Lin Rue watched for a while, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. These trainees had overcome their fear and were able to keep their stance lofty even though the explosion was right in front of them, and the bombardiers stabilized mentally. They had lost sight of the fact that their classmates were right in the path of the grenade throw. They found that by focusing all their efforts and keeping both eyes on the target, they could perform as well as they should. At the end of the morning, the cadets had met all the standards for grenade throwing and shooting training. The system progress bar also moved forward 1 frame, ending up with only 2 frames. Lin Rue gathered everyone together and smiled as he rushed them. This morning's training was great. You guys have proven yourselves with your strength. Now, I'm certain that if I asked you guys to compete with students from other academies in marksmanship or bomb throwing, you guys could hold them down and crush and rub them. Hearing Lin Rue's affirmation, all of the trainees' faces broke into wide smiles. They might not believe it if someone else told them that, but when Lin Rue said it, they absolutely believed it. Company commander, then what kind of training are we doing down there? Wang Sheng couldn't wait to ask. The other trainees were also gazing at Lin Rue. Lin Rue looked at them mysteriously with his hands behind his back. I want to ask a question, and you have to answer it honestly. Everyone froze, and the first thought in their minds was, what bad idea is the old pervert going to come up with again? Lin Rue didn't expect them to answer, and said bluntly, you guys, do you really want to beat me up? All the trainees barely managed to spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Is that a human being asking that question? Nima? Who in this room wouldn't want to kick your ass? How dare you ask such a thing? You don't know how much you deserve a beating. But this could only be said in their hearts. And everyone faced Lin Rue, all smiling awkwardly. Company commander, how could it be? Jing Siwei laughed. I respect you the most, dreaming of your magnificent figure in my head. You are my mentor and friend. I can't wait to respect you. How can I dare to beat you? Sun Nan immediately concurred. Company commander, you are the big brother in my mind. The idol I want to follow and learn from. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such thoughts. Company commander, you are my life mentor. A guiding light. Bu Chao hurriedly kissed his ass. I'm sure I don't have one. If someone else has one, I'll be the first to rush with him. Wang Shang looked at these guys kissing ass against their will and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He immediately looked at Lin Rue and said, Company commander, in fact, I've long regarded you as family. Someone I'll guard for the rest of my life. Whoever dares to touch a single finger of yours, I'll play with him for my life. The platoon leaders on the sidelines couldn't listen. Each one of them shook their heads helplessly. These guys are really getting shameless. They're probably talking in their sleep about getting the company commander. They privately called Elder Lian a pervert. So I guess they've forgotten about it themselves. Hey, that's shameless, but very sensible. Lin Rue looked at the fawning manner of the cadet's attentiveness and laughed in his heart. But his expression was serious. You guys, there's no need to be hypocritical or afraid. Just have a word. Lin Rue said with a straight face. The reason I'm asking you this is because the next training is something every soldier must master. Fighting. Fighting? All the trainees' eyes widened. Lin Rue nodded. The next training you will receive is fighting. For a soldier, fighting is not only a skill for the body, but also an asset to kill the enemy and win. Whether we are dealing with ordinary criminals or vicious enemies, after we've shot our last bullet, we have to use all the places in our body that we can utilize to defeat the enemy. Lin Rue said seriously, when we encounter the enemy, we never turn around and run away. Even if we only have teeth left, we will bite the enemy's throat. This is the honorable tradition that our army has been passing down. Therefore, fighting, like marksmanship, is very important. Lin Rue's words caused a fire to rise in the eyes of all the trainees. There have even been a number of people who have begun to jump on the bandwagon. Lin Rue continued, as for you guys, there are quite a few of you who know some fighting, and I've heard that there are some taekwondo champions, karate champions, and whatnot among you. Then I won't waste any more time with you guys. As long as there is one that can knock me down, the training will be considered passed. You guys don't have to participate in the next fighting training. As for the rest of you, I'll take care of you. Lin Rue waved at them. Come on, don't be polite. Vent all your grudges against me and hit hard. Even if it knocks me down, it's fine, and it's only a one-time chance. Not next time. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. They had wanted to beat up Lin Rue for a long time. Now he could beat up the company commander in a fair and square manner and would not be held accountable. Not to mention being blindfolded by Lin Rue and shot or thrown flying daggers. This is the kind of opportunity that is indeed missed and never to be had again. A group of people immediately had bad smiles on their faces, and a few of Jing Siwei's people were already crunching their fists. Company commander, it's a deal. You can't go back on your word. Oh, Bu Chao laughed. Much less settle scores. Lin Rue nodded. I promise. On my word of honor. The trainees glanced at each other, and then the Jing Siwei few all walked out. Company commander, I'm the taekwondo champion you were talking about. Xiao Yuandong laughed badly. Then I'll be polite. Come on. Lin Rue smiled and waved at him. Kick at the head. I'm coming then. Xiao Yuandong roared, and with excitement, he rushed towards Lin Rue. The platoon leaders, not far away, let out an almost collective sigh. These students, they can't think straight again. Company commander, can it be that easy to deal with? End of chapter. Old Xiao, go for it. Asterisk 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 the company commander. And one of us will give you an extra chicken leg tonight. Go on old Xiao. Whirlwind leg kick up. The trainees all wailed with excitement. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to company commander fair and square, especially since there are quite a few practicing athletes among them. Other military capabilities. They could consider themselves not as good as Lin Rue, but when it comes to fighting, they're not afraid. Xiao Yuandong walked up to Lin Rue and said with a smile, Company commander, I'm really here. You can't cry when you get hit and hurt. Lin Rue waved at him. That's a lot of nonsense. If you don't want to fight, go down and change. Fight. Fight. I especially want to fight. Xiao Yuandong wailed and kicked at Lin Rue's head. The kick was so fast that the wind carried a faint sound of wind. Those who had not seen Xiao Yuandong strike were surprised with their mouths wide open. Who would have thought that this guy would actually have such a powerful leg technique? The company commander is out of luck this time. It's really hard to see that old Xiao is actually so strong. This leg, It hurts even after blocking it. The company commander was careless. We're really going to get our asses kicked this time. Just as everyone was about to watch Lin Rue fall to the ground, Lin Rue suddenly moved. Only his legs were slightly bent, and his entire body quickly sank downward by a few centimeters. That's a couple of centimeters off the mark, and it catches Xiao Yuandong with a sweeping leg kick. The foot kicked almost against Lin Rue's scalp, but at that very second, Lin Rue's legs suddenly straightened out again, and his entire body seemed to pop up. Boom! Lin Rue's shoulder hit Xiao Yuandong's leg hard. Xiao Yuandong immediately felt a huge force impact on his thighs, followed by his entire body flying uncontrollably in the air. It spun in the air like a big windmill, scaring the snot out of him. Just then, he suddenly saw Lin Rue looking at him with a smile. This was followed by a kick towards his chest. No! Bang! Lin Rue's foot heavily kicked him in the chest, and Xiao Yuandong instantly flew backwards like a deflated ball. All of the trainees immediately made a path, and Xiao Yuandong fell heavily in the middle of the crowd. The back seemed to fall apart and the whole head buzzed. You guys, you're not righteous, Xiao Yuandong shouted with tears streaming down his face. Seeing that I'm coming, you guys don't even pick me up? You guys are too unrighteous. Jing Siwei spread his hands awkwardly. Old Xiao, it's not that we're not righteous. As you just saw, the power of the company commander's kick was too great. We couldn't catch you. That's right. Sun Nan nodded his head vigorously. You can just be injured alone. Why bring all of us along? We know you definitely can't let us go, so we'll make the decision for you and not pick you up. Xiao Yuandong cried and climbed up. No righteousness, no righteousness. You villains, I've seen through you. Lin Rue smirked and said, I've told you to bring out all your skills. Why are you so gullible and careless? Xiao Yuandong's heart MMP. Thinking that call me gullible? Obviously you're the one who doesn't show it. If I had known you were so powerful, I wouldn't have dared to go on. Come on, I'll give you another chance. Don't be gullible this time. Lin Rue waved at Xiao Yuandong. Beat me and you can skip the training. Xiao Yuandong covered his chest and wanted to die. Company commander, I'm not worthy if I don't train. You just let me train as hard as I can. Goo, it really hurts. Lin Rue shook his head and looked at the others with a disappointed expression. He doesn't want to. Who among you still wants to go on? The group of trainees immediately took a step backward. Are you kidding me? They didn't even see how Lin Rue just dry fell Xiao Yuandong. Nima, who the hell dares to go and make a fool of themselves? No one wants to come? Lin Rue asked. You guys want to train that badly? Let me tell you, the next fighting training is tough. Still no one spoke. It was as if everyone had become mute. Lin Rue pretended to sigh. Alright, maybe knocking me out is too difficult for you guys. How about this then? As long as you guys can hit me, whether it's with a punch, kick or a slap, you all count as winners. Who dares to come? Hearing this, the cadets were once again abuzz. With Lin Rue's body, knocking him out was clearly impossible, but it sure wasn't hard to touch him. I'll do it. Wang Shang jumped up and kept moving his neck. Company commander, I grew up learning sparring, and I was already at an athlete's level before I came here. Wang Shang said in a cold voice. Later, you're not allowed to back out. Being hit by me. You have to keep your word. Lin Rue smiled. Your company commander. Me? When did I not keep my word? Come on, company commander. Watch this. Wang Dishang roared. His body lightly rushed in front of Lin Rue and raised his leg to kick over with a sweeping leg kick, but Lin Rue's eagle eyes had long seen through his attack, and the moment Wang Shang kicked, Lin Rue had already raised his leg in advance. Ha! Wang Shang missed with a kick and immediately kicked again, but Lin Rue had long predicted his attacks, and every time he kicked over, Lin Rue only had to gently lift his foot. Wang Shang missed 6 or 7 leg sweeps in a row, and was so angry that he simply gave up and went straight to a set of combinations. Old Wang, come on, him, Old Wang, go on, fight for us. Wang Shang was distracted by what he was hearing, because only he, the person involved, knew how difficult it was to hit Lin Rue. He had already thrown 2 combinations, but Lin Rue, who was close at hand, acted as if he knew what part of his fist was going to attack, very lightly dodged ahead. All of Wang Shang's punches struck empty, and all of his power was just like hitting cotton. Messing with him was now hard on his mind and even harder on his body. Can't you go any faster? Lin Rue said lightly. Athletes, that's the level? Wang Shang's lungs exploded with anger. If you can't beat Lin Rue, that's extenuating. Are they old perverts? But now the hell can't even touch him. Which means that he is a waste of time. So many years of sparring have been learned in vain. The guy who taught him sparring would probably be pissed off if he knew. Ah! Wang Shang roared in anger, simply not even bothering with his fists, directly slamming his entire body towards Lin Rue. Everyone shouted excitedly. Well, it's Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Go on, hit him. Just when everyone was incredibly excited, Lin Rui suddenly reached out and grabbed Wang Shang's ear. Before Wang Shang could react, he was grabbed by his ear by Lin Rui, and following his force, he began to circle around him. Agu agu, pain, pain. Wang Shang yelled anxiously. The trainees around them were also completely confused. At such a tense moment, Lin Rui was actually able to grab Wang Shang's ear and defuse his so ferocious attack? Q. Lin Rui took Wang Shang around 3 times, then kicked him in the ass. Wang Shang sprawled on the ground in a dog and not a mouthful of mud. All the trainees were stunned and dumbfounded. Jing Siwei stammered. Too strong you guys say? If the company commander is so good at fighting, wouldn't he have gone to war or killed someone? All the trainees instantly had a cold scalp. No way. End of chapter. Watching the cadets murmur, Lin Rui said to them, anyone else want to come? All the trainees inexplicably trembled, and then all of them involuntarily took 3 steps backward. Wang Shang also silently climbed up from the ground, spat out the mud in his mouth, and honestly retreated to the cadet team like nothing. Don't be polite. Go on. Lin Rui waved at them. And you don't have to hit me. If you touch me, you'll be considered to have one. Is that okay? Come on, come on. All the trainees had awkward smiles on their faces. Just now, Wang Shang's fierce attack didn't even touch you. You're too high on us to think we're good? The platoon leaders on the sidelines looked on in disbelief. They were all the backbone of the 3rd Steel Regiment, and they had studied in fighting. Chan Min, in particular, that had also participated in the all-army shotgun competition. He thought to himself that if Wang Shang fought him, he wouldn't even be able to subdue Wang Shang. But Wang Shang was simply unbeatable in front of Lin Rui. Lin Rui dealt with him like an adult teasing a child. Company commander, this is not fighting. It should be traditional kung fu. Huang Zijian said. Ken Xiu shook his head. How can traditional kung fu beat sparring? It's all just a showmanship. I think the company commander should be using improved fighting techniques. And I don't know where he learned it. Wu Shi grunted coldly. Who says traditional kung fu is a flowery technique? Our Sanshou is an evolution of the traditional martial arts. And the real traditional kung fu is all about killing techniques. I think the company commander knows this kind of killing technique. He must have shown mercy just now, or else Wang Shang and Xiao Yuandong would already be lying in the morgue. Chen Min nodded approvingly. Old Wu is right. The company commander just struck out, lifting his weight, not to mention the 4 pairs of pounds. His insight, his sharpness, are not something that can be achieved in ordinary fighting. Let's see. It must be a real transmission of martial arts, and it's one of those real killing techniques. Chen Min was the best fighter among the platoon leaders, and his words carried the most weight. All the veterans immediately furrowed their brows, and for the first time, their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Lin Rui. To be able to practice fighting to such an extent, they had begun to suspect that Lin Rui's identity was definitely not so ordinary. Seeing that no one dared to move on Lin Rui's side, he said faintly, sure, no one wants to come and try? All the trainees' heads shook like rattlesnakes. They were seeing it clearly. Lin Rui still hadn't made a move yet. If he does it on a whim, then the person who goes out to provoke will surely be beaten to a pig's head. You might not be able to take care of yourself for the rest of your life. More importantly, the gang had already grown in awe of Lin Rui's fighting ability. Everyone, right now, was genuinely wanting Lin Rui to teach them fighting. Since that's the case, let's train fighting properly next. Lin Rui said indifferently. This training will be very hard, and you'll get hurt too. Company commander, we're not afraid. Come on. Jing Si roared. The others nodded silently. Lin Rui smiled slightly. Alright, then let's start with the first step. If you want to hit someone, you have to learn to take a beating first. What you guys need to learn is the ability to resist being hit. To the playground. All the cadets immediately ran towards the playground and stood in 2 rows under Lin Rui's command. Then, at Lin Rui's command, one platoon arched their backs while the other kicked them hard in the back. All of you, exert yourself, Lin Rui said as he walked with his hands behind his back. When 2 people fight against each other, even if your skills are good, but if you don't stand up to the punches, if you give someone 10 punches, they only need to give you 1 punch and you're down. So, before I teach you real fighting, sharpen up your bodies. Holding up? Hang in there. The kicked cadets held their faces red, but still letting out a roar. In the past, they had trained because they were forced to by Lin Rui's terror. But right now, they genuinely want to train and get stronger. Because by following Lin Rui, they not only found a lot of their previously lost beginnings, but also learned about being a human being. A group of young men who were otherwise full of thorns trying to do something right for the first time. They were satisfied to have Lin Rui's approval, to be recognized by him as a good cadet. So, even if it's bitter or even if it's tiring, These guys must persevere. Just at this moment, outside the academy's gate, a cheetah military vehicle drove towards this side at a rapid pace. The regimental commander, Luo Hao, sat in the back row with a strong look of anticipation on his face. It was because Lin Rue had already been at the National Defense Academy for almost a month. If this were the old days, he would have been driven back for I don't know how many company commanders. But Lin Rue not only didn't come back, but he didn't even call him with a complaint. This thing, it's just amazing. Even though Luo Hao was very busy, he couldn't help but want to come and see how Lin Rue, a civilian cadre, had managed to do what countless military cadres had headaches. Chief, we're here. The driver pulled up in front of the school building. I'll go inform Lin Rue. No need. Luo Hao smiled and waved his hand. It's too deliberate to notify. I'm going to see their real state of mind on a normal basis. I'm going to see what means Lin Rue, this cultural officer, uses to convince this cadet's prickly students. Luo Hao got out of the car alone, didn't even bring a driver, and directly turned around in the college. Soon he arrived at the playground, but the scene in front of him scared him, and the smile that filled his face turned into horror. He had thought that all he had come to see was cadets standing in military positions, walking in formation, or whatever, but what you see is actually two groups of people kicking each other hard, and each one of them kicked ass. It's simply atrocious. Stop the training, all of you. Luo Hao couldn't hold back any longer and directly rushed over to yell. A group of cadets looked at Luo Hao in confusion, then looked at the rank on his shoulder, and then everyone froze. 23 cents, the rank of colonel, which is already the rank of regimental commander. The cadets were all from military families and naturally recognized Luo Hao's rank. Captain, what brings you here? Lin Rue was also surprised to see Luo Hao. He didn't expect that Luo Hao would actually come here. Luo Hao glared at him without any good humor. Who told you to train like this? Isn't there a code for military training? Why are you practicing blindly here if you don't follow the code? Lin Rue looked embarrassed. A question he couldn't explain. Couldn't tell the regimental commander that he was going to train these cadets to scout level. Then I guess Luo Hao could have removed him on the spot. Seeing that Lin Rue didn't say anything, Luo Hao thought that he was weak-minded, and immediately coldly grunted. From now on, immediately stop this training for me. You're still students. You can't be compared to other academies. From now on, all you have to do is stand in military position and walk in formation. What you're practicing now is something they can practice. Luo Hao's words were really just worrying about the safety of the trainees, but to the ears of all the trainees, it was as if Luo Hao was scolding them for being wastes, saying that they didn't deserve to receive these trainings at all. Where did this dog come from? Is this to disallow us to train to become stronger? Damn it! Whoever dares to stop me from getting stronger, no matter who he is, I'll get him. Who the hell is he? Just do it. Lin Rue clearly heard the whispers of the cadets. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that the headmaster, it really wasn't me who wanted to have a hard time with you. You're the one who's going to with yourself. End of chapter. Luo Hao didn't realize his crisis at this point because he was looking for a fight everywhere. Just then his eyes snapped to the guns that were neatly racked aside. He rushed over and picked up one of the guns, opened the clip and was shocked to find live rounds inside. Luo Hao looked at Lin Rue angrily. Shaolin, explain to me, what's going on? You're taking the National Defense Academy. They're not allowed to shoot with live ammunition. You're breaking the rules. You're specializing, you know? Suddenly, he saw a few more pits not far away. It was dark all around, much like an explosion. Luo Hao's nerves jumped and he immediately darted over. When they got close, they were surprised by several boxes full of grenades. Just a few boxes filled with live ammunition. Something that even in their regiment, they couldn't just leave out in the open. If the troops wanted to train in bomb throwing, they still had to be personally authorized by him, the regimental commander, and then the regiment would send someone to supervise them. Kobayashi, explain to me what's going on here. Where did the grenades come from? Luo Hao shouted in a violent rage. Lin Rue now had two big heads in one. His system helps him with how to lead his troops and how to improve his cadets. However, he was not provided with the ability to address the questioning of his superiors. The only way now was to count on these young master cadets. Lin Rue hurriedly walked over and said seriously, reporting to the head of the regiment, conducting diversity training, I'm just trying to make them more like a military school student. After all, they are going to go to various units in the future. It's better to learn now than to sharpen their weapons on the spot in the future. Bull ********. Luo Hao roared, pointing at the group of trainees. How did they get in here? Need I say more? In the future, a large portion of them won't stay in the army, and even if they do, they'll probably be civilians. You think the school isn't as smart as you? It's because they know what they'll do in the future that they have a training code. If they were just like students from other colleges, could the school make those kinds of rules? I wouldn't be mad at you. Luo Hao huffed. Immediately give me back my past training, and get rid of this mess right away. Wherever it comes from, you must get it back today, and I'll be right here to keep an eye on you. The moment these words came out, the group of trainees in the distance exploded. This chief, if he says we're not allowed to train, he's not allowed? I'll go. The only one I served was our company commander. The murmur of all the trainees had been loud. When the platoon commanders heard this, they all took several steps back in fear to avoid being caught in the big battle later. And although Lin Rue was far away, his physical qualities had relatively improved a lot since he had improved his hearing and other abilities. At the moment, he clearly heard the guy's words, and he, who had been waiting for this moment, now that everyone's mood has come up, he's not polite. He pretended to smile bitterly at Luo Hao. Headmaster, they are actually quite good. You just give them a chance. They will definitely not be worse than students from other academies. At that time, if they are trained, won't they also be contributing to the troops? Also, I guarantee that they will all definitely want to stay in the army in the future. You believe me? You guarantee my ass. What do you guarantee? Luo Hao said unflinchingly. I don't know as well as you do what these guys are like. Make haste, on my command, and recover at once. Luo Hao had actually wanted to remove Lin Rue for a long time. Only remove him and there's no one to replace him. There was no way around it. So he took a step back. Lin Rue looked bitter. Captain, do you really think they can't do it? Luo Hao hadn't yet reacted to the fact that he had gotten into Lin Rue's trap, and his voice was cold as he said, it's not that I don't think they're good, it's that they themselves aren't good. If they were good, how could they come here? Since they're here, they have to abide by the rules. Speaking of which, the cadets couldn't hold back any longer. A group of people immediately came this way. Luo Hao was instantly confused. Never in his wildest dreams did he realize that he was speaking in favor of this group of students, that he was cutting them some slack. What? Are you disliked instead? Before he could speak, Jing Siwei said in a cold voice, you're Captain Wu of the 3rd Steel Regiment, aren't you? Luo Hao's head instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He had long heard that the students here had backgrounds, but the first few company commanders hadn't said much about it when they got back, so he couldn't be bothered to ask much about it, or else it would look as if he really cared. But now it's his turn. I'm not saying you guys don't deserve to shoot guns. Luo Hao laughed awkwardly. I'm just following the rules. Xiao Yuandong, regulations are dead. People are alive. There was no school before. And when there was a school there was still no college for us. But now there's not everything? We want to change. Why don't you let us change? My father, my eldest uncle were in the military district. What they told me is that the army has to keep changing to move forward. He, the head of the regiment, could deter officers less senior than him. Or if these kids are from a regimental commander's brigade commander's family, even a division commander's family is fine. But the smallest of these guys' fathers are at the military district level. I'm doing it for your own good. I don't want you to work hard. They didn't take it lightly. After all, this was a regimental commander, not something that could be compared to the level of a company commander. Luo Hao wanted to die at this point. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Lin Rue smiled and stepped back, standing with the veterans and watching the fun. Chen Min asked with wide eyes, Company commander, don't you want to help the chief? If these guys really make a move, it won't end well back there. Yes, company commander. You can put a stop to it, Huang Zijian said. Otherwise, the chief will definitely suffer. Lin Rue smiled and shrugged. I can't control this situation now. The troop leader has caused trouble. He has to take care of it himself. Even if I stop it now, these students will still find trouble with him later. So, it's better to let the headmaster do it himself. All the veterans looked speechless. It's not like it's their first day with you. Lin Rue. Can't they see that you're the one who started it? The regimental commander doesn't know about these freshman taboos. And you still don't? You're deliberately letting the headmaster say that the students can't do it and then make a conflict, right? Kan Xiao sighed. But it's weird. Isn't the headmaster doing this for their own good? These guys, they're really used to being abused. Wang Shang stepped forward at this time. Old Luo, don't you remember me? When Luo Hao saw Wang Shang, he was flabbergasted. Looks familiar. Are you? Lin Rue stopped them. Don't rush. Keep watching. The chief will call us if something happens. Wang Shang looked at Luo Hao with a smirk. Did you remember? Luo Hao nodded. Come to think of it, you're the chief's grandson. All those present were in an uproar. So this headmaster, you knew him before? Now that it's said in public, it's kind of a disgrace. End of chapter. Luo Hao's words shocked everyone. So Luo Hao actually knows Wang Shang? No wonder Wang Shang had the audacity to kick him. At least he was the head of the group. Company commander. The regimental commander has been beaten. Is it really alright? Chen Min asked worriedly. Lin Rui was shocked, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that this guy Wang Sheng would never be able to do it easily, and if he dared to move the head of the regiment, even if his family had a bigger background, he would not be able to condone this matter. Unless, of course, they really know each other and know each other well. He waved his hand. Don't worry, hasn't the chief called yet? If he really needs it, he'll definitely call. Let's just stay here and watch. Don't delay them from catching up. The veterans were in a daze. Where do you get the idea that they're catching up? Is this like catching up? At this time, Wang Sheng had already smiled and embraced Luo Hao. Old Luo, haven't seen you for so many years. Are you missing this kick from me? He made a point of amplifying his voice. You used to get kicked so many times a day by me when you were my grandpa's guard, and you were pretty happy about it then. It dawned on everyone. No wonder Wang Sheng dared to kick over. So it turns out that Luo Hao used to be a soldier brought up by someone's grandpa. Sun Nan rushed Jing Siwei and the others to give a thumbs up. This one really can't help but be convinced. Everywhere you go is a familiar face. AI. Ma Chi sighed. If you want to blame it on the fact that we didn't have a good birth. At this point, the situation was almost clear. Wang Sheng alone was enough to take care of it, so everyone all stepped back towards the back. Otherwise, it's hard to explain what happened later. Wang Sheng smiled and said to Luo Hao, Old Luo, back then you were always praising me in front of my grandpa, saying that I will definitely be able to take his place in the future, and that I will definitely be a good soldier in the future as well. But you just seem to say that I'm here because I'm just not good. I can't be a soldier at all, right? If I tell my grandpa, do you think he'll regret promoting you to the army in the first place? Luo Hao's face was contorted. To his death, he would never have imagined that his old leader's family was here. If he had probed the situation here earlier, he would definitely not have come so easily even if he had been killed, or at least prepared for it. Now it's hard to ride the tiger, and we've lost face. Shaolin, come here. Luo Hao shouted for help. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Rui immediately ran over. What are you doing? All of you back off. Especially you. Wang Sheng, take your hands off. It's so out of line. This is my regimental commander. Lin Rui falsely chided a group of people away, then approached Luo Hao with a smile. Captain, are you alright? Luo Hao gasped and glared at him fiercely. Old son has no matter. You did not see However, he could also see that the cadets were on Lin Rui's side. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to work for the welfare of these guys and lighten their load. But not only did they not appreciate it but also besieged and threatened himself. Now he just had anger. But he couldn't let it out on Lin Rui. If he got angry, these trainees would still come around. He couldn't stand it. Luo Hao looked at Lin Rui with a leathery smile. Now you see what to do, right? You explain to them that I didn't mean it that way, and that I'm doing it for their own good. Lin Rui nodded seriously. I definitely know what you mean. But these guys are stupid and one-dimensional, not very good at thinking things through. It took me a long time to get them to don't come over. They already want to train now, and they want to surpass the other academies. If you don't let them train anymore, then they will definitely be upset. Once they're upset, they'll definitely call their elders to complain. Once they complain, they'll inevitably add more fuel to the fire. Alright, I know. Luo Hao yelled without any good humor. You mean to say that you guys have to continue training like this? Lin Rui shook his head. Chief, it's them who insisted on training like this, and I'm just following their wishes. You can't even deal with them, so I can only go along with them. Does everyone say yes? Lin Rui turned his head and winked at everyone. The trainees immediately cooperated by shouting, We want to train. We want to prove ourselves. Whoever doesn't let us train is looking down on us and thinks we're trash, and we're going to sue. Lin Rui turned his head and shrugged at the chief with an innocent expression. You saw it, Chief. I couldn't suppress it. Luo Hao was cursing in his heart. You just don't want to press it. But things had come to a head, and Luo Hao knew that if he didn't compromise, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave. Alright, you guys can practice if you want to. Luo Hao glared at Lin Rui, but I'll say it in advance. If you mess up, you'll take all the responsibility yourself. Yes. Lin Rui smiled and saluted. Luo Hao did not dare to delay for a second, fearing that he would be surrounded again, and immediately ran wildly towards his car. Why don't you send off our leader and salute? Lin Rui yelled. All the trainees immediately saluted towards Luo Hao, but Luo Hao didn't dare to turn back. Today, he disgraced himself here. He didn't want to come here in the future, even if it became better. Getting into the car, the driver asked in surprise, Chief, leaving? Didn't you say you were going to have dinner here? Luo Hao didn't have the heart to say, Eat, you just know how to eat. Hurry up and leave this Thai place. I don't want to stay for a second. The driver was dumbfounded as he got into the car. Wasn't he quite happy before he came? Didn't he say that Lin Rui had done a good job and had to give him a commendation? What's going on here? When the chief's car moved away, Lin Rui turned his head and looked at everyone with a serious face. The trainees were also very understanding and immediately restood in line, all with their chests and heads held high. Look at you guys. How can you treat comrade leader that way? Lin Rui said in a serious tone. That's my superior, and likewise a senior you should respect. I'm sorry, company commander. We were wrong. Everyone shouted. Lin Rui secretly laughed in his heart. These guys had learned to be smart and knew to cooperate for show. He coughed and said, I want you to keep in mind that in the military, the relationship between superior and subordinate is mandatory. I'm punishing you all with a 10-kilometer run. Lin Rui looked down at his watch and said, there's still 2.5 hours until dinner. If you guys don't run back by dinner time, then no one will eat. Asterisk. Off. At Lin Rui's command, all the trainees excitedly ran wildly towards the playground. The company commander has become so gentle today. I almost don't recognize him. I thought we'd be given some kind of punishment, but I didn't expect this. Looks like the company commander still cares about us in his heart. Ha ha ha. No matter what the punishment is, today was great anyway. Next time, even if we come to the division commander, we have to stick together. Whoever dares not let us train, we'll get them. The cadets laughed with excitement and ran together toward the playground. They were happy because 10 kilometers they could usually do in 40 minutes. But Lin Rui gave them 2.5 hours this time, and they didn't have to be heavily armed. This could be walked back even if they took their time. It was clearly giving them time to rest. Before, this kind of thing had never happened before. The veterans, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. How can you be so happy about being punished? There's something wrong with this, isn't there? End of chapter. 2 days had rushed by and the trainees had completed their initial training in fighting. Lin Rui handed over a few high-damage maneuvers to each of the Baji Fist and Shingy Fist that he had mastered. It's going to take constant practice to learn it completely, but the system's progress bar showed completion of this training. Now, only the last item of the armed swim across 3 kilometers remains. As soon as it's done, then the third phase of the training mission will be complete. Lin Rui was also able to gain new abilities. On the morning of the third day of the chief's departure, and the last day for the completion of the prescribed task, Lin Rui ordered everyone to put on their packs and gather in full armor. On the playground, everyone stood neatly. Lin Rui looked at them, and it was quite satisfying. After a month of metamorphosis, this group of trainees had formed a world of difference from Lin Rui's hangdog appearance when he first arrived here. Even the platoon leaders felt that the freshmen already had the look of veterans. Lin Rui smiled faintly. As for today, I'll take you guys to train the last subject during military training. After training this, we'll focus on consolidation next. Jing Siwei opened his mouth wide in surprise. Company commander, not running in full armor? No. Lin Rui shook his head. The subject of today's training is armed swimming across the distance, 3 kilometers. Armed swimming? All the trainees' mouths were open in shock, and the veterans were shaken up enough. The lowest level of training units for training such as armed swimming are reconnaissance units. Even they, the veterans, had never tried an armed swim. But now, these cadets, they're actually going to swim across the river armed like the scouts? Chen Min was about to ask, but the words stopped at his mouth. Lin Rui was able to even throw on a grenade during military training. Even now an armed swim through the water doesn't seem to be unusual. The cadets, like the platoon leaders, were numb by now. Although he was quite shocked to hear Lin Rui's words, he thought about how much training they had all received. Like this one more is nothing? Lin Rui was also slightly surprised to see that no one had spoken. In the past, these guys would have had to yell, either saying that their legs hurt, or that after doing the scampering west now they have no energy. But this time, although there was dissatisfaction on their faces, none of them offered resistance. It's enough to show that they've made a huge shift from the bone. Lin Rui smiled with satisfaction and exclaimed, let's go. Finish early today and let you rest for the rest of the day. If it's completed to my satisfaction, rest tomorrow as well. Hearing Lin Rui's words, the gloom on all the trainees' faces was instantly swept away. All of them shouted with excitement and were as cheerful as birds out of their cages. An hour later, Lin Rui ran them to a lake. This is a large artificial lake outside the city, used by the local government to improve the surrounding ecosystem. Lin Rui had read the information that this lake had exceeded 3 kilometers if one round trip, which was just right for testing. Everyone move your bodies so you don't get cramps going down there later. You've got 5 minutes to help each other out. The trainees immediately began to stretch up and everyone was quite serious about it. The platoon commanders came up to Lin Rui at this time, and Huang Zijian said, Company commander. They haven't had any experience in armed swimming across the river before, will they? Lin Rue confidently shook his head. Don't worry, these boys have good stamina, and they brought their traveling bag. That thing can float on water. They just need to hold on to it and they won't sink. Lin Rue smiled. Don't underestimate them. With their current physical strength, they can go back and forth twice. Besides, this is an artificial lake. There are no waves, no danger. You guys go down with them, and if there's any danger, go over and pull. It's sure to be foolproof. The platoon commanders looked at each other and felt that Lin Rue was right. The backpacks used by the cadets are the latest in carry-on gear and are inherently buoyant. Moreover, these cadets had been practiced by Lin Rue like calves, and they were full of strength. Put them down. They should be fine. Soon, Lin Rue gave an order and everyone jumped one after another. Lin Rue followed down with his platoon commanders, flanking the cadets. Why is this water so cold? I feel like my butt is cold, Xiao Yuandong said with an odd expression. Jing Siwei glanced at him and laughed. Old Xiao, your butt is still exposed on the water. The water is slightly hot. Can you not be cold when you're exposed? Bu Chao slapped Xiao Yuandong's ass into the water. Does that feel better? Xiao Yuandong laughed. It's not cold anymore. It's much hotter. Then stomp faster. Maki shouted. Go back early. The company commander gave us a big vacation. I'm going to sleep well this time. It's been a long time since I've slept comfortably. Look at you. Sun Nan said disdainfully. On a big vacation, all you think about is sleeping? Maki said happily. So what else? I'm telling you, I won't give up sleeping even if you bring me 10 pretty girls. Everyone immediately sped up, and all of a sudden even Lin Rue and the platoon commanders were left behind. Company commander, hurry up. Don't lose us. It's okay, company commander. We can wait for you at that end. The trainees laughed and stomped forward with both legs like little motors. Kanshio was panting and said while swimming, These brats are too damn powerful. We can't even catch up with them. Wu Shi grimaced. Company commander, you've practiced them too strongly. In the future, how can we have the face to teach them? Lin Rue laughed. A veteran is a veteran. You are their platoon leader for one day and for the rest of your lives. They will respect you even if they become stronger. Haven't you guys realized that they are not the same as they used to be? After saying that, he plunged into the water with a jerk and quickly swam towards the front. The platoon commanders looked at each other, and then they all showed a smirk. If Lin Rue didn't remind them, they really didn't care. These cadets, who were originally dudes, have long since become like soldiers. Soon all began to turn back, but just as they were about to return to the shore, a few screams suddenly came from the distance. Oh no! Someone fell into the water. Wang Shang had sharp eyes and immediately saw several people calling for help by the river. And in the water, a boat capsized, again with several people struggling desperately. Save them! Wang Shang directly gave his backpack to his companion. Then he swam quickly toward the man who had fallen into the water. Jing Siwei, Xiao Yuandong, and Ma Qi, who had good physical strength, also immediately swam towards that side with great vigor. Lin Rue saw from afar that there were still people about to swim over, and immediately yelled, All of you go back. They've gone over enough. I'm going to meet them. All of you go back. He then reversed direction and swam at full speed toward the place where he fell into the water. Because of the distance, by the time they swam, the struggling men were no longer able to make it. One of them even sank into the lake. Lin Rue yelled, You guys save those guys? I'll take care of the ones underneath. Then he sank with a jerk. Although this lake was dug out artificially, the depth of the water in the center of the lake was more than 20 meters. Lin Rue swam a dozen meters downstream before he saw a fat man spitting bubbles and sinking downward with his eyes closed. He immediately swam over and then carried the fat man on his back. But with a little force, he barely sank with the fat man. Big brother, how much fodder are you eating? Lin Rue was speechless. If this had been on land, he would have struggled to get this fat man. Luckily this was buoyant in the water. Lin Rue stomped hard and immediately swam up with the fat man. A moment later, Lin Rue surfaced with Fatty. The fat man spat out several mouthfuls of water on his back and said weakly, Save me. Don't worry, you won't die. Lin Rue carried him on his back and paddled quickly towards the shore. Company commander, Wang Shang is gone. So is old Jing. They didn't come up. Bu Chao suddenly yelled anxiously from a distance. Lin Rue's mind, almost instantly, exploded. Where's the man? Sunk? Lin Rue stared incredulously. End of chapter. Lin Rue's eyes swept across the lake, only to see two people who had fallen into the water lying next to the overturned boat. Other than them, Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei had disappeared. Lin Rue's head immediately exploded. He came here to substitute for military training, and at first he just wanted to fulfill his mission to get stronger. But by now, Every cadet had developed an unspeakable bond with him. In his mind, everyone here was not only a trainee he had taken, but also his brother. If anything happened to any of them, even if Lin Rui wasn't court-martialed, he himself would never forgive himself in this lifetime. Xiao Yuandong. Maki, you guys take him ashore, Lin Rui yelled. The fat man was then pushed hard, directly in front of Ma Chi and Xiao Yuandong, who swam over. He himself turned and swam vigorously in the direction of the capsized boat. Brother PLA. The girl lying on the boat saw him coming and cried out, "Save my brother," falling into the water. The other girl also cried, "You have to save them. You can't let them die. Please." Without saying a word, Lin Rui directly plunged into the water with a jerk. Eagle eyes opened and the murky lake brightened instantly. At a glance, Lin Rui saw the two men, Jing Siwei and Wang Shang, sinking towards the bottom of the lake. The fat guy from earlier at least had bubbles coming out of his mouth, while these two had completely stopped moving. Lin Rui didn't even think about it and swam quickly towards the two men as fast as he could. A hand grabbed the two before they sank. Afterwards, his legs stomped hard, and his body swam even more frantically like a fish. Pust. A few moments later, he surfaced with the two men. On the distant shore, all the trainees erupted in cheers when they saw the scene. Bravo, Company Commander! Long live the Company Commander! Long live! I knew nothing would happen if the Company Commander was there. Everyone was yelling with excitement. But when Lin Rui approached with Jing Siwei and Wang Shang, everyone's faces instantly changed. What happened to the two of them? Why aren't they moving? Old Jing, old Wang, don't scare us. Say something. Asterisk. Old Jing, but you promised me. Graduated to introduce me to girls. I do not want girls. UING forbid something. The voices of Xiao Yuandong and the others changed, and even took on a crying tone. In the past, they were foxy friends at best. But they've been poking around together for a month, sweated together, punished together. When you're tired, fall into a piece and curse Lin Rui. When it's hard, support each other and grit your teeth. They were, long ago, already brothers, all out of the way. Lin Rui had dragged the two men to shore by this time. He placed both men on the ground and then immediately started first aid on both of them at the same time. Wake up, wake up. I'm the company commander. I forbid you to die. You're not allowed to die without my orders. Even if Hades comes. Lin Rui desperately tried to resuscitate the situation, looking serious as he yelled, "Wake up all of you." He used a set of special techniques from ancient Chinese medicine and slapped the relevant acupoints with force. This was the only way for Lin Rui, otherwise these two would surely die. The cadets around them were already in tears, and those few who had been rescued had fallen to their knees and sobbed uncontrollably. Old Wang, old Jing, come through! Everyone was screaming hysterically. Brother People's Liberation Army! You must not be okay, don't die, cried a few of the rescued people in pain. Pust. Just then, Wang Shang and Jing Siwei spat out a large amount of saliva almost simultaneously. Everyone cheered once more in excitement at the sight. I knew they had a great life. Surely they wouldn't die like this. Ha ha ha, the two of them are just cuckolds. They want to die. It's not that easy. Lin Rui also breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately went to touch the noses of the two men, who were already breathing. Still, the two didn't wake up, which was caused by a prolonged lack of oxygen. He struck like lightning, quickly tapping a dozen or so acupuncture points from their heads to their bellies to help the blood flow in their bodies. But Lin Rui knew clearly that although he had an ancient Chinese medicine practitioner, at this point these two men probably had water inside their lungs. Even he had to perform surgical resuscitation on them, or these two certainly wouldn't have lasted that long. Lin Rui immediately yelled, "Quick! Stop the car and send them to the military hospital. Chan Min, take 2 platoon leaders and rescue those 2 girls inside the water. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll send them to the hospital." Lin Rui was helpless. He also wanted to save the two, but it was definitely too late to pull back to the academy for first aid. He could only go to the hospital. Yes. Chen Min nodded and immediately jumped into the water with 2 veterans to save the people. Lin Rui carried Wang Shang, and Xiao Yuandong carried Jing Siwei. The group ran menacingly toward the main road. Just as a truck came speeding by, Lin Rui gave a wink, and Ma Chi and Bu Chao immediately rushed to the front of the main road to stop the vehicle. "Stop the car! Stop the car for me!" The driver was startled and immediately applied the emergency brakes. Luckily the distance was long enough for the truck to narrowly stop in front of them. "What are you doing? Don't you want to die?" the driver cursed. Without saying a word, Lin Rui carried the man on his back and ran toward the car. "Master, please send us to the military hospital. My soldier is dying. Please." As soon as the driver saw that this was the case, he immediately nodded his head vigorously. Get in the back. I'll send you there as fast as I can." the group immediately climbed into the car, and the driver kicked the gas, rushing directly toward the military hospital. It was a windy ride, with the truck driver honking his horn almost all the time. Sun Nan and the others even stood behind the van and kept yelling at the cars and people in the way to get out of the way. Lin Rue, on the other hand, kept tapping on the acupoints of the two men in the car to ensure that the blood flow in their bodies was normal, so that they wouldn't die from lack of oxygen. The next step is to resuscitate them with specialized hospital equipment. Everyone is so anxious at the moment that they can't wait for the car to fly to the hospital at the first opportunity. Even they themselves didn't expect it because of Wang Shang and Jing Siwei. For the first time, they seemed so united. It really is like an army. Soon the truck rushed with them into the city's military hospital. Lin Rue and Xiao Yuandong quickly rushed inward with the people on their backs, while Sun Nan and Bu Chao and the others darted ahead to open the way. Get out of the way. All of you. Get out of the way. Doctor, get out here right now and save lives. Get out here. A group of people stormed into the building in a flurry of activity, sending security guards and people on the road back to the sides. There's no way around it. These guys are killing it. It gives the impression that whoever comes near them will be slaughtered by them. They rushed all the way to the door of the emergency room, and Lin Rue yelled to one of the doctors who came over. They're drowning, and now they need urgent resuscitation. Quick, save them. The doctor took a look at Wang Shang and Jing Siwei, and immediately shouted to the nurse, send them into the emergency room immediately. Quick. The nurses quickly wheeled in two carts and got the two men inside quickly. Watching the doctor about to leave, Lin Rue grabbed him and said with pleading eyes, please, you must save them, please. The doctor gave him a deep look, then patted him. Don't worry, it's my duty. As he watched the red light of the operating room go on, Lin Rue sat down powerlessly. The cadets around him looked at him, their noses suddenly sour. In their impression, Lin Rue was never in such a sorry state. No matter what, he seems to be in firm control, but this time, the all-powerful company commander in their minds seemed to be going down. At this time, Sun Nan walked over and squatted beside Lin Rue, then gripped his hand forcefully. Bu Chao also walked over, followed by Xiao Yuandong, Maki. All of them crouched down and surrounded Lin Rue in the center. Company commander, they'll be fine. We'll stay with you. Everyone's hands were on Lin Rue's body. In this moment, they were truly united. End of chapter. Lin Rue's mood was now complicated. If something happened to Wang Shang and Jing Siwei, he would not forgive himself even if it left after effects. What was going on at the time? He figured out roughly on the way here. It should be that when Wang Shang and Jing Siwei rescued the two people who fell into the water were not very cooperative. The desperate struggle dragged the rescuer into the water instead. At that time, everyone could see clearly that Wang Shang and Jing Siwei, in order to succeed in getting the people up, they went so far as to lift the two of them up, but they themselves sank underwater. Lin Rue could imagine that the two of them must have originally intended to bring the two people who had fallen into the water close to the edge of the boat and wait for them to calm down. But they clearly overestimated their stamina. The long swim across the river had drained their strength, combined with too much time in the water and the uncooperative nature of the person who fell into the water. Their bodies just couldn't take it. By the time the two men who had fallen overboard were put over the side of the boat, they had no more strength to come up, and sank straight down. By the time Lin Rue went to rescue them, they had been in the water for almost 3 minutes. That's enough time for someone to die twice. Lin Rue's eyes were red. He knew very well that the reason why Wang Shang and Jing Siwei would go out of their way to save the people was entirely because of themselves. They may not think too much about it, but seeing that they fought to save someone's life makes the same concept in their subconscious. Lin Rue himself didn't realize that he had already had a subtle influence on this group of cadets. Company commander, don't blame yourself, Xiao Yuandong said. Even if we let old Jing and old Wang do it again, they would definitely go ahead and choose to do that. They worship you the most, Bu Chao said with tear stains in the corners of his eyes. Not only them, we also admire you. If you can spare your life to save others, so can we. Even if they don't do it, the rest of us will definitely do it. Company commander, they'll be fine. You gave them orders, they wouldn't dare to be fine, Sun Nan said while crying. Lin Rue's heart was filled with emotion, and everyone else hugged tightly. A month ago, these guys tried their best to get rid of themselves, but now, they are family, brothers. All of them had become extremely attached to Lin Rue. Just as they were saddened, there was a sudden and intense sound of footsteps in the corridor. Lin Rue looked up and saw the principal running over with a group of officers on fire. The regimental commander, Luo Hao, also followed him. Headmaster, headmaster. Lin Rue hurriedly stood up and saluted. The principal glared at him fiercely. Xiao Lin, what did I tell you before? I told you not to practice so much, but you just didn't listen to me. Now it's good. Something big has happened. Can you afford to pay this responsibility? Luo Hao also glared at him seriously. Lin Rue, you're just a civilian cadre. You really aren't fit to lead soldiers. Look at this group of people you're leading. What kind of do they look like? Is a soldier this loose and undisciplined? All the trainees immediately glared at him angrily, and Luo Hao immediately shut up with a sense of humor. But his heart was filled with irritation. He hadn't swallowed his breath after being humiliated so badly in the academy last time. Luo Hao immediately looked at the principal. I'm sorry, headmaster. It's all my fault for hiring the wrong person. I shouldn't have let a civilian cadre come over to lead the military training. You can't be blamed either, the principal said in a cold voice. If you want to blame him for being too unbridled, constantly breaking the rules of the school, constantly violating the rules to train the trainees. And that's why the current serious consequences were caused. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. The principal grunted coldly. If even the slightest thing happens to either of the two men in there, I'm going to send him to a court-martial. And I'll send him myself. Lin Rue looked at him with a cold expression. If something happens to them, I won't need you to send them. I'll go myself. This is my responsibility as a company commander. Lin Rue's heart was very sad. If Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei didn't wake up, there was really no way he could forgive himself. The principal was flabbergasted. He didn't expect Lin Rue to actually answer like that, but he immediately snorted coldly. Nice words. I'm afraid that when the time comes to send you there, you'll start to deny it. He had already decided that Lin Rue was the kind of person who was good for something, arrogant when nothing is wrong, and when something goes wrong, you start to justify it. The principal grunted coldly. They just trust you too much. That's why they become like this. If you listened to me in the first place and just trained honestly, how could it turn out like this? Comrade principal. Lin Rue coldly glared at him. My trainee, who is still lying inside, has not yet passed the danger. Is this the time for you to say such things? You can doubt me. You can belittle me. But I forbid you to belittle my students. They are no worse than anyone else. The principal was frozen by Lin Rue's domineering retort. All the cadets froze as well. Immediately afterward, the eyes of Xiao Yuandong and the others glistened with tears. They realized at this moment that they hadn't followed the wrong people or worshipped the wrong people. No matter what, they were never lesser trash than others in Lin Rue's mind. It was only Lin Rue that kept looking at them. Lin Rue. Luo Hao yelled angrily. Is there a way for you to talk to your superiors? Watch your tone. The principal also reacted at this time, and looked at Luo Hao with an exasperated look. Look. This is the soldier you lead. Is there any superior or subordinate in your eyes? Luo Hao sighed in his heart. Although he was angry in his heart, Lin Rue was his soldier, and it was also Lin Rue who solved the trouble for him at the critical moment. As a soldier, as Lin Rue's immediate superior, at a time like this, he can't give up. Luo Hao immediately looked at the principal. Chief, what do you think? Lin Rue has no ability to lead soldiers, so I'm removing him now, and I'll make sure to educate him properly when I get back. As for the new company commander, I'll send a good one to replace him. Make sure nothing happens in the future. Hearing this, all the trainees stood up. Eyes filled with anger glared at Luo Hao and the principal. Lin Rue coldly looked at the chief. His fists clenched. He was a soldier, and if his superiors gave him an order, he had no right or qualification to refuse. Even if he was asked to take off his uniform now, he would have to stand up and take it. He could refute it, but not deny it. Chief, look, this is the best company commander under me. Luo Hao pulled one of the captains over and said with a smile, he went to the military academy for training before, and just recently returned. I'll let him take over. It'll be no problem. The principal knew what Luo Hao meant. This smooth favor he was willing to give. At that moment, he nodded. Alright, you take this unknowing guy back and don't come out to harm anyone in the future. As long as those two students are fine, I won't pursue him. Thank you, Chief. Luo Hao saluted excitedly. Then he looked at Lin Rue. Little Lin, why don't you come and salute the principal and then come back with me? Chief, can you give me one last chance? I'll be quick. Before Lin Rue could finish his words, Luo Hao had already yelled. Lin Rue, execute the order. Military orders are like mountains. Even though Lin Rue's heart was filled with resentment, he could only salute the principal. I'm sorry, Chief. All this time, I've caused you trouble. The principal didn't even look at him, turning his head to look elsewhere. He did not treat the company commander, who had blackmailed and threatened him, well at all. More importantly, he had already decided that Lin Rue was an irresponsible asshole, so he didn't even want to look at him. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Luo Hao hurriedly came over to pull him, fearing that the principal would pursue the matter again. Shaolin, when you go back, properly review to the headmaster. Leave this side of things to me. so don't think too much. The new captain patted Lin Rue's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Lin Rue smiled bitterly. All his heart and soul is this group of cadets. He said he'd be relieved not to think about it. He doesn't believe it himself. Be nice to them, they are, in fact, all good. Lin Rue also patted the captain's shoulder, then strutted towards the chief. The captain froze. These cadets are good? Didn't they say that they were all dudes? Just then, a loud voice suddenly came. Company commander, you can't leave, and we won't let you. Lin Rue's footsteps jerked to a halt. He turned back slowly, only to see all of them, gazing at him. You are our company commander. The one, the only, the forever company commander. We, all of us, are your soldiers. In this life, we'll die defending you alone. End of chapter. All the trainees clung together, their eyes sharp as they looked at Luo Hao and the principal and the others. Luo Hao and the principal were all taken aback, because they saw the killing spirit in the eyes of this group of students. These guys, they're going to fight for Lin Rue. Students, the principal quickly waved his hand. Don't get excited. Everyone, I'm doing this for your own good. This is also to avoid danger in the future. Luo Hao also hurriedly said, Comrade Lin Rue is indeed not suitable to be a company commander. Don't worry, this new company commander Lu is very powerful. He will definitely be. Other than our company commander, everyone else's dog. Sun Nan rushed directly to Luo Hao and said angrily, all of you, except for the company commander who looks up to us, look at us as trash, as garbage, thinking that we should just do what trash should do, and shouldn't even be compared to people from other academies, because we're not qualified. Right. Bu Chao came over with big strides and pointed at Luo Hao's nose. Look at those company commanders you used to send. They didn't think about how to train us well. All they thought about was how to deliver, how to get through the military training peacefully, and how to just get along with each other. Those people, just like you now, never really thought about how to teach us to become qualified military students. Only our company commander. He always looked up to us and always thought we were the best. In his place, I wouldn't trust anyone. Luo Hao was sprayed with spit, and his heart was so depressed. Isn't he doing this to protect Lin Rue and for your own good? At this time, Xiao Yuandong walked up to the principal and said nonchalantly, Comrade Principal, you are the head, the leader of the entire school. The National Defense Academy, even though you don't value it, is also an integral part of the National Army. You look down on us so much, and you don't want us people to become successful so much. Are you trying to hold back the troops? I didn't mean that. The principal looked embarrassed. Xiao Yuandong grunted coldly. If you didn't mean that, why did you transfer the good company commander who trained up our group? Isn't that what you meant? Do you want me to call the top right now and let them know that your hallowed principal doesn't want your school or the army to be good at all? The principal looked embarrassed and thought to himself, that's not what I thought at all. Ma Chi also came over at this time and said seriously, the previous company commanders, although they were pissed off by us, but as company commanders, they left just because they were pissed off by us? They were so irresponsible. Why don't you guys go after them? That's it. The trainees yelled. Our company commander is so responsible, training with us day and night. His purpose is just to bring us up well. Why is it okay for those who run away from the battlefield? Why is it okay for him? Why can those people get away with calling us trash and rumor mongering about us being scum? Why should a company commander as good as us be taken away? On what grounds? Lin Rue looked deeply at the group of students who stood up for him, and his entire body's blood boiled. A bunch of brats. The corner of Lin Rue's mouth curled into a pleased smile. The principal and Luo Hao's faces were as ugly as they could be at that moment. They had thought that by calling Lin Rue away, the group of trainees would at least be privately happy, if not grateful to them. After all, no one's going to train them that hard later. But they never thought that their choices had stirred up a hornet's nest. This group of cadets. It's amazing that there was such a big reaction. Looking at this situation, if they really wanted to get rid of Lin Rue, this group of students would dare to them over here. Chief, why don't we still let Company Commander Lin stay? He is more suitable here. The captain who replaced Lin Rue said with a serious face. Luo Hao looked at him hesitantly. If it had been a few minutes ago, he would have reprimanded it flatly. But now, he was also confused. Principal, why don't you decide? Luo Hao dumped the pot on the principal. The principal looked embarrassed. Such a big hot potato. He didn't know how to take it. Just then, the door to the operating room suddenly opened. Everyone turned their heads, only to see Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei walking out holding each other. Old scripture. You're fine. Ha ha ha, old Wang. I knew you were made of iron and wouldn't die that easily. The group immediately gathered around, screaming and jumping with excitement. Lin Rue also revealed a small smile when he saw the two come out safely. Seeing that the two were fine, The big stone hanging in his heart finally fell. It was amazing that these two had drowned for so long and were able to get better so quickly. Partly because Lin Rui had been using ancient Chinese medicine techniques to resuscitate them. On the other hand, it also shows that they are too fit, compared to the task given by the system. Even if he couldn't complete it in his life, even if he went back to being a cultural officer again, it wasn't as important as 2 human lives. Company commander. We heard everything. Wang Sheng came over with difficulty and said to the principal with a pale face, "Principal, I beg you, let our company commander stay. Really, he's a good company commander. We want to follow him." Jing Siwei also came over and said almost pleadingly, "Principal, I was wrong last time and shouldn't have touched you. Please don't let our company commander go. If you let him go, I'll definitely find all my relatives to finish with you. Please." The principal was originally a bit moved, but when he heard the words that followed, he almost didn't explode. "You're begging, aren't you? Is that what you're asking for? Principal, don't let our company commander go. If he leaves, I'm dropping out. Yeah, I'll quit school too and say the principal forced me to. Let's go en masse." The principal saw that the situation was about to get out of control. Plus the two parties, Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei, came out alive and pleaded for mercy. If he continues to be stubborn, then the incident will surely escalate. He's not afraid of these students, but this group of students literally dropped out en masse. Then those elders behind these people would definitely not be finished with themselves. He didn't have the energy or ability to deal with that many people. Fine. The principal snorted coldly. "Since you guys like him, let him stay on. Yay!" Everyone immediately crashed through the principal and Luo Hao, squeezing the two right up against the wall. They then rushed over and picked up Lin Rui, throwing him up high and down again. And he kept shouting, "Long live the company commander." The principal's liver hurt from anger, thinking that obviously I was the one who made the accommodation, and you guys didn't thank me. So what the hell are you cheering with him? But I have a word. The principal shouted at the top of his voice. If there's another safety incident, no one will keep him. No one was listening to what he was saying. Everyone was basking in their victory. The principal stomped his foot hard in anger and left immediately with his men. When the trainees put Lin Rui down, Luo Hao walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "There's still a month to go before the leaders come to inspect. At that time, I'd like to see, you kid, what kind of training you've done for them." Lin Rui said confidently, "Don't worry, Captain. You won't regret transferring me here." The regimental commander smiled slightly. "I look forward to it." After saying that, he took his people with him and also left towards the gate with a big stride. "Company commander, shouldn't we celebrate today?" "That's right, you're in a big trouble." No. It should be a big day. Isn't it a good celebration?" Hearing the words of the cadets, Lin Rui laughed evilly. "Good. When we go back, we'll let you guys rest for 2 hours, and then we'll continue with the 3-kilometer swim across the river." "You guys, you haven't finished yet." Everyone's faces fell. "Company commander, or else, you'd better go back." Lin Rui raised his hand to strike, and all of them laughed and ran towards the gate. End of chapter. Lin Rui did what he said he would do, and after resting for 2 hours, he immediately prepared to swim across. By the time they got to the lake, it was getting a little dark. A mass of dark clouds condensed in the sky, and every now and then there was a rumble of thunder. "It's going to rain, and it doesn't look small," Lin Rui shouted. "Everyone, be faster this time, and we'll give you extra meals tonight. And, as long as you pass, you'll definitely get a vacation tomorrow." "Oh!" Everyone erupted in cheers. Although there had been some interludes before, it seemed like things had changed a lot between them after that incident. From Lin Rui's perspective, they looked more like family. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This was what he had in mind the troops should look like. By now, he was a little reluctant to leave the guys, though they are mischievous and usually a bit unreliable, and their mouths are quite indebted at times. However, they were the first batch of soldiers that Lin Rui had brought with him, and the first unit. If he did leave, he would ironically feel bad about it. There is no such thing as an unending feast, Lin Rui secretly lamented in his heart. Even if they are separated, these guys, in the future, will not pussyfoot around enough. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the lake, but to their surprise, so many people had already gathered here. There were reporters, and a huge crowd. Chen Min and the others, who had been left behind by Lin Rui to save the others, were now surrounded by a group of people. Lin Rui froze. What is this? Shouldn't it be misunderstood by the people? He rushed over and squeezed into the crowd shouting, Gentlemen, don't misunderstand. We're saving lives." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Min grabbed him violently and said to the crowd as if he had seen a savior, "Everyone, this is our company commander. and he's also the one who led the rescue. If you guys want to thank, just thank him. Lin Rui was confused, and before he could react, several middle-aged women suddenly rushed over. Then he knelt directly in front of him, hugged his thighs and cried. Lin Rui was so scared that he almost didn't jump. What the hell is this? Chen Min grinned evilly in his ear. Company commander, you're finally here. They have to be thankful. We can't hold back. It's better for you to come. Lin Rui looked at the scene and immediately realized what was going on. It should be that those who were rescued immediately notified their families to come over after they left. Immediately after, the place was surrounded by more and more people. It was surrounded by veterans. Chief, thank you. This is the only child in our family. I really don't know how to live if he's gone. An older mom said with a sniffle and a tear. I'm going to send you a banner, and I'm going to write a letter of commendation to your unit. Another big mom cried. Thank you so much, Chief. My child said he had sunk in the water. It was you guys who pulled him up hard and gave him first aid. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Just then, the fat man who had been saved by Lin Rui came over and bowed at Lin Rui. Thank you, big brother. You saved my life. Thank you. Lin Rui was just about to speak when a few more parents rushed over with their children. Frightened, Lin Rui hurriedly pointed at the cadets not far away. Guys, they actually saved it. Look, just those two. They almost died trying to save your children. They were just resuscitated from the hospital. Mom, that's the big brother who saved me. And he fell in the water and almost drowned. Dad, I recognize him. He let me step on his shoulder and then disappeared on his own. I thought he was dead. A group of parents and children immediately got excited and pounced directly towards the cadets. Comrade PLA. Thank you ah. Looking at the crowd that rushed over, the trainees backed up in fear. But soon, Wang Shang and Jing Siwei were surrounded by the crowd. Everyone was talking to each other and praising both of them to the skies. Wang Shang and Jing Siwei also went from being initially shocked to being full of smiles. Jing Siwei, in particular, had as much smug energy on his face as he wanted. Wahahaha. Nothing. Who made us the PLA? We are. He suddenly ran out of words and turned around to ask Xiao Yuandong. What kind of soldiers are we? People's sons and daughters. Idiot? Xiao Yuandong rolled his eyes. Luckily you're still from a military family. Jing Siwei immediately looked at the group with a haha smile. We are the people's sons and daughters. Yes, the people's soldiers. Saving the people. Serving the people. It's all what we should do. A girl grasped his hand tightly. Big brother, you're the cutest guy in the books. So handsome. Jing Siwei's old face turned red, and he laughed proudly. Generally speaking, I'm just about the same as Lai Ming and Hua Chai. Not that handsome. All the trainees barely threw up. You don't look in the mirror, do you? Don't trash Dawn and Hua. When everyone saw that Jing Siwei and Wang Shang were both on the verge of being hailed to the heavens, they began to get upset as well. Bu Chao licked his face and said, Everyone, I actually saved someone. That little fatty. Remember me. I was the one who pulled you ashore in the end. The fat man who was saved by Lin Rui immediately nodded his head. Remember. You also said I was dead heavy and asked what kind of fodder I usually eat. With a burst of embarrassment, Bu Chao waved his hand and said, The details don't matter. What matters is that I pulled you up. And me, I saved people too. Sun Nan hurriedly stepped forward as well. And me. A few rescues, one by one, all stepped forward, as if they were afraid of being forgotten. Soon they were overwhelmed by the crowd. It was not until nightfall that Lin Rui managed to get the cadets away. There was no way to swim across the river, and they were lucky to escape. Television stations want to interview them, and the rescued families want to invite them to dinner and give them red envelopes. And all of this is expressly prohibited by army regulations. Even though they are just military cadets, they have to follow the rules of regulations just the same. Lin Rui fled back to the academy with everyone almost running wildly. When they reached the playground, all of them collapsed in a panting heap. Ha, company commander. Just now that little sister asked me for my contact information. She said she admires me. She also wants to take a picture with her when I'm in uniform. Company commander. Those Amazons had to ask me for my address, saying they wanted to send us a banner. I was so embarrassed. You don't even know how embarrassed I was. And those older men. They had to stuff me with red envelopes. I was close to kneeling down for them, but they wouldn't listen. That beautiful reporter even had to pull me aside. I was so embarrassed. She kept saying that I'm a hero and the cutest person ever. Oops, how shy. But yeah, it would still feel great to actually get the banner. Yeah, my heart is still pounding from being adored by them. Lin Rui looked at the group of trainees intoxicated and smiled as he asked, When I came here in the past, all you guys wanted to do was mingle. Thinking about leaving from here one day. Being free, no longer subject to anyone's constraints. What? Look at you guys now, like you don't want to live that life anymore? The cadets sat up and stared at him. No one spoke, but the look in everyone's eyes was unmistakably sincere. Company commander, in the future, train me well. Wang Shang said seriously. I want to be a good soldier. Company commander, I'll listen to you from now on. Let me become stronger. Jing Siwei also said seriously. I want to be the loveliest person in the eyes of the common people. Company commander, train us. We want to be the best soldiers we can be. Looking at the sincere eyes of all the trainees, Lin Ruwei laughed out loud for no reason. At this moment, his heart was unbelievably happy and comfortable. Not for the mission or anything else. Can bring this group of cadets to be honorable soldiers. It was worth it for him to come this time. End of chapter. The platoon leaders were sitting on the sidelines, already stunned by the cadets' motivation. Old Chen, did they swim across the river this time and get their heads in the sand? Huang Zijian said in shock. They actually asked the company commander to mistreat them? Can Xiao cough twice? Watch your language. It's training. How can it be abuse? That means pretty much the same thing. Huang Zijian stared at him. Is there any difference between the company commander's training and abuse? There was a moment of silence from everyone. From their veteran perspective, Lin Ruwei's training methods were extremely harsh even for them. But now this group of young master students with powerful backgrounds actually took the initiative to ask Lin Ruwei to practice them ruthlessly. That's nifty and completely unexplainable except for the brain. Bad. 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 I think they all need to be admitted to a mental hospital. Wu Shi laughed bitterly. A good bunch of students. A military training is just a military training. And they all ended up going crazy. Old Chen, what do you think? Several people looked at Chen Min together. Chen Min flinched for a moment and suddenly said, I think so. Maybe these students are getting the hang of it. What? Everyone stared at him with a confused look on their faces. What kind of enlightenment is that? Chen Min said, these guys, they have never been taken seriously before. Even if they have a background, they are probably not looked upon favorably at home. This time, when they saved someone's life, they were suddenly honored so much and were chased and praised. Perhaps, this is what they lack the most in their lives. Because of this, they understand something of what it means to be a soldier. Several platoon leaders seemed to understand. They hadn't experienced the lives of these cadets and didn't know why their hearts were converted. Therefore, it was also difficult for them to understand why this group of trainees had suddenly undergone such a drastic change at this moment. Anyway, I feel Chen Min laughed. We won't be at the bottom of this military training. Moreover, I feel that we'll definitely be able to hit the ground running this time when the leaders come to inspect. Maybe, the bunch of us will have to be rewarded. All the platoon leaders were smiling with excitement. If this is outstanding performance when the leaders come to inspect, they go back to the iron at least one regimental commendation each, or maybe third-class merit is possible. Meanwhile, Lin Ruwei faced a group of cadets who had taken a stand with a slight smile. Really want to be a good soldier? Really? Company commander? Everyone nodded vigorously. Lin Ruwei smiled. Very well. Then there's no need to rest tomorrow. We'll start training straight away. Remember, you guys still owe me a swim across. The smiles on the faces of all the trainees instantly stiffened just after he finished speaking. Jing Siwei said awkwardly, Company commander, a statement is a statement, but we still need a vacation. That's right, company commander. What you said is a promise. You can't go back on it. Sun Nan's face was bitter. Lin Ruwei laughed. Okay, we'll continue to rest tomorrow. But after tomorrow, the trainees collectively jumped up and excitedly shouted. After tomorrow, you can train as much as you want. Lin Ruwei smiled and waved his hand. Get lost and go eat. Early the next morning, Bu Chao was called to the office by Lin Ruwei alone. BU squad leader Lin Ruwei looked at him with a smile. This squad leader, is it still comfortable? Bu Chao nodded his head lazily. Not bad. Pretty cool. Thanks for the company commander's grace of promotion. It's good that you're cool, Lin Ruwei said indifferently. But then, these equipment of ours, have been consumed almost. Before Lin Ruwei could finish, Bu Chao immediately said knowingly, Company commander, just say what you need and how much you need, and then leave it to me. Understand? Lin Ruwei set a piece of paper directly in front of Bu Chao. Bu Chao picked it up and took a look, and his jaw almost hit the ground. Company commander, this is a war? Lin Ruwei stared at him closely. As for me, I'm going to promote a few more squad leaders, and vice squad leaders, but I think, you're good. So your position as squad leader must be the strongest and have the highest status. Company commander, I'll make the call right away and say whatever it takes to get my old man to deliver the stuff. Bu Chao headed out without saying a word. You wait for my good news. Lin Ruwei laughed. Understanding. Really understanding. Half an hour later, Bulei listened to his son's request. The expression was almost the same as Bu Chao's a half hour ago, and he almost didn't fall to his knees. Dad, whether or not I can continue to progress depends on you, Bu Chao said seriously. Bu Lei glared and yelled, "You pitiful thing. You know that what you're asking for is enough for a division. Grenades and bullets aren't that valuable, but they aren't built that way either." Bu Chao laughed. "Dad, I know that your warehouse scraps a lot of ammunition every year. Instead of scrapping it, why don't you support your son? I'm the one who asked for progress, so you can't drag your feet." Bu Lei now hates to go and kick this to death. "I'm holding you back? Now you're the one who's screwing up, okay, Dad?" "Alright, got it," Bu Lei grimaced. "I'll personally send it over. I'd like to see what the hell you guys want so many things for." Yugong Ishan. Hanging up the phone, Bu Lei went to the unit without a good mood. Although he was a minister, he had to report to the top at every level on something as big as the mobilization of ammunition. The justification could only be that the stockpile of ammunition, which had not been used for a long time, was taken for the use of the military schools. He still has that right as long as he circulates in the force and doesn't go outside. Early the next morning, like last time, Bu Lei personally escorted the car to the military school, but compared to last time, this time the convoy was several times larger. The convoy drove straight to the college playground. Bu Lei jumped out of the car, and before he had the chance to call out, a distant roar immediately attracted him. He followed the sound and saw that on the 400-meter training ground, a figure was fast as lightning shuttling back and forth. Beneath the barbed wire that glinted coldly in the sun, a single student darted into the dirty water in full flight, then traversed it at breakneck speed. In another place, two teams of students were fighting. The movements were so crisp and murderous that Bu Lei's heart skipped a beat after a few glances. He had never seen such a fight in all the base units he had been to. Not only is it simple, but it just looks practical. Kill! A yell caught his eye again, only to see more than 30 people, under the command of a veteran soldier, one by one, slamming down hard from the flower platform towards the concrete. Bu Lei watched with a pang of flesh pain. What he understood by pouring, that was all done on grass or in the sand, and it was all straight up. Standing on a 50-centimeter flower bed like this one and slamming it into the concrete genuinely freaked him out. "Hey, Xiao Lu." Bu Lei waved his hand at the secretary. The secretary rushed over. "Chief, what is it?" Bu Lei looked around. Sure you didn't go to the wrong place?" Secretary Lu was not sure now. "Look around," and finally stammered. "Building, like the last time we came to that building. The surroundings, also very similar. Shouldn't be wrong, right? Then what's with this training they're doing?" Bu Lei's mouth opened wide in surprise. "Is this a military school? The reconnaissance unit isn't even this fierce, right?" End of chapter. Lin Rue soon caught wind of the news and smiled from ear to ear when he saw the truckloads of supplies. "Chief, you're so kind to actually pull so much stuff." Bu Lei had a head full of black lines, thinking to himself, "Isn't this what you told my no-good kid to force me to do? Good for you. Now you're pretending not to know." He walked quickly to Lin Rue. "Company Commander Xiao Lin, I can give you the supplies, but I want to know, what's going on with this training of yours?" Lin Rue looked back and then smiled. "Chief, I've already said it. I have my training methods, and now I'm just stoking out their potential. Each of them is actually very good and should be taken seriously. If you have time in a month's time, I hope you'll come with the chiefs to inspect our training as well. When the time comes, you will definitely realize how much you underestimated your son before. All of them will be beyond your imagination." Bu Lei froze. He, a father, was actually being counted out by an outsider for underestimating his son. However, he didn't have any intention of getting angry. Instead, he was filled with anticipation inside. If his son could really grow up, he could really become a qualified or even good soldier. Then even if Lin Rue scolded him, he was willing to do it. "Alright," Bu Lei nodded. "You lead the troops. I won't ask much. The stuff is for you, and in a month's time, I have to come over. I want to see how you can make Chao impress me." Lin Rue saluted. "Your satisfaction is guaranteed." Bu Lei didn't say much and waved his hand. His men immediately started unloading the goods. When he left, Lin Rue immediately arranged for the platoon commanders to come over and move all the supplies to the storehouse. These things had to be preserved, in case if they were to fall out into society, then Lin Rue would not be able to chop off enough even if he had 9 heads. After doing everything, Lin Rue immediately gathered all the trainees. "You guys owe me an arm swim, haven't you forgotten? Company Commander, we're remembering." Everyone smiled and replied, "Just waiting for your order." Lin Rue smiled and nodded. He was now this close to completing the task given by the system. "Just this last item." With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "Ever since I came here, there has never been a training session that dragged on for so long. Since you guys had a vacation yesterday as well, Are we going to add a little more distance to the swim through today? The smiles on the trainees' faces were gone. They knew that Lin Rue, this old pervert, would definitely not let them pass this training so easily. Company commander, whatever you say. Jing Siwei grimaced bitterly. At least, you're letting us take a day off. Add a little. Just a little. The others nodded in silent agreement. In fact, they knew that even shaking their heads in disapproval was useless. Since Lin Rue had said it, he would definitely do it, and there was no need to ask for their consent. Ask them. It's just a question. Lin Rue smiled and nodded. I like it when you guys are so honest. Since everyone agrees, let's swim across 10 kilometers armed. The cadets in the room almost didn't fall to their knees. Wang Sheng stared wide-eyed and said, Company commander, you're adding a bit too much to this point, aren't you? Sun Nan nodded his head vigorously. Company commander, just mean it, or else. 5 kilometers, is that okay? That's right, company commander. A thin stream. Don't be so fierce all at once. Lin Rue smiled and nodded. 12 kilometers. Everyone is confused. Even if you don't reduce it, why do you add more and more? Company commander, we want to train well, but you can't pull the plug on us, Xiao Yuandong shouted. In that case, we'll grow unhealthy. Lin Rue laughed and pointed at him. Good point, 14 kilometers. Xiao Yuandong was anxious and still wanted to speak, but immediately he was pounced on by a group of people and his mouth was almost not blocked by their fingers. Don't say it, ancestor. Say it again and we'll really be exhausted. Lin Rue smiled and said, Platoon commanders, lead the team out. This time you'll row the boat, and in case something happens, you'll still be able to save it in time. Yes, the platoon leaders yelled. They didn't want to be in the water that long with these cadets. Are you kidding me? 14 kilometers. They couldn't swim back even if they were lightly loaded. If we get soaked, we may not be able to tell who will save who when the time comes. Let's all go. What are you waiting for the company commander to keep adding to you? Huang Zijian shouted. The trainees had no choice but to go back and collect their things with bitter faces. Still, as reluctant as they seemed, each one was fast. A smile appeared on Lin Rue's lips. These guys, they really are true to their word. In their entire lives, it was probably the first time they had gone after a dream so seriously. Half an hour later, the whole crew was pulled to the lake. Lin Rue gave an order and everyone immediately went into the water. They had already swum once and everyone had experience. So this time, no more hand-wringing like before. Ding! Congratulations, host. Complete the training mission. Rewards are being generated. Hearing the beep in his ear, Lin Rue almost jumped up in excitement. It's been a long time coming, and I'm finally done with this phase of training. He'd been looking forward to new abilities for too long. Ding! The reward has been generated and is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the turtle suction technique. Advanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host. For obtaining super hacker. Intermediate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Doubling your physical strengthening. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have been granted the privilege of an instructor once, which allows you to improve the overall level of your men. There are a total of 6 items to choose from: intelligence, marksmanship, fighting, physical fitness, acumen, and perception. Please choose the host. Lin Rue was surprised. Even if he himself became stronger, this time he actually managed to make his soldiers follow suit. System, these, can I choose them later? Lin Rue asked. Can. The system reserves 48 hours of choice time for the host, and it will automatically disappear after the expiration date. Lin Rue nodded. 48 hours was more than enough time for him to choose what enhancements to give the guys. It was just one chance, and he was sure to make the most of it. Just then, a force appeared out of nowhere and hit his brain hard. At the same time, he could feel an unspeakable change in the skin of his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fusion of all abilities is complete. The host can view and use them on their own. Lin Rue immediately moved his mind, and a large amount of hacking knowledge flooded into his mind. Lin Rue's fingers even followed suit. His heart raced. The ability was too real. In an era of such advanced technology, a soldier has long since gone beyond being physically fit and being able to shoot a gun to being a good soldier. Master information technology to become stronger. But something even more amazing happened. He suddenly felt as if all the pores on his skin had opened up, and all the pores are breathing. Wisps of oxygen were inhaled from all corners of his body, refreshing his entire being. Holy, this is the turtle suction technique? Lin Rue was surprised and delighted. End of chapter. Lin Rue closed his mouth and nose, specifically to try out the turtle suction kung fu. Something magical happened. When his mouth and nose were closed, all the pores in his body opened up, from head to toe. Every pore is like the gills of a fish opening and closing. A huge amount of air rushes in, not only more than the mouth and nose can inhale, but also more pure. In an instant, Lin Rue had a feeling of floating that he had never felt before, and his entire being was soothed from the inside out. His heart was ecstatic. He had always heard of the turtle sucking technique in various novels in the past, and he never thought that he would be able to possess it now. This one not only trained the group of cadets and primed them with all the skills of a scout, and to get such an awesome skill is a real bonus. Other than that, for a warrior, in the future, if he encounters an emergency infiltration mission, he can just dive into the water. Stay in the water as long as you can without the need for an oxygen tank. As long as there was air, his turtle suction kung fu would keep him alive. This is so useful for a soldier. Lin Rue let out a sudden laugh in excitement, startling Chen Min and Kenshio next to him. Company commander, what are you enjoying? Kenshio didn't hold back from asking. Lin Rue froze, then realized that he had lost his temper. He said with an awkward smile, it's a real relief to see these guys getting better and better. Me being a company commander. Chen Min and Kenshio nodded. Yes, think about it. Before you came here, they were like slime that couldn't get up the wall. Now, even us veterans are out of reach. Lin Rue could see that there was a kind of loss on both Chen Min and Kenshio's faces. At one time they were in front of this group of cadets. That was a great deal, and even extremely looked down on this group of loafers who would only rely on their backgrounds. But now, they have realized that the gap between themselves and this group of trainees is huge, and it will get bigger in the future. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Speaking as a veteran, they are more or less lost inside. Lin Rue patted them. The latter waves of the Yangtze River pushed the former waves. Our army, we should be happy to have them as the latter waves. Chen Min and Kenshio smiled slightly. What the company commander said is true. If they can all go to the army in the future, they can definitely become good officers, and they can definitely lead good troops like you. Lin Rue smiled and nodded. If he is so engaged, these cadets will be officers in the future and go to the grassroots units. They will definitely be good at leading soldiers. Just then, the system's voice suddenly came back to his ears. Ding, posting a new main quest. And, Lin Rue was confused. He thought it was over when he brought the group of students up to the level of scouts. Why is this still here? Ding, a new training mission has been released and the host must complete it within the next week. Upon completion, there will be a mysterious reward. Failure will automatically deduct a certain ability possessed by the host. Lin Rue almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This nifty system is getting meaner and meaner. And now there's an automatic ability deduction? It's already his. Lin Rue's, and you want it back? Big dreams don't wake up. He rushed to check out the new training assignment, but after just one look, his jaw almost didn't drop. The training is actually pretty much the same as in the past, with a couple of slight additions, but the amount of training each day was tripled from what it used to be. There are only 4 hours a day that can be left for this group of trainees to rest. I'll go. Just simply say have a hell week. Lin Rue was speechless. This is not going to stop until I train them into a special forces unit. Ding, the mission has begun. Start the clock from now. Hearing the beep, Lin Rue almost didn't kneel down. So soon? No preparation time at all? Company commander, why is your face ugly again? Chen Min asked curiously. Kenshio was also surprised. Yes, company commander. Are you not feeling well? Lin Rue has a belly full of fire. I'm not uncomfortable right now. Seeing that the system was giving him a little bit less countdown time, his whole body was now in a sense of crisis. Without answering the two men, he stood up and yelled directly at the cadets. Are all turtles? Stomp faster with those 2 legs of yours that can still move. The cadets in the water were swimming freely when Lin Rue's roar startled everyone. Jing Siwei turned around and shouted, Company commander, we're going fast enough, and now my bottom half is sore. Sun Nan also shouted, Company commander, I promise, this time is definitely a lot faster than last time. Besides, we've all swum almost 2 round trips already. It's very exhausting in the water. Bu Chao exclaimed, Company commander, we're definitely not slacking off. We're already going as fast as we can. Cut the crap. Come on. Faster. Lin Rue shouted angrily. There was nothing he could do about it now. Hell Week training had begun. If he can't complete the training mission in a week, then he'll have to lose his ability. That's definitely not good. Company commander, Chen Min said awkwardly. Actually, I think, they swim really quite fast, so don't rush them. Kenshio nodded. Yeah, at least if I go down there, I definitely can't swim past them. Besides, they've already swum 5 kilometers, and they're still fully armed. That's good enough. What do you know? Lin Rue said in a bad mood. Since we're training, we have to be precise and perfect. We've used so many supplies and made such a big commotion. If we can't be number 1 when the leaders come to inspect us a month later, then we won't be able to explain to the leaders. Chen Min and Kenshio rolled their eyes, thinking to themselves that with the level of training you've done, even if they pulled the academy out right now, they would definitely be number one. What other school or college has a level of training as crazy as yours? Just then, Lin Rui suddenly took out 2 grenades from inside his bag. Chen Min and Kenshio were taken aback. Before they could react, Lin Rui had already yelled at the trainees in the water, "All of you, faster! Otherwise, just wait to be blown up." After saying that, he pulled the grenade directly and then threw it towards the water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mom, it's for real. Swim fast, all of you. Swim fast. Get out of my way. The grenade is right behind my ass. All the trainees were scared less and literally swam forward desperately with all their strength and hands. Boom! There was a muffled sound from under the water, and a column of water rose into the air. There was a violent fluctuation coming from the entire surface of the water. Not only were the cadets terrified, but even the platoon commanders sitting in the boats were dumbfounded. Lin Rui took another grenade and yelled, "All of you keep accelerating. You have no right to stop if you're not exhausted. Hurry!" After that, another grenade was thrown. The trainees were crying out in fear and swam forward desperately against all odds. Damn! After following the company commander for a month, I'm already becoming incontinent. Xiao Yuandong cried out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why don't you say it in advance when you're a son of a pissing? Sun Nan shouted. I'm right behind you, and I just took a sip of water. Bu Chao turned his head in a cheap manner. I'm sorry, old son. In fact, I just peed myself. And me. Madge laughed dryly. Sun Nan almost fainted with anger. He tasted a bit of a mishmash in this bite. Cut the crap and swim quickly. Jing Siwei shouted. Otherwise, the company commander will go crazy again later. Xiao Yuandong cried. He's not going crazy. I feel that. He's reaching menopause early. End of chapter. 30 minutes later, all the trainees climbed ashore wet. Just after stepping on the ground, one of them immediately lay on the ground huffing and puffing. The last 5 kilometers of swimming across the river, they were overdrawn even by the grenade explosions. Now everyone hates to take their heads off to breathe. Lin Rui also walked onto the shore at this time, and as he watched these guys tire themselves out into a dog, his brows furrowed slightly. Devil's Week has begun to start, and there's no way to complete the system with the stamina these guys have. The only way to do this now is with a collective boost. When Lin Rui thought of this, he immediately said to the system, that reward from before. I'll choose to boost their physical strength. Ding! Received host's choice. In the process of upgrading, the rewards have been distributed. Everyone's stamina has been increased by 50%. Recovery ability increased by 20%. Lin Rui's eyes lit up. A 50% increase in physical strength was more than enough. Now that the recovery ability was also increased by 20%, this was simply a blessing in disguise. The next Devil's Week will be extremely taxing on the body. If you're not physically fit, then there's certainly no way to complete all the training. This would greatly help them with their training tasks if the recovery time is also boosted. What a lack of something! A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Rui's mouth, and his previous misgivings disappeared without a trace. Company commander, isn't it a good idea to take a break and bring it back? Chen Min came over at this time. He looked at his watch. It's getting late, and they're exhausted, so it's almost time to rest, right? Huang Zijian also came over. These guys are really overdrawn today. Those last 5 kilometers. I feel like they're flying. Their potential has been forced out by you. Company commander. Lin Rui looked toward them. What time is it and you're resting? If you want to rest, you'll have plenty of time to do so decades from now when you sleep in a small box. A group of platoon leaders all froze. What do you mean? You're so tired, and you still want to train? Lin Rui didn't intend to explain to them and looked directly at all the trainees. Are you guys tired? Is there any energy left? At his question, the cadets who had just been huffing and puffing suddenly froze. The system gave them a boost in physical ability while also helping them recover a lot of stamina. All the trainees were surprised to find that they didn't seem so tired. Strange, just now my lungs were about to explode. Now it seems much more comfortable. Xiao Yuandong laughed out loud. Really, hey, no more wheezing. Jing Siwei was also shocked. It's really hey. Just now I couldn't feel my legs. I thought I was going to be crippled. Now it seems like it has strength again. Hey guys, look, it can still kick. Me too. I just broke my back. Hey, now I can move again. That's amazing. How did that happen? I feel full of strength all over my body. How come it's like I just woke up from sleep? Lin Rui was all smiles. The reason he had just asked was to get this answer. Good. Since everyone isn't tired, then get up. The following is 30 kilometers of armed cross-country. When these words came out, the people in the room almost exploded. Wang Shang stared incredulously. Company commander, you must have been wrong. right? We just swam 10 kilometers across the river. Another 30 kilometers of armed cross-country would kill us. Jing Siwei grimaced bitterly. Company commander, I actually lied to you just now, just because I didn't want you to worry about us. In fact, I'm so exhausted that I can't even stand up. Company commander, my back hurts. I feel like I'm going to be paralyzed. Company commander, it's late, get some sleep. We'll practice tomorrow, okay? Lin Rue laughed. It's too late to say you're tired. With that, he took the grenade out of the bag. Pull out the fuse in front of everyone and throw it right toward the crowd. I'll go. Mommy. All of them bounced up from the ground as if their asses were on fire, and took their bags and ran wildly forward. The platoon commanders were also so frightened that they immediately fell in place. Boom! The grenade exploded, sending tons of dirt everywhere. Lin Rue stood behind a tree and yelled at the cadets. All of you run in formation. I'll be right behind you. Don't anyone try to be lazy. Give me all the strength you can muster. The cadets were scared out of their wits at the moment. Lin Rue threw grenades in the water even if, after all, the grenades would sink into the water and the power of the explosion was greatly reduced. But when you throw a grenade on land, the blast spreads in all directions, and he threw it directly at the crowd. Who the hell would dare to run slow? Company commander, are you really not going to give them a break? Chen Min got up from the ground. We've never practiced like this before. Can Xiao spat a mouthful of dirt? 10 kilometers of armed swimming across the river. That is, the reconnaissance unit would have to die of exhaustion after training. Continuing armed cross-country in this situation now will really kill you. Company commander, don't get carried away. Several people admonished. Lin Rue glanced towards them and said in a cold voice, before I came here, they didn't even know how to line up or stand in military posture. But this month, they have completely surpassed you guys. Before, could you guys imagine that? All the platoon leaders were speechless. The cadets outdid them. That's a fact. And they have nothing to say about it. I have my own way of training. You guys just cooperate. Lin Rue looked at them. Go, bring the car over. Remember, bring 2 extra boxes of grenades. I need to use them. With that said, he turned toward the cadets and chased after them, carrying a grenade in his hand. The platoon commanders looked at each other in dismay, and Wu Shi couldn't help but ask, are we sure we should listen to him? If someone gets killed, Chen Min sighed. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. And he's still our company commander, so we have to follow orders. Don't you guys see that the headmaster hasn't even been able to do anything to him, and has even acquiesced to his training methods? If we disobey orders now, you should know the result. Kan Xiao sighed. Forget it, if he wants to go crazy, let's go crazy with him. After such a long time, if he can do so much, then I'll believe him. A few others eventually had to agree. On the rugged mountain road, a group of trainees playfully ran wildly with their backpacks. Moonlight poured over their faces, illuminating their terrified faces. Boom! Just then, an explosion came violently from behind them. A small tree as thick as an arm was directly blown down. It's too slow. I'm about to take a walk. You guys need to go faster. Lin Rue's roar came from behind. Immediately after that, another grenade was thrown. Scared the dozen or so cadets who had fallen at the back of the line so much that they almost ran wildly forward on their hands and knees. Boom! After the explosion, all the trainees were like chicken blood, running wildly towards the front even more madly. Miserable, miserable, the company commander must have gone crazy from some stimulus. Xiao Yuandong cried as he ran. This is completely crazy. Sun Nan's face was ironic, the way I see it. It's possible that he was dumped by his girlfriend, or else his girlfriend is pregnant with someone else's child. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so mad. Buchao was in tears. Then he should go blow up that man. It's not like we're greening him. Boom. Another explosion came and all the trainees were scared less because this time it was much closer. Everyone ran forward desperately with their heads held high, unable to care about the rest of the press. Lin Rue was right behind them, herding them like a sheepdog. As soon as he felt the guys slowing down, he immediately threw his grenade at them, but every time he'd warn about it, lest he really blow someone up. After more than 2 hours, all the trainees returned to the academy exhausted. It was their first 30 kilometers of armed cross-country and definitely the fastest they had ever run in their lives. Even they didn't expect it. It's amazing how fast they can shatter with just those 2 legs. Lin Rue was also sweating profusely, but his stamina was much better than this group of cadets, so it only took a moment to catch my breath and return to normal. He looked at everyone coldly. Starting just now, we're going into a week of training for Hell Week. Hell Week? Wang Shang gasped. Company commander. Isn't that only for special forces? Why would we have it? Lin Rue glared at him. Don't you want to be good soldiers? Don't you want to be a good and respected soldier? If you guys haven't regretted it yet, Then listen to my arrangements. If you don't want to, it's not too late to quit. Anyone want to quit? Lin Rue yelled. I don't want to force anyone. If you guys don't want to be recognized by others anymore and don't want to be good soldiers, drop your backpacks now, and then you can go back to your dormitories. In the future, you can go back to being your old selves. Anyone? Lin Li yelled, but no one acted. After all they've been through together, no one in this group of trainees wants to go back to being their old selves. The pride hidden deep within them had been ignited by Lin Rue. Trying to extinguish it again? Unless they are completely beaten down physically and mentally. Otherwise, they would never have given up. What Lin Rue got was unwavering stares from everyone. He smiled slightly inwardly, very pleased with the cadets' answers. However, he pretended to be sorry on the surface. What a pity. You guys gave up such a good opportunity just now. Since you guys like to be abused, then this week, I will definitely satisfy you well. Get up, all of you. Before dawn, you must each complete 2,000 push-ups. If there's still someone who hasn't finished by dawn, then you don't have to sleep. Begin. Hearing Lin Rue's roar, although all of them desperately didn't want to move, their hearts were also incomparably resistant. But when they thought of the oath they had sworn to Lin Rue, all of them stiffly supported themselves and slumped down. Come on, brethren, don't even disgrace yourself. When a man says something, it's a spit and a nail. Jing Siwei grinned and yelled, come on, 1, 1. Everyone followed, yelling as they did so. 2, 2, 3, 3. On the playground, one figure after another. Lin Rue carried his hands behind his back, content to walk through them. A group of platoon commanders watched from the sidelines, all of their faces unconsciously showing shame, because they knew full well that if it were up to them, they certainly wouldn't be able to hold out. 10 kilometers of armed swimming across the river and 30 kilometers of armed cross-country. By this time, one should be exhausted to the limit. But these trainees, they were actually holding on hard down the road. In the past, they looked down on this group of trainees and thought they were all trash. But right now, in front of this group of cadets, they're the ones who look more like trash. At least the spirit of staying the course. They're not as good as these guys. Hey, why don't we just apply with the regiment and transfer back? Ken Shio covered his face. I really don't have the face to stay here anymore. A few others were also lamenting. 1,000 push-ups. All the trainees finally finished before dawn. Lin Rue let them rest for 2 hours and then continued to start the training. The cadets no longer had the strength to go back to their dormitories and fell asleep directly on the playground, leaning against each other. 2 hours later, Lin Rue didn't give them a minute more, all shouting up to continue training. There's no way around it. Every second is golden during Devil's Week. It was a good thing that after 2 hours of rest, the cadets had regained a lot of their strength. Lin Rue brought them to a mud puddle, and then loudly ordered that all of them immediately begin fighting training. The trainees didn't hesitate and immediately pounced on the person across from them. After 2 hours of combat training, everyone had turned into mud monkeys. Lin Rue gave them a 10-minute break, and immediately after that, he brought them to the 400-meter obstacle course. This time the training was also simple. Lin Rue had moved the target range directly to the 400-meter training range. Immediately after completing 400 meters, the trainees had to run forward 200 meters furiously, during which time they had to throw grenades accurately at 6 potholes. When you sprint past 200 meters, immediately raise your gun and rapid fire at a target 200 meters away. 30 rounds, must be all 9 rings, a tiny bit short of 1,000 push-ups immediately. No one stops without my order. Start! Lin Rue yelled. One by one, the cadets flew out. With this level of training, everyone's eyes are red and their heads are even emptier. What sustains them is only one belief: I'm going to be a good soldier. I'm never going to be who I once was again. Go over there and yourself. End of chapter. By the end of the first day of training, it was 2 o'clock at night. All the trainees had never felt such fatigue before, and they didn't even eat much dinner. They just lay down on the playground and fell asleep. Round them up. It's windy at night. Don't freeze, Lin Rue said to the platoon commanders. The veterans immediately followed him to find military canvas and block up all around the cadets. Then, Lin Rue started several campfires inside. This will at least keep the temperature in the enclosure at a level that is acceptable to the human body. You guys don't stay idle. Hurry up and prepare milk, beef, porridge. Remember, the congee should not be too hot, just lukewarm. They'll have to replenish their strength early tomorrow morning. Oh yeah, and chicken legs, everyone, Lin Rue ordered as he went about his business. The veterans couldn't help but smile at the corners of their mouths when they heard his words. During the daytime, Lin Rue was so mean to the cadets, pulling out a grenade and throwing it at them whenever he moved. But in a subtle way, it could still be seen that Lin Rue was very attached to this group of trainees. It was clear that he himself had been tired all day and should be resting at this time, but he was as busy as an old mom, afraid the guys would freeze and starve. Hey, why do you think the company commander is suffering? Huang Zijian whispered as he went about his business. Aren't these cadets trained strong enough? What exactly is the company commander up to? Kanshio nodded. Yeah, I can't understand the company commander more and more anyway. He obviously cares about them, but he's acting like a villain. There are so many things we can't figure out. Chen Min smiled. If we could figure it out, then we would be company commanders. Before, we wouldn't have been as clueless about this group of cadets as the several company commanders who were squeezed out. Alright, let's do our best and do what the company commander tells us to do. A few of the veterans nodded silently. A month down the line, they no longer wanted to think much about Lin Rue's reasons for doing something. All they knew was that no matter what Lin Rue did, the group of cadets not only didn't collapse, but instead grew stronger and stronger. And they also respected Lin Rue even more. Even they themselves, in fact, had begun to respect Lin Rue immensely from the depths of their hearts. Before dawn the next day, 2 tear gas canisters were thrown directly into the crowd. As the smoke cleared, all the trainees jumped up from the ground as if electrocuted. While coughing, he rushed out furiously towards the outside. Lin Rue was already in the playground to greet them, looking at the crowd's wretched appearance. Look at the bears you are now. You're all in a sorry state, like a dog that's lost its head. You want to be the best soldiers you can be? You want to be like your fathers and grandfathers? Shame on you. Don't go insulting them. Lin Rue yelled. Think about when they were on the battlefield. If they were like you guys, you wouldn't know how many times they would have died. Let me tell you, real warriors, even when they are asleep, their nerves are still alert, and they are on guard against everything around them. Lin Rue looked at them with disdain. If we dropped you, and your elders, our country would have been finished long ago. Originally, everyone was quite angry. After all, they were sleeping soundly, and suddenly they were choked by the gas with tears and snot running down their noses. Anyone else would want to be angry, but after being scolded by Lin Rue, they actually felt that Lin Rue was quite right. They seemed to be pretty trashy. Lin Rue saw that everyone honestly lowered their heads and no one retorted. Only then did he say with satisfaction, to punish you, all of you, carry your gear, 15 kilometers of cross-country, and when you come back, carry weights for 200 singles, 200 doubles, and 2,000 push-ups. Only after you're done will you be allowed to eat. Depart. With Lin Rue's yell, the cadets immediately ran wildly towards the outside of the school. The school had a playground and a training ground, but it was too small for Lin Rue's current training, so he had to go out. After all, moving 15 kilometers of trail running and 20 kilometers of mountain running, that's a condition that no school has. Strange, these guys actually don't have half a complaint? Huang Zijian looked at the trainees who honestly flew out with a surprised face. They cleaned up their act? Bah! Kanshio spat. 80% of their brains didn't react, so they ran out in a daze. Although these guys are quite powerful, don't forget that they are all pricks. Their brains aren't as dead as ours. Wu Shi nodded. Old Kan is right. They were just brainwashed by the company commander just now. Let them clean up their minds for the next life. The platoon leaders had guessed well, and it didn't take long for the cadets to run out before someone started to get suspicious. Hey, big guy, that's not right. Xiao Yuandong stared wide-eyed. The company commander just said that, and it felt pretty reasonable, but in reality, it doesn't make a damn bit of sense. Yeah, I reacted too, Maki said with a look of despair. Regular troops, even scouting troops, although they all say that they focus on practical training, but it's not possible for a special mom to throw 2 tear gas canisters at you to shout at you to get up, and then still be so reasonable. This is like the training style of foreign special forces. It's over. It's over. Our heads must be broken. We're actually going against the grain, Bu Chao said with a bitter face. We're considered to have been completely pinned down by the company commander, and we don't even think about whether or not what he said is right. Jing Siwei puked. The day the old pervert came, he sprayed us with a fire hose and played with flying daggers blindfolded. This ING foreign special forces would not dare to do this to the new recruits, right? We, too, are not the first day of his grasp. Everyone, don't beep, or hurry up and run. Right. Wang Shang nodded. If we don't hurry, we might not know what the old pervert will do to us when we get back. Booming. Just then, 2 explosions came from behind them. At the same time, Lin Rue's voice came close to their scalps. Hurry thee up. Dilly-dally, the old lady next door to my house can run faster than you. The trainees cried out, burying their heads in their hands and making a mad dash forward with all their strength. By the end of a morning's training, everyone was already tired and sweating like a pig. You can get wet with sweat just standing there. Lin Rue personally stood in front of the group. Everyone, you have 3 minutes to eat. After 3 minutes, start training. Quick! All the trainees immediately rushed towards the restaurant like vicious dogs. The logistics squad leader and the 2 soldiers had just come out with large meat buns when they immediately saw a group of people like wolves and tigers rushing towards them with green light in their eyes. A few logistics soldiers were so scared that they hastily backed away. But it was only 2 steps back before the group of cadets caught up with them. Don't grab it! Don't grab it! All of it! The squad leader shouted in fear. But the cadets don't care about him. They only have 3 minutes total. If you don't rob, then you'll go hungry? Asterisk 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 you. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The squad leader and a couple of veterans were pushed straight out of the room. The basin in their hands snatched away before they could react. A veteran covered his face in aggravation. Eating is eating. Why are you still hitting people? Squad leader. They're hitting people. The squad leader saw the basin fall to the ground. A lot of trainees actually lying on the ground directly with their mouths to bite up the buns to eat. Scared him to pull a few underlings back in a hurry. Just fight. Look at them. They're ing crazy. I'm glad they didn't bite you. Go. The beaten veteran was scared at the moment. These trainees looked as if they were starving to death, each with green eyes. Several veterans all involuntarily shivered, fearing that these guys would rush up and take a bite. Eat up. Pick up beef and big buns to eat. That tops it off. Have some milk. Don't just eat and choke. Drinking your damn milk. Later casually find some water to drink. If you don't eat enough, you won't have anything to eat by nightfall. The trainees already have experience. They knew that Lin Rue must have been training them in different ways during this week. It was a luxury to have 1 meal a day, and the next one might not be until when. So eat as much as you can in those 3 minutes. The logistics squad leader and a few others watched from afar from a distance. And it was heartbreaking. We've been doing this all morning, with all the colors and flavors. Look at them eating it, swallowing it in one bite like a pig eating ginseng fruit. It's too much of a waste of food. A veteran shook his head in pain. The squad leader said with a bitter face, in the future, let's not make it so delicious. They'll just swallow it anyway, and we'll just flavor it a little. Just then the whistle blew. The cadets have not yet had enough to eat, but they already know military orders. The whistle, that's an order. They threw away the leftovers with reluctance, and none of them dared to take them privately. Everyone ran towards Lin Rue. In less than a minute, everyone was standing in a neat line. Lin Rue smiled faintly, although it was still early to complete the mission. But, at least for now, it seems that the cadets are no worse than a scouting unit. At the end of a week, it's a sure bet that you'll be primed to meet the minimum requirements for special forces. Today, our main training program is lurking, infiltration, and emergency handling, Lin Rue exclaimed. These 3 items are very important for soldiers. Once we enter a war, this is a routine operation. Therefore, my requirements are very high. Whoever fails, the whole team is punished. Whoever makes a mistake in training, the whole team will be punished. Whoever, Lin Rue said a series of punishments, and all the trainees had black lines on their heads. I thought to myself, why are you so convoluted when you can just say that there's something wrong and we'll all be punished together? Now, everyone come with me. Lin Rue took them and went straight to a half-mountain 10 kilometers away from the school. There was a lumberyard here, and Shen Min had already brought someone to say hello beforehand. On the ground, a 10-meter-long section of logs was placed. For each section, it takes 2 people to hold it together. Lin Rue ordered groups of 3 to carry the wood toward the school. Requirements: you must go back within the time limit and you must not be allowed to stop or make any noise on the way. The cadets had absolutely no idea what this requirement did and had to carry the logs toward the school as he asked. When they were near the school, Lin Rue brought them to a pond again. At this point, everyone's backs are breaking. It had been an almost desperate effort by all to keep up the speed and quietness of the journey. As soon as they relaxed a little, the formation would be unsteady, and they would surely make a sound rattle. So everyone must give it their all. It was only 10 kilometers, but everyone was now too tired to move their backs. Lin Rue said loudly, now, carry the logs, go down inside the water and walk around the pond, with the same requirements. No noise, no splashing, and a time will be set for each lap. Start. The trainees were bitter. They were all tired as dogs. They just wanted to lie down and rest. But seeing that Lin Rue had already taken out a grenade with no good intentions, all of them were so frightened that they immediately carried the wood into the water, walked around and around in the water, and when they were tired to the point of exhaustion, Lin Rue ordered them to go to the center of the pond again. Then lift the logs and do deep squats. And each time you squat, you must have half a minute before you hear a gunshot before you can show your head. The rules are the same. No noise, no splashing. With bitter faces, the trainees all went to the center of the pond and performed deep squats one after another. Every time he heard Lin Rue shoot, this dared to slowly get up, but before they could take 2 breaths, Lin Rue had already ordered them to keep crouching. It was hard to wait until the training was over, and all of them didn't even have the strength to climb up the bank. Don't even lie down, or your strength will give out. Lin Rue laughed wistfully. Now, carry the wood back and return it to the people. This stuff, it's all borrowed. Everyone wants to die now, but they're still naive enough to think that's the end of it. As a result, Lin Rue said loudly, "Same old rules, no noise allowed. Send them back quietly. Those who violate the rules will be punished by the entire team." Everyone's insides crumbled. Xiao Yuandong said in a low voice with a bitter face, "Brothers, are we sure we're in military training? Why do I feel that the company commander is going to train us to become thieves and form a burglary gang when we graduate?" Everyone flinched, but then nodded vigorously. This quiet back and forth is no different than a ing thief. End of chapter. 5 days passed before the devil turned his eyes. Lin Rue used these 5 days to intersperse physical fitness, infiltration training, climbing training, bomb throwing training as well as shooting training and so on. It hadn't been a long time, but under Lin Rue's harsh training, everyone had undergone a qualitative change from the bone. The platoon leaders were afraid to even look these cadets in the eye, because these guys only get 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day, and when they're hungry all day. 5 days down the line, they're already looking at people horribly. It seems to just see any target as prey, ready to come up and take a nibble. On the 7th day, Lin Rue unleashed the most brutal day of hell on all the trainees. Today's training was over, and the time given by the system for the mission was up. But Lin Rue wasn't worried anymore because the progress bar was about to fill up. It didn't even need to go into the night, and he was sure the mission would be accomplished. Just after noon, a military vehicle slowly drove into the National Defense Academy. The principal sat in the back seat, poking his head toward the front. The secretary asked curiously from the front row, "Leader, didn't you say last time that you would never come here again? What's wrong today? Why do you suddenly want to come over?" The principal flinched, then snorted coldly. "I heard yesterday that kid asked the military district's logistics department for a lot of ammunition. The amount is said to add up to the sum of all the colleges in our entire school this year." The secretary's mouth dropped open in shock. My God, what do they need all that ammo for? Hell knows what's going on in that Lin guy's head. The principal said in a cold voice, "Today I just want to see what they want so much ammunition for. If it gets out into the community, I'll be held responsible." The secretary nodded approvingly. If munitions circulate into society and also have any serious consequences, the principal is definitely primarily responsible. The car pulled up in front of the school building and the principal and secretary got out. But looking around, the entire academy was empty. Not a single ghostly figure, let alone a person. Where are all the people in broad daylight? The principal looked skeptical. That guy surnamed Lin, didn't he say he wanted to train properly? Not training in the middle of the day, and he has the face to say that? The secretary looked around and suddenly pointed in the direction of the cafeteria. "Headmaster, there seems to be someone there. Why don't we go and ask?" "Go ahead, I'll stop by." The principal nodded and headed for the dormitory building. The most basic quality that characterizes a soldier is housekeeping. The principal had been here when these cadets were new and knew what level of housekeeping they were on. Now that more than a month had passed, he wanted to see what Lin Rue had brought that group of trainees to. "Last time, you bragged that you would bring those guys to be honorable soldiers. I'll see how you do it in a month." The principal had a sneer on his face. He had always been prejudiced against Lin Rue. It was just as well that Lin Rue was out of the picture now, so he was just able to check it out. If it doesn't work, he'll have a mouthful. Coming to the first floor, he pushed a door straight open and entered. But after walking in and turning around, he immediately backed out again. The principal put his glasses all the way up and made a point of looking at the door sign that said it was the 1-to-1 dormitory. This is the cadet dormitory? The principal was shocked. How can it be so neat? It couldn't be with military training veterans, right? The principal immediately nodded affirmatively. Just now he entered the dormitory with the quilt folded foursquare and angular. It's totally the type of thing that a mosquito can slip on and a fly can split on. The sheets were neatly packed and all the supplies were arranged as required. Not even a hair out of place. If this were a cadet dormitory, I'd eat the covers. The principal snorted coldly and immediately headed to the next dormitory. But the next thing I know, he's like a madman, going into one room and immediately running to another. Then from the first floor to the second, and from the second to the third. Eventually he broke down. Because every dormitory is almost exactly the same. It's not about how well the quilt is folded anymore. When he entered, he found the cadets' coats and underwear, all folded foursquare and piled together, almost making him think it was a wall. Even the placement of the beds in each dorm room was exactly the same. The principal almost thought he'd been going back and forth from one room to another. This housekeeping, too, is too good. That Lin guy, how the hell did he do it? The principal's head was covered in sweat, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have taken Lin Rue too lightly. One didn't know even 1/10,000th of this young man. Principal, why are you running upstairs? The secretary ran over at this time. As soon as he saw the neat room, the secretary's mouth immediately opened to an O shape. I go, this quilt, is it serious? How come it's folded better than me? The principal had a black eye, and at the mention of the quilt, he felt like he'd been slapped hard. Well, did you find the man? The principal asked in a no-nonsense manner. What good is good housekeeping? Cadets have to be looked at as a whole to be good or bad. He wasn't going to be fooled by appearances. Found it. The secretary nodded. The logistics class said that they went to the mountain behind the academy an hour ago, as if they were engaged in some kind of training. Why don't we just wait for them to come back at the logistics? It's about to be time to eat. What's to eat? Go over there. The principal strides towards the outside. He was now eager to see just how Lin Rue trained. If you're so good at housekeeping, then you're good at training. His heart, at the moment, was actually filled with a sense of anticipation. The automobile drove until it reached the foot of the hill, and the two men, the principal and the secretary, kept going up the hill. The trail was rugged, and by the time they were halfway up the mountain, the two men were out of breath. The principal took off his uniform and threw it to his secretary, sticking his back and looking at the top of the mountain. Usually I don't think this mountain is very high. Why is it so hard to climb? Principal, the secretary gasped. I have a feeling that the road was vandalized. How so? The principal frowned. The secretary said, didn't you see that just now? There were so many craters along the way. They were obviously bomb craters, blown out by grenades. A good road is full of holes. Plus it just rained. That's why it's so hard for us to get up here. The principal also reacted at this time, blowing up the road with grenades? Is the company commander surnamed Lin fed up? He asked for so many grenades just to blow up the road? The secretary shrugged. Who knows what's going on in that guy's head? Can't figure him out. The principal and secretary were confused. How could they know that Lin Rue wasn't blowing up the road with grenades, but had come to blow up the cadets and force them to realize their potential? But if the principal knew about this, he'd probably blow up on the spot. After all, he'd never heard of training students this way. Keep going up. The principal turned and continued upward. He was even more curious now. How did Lin Rue usually train? Before, he just thought the guy was messing around and didn't care half as much about his training. Now, his curiosity was as sad as a cat's scratch. The two climbed all the way to the top of the mountain. But looking around, where was half a person? Are you sure they're on the hill? The principal asked with a sweaty head. The secretary nodded his head vigorously. That logistics squad leader assured me. It's definitely on the hill. They wasted so much effort to climb up. If people weren't there, the secretary could imagine how angry the principal would have to be later. Where's the man? The principal glared at him. You find the man for me. Ha! The secretary looked bitter. I'll find it now. Right away. With that, he ran to a higher place and yelled at the top of his lungs. Company Commander Lin, where are you? The principal has come to see your training and ordered you to come out immediately. Company Commander Lin, principal. Before he could finish shouting his words, Lin Rue suddenly jumped down from a tree next to them. Headmaster. The principal was so frightened that he took several steps back, and then stared at him with wide eyes. You, what are you doing climbing up the tree? Lin Rue grinned. We're doing sneak training, and from the trees, I can always see who they're moving. The principal was dumbfounded. Lurking training? Where are your men? Where are they lurking? Lin Rue immediately shouted. All rise. In a flash, all the dead grass and rotten leaves around the principal moved, and a single figure stood up directly. The principal and secretary were so frightened by the sudden appearance of a group of people that they almost fell to their knees. They never dreamed that the person they had searched for half a day would be right next to them. Oops, principal, don't step on it. I've been stepped on by you for half a day. Suddenly, there was a movement at the principal's feet that startled his entire body. Ah, what the hell? The principal's face went white, and he dripped uncontrollably down there and peed a good bit on his pants. He watched in horror as a man rose from where he had just stood and smiled nervously at him. Principal, you're heavy. Time to lose some weight. The corner of the principal's mouth pulled several times. His legs weakened uncontrollably, and his whole body fell to his knees. End of chapter. Headmaster, principal. The secretary scrambled over to help the principal up. Are you okay? The principal's face was incomparably pale, and he tremblingly pointed at his pocket. Medicine. Medicine. Quickly give me medicine. The secretary hurriedly took the pills out of the principal's pocket and poured 2 into his mouth. Secretary Luo, The principal. Is he alright? Lin Rue asked worriedly as he walked over. The secretary glared at him fiercely. The principal has a heart condition. He can't stand his heart if you guys scare him like that. If something happens, you'll be most responsible. Lin Rue was speechless. It's not like you were asked to come. We're training. It's none of my business if you get scared. Before Lin Rue could say anything, the cadets next to him were already upset. Jing Siwei said in a conspiratorial manner, "This comrade secretary, you came up here to disturb our training. Why are you blaming our company commander? Yeah, don't run around if you know you have a heart condition. So old. Why don't you know how to take care of yourself?" Maki looked up at the sky. Xiao Yuandong coldly grunted. "Moreover, it's not our company commander who's scaring people. It's Bu Chao. Why are you looking for our company commander if not Bu Chao?" "That's right, to find me," Bu Chao said disdainfully. "He's so heavy, stepping all over me, and I'm still hurt." Sun Nan glared at him. "Old Bu, why are you like this? He's the principal. So what's wrong with stepping on you a few times? Why don't you just let him finish stepping on you? Why are you scaring the elderly? Look at this. The principal is pissed off by you." It was then that the crowd noticed that the principal's pants were damp in a small patch. At once, everyone immediately stifled their laughter. Bu Chao also ran over and nodded his head. "I'm sorry, headmaster. I didn't mean it. If I knew you couldn't hold it, I wouldn't have scared you. Do you want me to change your pants? I'll wash them for you." The principal has just taken his medicine and his heart has eased a little. Hearing Bu Chao's words, the entire person almost exploded on the spot. The principal pissed his pants in front of all these people. How is he going to lead the troops in the future? He glared fiercely at Bu Chao, and then at Lin Rue, holding up his secretary and yelling, "Go, go, take me back." Yes, the secretary helped him up, then looked at everyone angrily. "You guys, this is too much." The two of them stumbled toward the mountain, and Lin Rue still couldn't help but ask aloud, "Principal, what exactly is it that you came for? You haven't said it yet? The mountain road is not easy to walk. Do you want me to send someone to escort you?" Bu Chao followed over to make up for it. "Headmaster, it's windy on the mountain. Why don't I carry you down? Or else you'll get cold if you're wet later." The principal barely stumbled and planted himself, holding the secretary's footsteps quicker all of a sudden. It disappeared down the mountain road in a flash. Everyone also laughed at this moment, and Xiao Yuandong laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. Bu Chao touched his head and looked at Lin Rue. "Company commander, am I in trouble?" Lin Rue kicked him in the ass. "Heartless bastard. The principal doesn't want to lose face. Ha, you can't say anything even if you saw him peeing. Hurry up. Everyone do 2,000 push-ups right now." The cadets' faces immediately fell. Jing Siwei grimaced bitterly. "Company commander, we've just managed to hide for half an hour. You said that we'd pass in half an hour." Wang Shang nodded. "That's right. We sprinted up and down the mountain 3 times. So out of breath and still managed to lurk undetected for so long. Why are you still punishing us?" Lin Rue swept them away. "I did say half an hour, but you're a minute away from time." Sun Nan was about to kneel. "But it was you who ordered us to get up?" Lin Rue sneered. "If we get to the battlefield, and the enemy shouts, you guys get up too? Wasn't it the principal who came?" Xiao Yuandong defended. "And you ordered it. That military order is like a mountain. That also depends on the time. You guys have to distinguish whether this order is right or wrong." Lin Rue said in a cold voice. "The time is clearly not up, and you all got up when I told you to? The principal is nothing. So what if the head of the military department is here? Your infiltration mission wasn't completed, and it's your responsibility to stand up even 1 second earlier. Now, 3,000 push-ups, plus 500 squats. Hurry!" Lin Rue yelled. All the trainees slumped down with a bitter look on their faces. If the principal were here, they'd have to kill him with their eyes. That dead old man. What's the point of coming to the mountains for morbidity when there's nothing else to do? He's our nemesis. Every time we see him something's wrong. Next time I get a chance, I'm going to bleed his car tires. Hey, our company commander too. He's the one who's black and he's the one who's white. I knew we wouldn't have an easy time getting through today. What are you talking about? Lin Rue yelled. Feel free to presume on me as a leader. Plus 200 each. Put your packs on your backs and do it. All the trainees could not wait to ruthlessly smack themselves twice. It's okay. Why are you talking so much? At the bottom of the hill, the principal lumbered into the car. The driver looked back and stared in surprise. Principal, why is there water on your pants? Shut up. The principal glared at him in no uncertain terms, scaring the driver into turning his head away. Drive. Go back. The secretary hurriedly urged. The driver pretty much knew something was up and immediately kicked the gas and whizzed off in his car. That Lin Rue. He's simply arrogant and lawless. The secretary said angrily. Find an opportunity and make sure to restrain him properly. When the military training is over, I'll definitely write a letter to their leader. He must be disciplined. Disciplined for what? The principal looked at him in dismay. Punishment for leading his soldiers too well? Or for training him properly? Let their leader give him a demerit for good housekeeping? Or for scaring the piss out of me? The secretary was confused and looked at the principal with her mouth wide open in stupid staccato. I'm just trying to help you out. Why are you criticizing me? So, then, what does the principal mean? The secretary's voice trailed off. The principal leaned back in his seat, a smile suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. This Lin Rue. He's a bit interesting. I've seen too many officers and instructors from the army to the school. It's really the first time I've seen one as unique as him. The secretary was now too confused to interrupt. Are you going to get him? Or are you going to get him? The principal suddenly looked at him. Give Lin Rue an invitation. Ha? The secretary looked surprised. You're still calling him tomorrow afternoon? Didn't you say? What did I say? The principal glared at him. If you're told to scream, you scream. Stop nagging. The secretary nodded awkwardly. Yes, but turning his head, a pang of speechlessness ran through him. Didn't you say you never wanted to see him again and told him to go as far away as possible? How can you talk and not recognize it? In the evening, all the trainees looked as if they had come out of the water. One by one, exhausted, they pushed their military carts up the hill. Lin Rue and the platoon leaders each sat in one vehicle to steer the direction, and the rest of the power was all human. On average, 10 people push a cart, and each person's legs tremble with every step. If it's flat, they can hold on even if they're pushing uphill. But the trail was potholed and muddy. People slip sometimes, and it's even tougher if their wheels get stuck in the mud. Push, push hard, Lin Rue shouted. If you can get up the mountain before nightfall, Devil's Week will be over. But if you can't push up, delay it for another 3 days. When the cadets heard this, all of them were up to their necks. It's been a week that's really killing them personally. Even though their fitness has improved and their recovery has improved quite a bit, but the amount of training was just too much, and usually after just half a day, they were already tired. It had been hard to hold out for 7 days down the road, and if it had been another 3, the cadets felt like they would have died. Damn it, use all your strength. Push it up and the company commander will reward you with a chicken leg. Charge up, charge, I'll fight. If you're a man, don't stop, charge. Everyone pushed out the last of their potential, summoning up all their strength to push upward with frantic force. Both legs were as good as re-energized, and even though the sweat dripped like rain, none of them stopped. For a while, the entire convoy was surprisingly fast. The platoon leaders were blown away by the cadets. According to what they thought, everyone should be tired as a dog at this moment. It's all like this, and it's actually exploding with new power. Human potential. It's really unlimited. Chen Min sighed. It's just that they haven't been pushed to that point. If they really got to that point, no one could stop them. Lin Rue's eyes were also filled with relief. In 7 days, this group of trainees really got off the ground. Lin Rue could no longer see the dangling shadows of his former self in them. Everyone, with the appearance of a Chinese soldier as it should be. Be tough and never give in. These boys, they've finally inherited the spirit left behind by our old-timers. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Lin Rue's mouth. Compared to boosting their strength, right now, he was more pleased to see in them the shadows of his forefathers who had given their blood and lives for the country and the people. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully completing the Devil's Week training mission. Just then, the system's voice rang in Lin Rue's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All mastered abilities have all been upgraded by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained the Sentinel Beast ability. Intermediate level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have been given a chance to choose. The host can choose on his own to improve the shooting, physical strength, fighting, sensitivity, hearing, eyesight, and camouflage of all his subordinates. The host can choose one each. And the holding time is 48 hours. Reward issued. Next stage of mission. Waiting to be issued. Lin Rue's eyes lit up. In the next second, his entire body changed dramatically. Not only was there a huge influx of new knowledge, but the strength of the entire body changed dramatically. A brand new power filled his body, causing the muscles in his entire body to grow quite a bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. This lasted for half a minute and then stopped. Lin Rue clenched his fist slightly, and he could feel that his fist seemed to be stronger. At the same time, the abilities that the system used to give seemed to be enhanced at the moment. There was a lot more knowledge of various things in his head at this point. Company commander, we're here. Before Lin Rue could study the research, his car had already been pushed to the top of the hill. The men pushing the cart all fell to the ground, exhausted. 10 minutes later, All the cars came to the top of the hill one after another. Lin Rui announced the assembly. The trainees were all nearly unsteady on their feet, but they continued to support each other crookedly, and stood in a row in front of him. Very good. Lin Rui nodded solemnly at them. Devil's Week. Not only does it enhance your abilities, it also tests your will. Even your platoon leaders, or even veterans of the scout unit, may not be able to complete these 7 days of training. Lin Rui's words were affirmed by all the veterans. For once, they weren't ashamed. There was nothing but respect in the eyes that looked at all the trainees. Lin Rui said seriously, "But you guys accomplished it. You've done what the vast majority of people can't accomplish in their entire lives. From now on, no matter if anyone dares to say that you guys can't." Lin Rui solemnly lowered his voice. "As long as I hear it, it's 180 no's. Because, what you guys have done is worthy of every soldier's respect." When he finished, he saluted all the cadets with force. It was also the first time he had saluted this group of cadets with such respect since he arrived at the academy. Wow! Suddenly, Xiao Yuandong and Sun Nan, several people cried out almost simultaneously. The other trainees were also in tears, hugging and crying. They did. It was finally recognized by Lin Rui. That's a lot of hard work for a lot of money. End of chapter. Even the platoon commanders couldn't help but feel pain as they watched the cadets cry in pain. Over the past month or so, they had watched with their own eyes how the cadets had transformed from a second generation that was looked down upon to the iron-blooded soldiers they were today. The suffering in between is something that those who have not experienced or witnessed will never be able to appreciate. If it were a month ago, they would never have believed that these second-generation guys could actually defeat themselves. But now, they followed Lin Rui and saluted the group of cadets with respect, for no other reason than they did what no veteran could do. Lin Rui's eyes swept over everyone, his insides equally emotional. For this day, the cadets have shed tears, tried to give up countless times, and even almost lost their lives. But they persevered. For that alone, they could cry their eyes out even if they had to. Everyone stand still. Wang Shang wiped tears from his eyes and shouted, Let's salute the company commander and platoon commanders. Without them, we wouldn't be where we are now." All the trainees stood up with difficulty. At Wang Shang's yell, they saluted in unison towards Lin Rui and the platoon commanders. Can Xiao and Huang Zijian and the others looked at their shaking right hands, and they didn't strain themselves for a moment and cried on the spot. Lin Rui, however, laughed and clapped his hands. "All right, congratulations. From now on, you are all qualified soldiers. I hope that in the future, all of you will be able to stay in the army. After experiencing so much, you guys have proven that you are good soldiers. Our army needs young people like you." All the trainees' blood boiled at this moment. Lin Rui's words instantly made them feel incredibly important. Lin Rui said loudly, "All right, everyone get on the bus. For this last stretch, the platoon leaders and I will drive you back. Tonight, the logistics are extra food. And there's also wine." As soon as they heard about the addition of food and wine, everyone jumped up and down with excitement. Lin Rui laughed and personally pulled Jing Siwei and Bu Chao and the others into the car. The other platoon commanders smiled and helped the exhausted cadets into their vehicles. They were indeed so tired that they wouldn't even have the strength to get into the car if no one pulled them. Soon, a car drove toward the bottom of the hill. The cooking class site had been notified long ago and had prepared a sumptuous dinner. But this time, instead of a big pot, it was on a plate and looked exquisite. Under each table, there were also several cases of beer. The trainees were ordered to wash their hands and faces before entering the dining hall, led by Lin Rui himself. "Sit down. Find a place to sit." Lin Rui waved his hand. The trainees looked at each other, and no one dared to move for a while. They hadn't sat down to eat for over a month since Lin Rui had arrived. It's all a scramble to grab something to eat from the big tub. Especially during Devil's Week. Everyone grabbed a bite of food almost like a rabid dog in order to be full in the allotted time. Now that they were suddenly sitting down to eat, everyone was a little uncomfortable. "Company commander, you've made your own sins, and you still have to do it." Chen Min laughed bitterly. Lin Rui had a helpless look on his face and personally went to press Jing Siwei and the others down one by one. It took a while for everyone to sit down as a group, but all of them were still obviously a bit uncomfortable, looking at a table of good food, but they didn't know how to do it. "Eat, everyone, let's eat," Lin Rui shouted. Today, the cooking squad has specially brought out their family's cooking skills. These are all the dishes that have been prepared for a day. Everyone eat painfully. Right, open the wine, open the wine. Lin Rui busied himself to open the wine for them. The platoon leaders, seeing that everyone was not moving, rushed over to help as well. Looking at the bottle of wine in front of him, Xiao Yuandong looked at his companions on the side with an embarrassed face. "Everyone, I'm very hungry. Can I eat?" Sun Nan looked around. "Seems like Seems like it's nothing Swindle should be able to eat it. I want to grab it with my hands so badly. These chopsticks, they don't look like they're going to work. Bu Chao licked his lips. Madge laughed bitterly. I'm already thinking of popping my face right over and chewing on it. I'm not going to get punched, am I? It just so happened that Lin Rui heard this from the side and said to everyone with a bitter smile on his face, "Don't worry everyone. I assure you with my personality that we'll eat normally today and that we'll definitely be fine back there as well. Everyone don't worry about eating. Take your chopsticks and eat." Despite his bitter words, the cadets continued to look at him with disbelief. Personality? You're an old pervert with a personality? How much is a pound of that stuff? Lin Rui looked at everyone's eyes, this time completely speechless. It did seem that he had gotten too far into his character over the past month or so, causing the guys to be on their guard whenever and wherever they could. Company commander, what should we do? Huang Zijian came over and asked quietly. There are so many good dishes. If you don't think of a way to do it, it'll really go to waste. Why don't you just let them grab it with their hands? They're used to it. Lin Rui didn't have the heart to glare at him. He engaged in training to improve the military capabilities of the cadets, not to turn them into beasts. Lin Rui turned his head and grabbed a bottle of beer and opened it, and then gurgled and tilted his head back in front of everyone. This time, all the trainees were dumbfounded, because in their impression, Lin Rui came to the academy as an old pervert, an old monster who didn't drink a drop of alcohol and rarely even slept. Now, he's actually drinking in front of everyone? Soon, Lin Rui finished a bottle of wine. He poured the bottle and said to all, "Eat, drink." Two simple words made all the trainees break their defenses. In the next second, almost everyone picked up their chopsticks and grabbed the food on the table as desperately as an evil spirit casts itself. The whole restaurant, all of a sudden, came alive. The head cook smiled and patted his man. "Let's go. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and go prepare the meal. These boys it looks like they can eat a lot tonight." All the cooks smiled faintly, followed by the squad leader who turned into the kitchen to get ready. After a round of grabbing food, the cadets were finally quiet. Jing Siwei took a chicken leg and said with a face full of emotion, "I've almost forgotten what a chicken leg tastes like. I used to know how to swallow it, but now that I'm eating it, how the meat is so delicate and the flavor is too good." Xiao Yuandong wiped his tears and nibbled on the pig's feet. "I haven't eaten pig's feet in a long time. Big pig's feet smell so good. So delicious. Old Xiao, give me one. Don't chew so much alone." Bu Chao wanted to go over and grab it. Xiao Yuandong immediately protected it with his body. "Get lost. These are mine. Snatch them from me and I'll fight you to the death," he said, and made a point of licking all the pig's feet with his tongue. Everyone immediately raised their middle fingers at him. Lin Rui then walked into the middle of the restaurant with a bottle of wine and shouted, "Come on, don't just eat. You guys haven't had a drink in a long time. Come on, pick up all the bottles." The trainees had dropped their guard by now, and all of them immediately picked up their bottles and stood up. Lin Rui raised the bottle high and laughed. "Platoon commanders, take it up too." Chen Min and the others weren't originally prepared to drink it, but upon hearing Lin Rui's words, they all laughed together at the moment and raised their bottles. Lin Rui exclaimed, "Anyone who can't drink is not considered a good soldier. However, we are soldiers, and the times we can drink on weekdays can be counted on one hand. So, every time, we cherish it. Today's bottle of wine is a toast to you from the platoon leader and me. We soldiers don't like a lot of nonsense. It's just one word, dry. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Lin Rui yelled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The platoon leaders yelled along. Cheers. All the trainees pulled their voices and raised their bottles high in excitement. Drink. Lin Rui yelled. All of them then raised their bottles and took a drink. Company Commander Lin. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside. Lin Rui put down the bottle of wine and turned his head to see that the principal's secretary was actually standing outside the dining room door. Lin Rui put down the bottle of wine with a surprised face and walked over, looking at the equally surprised secretary. Secretary Luo. It's so late. Come to dinner? Secretary Luo was embarrassed. He was the secretary of the principal. So many people wanted to invite him to dinner, and he still needed to run to your Thai place to dine? You guys, what's going on here? The secretary asked. Lin Rui laughed. They completed a cycle of training. It's been too hard, so let's give them a celebration. The secretary was head over heels. He almost thought the guys were celebrating scaring the piss out of the principal. After all, that's the kind of thing you can blow off for the rest of your life. 2. The secretary coughed and then said, tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the conference room of the school office building. Where's the principal? He's convening a tea party and invites you over. Be on time. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Lin Rui pulled him back. Tea party? Anything important? The secretary looked at him in a bad mood. Come when you're told. It's an order. Where's the problem? After saying that, he left without looking back. A group of cadets all gathered around, and Jing Siwei wiped the oil from the side of his mouth and said, Company commander. It couldn't be that the principal was so frightened that he couldn't pee, so he's looking for you to go over there and settle the score alone, right? Lin Rui was speechless. What was this person thinking? End of chapter. The next day, Lin Rui gave everyone a day off. The system hadn't released any new quests anyway, and the trainees were really tired these days. Even with the best stamina, you need to rest up for the training ahead. As for the rewards given by the system, Lin Rui chose acumen for all trainees. The reason was simple. After 7 days of Devil's Week training, these trainees' physical strength had already risen another notch from 7 days ago. Their endurance, willpower, etc. are refined. As for shooting and fighting, you can improve with more training, but acuity is innate. And even with constant practice, it's hard to improve if you're not gifted. And acumen has a tremendous role to play in a good soldier. For example, if an object falls and no one else reacts, someone with good acumen has already reached out and caught it. Then again, when meeting the enemy on a narrow path, whoever has the better acumen will be the first to raise his gun and kill the enemy. It's possible it's only that fraction of a second faster, but for soldiers who go to war, this 0.1 second is enough to determine life and death. The time turned to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Rui ate, changed into his new uniform, and strutted outside. Although he is only a military training instructor, the establishment complimentary affiliated with the school. But after all, the principal was of such a high rank that he ordered Lin Rui, a small lieutenant, to go, and he had to go. But just as he went out, Lin Rui froze. The four of them, Jing Siwei, Xiao Yuandong, Wang Shang and Bu Chao, were also wearing brand new military uniforms and waiting beside the car with smiles. What are you guys going to do? Lin Rui asked suspiciously. The vacation is for you guys to rest, but I didn't say you could go out. If you want to go out, wait until military training is over. Jing Siwei laughed. Company commander, we didn't want to go out. Lin Rui looked them up and down. You guys, not tired? Don't want to rest? Upon hearing this, the four men's faces changed drastically. Good guy. This a bad answer. Immediately have to go to run 15 kilometers of armed cross-country rhythm. Wang Sheng quickly said, Company commander, we're worried that you'll suffer if you go to the principal alone. Therefore, we want to go with you. Company commander, take us with you. The four men shouted together. Lin Rui was speechless. Do you guys think the principal is Sun Ernyang? If I go there, you'll chop me up and make me into a human bun? Get out of the way. The four men took a step back, still blocking his path. Get out of the way. I don't have enough time. Lin Rui said in no uncertain terms. Jing Siwei said cheaply, Company commander, just take us there. We are at least people with some background and status. Even if the principal wants to do something to you, as soon as he sees us around, he'll definitely be embarrassed. No. Xiao Yuandong nodded his head vigorously. Company commander, I have heard that the principal is very petty and holds a grudge. You scared him into urinating incontinence in public. You've lost a lot of face. Now that you are being called out individually, it's guaranteed that he is going to make a move against you. We're all uneasy. That's why we ordered the four of us to go. If you don't let us follow, in case something happens to you, the four of us will be killed. Bu Chao hurriedly said, Company commander, it was me who scared the principal into peeing. If he pursues the matter, let old Xiao and the others kill me to apologize to him. But if anything happens to you, I won't be able to stay here anymore. Company commander, please, take us there. Company commander. Lin Rui looked at the pleading appearance of these guys and felt a sense of amusement in his heart. Do they really think that the principal is that vindictive? Then they're underestimating the principal. People are heads and they can sit in the position of principal. If they were the kind of people they thought they were, then they wouldn't be able to be where they are today. However, Lin Rui had a feeling that no matter how he explained it now, these guys wouldn't believe it. He was running out of time. The principal had ordered him to get there for the first time and he couldn't be late. Lin Rui nodded helplessly. Get in the car. The four men saluted excitedly. Yes, but I declare in advance. Lin Rui said. Don't talk without being told to talk. Don't embarrass me. Jing Siwei laughed. Company commander, as long as you take us there and let us do whatever we want, we'll do whatever we want. You're our father. Yeah. The other three nodded excitedly. Lin Rui was speechless for a while. These people were really shameless. 40 minutes later, Lin Rui's car drove to the school's headquarters. The guard at the door checked his credentials and was surprised to see Lin Rui again. What's wrong? Xiao Yuandong narrowed his eyes and asked. Haven't seen such a handsome company commander? Ha, The guard smiled. I'm curious because I haven't seen anyone from the National Defense Academy come to the headquarters even this year. Xiao Yuandong arrogantly took back the documents. In the future, you will see it often. Is there something wrong? Can we go now? Come in. The guards immediately stepped aside. Xiao Yuandong still wanted to speak, but he was slapped on the head by Lin Rue, which made him honest. As they watched them go away, a few of the guards immediately exchanged words. I heard that the students from the National Defense Academy were particularly unpopular this year, and that the principal had said he never wanted to see them. What's going on here? Still coming to school? The hell knows. It's probably because they're here to get criticized. I can hear that out of all the colleges, they're at the bottom of the list, and it's much worse than previous years. Being called over, they must be cursed to death. Let's see. We should just abolish this academy. It's an insult to our school. Alright, all cut the crap. There are all high cadre kids there. Be careful of the top getting you in trouble. The squad leader chided, and everyone spat out their tongues and continued to stand guard honestly. Lin Rue drove the car all the way down to the office building. Several people got off the bus together, and Lin Rue said as he straightened his clothes, all of you should be more energetic. The people at headquarters can't even look at us. If you guys fall off the wagon again, then our academy really won't have a day to turn around. The four of them, Jing Siwei, immediately began to organize their uniforms. By now, they have a great sense of honor, as do all soldiers. Call them poor. No, it's even worse to say that their academy is poor. It would be 180 times worse for anyone to have to say that their company commander was bad. When they were organized, several people stood in a line and walked towards the building under Lin Rue's leadership. Just as they entered the building, the group was stopped by a sentry. What do you do? The sentry hadn't seen them before and looked them up and down, especially the four trainees behind Lin Rue. The sentry looked skeptical. After all, this was an office building, and cadets were not allowed in without orders. This isn't like the local community. This is a military school with strict rules. We're here for the tea party, Lin Rue said. I'm the military training company commander of the National Defense Academy. Lin Rue. The sentry was astonished. A tea party? And you've come in such numbers? And what's with these students? Can't we come too? Xiao Yuandong glared at the guard. For your information, my father is. Lin Rue covered his mouth, then laughed and said to the sentry, sorry, didn't teach them well. They're just here to listen, so they're not in the way, right? The sentry nodded his head in a no-nonsense manner. You're the company commander. Keep them in check. Like what the hell? Go in, let them stand in the corner. They're not authorized to sit. The four cadets were so angry they could not wait to punch the sentry. How dare a little sentry do that to them? But Lin Rue's eyes glared over at the moment, frightening them into following him in with their heads down. I'm warning you, if you keep nagging, I'll really kick you back. Lin Rue glared at them fiercely. The four guys hastily covered their mouths, but the sound still trickled out through the gaps in their fingers. Company commander, we promise not to talk. Lin Rue really wanted to cover his face. How could he not think of bringing these four living treasures at that time? Hey, Lin Rue, why are you so late? Just then, the secretary's voice came from the distance. End of chapter. Lin Rue hurriedly walked quickly towards the secretary. I'm sorry, Secretary Luo. This is also my first time officially coming to the school headquarters. So, the secretary had nothing good to say about Lin Rue, and even now wondered why the principal had called him in. So with an impatient wave of his hand, go on in. You're all that's missing. Lin Rue didn't care, and with an ouch he headed inside. Hey, you four, who let you in? The secretary pointed at the four Jing Siwei. Wait outside. What status don't you know yourself? Hey! Xiao Yuandong's violent temper came up, but suddenly seeing Lin Rue's eyes, the entire person quickly wimped out and immediately took 2 steps back. Lin Rue glared at them. Just wait outside if you're told to. Don't you understand orders? Stand right here. Don't move until I come out. Yes. The 4 men didn't dare to disobey the order and could only stand honestly against the wall. The secretary took a look at them without a good look, shook her head, and led Lin Rue towards the inside. Watching Lin Rue enter, Xiao Yuandong said irritably, brothers, didn't we agree that we'd come to escort the company commander? What's the point of standing here and being a doormat for them? Wang Sheng said in a jarring voice, then you have the balls to follow me there, and I'll make sure the company commander will take intimate care of you. Xiao Yuandong snorted coldly. The company commander is horizontal. That's because he's capable. What the hell is that bull Secretary Cross? If not for the company commander being there, I would have designated to beat him up. Come on old Xiao, Jing Siwei said disdainfully. His secretary is also a lieutenant colonel. If you beat him up, you'll have to make amends for him when your old man comes later. Do you think he's a captain? Just for you to hold? Bu Chao laughed, not to mention the captain. Our company commander is a lieutenant. Lao Shao would not dare to make a move. Xiao Yuandong looked at him without any good humor. Our company commander. Can we measure him with normal thinking? In my mind, even if you beat up my dad, you can't touch the company commander. If I beat up my dad, I'll get my legs broken at most. But touching the company commander, I don't want to be thrashed to ashes. Just then, a major came over and looked at the 4 men in surprise. What academy are you from that you're here as guards? The major pointed to the stairway. Go stand over there. What's the use of standing in the aisle? The 4 cadets took a step towards him together, scaring him into taking several steps back in a row. Go away or I'll drag you into the bathroom and beat you up. The 4 men spoke in unison. The major, startled by the murderous aura in their eyes, turned his head sharply and walked away. Damn it, what a world. In the conference room, when Lin Rue entered, there were already a dozen captain officers sitting here. Everyone looked back at him in unison. The first is because his rank is only lieutenant, which is among the lowest here. Secondly, it's that people don't know him. Lin Rue smiled and nodded at everyone. Hello company commanders. With that, he found himself a place to sit down directly. The captains immediately whispered. Who's this guy? Never seen him before? An instructor from school? Isn't today a tea party for military training company commanders? Why are you calling for an instructor? He's probably here to take notes. Why else would he be a lieutenant? These people came to the school before it started military training, so know each other. Some were from the 3rd Steel Regiment, some from the 6th Red Regiment, and some from the 7th Iron Fist Regiment. But they were all serious company commanders in frontline companies. Even from the 3rd Steel Regiment, these men did not recognize Lin Rue, who was the cultural officer. Lin Rue was indifferent to their attitude. With his current strength, he didn't need these people to recognize him at all, as there wouldn't be any interactions between them at all. Lin Rue had already thought about it, and when he returned from this military training, he was going to apply to go to a higher combat unit. As good as the Steel Triad was, the current Steel Triad could no longer accommodate him with his strength. The only place where he could better himself would be the Special Forces. So, these people are just a bunch of passers-by to him. Perhaps, they will never see each other again for the rest of their lives. Rise. Just then, the side door to the conference room opened and the principal walked in with a smile on his face. Everyone immediately stood up in unison and saluted the principal with vigor. The principal waved his hand, signaling for everyone to sit down. As his eyes swept over everyone, they lingered on Lin Rue's body for that extra 2 seconds. But soon, he withdrew his gaze. Gentlemen, thank you for coming to our school to train the new class. The principal impassionedly said. It is your dedication that will give them a solid foundation. In the future, every one of them will benefit from this. Eventually, they will become qualified soldiers needed by the motherland. On behalf of the school, the army and the motherland, I would like to thank you. You are not training students, but the future of our army. When he finished, he stood up and saluted everyone. Warm applause erupted as each company commander clapped desperately. The principal sat back after putting down his hand and looked at the crowd with a smile. What about the military training? It's about to come to an end. As you all know, this time's military training is different from the past, because in half a month, the leaders in charge of our military school will come to personally check our military training. At that time, it's not just our school, there are also cadets from the 5 military schools, gathered together to perform together to the higher-ups. Is everyone confident of taking first place? Yes, all the company commanders yelled confidently. The principal laughed. Actually, I am also confident. Because during this period of time I purposely went to watch the training of each academy. Your efforts, coupled with the seriousness of the participants, have given me a lot of confidence. The principal nodded to the secretary. The secretary immediately brought a box, which the principal opened in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes lit up at once, because inside the box, there was an award certificate as well as a 3rd-class military medal. In times of peace, there are not many opportunities for military personnel to receive awards for meritorious service. It's only a 3rd-class merit, but it's generally not something you can get without special contributions, and peacetime military medals carry more weight. That's why everyone's eyes are glowing. The principal smiled and said, I've looked over everyone's training carefully, and I've finally found one of the best and most shocking to me. His training, to say the least, is beyond excellent. The trainees brought out are also of a 1st-class level that I have never seen before, even better than some veterans already. So, this military medal, I'm going to give it to him. He deserves it. The principal smiled and stood up. At the same time, the company commanders below looked in unison at a man with a steely face. Old Lu. Congratulations, Company Commander Lu. The principal is right. You deserve this medal. There are so many of us. I'm so convinced of your old loose training style. This medal, and only you deserve it. Lu Guangji was a little embarrassed by everyone's praise, blushed and said, everyone is actually quite good. I am just a little bit better. It's normal for everyone to work harder and surpass me. A company commander laughed. You're the #1 person in the 7th Iron Fist Regiment. I'm afraid we won't be able to surpass you in our lifetime. Yeah, old Lu, don't comfort us. This time when you go back, you'll be promoted to battalion commander, right? We still have to start as an associate battalion first. We're so much behind you. Old Lu, don't be modest. Being overly modest is just being a do-gooder. Lu Guangji looked embarrassed, but he was at peace with himself. His own style of training had trained the group of cadets under him better than many veterans. The principal has complimented him individually several times, so even if he was given a 3rd degree, he would have no mental burden. But just then, the principal suddenly said, Lin Rue, Lin Company Commander, stand up. For a moment, the entire conference room was confused. Everyone turned their heads in unison and watched as Lin Rue, who had entered last, stood up, especially Lu Guangji, who was all ready to stand up. The principal read someone else's name right off the top of his ass. What the hell is this? The principal walked to Lin Rue in large strides and looked at Lin Rue, who was also dumbfounded, and smiled faintly. Comrade Shaolin, I've compared. You've done the best job of military training for the entire school this time. You took the worst group of cadets in the school and trained the best and hardest. You have withstood the pressure and the misunderstandings, including mine. You, in my heart, deserve to be #1. After the principal finished speaking, he personally hung the 3rd-class medal in front of Lin Rue. Then, stepping back, he solemnly saluted Lin Rue. Lin Rue's entire body was in a daze until now. He knew, though, that the principal couldn't have called him in to get back at him, but he also didn't realize that he had screwed over the principal so many times and embarrassed him. But now, the principal actually gave himself the 3rd-class medal of merit. Lin Rue was stumped for a moment, and when he saw the principal's sincere eyes, he was instantly moved inwardly. That's the country's true soldier, not judging anyone for their own good or bad. They will always have a scale in their hearts. In the next second, Lin Rue raised his chest and solemnly saluted the principal. The principal laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Company Commander Shaolin, I hope you'll make our school a big hit during this leadership inspection. I will definitely live up to the chief's expectations, Lin Rue said seriously. The principal smiled and turned his head to look at everyone. Company commanders, you should also learn from Company Commander Lin. I can guarantee that you can learn a lot of useful things from Company Commander Shaolin. When you return to your old unit in the future, it will serve you well for the rest of your lives. All of the company commanders had an embarrassed smile on their faces when they heard this. Lu Guangji, in particular, was more disgusted than eating a fly at the moment. Where did this guy come from? I've never seen him before. His grandma. It can't be a relative of the principal, can it? You grabbed the 3rd degree right out of the gate? With this little episode, the atmosphere of the tea party that followed was less than enthusiastic. No one except Lin Rue had the heart to continue. Even though the principal announced that he was going to give each of them a bonus to be paid by their respective troops for the next month, it also didn't bring up much interest. Lu Guangji was even more black-faced throughout. After all, bonuses are nothing compared to 3rd-class honors. An hour later, the tea party was over. The principal left with his secretary, and everyone dispersed. Lin Rue walked towards the outside with a full face, occasionally having to glance at the 3rd-class medal on his chest. This was the first medal he had ever received when he came to this world, and he earned it through hard work and sweat. Therefore, Lin Rue was particularly rare with it. Company Commander, the principal didn't do anything to you, did he? As soon as they saw Lin Rue come out, the 4 Jing Siwei immediately rushed over, but the next second they froze, 4 pairs of eyes staring straight at his medallion. Holy, what's going on? Bu Chao's mouth dropped open. The principal rewarded you for scaring the piss out of him? A medal? Xiao Yuandong lacked heart and said, there's such a good thing? Let's form a group to scare him then. Maybe one person can have one. Lin Rue was speechless. He sometimes really couldn't figure out the brain circuits of these students. He was just about to speak when a conspiratorial voice suddenly came from behind him. People nowadays, no matter if they're cats or dogs, as long as they go through the back door, they'll be able to level the playing field. I don't know if it's really something. I've never heard of it, much less seen it, and I don't know how it's possible to get a reward. Lin Rue frowned slightly and turned around, only to see Lu Guangji looking at him with bad eyes. The other company commanders, on the other hand, were watching the action. After all, this reward was recognized as Lu Guangji's. Now that it was suddenly cut off by Lin Rue, everyone more or less thought about it. Lu Guangji looked at Lin Rue and snorted mockingly. In the future, Our army doesn't need to practice their skills hard. As long as you can do it, what honor is not there? By the way, that can't be called an honor anymore. At most it's a reward for licking a dog. It doesn't have any gold content. When he finished speaking, he laughed cynically, his eyes filled with contempt for Lin Rue. Xiao Yuandong was confused. Company commander. Is he mocking you? Jing Siwei glared at him fiercely. You're really lacking in heart, aren't you? He's scolding the company commander. He's saying that the company commander is incompetent and got the medal through our connections. Wang Sheng said coldly. I go. Xiao Yuandong's eyes instantly spewed fire. Asterisk 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 your grandpa. You dare to speak ill of my company commander? In the next second, even Lin Rue didn't react. Xiao Yuandong actually rushed over with an arrow step. In just 2 or 3 steps, he rushed in front of Lu Guangji and threw a punch straight at his face. Lu Guangji was taken aback. He did not expect that this seemingly too little cute, like student was so fast and had such a quick punch. He was no longer able to dodge it and could only put his hands up to block. Bang! Xiao Yuandong connects with a solid punch to Lu Guangji's wrist. Lu Guangji felt like he was hit by a car. Not only did he fail to block, but his own hands hit him hard on his own mouth. Lu Guangji's entire body unexpectedly flew up in the air, heavily hitting the bodies of the 2 company commanders behind him. The 3 men then fell to the ground together. This time, not only did it shock everyone, even Xiao Yuandong himself was shocked. When did I become so strong? Xiao Yuandong was shocked and delighted. Lin Rue took one look at the situation and hurriedly walked over to scold. Xiao Yuandong, who told you to make a move on Company Commander Wu? He's older than you. You're simply lawless. Go back and do 1,000 push-ups for me. Yes, Company Commander. Xiao Yuandong backed away with a bitter face. Lin Rue turned his head and looked at Lu Guangji, who was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and said with an apologetic face, I'm sorry, Company Commander Wu Lu. How many times have I told them that they can't punch outsiders except their own companions? Their punches, they were a bit heavy. Didn't break you, did they? At this moment, Lu Guangji was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Nima, knocking me down and saying that. You're killing people. End of chapter. Lu Guangji now not only his mouth hurts, his nose hurts, his heart hurts even more. Nima, he's the strongest of the new training company commanders. But now, in public, he was actually sent flying by a trash student from a trash academy. What's worse is that this company commander came here to kill people. Compared to the pain on his body, Lu Guangji's heart was now spurting blood. In his life, he had never been so insulted. What's wrong? What happened? Just then, the principal rushed over with a few people in a hurry. Lin Rue quickly snorted. Nothing. Company Commander Lu tried to teach my students and ended up getting knocked out unprepared. With that, he turned his head to look at Lu Guangji. I say Company Commander Lu, you can't give in too much to these little brats. They don't hit lightly and they don't know the rules. Next time you set up a stance and tell them where to hit. This won't happen. Xiao Yuandong quickly chimed in. That's right, Company Commander Wu Lu. If you want to teach me, you have to have a good posture, and you have to tell me how much force to use. Look, now that I accidentally hurt you, I feel bad. Shut up, you still have the face to say it. Lin Rue pretended to chortle. Lin Rue's words and his smirk that owed him a beating made Lu Guangji's entire body explode with anger. Nima, don't you mean that I'm too weak and must have your people cooperate with me in acting? Do I need them to act with me? The principal glared at Lu Guangji. Is that so? Principal. Actually, a company commander tried to snort, but he was pulled back by Lu Guangji. Then he stood up with strong support. Headmaster. That's it. I wasn't prepared just now. I was careless. He couldn't afford to lose that face. If this group of leaders knew that he had been beaten up by a cadet in this manner, would he have the face to go back to the 7th Regiment of the Iron Fist? So, this time, he had to swallow his teeth even if they were knocked out. It better be. The principal glared at all of them without any good reason. Don't forget, this is a military school, and there are rules and regulations as well. Being a company commander and fighting casually, the consequences are clear to you. After saying that, he walked towards the upstairs without looking back. Watching the principal go away, Lin Rue glared fiercely at Xiao Yuandong. Xiao Yuandong smiled bitterly in embarrassment. Company commander, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. I'm also doing it for your reputation. I'll clean you up when I get back. Lin Rue glared at him, then laughed at Lu Guangji. I'm sorry Company Commander Lu. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Let's go then. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he was in a hurry to take people away. For Lin Rue, it was something worthwhile to be able to reflect his value in a greater way. He didn't have time to waste on such trivial matters. Stop. Who told you to go? Just then, Lu Guangji let out a cold snort, and several company commanders immediately rushed over to block their way. Lin Rue frowned slightly, but turned around with a smile. Company Commander Lu, what do you mean? Lu Guangji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Lin Rue dead in the face. I've already said that I was careless just now. Didn't you ask me to teach you guys? Fine, now that I'm ready, I'm going to teach you guys. Jing Siwei sighed. I say, Company Commander Lu, you saw it just now. You can't even beat the worst of us here. Old Xiao, so what can you teach? Xiao Yuandong laughed. Really, Company Commander Lu, I'm the worst of them all. I didn't expect that I could actually send you flying either. It all surprised me. Shut up. Lu Guangji's lungs exploded with anger. It's okay to humiliate yourself once. Now what? A group to humiliate me? Lu Guangji pointed at Lin Rue. Cut the crap. I'll compete with you. I'm the second best fighter in our entire army. If I hadn't not cared just now, could I have been knocked down by him? If you still have some balls and think you're a soldier, then don't wimp out. Lin Rue is a bit impatient. Already gave you a step down. Why are you shameless? But he still wore a hint of a smile on his face. Company Commander Lu, didn't the principal say that we have to abide by the military rules? Besides, we're all comrades in arms, so why bother? In the army, it's all about fighting for the high ground. If you don't even dare to fight for the highs and lows, what kind of bloodlust is there? Lu Guangji exclaimed. I'll tell you plainly, I don't like the fact that you took the third-class merit. That should be mine. If you want to go away in pain, then you'll fight me. Otherwise, this matter is not over. Several other company commanders chimed in. What's the matter? Are you afraid? If you think you're a water boy, bow down and apologize to Company Commander Lu before it's too late. That third-class merit will be a handout to you. Don't be a pussy. Are you a soldier? If you're going to fight, then fight. What's the big deal? The Jing Siwei several people heard the fire, and they clenched their fists ready to go on. Just then, Lin Rue suddenly said, then change places. I'll fulfill you. I don't want to break military rules here. Go! Lu Guangji took big steps toward the outside. Lin Rue helplessly shook his head and followed suit. We're all soldiers, and we're all bloodthirsty. Since people are not convinced of themselves, then beating him into submission would be a way of honoring him. What do I have to be forced to do? Hey! Lin Rue sighed and followed. After exiting the school building, Lu Guangji led Lin Rue straight to the fighting arena. Fighting here belongs to cutting. No one can care. Lu Guangji took off his shirt, revealing a full body of tendon meat. He assumed a fighting stance, the whole thing looking like a demonic muscle man from a comic book. The four of them, Jing Siwei, sucked in a breath. What a big bullfrog. Come on, Lu Guangji yelled at Lin Rue. Prove to us that you have the strength to get a third-class merit. Lin Rue smiled faintly and waved at him. You're the one who wants to verify me, so you do it. I'm on. Impolite. Lu Guangji's eyes were spitting fire. Lin Rue's attitude and tone. This was not putting himself in his eyes at all. Thinking of the scene where he was sent flying by Xiao Yuandong earlier, Lu Guangji's anger had burned to the peak. You asked for it. Kill. He stomped his right foot violently, and his entire body leapt towards Lin Rue. Sound of the wind whistling and whistling. Lu Guangji arrived in front of Lin Rue and immediately threw a combination of punches with both fists. The punches were so powerful that the air echoed with the sound of breaking. The company commanders around the room shouted with excitement as they saw the line of attack. Go for it, old Lu. Teach him a lesson and show him what real strength means. Asterisk 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 him. The crowd screamed. But only Lu Guangji knew how hard it was to hit Lin Rue. He had thrown many punches, but none of them had touched Lin Rue. It was obvious that every punch was a little bit close to him, but he just couldn't hit him. What was even more hateful was the fact that the four men of Jing Siwei were leaning in and pointing at each other like a gossip-watching crowd. 1 minute he says he can't do this punch. 1 minute he says he has no power in his feet. 1 moment he says why is his body so frail? It must be that the fundamentals are not solid. Lu Guangji was so angry that he couldn't wait to rush down and beat them up. Will you guys just shut the up? Pour it on me. Lu Guangji roared, recklessly kicking towards Lin Rue's stomach. Lin Rue had already let him throw a dozen punches, which was considered to be merciful. At this moment, when he saw Lu Guangji attacking towards his belly, he was completely laying down a deadly hand, and his brow furrowed. Go! His stance snapped into place and his body jerked out sideways. The strength of his whole body, all of it, was pressed into his elbow. Bang! Lu Guangji's foot missed Lin Rue by only 2 centimeters, but he never had that chance again. His chest was struck by Lin Rue's 8 extreme fist-punching elbow, and his entire body flew backwards uncontrollably. It flew out for more than 3 meters before landing, and then rolled on the ground several more times before finally coming to a stop. All of the company commanders were confused. The smiles on their faces directly froze, and their jaws dropped to the ground. 1 second. They were refueling. Who would have thought that in the next second, Lu Guangji would be beaten into this forced state? Jing Siwei 4 people rushed up, looking at the painful grimacing Lu Guangji straight shaking his head. You people, all said you can't even beat us. Why do you have to challenge our company commander? At least you are a captain. Such an adult. Why don't you listen? Lu Guangji thought they were here to help themselves. As a result, he gathered himself in a circle and chattered to himself as much as the 4 members of the Tang dynasty. Lu Guangji didn't take a breath and directly fainted in anger. End of chapter. Old Lu. What's wrong with you? Company Commander Lu. Don't scare us. A group of company commanders rushed over and squeezed all 4 of Jing Siwei out of the way. Seeing that Lu Guangji had fainted to death, several company commanders panicked and went to pinch him. Xiao Yuandong spread his hands with an innocent face. We didn't move him. He fainted on his own. Bu Chao nodded his head vigorously one by one. That's right. He fainted when he saw old Xiao. Probably because he was afraid of him. Get out. A group of company commanders yelled without any good reason. Lin Rui also came over at this time, and squatted down when he separated the crowd. His right hand formed a palm and slapped a hard chapter on Lu Guangji's chest. The force knocked him right out of the arms of the 2 company commanders and onto the ground, scaring a group of company commanders who were all confused. It's still our company commander who is great. Xiao Yuandong gave a thumbs up. People are beaten like this, and still whipping the corpse. Is his character so perverted? What are you doing? A company commander was the first to react, angry and about to pull Lin Rui away. But before his hand could touch Lin Rui, his wrist was grabbed by Lin Rui's hand. In the next second, no matter how much he struggled, his wrists were as if they were firmly controlled by iron pincers, and he could not move at all. Let go. The company commander who had been grabbed was irritated. The other company commanders also caught fire and rushed towards Lin Rui. But just then, the unconscious Lu Guangji suddenly coughed violently, and all the company commanders looked towards him. Idiot! Jing Siwei slapped Xiao Yuandong on the back of his head. The company commander was saving him, and ing flogging him. How dare you think of that? Xiao Yuandong looked aggravated. This is not like his style. Whipping corpse is more like it. Lin Rui then let go of the captured company commander, and then pulled Lu Guangji up with one hand. Company Commander Lu, I'm sorry for striking a little hard just now. Lin Rui stared at him closely. But can I prove my ability now? Lu Guangji covered his chest and stared at Lin Rui dead in the face, unable to say a word. Although his heart was filled with unwillingness, a loss was a loss, and he had no temper at this point. Lin Rui smiled faintly at him and pointed to the medal on his chest. This, I deserve. After saying that, he saluted at everyone, turned around and left with the 4 Jing Siwei, watching their backs fade away. All the company commanders silently looked at Lu Guangji. Old Lu. Lu Guangji waved his hand. There's no need to say anything. This competition. I recognize it however. The next thing we compare is the overall strength of the trainees. We'll see then. His eyes were filled with wariness. Lin Rui drove back to the academy, and the 4 of them, Jing Siwei, carefully got out of the car like little daughters-in-law. Lin Rui glared over, and the 4 guys immediately puffed out their chests. Congratulations company commander. Safe and sound. Congratulations, company commander. On the 3rd degree. Congratulations, company commander. Alright, shut up. Lin Rui swept them away without a good look. These 4 guys know they made a mistake and that's why they screwed up so much. Lin Rui had wanted to get angry, but when he saw these 4 guys staring at him miserably, he was a little embarrassed for a moment. Even though these 4 guys had just gotten themselves into a bit of trouble, they were defending themselves anyway. Lin Rui sighed inwardly and pointed a sharp finger at each of them. Get lost. The 4 men were like amnesty. Jing Siwei laughed and came over. Company commander. Don't say. Today your move is really cool. Someday you must teach me. Xiao Yuandong nodded his head vigorously. Handsome simply. Now my mind is still filled with the figure of you at that time. Tonight my dreams are all about you. Bu Chao stared wide-eyed. Old Xiao, didn't you sleep naked and then think about the company commander? Lin Rui was so angry that he directly raised his foot. Get lost. The 4 men turned around in fear and ran, laughing as they did so. Lin Rui pointed at them and yelled, don't even let me see you today. Get out of here. Watching the 4 run away, Lin Rui snorted out a laugh. These boys. Lin Rui's heart actually warmed. No matter what time it is, someone is always standing behind them. Guard yourself. Support yourself. It's a feeling that any ordinary person will never feel. Lin Rui looked down at the military medal and hummed a small tune as he walked towards his quarters. It was getting late and a scent wafted from the cafeteria. What's burning today? It smells so good. Chen Nin asked curiously as he sniffed his nose. Ken Xiao laughed. The company commander ordered yesterday that we continue to have extra meals tonight to give those cadets a good body tonic. The cooking class must have gotten a lot of good food. Wushi licked his lips and laughed. Then we're in for a treat today. As the group talked and walked, they suddenly found a large group of trainees coming together around the corner to chat. When they arrived, all the trainees immediately turned their heads to look at them. A group of platoon commanders immediately had a feeling of scalp numbness, because from the eyes of this group of trainees, they felt that it was like the group was looking at their prey. In the next second, a group of trainees all walked towards them with smiles on their faces. "You, what are you doing?" Shen Min said with some shivering. Then followed the rest of the platoon, involuntarily moving backward. If it had been a month ago, they would have at most been in awe of the identity of the cadets. But now, all the cadets were as strong as bears, with elbows that could match their thighs. Moreover, an aura of fear emanated from the eyes and bodies of the gang. Although Chen Min and the others were veterans, right now, they were truly afraid of these bull calves from the bottom of their hearts. You guys don't mess around." Huang Zijian's voice was a bit hoarse. "We're platoon commanders." Xiao Yuandong laughed badly and rubbed his hands together while saying, "I know that you guys are the platoon leaders. That's why I'm looking for you." Bu Chao licked his lips and looked them up and down. "Platoon commanders? When our cadets have needs, don't the platoon commanders have to care and fulfill them?" "That's right." Sun Nan laughed cheaply. "Platoon commanders, today, you can satisfy us." A lewd glint came out of all the cadets' eyes, and the smiles on their faces made all the platoon commanders look at them as tightly as they could, as oozing as they could be. Ha ha ha. A group of cadets approached them with smiles. Chen Min yelled at the top of his voice, "What the hell are you doing? I'm warning you, don't be rude to the platoon leader, or I'll go tell the company commander. Stay away from me, don't come near me." Ken Xiao kept waving with both hands, and the person was on the verge of crying. "Don't come over." Jing Siwei laughed. "Platoon leader, you guys just don't resist and satisfy us." End of chapter. As the sun set, Lin Rue sat alone in his room, scrutinizing the third-class medal in his hand. To be honest, up until this moment, he was in a state of excitement. He was just a civilian cadre, and the chances of him earning a military medal in his life were few and far between. Unless, of course, he could have some high cultural attainment, such as writing an amazing essay. But with so many cultural cadres in the military, there are really very few who can get medals through this aspect. It's even more unlikely that any civilian cadre will be awarded medals for leading soldiers. And Lin Rue is this one in a million. This is considered the first step. Lin Rue smiled lightly. There's still half a month left. When I return to the regiment, I must go to the special forces. With my skills, I should go to the special forces to break in. I also want to see what the special forces of this world are really like. Lin Rue's eyes were filled with longing. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, he had always heard about the special forces from the mouths of those veterans and cadres inside the regiment. For ordinary troops, special forces are synonymous with mystery as well as the pinnacle of infantry. All military men and women are honored to go to special forces. Lin Rue had been particularly enamored of special forces in his previous life. With such an opportunity in this life, he naturally couldn't miss it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. For the first time, he has gained military honors and completed the system's hidden mission. Ha! Lin Rue stared in surprise. He didn't expect the system to pop up at this time. Ding! The hidden quest reward has been issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the super adaptation ability. Intermediate level. This ability allows the host to adapt to the environment at hand whenever it is. Intermediate. Fully adaptable in 5 minutes. Lin Rue stared in amazement. This is an ability that may not be useful for common, because an average person may not transform their environment in their lifetime. Even if you go on a trip to some extreme places, at best you will just walk around and leave, not feeling the danger of the environment at all. And, even if you go to the extremes, you'll be far from real danger. But Lin Rue was different. He was determined to go to the special forces, a special agent that could be dropped anywhere on the globe, even lurking in the most unimaginably hostile environments of the enemy in order to accomplish a mission. And there is no end to the lurking until the mission is accomplished. If it was an extremely harsh environment of -40°C, an ordinary person might quickly freeze to death. But if it can be adapted quickly, Lin Rue was already incredibly excited inside. It was a great gift for him to head to the special forces. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The main quest is now released. The host must lead the troop to complete all the training subjects of a top-tier scout troop within 1 month. Tasks have been issued. Please complete them one by one for the host. If the mission is completed, the system will automatically issue a reward. If it fails, It will be automatic and one ability will be permanently deducted and will not be gained in the future. In the next second, a progress bar appeared in front of Lin Rue's eyes once again, and this time the training subjects dazzled Lin Rue. Manual demoning, confidence shooting, extreme diving. Lin Rue had a black line on his head. This was a training program for a top-tier scouting unit? How it looks like an introductory training course for the Special Forces. System, I want to become a Special Forces soldier, but with this training subject, how do you feel that you want me to train a Special Forces unit? The system was silent and did not respond. Lin Rue was speechless. The system doesn't give him any room to bargain. Fine. Lin Rue sighed. Then keep being my old pervert. I'm getting used to it anyway. Originally, Lin Rue was thinking of letting the group of trainees train a little easier starting tomorrow, but now that the mandate has been given, the corner of Lin Rue's mouth curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, there was a little bit of glee in him. Even he wondered if he liked abusing these guys. Company commander, help, company commander, help. Just then, the door was suddenly slammed open, and Lin Rue jolted awake. He turned his head to look and was taken aback. Only a dozen platoon commanders stumbled in, crying and rushing toward him. Holy, what's wrong with you guys? Lin Rue stared in shock. He couldn't blame him for being shocked, as every platoon leader was practically covered in mud. Chan Min, Ken Xiao and Huang Zijian, several people even had their clothes torn. Those who didn't know, thought they had fled back from the battlefield. Ken Xiao hugged Lin Rue's leg and panted. Company commander, suffer, can't stand it. I'm going to resign and go back. No, you dismiss me. Let me go back to the regiment. This place really can't stay any longer. Huang Zijian cried. Company commander, please let us go back. We don't have the face to stay, and even if we did, we wouldn't dare to stay. If we continue like this, we'll be killed. Company commander, please, let us go back. Lin Rue looked at their wretched faces, and in judging from their clothes, quickly came to a conclusion. He looked outside and saw a group of cadets looking this way from a distance. Lin Rue's face instantly sank. None of you need to leave. You'll still be platoon leaders as long as I'm here. After saying that, he took a big step towards the outside. Seeing that the cadets were about to run, Lin Rue immediately let out a yell. Assemble! In a flash, all the trainees came to an emergency stop and flew furiously towards his side. Lin Rue's icy eyes swept over everyone. Did you do this? Report! Warp Thought said loudly. We just wanted to spar with the platoon leader to see how good we really are now. Company commander, Ma Chi said awkwardly. We heard Xiao Yuandong say that he punched away a company commander at the school headquarters. We all thought he was bragging, so we wanted to find veterans to try. The platoon commanders are all veterans. So, Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. Company commander, I just bragged to them and then they jumped at the chance. It really wasn't me who egged them on. And the platoon commanders are too unarmed. We haven't even made a move yet. Lin Rue roared in anger. Shut up. He pointed at the platoon commanders, whose noses were already crooked with anger, and said, they are veterans, but have they trained with you? Don't you know how strong you are yourselves? Can they stand it? A group of platoon leaders were instantly confused. Why does it feel weird? Is this speaking for us? How does it feel to be an adult lecturing a child to keep them from bullying a weaker one? Lin Rue roared. I told you guys a long time ago that without my orders, you can only practice on your own with each other and are not allowed to find anyone. Think what I said was a fart. In an instant, everyone was silenced. Don't even dare to take a big breath. Lin Rue glared at them fiercely. You guys are eager to know your strength, aren't you? Come on, fight me. I'll tell you. As they watched Lin Rue walk over, the cadets were so frightened that they almost fell to their knees. Company commander, we know we're wrong. Jing Siwei hurriedly yelled. Company commander, we know we're wrong. The others also reacted violently and collectively yelled. Watching them recognize their mistake, Lin Rue stopped. He coldly grunted. Letting you guys take a vacation is beyond wrong in my opinion. You guys want to know your strength. Don't you want to know how strong you've become? Let me tell you guys, it's not even close. Since you guys want to get stronger, tomorrow morning, start a new training session. I can't train you guys to death. Hearing Lin Rue's words, all the trainees turned their heads in unison and glared viciously at Xiao Yuandong. Xiao Yuandong was so scared that he immediately surrendered. Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. It's you guys who want to find the platoon leader to practice. It's none of your business. End of chapter. At 4 in the morning, the sky and the earth were dark, but the dormitories of the various colleges were already in chaos, because Lin Rue ordered the platoon commanders to throw in a flashbang towards each dormitory. The platoon commanders already had a belly full of anger with no place to send it. Lin Rue gave them this opportunity, and the group of veterans immediately separated in a manner Without mercy, they pulled the safety and threw it right in, thoughtfully closing the door for them in the process. When this thing exploded, it immediately blew the sleeping cadets right out of their beds. There was an instantaneous howl of misery from the various dormitories. My ears. I can't hear out of my ears. You're too perverted. Company commander. To use flashbangs this time. Use tear gas or not. Oh God. I can't see. Where am I? Where am I? The platoon commanders were downstairs listening to the noisy voices in the dormitory, and all the corners of their mouths were all smiling. Wasn't it wild? Didn't you beat me on the ground? Now let's see you guys go wild. Let's see if you guys still dare to ask me to spar. I'm still a platoon leader, so I'll kill you all. The veterans called this a raised eyebrow. What if I can't beat you? We've got the company commander's back. We're still veterans. You'll still have to listen to our commands during training. I'll kill you all. 3 minutes later, the cadets stumbled out of the dormitory building. A good number of people just exited the building and planted themselves on the floor in a dog poop. However, the first thought in their minds was to assemble. So regardless, they rolled and crawled towards Lin Rue's side. Although it was a mess, Lin Rue was satisfied with them. The concept of assembling has been deeply ingrained in their minds. No matter what, even if you're halfway through your squatting and pooping, you have to clip off and run over with your pants. Watching one trainee's eyes turn red from the flashbangs, Lin Rue was heartbroken though, but the face remained serious. Look at your bearish behavior. It took 7 whole minutes to assemble, and you think you're strong now? Jing Siwei said bitterly. Company commander, we were blinded by the flashbangs. Or else. Reasons, excuses. Lin Rue yelled. A true soldier will never make any excuses for himself. I won't talk about fighting a war. Let's just say that if there's a flood outbreak right now, the emergency order is for you all to gather in 2 minutes to fight the flood. Are you going to tell me that you're going to be 5 minutes late for assembly because your dorm is flooded? Lin Rue pointed at them. Let me tell you, let alone a flashbang, even if a grenade is in front of my bed, I can get out before it explodes. All the trainees looked at him with a suspicious face. Lin Rue glared at them. What? Don't believe me? Then try. All the trainees were so scared that they hurriedly shouted. Believe. Absolutely believe. The company commander is the best. Long live the company commander. Are you kidding me? In their eyes, as long as Lin Rue dared to say it, it was definitely possible. How tired of being alive would you be to test him? Lin Rue coldly grunted. Count on you guys to know what's good for you. All of you. Prepare for 30 kilometers of armed cross-country immediately. I'll give you 2 minutes. 1 second more. 1 kilometer more. Hurry. All the cadets immediately turned back like mad and reassembled in 1 minute and 50 seconds. Lin Rue nodded to the platoon commanders. I'll leave it to you. The usual rules. If anyone still dares to provoke you, come back and tell me. I'll treat him well. The words were addressed to the platoon leaders, but it's more like saying it to the cadets. All the cadets blanched and thought to themselves that they had just yelled at us to get up with flashbangs. Are we out of our minds? Who would dare to be rude to the platoon commanders? Huang Zijian shouted triumphantly. What are you all waiting for? Didn't you hear the company commander? Let's go. The trainees had a bitter look on their faces, and it was true that any debt they owed had to be repaid. Run, Jing Siwei said helplessly. All the trainees immediately scattered and flew out. Everyone, be sure to run with your heads buried in the sand later. And don't say anything back to anything the platoon leader says, Wang Shang cautiously reminded. These platoon commanders today are definitely holding their breath to screw us. Sun Nan nodded his head vigorously. Just run and be done with it. Run as hard as you can. All the trainees ran forward as if they were playing with chicken blood. After a little over 2 hours, all the cadets were taken to the lake where armed swims are often made. Everyone was sweating profusely and tired of coming up for air, but none of them wondered or complained. They'd been through Devil's Week, and they've been training one exercise after another for those 7 days. The break could be the time it takes them to walk from this training ground to another. So, people have been seeing this for a long time. Lin Rue scanned the group of trainees' demeanor and expression, the corner of his mouth smiling coldly. It seems that you guys are already dead pigs. Tired? Lin Rue yelled. Tired. All the cadets answered honestly. They knew Lin Rue too well. If you dared to shout that you weren't tired in this situation, you might get killed later. Of course, screaming about being tired certainly didn't end well. In their experience, the next step is for Linley to say he's tired so soon. Looks like you guys are in terrible shape. You need to work on that. It seems that the armed swim is not running. Jing Siwei whispered. Xiao Yuandong sighed. I hope it won't be more than 10 kilometers. It's killing me. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Don't dream. Surely 15 kilometers to start. Ma Chi grimaced. The company commander said last time. It's calm here. 10 kilometers is too cheap for us. This time, it's definitely an increase. Just as they were worried, Lin Rui suddenly exclaimed, "Since we're tired, let's train a lighter, more laid-back subject today." Ha! All the trainees' eyes went wide. This screen, it's opened extremely incorrectly. Ha! No one was happy at the moment. Instead everyone was more nervous. Usually when Lin Rui said that, they were going to be miserable next. Seeing everyone's looks, Lin Rui smiled and said, "You don't have to be skeptical. I'm actually very kind. Since I've punished you all, I'll let it go. You guys are already soldiers. I'm sure you'll change in the future." Still no one believed it, and everyone remained bitter. Lin Rui said indifferently, "Well, since you guys don't believe me, I'd better say it. Today's training content is diving. First of all, how about starting with the first step of holding your breath?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Sounds like good. Hey, Sun Nan's face was all smiles. "Of course it's good," Lin Rui said with his hands behind his back. "Today, you guys don't have to leave this place. You just need to do breath-holding training and diving training. Isn't this much more relaxed and laid back compared to your usual training?" When he said that, all the trainees all nodded their heads silently. Though, they could also imagine that it certainly wasn't that simple in the middle. But even if you add something, it's certainly dozens of times easier than a Devil's Week kind of training. Everyone perked up. "Company Commander. Let's get started then. Company Commander. I can't wait. Finish early and eat early." Looking at everyone jumping up and down, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Lin Rui's mouth. He then waved his hand behind him. "Get on the stuff." End of chapter. Lin Rui clapped his hands, and the platoon commanders immediately unloaded a round stone from the vehicle. The two men then hugged a piece and strained to move it. Bang! A stone was thrown on the ground and the cadets could feel the earth tremble. Almost instantly, the smiles on everyone's faces all froze. Nima. Jing Siwei looked bitter. "Careless. We're still too young to believe that the company commander can make us comfortable. How could we be so easily naive?" Xiao Yuandong swallowed hard. "Does this mean that we have to hold this thing and sink down to shut our breath?" Bu Chao grunted coldly. "I see. It's to chain us to the rocks so we can't just come up for air. I'll go. I'm already scared." Sure enough, as if to corroborate what he had said, the platoon leader had brought in a number of thick ropes. All the trainees instantly tightened their daisies. It's really about chaining them to a rock and not allowing them to come up. "Company Commander. All brought," Chen Min said with a sweaty head. Lin Rui nodded. "Go prepare the boat." "Yes." Chen Min nodded, then smiled cheaply at all the trainees. Turning around and all the veterans moved the rocks toward one of the ships. Such a series of maneuvers had scared all the trainees to the point that their legs were shaking. Let them practice holding their breath. They don't care, but they're tied up and practicing holding their breath. Just thinking about it makes a lot of people want to pee. Lin Rui coughed, scaring all the trainees with a jolt. Lin Rui smiled slightly. "See, where are those stones? I made them last night, specially asking the comrades from the quarry to make them for me. Each piece, no more, no less, 120 pounds, and the surfaces are polished, all smooth ovals. That's about right, the weight of a grown woman." The faces of all the trainees were already extremely ugly. In his heart, he even greeted all the ancestors of those people in the quarry. "It's so unethical. It's called aiding and abetting." Lin Rui continued. "I believe it. You guys have already guessed my training method. That's right. It's to use a rope to tie a rock and tie the other end to you guys. Then, I'll throw you all into the water together. Next, you guys have to drag the rock and swim up to me." As soon as he finished his words, all the trainees almost collectively knelt down. "Swim up? Is this serious? 120 pounds of stone, and the surface is still smooth." At the thought of this, all of them once again mentally greeted all the ancestors of the person who made this stone. "It's so unethical. It's almost as if the lack of virtue brings smoke from the ancestors' graves." Lin Rui looked at everyone's horrified looks and said with a smile on his face, "As long as a person can successfully complete 3 times, then they can rest today. On the contrary, those who can't finish will have to keep training until they can. Is everyone clear?" "Clear." All the trainees responded without strength. Lin Rui frowned slightly. "What? Didn't eat? Is it clear?" Everyone was so scared that they immediately puffed up their chests and yelled, "Clear." Only then did Lin Rui nod his head in satisfaction. Mid-air. "It seems like you guys are looking forward to this training. After all, there's no need to run and jump around. Alright, get on board." The hearts of the trainees are really racing at the moment, thinking, where do you see us being happy? We want to die alright. Yes, this workout is without running and jumping, but Naya, this is a drowning in the water. We're still too naive. Jing Siwei said as he walked. "I actually fantasized that the company commander would just let us hold our breath. How the hell can I be so naive?" "Desperate," Madge said. I'd rather be given 2 more armed cross-country trips than be sunk in a lake. Why do I get the feeling I'm being dipped? Alright, stop nagging. Better think about how to swim up, Wang Shang said. Xiao Yuandong looked at him with a shocked expression. Old Wang, are you brain fried? Is this training something that can be done just by thinking about it? We can't come up even if our brains explode from thinking about it. Wang Shang looked embarrassed. Then move your arms and legs. I don't want to give any of you a funeral. If it were usual, someone would have been designated to dislike him. But now, he was quite right. Everyone immediately began to desperately move up their joints, or else they would go down later and cramp up, or maybe they would really drown. Soon the first ones were tied up. Company commander, can we discuss this? Jing Siwei said bitterly. Can we get a smaller stone? Lin Rue kicked him straight down. What did he just say? Lin Rue pretended to look at the others with a confused expression. The first batch of trainees smiled awkwardly, then immediately jumped down holding the stone. Just as they hit the water, they were immediately yanked toward the bottom by the stone's deadly grip. It was as if there was a big hand, desperately yanking them towards the abyss. Jing Siwei and the others were yanked some distance before they tried to get up on their hands and knees to swim upstream. But by this time it was too late. The force of the stone's descent was greater than their strength. No matter how hard they fought, one by one they were all dragged towards the bottom of the water. Huang Zijian looked at Lin Rue. Company commander, would this be too dangerous? Lin Rue said in a deep voice. Start training like this and no one will finish. Trying to swim up after sinking is not just training to hold your breath, but also training your physical strength. You could say it's perverted levels of underwater training. Huang Zijian was filled with shock. Company commander, are you really going to get them killed? Lin Rue smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'll save them at the critical moment. But this hurdle, they have to pass. Underwater training was a requirement for extreme diving in the system mission Lin Rue received. It was hard, but he believed in the will of the cadets. If they can't, no one can. Huang Zijian frowned, still looking worriedly at the water. Gollum. Xiao Yuandong was the first to break the defense. Because of the use of too much force, coupled with the non-stop downward drag, Xiao Yuandong a moment did not pay attention to open his mouth to drink a large mouthful of water. The others were no better, gulping down water almost successively. Now it's impossible to even hold your breath, let alone swim up. Just then, a figure fell into the water. Lin Rue darted towards Xiao Yuandong like a fish. Xiao Yuandong was on the verge of drowning as he danced around in the water, desperately struggling towards Lin Rue. Luckily, Lin Rue arrived in time and tugged him along with the stone, swimming straight toward the surface. Pust, rushing out of the water. Lin Rue handed Xiao Yuandong directly to the 2 platoon commanders. Untie him, I'll check the others. After Lin Rue finished his explanation, he plunged headfirst into the water once again. Soon, all 10 of the first men in the water were yanked up. One had a bellyful of water and looked as if she was pregnant. Huang Zijian pressed hard against Bu Chao's stomach, and Bu Chao's mouth immediately spat out a large puddle of water like a fountain. Jing Siwei climbed up breathlessly, looking hopelessly at Lin Rue sitting on the bow of the boat. Company commander, can we have some training in the young world? Are you sending us straight away? The other trainees who hadn't had the chance to get into the water yet were dying of fear at the moment when they saw the abject behavior of Jing Siwei and the others. They all looked at Lin Rue, their eyes full of begging. Lin Rue swept his eyes over everyone. What? You're scared of this training? Don't you all want to get stronger, but you're afraid when you encounter some difficulties? If you're like this, what's the difference between you and the past? Think about all the suffering you guys went through during Devil's Week. Which one of you could be endured by a normal person? But which one of you didn't endure it? Lin Rue exclaimed. It's come this far. Don't apologize for having worked hard, and don't make me look down on you. If you want to be a good soldier, you just do it. There's no holding back. Lin Rue's words caused the eyes of all the trainees to light up at the same time at this moment. End of chapter. Lin Rue stood up and looked sternly at all the trainees. 2 days ago, at the end of Devil's Week, you guys told me to train you and bring all of you into honorable soldiers. Now, I made good on my promise. But what about you guys? Wimped out? Lin Rue pointed to the land not far away. If anyone wimped out, swim back now. If you guys still remember what you said that day, still remember all the suffering you ate during Devil's Week, then pick up a rock and jump down below. This time, I'll accompany you guys, Lin Rue said in a loud voice. Whenever you guys are qualified, I'll come up. Wherever there's still one of you who hasn't qualified, the company commander will accompany you in the water. After saying that, Lin Rue directly turned around and jumped into the water. All the trainees were shocked, including all the platoon commanders. No one expected that this time Lin Rue would take the initiative to jump into the water. In the past, Lin Rue had used various means to force the trainees to train. Something about flying knives, or grenades, or even just shooting. People are used to his training style. As long as he gives an order, people will go ahead and follow it even if they think it is unreasonable. But no one expected that this time, Lin Rue would actually accompany them to train. Almost instantly, the eyes of all the trainees were covered in a layer of watery mist. The month or so of training had made them as close to each other as comrades in arms. But to Lin Rue, there was always a layer of separation. But now, they suddenly felt that the original company commander had been with them all along. Never too far from them. Jing Siwei fought his way to his feet and without hesitation retied the rope around his waist. Then he picked up the stone and plunged headlong into the water. Xiao Yuandong and the others glanced at each other. They then quickly climbed up. Like Jing Siwei, after tying up the rope, he jumped towards the water without hesitation. A pleased smile appeared on Lin Rue's lips, followed by a jolt towards the underwater. It was as if the cadets on board had been infected by an invisible infection. No one is afraid anymore. All the men all got down on the side of the boat and yelled underwater. Come on, get up, use your strength, come on up. The atmosphere, all of a sudden, changed dramatically. Even the platoon commanders got hot under the collar with these cadets. Old Chen, Huang Zijian said excitedly, for the first time, I think that our company commander is so damn cute. Ken Shou also nodded his head vigorously. In the past, I always felt that the company commander was high up and unclimbable. But now, I feel that he's actually been with us all along. It's just that we're too stupid to feel it. Company commander is a good soldier and a good big brother, Shen Min said with emotion. He can give you encouragement when you're in despair. He can also give you a hand when you're exhausted. And he can also share your pain when you're struggling desperately. With these points alone, he is much better than those company commanders who left before him. A couple of the men looked at each other. And then, like all the cadets, they joined together on the side of the ship and fought to yell, "Go, go, go!" Under the water, Jing Siwei and the others have found some patterns than the first time. The moment they hit the water, they began to swim upward with full body force. But the rock was so heavy that once it fell, it immediately pulled them downward. Granted, the rock weighs as much as a grown woman. But man, being buoyant, even 200 pounds could carry him afloat. But the stone, that's solid. This thing is dead heavy when it hits the water, falling downward one by one. At this point, it is required that each trainee has to use the explosive power of their entire body and use it consistently and constantly. This way, it is possible to pull the stone upwards little by little. And once explosive force is used, the body consumes a lot of oxygen. Could have held it in the water for 5 minutes, but now with the sustained use of explosive force, just half a minute in, everyone was already starting to get bubbles in their mouths. Lin Rue watched as one of the cadets was the first to fail, his entire body losing all strength as he plummeted towards the water. He hurriedly swam over to him and dragged him hard on his back. Afterwards, he made a move to fight his way up to the top of the room. This trainee's eyes were red from holding his breath, but when he saw Lin Rue's resolute gaze, he exhaled all of the only breath of air in his lungs. Then his entire body fired up and swam upstream in a reckless direction. The company commander had accompanied him in his fight, so there was no reason for him not to fight. Just like what all the trainees had promised Lin Rue after the Devil's Week was over, they were the best. And among them, there was just not a single coward. No matter what they encountered, they would never back down. Outbreak. The muscles of this trainee's entire body were all tensed up, and under Lin Rue's propulsion, he swam desperately towards the water with that rock like a fish. The moment he broke out of the water, he also used up all his strength. The whole person was held by Lin Rue on the surface of the water, breathing heavily and violently. Watch him. Lin Rue handed him over to the platoon leader, then took another swoop. The training, which lasted from morning until noon and again from noon until almost dark. Every trainee has failed numerous times, but after each failure, they jumped right back in. And Lin Rue, too, made good on his promise. From the moment he jumped into the water in the morning until the evening, he stayed in the water. He would never go ashore as long as there was still one cadet who could not swim up with the stone under his own power. Finally, in the late afternoon, the last trainee swam up to the surface with great difficulty, holding a rock. After a day of playful training, all the trainees found their way. Either you swim holding a rock, or you use your legs to hold it, and then your waist and hands work together. Others even tie the stones directly to their bodies and get on their hands and knees. Soon it was completely dark. Lin Rue took all the trainees and laid them down on the shore. Everyone was desperately trying to breathe, and at the moment they couldn't wait to take their heads off and breathe directly through their necks. Compared to Devil's Week, today's training was not weak at all. Everyone's entire body was completely drained in the water. Company commander. Sun Nan gasped. We didn't lose face, did we? Lin Rue gasped for air while looking at all of them and suddenly laughed. If you guys are a disgrace, then I can't find any better than you. Chen Min and all the platoon commanders stood in a row and said earnestly, if you guys are ashamed, then all of us veterans, we're all ashamed of ourselves. Hearing the words of the veterans and Lin Rue, all the cadets, at this moment, felt a strong sense of honor. It's nice to be complimented. Lin Rue looked at them seriously. In the past, you were transformed from an ordinary person to a real soldier. But now, you are evolving from an ordinary soldier to your ideal of a good soldier. This process is painful, and it will even be accompanied by life-threatening dangers, because you will have to push the limits of ordinary humans and endure pain that ordinary people cannot endure. And it is day after day, year after year. Lin Rue looked at them. You guys, are you still going to do it? If you don't want to do it, no one will blame you or look down on you, because this choice is something that most people will never be able to do. Lin Rue looked at them very seriously. At this moment, he suddenly didn't want to complete the system's mission. He didn't want to force the cadets to finish because of his selfishness. If it had been before, he would have done it without hesitation. But now, between them, there is a love affair. He respects the choices of these people. Company commander. Jing Siwei smiled faintly. This group of us, although we used to be quite the assholes, but we have an advantage. That is, if we have said something, we recognize it. If we make a promise, we will definitely fulfill it. Wang Shang said seriously, Company commander, you don't have to ask again. We'll always be that answer. We're going to be a good soldier. Company commander, we have no regrets. We want to be good soldiers. Everyone looked at Lin Rue, their eyes filled with determination. Lin Rue was moved, and his heart was even more filled with emotion. These guys, I really wasn't wrong about them. Good. Lin Rue nodded his head vigorously. Since you guys chose this path, then keep going to the end. No matter how difficult or grueling it is, the company commander will accompany you all the way. End of chapter. Lin Rue had the logistics class send dinner directly to the lake, and all the trainees ate directly at the lake, rest for half an hour and then resume training. After a whole day's training, all the trainees have already mastered the skills initially. Combined with a bit of rest after eating and a bit of stamina recovery, the crowd did well after this trip down to the water. By 11 o'clock at night, Jing Siwei, Wang Shang, and Xiao Yuandong were all able to swim to the surface within 3 minutes after sinking to the bottom of the lake. Even the worst ones can swim to the surface in less than 4 minutes. Everyone finished at least twice in front of Lin Rue. At 1 o'clock late at night, Lin Rue shouted to all of them, all of you have passed. Now put down the rocks and try to see how long you can hold yourselves in the water without weights. Bu Chao was the first to take off the rope with excitement. Company commander, I feel like I have a lot of lung capacity now. I can eat a meal at the bottom. You've only had one meal? Sun Nan disdained. I can have a meal and poop. I'll you up. Bu Chao glared at him. Are you a dog's intestine? Eat and? Sun Nan laughed maliciously. This isn't taking care of the others. Maybe they want to eat after holding it for a long time. It just so happens that it's in the water. It melts fast, and everyone can share. All the trainees immediately raised their middle fingers at him. Seeing that everyone's spirits were good, Lin Rue immediately clapped his hands. All right, down. I'll start the clock. At the word of command, everyone immediately jumped towards the water. Lin Rue also pressed the stopwatch. Time passes quickly, second by second. 5 minutes had passed in the twinkling of an eye. This time, alone, is amazing. Ordinary people who can hold their breath for 2 minutes are considered to be in good health, and those who can hold their breath for 3 minutes have great lung capacity. Those who can reach 5 minutes are basically professionally trained. But of course there are those who are gifted. Make a bet. How long will it take them to come up? Lin Rue looked at a group of platoon commanders. The platoon leaders looked at each other, each seeing the intense interest in the other's eyes. I bet in another 30 seconds, someone will definitely come up. Huang Zijian said. Then you're looking down on them too much. Ken Xiu shook his head. The company commander put them through such intense training. Their lung capacity must have increased quite a bit by now. That's why I'm betting on 6 minutes for someone to come up. Everyone had black lines on their heads. You're not much more than the others here. Only 30 seconds more in total. Ken Xiu hurriedly explained. They've all been training for a day. Their physical strength must have reached its limit. To be able to hold it for 6 minutes, I feel it's quite remarkable. Of course, if they rest for a night, they will definitely be able to hold it for more tomorrow. Hold it for 30 seconds more. Everyone immediately raised their middle fingers at him. Lin Li smiled. Anyone else have a guess? Like Ken said, I think 6.5 points is the top. Wu Shi said. They're already tired. It's a miracle they lasted 6.5 minutes. The other platoon leaders nodded. That's a better guess. These cadets are already physically perverted. But even more so, probably to this extent. 6.5 minutes. That's scary. It's ready for the World Guinness Book of Records. Just as everyone agreed, Chen Min raised his hand. I bet 7 minutes. Everyone looked at him in shock. 7 minutes? Ken Xiao's eyes widened. Old Chen, you're looking down on them too much, aren't you? They're already tired and exhausted. 7 minutes. They'd have to float up en masse, right? That's right, old Chen. It's too much. Huang Zijian also said. 7 minutes can only be done by those fishermen who dive all year round. They, for sure, can't do it. Wu Shi nodded with a serious face. With their current physical strength, 7 minutes is completely impossible. I think if it's more than 6.5 minutes we need to go down and take a look. I'm afraid they'll die. Lin Rui looked at Chen Min with a smile. Old Chen, everyone doesn't believe you. Do you want to change? Chen Min shook his head and said confidently. They've been destroyed by you, company commander, for so long. If they were to look at them with a normal person's mind, it definitely wouldn't work. So, I remain unchanged. Lin Rui nodded. Alright, in that case, let's place our bets. It's not exciting without some bets. I'll give 200. Huang Zijian shouted. Ken Xiao laughed. Then I'll offer 400. I'm 800. Wu Shi raised his hand. Chen Min directly extended 2 fingers. 2,000. Everyone looked surprised. Old Chen, you're playing pretty big. If you lose, you won't get half of your salary this month. Chen Min laughed. If I lose, I'd rather treat everyone. Old Chen, open up. Then we'll thank Old Chen. The crowd laughed. Chen Min looked at Lin Rui. Company commander, you mentioned gambling. You're not placing any bets? The others also looked at Lin Rui. Yes, company commander. We're waiting for you. Lin Rui smiled faintly. I bet $5,000 for 15 minutes. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. 15 minutes. It's almost a real world record. The Guinness World Record holder is 18 minutes. But as we all know well, that was done in the best physical condition and with a lot of preparation. It is tightly regulated, including water temperature. But now these trainees are holding their breath after a full day of overloaded training. And it's a cold winter month. The temperature inside the water is extremely low even if it's not very cold. 15 minutes. They freeze to death. What? Don't dare to bet? Lin Rui looked at them. Then I'll raise it a little higher. 8,000. Dare you? Chen Min smiled bitterly. Company commander. It's not about the money. It's that it's simply impossible. Not to mention 15 minutes. If they can get past 10 minutes, we'll pay 10,000 even. Huang Zijian smiled bitterly. 10,000? 20,000 is fine. Good. Then it's a deal. Lin Rui said directly. Just 20. 000. More than that I'm afraid you can't give it. All the platoon leaders laughed bitterly, thinking, where did you get that confidence? And we can't afford it? Why don't you think about whether you can afford to pay for it yourself? If I can get past 10 minutes I'll eat the stone. Huang Zijian said with a disbelieving face. Ken Xiao grunted coldly. What's the big deal about eating rocks? If they really go over 10 minutes, I'll even eat the ship. Hearing their words, Lin Rui just smiled slightly. Then he turned his head away and waited in silence. His god's perspective had covered the water, and at the moment he was able to clearly observe the dynamics of each and every one of them. If there's going to be danger, he'll be the first to go to the rescue. But it was because there was no danger that he dared to gamble so much. Because within the scope of his god's perspective, the cadets, well, happy. End of chapter. Other than Lin Rui, no one knew what the group of trainees under the water was really like at this moment. The platoon leaders assumed that all the cadets must be suffering. Everyone was holding their faces red, their mouths pale, and their eyes on the verge of rolling up. The reason they play so hard to get is to fulfill the promise they once made to prepare to be good soldiers. But if they saw what the cadets were doing underwater at the moment, they would probably have to die on the spot. Only Lin Rui's god's view could clearly see that these guys were either leisurely meditating cross-legged under the water, or utilizing the buoyancy in the water to do all sorts of difficult maneuvers that were difficult to do on land. A few people, Jing Siwei and Xia Yuandong, were even playing rock-paper-scissors, slapping whoever lost. With that kind of fitness, say they can't even last 7 minutes? Beat Lin Rui to death. Even if it lasted for 15 minutes, Lin Rui thought it was possible. It's over. It's over 6.5 minutes. Ken Xiao suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately tensed up and raised their hands to look at their watches. Lin Rui was the only one who was leisurely holding his hands, sitting at the bow of the ship and waiting quietly. It's almost 7 minutes. Lao Chun. It's almost 7 minutes. 10, 9, 8, 7. Everyone was tense to the extreme at the moment, and Chen Min, who had always been fairly calm, also clenched his fists tightly. Just a few seconds left. As long as no one comes up, then he wins. 7 minutes. Ken Xiao shouted excitedly. Old Chen. You won. Chen Min almost jumped up in excitement. I told you, these boys can definitely hold out for 7 minutes. Old Chen. It's still you who knows them. Old Chen's vision has always been good. He's brought out a few good soldiers. In our academy, under the company commander is you. Chen Min had a smug look on his face, but after looking at the water, he suddenly froze again. He looked down at his watch, then said in shock, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. How come no one has come up yet? His words were like pouring a pot of cold water over the heads of the crowd, and all of them fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Rue in unison. Company commander. It's going to be 8 minutes soon. Are they sure they're not in danger? Lin Rue's God's view was always locked down. The others couldn't see it, but he could clearly see that the cadets were still very joyful. Don't worry. Keep waiting. Lin Rue not only didn't have any intention of checking it out. Instead he crossed his legs and started shaking it. They're holding up. Don't you guys get nervous. The platoon leaders looked at each other with confused faces, but they trusted Lin Rue, and since he had said that it was fine, everyone would just wait. Time passed by, and 9 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, all the platoon commanders' foreheads were already seething with beads of sweat. Everyone was sitting around like ants on a hot pan, wanting to jump right in and see what was going on. Old Chen, look, it's almost 9.5 minutes. Huang Zijian whispered. Why don't you persuade the company commander, even if he doesn't move, to let us go down and take a look? Ken Xiao also followed the nod. I now cannot wait to go down immediately. Cannot see the situation. My heart which pulled sad. Wu Shi whispered. Old Chen, talk to the company commander. It's almost 10 minutes. If there's a death, it doesn't matter if we're sentenced. The key is that our conscience will be bad for the rest of our lives. The other platoon commanders also looked at Chen Min. Chen Min nodded at everyone, then took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Lin Rue. But before he could speak, Lin Rue seemed to know what he was going to do, interrupting him directly. I said 15 minutes. If you guys want to talk, just wait until after 15 minutes. Okay? Chen Min opened his mouth wide, not knowing for a moment whether to continue or shut up. The scene was just a little awkward. Forget it. Why don't we wait a little longer? Chen Min turned back and smiled awkwardly at everyone. All the platoon leaders raised their middle fingers at him in unison. The clock is still ticking, but at the moment, for all the platoon commanders, every second that passes knocks hard on their hearts. A minute actually passes in the blink of an eye, but it's like they've spent an entire year. The fists of each platoon leader had been clenched as they watched the cadets go into the water for 12 minutes. The eyes are even staring straight at the water, itching to see through into it. You guys, if they really want something to be wrong, shouldn't they float up? Ken Xiao asked in a small voice. If they didn't float up, doesn't that mean they're fine? Float and die. Idiot. Wu Shi glared at him fiercely, then looked at his watch with a scowl. Can't wait. It's almost 13 minutes. The highest record in the entire army. Isn't this sick? Is it? They're just a bunch of cadets who've only just learned to walk. Their lives are really in danger now. Chen Min clenched his teeth fiercely, then quickly undressed. Damn it. Whatever. The company commander is punishing me. I'm going to go down and take a look. When he finished, he jumped straight off the boat and dove in with a jolt. All the platoon commanders rushed to the side of the boat and waited anxiously for news of him. Lin Rue, on the other hand, switched legs and continued to leisurely shake his leg. 20 seconds later, the water gurgled with a mass of bubbles. Chen Min rushed out of the water with an iron face, his face as ugly as it could be. How's it going, Lao Chen? How are they doing? Why didn't you bring anyone up here? You don't care about them? Hearing the anxious questions of several platoon commanders, Chen Min replied without a trace of anger. What do I care about them? Them. Damn it. I was almost spitting blood from anger. You'd better go down and see for yourselves. A group of platoon leaders were filled with confusion. Ken Xiao and Huang Zijian couldn't help their curiosity and took off their clothes to dive right into the water. Several other platoon commanders couldn't resist and jumped in after them. Once in the water, they immediately turned on the underwater lighting. Soon they saw one of the cadets under the water. The platoon leaders had expected to see a cadet who had passed out, but they, in fact, saw people rolling around in the water, people swimming in the water in various motions, and people waving and greeting them. Someone even patted the rock beside them, signaling them to go over and sit with them. All the platoon commanders who went down to the water almost spit blood on the spot in anger. They were so worried about the cadets that they were afraid something bad would happen to them. But they actually engage in underwater recreational activities. One platoon immediately burst out of the water in exasperation, cursing and crawling toward the ship. Perverts, all of them. Damn, it's freezing. I can't believe these assholes are so spirited. These people just greeted me and went over to sit with them. Think I have a brain disease? Lin Rue smirked from the sidelines as he watched them board the boat, pointing at his watch. It's been over 15 minutes. You guys lost $20,000. Ah, I want cash. No credit. All the platoon leaders were as sick as if they had eaten a ton of at the moment. Why are we so desperate? Why did we have to bet with the old pervert? And bet so much? Kenshio knelt on the boat and wanted to throw himself into the river. My salary. Ah, it's gone before I get my hands on it this month. The corners of Chen Min's eyes twitched. He's an old pervert. And the guys he brought out are all big perverts. They're pervert masters and disciples. A lineage. End of chapter. It was a full 19 minutes before the first trainee couldn't get enough of it and rushed up. By the time Wang Sheng came up last, 20 minutes and 3 seconds had passed. This achievement not only stunned all the platoon commanders, even Lin Rue himself was stunned. What kind of monsters has he brought with him? The world record is only 18 minutes, and that's only with a lot of precise calculations. And he led soldiers who were abused like dogs and still managed to do it casually. Lin Rue didn't even know whether to be happy or relieved for a moment. Take them all back to rest. Today's training is over. Continue tomorrow. Lin Rue waved his hand helplessly. It's all practiced up, and there's no point in continuing to practice. In fact, in the afternoon, this item on the system's taskbar was checked off. The reason why they had been practicing until now was just for Lin Rue to consolidate their strength. But he never expected that the gang would be too strong. It's only been one day of training. They're all capable of breaking the world record en masse. What if we keep practicing? But Lin Rue was only slightly shocked before regaining his composure. The reason why his group of trainees have reached their current performance is actually indispensably related to the fact that they have just gone through the Devil's Week as well as the physical improvement. Their combined military strength, as well as their individual capabilities, are perhaps far less than those of real special forces. But Lin Rue believed that their physical strength must have thrown off many special forces. That's why they were able to hold their breath for so long. After returning to the dormitory, everyone practically fell asleep, and soon a chorus of snores rang out. Chen Min walked over and asked, "Company commander, do we still need to use flashbangs or something?" Lin Rue glared at him. "You're perverted. They're all so tired, and you're actually thinking of torturing them? Shameful, despicable, nasty." With that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Chen Min froze on the spot with a dumbfounded look on his face. But soon he reacted. "Hey, weren't you the one who said yesterday that the flashbangs and tear gas have been coming in shifts for the last few days? And it's going to come 3 times a night. Good lord, now I'm the pervert?" Early the next morning, Lin Rue did not use any special means to wake up the crowd. After all, yesterday's training was so grueling that one day was almost as much as a day or so of training during Devil's Week. So in the morning, he purposely blew the assembly whistle. Within 2 minutes, all the trainees stood neatly in front of him. After a night's rest, everyone's face was full of energy. Looks like everyone has recovered well, so we can start today's new training. Lin Rue smiled faintly. Jing Siwei asked excitedly, "Company commander, still diving?" "I think so. Change the weight of the rock to a bigger one. We can break through." Xiao Yuandong immediately agreed. Right. When I arrived late yesterday, I felt that the stone was lighter. "Company commander, don't be polite to us. Add 20 more pounds. We can stand it." Lin Rue was slightly stunned. Goodness, these guys were floating a bit. Are they all starting to volunteer for weights? He snorted coldly in his heart. "Can I agree to whatever you guys want to train?" If the cadets were afraid, he would have agreed, but they were so active now, and with such buoyant eyes one by one, Lin Rue immediately thought of a new training. He looked at Jing Siwei and said in a cold voice, "I know you guys are pretty good now. Even if I add 20 pounds to you, you can still swim up in 4 minutes. However, what's the use of just knowing this? When you go to the battlefield, if you don't use this ability, are you going to call out to the enemy to fight in the river? Just because you guys are familiar with this way? Do you think that the enemy will pay any attention to you?" Jing Siwei opened his mouth in shock, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Xiao Yuandong said at this time, "Company commander, you're always talking about how real combat is like and how we've encountered the enemy. We haven't encountered any of these either. Or else, would you arrange a real-world confrontation for us to practice with the platoon commanders?" The eyes of all the trainees instantly all lit up. The platoon leaders did the same, but were putting out a wary glow, and all of them also took 3 steps back in a very synchronized manner. Lin Rue glared at them. "What are you thinking? Don't think that if you win a fight against a platoon leader, you can really win anything. If it's a tactical offense and you guys don't know how to work together at all, the platoon leaders will give you a vivid lesson. Do you really think you're special?" Maki hesitantly said. Then, "Company commander, why don't you arrange for us to have a confrontation with the soldiers of the basic unit? We can't beat the platoon leader, but the soldiers should be fine. Lin Rui was speechless. You've only just learned to walk, and now you're thinking about running? How long have you guys been training? How long have the troopers been training again? Even if some of your individual subjects are good enough, they can beat the crap out of you in a head-on clash with someone. Everyone was silent, but everyone's eyes were filled with resignation. They're trying so hard, having suffered so much. Are they still no better than the soldiers of the basic units? Seeing their expressions, Lin Rui sneered and said, "Not convinced, right? Fine. Then I'll say a subject now. Do you guys dare to do it?" Everyone immediately looked at Lin Rui with curiosity. Lin Rui said coldly, "Some time ago, you guys had already trained to stabilize your minds to shoot in an explosion situation. But now I'm asking your comrades to stand 300 meters away holding a target. Do you dare to shoot at the target?" Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and then their heads collectively shook like rattles. They really can't do it. A grenade exploding next to you and shooting at a comrade holding a target are two different things. The quality of their hearts. They're not there yet. Lin Rui looked at their bear-like behavior and said in a cold voice, "This one doesn't dare to, is it? Good. Then I'll change it to another one. Your comrades, holding the target. Do you dare to shoot?" Everyone's heads continued to shake. Is this nifty how different it is from the previous one? Not still people next to the target? Army regulations state that a gun, with or without bullets, is never to be pointed at a person. The cadets could aim at a target 300 meters away, but there was someone next to them, which made them how dare they pull the trigger. If there's the slightest mistake, that one life is gone. Still don't dare? Lin Rui scoffed. You don't dare to do anything, and you're still thinking of going against the troops? If your comrade is fighting for his life with the enemy, only you can shoot to save him. But at this time you wimped out and didn't dare to shoot. Are you going to watch your comrades get killed? All were speechless. They understood this reasoning of Lin Rui's, but let them do it. They just don't dare. Lin Rui looked at them, well aware that their hearts were now filled with fear. Just like when he exploded a grenade near them. Only by helping them overcome their fears can they grow stronger. After all, the training mission given by the system was to build them into a soldier with a special forces base. Lin Rui nodded at them. Fine. You guys don't dare to shoot at your comrades, right? Then you guys can shoot at me. I'll hold up the target. All the cadets and platoon commanders were all taken aback by this statement. Company commander, Jing Siwei said eagerly. Have you fallen out of love? Why have you developed misanthropy? Even if you lost your love, you don't have to send yourself to death, right? End of chapter. The fact that Lin Rui was going to raise the target himself immediately startled everyone. Chen Min hurriedly advised, Company commander, this training is really over the top. I can understand if you let them go for underwater training. The big deal is that they can save lives at critical moments. But now it's real bullets. If you miss, we'll have to send you to be cremated. Kenshio also rushed over. Company commander, I know your heart is good, but training has to be done in a proper way. You're not training anymore. You're playing with your life. The cadets on the sidelines nodded their heads, and on this point they fully agreed with what the platoon leader had said. Wu Shi shouted, even if you want to train trust shooting, then let them shoot against each other on their own. Don't put yourself at risk. All the trainees almost collectively spewed out a mouthful of blood as they all stared angrily at Wu Shi. If the company commander can't shoot, we can shoot each other? If a bullet doesn't recognize a company commander's head, it'll recognize ours? Is this guy talking with his head up his ass? Jing Siwei hurriedly said, Company commander, we appreciate your kindness, but you believe in us, but we don't believe in ourselves. If we shot you in the head, I'd have to have nightmares every day. Lin Rui smiled slightly at him. That would be you. Come out. You're the first to fight. Jing Siwei was instantly confused. You don't know what you're talking about, do you? I'm trying to persuade you. I didn't say I was coming out to fight. Jing Siwei's face immediately collapsed. Company commander. Don't. I actually really rare you. I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't. Before he could finish his words, Lin Rui walked straight over and grabbed him by the ear and yanked him out of the line. Ouch. Company commander. Ouch. Lin Rui grabbed him and spun him around in place twice, then kicked him in the ass. If you're told to fight, you fight. Why are you so gutless? I'm not even afraid. What are you afraid of? Goon. Jing Siwei looked bitterly. You are not afraid of death, but I am really afraid of beating you to death. In this regard, not to mention you calling me a wimp. Even if you call my whole family wimps, I'll admit it. Lin Rui kicked over again, and said in a bad mood, Cut the crap. It's you. If you don't fight today, I'll make Xiao Yuandong fight against you with his eyes closed later. Jing Siwei was so scared that he immediately got better throughout. Are you kidding me? Xiao Yuandong's level of shooting is still a step behind him, and let him fight with his eyes closed? Isn't this an ironic way to get everyone ready for the banquet? Company commander. I think I can, Jing Siwei said in a serious manner. Lin Rui gave him a cold snort, then yelled to everyone, all turn right, target range. All of them immediately walked towards the shooting range in a neat manner under the leadership of the platoon leader. But from the platoon sergeant to the cadets, everyone's face was filled with tension. This is no joke. It's real. More dangerous than any of their previous training. One mistake, and their esteemed company commander is gone. Chen Min took advantage of everyone's lack of attention and anxiously rushed over to Lin Rui's side and whispered, Company commander, I think you should just forget about it. This is no joke. You're putting too much pressure on him. As long as his hand shakes a little, you might actually die. You're a good company commander, and we all know how it feels to wish everyone well. That's why we don't want to lose you. Without you, we, as a group, are nothing. Lin Rui looked at Chen Min's sincere appearance, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He hadn't been a company commander for nothing when he could be confessed to in such a heartwarming way. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he quickly whispered a few words in Chen Min's ear. Chen Min's eyes instantly widened, followed by almost laughing out loud. Keep quiet and do as I say. Lin Rui patted him. Chen Min secretly gave a thumbs up. Company commander, you're really lacking. Lin Rui raised his foot and was about to kick it, and Chen Min scurried away in fear. It wasn't long before everyone was taken to the range. Lin Rui took a pair of walkie-talkies, keeping one for himself and setting the other with Jing Siwei. Wait, fire on my command, Lin Rui said in a cold voice. Only standing positions are allowed for shooting. No other positions are allowed. He stared coldly at Jing Siwei. I'm putting my life in your hands. You kid, keep an eye on me. I haven't gotten a daughter-in-law yet. Jing Siwei originally had some confidence, but when he heard this, he was so scared that he was almost about to cry. Company commander, either, or forget it. I'm really scared. You're scared less. Lin Rui slapped him on the head. In the entire academy, you're the best shot. If I trust you, you should trust yourself even more. Remember, bring out all your skills and just shoot at the center of the target. Understand? Yes, Jing Siwei said breathlessly. Lin Rui patted him again, then turned around and walked towards the shooting range. Get ready. At that moment, Chen Min walked over and handed the gun to Jing Siwei. On this gun, there is also an external aiming device. Chen Min said, let me help you keep an eye out. Don't really hit anyone. Jing Siwei nodded with a grateful face, but was pushed next to the target position by Chen Min in one go. Old scripture, take it easy, eyes wide open. If you injure the company commander, the brothers will you up. If I blow the company commander's head off, I'll bury you alive today. Hearing the shouts of the cadets, the already distracted Jing Siwei turned his head violently. Shut the up. Or you guys? Everyone immediately took 3 steps back, and then also pointed at him. Didn't we remind you? We're all kind reminders. Shut up. Jing Siwei turned his head in no good mood, but by the time he saw that Lin Rui had already walked 300 meters, his entire body looking like a matchstick, he was so scared that his legs went limp and he directly knelt on the ground. Platoon leader, can I stop fighting? Jing Siwei grimaced bitterly. No. Lin Rui's roar suddenly came over the intercom. If you don't fight, we'll switch positions right away. I'll fight. Jing Siwei directly bounced up from the ground, his gun immediately aimed at Lin Rui. This is the 81 bar without sights. It's all about the mechanical sighting that comes with the gun. Trying to hit it right is all about the naked eye and your own senses. At 300 meters, the target was the size of a fingernail in mechanical sighting, and Lin Rui was holding up the target at the moment. The target was right on top of his head. Jing Siwei cried out in fear and said over the intercom, Company commander, I really don't dare to shoot. I can't aim at the target right now, so I'm aiming at your head. Company commander, please, don't make me fight. Lin Rui roared loudly. Then move the muzzle up. Why do you have to shoot me in the head? I can't aim well. My hands are shaking. Jing Siwei cried with tears streaming down his face. He was really scared, and now not only his hands were shaking, but his whole body was shaking. Come on, shoot. Like a man. Shoot. Lin Rui yelled. Hurry up. Chen Min also yelled in his ear. Are you still a man? Hurry. Jing Siwei's eyes filled with blood as he yelled in Lin Rui's direction. All day your ancestors. End of chapter. After Jing Siwei gave a ghostly shout and gave himself a hard courage, he pulled the trigger with almost all the torrential force of his body. Bang! In the next second, Jing Siwei fell to his knees as if he was deflated, and the whole person was sweating profusely, just as if he had been fished out of the water. His mental capacity had completely collapsed at this moment. Shooting at targets. He could even hang 2 more rocks from the muzzle, but it's a fight against a human being. It takes absolutely strong confidence and calmness to do that. It's simply not possible for a newcomer to try and get him to calm down and shoot like Rambo right away. By the time Warren Sway could fire that shot, he'd already succeeded more than anyone else. The trainees standing behind him were also startled, and many of them even jumped up in fear. At the moment, only the aftermath of the gunshots echoed. All of them, silent. Hit, hit. Sun Nan covered her mouth and stared wide-eyed. Really hit? Bu Chao hurriedly looked into the distance. The company commander seems to be still standing. Hit or not, will not really be killed, right? Ma Chi's eyes were red. The company commander, in order to exercise us, decisively sacrificed himself. Old scripture. How can you really shoot? Look at you have killed the company commander. That's right, old Jing. You shot the company commander in the head. Look, he's not moving. He must be hanging on the target. Xiao Yuandong cried. You compensate my company commander. Cut the ing bull. Lin Rui's voice suddenly came over the intercom, startling everyone. Scripture Siwei was as scared as a swindler and took several steps away from the walkie-talkie. Everyone was head over heels. You didn't even kill him? Jing Siwei looked at his hands incredulously. Me? Am I that good? Just now, I was clearly shaking very hard. Company commander, you're really not dead? Bu Chao asked with a lack of heart. Lin Rui, have you guys ever seen a dead person talk? Damn it. Which asked. So hopeful that I'll be killed? Bu Chao was so scared that he covered his mouth, but the others had already shouted. Company commander, it's Bu Chao. It's nothing to do with us. We all believe you. Bu Chao looked at them sadly. Asterisk. Beasts, how can you betray your comrades? Everyone raised their eyes to the sky, and some whistled, ignoring him outright. Bu Chao, 1,000 push-ups for disrespecting your leader. Lin Rui yelled. Bu Chao cried out and slumped down, cursing the others for not being righteous as he did so. Lin Rui continued. Jing Siwei, are you scared off your gun? Lin Rui didn't die. Jing Siwei not only slowed down, but also increased his confidence at the moment. He quickly said, Company commander, I was worried about you, so I put my gun down and wanted to get a good look at you. Worried all the way to your knees? Lin Rui didn't have the heart to say, pick up your guns and keep fighting. Okay. Jing Siwei picked up the gun again. Having fired a shot, he had become quite calm. Since the first shot doesn't kill him, that means he has the strength. Finish all the bullets. Lin Rui shouted. Understood. Jing Siwei responded, then took aim at the target again. Chen Min hurried over to check the accuracy of Jing Siwei's shots from the secondary sight on his gun. Bang, bang, shot after shot. The 10 rounds in the gun were soon exhausted. Lin Rui walked back with the walkie-talkie, and when the crowd saw that he was intact, they all stared in shock. Old scripture. You can do it. Awesome. Warpsan. Your top-notch work. The trainees gave an admiring thumbs up. Jing Siwei's smug chin was going up to the sky. It's a small thing. It's a small thing. It's all base manipulation. 100 meters back. I'm still accurate. Lin Rui smiled and nodded. At your level. Another 200 meters back I'd say it's fine. Jing Siwei immediately laughed out loud. Company commander. I'm embarrassed that you're suddenly praising me so much. Lin Rui patted him on the shoulder. If you fight well, you should be praised. Jing Siwei still wanted to fool around. Chen Min suddenly stood out at this time and said, don't fool around. What you just hit are blanks. You really think you are hitting live bullets? Jing Siwei's smile froze on his face. The others also looked at Lin Rui with confused faces. Company commander. No, not live ammunition. Ha? Jing Siwei looked disappointed. Lin Rui smiled and patted him. That's for sure. You don't even believe in yourself. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to play with my life for you? Everyone was suddenly head over heels. Jing Siwei was even crying and laughing, and he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad now. Lin Rui laughed and said loudly, but then, just now, Chen Platoon has been staring at you, and he told me that you shot every shot well, hitting the bullseye on all of them. Lin Rui said aloud, at least, you have now overcome the fear in your heart. Even if you're given live ammunition, I'm sure you'll be able to handle it. Jing Siwei immediately felt that he was able to do it again, and said with a smile, the company commander is right. I'm sure I can do it. I can shoot even a single round. Lin Rui nodded encouragingly. Then he looked at the others. Jing Siwei set an example for all of you. You're not as good as him, so I'm going to lower it for you and play 200 meters of kneeling shooting. How about that? The difficulty is lowered a lot, right? The distance closed 100 meters at once, and it's still a kneeling position, so you can rest your hand on your knee to hold the gun in place. The difficulty of this one has been reduced too much from what Jing Siwei just had. Company commander. No need to reduce. Wang Sheng stepped forward. Just 300 meters. Still standing. I'll do it. I'll come too. Bu Chao rubbed his hands together. Shooting blanks. What's there to be afraid of? 300 meters. I've been shooting accurately for a long time. Count me in. Xiao Yuandong hurriedly stepped out. If old Jing can hit it, I'm no worse than him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people raised their hands, and Lin Rui smilingly ordered 10 people. Then 10 more men were ordered to get targets. Still 200 meters. Still kneeling. Lin Rui exclaimed. What about the person holding the target? Stand next to the target. You don't have to hold it over your head like I did. This way, it can be a little more stable. And it's also easier for them to shoot. Company commander. It's really not necessary. Xiao Yuandong smiled and said. Just follow that standard of old scripture. Yeah, company commander. It's just blanks. Don't worry about us. Sun Nan said with particular confidence. Lin Rui laughed. This time it's mainly about practicing your guts. Just do as I say. With a wave of his hand, everyone immediately took their positions. The platoon leaders also rushed over to stand and leaned over next to them to watch the secondary aim. Chen Min walked next to Lin Rui at this time, and Lin Rui asked in a whisper, that kid, did he really hit the right spot? Chen Min nodded. The first 3 shots to the head. The next 3 shots are in your shoulder, chest. The last 4 shots are finally on target. Lin Rui exhaled. This kid is going to get me killed. Then he suddenly yelled, shoot. All trainees fired immediately. Bang, bang, bang. After everyone had finished hitting the target, the 10 men holding the target were shocked to feel the target tremble hard. The ones that didn't have a good grip almost had their targets shot off. Holy, this is really blanks? A cadet almost cried. Another cadet exclaimed in horror. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We've been tricked by the company commander. The ones that hit him were blanks. The ones that hit us, live rounds. The next second, the gunfire from over there resumed. All the trainees with the target were almost collectively scared to death, you know. End of chapter. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 men who fired the shots had a great time. It was still a single shot, but after a few rounds, it went straight to a short point blank. The platoon leader who was staring at them was nervous as hell at the moment, afraid that they would think it was blanks and then just shoot at people. If that's the case, something's really wrong. But even more nervous than them were the 10 cadets who were holding the target at the moment, feeling the huge impact coming from the target over and over again. These 10 guys have peed themselves twice. Malgorgia, if I had known it was live fire, I wouldn't have come even if it killed me. Dog day. The one shooting at me is actually Lu Long. Where does this confidence come from? Doesn't he know that he's shooting backwards? I'm no better. The one who shot at me was Wan Qianfei. This kid is a. Help. These 10 guys, right now. Can't wait to rush over and beat the hell out of the guy who shot them. You guys can't tell the difference between live ammo and blanks when you're ING shooting? But now they didn't dare move a muscle again. And even though they were trembling all over, they had to push to hold the target steady. At this point, if you move, you could be hit by a bullet. That would be a real injustice. All they can do now is pray inside that the guy who shot it must have hit it right. Must have hit it right. Soon, everyone's bullets ran out. All the platoon leaders, too, were relieved at this. Xiao Yuandong smiled and stood up. It's not that difficult? It's easy, too easy. Old Jing your strength is just like that. Only, Wan Qianfei laughed. Old Xiao is right. Trust shooting isn't that hard. It's too easy. Lu Long wiped his mouth. Give me another clip. I think I can hit 400 meters. Must be 100 meters more than old Jing. Chen Min looked at them and shook his head with a speechless expression. I thought to myself that if you guys knew that you were shooting live ammunition, I guess the situation is not much better than Jing Siwei. Just then, the 10 guys holding up the target walked back. Bu Chao's sharp eyes immediately saw 10 people's pants all tied. Suddenly laughed loudly. Look at your wimpy. Hear the sound of gunfire is afraid of it? The shot is blanks As to be afraid into this? Xiao Yuandong sighed and shook his head. You guys, your mental quality is just too poor. Isn't it just the sound of gunfire that scares you like this? How can you still be the best soldiers? You guys? You're still far from the best of us. Just then, a target full of bullet holes was thrown in front of him. Xiao Yuandong looked at the target and immediately stared in shock. This target was poked by you? The cadet with the target glared hard at him. Go poke holes this neat for me? The other cadets holding the targets have thrown them to the ground. Everyone was curious and came over to look. But in the next second, everyone's faces instantly became incredibly ugly. The corners of Bu Chao's mouth twitched. You guys mean we just played with live ammunition? One of the cadets nodded angrily. You big idiots. You didn't figure out you were shooting live rounds until now? Do you guys realize how we got through just now? We were almost all scared to death, you know? The 10 pants-wetting trainees glared angrily at Xiao Yuandong and the others. If it wasn't for Lin Rui being there, They would have wanted to rush up and beat up these birds. Sun Nan grimaced bitterly. Sorry brother, we didn't know either. Company commander. Bu Chao asked helplessly. Didn't you say blanks? How did it turn into live ammunition? Lin Rui spread his hands and said with an innocent face. I said that Jing Siwei hit me with blanks, but I didn't say that you guys didn't use live ammunition. It's not like I'm the one who hit you guys, so why did you use blanks? Besides, how can you experience trust when you're trust shooting and don't use live ammunition? Everyone nearly fell to their collective knees. I thought to myself, you're a real ing dog for explaining this. True to form, the company commander doesn't change a bit. Being pitched by the company commander, they were kind of convinced. Company commander, all hit the target. Huang Zijian came over and said admiringly, you're really good at this. They've gotten over their psychological fear. Lin Rui laughed. It's a bit early for that. He then looked at Xiao Yuandong and the others. Have you 10 finished fighting? Xiao Yuandong and the others immediately felt bad and nodded their heads blankly. It seems, well, or maybe, not finished fighting. Lin Rui waved his hand. It doesn't count if you didn't finish. Go go go. Get the targets again and stand over there. Now it's their turn to shoot. Seeing Lin Rui pointing at the 10 people who had just taken the target, the faces of Xiao Yuandong and the others instantly turned incomparably brilliant. The 10 trainees, on the other hand, were happy as if they were slaves turning over, looking at Xiao Yuandong and the others with a treacherous smile. Old Xiao, you guys hurry up and go. I'll take care of you. Lu Long, let me serve you. Don't worry, I'm a better shot than you, and I definitely won't aim for your head. Bu Chao, try to hold your hand steady. Otherwise the target will swing and I might hit you somewhere. Xiao Yuandong. Several people listened to the scalp numbness. Not yet go. Urine is scared out. It's ing scary. Is this going to be a target? How does it sound? How does it sound like they're going to beat them up? Company commander, can I not go? Xiao Yuandong cried. I'll be honest. I'm afraid of dying. I'm also afraid of death. Bu Chao directly shouted. Company commander, I'm willing to accept all punishments. Come on. You can't let us have fun after you've had fun. The 10 cadets who had just returned disagreed. Company commander, you have to be fair and just. Company commander, Xiao Yuandong cried. Help! Lin Rui snorted coldly. Since you don't trust your fellow soldiers, there's no point in going. After all, it's live ammunition. Those who don't want to go, strap on 60 kilograms of gear immediately and go sprinting for me through the 400-meter obstacle course. Whenever you put your trust in your fellow man, come back. Got it. Xiao Yuandong immediately collected his cry and honestly went to carry something. Bu Chao and the others rushed to follow. They'd rather run to their deaths now than go and be targets. Lin Rui's eyes swept to the others. Everyone immediately and honestly went to find their backpacks and then joined the army of 400-meter sprinters. Company commander, I can keep fighting. Jing Siwei walked over at this time, his eyes full of confidence. Company commander, we can do it too. Hit or take a target. The 10 cadets also walked over, their faces not only full of confidence, but also more than a little proud. After all, they had just been in a real gunfight. Just once is enough to be able to transform a teenager. Lin Rui nodded with satisfaction. Alright, you guys will perform 2 exchange shots, 2 times each at a distance of 200 meters to 300 meters. As long as it's the same as your usual score, you'll be done. Yes, the 11 men saluted in unison, then turned and ran to the range. A few moments later, the gunfire resumed. With each shot, they hit pretty solidly, and the man with the target in the distance, for once, stopped trembling. Company commander, these 11 of them are really breaking their hearts, Chan Min said, but there are so many people left. Lin Rui looked towards the 400-meter obstacle course, the training ground that is usually incredibly disliked and spat upon by the trainees. At the moment, it was like heaven, and they were running and laughing. Lin Rui smiled lightly. It's okay, I have ways to help them grow up. Once he saw Lin Rui's smile, Chen Min couldn't help but tremble 3 times. End of chapter. Bang, bang, bang. Crisp gunshots echoed across the range. The 11 who had passed first had switched from a distance of 200 meters to 400 meters. This is the limit of naked eye aiming. If you go any farther you'll have to use a specialized sight. Even if the cadets wanted to fight, Lin Rui wouldn't dare let them. They're playing a solid game. Chen Min came over and said. Lin Rui nodded with satisfaction. This would have been their strength. Within 400 meters, with 3 bricks hanging from their guns, they could still shoot 10 rings. Now it's just a person standing next to the target. As long as they overcome their psychological fear, they can still shoot accurately. Chen Min looked at him curiously. Company commander, in fact, when you just switched to live ammunition, weren't you afraid that they would actually hit someone? Lin Rui shook his head. I believe them. With their strength, there's no way they'll hit anywhere else. As long as they can overcome their psychological fear, they will be able to handle any situation calmly from now on. Even if one day in the future they are no longer in the army, even if they encounter a big storm in their lives, they will be able to handle it without fear. Chen Min nodded with emotion. Yes, even in such a dangerous situation, they were able to survive. What else can defeat them? He looked at Lin Rue with reverence. Company commander, I now realize that you're actually more like a teacher. Ha! Lin Rue was astonished. You've seen a teacher who throws flashbulbs at his students? Even though I think I'm really good. You shouldn't insult teachers. Okay. Chen Min was happy. Company commander, I meant my words. You seem to be taking them from a bunch of rebellious commoners to a bunch of decent soldiers. But actually, you've taught them more about being human. Not only them, but even us veterans have learned a lot from you. Chen Min exclaimed. If even one of those ousted company commanders in the past could be half as good as you, or a third as good. Lin Rue laughed and patted him. Old Chen, you're not really old yet. Why do you like to emote like my grandmother next door? Chen Min snorted. I can't compare to your neighbor's grandmother. She's 20 kilometers like flying. Lin Rue froze, then immediately reacted that this was the usual stunt he used to undermine the cadets. He laughed out loud. Alright, go pull those trainees over to me. I see that the more they run, the happier they get, and that's not good. Chen Min turned his head to look. Sure enough, the 400-meter obstacle course. The person who was sprinting must have been pale, and his face then made a pained expression out of it. But those guys were good. They were running with a smile on their face, and they were favoring people who weren't slow. How is that like sprinting for 400 meters? It's almost like a group of cellmates celebrating getting out of jail soon. Chen Min shook his head and smiled bitterly, immediately going over with the platoon leaders. Lin Rue greeted Jing Siwei and the others, and 11 of them immediately ran over. If someone crawls tactically under your guns, Lin Rue looked at them. Do you still dare to shoot? The words staggered everyone, but Warpsworth understood them almost in seconds. He grinned. Company commander, you mean, let those grunts crawl tactically at the range. Then we, the other 10 also immediately understood, all with bad smiles on their faces. Company commander, we're sure it's okay. We can hit a target when someone is holding it, let alone when they are crawling underneath it. The target is almost 1.5 meters high. They're not going to hit it unless they pucker their asses to the sky. The assurance of Scripture Siwei and others was made with conviction. Instead, his eyes kept glancing at the large group of trainees that were approaching. Everyone can't wait to get ready to shoot. Soon a large number of trainees were brought in. Originally, they were quite apprehensive, but as soon as they saw Lin Rue and Jing Siwei and the others all smiling cheaply at them, everyone was suddenly creeped out. Company commander, don't smile like that. It's quite scary. Really, Xiao Yuandong said bitterly. If there's something you want to say, we'll definitely do what we can. And if we can't, we'll choose to continue our physical fitness. Everyone's heads nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They actually preferred to tell Lin Rue to shut up and just let them go to physical fitness. Lin Rue coughed and pointed at the range. I've just considered that we're a whole. We can't just let Jing Siwei and the others progress while you guys are still standing still. Company commander, Bu Chao said, it's okay for us to exercise more physically, to be physically strong and spirited, and to surpass them in this regard. You're not women, Lin Rue roared. Do you still need them to check in with you? Everyone was head over heels. They had a feeling the company commander was driving, but had no proof. Cut the crap. Lin Rue pointed at the range. All of you get over there and climb tactically. No stopping without my order. Roll over. Lin Rue didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and directly took the gun from Jing Siwei. All the cadets turned around in fear and ran towards the range. And within a minute they were dutifully crawling around the range. Lin Rue grunted coldly. It was useless to say nice things when dealing with these guys. It's still the hard ones that are the most real. He walked over and fired a barrage into the sky. Get your asses up and crawl in a high position. Who the told you to crawl in a low position? Crawl faster. If you're slow, I'm not the one who's going to be shooting at you. With that, he threw his gun to Jing Siwei and shouted, you guys, shoot towards the opposite target. You'll be given a base amount of ammunition. Shoot them all. Yes, and, Lin Rue pointed at the group of trainees. You guys watch them by the way. If anyone is slow to climb, give me a sweeping shot at them. Of course, don't kill them, just scare them. Lin Rue deliberately raised his voice with the last sentence, but all the trainees climbed faster at once. What kind of international joke is this? You don't need Jing Siwei and the others to shoot. Your words are scary enough, okay? When you Lin Rue shoots, people will at most be shocked and shaken. But Nima let Jing Siwei, the water boys, shoot. Can they control it? Can they guarantee not to hit themselves? Go! Lin Rui waved his hand. Yes. Jing Siwei and the others smiled and walked over to the target position. Guys, you'd better follow the company commander's request. Jing Siwei kindly reminded. After all, we're all cadets just like you guys, so we can't always hit it right. So what? For the sake of your safety, you'd better climb a bit better. Xiao Yuandong glared at him. Old Jing, we are comrades in arms. Good brothers. You can't. Bang, bang, bang. A row of bullets swept in front of Xiao Yuandong, scaring him so much that he screamed and cried out as he crawled toward the front. Old Jing, you really hit a. I remember you. Before the words were out of his mouth, another volley of bullets swept by at his heels. Xiao Yuandong was so scared that his tears and nose flowed together, almost shouting for his mom, and his whole body crawled even faster. Jing Siwei blew smoke from the muzzle of his gun and laughed. Old Xiao, don't blame me. This is all an order given to me by the company commander. I can't not carry it out. Hurry up, all of you, or I'll shoot. Jing Siwei arrogantly yelled. With a tear-stained face, Maki said, old scripture is so not a thing. Can't he be a human being? This is already the same as the company commander. Sun Nan said bitterly. In this life, he can't be a human being. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets suddenly swept in, just 5 centimeters next to the two men, scaring them into crawling forward. I have good ears. Don't say anything bad about me. Jing Siwei smirked and raised his gun with a smug expression. When I shot the gun before, didn't you guys talk smack? You all have your day. End of chapter. A few people from Jing Siwei began to fire long point-blank shots directly at the target, firing out 7 or 8 rounds with a single pull of the trigger, and most of the cadets had to scramble under the gunfire. A little slower, and a few of the Jing Siwei men laughed and swept at them. Screw Jing Siwei, the wind and water are turning. I remember him. When this training is over, I'll definitely screw him. This Yakuza thing must be screwed to death. Still want to end it? What kind of dreams are you guys having? Can't you see what's happening now? If we don't dare to shoot, then we'll just keep climbing. The company commander won't order us to stop before we can anyway. Everyone nodded empathetically. This was the kind of thing that no one else could do, but Lin Rui could certainly do it. With their understanding of Lin Rui, the training would definitely not stop as long as it was not completed. I can't. My crawling hands are bald of skin. Maki cried. I want to shoot. I don't want to run, let alone be swept on by old scripture and the rest of them. Sun Nan was even more direct, turning his head toward Lin Rui and yelling. Company commander, I demand to shoot. It's fine for me to be a target. Company commander, I can do it too. Company commander, let me do it. For a moment, a large number of trainees conceded. If it weren't for the gunfire overhead, they'd have to jump right up. Stop firing, Lin Rui shouted. The gunfire stopped at once, and all the cadets stood up as if they had been pardoned. Everyone was in a sorry state, their pants and sleeves almost worn out, some with blood on their hands down to their wrists. They were still heavily armed and prostrate. If this keeps up, I guess they'll really be exhausted. Guys, conceding so soon? Jing Siwei smirked. I thought you guys would keep climbing until dark. Shut up. Everyone stared at him angrily. If it wasn't for this asshole, they wouldn't be crawling so aggressively. Lin Rui walked over at that moment with his hands behind his back and asked with a smile. Willing to shoot? Company commander. I've wanted to shoot for a long time. Just to move my body. Xiao Yuandong laughed dryly. Now that you're active, you can. No problem. Bu Chao looked impatient. I already know the company commander's good intentions. Please don't worry. I'm sure I can fight well. Company commander. I'm okay with that. Company commander. I'll hit as many as you tell me to. Seeing the crowd take a stand, Lin Rui nodded with satisfaction. Feeling the bullets flying over their heads at close range also amounted to a disguised growth of their psychological quality. And so tired of training, being a cutie, all wanting to get it over with, Lin Rui nodded and said to Jing Siwei and the others, alright, you've had a good fight. Go get your targets. Ha! At this, the faces of the Jing Siwei few instantly collapsed, while the faces of the other trainees crawled with thick smiles. Once they saw their impish smiles, Jing Siwei and the others almost cried in fear. Company commander, aren't we qualified? A cadet hurriedly said. You said before that we don't need to train when we're qualified. Company commander, you have to keep your word. You're our good company commander. Another cadet cried out. Lin Rui looked at the pitiful few and said indifferently. I didn't ask you to continue shooting either. But now the others haven't finished their training. Is it good for you guys to go rest? Sorry. 11 shook their heads against their conscience. No way. They knew very well that if they dared to say they meant well, later Lin Rui would say they didn't even want the collective. Then, when the time comes, There might be some more serious consequences. Hey, that's right. This realization of yours is still good. Lin Rui nodded. Jing Siwei and the others were already on the verge of tears, thinking, what the hell are we so aware of? This is not forced by you? If it was an option, ghosts would be embarrassed. Lin Rui pointed in the distance. Go on, don't all freeze. You're the advanced elements. It's an honor to help your comrades complete their training. Jing Siwei and the others were bitter and lifeless as they walked towards the distant shooting range. Old Jing you had a pretty good time coming just now, didn't you? Xiao Yuandong laughed evilly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you later. Bu Chao gritted his teeth and looked at him. You'd better stand still, or I can't guarantee that I'll hit it right. If you hit your hands or feet, I won't be responsible if you lose your roots. Jing Siwei smiled bitterly. Brother, don't be so desperate. We are comrades in arms. Bu Chao glared at him. You didn't say the word comrade when I was crawling there just now. As I recall, you shot at me 8 times. 8 times gave me 6 times. Sun Nan said aggressively. Don't worry, I'll greet you all later. Come on, what are you waiting for? If you don't hurry up you'll shoot. Seeing that everyone's fire was at its peak, Jing Siwei and the others were so frightened that they ran over in a hurry. Soon the gunfire was intense. A bullet whistled toward the target. All the trainees were holding their breath in their hearts, and at this moment, they could finally explode properly. The ones with better marksmanship shot specifically at the edge of the target, deliberately scaring Jing Siwei and the others. Those with poorer shooting skills simply shoot straight short point-blank shots. Jing Siwei and the others were at the moment as if they were standing in the center of a storm. The bullets kept hitting towards their targets moment by moment, and without a break. Before one group of trainees could change their bullets after a shot, another group immediately rushed up to take their place. Jing Siwei and his men's targets were dying, but the gunfire was still fierce. Now I finally realize why the ancients said that you always have to pay back when you come out. A trainee cried and said, in the future, I will be a good person. I'll never complain again, and I'll be sure to love everyone. Another cried out. Jing Siwei was the worst off. He took the most hits, because he was so arrogant before. There were quite a few people who didn't even shoot at the targets and specialized in shooting around where he stood. Dust flew, and Scripture Siwei was so frightened that he kept screaming from start to finish. A bullet suddenly hit the toe of his shoe, startling him so much that he almost had to jump up. He tearfully shouted, I'm going to you. Revenge doesn't have to be like this. I'm going to die, and I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. On the other hand, Lin Rui was immensely satisfied that the trainees had overcome their psychological barriers, although it was restrained with their anger. But restraint is restraint, so whatever works for them. It was at this point that the trust shot item of the training mission drew a perfect checkmark. Company Commander Huang Zijian suddenly ran over and said anxiously, quick, the phone, it's the principal. End of chapter. Lin Rui flew to the duty room, where a duty ensign immediately handed him the phone. Then, quite consciously, he took a few steps back. Lin Rui gathered his emotions before saying, good day, Principal. Lin Rui, the new training company commander of the National Defense Academy, reports. The principal's kind voice came from the other end of the phone. Company Commander Kobayashi, don't mention it. It didn't disturb your training, did it? No. Lin Rui laughed. What did the principal want to see me about? The principal's voice started to get serious. It's like this. I just then received a notice from my superiors, because of this year's temporary multinational military exchange competition. So then, the leader who was supposed to inspect our military training situation then has to rush over 2 months in advance. Lin Rui froze. You mean, this year, the leaders won't inspect military training? The principal laughed. I didn't say that. Multinational military exchanges are important, but this year's simultaneous testing of new cadets by multiple institutions is equally important. This batch of cadets are the first batch recruited after the new round of reforms in the army. They are, all of them, the future pillars of the army. So then, the leaders took it very seriously. So they moved the date up by a week, which means that there will be a unified inspection in 4 days. Lin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He thought this debriefing was going to be cancelled. His students can't wait for this debriefing. Such grueling training was a mission accomplished for Lin Rui, but for that group of cadets, they were trying to prove themselves to everyone. If it was cancelled, Lin Rui could imagine how upset they would have to be. Understood, Comrade Principal. We will definitely prepare properly. Lin Rui nodded. Suddenly, Lin Rui said with a flash of light in his head, Headmaster, there's one more thing I'd like to ask for your help. The principal was flabbergasted. Another ammo? No, didn't Minister Bu send you so much and run out? Lin Rui laughed. It's not about ammunition, but this is more important. It concerns the future of the National Defense Academy and this group of students. The principal was instantly on board. If it had been in the past, he would have hung up the phone a long time ago. A small military training company commander dared to talk to him about the future of an academy and hundreds of people? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? But the current Lin Rue had the qualifications to be able to train hundreds of second and third generation people so bullishly with one person. Such a person is definitely qualified. That's the way it is in the army. The better you are, the more you're valued. The same goes for military schools, where those who can hook up with a leader and kick his ass, and even break the traditional seniority and age limits. The principal nodded. Okay, then come talk to me. I'll be waiting. Yes, Lin Rue replied. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called Chen Min over. I'll go to the office building. I'll leave this place to you. Chen Min was startled. It can't be that the principal knows about your training and he's going to come after you, right? Lin Rue laughed. Wrong guess. It's me that's looking for trouble with him, not him looking for me. Chen Min's mouth opened wide in shock, not understanding what was going on for a moment. Lin Rue didn't bother to explain more to him, patted him on the shoulder and instructed him to leave. As he watched the car take off, Chen Min looked worried. Comrade Principal, you'd better get ready. The company commander is coming for you. 10 minutes later, Lin Rue parked his car under the school building. The guards had gotten to know him since he'd taken the third degree the last time. Instead of checking on him this time, he saluted him respectfully. Lin Rue moved slightly inwardly and returned the military salute as well before running in. It all comes from strength. The army recognizes the strong. If you have strength, you will naturally be respected by everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Rue arrived at the door of the principal's office and gently snapped the door. Come in. Lin Rue opened the door and entered, saluting solemnly. Good day, Principal. Lin Rue has come to report. The principal took off his glasses, smiled and extended his hand. Don't be polite. Have a seat. I'm a person who doesn't like to bend the rules. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Rue didn't sit down. Instead he straightened his back even more. Comrade Principal, I request that a fully functional training base be granted to our academy. The principal's mouth opened wide in surprise, and it was only after a long time that he asked, You, that's why you're here? Yes. Lin Rue nodded. The principal laughed bitterly. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come. Because of this, I must come. Lin Rue stared at him fearlessly. Comrade Principal, the National Defense Academy is no longer the National Defense Academy of the past. After this debriefing performance, I can guarantee that you will see a brand new academy. My students will not be inferior to the cadets of any academy. Whether it's from physical strength, or various military programs, they will be better than them. But while they are changing, the nature of the National Defense Academy remains the same. I hope that they will continue to receive such training, so that the people trained in the National Defense Academy will truly be able to contribute to the defense of our country. Even if after this show, I go away and never come back, I hope, too, that they will continue to train. He looked at the principal sincerely. Really, they are all good. None of them are cowards. As long as you are willing to give them a chance, they will definitely create miracles for you. Lin Rue's words made the principal ponder for a moment, but then, he still shook his head lightly. Company Commander Kobayashi, I understand your feelings, but you should also be clear that the academy was characterized at the very beginning of its establishment. The annual investment, the faculty, and the nature of the cadets in the future army have long been spelled out. The principal sighed. I would be making an exception if I could allow you to continue training. It's because I can see that you're giving everything you've got, and your students are training for their lives. For this spirit of yours, I'm giving you a chance. But, the principal said seriously, a rule is a rule, and as principal, I'm the first one who can't break it. The training base is owned only by our school's Armored Command Academy. Because they are the cradle of the nation's armored soldiers, they must be equipped. But what about you guys? Lin Rue clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with resignation. Comrade Principal, does the fact that a person didn't work hard in the past negate all of his future endeavors? They really want to turn into a good soldier, but the current conditions limit them. There's no way to make them stronger. Isn't school, the army, a place for people to grow up? Lin Rue said excitedly, the troops have allowed each of us to grow up and given us everything possible. So now it's their turn. Why can't we give them a chance? Why? The principal shook his head regretfully. Company Commander Kobayashi, life is like that sometimes. If you give up trying before, even if you come to your senses, there's no medicine for regret. Unless they can put in more than 5, or even 10 times the amount of hard work of a normal person to get justice again. To do otherwise would be an injustice to those who have worked hard before. As principal, I can't do that. So, sorry, headmaster. Lin Rue suddenly shouted before the principal could give his expulsion order. What if I vouch for them with this uniform and my military status? Can you give them this chance? The principal's entire body was shaken. It's a bet on the future. End of chapter. Lin Rue's chest rose and fell, as if he had used all his strength to speak the words he had just uttered. After all, it was betting his future on an unknown future. The principal stared at him closely, and the two didn't speak for a long time. Even the air was filled with tension. After a long time, the principal said word for word, Shaolin, after the inspection by your superiors, you can return to the 3rd Steel Regiment. At that time, I'll write a letter of commendation to your regimental commander and division commander. Together with the 3rd-class merit you got, you'll be able to level the playing field for the next few years. There's a real chance you'll take off your uniform and leave the army if you stick to what you just thought. What do you figure? Is it worth it? Do you really want to give it up? Without looking away, Lin Rue said, give it up, but it's worth it. Headmaster, I'll be honest with you, when I came here, I just wanted to make a merit, and as long as I brought them up in a big way, I can go back and resume my duties. Then our headmaster will reuse me and will give me credit. So why do it now? The principal asked suspiciously. Wouldn't it be nice to just do what you started? You've done what many people only dream of. Lin Rue laughed. Because, with them, I have a love affair, I guess. The principal frowned slightly. You said, emotions? Lin Rue nodded his head vigorously. Yes, I've brought them up to be decent soldiers. For this leadership inspection, they will definitely be able to perform well, and I will definitely be rewarded, which is really something that many people can only dream of. But, Lin Rue said seriously, the reason why they work so hard, so desperately, is because I told them, as long as they work hard enough and desperately enough, they will impress everyone and will make their fathers and mothers proud of them. They listened to my words, went to training desperately, and played hard to hang on until now. They also think about doing a little better, not only to make their fathers proud of them, they want to take over the flag in their father's hands and be a really good soldier. Lin Rue exclaimed. I promised them that as long as they wanted to fight for their lives, I would bring them up to be the best soldiers, but if I leave now and go back to find all that glory, then I'm betraying the promise I made with them. Even if I can become a regimental commander, a division commander, or an army commander in the future, what's the point? Is a soldier who abandons his former comrades still trustworthy? Lin Rue stared closely at the principal. Headmaster, they have fought until now for my words. Now then, it's my turn to keep fighting for their dreams, because we are already comrades in arms. Not abandoning, not giving up. That's what it means to be comrades in arms. Lin Rue's words deeply shocked the principal. His entire being was shocked, was unable to say a word. But on the contrary, the blood in his whole body boiled with it. Such a feeling he hadn't had in a long time. The last time, it seemed, was when he was in the basic unit and fumbling around with his comrades. At that time, no matter how hard it was, I had something to look forward to in my heart, and I never felt tired. But now, after sitting in the office, he seems to have forgotten the past. The principal looked at Lin Rue quietly, as if he saw more or less some shadows of his own youth in him. The principal finally sighed. Think about it. Once I promise you, there's no turning back from the bow. You'll probably leave after military training, and you'll still be responsible if they fail to meet the requirements by then. Lin Rue nodded without hesitation. Comrade principal, I've already thought about it. I believe in them, and even without me, they can continue to grow, because they were originally the best. Lin Rue, at this moment, was no longer thinking about accomplishing the mission by himself at all. Like he said, he already has a love affair with this group of cadets. They can fight for themselves, then he can fight to the end for those guys. The principal nodded. Okay, I'll approve it for you. Thank you, principal. Lin Rue saluted excitedly. So, when can we expect it? The principal froze, then laughed. You kid, you really can't wait. Ha! Lin Rue smiled bitterly. As you know, headmaster, after this examination, I may have to leave. If that's the case, I cherish every minute of this last one. Perhaps I won't have another chance in the future. The principal felt a sour feeling in his heart as he listened. In fact, he wanted to keep Lin Rue in his heart, but even though he was the principal, he didn't have the right to keep Lin Rue in terms of establishment. So, the principal sighed. Okay, I'll do it for you now. You kid, once you came to our school, you haven't let me worry about anything, and you're going to leave and it's still the same. With that, he directly picked up the phone. Secretary Luo, come over here, and by the way, call Vice Principal Lee as well, I have something to say. Watching him hang up, Lin Rue excitedly saluted. Thank you, Principal. The principal glared at him. To be clear, I'm not doing this for you, kid. I'm doing it for those students. The principal sighed. Among them, I know many of their fathers. To be honest, their fathers and grandfathers. They all want them to become successful. Now that they are working so hard, as an elder, I have to help them out. But the rest is still up to you. The principal pointed at Lin Rue. But you kids said that you'll bring them up to be honorable soldiers. I'll wait and see. Never fail you. Lin Rue saluted again. The door was suddenly knocked on, and Secretary Luo and Vice Principal Li walked in successively. Lin Rue, on the other hand, hurriedly stepped to the side and approached the principal. Principal, do you have orders? Vice Principal Li asked with a smile. The principal nodded. Doesn't the Armor Academy have 2 training bases? One of them is for them to train armored scout trainees. Vice Principal Li nodded. Yes, this year's cadets have performed very well, and Company Commander Lu Guangji has trained them well. The principal hummed. They're pretty much trained, aren't they? All the basic training for military training has been completed. Vice Principal Li replied. Good, the principal said. Then you two arrange for them all to move out. What about the base? Give it to Company Commander Lin and let the National Defense Academy use it for a while. About how long? The principal looked to Lin Rue. Lin Rue hurriedly said. 3 months, at least 3 months. Then give it 6 months. The principal said graciously. Go ahead and do it. Vice Principal Li and Secretary Luo's jaws hit the ground. Even wondered if I'd heard wrong. Getting the school's most ace academy to vacate its grounds for the most trashy academy? And letting it go for 6 months at a time? So where do we train at the Armor Academy? The big playground every day? Principal, are you serious? Vice Principal Li asked awkwardly. The principal looked surprised. Do I? Where does it look like a joke? Secretary Luo glanced at the happy-looking Lin Rue. Then whispered, Headmaster, have you been kidnapped so that you're saying things against your will? If so, you blink. The principal glared at him with a look of disinterest. Cut the crap and get on with it. End of chapter. The principal gave the order, and the 2 vice principals and the secretary had to go and do as they were told. Soon after, Secretary Luo completed the handover formalities. Secretary Luo, can we move there today? Lin Rue asked excitedly as he took the formalities. The secretary looked at him with a surprised face. In such a hurry? It'll be dark by the time you get there. Can't it be tomorrow morning? Besides, people need time to move. Secretary Luo said helplessly. Most importantly, it's that I still have to go and do people's ideological work. People were doing training in their own home training grounds for a good reason, and all of a sudden they were notified to give up the grounds to you, and then they had to move overnight. Anyone else would have a bad heart. Secretary Luo looked at Lin Rue. So yeah, changing bases isn't that easy, and I'm going to have to go wipe your ass. Lin Rue rubbed his head. So troublesome? Then why don't I go find the principal again and have him fix it for me? Seeing that he was about to leave, Secretary Luo hurriedly pulled him back. Okay, I'll do it. Can't I do it right away? Secretary Luo said in a bad mood. Don't look for the principal for everything. Can we discuss it? He was truly speechless. If Lin Rue went to the principal, would the principal call him incompetent? Now, one has to be the bad guy himself. Lin Rue excitedly shook his hand. Then I'll be obliged to you, Secretary Luo. I'll go back now and organize them to head to the new base. I know the road. I'll be there soon. After saying that, he turned his head and ran. Secretary Luo shouted anxiously behind him. Company Commander Lin. Later on, tell your men to pay attention. Don't irritate them. Got it. Lin Rue ran out of sight in 3 steps. Secretary Luo shook his head helplessly. The principal and this guy, are they both on the wrong medication? Actually betting on themselves? Hey, can't figure it out. Lin Rue drove his car back to the academy at a fast pace. He was overwhelmed with excitement because the new training facility had everything he wanted. The National Defense Academy is simply too small and has inadequate training facilities. What to accomplish in the next training mission had been a headache for Lin Rue. Take for example the morning shooting practice, where so many people just crawled around a small range that it seemed rather confining just by looking at it. But now it was better. As far as he knew, the new base had all the facilities, even comparable to the training grounds of the Special Forces. Once there, any training is no problem. The rest is just playful training. Everyone, pack up immediately. We'll change places right away. Lin Rue shouted excitedly as soon as he got off the bus. Everyone who was training all froze, and everyone gathered around in curiosity. Company Commander, what's the situation? Where are we going? Huang Zijian asked curiously. Yes, Company Commander, where are we going? Jing Siwei opened his mouth wide. It's not like the school kicked us out, is it? Lin Rue glared at them in dismay. This place is too small. I've gone and applied for a new base with the principal. I'm moving now. When these words came out, all the people were excited. The place was really small, and usually they were able to man bash during training. Now that we can move to a new place, everyone is naturally happy. It didn't take long for everyone to be all packed up. Since it wasn't too far away, Lin Rue directly ordered everyone to run over. An hour later, before dark, the brigade arrived at the Armor Academy's special training base. The sight in front of them shook everyone to their core. There are professional climbing buildings here and there are 3 of them. There is an artificial river that is only 500 meters long, but it has to be 200 meters wide. They even made a jungle for them not far away, with big mountains behind them. The base was so large, much larger than even their academy, that they couldn't even see the head at a glance. Holy, company commander, is this really ours now? Jing Siwei asked excitedly. Lin Rue smiled and nodded. Yes, it's yours. The principal said that it's for us to use for half a year. In an instant, all the trainees cheered. From their academy to this base, it's a bird's eye view for them. Lin Rue smiled slightly. Let's go and receive our new base. A group of people excitedly followed behind Lin Rue, that arrogantly entered the base. At the base, Secretary Luo was doing ideological work with Lu Guangji and his trainees. His mouth went dry as he spoke, and it was hard to stabilize them. But just then, Lin Rue swaggered in with his men, and they walked arrogantly past their eyes, and some even greeted them. Seeing that the cadets who had just been persuaded began to get angry, Secretary Luo anxiously turned to Lu Guangji for help. Company Commander Lu, help me out. Don't make a conflict. Lu Guangji looked at him with red eyes. Chief, I was already disobedient. Helping you persuade them was already against my conscience. Now, they are still so arrogant. How do you want me to persuade them? Secretary Luo was also about to blow a gasket. He also warned Lin Rue to take it easy and not to irritate people. Good man. You guys are coming up to people and irritating them right away. Ha! He was just about to speak when Lin Rue had already come over with Jing Siwei and the others. Sorry guys. Lin Rue laughed. Please move your places quickly. We have to pack up our housekeeping and stay here quickly. Don't delay our training at night. Asterisk. Lu Guangji and his trainees all stood up with eyes full of anger. Xiao Yuandong smiled and said, Company Commander, this place at least used to belong to them. Now that we're here, we should help them clean up. We can't let people just leave. Bu Chao nodded his head with a solemn expression. Right. I suggest we all help them pack. By the way, I'll contact the car. We can't let them walk away like us. Madge stepped forward and said, I'll arrange for dinner. We can't let people leave and be hungry. Jing Siwei went over and gratefully shook Lu Guangji's hand. Comrade Company Commander, it's really aggravating for you guys. But don't be discouraged. As long as you train well, the base will still be yours in the future. Sun Nan nodded. That's right. We can't stay here for long. Even if you guys don't train up, we'll soon leave for a better place. Don't worry. This place is still yours. Lu Guangji and all the cadets of the Armor Academy all had faces that were hard to see at this moment. That's nifty and insulting. Secretary Luo's face was also hard to see. You guys were arrogant enough to come in, but now you're killing people? Chief, they've gone too far. Lu Guangji shook off Secretary Luo's hand and yelled. Jing Siwei was shrugged off and said with a sincere face. This company commander, where did I go wrong? You can't even beat us. And last time, you were beaten by our company commander to the point where you couldn't get up on the ground. If you're like this, the people you're leading are definitely inferior to us. Where did I go wrong? Lu Guangji opened his mouth wide. He did not expect. The son of a actually revealed his scandal in public? Secretary Luo. Lu Guangji roared. These mother heirs are too up. End of chapter. Seeing that Lu Guangji and a group of trainees were about to rush over, Jing Siwei hastily backed up with a resigned face. Can't you say less? Secretary Luo hurriedly stopped Lu Guangji and the others, exasperatedly yelling at Jing Siwei. Jing Siwei looked innocent. I was right too. Many people saw it, he said, and looked around. Xiao Yuandong immediately stepped forward. I'm the one who sent him flying. Secretary Luo was about to collapse. How did he meet so many lack of heart? Can't you see she's angry? Secretary Luo. Lu Guangji was furious to the extreme. Do they mean that because we're too weak and they're too strong, the weak have to make room for the strong? When he said this, the cadets standing behind him all flamed up. It's all about being in the military. It's fine for them to admit that people are good, but it's fine for them to admit that they're weaker than others. That's a disgrace, and no one would agree to that. Secretary Luo hurriedly shook his head. No, they're just straight. They didn't mean it. Jing Siwei nodded. Yeah, I'm just telling the truth. Don't accuse me. Secretary Luo was about to vomit blood in anger. Are you really lacking in heart? Can you shut up? Get to the side. Lin Rui came over at this time and kicked Jing Siwei to the side. Then he said to Lu Guangji, Company Commander Lu, can I have a word with you alone? Lu Guangji glared at him fiercely and turned his head to the side. Lin Rui said in a cold voice to his men, Shut up. Anyone who talks too much? I'll show him. Jing Siwei and the others hurriedly covered their mouths and backed away with innocent faces. Lin Rui walked over to Lu Guangji, and before he could say anything, the other man huffed. I have to comply with the orders of my superiors, and the place can be ceded to you. But you guys shouldn't be too arrogant. I recognize that you're good, but that doesn't mean your people are better than mine. If you have the ability, let's talk on the training ground. Lin Rui looked at him seriously. Company Commander Lu, you've misunderstood. These students of mine, they're just lacking in heart. They really don't mean anything else. Lu Guangji glared at him fiercely. Then they're not generally lacking in heart. They're simply brain dead. You need to give them a good brain boost. Lin Rui smiled helplessly. The place was something I applied for with the principal because I wanted them to become a little stronger. It's not against you guys, and there's no other meaning. As for you wanting to compete, there's still 4 more days before we can have a good competition at the debriefing show. As you said, let's talk with strength. Lu Guangji stared at him closely, and Lin Rui didn't let him meet his eyes in the slightest. In his eyes, he was full of confidence. Lu Guangji nodded. Good. For the debriefing performance 4 days from now, let's use our strength to speak. Let everyone see if you guys are qualified to be here or not. After saying that, he turned his head toward his men. Let's go. Company Commander. Just let it go? I said go. Don't you understand the order? Lu Guangji roared lowly without question. The group of trainees could do nothing but glare fiercely at Lin Rui and the others, then followed behind Lu Guangji and left. Didn't even want the car that Secretary Lo had arranged for them. The group proudly carried their bags and left quickly. Just leave. What's the big deal? Xiao Yuandong looked disdainful. Make it seem like you're really powerful. Exactly. Madge said smugly. If you're good, can you give us the field? Sun Nan laughed. The principal still has vision, knowing that we're the ones who are really strong. That's why he gave us this place. Secretary Luo's head was full of sweat, and he was originally all set to leave. But as soon as he heard them say that, he immediately turned back. He pointed at all of them and said with an angry face, Do you guys really think you're so great? Yes, your current strength is quite high, but so what? Your academy, nature is there. Even if you have the level you have now, you are not qualified to use this place. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, and Bu Chao looked disgruntled. But we're just using this place. You can't refuse. That's it. Wang Sheng looked at him coldly. I know you look down on us, but we just managed to stand here and use it. It's useless for you to be upset. Secretary Luo was enraged. You are standing here because your company commander went to beg the principal and vouched for you with his future. He assured the principal that you will be a hit in this examination and will be able to get the unanimous approval of all the heads. If he can't meet it, he's going to be held accountable and get out of uniform. Because of that, the principal agreed. Do you guys really think you're so great? What right do you have to be awesome? Without your company commander, you're nothing. All of you are trash. Clueless. Everyone was stunned. They turned their heads in unison to look at Lin Rui, their eyes full of complexity. Company commander. Sun Nan's eyes were red. The others' eyes were red. They always knew that the company commander was actually good to them, but they never thought that Lin Rui could actually gamble everything he had just for their dreams. Lin Rui smiled slightly. Don't be so damn melodramatic with me here. It was you yourselves who said that you wanted me to train you well and bring you up to be the best soldiers. Since you guys are willing to work hard, I'll fight for you to get this place. All you guys have to do is train well and don't make me look down on you. A man's word is to be defended with all his efforts. Yes, company commander. All the cadets all raised their chests and saluted him in unison. Not only them, even the platoon commanders all saluted him excitedly. A company commander like that is not to be found. They were lucky and destined to meet. What are all frozen for? Wang Dishang roared. Hurry up and put down your things and train immediately. The company commander fought for us. This time, we have to fight for him to the end. Fight to the end. For the company commander. Everyone shouted at Lin Rui, and then flew towards the barracks. Looking at their backs, Lin Rui's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile. These brats. Secretary Luo came over at that moment and exhaled heavily. They're a bit lacking in heart, but it looks like they really respect you, principal, and it's not a bad bet on you. They should do well. Lin Rui looked at him in surprise. Secretary Luo coldly grunted. You don't know? The principal actually violated the rules and granted you the place privately. He has to take the blame for this too. If you can't fulfill your promise, he won't be able to explain it to his superiors. He will be the first to take responsibility when the superiors pursue the matter. Maybe he'll even take the blame for you. Lin Rue's entire body froze. In any case, he hadn't realized that the principal was actually betting for him as well. Headmaster. Lin Rue's fists clenched. End of chapter. Ding. Congratulations to the host. High-rise rappelling training is complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host. High-altitude 400-meter rope climbing training is complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The training of secretly infiltrating 3 different environments is complete. Lin Rue looked at the training tasks that were down to the last 3 trainings and let out a long breath. For 3 days, within the new training grounds, Lin Rue personally led all the trainees in training. It's almost like going through a project a day. All of these subjects though are child's play relative to the special forces and are the basics of the basics, but for this group of trainees to pass in 1 day, it's going to take a lot of hustling to do so. Lin Rue himself had fought just as hard during those 3 days. Cadets. For Lin Rue. And Lin Rue. For the principal. A man will die for a friend who understands him. A person that can put all their trust in you. Any man of steel would do anything to guard that trust. On the first day of high-rise rappelling, Lin Rue first demonstrated it 3 times to all of them, and then he took each trainee to jump down from the upper floors 3 times. More than 100 people, each jumping 3 times. Lin Rue's hands, even with gloves, were rubbed with blood. It was because of such dedication on his part that all the trainees were like chicken blood, plunging down the stairs over and over again. Some people are supposed to be afraid of heights, but as soon as they get to the upper floors, they don't hesitate to take a leap downward. Every single time from the beginning you would be unsteady on your feet or just fall to the ground after stomping on the wall once at the end. It went on until everyone was able to land firmly in the allotted time, and then climb back up the wall like a gecko to the roof of the building. The first day of training didn't end until late at night. 4 hours later, before dawn, without the need for Lin Rue to blow the whistle to assemble, all the trainees consciously rushed to the playground to stand by. For 3 days in a row, every trainee was playing hard to get. They don't want Lin Rue to take off his uniform. Everyone was riveted and ready to shock all the top brass in the next test. Now, they are no longer in it for themselves. Whether or not other people think they're useful or not doesn't matter to them anymore. What mattered was that their company commander, Lin Rue, must not be squeezed out because of them. They were going to fight to their last breath for Lin Rue. On the last day, Lin Rue stopped all training. On the playground, everyone was neatly assembled. From their faces, Lin Rue saw determination and persistence he had never seen before. Today, we will only train for half a day. No new training. Go through all the items for this test. Then, prepare for the test. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Siwei shouted, "Company commander, why do we have to rest for half a day? We can train until tomorrow morning." "Yes, company commander. We're not tired. Look how refreshed we are. Let's train." Sun Nan shouted back, "Company commander, please, let us train. We really can." All the cadets were all making sincere pleas, which shocked all the platoon commanders. If this were before, I'm afraid that these trainees would have jumped up and down with excitement when they heard about the break. But now, they're actually going to volunteer to continue training? And, still begging to be trained? It's just devastating. But soon the platoon leaders fell silent, because they can understand how this group of trainees feels. In fact, if they were themselves, they would want to train until the last moment when the test came. Lin Rue was only their temporary company commander though, but just as Lin Rue was to this group of cadets, they, the platoon commanders, also had a love affair with Lin Rue. Even if tomorrow, they were destined to be separated, if not never to see each other again for the rest of their lives, but to the last moment of separation, they were also willing to fight for Lin Rue to the end. Lin Rue waved his hand. "Alright, I understand your feelings, but what to train? Listen to me." Lin Rue scanned the crowd. "It's been training for so long, I can see that you guys are tired. Resting for half a day is for you guys to recover your strength. If you want to train, you'll be set up for this night. If you guys don't want me to take off my uniform and go home, then listen to me. Understand?" "Yes," everyone hissed. Lin Rue nodded to the platoon commanders. "Train one by one according to the subjects of this test. At the end of the training, all bring back to bed." "Yes." All platoon leaders saluted, watching the trainees being brought to the playground and passing through one item at a time starting from the simplest formation. A faint smile floated on the corner of Lin Rue's mouth. There were 3 more training exercises left to complete the mission. But the test was tomorrow and he didn't want the cadets to waste their energy for their own goals. As for whether or not he could still complete the mission in the future, Lin Rue smiled. That would just have to go with the flow. "Anyway, I'm good enough as I am now. I'm sure I'll have no problem going to the special forces." Lin Rui held his head in his hands and leisurely walked towards the dormitory. Without the system, I can still work on my own in the future. If they can fight for their lives, I can still fight for my life when I go to the special forces. I still don't believe it. There's no mission that can't be accomplished in this world. In the evening, the headquarters of the Southeastern Theater of Operations. A Chinese bus slowly parked in front of the headquarters hospitality hotel. Immediately afterward, one individual got out of the car with a dignified face. Warzone Gao Shui greeted him over with a smile. Leaders, comrades, welcome to our Southeast Warzone for guidance. Hastily shaking his hand. You're too much of a stranger. It's thanks to your blessing that we had the chance to come this time. The other one also came up to shake hands. If it weren't for my boy being able to report on the performance this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the time to come. I'm sorry to bother you this time. Gao Shui smiled and said, don't be polite. Everyone, this debriefing performance of the freshmen of the major military schools is not something that I, Gao Shui, can convene. If you guys want to thank, you have to thank the higher-ups. Jing Siwei's father, Jing Chang, sighed. Actually, to be honest, I really don't want to come. That kid of mine, you can say he's good at all sorts of crooked things, but the rest is just waste. If it wasn't for his mom insisting me to come, I definitely wouldn't have come to see him humiliated. Wang Sheng's father, Wang Dong, also sighed. Our family is a soldier. Which one is not loud and clear, but to him here on the growth of crooked. Sometimes I doubt whether I was born. Everyone immediately looked at him with curious expressions. Wang Dong immediately reacted and coughed. I mean, it's a genetic mutation, but it's definitely my own. Xiao Jinshan, Xiao Yuandong's father, sighed. That son of mine. He couldn't study since he was a child, but he's a top-notch fighter when he goes out to fight. For this examination, I just hope he doesn't embarrass himself. Bu Chao's father, Bu Lei, laughed at this time. Leaders, you don't have to worry too much. As far as I understand it, this time, this batch of their new students they're trained very well, and definitely won't be worse than other academies. A group of people were flabbergasted, then shook their heads in unison. My son is like that, as long as he's not a disgrace. I'll pray to God. Bu Lei had a bitter smile on his face, because apart from him who roughly knew a little bit about the school situation, the others actually knew nothing about their son's current situation. I hope that tomorrow, you guys won't be surprised. Bu Lei shook his head and smiled bitterly. End of chapter. Night fell and a cold wind blew. The lights were on in the cooking class at the new base, and everyone was desperately busy. Come on all of you, don't make the beef too dry or they won't be able to swallow it. Not that one. Skimmed unsweetened milk to prevent them from being lactose intolerant. No more buns, too oily. Replace them all with steamed buns. The head cook was like a general commanding 1,000 troops, coping well in his little part of the world. Just then, Lin Rui walked in with Chen Min and the other platoon commanders. Squad leader Lu, are you ready? Lin Rui asked. Squad leader Lu rushed over. Everything is ready. Each soldier takes one. Beef, eggs, steamed buns, milk, all of it. Ensure that after they eat it, they'll have great stamina. Lin Rui laughed. Squad leader Lu, good job. Squad leader Lu laughed and grabbed Lin Rui's hand and said, Company Commander Lin, these cadets, I've watched them grow up. When they first came here, to be honest, I thought they were trash, rotten to the core, and wasted their birthright. But now, I really like them. Squad leader Lu exclaimed. We've been in the army for 15 years, and we've seen too many soldiers, but like these cadets, I have never seen. Their courageous spirit reminds me of the time when I first became a soldier. The veterans in those days were just like them. Our weapons were inferior to foreigners, so we practiced hard. Nowadays, it's rare to see soldiers who are so brave. Lin Rui smiled. Isn't this better? It means that our army is stronger and our weapons are better, so our soldiers only need to learn how to use the new weapons and tactics. In the future, we won't have to use Sea of Men tactics and sacrifice so many people for victory anymore. Squad leader Lu nodded approvingly. It's good now. Take our cooking class for example. We all have cooking carts. In the past, we all carried pots on our backs and moved along with the army. Ha ha, I'm old and a bit nostalgic for the past. Anyway, I just look at them comfortably. Company Commander Lin, you guys, this time, you must do your best. Squad leader Lu gripped his hand tightly. Take them and let those people who don't see them as good look at them. How intimidating they really are if they work hard. Company Commander Lin, everything is ready. Two veterans came over pushing a cart. Lin Rui nodded and told Chen Min to push them away, then gathered the troops. Guys, let's go. Lin Rui nodded at them, but he had just taken a few steps out when squad leader Lu suddenly shouted, Company Commander Lin. Lin Rui turned his head, only to see the entire cooking class of veterans saluting him in unison. Lu Banchang said excitedly. Must win ah. Take that gang of boys. Charge. Company Commander Lin. Go for it. All the veterans shouted. Lin Rui was touched in his heart. After spending so much time together, even the cooking class had become a family with himself. Going off to war on your own, with your family seeing you off. That way, it's enough. Lin Rui snapped his head around and gave a beautiful military salute, then turned to leave. Tick-tock. The assembly whistle sounded throughout the camp. A few moments later, all the trainees ran out in full armor and stood in front of Lin Rui in a neat formation as if cut by a knife. The platoon commanders began to distribute food to each person while Lin Rui stood in front of them, his eyes grimly sweeping over each one. All rested? All right. Everyone yelled mid-sentence. Lin Rui nodded his head in satisfaction. It looks like it's recovering well and becoming a tiger again. It's 2 in the morning. Lin Rui said in a deep voice. The debriefing starts at 9 tomorrow morning. When the time comes, it won't just be our armor school. There are also cadets from the Army University, the Army Command University, and the Special Command College along with us. And of the cadets in this batch, we are recognized as the worst. No one takes you seriously, even with or without you. Lin Rui asked with a grim expression. So you guys, what should we do? Asterisk 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 them. Jing Siwei was the first to yell. The blood of the others was also ignited, and one by one they followed, yelling, asterisk 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 them down, them over. Floods of voices erupted from each man's chest. It was like a volcano that had been squeezed for a long time and erupted after gathering all its power. Even the platoon commander's ears hurt. Lin Rui smiled faintly. Good aura, like the students I brought up, he said coldly. I won't say much nonsense. Next, we're going to head to the Southeast Warzone Command on foot. Maintain your momentum and let everyone have a good look at how strong you really are. Depart. Lin Rui let out a yell, and the entire group immediately turned and trotted after the platoon commander's vehicles in the direction of the command headquarters. Company Commander. Chen Min came over with a worried look on his face. If you let them run over there, won't they run out of stamina by the time they get to the place? That's over 80 kilometers. Lin Rui smiled. Old Chen, you still don't know them? These boys' stamina is now perverted, and after resting for so long, their bodies are recovered, but their muscles are also in a state of rest. By letting them run through it, it's warming them up the whole time. They'll be at their best when it's time to wait. Lin Rui smiled. Don't look at them the way you look at ordinary people. They are not ordinary people. Watching Lin Rui run off with the troops, Chen Min bitterly smiled and shook his head. They are, indeed, not ordinary people. You are even less so. The dawn sunlight gently poured over the land, and the various academies of the armor school were already in an uproar. The older cadets watched the freshly minted schoolboys run toward the military trucks, grinning and murmuring. Something like this, where several large schools come together to test new cadets, has never happened before. The amount of training for this batch of trainees even catches up with that of past students for a year. So, the older students of each academy were talking about which academy, or which school, would win this debriefing. At the same time, several trucks slowly drove into the National Defense Academy. An instructor jumped out of the car and blew a rally whistle at the dormitory building. But a minute passed, and the entire academy was quiet. Not a single soul in sight. The instructor was confused and yelled at the dormitory building. Where is everyone? Can't you hear the whistle? Come on out. But after half a day, still no one showed up. The instructor was anxious. Striding towards the dormitory building was several barong. Not that changed. I see, and before the same still so garbage. The assembly whistle can't even wake up. The key moment to drop the chain. He pushed the door open and was shocked by the whole thing. There was no one in the house. Not even the beds. He hurried to several other rooms, almost identical. The instructor panicked and hurriedly pulled out his phone. Meanwhile, the principal finished organizing his things and was ready to leave for the command. But just as he reached the door, the phone suddenly rang. He came back and picked up the phone, and before he could speak, that instructor's terrified shout came from across the room. Principal, people are gone. An entire academy of people, gone. What? The principal's eyes widened and the bag in his hand thudded on the floor. End of chapter. The principal grabbed the phone in a hurry and yelled, how did a big living person, and so many big living people, just disappear? The instructor had a bitter face. I don't know. As soon as I arrived, people disappeared. Every dormitory was empty, obviously taking something with them. Gone? The principal roared in anger, knowing that today is an examination. Where are they walking to? Collective desertion? Ask me about their whereabouts. They must be found immediately. The principal roared. They must be escorted to the command headquarters before the test begins. I can't afford to lose this man. Promise to complete the mission, the instructor yelled. Hanging up the phone, the principal called this angry. Walking back and forth around the office several times, he finally smashed the ashtray on his desk directly against the wall. He had just developed strong expectations for Lin Rue and his students. He even gambled himself for Lin Rue. If there's no way for this group of students at the National Defense Academy to reach scout level, then he, the principal, should at least get an internal demerit for granting them the use of the training base without authorization. He had taken the risk out of his absolute trust in Lin Rue, but now, they were actually missing at the most critical moment. The principal was expecting them to go and make a big show of themselves in front of all the leaders. Now, if the person can't be found, not only will he be penalized, but he will also be humiliated in front of all his peers. A college is missing before the test? Other schools must have thought they were too scared to come. Then he's a disgrace as a principal. Asshole, Lin Rue. You disappoint me too much, the principal growled in exasperation. The door suddenly opened and Secretary Luo looked at him with a surprised face. Principal, what did you just shout? The principal glared at him without a good mood. I'm scolding Lin Rue, this person who lost the entire academy at a critical moment. The person who picked them up can't find them now. Bastard. This is a deliberate attempt to embarrass me. Secretary Luo's mouth opened wide in surprise. Company Commander Lin, he doesn't seem like this kind of person. I see him. If he's not such a person, then where did he go? The principal roared. Now whatever he is, the fact remains that an academy, along with him, disappeared. Just 3 hours before the test was to begin. Disappeared. Secretary Luo had a bitter look on his face. Headmaster, why don't you send someone to look for it? However, you have to go. Otherwise, the other leaders will have to wait for you alone exclusively. The principal was so angry that he punched the air several times before he finally growled helplessly. Go to the commanding officer's headquarters. Walking to the door, he then suddenly said to Secretary Luo, immediately send out all of our instructors. And at all costs, even if we contact the police, we must find the person for me. The secretary's face became even more bitter. Contact the police? That's not necessary, is it? What will we say then? Tell them that we lost over 100 military cadets? Then they'll still be laughing their asses off. The principal's lungs exploded with anger. Then send all of us out to look for it. Damn it, when you find Lin Rue, first give me a hard beating. Go do it for me. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Secretary Luo spat out his tongue. It was the first time he had heard the principal curse. It seems that this time, it's really angry. Lin Rue, what the hell are you up to? Secretary Luo shook his head helplessly. The red flag fluttered in the wind at the training ground of the Southeast Theater Command. A military truck pulling cadets from various schools arrived outside the training ground and then formed a neat line waiting to enter. The principal's car drove outside the training ground at that moment as well. He opened the window and a colonel quickly ran over and saluted. Principal, most of our people have arrived. Only the ones from the National Defense Academy haven't. Vice Principal Chen asked when they're coming. We're the first team to enter. The principal's face darkened considerably when he heard about the National Defense College. Have Vice Principal Chen coordinate with the other schools and we'll enter last. The principal said helplessly. The colonel was surprised. Principal, this time the first one to enter the field. But it was hard for you to fight for it. The principal's eye twitched hard a few times. This time he was personally requesting the head of the headquarters to let their school be the first to appear. Being first out of the gate is definitely an impression advantage. But now, the principal glared at him in a bad mood. Do what you're told. The National Defense Academy didn't show up. How can we explain when we go in? The colonel nodded. Then I'll go tell Vice Principal Chen. Watching him walk away, the principal said hatefully, drive. It wasn't long before the principal arrived in the viewing area where the leaders were. Hello leaders. The principal saluted vigorously towards the chiefs coming from the headquarters. Director Qian, who specialized in the headquarters, smiled and returned his salute. Principal Jiang, your students are all here. You're the latest to arrive. Gao Shiwei said smilingly. Big shots always come late. Director Qian shouldn't talk about him. The principal said with embarrassment. Sorry all leaders. Mainly, something happened, so I'm late. Xiao Jinshan immediately came over. Old Jiang, what happened? It can't be my son's place. Wang Dong immediately came over in a huff. Old Jiang, if my son causes trouble you tell me. I'll personally go whip him. Other people's fathers came around nervously to inquire. They say on the surface that they want to whip their son, but in reality they all want to know if their son is the one who caused the trouble. The principal was obviously bitter in his heart, but he couldn't bring himself to say something so humiliating. After all, it's not one person causing trouble now. It's a college playing disappear. If he says it, he'll not only lose face, but he'll also be held responsible. This group of generals could probably spray themselves to death. He could only smile bitterly against his will. No, no, your sons, who are exceptionally wonderful, have nothing to do with them. All the generals then breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Dong laughed. I told you, my son is still good. Boulay also nodded. I told you guys a long time ago. They're great, Xiao Zhinshan said triumphantly. It seems that sending him to military school was the wisest choice of my life. The principal was on the verge of tears, thinking, can you have some face? Don't you know what your son is like? The biggest mistake of my life was being their principal. It's only a matter of time before the heart bursts for them. Just then, a salute was fired and the first team began to enter holding signs. Everyone sat down, and Wang Dong even smiled and said, later on those brats will come in. I really want to see what has become of them. Xiao Zhinshan laughed. I'm afraid I've gotten darker and stronger. I believe that old Jiang, under him, will definitely change greatly. The people that old Jiang brought with him, they must be bulls. The principal was currently sitting in his chair sweating like a pig and shivering. I thought to myself, if these people don't see their son show up later, will they beat themselves up right away? You know, they're all busy people. It's entirely for their son that he took the time to come over today. And you've lost her son. Principal. Secretary Luo came over at that moment and said, all of our men have gone out and said they haven't found it yet. The principal's eyes were on the verge of tears. Secretary Luo. Hey. Secretary Law listened attentively. Give me a bottle of dichlorvos. The principal grimaced. I want a drink. End of chapter. To the sound of majestic military music, all the cadets of the Army University entered the training ground. Led by a captain, they saluted in unison toward the stands. Director Qian smiled and gave a thumbs up to Principal Lu. Not bad. It just looks majestic. Old Duan, your school's freshmen this year are good. Worthy of being the #1 school in our army for cultivating talents. Principal Duan smiled and couldn't close his mouth. The leader is too polite. Compared with several other schools, we are just a little bit older, more experienced, more talented, and nothing else. Everyone is pretty much the same. Right guys? Principal Duan laughed. The other two principals snorted coldly and didn't bother with him. He's done with the good ones. So what you're saying is that we're just not as good as you. Only Principal Jiang was deaf to all this. He was now looking over his shoulder. What happened at the other schools? He pressed on, not wanting to know at all. He just wanted to know if his people had gotten Lin Rue and the gang of asshole students back. Soon the squares of the Army Command School were also neatly arrayed on the playground. All the guests were applauding enthusiastically. But Principal Jiang had begun to fidget, his head constantly looking outside. Old Jiang, what's wrong with you? Xiao Zhinshan curiously came over. Why are you sweating so much? It's not hot today. You're not weak in that area, are you? The principal almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, thinking that I wouldn't be false if you were false. I'm like this now, and it's not because of your son? Ma Chi's father Ma Kuei smiled and patted him. Old Jiang, when a person reaches this age, it's normal to have a little bit of things in this area, especially if you're sitting in an office. That aspect must have deteriorated. If you need to speak directly, I'll introduce you to a reliable old Chinese medicine practitioner. But God, medicine to the disease, let you rejuvenate. The principal was almost about to greet his ancestors. You're the one with the problem. Your whole family is the one with the problem. I'm normal. Look, the people from the Specialty Academy are entering. Sun Nan's father, Sun Chao, suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the entrance in unison. Only 4 squares of cadets were seen running into the field in order. Then came the squares of the other colleges, and suddenly all of them flung themselves forward en masse with a loud roar. Yes, the generals in the stands applauded in unison. This shocking collective inversion is full of visual impact and spectacle, especially when so many people fell to the ground together in a neat and tidy manner. It made Principal Kong of the Specialty Academy doubly honored. It's a small thing. It's a small thing. It's all our basic operation. Who let us be a special academy? Definitely a little more shocking than you guys. Ha ha ha. Several other principals turned their heads with disdain. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. And at times like this, no one will buy anyone's argument. Gao Shiwei laughed at this time. Director Qian, the various schools that are coming in right now are all unique in their own ways. And the good ones are all unique. It looks like each school is attentive to this year's military training. Director Qian nodded. The higher-ups instructed that we need to train a world-class army. If you want to train a good army, officers are the top priority. It's a responsibility to the country and the military for each school to be so dedicated to training their freshmen. These kids, they will be the backbone of our army in the future. Seeing them, us old guys can also feel relieved. Gao Shiwei nodded with a smile. Director Qian is right. Our army will be filled with such vibrant young people in the future. Then our army will always be the strongest in the world. Director Qian nodded approvingly, then looked at Principal Jiang. Old Jiang, it's time for your school down there. I heard when I came here that National Defense Academy of yours has made a lot of progress this year. I'm eager to see it. Gao Shiwei laughed. The students of the National Defense Academy are all generals. With all the parents here today, they must have performed well. Xiao Zhinshan quickly smiled and waved his hand. Old Gao, you can't praise the child like that. That child of mine, only half as capable as I am. At most he can make do. Wang Dong laughed. That's right, that kid in my family is the least to boast about. Although a few soldiers under me may not be able to compare to him. But in the academy where there are so many talents, what does he count for? Jing Cheng also hurriedly said. That kid in my house is even worse. That is, he can just have a couple of fights with my guards. But in this climate, he counts for nothing. Can't be complimented. Can't be complimented. Principal Zhang's heart is now spewing blood. Dainima, you said this is your son? All of them can fight your guards? Aren't you guards all the best picked from the army? Is that like saying your son can't do it? However, even if they praised their son to the skies, the principal didn't care at the moment. What he cared about was whether the gang showed up or not. Principal, Secretary Luo came over at this time and said, still no sign of them, it's as if they've evaporated. Vice Principal Chen's side is in a hurry. It's already our turn to show up and ask you what to do. The principal was as desperate as he could be at the moment. It's over. There's no running away from the punishment this time. He sighed helplessly. Let them come in first, and as for those people, consider them dead. Secretary Law sighed and turned to deliver the order. Look, the armor school students are coming in. Wang Dong and the others immediately stood up, each of them crossing their fingers in anticipation, like parents who had just sent their children into school. Though one of them talks about their own son being bad, but their movements and eyes betrayed them. Obviously one just can't wait to see what their son looks like. Jing Cheng even cursed as he took out his camera and prepared to take a picture, and kept explaining that it was Jing Siwei's mom who had to take the picture. The principal was now desperate to find a hole in the ground, because if they don't see their son later, they'll hang him up and torture him. Don't look at them quite softer now. But the principal knew very well that a large part of the gang was leading the troops. If his temper flared up, it would be easier to whip him with his pants belt. In my last life, what kind of sins did I commit? The principal covered his face. Hey, where is everyone? Why didn't the National Defense Academy come? At this time, all the squares had come in and Wang Dong finally realized the problem. Yeah, where's my son? Where did he go? Where's the National Defense Academy? Why isn't it here? Old Jiang, what do you mean? Is it because you think they're too bad to let them come? In an instant, all the generals were on fire. Xiao Zhinshan glared at him angrily. Old Jiang, if you didn't let them come, you said so in advance. We were happy here for half a day and now the people can't come. Aren't you fooling us? That's right, old Jiang. What exactly do you mean? Wang Dong roared. Really treating us like monkeys? This anger of the crowd. Even Director Qian didn't know how to persuade. After all, there were quite a number of people in this group who were about the same level as himself. Principal Jiang stood up with a bitter face. Everyone, let me be honest. Actually, what about the National Defense Academy? All cadets of the National Defense Academy, report to the leader. Just then, a loud roar slammed out from under the bleachers. Immediately afterward, the lawn around the stands suddenly moved all around. One camouflaged figure jumped up violently, and all of them hissed, National Defense Academy, kill, mom, what the hell? Everyone in the stands nearly jumped out of their skin at the suddenness of the scene. Director Qian was even so shocked that his entire body collapsed in his chair. The principal was also so shocked that he held onto the railing and almost had another heart attack. In the camouflaged crowd, Xiao Yuandong smiled and waved at his father in the stands. Dad, I'm here. Xiao Zhinshan waved at him in shock, and his face didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bu Chao whispered to him, Old Xiao, why are your father's pants damp? It's not peeing, is it? Xiao Yuandong froze, then laughed. It's probably because he hasn't seen me for so long and is excited. End of chapter. At Lin Rui's command, all the trainees flew to finish assembling in front of the bleachers. Once the team was formed, all of them no longer smiled. Like a sheathed knife with a sharp edge, Lin Rui took a step forward and saluted at all the generals on the stands. Reporting to the chief, Armored School Defense Academy, all members have been ordered to come and participate in the military training debriefing show. Please instruct. Quiet. Absolute silence. It wasn't that people didn't want to speak, but the generals in the stands at the moment hadn't been able to get over the shock. A few of them, still rubbing their chests in preparation for medication. Just now, they were really scared. Who can imagine sitting in the stands and pointing out things when a guy with grass sticking out from underneath you suddenly pops up to say hello? Not to mention this group of old people. Even young people can be scared to death. Old young. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Lu University's President Duan said in shock. Isn't it just a coming out ceremony? Is there a need to make it like this? Principal Kong of the Specialty Academy glared at Principal Jiang in a bad mood. Old young, overdoing it. Aren't we just coming to a collective inversion? Do you have to arrange it in advance? Seeing you like that just now. You're really good at pretending. You've been holding back big moves to scare us, haven't you? Ha 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 ha. I just think it's quite good. Wang Dong suddenly laughed out loud, pointing at Lin Rui and the others and saying happily, creative. Good. I think they are the best among the trainees this time. Xiao Zhinshan covered his pants with a blanket while concurring. I think old Wang is too right. I've been a soldier for so many years and have tested too many troops, but no troop has ever given me such a big surprise. Good. Absolutely good. First. Must be first. Jing Cheng laughed at the top of his voice. Old Jiang, you really know how to lead troops. Hiding next to us, our group of troop leaders froze and didn't see it. I'm really relieved to leave the child in your hands. Yes. Old Jiang, you're a real cow. I don't obey anyone but you. All the parents of the trainees praised Principal Jiang, causing him to have a black line. Nima, weren't you guys just going to get me? Are you guys suffering from selective amnesia? Old Jiang, these students of yours are really beautiful this time. Even before the show started, they've already stunned me. Director Qian had slowed down by now and gave him a thumbs up. Say, when did you arrange for them to be here? Gao Shiwei was also curious and asked. Right, old Jiang, when did you arrange for these students to come over? The principal smiled bitterly, thinking I'd damn well like to know how they got here. The old man's been all over the world looking for them, and he's almost made them self-absorbed. What the hell do you know about how they got here? This, the principal smiled awkwardly. As for me, I just gave them a task. As for how they did it, I really didn't follow it either. He wasn't going to have a face now either. What's wrong with taking him some credit for being scared to death by Lin Rui and the others before? The principal immediately turned his head and glared hard at Lin Rui. Company Commander Xiao Lin, tell us, how did you get here? Director Qian and Gao Shiwei all looked at him with unblinking eyes. The other generals came forward. Lin Rui said aloud, reporting to the chiefs. Yesterday night, we had already departed from the academy, then marched a long distance to get here. While the leaders were heading for the stands, we infiltrated in disguise and sneaked under the stands until just now. What? All of them? All of them were shocked with their mouths wide open. Incredulity was written all over everyone's face, including the principal. Your academy. It must be almost 90 kilometers to here, right? Gao Shiwei asked in shock. You guys, did you walk here? Lin Rui nodded. My trainees, they need to be in their best shape for this debriefing. So, I'll take them to warm up. Everyone was shocked and nearly fell to their collective knees. Over 80 kilometers of long-distance marching. You call this a warm-up? Director Qian then asked. You just said that when we arrived, you guys had just arrived as well, and then lurked over under the noses of so many of us, as well as the guards? Not lurking beforehand? Lin Rui nodded. Yes, that's impossible. A colonel immediately stepped forward. We've been on guard here since last night, and there are sentries all around. There's absolutely no way you guys could have lurked here under our noses. Lin Rui smiled faintly at him. This chief, why don't I show you again how we got in? You can also add more manpower. To be honest, the guards you sent out were just too spread out. We came in too easily. You, the colonel pointed at him, too angry to speak for a moment. Alright, don't be a disgrace. Gao Shiwei looked at the colonel impatiently. Even if they came in advance, didn't you guys alert them in advance? Didn't they still get here from under your noses? One more time and you'll only be more humiliated. The colonel's face was red. He's being infiltrated by a bunch of military cadets. In any case, he had nothing to say. Principal Jiang saw that everyone had already recognized Lin Rui and the others, so he simply went down the slope. Turning around, he laughed loudly. Leaders, I'm sorry. I originally wanted them to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect them to be so high profile. I'm here to apologize to you all if I startled you. As he said that, he also deliberately turned his head. Company Commander Lin, you too, can't you choose a more low-key appearance? Lin Rui could see that the principal wanted to play it cool, so he immediately cooperated. Reporting to the principal, it's already very low-key. I was originally going to rappel over from the opposite mountain by hitting rock spikes, just for fear of overshadowing the other schools. That's why I chose this low-profile way to enter. Principal Jian was pleased to the extreme in his heart. and said to the crowd with a laugh, "It can't be helped. Everyone, they're just like that. A little bit of ability to be dejected. Go back and I'll criticize them properly." A couple of the principals looked at him and the corners of their mouths twitched. How the do you not look like you're going to go back and criticize them? If you want to have fun, just have fun. What's the big deal? Director Qian stood up at the moment and clapped hard at Lin Rui and the others. Gao Shiwei followed suit and stood up, applauding along without mincing words. As soon as Wang Dong and the others saw that the person in charge of this examination had applauded, one by one, they also hurriedly stood up and applauded vigorously. This is their son. In my life, I've never earned their faces so much. At this moment, they were ecstatic from the bottom of their hearts. Good. Very good. Director Qian appreciated. Other than in the special forces, I've never seen such a great infiltration. This military training test, it seems like there is an infiltration subject, right? A lieutenant colonel immediately said. Yes sir. And it's an important subject. Director Qian laughed. They don't need to compete. This one. They're number one. Everyone was shocked once again. This test hasn't even begun. And Lin Rui and his trainees, they've won? End of chapter. As soon as Director Qian's words were finished, several other principals immediately stopped. Director Qian, this examination hasn't even started yet. Isn't it too hasty to award them first place now? That's right. This is simply unfair to the other students. There should be a unified test and split the winners and losers then. Leader, you reconsider. Director Qian looked at the several principals and smiled. Gentlemen, this still needs to be considered? People have been hiding beside us for half a day, and we didn't even realize it. It would be unfair if I let them take the test with the other students. Gao Shiwei also nodded. Principals, I agree with Director Qian's words. Their performance is already outstanding. If they aren't all number one, then no one can take it. Principal Jiang smiled smugly. Principals, in fact, we definitely don't mind comparing once. Are we going to win anyway? I'm just afraid that by then, your students will cry if they lose ugly. Ha ha ha. The three principals looked at Lao Jian with an indignant face, but they had nothing to say. That's it. Director Qian smiled. Anyway, it's not just this one subject this time. Get ready to start the examination. Principal Jiang hurriedly turned to wave at Lin Rui, winking happily at him in the process. He had completely forgotten who had made him almost drink dichlorvos just a short time ago. Lin Rui saluted and immediately ran with his men towards the ranks of the armor school. Immediately afterward, one of the officers presiding over this examination announced to everyone that Lin Rui and the others had won first place in the camouflage infiltration subject. For a while, all the trainees participating in the examination were all abuzz. What the hell? Someone took first place before it even started? Is that the team? They're all dressed up like that. But what makes them take first place? We haven't even competed yet. It's not fair. There must be an inside job. Humph. You're the one who knows there's an inside story. I heard that those guys have backgrounds. Didn't you see a lot of people coming up from the stands today? They're all rumored to be their old men. It can still be like this? Isn't this a blatant letdown? Forget it. I guess they are too scummy. So let's give them a first place first. I'm afraid they'll be humiliated when they compete with everyone in real life later on. Giving it to them in advance is a way to give them some face. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, Lin Rui had already brought his men to the armor school side of the square. But even people from the same school treat them with disdain. After all, what had just happened in the stands was really too far away, and none of the cadets here could see it, much less know what had happened. When you hear that the scummiest group of people in the school got first place for no apparent reason, everyone's first reaction is that they went through the back door. Company Commander Lin. Lu Guangji walked over and looked at him coldly. Where's the promised fair competition? You're going to win us with these side games? The other company commander grunted coldly. Xiao Lin, we know that the old men of these students under you are here. So, you brought them there with the intention of going through the back door, right? Congratulations. You succeeded. However, if you clamor like this, even if you win, do you think we'll be convinced? Jing Siwei and the others instantly became furious when they heard this. Tay mother. Who are you calling claptrap? We are shocking the leaders with our real strength. You guys are jealous, right? If you're scared, just say so. Shut up. Lin Rui yelled lowly, and all the trainees were immediately honest. Their eyes, however, were still glaring fiercely at Lu Guangji and the others. Lin Rui smiled faintly at Lu Guangji and the others. Company commanders, there are many more subjects later. Whether or not I'm going through the back door, we'll know when we compete later. But you guys better be prepared. Don't get beaten up too badly then. Lu Guangji snorted coldly. Fine. Then later, let's see just how wasted you guys are. A few people looked mockingly at Lin Rui and the others, turned around, and headed towards their group. Company commander, They are also too arrogant. Xiao Yuandong grunted. We're obviously relying on real strength. That's it, Bu Chao said in a cold voice. They just can't see others being better than them. Even the leaders have affirmed us. They are nothing. Sun Nan said disdainfully. Maki was all smiles. Yeah, just now my dad even gave me a thumbs up. I remember the last time. Or when I was in elementary school would eat by myself. Everyone was head over heels. You can't eat by yourself until elementary school. How wasted were you before? Alright, Lin Rue said calmly. Instead of wasting words with them, why don't you rest? Defeat them with strength in order to shut them up. Everyone nodded silently and sat down in unison to wait. After the sound of a starting gun, the test officially began. One by one, the schools, organized into colleges, began to have the freshmen perform from the most basic of formations. On the playground, cadets from one academy stood tall, alternate rotations of marching in unison, marching in front, and running. From time to time, loud applause came from the stands. The people on the defense academy's side, on the other hand, were bored out of their minds. With their current strength, watching others walk in formation was the same as an adult watching a kindergarten child perform. It's going to be as hard as it can be. When will it be over? Can't we have a real man show? That is, shooting, not fighting and then not running really cannot crawl tactics can also Hey, what's there to see in the queue? I just want to compete with them for the rest now. There's no screwing with the queue. Not only them, even Lin Rue was tormented. However, today's test were all new students, just like the new recruits in the army. Surely they had to start from the most basic then. There was nothing for him to do but wait. Half an hour later, all the teams had finished their performances and it was finally their turn to take the stage. Lin Rue let out a low roar, and everyone jumped up in excitement. Then as if it were a knife-cut tofu, it neatly followed Lin Rue towards the playground. As soon as they appeared, a strong murderous aura rushed out along with them. The entire crowd was shocked to see them. For this whole group, the movements were just ridiculously neat, as if they were one person running. But what was even more shocking was the murderous aura they gave off, making them like a sheathed blade. When they passed by some of the cadet teams, they even made many of the cadets feel a bone-chilling coldness, and they couldn't help but back away. In the stands, all the generals had their mouths open in surprise. This team, to them, did not feel like a team of freshmen who had just finished military training. It's more like an army of 100 warriors who have just returned from a battle. Lin Rue led his men in a crisp 3-formation march, then collected his murderous aura and retraced their steps back to their positions as if he had sheathed his sword. Lu Guangji watched dumbfounded as they passed by. He was already ashamed of himself just based on the set of formation movements he had just performed. Lin Rue stopped in front of him at this point and smiled. Company Commander Lu, do you call us clowning around? End of chapter. Watching Lin Rue arrogantly leave, Lu Guangji was so angry that smoke came out of his nose. A queue is just a queue. What's the use if you just walk out of the flower? Lu Guangji looked disdainful. Later than the others, I'll see how you guys fool around. At this moment in the stands, the various generals were more dejected than their sons. Old Jing, did you see my son? It's not the same as before. That aura. I'm a bit scared even looking at him. Wang Dong smiled proudly and laughed. They say that a tiger's father does not have a dog's son. He is truly going to inherit my mantle. Jing Cheng had the same smug look on his face. My son isn't bad either. He just roared like a dragon. I had to shake 3 times when I heard it. Worthy of being my son, that aura is just like when I was young. Xiao Zhinshan looked at the two of them disdainfully. My son is still ranked ahead of your son. Surely he's the best in that team. When Wang Dong and Jing Cheng heard this, they glared at him as if they had been kicked in the ass. Old Xiao, your son's that purely called a stupid big man. It has nothing to do with being powerful or not. Sun Chao looked at them curiously. I say, so many of them all painted their faces with camouflage. How did you recognize them from so far away? Everyone looked at him. Don't you recognize your son? Sun Chao proudly raised his head. How can that be? I recognized it at a glance. That's my own son. Everyone immediately looked at him with a look of contempt. Our son wasn't carried either. You can recognize him, can't we? Principal Jian looked at this group of usually incomparably dignified generals, who at the moment were just like the parents of kindergarten children, fighting over their own children. He almost laughed. Didn't every one of them say their kids couldn't do it before? Now it's also contentious, it's almost a fight. Soon, the second bout began. All students were taken to the playground, had all of their bags opened, and then had to be in place and organized for housekeeping for a specified period of time. The requirement was to neatly fold all the quilts and clothes that had been warped in the backpack. All the rest of the stuff had to be neatly arranged around the backpack, too, just like in the dorms. With the sound of the starting gun, All cadets from each school immediately put down their backpacks to organize their housekeeping. Housekeeping, a basic competency that both recruits and military freshmen are expected to master at the first opportunity. Good housekeeping not only reflects the good qualities of a soldier, but is also another way of showing iron discipline. Everybody hurry up. Remember, start organizing with the comforter first. It's the hardest to organize. Don't mess it up. Put it away neatly. One company commander ran back and forth among their cadets. When they see some people with their hands full, they can't wait to go up and help. While Lu Guangji was all smiles at this time, his trainees' movements were incredibly sharp and unhurried. The other colleges were still arranging their quilts. All the quilts on his side had been arranged and they had all started arranging their clothes. We've been working overtime every night on housekeeping. We win this one. Just then, a sudden whistle came from not far away. Immediately after, a major yelled, "Armor School, National Defense Academy, all sorted, all excellent." This roar caused everyone to stop what they were doing, all looking incredulously at the National Defense Academy's side. Lu Guangji even ran over in 3 steps. By the time he saw the scene, his jaw hit the floor straight away. Just see all the housekeeping folded neatly. Not only were the quilts 4 square and the clothes 4 square, but even all of their single belongings in general were 4 square. The most excessive thing is that, if you look at it from a distance, their entire interior formation is 4 square. At this moment, not only Lu Guangji, but all the other military training company commanders were also shocked. To be this impeccable in such a short period of time, even they may not be able to do so well. Not to mention the students they take. National Defense Academy. This test, number 1. The major yelled. Jing Siwei and the others immediately jumped with excitement, hugging together and cheering loudly. Lin Rue looked at Lu Guangji with a smile. Company Commander Lu. Sorry, we won again. Lu Guangji let out a cold snort of anger and turned his head away. In the stands, Wang Dong and the others were equally as excited as watching a soccer ball, and the shouts were so loud that Director Qian and Gao Shiwei almost covered their ears. Good. Worthy of my son. I've seen him excel since he was a child, and sending him here was the best choice I could have made. Before this kid was even born, I knew that he would definitely be great in the future. You guys see how prescient I was. Principal Jiang listened to what was called a head of black lines, thinking that you did not say so when you first sent your son. When you all called your sons trash, you begged me to take it easy on them. Have you forgotten what you were like back then? Principal Jiang turned his head and suddenly saw the other 3 principals with faces like ashes and eyes that were spitting fire. He immediately laughed and deliberately came over and said, 3 of you, carving small skills, in front of you to make a fool of yourself. My group of students, how many times have I told them to keep a low profile and low key? Ending so quickly, doesn't it look like the other students are a lot weaker? They just don't listen. The 3 principals immediately glared at him with fire. I can't wait to cut him in 1,000 pieces with my eyes. Principal Jiang proudly retreated back. It's fine. It's fine. You guys shouldn't be angry at your own students either. Aren't there other subjects below? Let them perform well then, and I'll let my students off the hook. Let go of your man. The 3 principals couldn't hold back. Tell your people to better be at their best. Otherwise, it might get ugly next. Principal Jiang smiled. Good. With your words, then I'll let them let go and do it. Watching him turn around arrogantly, the 3 principals glanced at each other. They suddenly had a feeling as if they had said something they shouldn't have. On the playground, Jing Siwei and the others, who had finished their chores early, were bored. But it's not good to leave the group without authorization. Idle as they were, they simply started pointing at the other trainees around them. Hey, that student. It's not right for you to fold it like that. Bu Chao said. Oh yeah? A student's mouth opened wide in surprise. What's wrong? Bu Chao laughed. Your quilt looks like it's usually folded incorrectly. The folding line is not even there. Come on, get some water on it, so that it can be folded. Hey, I'm anxious to watch. The student nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll do it. Come what come? A student next to him said impatiently. Don't listen to his blind comparison. Follow our own. Don't be disturbed by him. Bu Chao was offended. Hey, why don't you guys know what's good for you? This is the senior's concern for you guys. Shut the up or I'll beat you up. The cadet yelled in anger. The other trainees were also furious. If you win, you win. What are you doing here? Never seen such a nasty guy. Bu Chao came back with vigor, rolling up his sleeves and pointing at him. Come here if you have the guts. Senior will teach you how to fight. Shut up. Lin Rue suddenly glared at him. Bu Chao instantly shriveled up and honestly retracted his head. It's him who is impolite. I'll teach him if he can't. A few moments later, all the squares had finished folding their quilts, but people aren't interested in knowing the rankings anymore. The first was taken by someone else. So what's there to be proud of even if you take second? On top of that, it's the fact that people are first more than twice as fast as they are. It's not even remotely comparable. Prepare for the third test. The major from before stood on a high platform, holding a loudspeaker and yelling. Next, listen to the whistle for emergency assembly. Sprint 1 kilometer after packing your backpacks, and the first one back wins. When the major finished, he put the whistle in his mouth. When he saw that everyone was ready, he blew the whistle hard. D. In the next second, all of them quickly bent down and quickly stuffed the things they had just organized into their backpacks. It's not a backpack, but there are tricks to stuffing it into your backpack. There's a lesson to be learned about what goes first and how. Otherwise there's too much stuff to put in at once, and then you have to start over. Come on. We can't lose to those losers this time. Lu Guangji yelled at his students. You're the best. You're the elite. You. Before he could finish his words, the sound of neat footsteps suddenly came from a short distance away. He turned his head in desperation to see that it was indeed someone from the Defense Academy. They were seen picking up their backpacks and surprisingly organizing themselves while sprinting towards their designated spots. Holy, it can still be like this? Lu Guangji and the other military training company commanders all stared in shock. In their perception, shouldn't they have gotten their backpacks first, then assembled for the final sprint? They teach all their students the same way. But this hand of the National Defense College is completely subverting what they have known for so many years. Come on, you guys do the same, come on. Some company commanders saw Lin Rue and the others run out, and immediately had their students follow suit as well. But what the guys at the National Defense Academy did was practiced over countless emergency assemblies, not just something that anyone could say they learned. They can hold a bunch of stuff in their arms and stuff it into their backpacks as they run, because usually Lin Rue gave them shorter and shorter time to gather. They'll likely have to be penalized every day if they don't. That's why it's practiced. Students from other colleges who want to learn it on a temporary basis simply can't. A lot of people chucked up their stuff and ran, but a lot of it fell all over the place and they had to come back for more. For a while, the entire scene was incomparably chaotic, for having to blindly mimic and put them out of their own rhythm. Only when Lin Rue had led a sprint of 500 or 600 meters did anyone on their side set off. I now announce that for this test, the winning team is the Armor School Defense Academy. The major yelled from the finish line. The students from the other schools were at the moment looking with despair at the smug gang at the finish line. Didn't they say they were crap? How did they win again? Report. I'm not convinced. One of the company commanders of Ludus suddenly stood out and yelled. The major looked at him in surprise. Not convinced? He ran over here openly and honestly, but he didn't use any tricks. This is what everyone saw. What are you not convinced? Is it that they are too fast? Or that their backpacks are still secure up to now? This company commander held back his red face and said, I suspect them. They're veterans pretending to be veterans. New cadets. They can't be this good. At these words, Lin Rue and his students almost collectively spurted out a mouthful of old blood. P.S. Guys, I admit I'm short and powerless because I'm female. You guys say it. It's not about me anyway. End of chapter. In an instant, the various cadet teams that had run over together all looked at Lin Rue and the others in unison. Many of them even had a look of dawning realization. Hey, what kind of looks are you guys giving? We are new trainees. Xiao Yuandong roared in anger. That company commander pointed at him. Stop pretending. You must be a veteran. What new cadet can do an emergency assembly so skillfully? Other than a veteran, there's definitely no way for a new cadet to do it. Company Commander Gua. If you didn't say it, I didn't react. A company commander came over with wide eyes. When you say it like that, that's really what's going on. Their behavior is beyond what a freshman should be. Another company commander exclaimed. No wonder they walk so fiercely in formation. If they weren't veterans of many years, they wouldn't be able to walk with that kind of momentum at all. Yes. Another company commander said excitedly. Also, their housekeeping is so well organized. I'm ashamed of myself. Must be veterans, or they couldn't have done it so well. Jing Siwei and the others were so angry that their lungs exploded. It is clear that they got where they are today by working hard. These guys can't compete. So be it. Saying they're not in person, this is too much. But before it was their turn to argue, many of the new cadets also began to shout. No wonder they painted their faces with camouflage. They don't want us to see that they are veterans. I also said that why they went lurking before the test even started. So it turns out that they wanted to use this trick to smoothly fool everyone. That way, people won't think about why they painted their faces with camouflage. It's too despicable. You can't use it like this even if you have a backstage. It's seriously undermining the fairness of the military. Hearing everyone make so much noise, the major in charge of the referee was uncertain and began to look Jing Siwei and the others up and down. Jing Siwei was so furious that he walked right out and slapped his face and said, "Look, look, take a good look. Which veteran's face is so tender?" Seeing everyone looking at themselves with strange eyes, Jing Siwei realized with a jolt that he still had thick camouflage on his face. Ha! Put! He immediately spat a couple of large spits towards his palms and then rubbed them against his face. The surrounding company commanders and cadets all took a few steps backward with disgusted faces. They could smell the fishy odor of saliva. Old scripture. We'll help you. A few people from Bu Chao walked up, and before Jing Siwei could react, he directly wiped his face with saliva. Asterisk 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 who? Why does it still smell like garlic? Soon, the true face of Jing Siwei was revealed. Xiao Yuandong grabbed him by the hair and brought his face forward. Watch it. Watch it all. Is this an old soldier? Where is he old? Have you ever seen such an old soldier? Take a good look. Where have I aged your father? Jing Siwei yelled in triumph, but at the same time patted Xiao Yuandong's hand. Lighten up old Xiao. Hair. All the company commanders and cadets looked at each other, and their faces became incredibly ugly for a moment. Jing Siwei's face wasn't pretty either, but it certainly wasn't old. It was clearly as old as they were. Lin Rui coughed and stepped forward at this time. Everyone, if you think we're cheating, I can make them wash their faces with water. After all, they really are too much better than you guys. It's normal to not believe it. I understand. With that, he also smiled and looked at the company commanders who were screaming the loudest. Need some, guys? Those company commanders now wanted to find a hole in the ground. They couldn't beat them and called them veterans. And now that they've been slapped in the face, they don't even have the face to see their cadets again. Humph. Several people turned their heads hastily. The presiding major coughed. All right, since the misunderstanding has been explained, everyone straighten up. We'll proceed to the next test right away. Bu Chao and Sun Nan and the others rushed at the students from the other academies while sticking out their tongues and making grunting noises. The eyes of the angry students of the various colleges erupted in fire. How the hell does this look like a military academy student? Obviously a childish ghost who ran away from kindergarten. Ignore them, Lu Guangji said in a cold voice to his students. Just now was just the most basic test. Next is the real core. This bunch of losers of theirs, 80% of them have put all their energy into housekeeping, and they definitely haven't trained properly in other subjects. He looked at all the trainees and said seriously, in a moment it will be the 5-kilometer cross-country test. Use your strength to show them what it means to be an elite. Yes, all the trainees confidently lowered their roars. Not only them, but the students from the other academies were also filled with wariness. Originally, they were all enemies on their own. After all, there was only one first in the test. Anyone not from this college is an enemy. But now, the National Defense Academy had managed to make them everyone's public enemy with several of the most basic tests. Almost all the colleges see the National Defense College as a competitor. Just beat them, even if they're not number one. They're cool. These guys, they just look so nasty. Lin Rui looked around with a grin. Looks like you guys managed to cause everyone to hate you. It's okay, company commander. Xiao Yuandong grinned. I just love the look in their eyes when they hate me and can't me over. Lin Rui smiled at them. These guys did look quite annoying, but the more you annoy your competitors, the more you prove that they are powerful. This was the kind of unit he, Lin Rui, would bring out. The major stood tall and watched as all the college's teams had lined up. He said aloud, next, a 5-kilometer switchback trail run. He pointed ahead of all of them. You will dash into the woods and turn back immediately upon reaching the end of the woods. The rules are simple. Whoever comes back first is first, but let no one think of speculation. The major said sternly, along the way, not only will there be people watching you, in the air, there are also drones monitoring. Anyone who speculates will be disqualified from an academy. Is that clear? Yes. All the students let out a thunderous roar. The major picked up his walkie-talkie and contacted the various posts along the route before raising his starting gun high in the air. Ready, run, bang. With the sound of a gunshot, a dozen or so huge teams immediately rushed out. The captains of the various military training companies ran at the front of the line, pressing the pace and leading their students in a rhythmic dart forward. There's also a trick to cross-country 5K in full gear. You have to start off with a big stride. You have to move at an even pace in the middle section, and then you have to sprint at full speed for the last kilometer. When you encounter the wilderness, you must also distribute your energy, otherwise it will be difficult to sprint at the end. That's why the commanders of the various military training companies personally lead their teams, just to get the best results. But when all of them ran out, the Defense Academy was actually still in the starting position. The major was confused. Hey, National Defense Academy, why aren't you guys running? Lin Rui smiled and waved his hand. Leader, we'll run later. Otherwise, if we win too much again this time, Won't they lose face again? Let's keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. The major nearly spat blood. It was the first time he had heard that during the competition test. He had to keep his opponent's head down. You guys take yourselves too seriously, don't you? In the stands, all the generals also stood up in shock. It almost didn't crowd Director Qian and Gao Shiwei. What are those brats doing? Why don't they run? Xiao Jinshan shouted in anger. Wang Dong slapped at Principal Lu Daduan's shoulder. Run! You guys run! Believe it or not, I'll take a whip and whip you. Principal Duan was on the verge of crying from the pain of being slapped, but before he could stop it, Wang Dong's two hands unexpectedly slapped down hard together. Damn you! You're pissing me off! Dropping the chain at a critical moment. You guys want to go to heaven? Principal Duan was directly slapped to the ground, while the two principals next to him had long been squatting on the ground, looking at him with a sympathetic face. Old Duan, you've suffered, Principal Duan said weakly. I feel like my tailbone is broken and my shoulder is uncomfortable, please call a doctor for me. And at the starting point, a full 2 minutes had passed. The other colleges were almost a kilometer away, but not one of Lin Rui or his students panicked. The distant stands had blown up, and both Wang Dong and Jing Cheng were standing on the railing and wailing at this side. Furious, frightened Director Qian and Gao Shiwei and the others all pushed to the end of the stands, fearing that the fish would be affected. The major on this side looked at his watch and asked curiously, you guys aren't going to abstain, are you? Even if you guys stay low, starting now, you won't be able to catch up, definitely at the bottom. Lin Rui also looked at his watch and said with a smile, there's no rush, there's still 10 seconds left. The major was speechless. After all this time, you guys are really planning to run? Lin Rui looked at his watch, and once 10 seconds had passed, his right hand slammed down as if it were a knife. Run! All the trainees were like automobiles with full horsepower. All of them ran out in a whoosh. The major felt a flash before his eyes as a large black shadow rushed out. By the time he got back to his senses, the Defense Academy people had already run a good distance away. Holy, this fast. The major's mouth opened wide in shock, and in the far stands, everyone was just as excited and woohooing as if they had seen a goal. Director Qian looked at Gao Shiwei with an innocent face. I really shouldn't have invited them. I feel like I'm attending a kindergarten sports meeting. Gao Shiwei grimaced bitterly. There's no way. If we don't let them come, they'll come and can't be stopped. At this moment, everyone in the National Defense Academy was following closely behind Lin Rui. Their steps as big as if they were hurdling. Where others take 2 steps, they take 1. On top of that, they're also extraordinarily fast. In the twinkling of an eye, they rushed into the woods. Lin Rui seriously yelled low beside the group. Bury your heads. Don't think about anything, just charge forward. I'll tell you when we hit a pit, and I'll warn you when we have to make a turn. Your mission is to run. No one answered, but every cadet immediately did as he was ordered. At this moment, all of them became emotionless running machines. After entering the woods, the speed increased again in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. Dense and neat footsteps echoed through the woods. The sentries along the way suddenly saw such a group of people rushing over with their heads buried in the ground, and surprisingly all of them backed up for fear of being hit by this group of brutes. Holy, how do these guys manage to be so neat, running so fast and so neatly? I feel like they're breathing in unison. These guys, are they really students? I feel like I've been a soldier for 3 years for nothing. Lin Rui led his students in a smoother and smoother run, and soon caught up with the teams that had run out first. They leapt over these lines without mercy, and ran wildly straight toward the end of the woods. The teams that were passed were more shocked by one than the other, because they had all realized before that they had run out a long way, and the people from the National Defense Academy were still in the same place and hadn't moved. But now, they've actually surpassed themselves. How is this possible? A company commander yelled skeptically. We went into the woods before and they didn't even move. How could they catch up? I still suspect they are veterans in disguise. They must have used human skin masks. Otherwise, how could they have run so fast? What kind of veteran can run that fast? Special forces are no better. In the midst of the wailing, Lin Rui and the others and Lu Guangji, who had already turned back, happened to meet head-on. Lu Guangji had been quite excited that they were in first, but once he saw the people from the National Defense Academy and Lin Rui's smiling face, he almost didn't break his guard on the spot. Company commander, how did they catch up so quickly? The cadets had begun to panic. Lu Guangji gave himself a hard slap and tried to stabilize his mind. He nervously yelled, don't mind them, they are just trying to play hard to get. After wasting stamina in the first stage, they'll definitely run out of stamina in the later stages. Let's run our own. They won't be able to catch up. Company commander, a student suddenly exclaimed in horror. They're at the Tanback point. Lu Guangji turned back in shock. only to see that a teen was rapidly turning around at the folding point in the distance, then came after him almost at a sprint. Lu Guangji was so scared that his eyes were going to stare out. Malagobi. Run, run, don't let those perverts catch up. In a flash, his students didn't care about anything and ran wildly forward like crazy, but it was all in vain, and Lin Rui soon overtook them, one after another. With his men, Lu Guangji and his students' eyes were filled with despair, and many of them even cried on the spot in anger. How did they still get past when they tried so hard? Just then, the National Defense Academy, which had already overtaken it, slowed down en masse. Lu Guangji was like a man who fell into the water and saw the last straw, excitedly yelling, "They're out of stamina. They're slowing down. Everyone cheer up. We haven't lost yet." When his students saw this scene, they all perked up. But just then, Lin Rui and his men turned their heads in unison, each with an easy smile on their faces. Lu Guangji and his people were all confused. That smile, like you've got no ing strength? Company Commander Lu. Sorry about that, we won again. Lin Rui said with a smile. You guys too, we let you have 3 minutes. How come we overtook you here? When we get back we must practice hard. You guys still have a lot of room for improvement. Go for it, brothers. Jing Siwei and the others yelled in unison. In the next second, they accelerated fiercely and darted towards the front. It was surprising to see them run out not too far and jump collectively. Lu Guangji didn't take a breath and fell straight to the ground. P.S. Humph, who dares to say airfield? This chapter is voluminous and plump. Full but not too full. Atmospheric. Proud and peerless. Humph. End of chapter. Move over, get out of the way. In another grandstand of the examination ground, Luo Hao led several company commanders to desperately squeeze forward to the front row, and managed to squeeze into the first row. That's a good angle, just enough to see the whole field. A company commander said happily. The other few chiefs who were also standing in the front row were already not looking too good, and once they saw Luo Hao arrive, their faces became even more unpleasant. Yo, chiefs, all ahead of me. A few of the other chiefs had already moved to the side to make way, but Luo Hao still grinned and came up. Xiao, the leader of the Tigers Regiment, smiled awkwardly. Old Luo, only just arrived. The soldiers under your command are out of this world today. They crushed us right from the start, not letting us breathe at all. Luo Hao was taken aback, but then laughed. Is that so? Sorry guys, Lu Guangji is the best company commander in our regiment. His training level is recognized by the division chief of staff. The Red 6th Regiment's Zhao Regiment commander coldly grunted in dissatisfaction. Old Luo, it's just disgusting to be pretending at this time. That Lin Rui under you is so fierce that he's almost killed us all. What are you still pretending here? Lin Rui? Luo Hao and several company commanders under him were instantly confused. Although Luo Hao had changed his impression of Lin Rui quite a bit last time, he also thought that he might be good at leading troops. But to say that he was better than Lu Guangji, better than all the other new training company commanders here, he, Luo Hao, didn't believe it. It's back. It's back. The National Defense Academy again. Suddenly, deafening shouts erupted from the stands as countless soldiers excitedly chanted. Luo Hao hurriedly turned his head to look, and in the next second he almost fell to his knees in shock. He only saw the group of cadets from the National Defense Academy that he couldn't look at, under Lin Rui's leadership, sprinting furiously towards the finish line with neat and tidy steps, a ride with not even half a shadow behind him. Even from a distance, one could feel their powerful oppressive force and impact. More than 100 people seemed to have become completely one person, as if they were heavy tanks, and rushed straight across the finish line. Awesome, awesome, they broke the 5 kilometers cross-country record. In all the years of freshman military training, there has never been such a good score. It's awesome, you guys get it right, they're grades, not to mention freshmen. Even the ones who are about to graduate can't reach it. Another man laughed. You guys probably forgot that they still delayed their departure by 3 minutes. If you do the math like that, they're up to the level of special forces. Hearing the compliments from the crowd, the other few heads all glared at Luo Hao with unsightly faces. I thought to myself, didn't you put on a good show just now? It's almost time to be happy now, isn't it? Jumping, fooling around, showing off to us. We're waiting. But at this moment, Luo Hao was even more shocked than they were. If he hadn't been holding onto the railing, he would have fallen to his knees. Several company commanders behind him were more shocked than he was, because a few of them, all of them, went to the National Defense College in the first place and were finally kicked out by Jing Siwei and the others. In their perceptions, those students are all rotten things that can never be successful in the future. But now, one company commander turned his head and slapped the other one hard in the mouth. The beaten company commander was confused and looked at him incredulously. You hit me? Curious, the batterer asked. Did it hurt? I'll you up. The beaten one kicked straight through. The guy who hit the guy had a bitter face. It's quite painful. It's not a dream, Mum. They were obviously incorrigible in the first place. Why? Why is it like that? The company commander who was beaten had an equally bitter face. Is it because we weren't gentle enough? Damn it. At that time, I would have held out a bit more and made a cow for them. Now, then, I'm the one who's in the limelight. In Luo Hao's eyes at the moment, only Lin Rui's figure remained. He had gotten over his initial shock. At this moment, he felt like he had found a great treasure that had been lost for countless years. Such a great talent. Why didn't he realize it before? But it's not too late to realize. Holy, this is going to be hairy. Meanwhile, a group of generals in the main stands had been dancing with excitement. Even a few of the older guys started hooking up and singing along excitedly. Director Qian and Gao Shiwei and the others had been squeezed into a corner. Especially Director Qian. He was beginning to wonder if he was the test person for this examination. Old Gao, you must learn your lesson next time, Director Qian said meaningfully. If you have this situation again, you must arrange a separate place for them to stay. Preferably a cage to let them play to their heart's content. Gao Shiwei nodded with a bitter smile. If this happens again, I'll give them the whole hot air balloon and let them bounce around in the sky properly. Time passed by, and students from various colleges rushed back one after another. Everyone rearranged themselves, most of them panting and sweating profusely, and even some of them had fallen to their sides. Originally they couldn't have been this bad. It's because of the sudden appearance of the people from the National Defense Academy that washed them away like a mudslide. Originally, they could have run at their own pace, but the National Defense Academy's men were charging wildly, throwing them farther and farther away, making all the new training company commanders and cadets anxious. So, people couldn't care less about breath and rhythm. All of them were desperately trying to catch up with Lin Rui and the others. But catching up for a while was okay. Trying to keep up with Lin Rui and the others was almost impossible. That's what led to the present result. And compared to them, the people from the National Defense Academy were calm and collected at the moment. This level of cross-country running is something they usually play with. For them, it would just be a warm-up. Hey, that brother, unbutton your buttons a bit or you'll get stuffy. Hey, you breathe like me. Yeah, that's it. Soon you won't be panting so much. Don't stand like that. You need to bend a little. It's my experience. It helps with stamina. Scripture Siwei and the others started pointing at the students around them again. It was met with a furious glare. But where these trainees are not so tired, they have to be scolded more or less. The presiding major stood tall and watched as the colleges threw in the towel. A stark contrast to the National Defense College. It was as if a victorious army stood before their captors. The major coughed awkwardly. This test, the National Defense Academy is number 1. Oh, Jing Siwei and the others jumped with excitement. The people from the other colleges looked angry, but they didn't have tempers at all. There's no way around it. People's strength is there. Lin Rui smilingly walked to Lu Guangji. Company Commander Lu, you don't seem to look too good. Lu Guangji's face was bruised from the fall, and the whole person was huffing and puffing and gasping for air. I thought, aren't you bull ting me? I'm so pissed off at you that I can't look good. Lin Rui, Lu Guangji pointed at him, unable to catch his breath. We are good comrades, good brothers. We can't hurt the peace, right? Lin Rui gave a thumbs up. Company Commander Lu, you're really atmospheric. Lu Guangji roared in anger. We're not done yet. When he finished, he was there again, holding his legs and breathing heavily. His students are no better. All of them are just like him. After all, they were also the second to come back. And everyone put their best foot forward. Lin Rui smiled faintly at him. Good, but for the record, friendship first, competition second. Competition is competition. Losing is losing. You can't keep getting angry. Get lost, Lu Guangji said without a trace of anger. Before even comparing it, he said that the old man lost. Can Lu Guangji not be angry? A few moments later, the whistle blew again. All teams were taken to the singles and doubles practice fields. This is a subject that involves completing 20 singles and 50 doubles. The quicker the time taken, the better. Students from all colleges were riveted. You can't beat housekeeping. You can't beat emergency assembly. And you can't beat people in running. Now it's more than power. And no one thinks they're going to lose. But when it started, the students from the various colleges were dumbfounded. They had used up a lot of energy after their run. With each bar stretch, the arms bear a tremendous amount of weight. But on the other hand, on the side of the National Defense College, their people not only pulled their bodies on the bar very gently, but they were also exceptionally standard. 20 of them were done, and the body was always as wobbly as a stick without a wobble. On top of that, the National Defense Academy side has done 3 people before the other academy side may have one down. I declare the National Defense Academy first in the single and double bar test. I declare the tactical crawl test, Defense Academy first. I declare the bomb throwing test, Defense Academy first. I declare. A morning passed, and the same sounds kept ringing out from the examination ground. Company commanders and students from various colleges had been thinking of turning over a certain program. However, under the absolute crushing of the National Defense Academy, let alone turning over, it would be good if they could catch up with others. These guys, they're too perverted. There's no hope of winning against them. Company commander, can our academy abstain and forget about it? It's too damaging to our pride to compete with them. Many trainees have developed despair, and they feel like they are here to run with the pack. Use your weakness to set off how strong people are. The various new training company commanders were now under a lot of pressure. If they had known that the National Defense Academy was so strong, they would have had to practice their cadets even harder. Now, well, it's like they've come over here en masse to be humiliated. No one dared to look over the bleachers. They could feel that their own headmaster, at this moment, must be staring at them with murderous eyes. Even in the main stands, the group of generals weren't as happy as they were before. There were just too many firsts and they were numb. Old scripture. First again. Wang Dong said. Scripture City looked at it and laughed indifferently. It's this subject. It's normal for them to be first. I'm waiting to see them shoot. I don't care about the rest anymore. This military training company commander? I must meet him afterward. Ma Kuei smiled and said. To be able to help bring these boys along so brilliantly. He's definitely not a simple person. Drip drip drip. The cadets had not long finished their meal when the sharp whistle sounded again. The presiding major walked up to the high ground and said loudly. Immediately, the next test will be conducted. Live fire. All academies, get ready. Upon hearing this news, the various academies, which had already withered, instantly boiled up. End of chapter. As soon as they heard that the next subject was shooting, the cadets from the various colleges felt confident again. They admitted it when they lost the previous subjects, but shooting depended on skill and feel, and they didn't trust those guys at the National Defense Academy to be any better than they were. After all, those who were able to enter the military academy were former top students. Not only are you smart, but you're in good shape. Shooting, not a time to compete in brute force, was the item they had the most control over. Compared to them, the Defense Academy side was much quieter. Jing Siwei and the others were like looking at animals in cages, each of them filled with disdain. What are they so happy about? Do they really think that they can beat us by switching their shotguns? Bu Chao shook his head. I really don't know. Where do they get their confidence from? Sun Nan coldly grunted. They think that they are the proud sons of heaven. In the past exams, they were great. We are indeed scum. But if we really want to be good soldiers, they are far worse. We are all gifted. I definitely agree with you on that, Ma Chi said with a serious face. Years ago, I often dreamed that I would definitely have great achievements in the future. Today I finally realized that I'm here to wake up these guys. God has given me the ability to use my strength to tell them. Don't think that being good at exams is great. Other people can steal them if they work hard. Lin Rui was speechless for a while at these guys and said in a cold voice, all right, all of you, don't give me any fooling around. He looked around and said seriously, don't forget that as a good soldier, you must always keep respect for your opponent. You can only win in the end if you give it your all. To be dismissive of your opponents is to be irresponsible to yourselves. Understand? Yes. Everyone immediately puffed out their chests. Although their hearts were filled with pride, they really couldn't look at these trainees around them. And even more so, they couldn't look at this examination that was like playing house. But they're looking at Lin Rui. What Lin Rui said was holy writ to them. The golden rule. Lin Rui told them to respect their opponents and give it their all. And their subconscious minds took note. Just then the major stepped up to the high ground again and shouted, fall in. In the next second, the various teams that were originally resting quickly assembled. The major looked at everyone and said loudly, the leader instructed that because there are too many people in this assessment. So, in order to save time and increase efficiency, by the 4 principles, 10 people from each academy will be randomly selected to represent the academy for the examination. As soon as all the academies heard this rule, many of their faces turned bad. Every academy had some sharpshooters, and they were counting on this examination to make these sharpshooters give them back some face. If all the draws are the worst shooters, then this one will be a total bust. But it's not like people can object to this rule, because it's the most just and fair way. With cheating eliminated, it's unlikely that colleges will push out their best people. It can be said that the real strength of each college can be perfectly displayed. So, although everyone was upset, no one argued back. The colleges are getting apprehensive. Except for Lin Rui and Lu Guangji's side. Both of them, they were absolutely confident. A few moments later, The principals of the 4 schools walked onto the stage. The major saluted them. Reporting to the 4 chiefs, all schools have been assembled. Please instruct. Principal Duan coughed. Then let's not waste any time and get started. Principal Kong of the Specialty Academy laughed. Old Jiang, I'll pick your school then. Principal Duan immediately said. Then you must make a good selection, especially the National Defense College, which is out of the limelight, and pick out some good ones for us to pal around with. Principal Ma of the Command Academy also winked at him. Right, old Kong. Make sure you choose well. Don't bury the talent. Principal Kong laughed and looked at Principal Jiang. Old Jiang, I'll go then. You won't be uneasy, right? To be honest, Principal Jiang really wasn't at ease. Granted, the National Defense Academy has set so many firsts, but shooting is an entirely different matter. They shot so many bullets, they shouldn't be too bad, right? Principal Jiang comforted himself in his heart, then smiled at Principal Kong. Old Kong, you can choose as you please. Everything is fair and just. Principal Kong waited for his words and nodded, heading directly over towards the armored school. The corner of Principal Jiang's mouth tugged, and although he was uneasy, he kept reassuring himself. It's fine. It's fine. Even if he picks a few poor ones, I still have other colleges. Anyway, our school will definitely be number 1 in this examination. It's fine, it's fine. With that in mind, he headed towards the other school's squares as well. Principal Kong arrived at Lu Guangji's side of the Armored Reconnaissance Academy square, and looked at the more than 200 people all proudly lifting up their chests, like elite warriors waiting for parade. He also couldn't help but nod his head darkly. All of them will be the mainstay of the Armored Reconnaissance Unit in the future. Good. All of them. He couldn't tell who was worse and who was stronger. The expressions on the guys' faces were so confident that it was really impossible to tell. So he picked 10 people out at random and then walked over to the National Defense Academy. Lu Guangji turned back and looked at the 10 picked trainees. 7 of them, all of them the best shots in the group. There are 3 left, and they could be ranked in the middle of the pack. Company Commander. Steady, a group of cadets said excitedly. Although Lu Guangji was also excited in his heart, he was incredibly serious on the surface. Don't be gullible and careless. Bring out your usual strongest strength, and this time, shock them all. Yes, those 10 people who were picked all proudly raised their chests. At the same time, his eyes intentionally looked over to the National Defense Academy. The examination had been going on for so long, and in their eyes, the only opponent was the side of the National Defense Academy. It's not just that they took a lot of firsts, more importantly, they're too beat up. Every time they win, they will blindly compare. Lu Guangji's trainees have long been unable to stand it. This time, they were going to conquer these assholes with their marksmanship and hit them hard in the face with it. When the shooting competition is over, I'll see how you can still fool around. Lu Guangji also looked at Lin Rui coldly, his fists clenched tightly. He has absolute certainty in his shooting training. Because of all the training, he focused the most on shooting and fighting. After all, his cadets, who were going to be in the armored reconnaissance units in the future, had to be exceptionally strong in those 2 categories. There's no way to compete in fighting today, but in marksmanship, they certainly won't lose. Meanwhile, Principal Kong had come over to the National Defense College. Originally he was in the stands, curious about this previously unknown academy, but at this moment, when he got close enough to take a look, he was immensely disappointed. Though they also stood exceptionally neatly, like blocks of tofu, but the look in the eyes of these cadets was very much too much for him to bear. Other colleges saw him as if he were a soldier waiting for a leader to review him. And the National Defense Academy, it's like a bunch of bigots watching some little brother come to look up to them. Principal Kong was in a rage. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that they had taken first place after first place before, he couldn't even believe that these guys were that strong. Headmaster, hurry up and choose. His secretary whispered a reminder. Principal Kong snorted coldly, his eyes sweeping over the faces of all the trainees. His eyes landed on Xiao Yuandong's face as Xiao Yuandong actually smiled foolishly at him. Principal Kong was happy. The guy looked pretty stupid at a glance. Surely not. You. Principal Kong pointed directly at him. He then looked at Jing Siwei. The guy's eyes rolled up to the sky at the moment with a look of impatience. Principal Kong was even happier. How can such an impatient guy be a good shot? You. His finger landed on Jing Siwei. He then saw Bu Chao again and almost didn't laugh. The oddball had just actually been secretly picking his nose, and when he saw himself looking over, he quickly ate it. God forbid this one isn't chosen. Principal Kong stifled a laugh and pointed at him. And you. But the next second, he just turned his head and couldn't help but burst out laughing, because he happened to see Sun Nan lick the big snot off his tongue. Sun Nan said awkwardly, reporting to the principal, I'm afraid of affecting my image, and it's really a bit hard to bear. It's quite itchy. Lin Rue turned his head and glared hard at him, scaring Sun Nan into shutting up. Principal Kong covered his stomach and laughed so hard his eyes watered. You're it, definitely you. Soon, he chose 10 people, and then swept another glance at them with a satisfied face. The glance swept over the faces of the 10 men made him smile again. It's just too nifty, especially the one that licked the big snot out of his nose and kept smiling at himself. You guys, later, be sure to behave well. Principal Kong tried to hold back his laughter, but he immediately couldn't strain himself after turning around. Watching him walk away, Bu Chao asked with a smile, this principal really has a good eye, actually picking the best shot in our academy. The trainees who weren't picked immediately gave him the middle finger. No one at the National Defense Academy would admit to being a worse shot than anyone else. Lin Rue coldly smiled at them. Don't be narcissistic. Can't you guys see that people chose you because you look good? Asterisk. The 10 people chosen immediately looked at each other. Surely it wasn't me who said that. The other cadets immediately added. Don't be modest. You're all. Asterisk. Jing Siwei and the others immediately raised their middle fingers, but it was quickly drowned out by 100 more middle fingers. Asterisk. That dead old man, who looks quite amiable, turns out to be treating us like little cuties. Xiao Yuandong roared low in anger. If he dares to come over again, Lao Zi spit at him. Lin Rue glared at them. Alright, he thinks you guys are stupid, so use your strength to show him who's stupid. Wait, don't lay low. Lin Rue said coldly. Tell them what it means to shoot. With Lin Rue's words, Jing Siwei and the others were like unlocked divine beasts. One rubbed his hands together in excitement. His eyes filled with a flirty gleam. P.S. I've managed to get stuck again. Don't you want to hit me? Alas. You can't hit. Just can't hit. Slightly. End of chapter. After the 10 minutes of preparation time was over, the selected cadets from each academy walked towards the firing range, led by their respective company commanders. Because the range is far from the stands, the principals of all 4 schools came to the range in order to be fair and impartial, supervise the game up close in case there is cheating or injustice. The presiding major looked at all of them and said aloud, the shooting test will test your proficiency in the use of rifles and pistols. As a Chinese soldier, shooting is a subject you must be proficient in. Next, you will be tested on 200 meters of standing fire, 200 meters of kneeling fire, and 300 meters of prone fire. Pistols, there will be a 20-meter, 30-meter and 50-meter test. The major said loudly, this is for fixed targets. When all the tests are over, the rifles will be fired at a 200-meter moving target. Pistols that will perform 50 meters of propulsive fire at moving targets. The major said sternly, I repeat that muzzle loading is strictly forbidden, and that every command must be obeyed absolutely. If anyone disobeys, the entire academy's grade goes to 0. This is an incredibly serious matter, and I hope you'll take it seriously. Do you hear me? Yes. The representatives of each academy let out a roar. The major exclaimed, 5 minutes of activity to prepare. He then turned around and started to go to the target position to check the firearms. As soon as he left, all the cadets and company commanders looked over to the Defense Academy side almost simultaneously. Everyone's eyes were filled with provocation. What are you looking at? Jing Siwei had a disdainful look on his face. Don't think that you can win against us just because your eyes are wide open. You'll still be abused later. Xiao Yuandong stroked his chin and laughed. Old Jing, I think they want to see more of us so that they can remember our faces. After all, our handsome faces will become their nightmares for the rest of their lives. Asterisk. The cadets from almost every academy simultaneously raised their middle fingers towards them. I admit, you guys were quite impressive before. A student grunted coldly, but compared to your shamelessness, that's not even worth mentioning. Right, another student said in a cold voice. Your shameless abilities can compete in the World Championship. If you guys say second, make sure no one dares to say first. You guys know. Bu Chao said smugly. This is called confidence. Absolute confidence. Get it? Forget it. You guys who haven't won first place will never know what confidence means. Confidence? It's all standard for champions. You guys don't stand a chance of getting it. These words were like knives, piercing hard into the hearts of all the trainees. It would have been frustrating enough that they didn't get any firsts. Now that it was even said in public, everyone instantly exploded. Company commander. Can I punch this guy? Company commander. I want to smash this mother asterisk******'''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''h. Come on to be idle. This crappy examination, competing with you guys is just too boring. Come over here. I'll teach you what fighting means. Company Commander Lin, take care of your men, Lu Guangji said in a cold voice. Don't arch your fire here. If you're capable, we'll see what happens with the shooting later. The other company commanders couldn't help themselves and said to Lin Rue in a cold voice, Company Commander Lin, you'd better control them. These guys are too cheap-mouthed, and I'm afraid we won't be able to control our students later. It would be bad if they beat up your men. Lin Rue looked at his people with a smirk. Hear that? Shut up. Look at you guys. Don't you just get a dozen or so first places? What's there to fool around with? Until you get all the firsts. Be honest and keep a low profile. Got it? Yes. Jing Siwei and the others hurriedly replied. Lin Rue cheerfully looked at all the company commanders. I'm sorry guys. These boys are just too crazy. I usually scold them a lot. Aren't they just stronger than others? What's there to fool around with? We are comrades in arms, not enemies. If you guys are stronger, at most people will concede. It's not like you can do anything to others. All the company commanders almost died on the spot from anger when they heard this. What you Lin Rue means is that we are inferior to you in everything. How come this guy's mouth is evenier than these cadets? No wonder you can bring up such a strange bunch. It's useless to show off your tongue. Lu Guangji grunted coldly. We'll know who's powerful when we shoot later. Lin Rue nodded his head vigorously. Right. Old Lu is right. Shoot first. We won't know who's fiercer until afterward. Lu Guangji always felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but he couldn't tell where it was strange. Just then, the major approached with the 4 principals, and everyone immediately stood up with their chests puffed out. Leaders, please arrange your order of appearance, Major said. Principal Duan smiled faintly. Old Jiang, your students have made a name for themselves and overwhelmed us all. Why don't we let them bottom out this time? Principal Ma nodded his head as well. Yes, the most powerful ones usually come out in the finale. Old Jiang's people are so powerful, a finale is the best. The corner of Principal Jiang's mouth twitched. He knew in his heart that these old guys were never so kind. Letting his students have the finale. This is letting their people perform in front of the leaders first and then making his people shameless, isn't it? Thank you all for your kind words. Principal Jiang coughed. But then, there's no need to take care of them specifically. Since old Jiang said so, let them be number 1. Principal Kong said cheerfully. I think they'll definitely shock everyone with this appearance. Principal Duan also immediately nodded his head. Right. Look at their temperament. It can definitely shock the entire audience. The 3 principals were all full of impish grins. It couldn't be helped. It was really that the temperament and looks of Jing Siwei's gang were just too different from ordinary soldiers. The pride in their bones is what makes them look strange. Don't. Principal Jiang, however, was in a hurry. If you don't end up last, you can't be first either. Who are they? How can they be first? Principal Jiang was well aware that being the first one out of the gate was actually a lot of pressure. In the event of a bad play, there is a good chance that you will be passed by the person behind you. He was genuinely worried about the psychological quality of this group of people from the National Defense Academy. In case the pressure is too much and they can't perform as well as they usually do, it would be embarrassing to go out there. And he and the 3 principals actually see it the same way. Can these 10 crooked guys really play well? How bad would it have to be if they couldn't even play their usual grades? Old Jiang, have faith in your students. And also have faith in this little company commander. Principal Kong looked at Lin Rue with a bad smile. This little comrade, are you willing to be first? Before Principal Jiang could stop him, Lin Rue had already shouted. Yes, willing. Jing Siwei and the others shouted along. Principal Jiang really wanted to cover his face. I gave you guys to fight. You guys agreed so quickly? The 3 principals looked at each other, then laughed together. Alright, since they all agree, then it's number 1. Old Jiang, you don't object, do you? Principal Jiang glared at them fiercely and turned toward the judges' table. The 3 principals grinned as they ordered the remaining teams to come out and headed toward the judges' table as well. Don't worry guys, these 10 guys are all oddballs. I hand-picked them, Principal Kong whispered. This time, they'll be thankful if they don't make it to the bottom. Principal Duan laughed out loud. It's their turn to bottom out. They've made all the noise in this test, still letting people live. Principal Ma smiled and said. However, old Jiang's face is going to be ugly. As soon as they had left on their side, the major asked Lin Rue to lead the team to the target position. There's nothing to think about. Lin Rue instructed the 10 men. Practice how you normally would, and fight how you normally would. Remember, go all out. Understood. Lin Rue retreated to the side after explaining. He had absolute faith in these guys. They all dared to meet the bullets with a target, and there was no one in this room with a better mentality than them. Get the gun, the major yelled down. Jing Siwei and the others immediately grabbed their guns. The major frowned slightly when he saw that they weren't in a good aiming position. Still, he raised the red flag and waited until the target on the opposite side of the room came out. and he immediately waved it down. The very second the red flag fell, the guns in the hands of the 10 cadets were like vipers coming out of their holes. Fire, load, aim, fire. All the movements flowed in a single motion. Bang, bang, bang. Before the crowd in attendance could react, they had already hit a number of short point-blank shots. Holy, hit that fast? All the people from the various academies looked towards the target with curiosity. On the judges' table, Principal Jiang spewed out a mouthful of tea, his eyes shocked as he looked toward the target. What the hell is this? Shooting on sight? Besides, it's 200 meters, and it's still a standing shot. How dare you guys shoot short and point blank? Anyone who has ever shot a gun knows that guns have strong recoil, especially the 81 bar they are using now. One shot and the recoil of the gun goes hard against the shoulder. Therefore, during the general shooting test, not to mention new recruits, even veterans dare not use short point shooting, because the first round might hit and the next 2 rounds wouldn't know where they would hit. Old Jiang, your students are really raw, coming up with short point blank shots. Principal Duan laughed. They're definitely confident in themselves. I'm optimistic about them. They'll definitely shoot well. Principal Ma also laughed out loud, worthy of being Lao Zhang's students. Ah, just like Lao Zhang, they are all confident people. I told you. Letting them be the first to go on stage will definitely shock the entire audience. Principal Zhang's mouth twitched unnaturally hard twice. If he could, he would hate to go over and kick Jing Siwei and the rest of them hard right now. What the hell is that? Who shoots a gun that comes up with a short point blank shot? From the distant stands, Wang Dong and the others saw this scene and all of them exploded at this moment. What are these little doing? Do they think they're all special forces marksmen? Grandma, I was looking forward to watching them shoot. And the minute they come up, they give me short point blank shots? Damn it, I'm going to kick that kid's ass later. It's over. It's over. I don't want to see it anymore. It's too damn embarrassing for my old man. How did I give birth to such a son? A bunch of old fathers pounding their chests and wanting to go up and fight for their sons. Gao Shiwei and Director Qian looked at each other. These guys weren't like this a few minutes ago. This face is getting too ing fast. Soon, Jing Siwei and the others shot all the bullets in their magazines, without waiting for the major's order. They had already begun to change magazines quickly and were all down on one knee waiting for a new target to appear. Principal Kong picked up the binoculars and said with a smile, "Let me appreciate how strong they really are." Principal Jiang turned his head in anger. He really didn't want to see Principal Kang's face later. Principal Duan and Principal Ma also raised their binoculars at the same time, both of them wanting to properly mock Principal Jiang at the first opportunity. Who let him out of the limelight today? But 2 seconds later, there were a couple of big thumps. Principal Jiang turned his head violently, only to see the binoculars of the 3 men actually falling to the ground at the same time. What's wrong? Principal Kang's mouth opened wide in dumbfounded disbelief. I seem to have chosen the wrong person. End of chapter. Principal Jiang was dumbfounded by the expressions of these 3 people. Is this a bad fight? So bad that you can't even stand to look at it? But it shouldn't be. The National Defense Academy has taken so many bullets. Even the worst cadets can't be particularly bad, right? Principal Jiang couldn't help but be curious and immediately picked up his binoculars to look into the distance as well. After only 2 seconds, his entire body jumped in shock. At this time the 10 targets were ready to be removed. But Principal Jiang clearly saw that the 10 rings were densely packed with all bullet holes. It's not one target. It's 10 targets all the same. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Principal Jiang was as happy as if he had picked up a treasure. He looked at Principal Kong with a smug expression. Old Kong, you really know how to pick people. I'm envious of how these eyes grow. Principal Kong was crying and laughing at the moment, wishing to smack himself a few times. He wanted to ask himself, how the hell did those eyes grow? It's obviously a bunch of oddballs. So how come they're so good? Principal Duan and Principal Ma's faces were no better at the moment, both of them glaring fiercely at Principal Kong. Principal Kong looked at them, completely innocent. Seeing the faces of these 3, Principal Jiang smiled even more happily. Ah, the 3 of you. I'm sorry, it looks like we're going to win this one again. You guys are really something too. Why did you have to let them come out first? I've told you all with my eyes. Why don't you guys listen to people? This is great. They're fighting so wonderfully. How can your students come out later to compete? That pressure, how big must it be? Ha ha ha. Seeing Principal John's villainous look, the 3 principals couldn't wait to pinch him to death. Did you just call that a hint? You're obviously worried sick. Okay? I'm afraid you didn't know they were so powerful yourself. Principal Kang's mouth twitched a few times, and he sneered at Principal Jiang. What's the rush? This is just the beginning. Maybe they won't be able to make it down there. Principal Duan nodded along. Old Jiang, don't be too happy. If they don't play well later, you'll lose face. Principal Jiang pointed at them and laughed. Anxious. Anxious, ha ha ha. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious, ah. Won't you be able to see them perform later? The three principals were so angry their eyes were spitting fire. On the contrary, they have no words to dislike people. With things like shooting, it's all about strength. You're not in a position to talk about people when they're hitting the ball so well. Just then the presiding major raised the red flag once more. Kneel and fire. Ready to hit. No sooner had his words left his mouth than even the red flag dropped and Jing Siwei and the others had opened fire. Bang! 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 The gunshot immediately shocked the entire crowd again. Just now it was a short point and shoot. This time it went straight to a long point and shoot. The representatives of the colleges and company commanders immediately buzzed into a frenzy. These guys are crazy, aren't they? You can't get enough of short point shooting, so you've switched to long point shooting? Did they not shoot much before and now they're taking it out on the bullets? The way I see it, they probably know they can't hit it, so they're giving up on themselves, right? It's possible. If it were me, it would be nice to simply have a good time, knowing that I can't win anyway. After all, aren't there many chances like this? They were pressurized because there was no way for them to see the results first, so no one knew that at this moment. Although Jing Siwei and the others had switched to long point shooting, every shot was hitting the 10 ring. Principal Kang's three men used binoculars to watch the bullet holes on the target get denser and denser, and the three men were completely dumbfounded. They were shooting from a kneeling position with their legs for support. So, is that why they shoot long point blank shots? Principal Kang's face was more ugly than crying at the moment. If we let them get down on their stomachs here, did they stop only after a barrage of bullets directly ran out? Principal Jian looked at the three's faces and laughed excitedly. It won't happen. Their company commander will let them keep a low profile. It's impossible for them to shoot all of them in one shot. Must leave a chance for your students to shoot as well. Can't let them come for nothing, can we? Ha ha ha. Principal Ma looked at Headmaster Zhang's smug look and gritted his teeth as he said to the other two, can we beat him to death? The corners of Principal Duan's mouth twitched. If there's no one else, I'll definitely agree with you. Yes. Jing Siwei was the first to finish typing and stood up. Wang Shang also stood up right after him and gave him a provocative look. I'm not slower than you. I just hesitated for a moment. Jing Siwei smiled. Old Wang, is it so hard to admit that you are worse than me? We're all on our own. So a little difference is a little difference. Wang Shang coldly grunted. In this life, I've never been worse than anyone else. Come on, compare in the next match. Just compare. Jing Siwei grunted coldly. I'm afraid you'll cry if you lose. I'm afraid you won't have the face to meet people after you lose. Wang Shang didn't budge at all. The major on the side looked dumbfounded. What's the situation? You're here to compare yourselves against your own people? There are so many trainees around. Do you think they are air? Soon, all of them stood up after firing. The major glanced at the target through his binoculars, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Chief, it's time for the next round. Lin Rue reminded. The major looked at him with an embarrassed expression. Could you talk to your students? Lin Rue looked curious. Say what? The major walked over and whispered in his ear. This is a test and a competition. Look, so many leaders are watching. You just let your students keep a low profile and give other schools a chance too. The way they're playing, people don't even need to come out to compete. Lin Rue looked embarrassed. He never dreamed that what the major requested of him would be this. I'll try to keep them on the down low. Lin Rue said. The point is, I'm afraid they won't be able to break it. After all, are they all newcomers? The major almost had to spit blood. All that fighting and a ing newbie? Even if I were to play, I'd wake up laughing if I was half as good as them. Okay? I think it's time to make it more difficult for you guys. Otherwise it's not fair to the others. The major said. For the next round of prone shooting, I'll give you guys an additional 50 meters. Any comments? Lin Rue turned his head to look at his trainees. Hear that? People are going to add 50 meters to you guys to make it more difficult. Afraid that you guys will play too well and make the other schools look bad. The major had a black line. I'm talking to you in private. What are you ranting about? He was just about to take that back, but it turned out that Bu Chao directly said, let's add another 50 meters, or else this first place will be hot for me to take. Sun Nan nodded seriously. Leader, just add 100 meters. In fact, adding more is fine. It's too close. The fight is completely meaningless. Yeah, leader, Marge said. Add more. It's okay. The major was about to fall to his knees, thinking, are you guys brain dead? Plus 50 meters. That's 350 meters of prone shooting. At this distance, it's almost hard to see the target with the naked eye. You're going to add more? Even more than 400 meters? With that mechanical sight on the 81 bar? Are you guys hitting it right? He coughed. Since you agree, let's add 50 meters. Xiao Yuandong quickly said. No, leader, you really don't have to feel sorry for us. Just add more. Otherwise we'll win too easily. The major glared at him fiercely. You think this is a food market? You can add as much as you want. Ha! 50 is 50 when I say so. Xiao Yuandong bristled. 50 is 50. What's so fierce about it? The major was speechless. His addition of 50 had actually violated the rules. If it wasn't for the fact that the group from the National Defense Academy was so fierce, he wouldn't have been able to add it even if it killed him. But if it's more than 50 meters, then it's all his fault if he doesn't hit it right. So, he's certainly not going to add. Get ready, the major commanded and immediately turned to make arrangements. Far away in the main stands, a group of generals saw the firing aborted and began to speculate. What's wrong? Did they break the rules? It's not going to be a bad enough fight to be disqualified, is it? Why do I get the feeling that they're messing with the referee? Damn it, if you lose, you lose. If you dare to mess with the referee, I'll break his legs for sure, Gao Shiwei said indifferently. Everyone, you shouldn't think too badly. Let's see. There must be something temporary going on, but it's definitely not what you guys think. I believe them. Wang Dong immediately turned his head and gave him a thumbs up. Old Gao, it's still you who has the vision. Yes, I also believe that my son will definitely not be like that. Xiao Yuandong laughed. Old Gao is not to be blamed for being able to become a commander. This vision of people is poisonous. It's the same as what I see. Gao Shiwei's heart ran through 10,000 horses. Didn't you just want to break your son's legs? This change is too damn fast. Meanwhile, the arrangements have been made over at the range. Jing Siwei and the others all slumped down, just waiting for the major's order. Lin Rui whispered a reminder from a short distance away. Later, all of you pay attention. All 10 men looked at him with surprised faces. Company commander, you want us to let go of the water? Let go of your masters. Lin Rui glared at them fiercely. I'm telling you, whoever dares to let go, I'll go back and get him killed. All 10 of them broke into heartfelt smiles. Is this what their company commander should look like? Fight! The major's flag waved down and 10 men immediately pulled the trigger. Da 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 da. The gunfire was continuous and the recoil was hard against their bodies. All the bullets poured out like a tidal wave. Everyone in the room stood up in shock at the sound of the shot. Holy, how dare they? They're actually holding the trigger? It's a nasty piece of that can't be hit by a single bullet. It's such a long distance. It's a game, isn't it? All the trainees and company commanders showed their scorn, but Lu Guangji frowned slightly. In the beginning, like everyone else, he felt that the group selected for the National Defense Academy must be weak and were giving themselves up. But when he saw Lin Rui's leisurely face standing beside him without the slightest look of worry, his heart suddenly panicked. No, how can this guy laugh when he sees his students fooling around? It can't be. Suddenly, he had a tingling sensation in his scalp. Looking at the target in the distance, the whole thing doesn't look good anymore. And at this moment in the stands, Jin Chang and the others were already cursing in anger. Son of a little brat, what the are you doing? Who taught you to shoot like that? When the test is over, I'll be sure to teach their new training company commander a lesson about what kind of this teaches. Damn it, I've been a soldier for so many years, but I've never seen such a shot. It's a waste of bullets to shoot like this at this distance. Director Qian also frowned slightly as he looked at Gao Shiwei and said, Before, I saw that this academy was quite stable. Why is it so haphazard now? Gao Shiwei shook his head. I'm not sure, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. Is it? Director Qian laughed. How complicated can it be? How can you hit the target with this kind of shooting? Hey, it seems that I thought too highly of them before. Report, firing complete. At the range, Wang Shang and Jing Siwei jumped up almost simultaneously. The two of them glanced at each other, then raised their chins proudly, neither one of them being convinced of the other. The major on the side shivered and looked at the stopwatch, his whole face twitching. 30 rounds, and they were done in only 10 seconds. And 30 rounds, all on the 10 ring. What the hell is a human being capable of doing? At the same time, the judges' table, including Principal Jiang, was also shocked at the moment. In such a fast time, and at a distance of 350 meters, you actually hit the bullseye? A large amount of cold sweat broke out all over Principal Jiang's forehead. Even if he killed him, he didn't expect that this group of boys, who were once not favored by him, could actually be so strong. The bullets weren't wasted. They weren't wasted, he said with a huge smile on his face instantly. Old Jiang. The other three principals looked at him with angry faces. Are you training new students? You're clearly training a special force to compete with us. You're so bad. P.S. Why don't you give me votes? I want votes. Monthly votes. Recommendation votes and rewards. The donkeys in the production team have to be fed before they can work. Besides, donkeys are lazy. I take a small whip to whip myself, but hard-working. Ba ba ba. End of chapter. The Defense Academy's side had just finished shooting when a chorus of boos came from their rear convenience. Have you guys never shot a gun before? How can you shoot like that? Go down. Don't be a disgrace. You'd better go and compete in brute force. That suits you better. Lu Guangji heard his students also raising a ruckus and immediately glared over coldly. Shut up. The 10 students looked at him in surprise and disbelief. They have a bean with the National Defense Academy from school all the way to the test. Not only was the base occupied by others for no reason, but the test was also crushed by them all the way. Now is obviously a good opportunity to fall into the well. Lu Guangji, this is what happened? Lu Guangji said in a cold voice. No matter what, we are in the same school. It's up to the outsiders to raise a ruckus. We can't fight internally in front of the outsiders. Even if we don't get along, we can't let outsiders see the joke. The trainees came to a realization and nodded approvingly one by one. Even if the National Defense College had a beam with them, they were still alumni of one of their schools. As fierce as they fought, they couldn't let outsiders look at them as a joke. But where do they know that Lu Guangji's heart is actually incomparably apprehensive at this moment? The longer he watched Lin Rue, the more panicked he became. This guy is still all smiles up to now. It's not like they're really playing well, is it? On the other side, Principal Jiang looked at the other 3 principals with a smile. Your students, gentlemen, seem to have a lot of disdain for my students. They must be able to fight better, right? I really want to open my eyes. Ha ha ha. The 3 principals stared, killing him. I thought to myself, what are you pretending to be, you old thing? With the grades you students play with, unless you call out the special forces, you won't even be able to match our instructors. You're damn right, it's intentional. The corner of Principal Duan's mouth twitched. There's still moving targets. There's still pistols. Aren't we done with the competition yet? Good. Principal Jiang was instantly energized. Then I'll let them show it to you guys quickly. And then, let me also appreciate the abilities of your trainees. Principal Duan just wanted to stop it, but Principal Jiang had already stood up and shouted to the major. Immediately organized them to shoot moving targets. And pistol shooting. Don't take a break. Hurry up and finish. A little confused, the major rushed over and asked bitterly, Leader, all like this, still fighting? Principal Jiang nodded his head seriously. Of course, since it's an examination, we definitely have to finish it. And even if we don't agree, the students from the other academies won't agree. He immediately looked at the other waiting cadets. Do you agree to let the students of the National Defense Academy finish early? Disagree, the students from each academy shouted. In their opinion, what the hell is that thing the guys from the National Defense Academy are fighting? It's a purely blind fight. Must have done so poorly that they want to quit early and stop embarrassing themselves. So much weird talk for bullying us so badly before. You want to quit now that you can't fight? Grandma! All of the academies were holding their breath, just waiting to see the National Defense Academy's joke. It's okay to embarrass them. Quit? No way. Principal Duan's trio was on the verge of vomiting blood as they listened. Thinking to myself, what are you guys disagreeing with? Do you have to wait for someone to come and smack you in the face? But in front of so many people, there was no way they could order it to end. And that would be cheating. There was nothing for it but for the major to salute and lead the way. Everyone, don't worry, it'll be over soon. Principal Zhang's face was full of folds as he smiled. Soon the moving targets were set up. The major looked at Lin Rue. Company Commander Lin, did you tell your students or not? Lin Rue nodded his head in a serious manner. Said it, of course. But they're newcomers. It's hard to control their level. The major was so angry that he simply stopped talking. It wasn't any of his business anyway, so just go ahead and fight however you want with these guys. Begin. As soon as the flag in the major's hand fell, a target was immediately erected 200 meters away. These targets are not stationary, but rise from the east and immediately fall to the west. In the place of an ordinary soldier, the first time a light target appeared, he would try to shoot around, find the trajectory, and by the way, the feel. But Jing Siwei and the others opened fire from the moment the first target appeared. And, all long point-blank shots. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew past, and the targets that were moving were shaken violently back and forth. Luckily it's a mechanical operation. If a different person was carrying the target, it was estimated that the tiger's mouth could be shaken and bled by such intensive shooting. The first target fell, and Jing Siwei and the others had shot almost half their rounds. Once again, the crowd behind them booed violently. Hurry up and fight. After today, you won't have so many bullets to shoot later. When you go back in the future, study up on your culture. Shooting guns is not for you. No, it's good to let them practice more physical fitness. They can do hard labor in logistics in the future. Compared to their ridicule, at this moment, Principal Duan's trio was so ashamed that they couldn't even raise their heads. They just saw it clearly with binoculars. From the time the first target was up to the time it was down, almost all of the bullets from Warksworth and the others hit the center of the target. That's a moving target. It must require the shooter to be precise about the trajectory at all times to be able to do this. And it remains in their perception that no one other than the special forces can do it at all. Principal Jian looked at their goofy faces and smiled with a spring in his step. 3. I know this kind of shooting isn't much fun, and hitting the bullseye on all of them isn't much of an accomplishment. Just bear with me. They'll be done soon. And then, look at your students' performance. The 3 principals now wanted to find a hole in the ground. This Principal Jiang is so damn annoying. Can you shut up and let us clear the air? Old Duan. You too. What are you letting them continue for if nothing else? Principal Ma grumbled and whispered. Just now I wanted to propose that we let them finish early. Principal Kong also looked bitter. This is great. Letting this bastard old Jiang fool around. I can guarantee that in the next month, I'll have nightmares about old Jiang's beaten face. Principal Duan looked bitter. I was just looking for some face. I didn't expect. Old Jiang. I hate him to death. Da 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 da. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed over the entire range. The sound of heavy gunfire was deafening. Soon the National Defense College had conducted all the shooting subjects. The major ran over with an odd expression and saluted. For leaders, they're done shooting. Still want to see the target paper? Of course we have to watch it, Principal Jiang said with a grin. And it's up to Principal Kong to announce the results. Me? Principal Kong glared at Principal Jiang with an angry face. Old Jiang, it's too much. How did I go overboard? Principal Jiang stared at him with a smirk. You didn't pick the people? Didn't you say you thought highly of them at the time? Now shouldn't that be you announcing the results? Principal Kong was on the verge of tears with anxiety. Principal Jiang pushed him out. Old Kong, just hurry up. The chiefs in the stands are still waiting for the results. Principal Kong looked to the other 2 principals for help. Those 2 waved their hands at him with a helpless face, signaling that he was reluctant to do so. It can't be helped. If you don't let old Khan come to such a humiliating event, do you want them to come themselves? Principal Kong had no choice but to walk out, and the major had already had all the targets brought in and placed in front of him. The cadets from each academy all poked their heads out to look this way. It can't be all light targets, can it? Ha ha, it's possible. At that kind of fight, it's not impossible for all of them to run away from the target. You guys are too cruel. At least let people get on 1 or 2. That's just it. If they don't get a single shot on, how mental they have to be. Ha ha ha, I guess after today's fight, they won't want to touch a gun for the rest of their lives. It's so humiliating. Everyone was waiting for a good show, and Lu Guangji also poked his head long. He was more anxious than anyone else right now. Lin Rui's confident smile was dangling right in front of his eyes, and without seeing the results, he felt like there was a knife hanging over his head at all times. Only when he sees the results can he be completely at ease. On the stands, Boulay hurriedly shouted to everyone. Everyone, the results are going to be announced. Hurry up and come see. Wang Dong's entire body paralyzed in the chair, lifelessly said. What else is there to hear? All beaten like that, is to hear how bad they are? Lousy's person today, here is considered to be disgraced. Jingcheng said in despair. Lousy has been a soldier all his life. From the ordinary first soldier promoted to the 2nd lieutenant, and has been doing it until now. But my efforts in this lifetime, all of them are thrown away by that little brat here today. Old Step you come to give me a shot. I have no face to live. Ma Kuwei said with a bitter face. Today I said I wouldn't come, but that of mine insisted that I come. How can I be so unfaltering in my will? If I had known, I should have given her a slap and slapped her out of the way. But the worst thing is that I went back to my knees at night to make amends for my sins. When Boulay saw that everyone had a look of despair on their faces, he could only reveal a bitter smile. No one knew better than he did, after all. He was the one who sent boxes of ammunition to the National Defense Academy. So much ammo had been used up, and he was in no way convinced that the boys could fight poorly. Meanwhile, Principal Khan was touching a target covered with bullet holes with a trembling hand. Each target was very similar. All of them hit in the center of the target and otherwise intact. The major whispered next to him. Leader, it's been counted. On each target, no more, no less than 30 bullet holes. And all 10 rings. Principal Khan almost didn't let a breath pass his lips. He helped the secretary to stand still and looked at Lin Rui with a face of embarrassment and admiration. Little comrade, how in the world did you bring them up like this? By heart, Lin Rui said blandly. Principal Kong froze, but a small smile soon rose to his face. Well said, well said. Our predecessors have told us that as long as we put our hearts and minds to it, There is nothing in this world that cannot be done, much less a task that cannot be accomplished. Without hesitation this time, President Kong picked up the microphone and said to the room, I declare. All of them, at once, pricked up their ears and listened. And in the stands, the various generals simply closed their eyes. National Defense Academy. All shooting disciplines, all bullets hit all 10 rings. They are, deservedly, number 1, Principal Kong exclaimed. In the next second, everyone in the various academies had their jaws smashed on the ground. Lu Guangji's legs were even softer as he directly knelt down, his eyes filled with disbelief. All, 10 rings? My God, is this something that can be done? In the stands, Director Qian and Gao Shiwei were all shocked and stood up. Boulay was like a child, jumping with excitement. Did you hear that? They're number 1. They're number 1 all the bullets. All 10 ring hits. What? Wang Dong fell straight to the ground from his chair and looked at him incredulously. What the did you say? End of chapter. Wang Dong was just about to stand up when Jing Cheng stomped on his hand and ran towards Boulay. I'm going to you. It's a hand. Wang Dong yelled in pain. But before he could stand up, Xiao Zhinshan stomped on his leg again. Wang Dong's face turned green from the pain, but Xiao Zhinshan actually turned around and glared at him. Old Wang, don't get in the way there. You almost tripped me. I'm tripping your ass. Wang Dong's tears watered from the pain. Soon everyone rushed over to the bleachers and grabbed their binoculars to look toward the location of the range. Gao Shiwei and Director Qian couldn't squeeze through no matter how they tried, and the two of them could only helplessly let their men go to see what was going on. Old Boo, did you hear it clearly just now? Wang Dong asked as he ran over while enduring the pain. Everyone's gazes all looked towards Boulay. Boulay nodded his head excitedly. I heard it clearly. Principal Kong announced, 10 of them, all shooting subjects, all bullets all hit, and all 10 rings. Sure, Xiao Zhinshan was shocked. They all hit like that. And, still, they all hit, and still all 10 rings? Ma Kuei's eyes widened in shock. Old Boo, are you sure you heard it right? At this time, the major sent out by Director Qian ran back in a hurry and repeated in front of everyone. Leaders, Principal Kong has already checked. All the targets have 30 bullet holes, and all of them hit 10 rings. Silence. Within an instant, everyone was collectively silent. However, after only 2 seconds, Wang Dong and the others suddenly erupted in shocking laughter. One old guy hugged that was bouncing and jumping. I'm afraid I was never this happy when I married my daughter-in-law and had a son. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew that kid was good. A tiger's father has no son. Wang Dong was so excited that tears were streaming down his face. Xiao Zhinshan hammered hard on Sun Chao's chest. Too competitive for us. That kind of fighting style. In exchange for us veterans to go there can't do it. Marquis nodded vigorously. No one but the special forces can do what they do at all. Boulay laughed. At that time, that kid of mine asked me to send ammunition to their academy. At that time, I was wondering whether they were in military training or what. Now it seems that their military training company commander is really something. Who is that company commander? What's his name? And which unit? Jing Cheng asked seriously. Such a good company commander. I want to thank him in person. Moreover, such a good seedling should never be wasted. Looking at their excited looks, Gao Shiwei and Director Qian both revealed a bitter smile. They were also fathers, so of course they could understand Wang Dong and their feelings. Anyone who wants their son to be a dragon, especially these pride-filled soldiers who want their sons to excel more than anyone else. None of them wanted anyone to point fingers behind their backs and call them tigers. Before that, they may have been disappointed for too long. But now, their son is the greatest pride in their hearts. Old Gao, let's go over there too. Director Qian said. To be able to hit such a score has never happened in the history of any military school. We must go over there. Gao Shiwei laughed. Not to mention the military school. Even if it's a scouting unit selection or a special forces selection, it's impossible for such achievements to occur. Only a qualified special forces soldier can do what they did. So, Gao Shiwei looked at Wang Dong and the others and said appreciatively, they deserve to be proud of their son. Not to mention them, I am proud that our army has such a group of young men. The two men laughed and took their men with them towards the range. Wang Dong and the others also hurriedly followed them. They also want to be the first to see their sons in action. A few moments later, Director Qian and Gao Shiwei and the others arrived at the shooting range. All the trainees from each academy, all of them stood straight with their chests raised. Only disappointment, as well as deep admiration, showed in each of their eyes. They were disappointed that they had met such a strong opponent, and they were simply not qualified to compete with others. They also felt that they were rather stupid before. How dare they mock people? They can't catch up with this achievement even if they beat their horses. But they admired the group even more. Soldiers, that's it. Before there was a match, they could look down on anyone, but after the contest, if you're strong, everyone will respect you. Because, troops, the only ones most honored are the strong. Jing Siwei and the others had already conquered everyone, including the new training company commander, with their god-awful marksmanship. Director Qian looked at the targets one by one, always with a satisfied smile on his face. Gao Shiwei and Wang Dong and the others followed him, looking at the densely packed bullet holes on the target and nodding their heads in satisfaction. Lin Rue, on the other hand, stood straight in front of them with 10 men, like poles. Good, very good, very good. Director Qian let out a long breath. Only when you see the target can you feel how shocking it is. Director Qian looked at Lin Rue and asked with a smile, "You, their new training company commander?" Reporting to the chief, "I'm Lin Rue, the cultural officer of the 3rd Steel Regiment, and the commander of the National Defense Academy's new training company." Lin Rue yelled without being condescending. Not far away, Luo Hao said excitedly to a couple of regimental commanders, "Hear that? From my regiment, from my regiment." Several regimental commanders all looked at him with shocked faces. "Lao Luo, you're a company commander who's a ing cultural officer?" Luo Hao said with a smug look on his face. "What's wrong? Cultural officers can't lead soldiers? Facts have proven that as long as they come out of our regiment, even if they are cultural officers, they will still shoot you all in the face." If it was a normal day, these few chiefs wouldn't pay any attention to him at all. But at this moment, Lin Rue had actually created a myth. These several chiefs, all of them turned their heads and looked at Lin Rue with a shocked face again. Like them, there were also all the people in the entire room who heard Lin Rue's words at this moment. From cadets to new training company commanders to principals and people like Wang Dong, Gao Shiwei was even more directly stunned with his mouth wide open, staring tightly at Lin Rue, unable to remove his eyes at all. You, Director Qian stared at him closely. "You're not kidding me, are you? You're a cultural officer?" Lin Rue replied loudly, reporting to the chief, "Soldiers must tell the truth. I'm the cultural officer of the Steel 3rd Regiment's immediate cultural team." End of report. In the next second, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone was whispering, "My mother, I thought he was at least a high-ranking person sent down from the military, but I didn't realize he was a cultural officer. It's unbelievable. A culture guy can bring out a special forces unit? Let's not talk about it. We're simply humiliated." A military cadre was actually shot to death by a civilian cadre. "Hey, when I get back, I'm going to practice myself hard." Director Qian was stumped for a while before he came back to his senses. He looked at Lin Rue and then at Gao Shiwei. It was Gao Shiwei who picked up the conversation. "You taught them all to play like that?" Lin Rue replied loudly. "It's all their own efforts. Since I entered the academy, they have put in more than 5 or even 10 times the amount of training that normal people do. It's all thanks to themselves that they've gotten where they are today." Gao Shiwei's mouth opened wide in shock. Why do you have to fight so hard? Because they are the offspring of soldiers, and from the moment they are born they know what it is to be honored as a soldier. Lin Rue said in an unassuming manner. Perhaps, they didn't quite understand before, and they rebelled. But since the beginning of wearing this uniform, they have understood the honor of their fathers and the meaning of this uniform. All their efforts are just to prove to their fathers, they, who have not apologized for this uniform, are more than capable of taking over their fathers' banners. From the day they stepped into the military academy, they were already qualified soldiers, no worse than anyone else, and they would never give in to anyone, because, from the time they put on this uniform, they are no longer the mixed-up kids they once were. Their name is the Great Chinese Soldier. Gao Shiwei was shocked. Director Money was shaken. The 4 principals and all the cadets present were also shaken. As for Jing Cheng and Wang Dong and the others, they were unable to control their tears at this moment. There was a time when they had always felt that their sons did not look like themselves. Perhaps their biggest failure in life was having such a loser son. But this moment, in Lin Rue's impassioned tone, they suddenly felt that in fact, their greatest pride in this life was to have given birth to such a son. Jing Siwei and the others were full of confidence at the moment, and their eyes were even more proudly looking straight at their father. In the past, where would they have dared to look their father in the eye like that? But now, not only do they dare, they enjoy it. After a while, Director Qian let out a long breath. He smiled bitterly at Gao Shiwei. "It's been a while since I've been this hot." Gao Shiwei nodded his head as well. Just for those words, they are also the deserved number 1 this time. Director Qian immediately looked at several other principals. "You guys, still want to compete?" Principal Duan smiled bitterly. "Leader, there's no need to compare, right? We still need some face." Principal Kong also hastily shook his head. "No need. We're not that thick-skinned. First place, it's theirs." Seeing that no one had any objections, Director Chien said, "Then, let's award the prizes. The rest of the colleges will be competing for second later." The presiding major brought a red flag with the words "first in institutional competition." After Director Chien took it, he suddenly looked at Wang Dong and the others and said with a smile, "Old Wang. This flag, why don't we give it to you guys?" Wang Dong was flabbergasted, but immediately picked it up. As everyone watched, a group of fathers held up red flags and strutted up to Lin Rue. Lin Rue knowingly saluted them, then dodged to the side. He was well aware that this was a handover between the old and new generations. At this point, it was better for him to recuse himself. Wang Dong looked at Wang Shang and all the trainees and excitedly handed them the red flag. "To be honest, I couldn't look at you guys anywhere before, but today, Old Me is going to hand over this flag to you all. On behalf of all," he said forcefully, "from today, the flag on our shoulders is yours to carry." Wang Shang and the others glanced at each other, then extended their hands without hesitation. Together, they received the red flag and raised it high to fly. End of chapter. The National Defense Academy ended their examination early, and they left like legends under the gaze of the various academies. But no sooner had they stepped out of the training ground than they were immediately intercepted by their father. "Good boy. You didn't let me down. Asshole, come over here and let me see if you've changed." "Grandma, since I was a kid, I've made my old man angry, and I've broken hundreds of belts beating you. I didn't expect to give me a surprise at this age." A group of usually majestic generals had completely dropped their majesty and stature at this moment. Like a father picking up his child in front of the school, he rushes over and hugs their son in a hug without a care in the world. These cadets probably just saved their father's ass during the first few years of life. The next dozen years or so just never made their father proud. But today, they shone brightly, getting all the firsts along the way. It made their father doubly proud to make up for all the glory they had been missing for the previous decade or so. "Dad, put me down. So many people are watching. I'm getting big," Jing Siwei said with embarrassment. Jing Chung hugged him and spun him hard, laughing, "Even if you're big, you're still raised by lousy. When I was a child, this is how I held you and spun you around. You loved it back then." The corners of scripture Siwei's eyes were moist. As far as he could remember, his father hadn't done this to him in a long time. Ever since he'd started rebelling, he really misses and cherishes the time under his eyes. Lin Rue stood silently on the sidelines, watching them cheer happily. Suddenly, he remembered his parents as well. Although he had traveled across the world, he had inherited all his memories and emotions. His parents, in this life, have a deeper bond with him. "I don't know. What are you guys doing?" A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Rue's mouth. After a moment, he coughed and shouted, "Assemble!" The trainees who had been playing with their fathers 1 second directly pushed their fathers away the next and rushed to stand in front of Lin Rue in a knife-slicing square. Wang Dong and the others were stunned, and for a moment, they forgot what they were going to do as they stood still. Lin Rue walked over at this time and saluted them forcefully. "Fellow chiefs, they are after all military cadets and need to pay attention to military appearance and discipline. If you all want to talk to them alone, you can visit them at the school. Please understand. Fellow chiefs," he said it without condescension and with reason. Instead of blaming them, the group of generals had appreciative smiles on their faces. If it were any other low-ranking officer who saw so many big men beating them to death, they wouldn't dare to just call for a muster, or even let them violate their principles. But Lin Rue could defy their majesty. That alone is enough to make a true soldier respect. Xiao Zhinshan smiled and said, "Lin Rue, right? Good. You kid can do it. To be able to rule these boys so obediently, both as a private and a soldier. I respect you." Sun Chao laughed. "Xiao Lin, you don't know. Since I was a kid, I don't know how much energy I've put into controlling that kid, but he never obeyed me. I didn't expect that giving you 3 months of education would work better than all the whips I've cracked in the past 10 years. Ha ha ha, you're really capable." Lin Rue said seriously, "Actually, they are all good people. They also want very much to be like you. It's just that they didn't know how to do it in the past, or how to express it. I've just helped them find the way. All of you, the leaders, are the real idols in their hearts. They, too, have been transformed into what they are now because of you all." All the generals were silent again at once. They were so busy with their military duties that they honestly rarely paid much attention to what their children really wanted and what they wanted. For them, if things don't go their way, there's no whip that won't fix it. If you can't, then 2 lashes. But they now realized that they seem to have lost something very, very important with their children. Those they forget and ignore are the most valuable and important things for their children. Now, by this tiny company commander, it was retrieved for them. For a while, Wang Dong and the others' noses were inexplicably a little sour. They have devoted their youth and best years of their lives to their country and the army. but looking back, they have likewise lost some of the best things in this life. Wang Dong nodded vigorously at Lin Rui. Shaolin. There's nothing to say. We are both soldiers. Everything is in the air. After saying that, he saluted hard at Lin Rui. In the next moment, all the generals saluted towards Lin Rui in unison. In this moment, they represent something other than who they are in the military. Just a fatherly way to thank Lin Rui. Lin Rui smiled faintly and returned the military salute before faintly saying, "Leaders, I'm going to take them back. They still have a long road ahead of them, but don't worry guys, after all they've been through, they'll definitely be able to carry the banner you've given them." After saying that, he turned around and left with the trainees. All the cadets, from start to finish, never looked at their father again. Strict formation movements were maintained at all times. Only when he had walked out a good distance did Xiao Yuandong whisper, "Today, I think I'm so cool. My old man has never complimented me like this before." Jing Siwei tried to keep the tears from flowing. "Just now, my dad said that I am the pride of our family. He didn't say that before, but he said it today, and smiled so happily." Wang Sheng clenched his fists. "My dad said that he would tell my grandpa and grandma about my achievement today. They here must be very happy." Lin Rui walked in front of him, always with a smile at the corner of his mouth. For once, he didn't stop the cadets from talking in formation. This moment, they deserve it. Early the next morning, at dawn, a car drove slowly into the National Defense Academy. Lin Rui was waiting early because he had been notified last night that the principal would come in person today. He gave orders last night to take the day off and to delay getting up, so all the trainees were still sleeping soundly at the moment. He could even hear the snoring rising and falling from the various dormitories as he stood underneath them. "Principal." Lin Rui greeted the principal with a big step and saluted him. The principal smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. "This time, you made the National Defense Academy shine for our school. All the face I've gained in my life has been earned back by you this time. Ha ha ha, I really didn't trust you wrongly." Lin Rui smiled slightly. "I didn't trust them wrongly either." The principal nodded and took a box from Secretary Rowe. "This is a third-class merit badge, which I present to you on behalf of the school." The principal himself pinned it to his chest. Then, out of the box came a brand new pair of captain's ranks. Lin Rui's eyes widened in surprise. "This." The principal smiled. "I know that you still have a year before you can be promoted to captain, but this time, you have performed excellently, and without you, it would be impossible for the National Defense Academy to have such an achievement. Our school, too, could not have fought for such an honor. Therefore, I asked my superiors yesterday to break the rules and advance your rank. And, as of today, you are officially transferred from civilian to military cadre. Current rank is full company rank." Lin Rui excitedly saluted vigorously. "Thank you, Principal." In such a short period of time, he had already earned 2 third-class honors and had been promoted in rank. This is something that is almost impossible to do at the base level of the force. Lin Rui has accomplished what most people can only do in a few years. "This is all what you deserve." The principal laughed. "If I were more capable, promoting you to major would be the right thing to do. By the way, this time, your National Defense Academy took first place. The leaders said they would praise the whole army." The principal smiled. "This is your seniority. When you return to your old unit, it will be your capital for promotion in the future." Lin Rui instantly froze. The smile on the principal's face slowly faded as he watched his dumbfounded expression. Secretary Luo, who was beside him, turned his head, his face filled with the same disappointment. The principal patted Lin Rui's shoulder. "Little Lin, actually, I really want you to stay. I've also asked for instructions from the leadership, but the army has army rules that each of us has to follow. I really tried." Just then, 2 more cars drove in, driving straight in their direction. The principal looked away and smiled helplessly at Lin Rui. "See, your old troops, they really don't want to delay a minute. They won't even let me treat you to the last meal. Aw. P.S. I see so many votes and rewards from people. I'm especially red-eyed. I am a real person. Now I will give you Big Boss's kowtow." Oops, the head is red, the voice is quite loud. "Hurry up and have pity on me, but gently smash. I'm afraid of pain." End of chapter. 2 SUVs drove up and surrounded them directly. Luo Hao got out of the car with a smile and saluted the principal forcefully. "Chief, I didn't expect you to be earlier than me." The principal glared at him in a bad mood. "Can I not be early? If I was later, you would have taken the person away." Luo Hao laughed. "Leader, don't be angry. I know you've applied for a transfer with our army. It's not that I won't give it to you. You can transfer anyone else you want, but him." Alright. The principal waved his hand. "I've never asked for anyone from the army. The instructors in the military academy have strict requirements. and resumes must be in accordance with the requirements. I didn't expect this first request to be blocked back. You guys are really good. Luo Hao smiled dryly. Chief, I'm sorry. I still say the same thing. Anyone else? You can pick and choose. It's him. No way. The principal glanced at Lin Rue, then faintly shook his head. I'm also of that line. I don't want anyone but him. Anyone else? I can't see yet. Lin Rue's heart instantly warmed. The principal went from not understanding him at first, to approving, and then all the way to recognizing him. In between, there was so much to go through. It was just a pity that Lin Rue was a soldier and he had to obey military orders. Leader, I'm sorry. Lin Rue laughed bitterly. Actually, I'd love to stay. He looked back at the student dormitory. His eyes filled with nostalgia. To be honest, after being here for a long time, I'd become attached to these boys. This time I'm leaving. I really can't let go. The principal sighed. I'm the one who should say I'm sorry. It's a loss to the National Defense Academy for not leaving them with a good instructor. But don't worry. The principal stared at him closely. I'll keep the base I promised them for half a year, and I'll never take it away temporarily. As for what they practice next, that's up to them. The principal said with emotion. After a new training company commander like you, they have all grown up a lot. In the future, I believe they will all become good soldiers in our army. Lin Rue gazed at him and suddenly saluted vigorously. Thank you, leader. Luo Hao watched from the side as these two came close to embracing each other. I'm really afraid something will happen if I continue to be so mushy. This examination was like he had picked up a big treasure. Lin Rue's transfer from a civilian to a military position was also something he strongly applied for from above. If he couldn't bring back such a good seedling, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Even last night he hadn't slept at all, thinking about how to use Lin Rue after bringing him back. Tossing and turning in his bed, he had begun to fantasize about the 3rd Steel Regiment being trained by Lin Rue to be the number 1 unit in the entire army, in the entire war zone. Then I woke up in the middle of the night laughing and was kicked out of bed by my daughter-in-law, and my butt is still pretty sore. Ahem. Luo Hao smiled and inserted himself between the two of them. Good times will always pass. In this world, there's no such thing as an unbroken banquet. Comrade Principal I had originally planned to bring him to you in person to say goodbye, but since you're all here, it won't be that much trouble. It's getting late, and you have to work later, so I'll take him first and leave you alone. The principal looked at him with a look of displeasure, and Secretary Luo said faintly, Headmaster Luo, it's only 6 o'clock now. It's still early for office hours. Luo Hao looked embarrassed and laughed dryly. Comrade Principal has a lot of work to do day in and day out. Surely he goes to work earlier than others? In this way, Shaolin you hurry to salute the principal. Do not disturb the principal comrade to do business. Let's hurry to go. Before Lin Rue could speak, the principal interrupted early. I'd like to invite him to breakfast and give him a little send-off. Is that okay? Luo Hao looked hesitant. The principal glared at him. Just let him go after eating and promise not to say anything more. Okay? It has to work. Luo Hao said with incomparable alacrity. Principal, you don't need to ask much. I'm not that kind of petty person. It's only right for me to personally go and organize something as human as having a breakfast. The principal didn't bother with him and pulled Lin Rue towards the cafeteria. When we entered the cafeteria, the logistics squad leader was already waiting with everyone. Company Commander Lin is here. Serve the food, the squad leader yelled. Yes, a dozen or so logistics soldiers immediately ran to the back kitchen, and soon one cage drawer after another was brought up. Chicken feet, spare ribs and black bean sauce, shrimp dumplings, pot stickers, sausage noodles, fried rice noodles. Lin Rue was a bit flattered. Enough, can't eat it all. Enough. The squad leader held him down in his seat and said with a serious look on his face, Company Commander Lin, you've been here for a long time, and we've never properly cooked a meal for you. On weekdays, even though those cadets eat pretty shabbily, you don't even have time to eat. We all know that sometimes you just take a steamed bun and just deal with it when you're hungry. Even at the last get-together, you watched them eat. The squad leader said earnestly, Today, you're leaving. There's nothing we veterans can do, so we'll make this table to give you a proper send-off. You're a good company commander. All the veterans stood behind the squad leader, their faces full of respect. Lin Rue smiled faintly at them. Good, then I'll try your handiwork. He picked up his chopsticks and took an edamame pork chop, eating it with a frown on his face. Delicious, flavorful, so tender. This one is chewy. Nice. The principal always wore a smile, and occasionally he clamped on his chopsticks and accompanied Lin Rue with a few compliments. The originally cold and gloomy cafeteria was filled a little bit by the warmth of human fire. They were no longer like soldiers, but more like a happy group of friends. Family. Luo Hao and his paperwork stood aside, smelling the aroma, and his stomach rumbled. Chief, you're hungry, clerk whispered. Luo Hao glared at him. Nonsense. You didn't eat from last night until now and look. Damn. This is too fragrant. How come our regiment's logistics squad can't make something this fragrant? When you go back, you must be properly assessed. Clerical licked his lips. Why don't we go over there and eat too? Luo Hao rolled his eyes. How dare you? Have some face? Clerks laughed. I follow you. Shamelessly. Roo? He always felt the paperwork said he was shameless, but couldn't produce evidence. Half an hour later, Lin Rue put down his chopsticks. Stand up and salute at all the members of the logistics squad. The logistics squad leader and his soldiers also saluted in unison, with no more regret on their faces. No matter how far away the world is, the camaraderie of having this meal is enough. Lin Rue didn't say anything, smiled faintly at them and saluted at the principal again, then turned around and walked over to Luo Hao. Chief, it's time to go. This time it was Luo Hao's turn to freeze, looking at the principal awkwardly. Principal Jiang. Then I'll take him away? You don't have anything to say, right? Get out of here. The principal waved his hand without looking back. Don't even let me see you lately. Yes. Luo Hao saluted, not daring to delay for a second. He immediately turned around and left. Lin Rue followed closely behind him, looking at the familiar playground in the not-too-distant firing range, his eyes full of reluctance. It wasn't that he was sorry that the mission hadn't been accomplished. Having come this far, he didn't care about that a long time ago. Even if he could never use the system again, being able to teach such a group of trainees that he would remember for the rest of his life was enough of anything. What he doesn't let go of is every day here. Every inch of this place has the tears and sweat they have shed and the roar of their discontent. Goodbye. Lin Rue looked at the dormitory in the distance, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Be a good soldier and don't let anyone look down on you anymore. Company commander. Regimental commander. At this time, Chen Min and the other platoon commanders rushed over, looking at the sudden arrival of the regimental commander somewhat at a loss. You guys, get this side of the cadets organized later, and wait for the school to send a new instructor to take over. The regimental commander pointed at them, and then report back to the company yourselves. Chen Min's few hastily saluted. Yes. The regimental commander glared at them, then walked quickly toward his car. A group of platoon commanders watched as Lin Rue followed the regimental commander to the car, and then the two vehicles whistled away. For a while, everyone was a bit stunned. Company commander. Going back? Huang Zijian looked at his companion and then at the faraway car. Kanshio sighed. The company commander has made a great achievement this time. Not only did he bring out the toughest academy, moreover, he also showed his face in front of the headquarters leaders and took so many firsts. Otherwise, the head of the regiment wouldn't have personally come to pick him up. Wushi's face was full of loss. But what about the cadets when he's gone? It was the company commander who brought them up like this. Chen Min exhaled. It's over. They'll still have new instructors, and they have their own paths to follow. Soon, they'll forget about the company commander. Everyone was silent. In fact, they are 2 worlds away from these trainees. So what if they're better trained? They had distinguished births, and their fathers had connections in the military that people looked up to. In the future, when they graduate, surely no one will continue to work so hard. With the achievement of this test, they can definitely soar in the army in the future. The events of those 3 months may still be brought up at their reunion, but by then, it was all just a drunken memory. We should go too. Chen Min looked at everyone. A few people then wrapped their arms around each other and walked towards the dormitory with a lost look on their faces. After 8 o'clock, all the trainees were almost afraid to stay in bed. In fact, they woke up a long time ago, and their biological clocks automatically awakened their bodies at first light. But since it's a vacation day, there's no whistle blowing outside. So, they want to stay in bed for a while too. But after 8 o'clock, no one dares to remain in bed. Anyone was afraid that Lin Rue would suddenly rush in and look for this to pull them out for a practice session. It's pretty quiet today. Why hasn't the company commander shown up by this point? Jing Siwei looked around on the balcony. Xiao Yuandong looked toward the stairs with thieving eyes. Will he hide and wait specifically for us to be paralyzed and slacken before blowing the whistle? Bu Chao glared at them. You guys don't think so badly of the company commander. Everyone glared at him together. Who thinks badly of him? We just think he's perverted. Bu Chao was flabbergasted, then nodded with deep feeling. That's true. Everyone be careful. Jing Siwei warned. The company commander will never be that kind. Last time we rested, he played emergency assembly for us halfway through, and I'm afraid it'll be the same this time. Wang Sheng stroked his chin. It can't be. We've only won so many first places. He should be sincerely letting us rest, right? Jing Siwei looked like an old man. When following our company commander, You can never be careless. Otherwise, you won't even know how to die. Just then, a Chinese bus drove in through the gate. All the cadets looked over curiously, only to see the car stop and male and female officers come down from above. Who are these guys? Sun Nan asked curiously. Bu Chao shook his head. Looks like it's logistics, doesn't it? At the same time, the muster whistle suddenly blew. Everyone immediately darted towards the stairs and stood in neat formation. However, everyone was soon surprised because Lin Rui wasn't there, and instead, Chen Min was standing in front of them. Cadets, Chen Min said aloud. Let me introduce to you. These are the instructors for the next 3 years of your military school career. Welcome, everyone. After saying that, Chen Min and the others were the first to applaud, and the faculty smiled and saluted. All the cadets absent-mindedly clapped along, but all were looking left and right. Lin Rui didn't show up until now, and suddenly they all had a bad feeling. Chen Min continued. As of today, military training is over. We will return to our original troops. Next, I hope that you will study well in the next 3 years. Don't let down these 3 months of grueling training. I wish you all, in the future, to become good soldiers. Jing Siwei immediately asked. Platoon Chen, are you leaving? Chen Min nodded. Military training is over. We're just here to lead it. It's time to go back. What about the company commander? Xiao Yuandong suddenly yelled. Everyone stared at Chen Min, with a thick fire popping out of their eyes. Chen Min hesitated for a moment, but still said, the company commander had already returned to his old unit an hour ago, and our regimental commander personally came to pick him up. But don't worry everyone, this time the company commander. None of the trainees heard Chen Min's next words. At this moment, it was like countless thunderclaps were roaring in their ears. The company commander is gone. The company commander who was going to make them good soldiers. Just like that? Left them behind? What about all the promises that were made? They did. So why should the company commander leave? Suddenly, Jing Siwei roared like a volcano erupting. Who the hell took my company commander away? His 8 generations of ancestors. In an instant, all the instructors and platoon commanders were taken aback by the anger of the group of cadets. End of chapter. Rumble. The sky violently resounded with a burst of thunder, and blinding lightning was like a sharp sword, piercing the earth straight from the black heavy clouds. Lin Rui sat in the car and watched as the bean-sized rainwater blasted down on the glass, and the entire sky and earth quickly connected as one. Luo Hao sat next to him and saw that he was a bit forlorn and felt a pang of emotion in his heart. From the time he left the academy until he went to the division headquarters to report, Lin Rui had been distracted. Even when the division commander personally honored him and told Luo how to focus on training him, it failed to raise Lin Rui's interest. If this were anyone else, to get the face-to-face approval of the division commander, he would probably be so excited that he would not be able to sleep well at night. But Lin Rui, he doesn't seem to care about anything. Ever since he left the academy, it was as if he had lost his soul. Even his eyes were a bit confused. Luo Hao was now a bit skeptical. Could it be that he had done something wrong? He glanced at Staff Sergeant Chen, who was sitting in the front row. Counselor Chen was also looking at him at the moment. The two of them exchanged glances, and Staff Sergeant Chen nudged Luo Hao. Luo Hao hurriedly took a deep breath, then said with a smile, Xiao Lin I've already planned it out. The position of the head of our regiment's operational training unit. I think it's most appropriate to give it to you. Humph. Lin Rui turned his head, but he only faintly hummed, his face still without the slightest expression. Luo Hao was a bit embarrassed. I didn't realize you before. It's my mistake as the head of the group, but I promise, I will definitely focus on you in the future. If you need anything, just tell me. No matter what you want, I'll definitely fulfill you. Even if I have to go and ask the military for it, I'll definitely go. Aha! Lin Rui nodded. Thank you, Captain. Luo Hao was even more embarrassed now. If it were anyone else, they would have been excited to get close to him at this point. But Lin Rui still didn't have much of an expression. Luo Hao was at his wit's end and helplessly turned to Senator Chen for help. Staff Sergeant Chen hurriedly said, Unit Commander Lin, our regiment, has a total of 3 battalions. The number of combat troops has reached 1,137. With so many people to train, you're just right for your specialty. Staff Sergeant Chen laughed. Compared to the 100 or so people at the school, there's more room to play inside the regiment. You can train however you want. We'll all fully support you. Right. Luo Hao nodded his head vigorously one by one. Oh little Lin, we'll definitely give you our full support. And I promise you, our regiment is just your starting point. Didn't the division commander say that if you can create another brilliant career, he'll transfer you to the division? When the time comes, you can make a better splash, ha 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 ha. He laughed dryly for half a day, but Lin Rue just stared at him, still expressionless. Luo Hao put away his smile with a helpless face, and Lin Rue immediately said, "Thank you for the trust of the regimental commander and the division commander. I'll definitely do a good job." When he finished, he turned his head again, looking out the window at the drifting downpour. His eyes were once again confused and empty. Luo Hao hesitantly came next to Staff Sergeant Chen and asked in a low voice, Did I do something wrong?" Staff Sergeant Chen shook his head. "It shouldn't be. You're on the verge of holding him in high regard." Luo Hao became even more confused. What the hell is going on here? Staff Sergeant Chen looked at Lin Rue's side profile and sighed slightly. He probably became attached to the school. So, regimental commander. He's a sentimental person. Soldiers like that are getting fewer and fewer now. Everyone is trying to move on to higher ground. They won't even blink an eyebrow when they leave their old unit. Good soldiers like this don't come along very often. We have to cherish them. Luo Hao nodded thoughtfully. "Don't worry. When we go back, I will definitely treasure him like a giant panda. After a while, he will definitely." Just then, the car braked hard and fast. Luo Hao and Staff Sergeant Chen's heads collided heavily together, and both of them immediately covered their heads in pain and screamed in pain. "Little one, can you drive?" the regiment commander exclaimed in anger. "I usually treat you quite well. You're trying to commit murder." The driver had a bitter smile on his face. "Chief, it really wasn't me. You see." Luo Hao and Staff Sergeant Chen immediately endured the pain and looked toward the front. In an instant, both of them were all shocked. Lin Rue was just like them at the moment, looking out the window, his entire body shocked. On the main road, Jing Siwei, Wang Shang, Xiao Yuandong, Sun Nan, Ma Qi and Bu Chao, all the colleges of the National Defense Academy, all of them are here. The rain poured down and they were soaked to the skin, but they stood like a monument on the main road, even through the glass. Lin Rue could feel the fire in their eyes. It was disappointment, it was pain, and it was the sadness and despair that comes when a child is abandoned. For a moment, Lin Rue's nose soured. He leaned back in his chair to avoid them. At this moment, he dared not meet their eyes in any way. "Chief, what now?" Staff Sergeant Chen couldn't care less about the pain and looked at Luo Hao nervously. The corners of Luo Hao's mouth twitched. He just wanted to rush to pick up Lin Rue early in the morning without causing any trouble. But he didn't expect that the cadets would actually be able to chase them here. "This is the front door of his regiment. Shaolin, you sit in the car. I'll fix it," Luo Hao said angrily. "What lawlessness!" After saying that, he pushed the door and went down, and Counselor Chen followed him down closely. The two men came to Jing Siwei and the others in large strides, and the drifting rain hit them in the face, instantly drenching them from the inside out. "What are you guys doing?" Luo Hao angrily yelled. "Know what your behavior looks like right now? You are military cadets and future officers. Look at the way you guys are acting now. Stopping the chief's car and coming out in private, right? Do you look like soldiers when you're like this?" Luo Hao roared. "All of you go back. I can pretend this never happened." Jing Siwei didn't even look at him and yelled furiously at the SUV. "Company commander, you promised us that you would bring us up to be honorable soldiers. We put our lives on the line, but why are you leaving?" "Company commander," Bu Chao shouted at the top of his voice. "I promise you that I will never say another word from now on. If you tell me to get down, I will never stand. You can ask me to do 2,000, 3,000 push-ups. Please don't go. Company commander, please don't go." Everyone let out a deafening yell. It seemed that even the rain stood still for a moment. The guards running from the regimental gates all stopped, and for a moment they did not know what to do when they heard the roar. Counselor Chen sadly waved his hand at them, signaling them to back off. This was a group of cadets who were just as sentient as Lin Rue, and no soldier would have the heart to take action against them. Luo Hao was stumped for a while before he reacted furiously. He rushed at Jing Siwei and the others with a low growl. "Yes, I know, you guys have feelings for him, but he is a soldier, and you guys are soldiers too. Soldiers, you should obey orders. Wherever the order tells you to go, you should go." He had his mission, and now that it's over, he'll have to go back to his original unit to take on a new mission. "You guys, you also have your missions." Luo Hao pointed at them and roared. "In the future, all of you are going to be the mainstay of our army. Now, all of you go back to me. I order you all to act like soldiers." Still no one moved. All the trainees clenched their fists tightly, their eyes staring intently at the car Lin Rue was in. In their eyes, there was only Lin Rue at the moment. "Did you guys hear me when I spoke?" Luo Hao growled in anger. "If you guys don't leave, I can have the guards put all of you in solitary confinement. It's useless even if your old man comes and your grandfather comes, because you're violating military discipline." Jing Siwei turned his head to look at him. "Chief, you can arrest us if you want to, We will never use any force to make things difficult for you. Today, we're here on a personal basis. For our company commander. Wang Shang smiled at him. Uncle Luo, don't worry. Even if you beat me up today, I will never tell anyone. As long as the company commander can go back, anything is worth it. For the company commander. All the cadets yelled at the top of their lungs. The corner of Luo Hao's mouth pulled hard twice. He understood the feelings of these cadets, but for him to just let Lin Rue go back? That's absolutely impossible. Reverse. All of them have rebelled. Luo Hao yelled. Company Commander Lu, what are you waiting for? Arrest them all and put them in solitary confinement. Then notify their school to come and collect them. Lu Guangji froze there and looked at Luo Hao bitterly. Chief, actually, even you don't follow orders anymore? Luo Hao roared. Arrest them. Yes. Lu Guangji responded helplessly and immediately brought the guards over to arrest him. Stop. Just then, Lin Rue's voice violently pierced through the rain. All of them? For a moment, all froze on the spot. The car door opened, and Lin Rue stepped through the rain, walking towards the crowd step by step. Lu Guangji waved his hand and led all of his guards back. Even Luo Hao and Counselor Chen couldn't help but take 2 steps back under this powerful aura of Lin Rue. Leather boots stomped through the water on the pavement, making a crystalline splash. Lin Rue stood in front of the cadets and swept his cold eyes over everyone. Company Commander. Jing Siwei yelled excitedly. You promised us. You can't leave us behind. Company Commander. All the cadets shouted excitedly. Lin Rue looked at them, and suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wiped the mud from Jing Siwei's face. Look at your bearish appearance now. Do you still look like the soldiers I taught? He swept over all of them. His eyes never had warmth. In the past, I was mean to you and strict with you, because I could see that in your bones. You are a man full of sunshine and self-confidence. I'm satisfied to have pulled up all the grass in your hearts that blocked the sunlight, and to have made you an honorable soldier. Lin Rue solemnly bent down to them. Thank you all for coming all this way to find me. Honestly, I have no regrets in this life. Go back. Be a good soldier. Be a good soldier. I'm leaving. We're all soldiers. We all have to follow orders. Company Commander. Company Commander. Jing Siwei and the others suddenly cried. One by one, they tugged at his arm, crying their hearts out. Lin Rue held back his tears and smiled weakly at each of them. You've grown up, and it's time for you to walk on your own for the rest of the way. From now on, no one will force you to move forward. Be sure to walk well. Go back. Go back. Lin Rue patted each man, squeezing hard through the crowd toward the regiment's front door. Company Commander. We wouldn't be the same without you. You see. Jing Siwei took out a red flag from his arms, while Bu Chao handed over the flagpole. Soon the red flag of the institution's first place in the competition was fluttering in the wind in the pouring rain. Company Commander. You brought us back this. We are nothing without you. Company Commander. Lin Rue's tears instantly slipped, but he was only slightly silent. Then, without looking back, he walked toward the regiment. Let that red flag, fluttering resiliently in the pouring rain. End of chapter. As the rain poured down, Luo Hao got out of the shower and wiped his head with a towel while looking away from the hundreds of cadets standing in rows outside the regiment's headquarters. Luo Hao's brow furrowed as he snorted coldly. These stubborn asses. Lin Rue has made it so clear. Why don't they understand? Soldiers, you have to obey orders. Chief of Staff Zhang Chang handed him his new uniform and sighed. I do think that these kids are quite cute. Cute my ass. Luo Hao touched his still sore head and said with palpitations. These boys are all rash. Lin Rue has taught them so much and they still don't look like soldiers at all. Still cute? I think they're hateful. Zhang Chang laughed. Old Luo. You can't talk about them like that just because they came to steal from you, right? Honestly, if these students were your soldiers, you could wake up laughing in your dreams, right? Luo Hao grunted coldly with his mouth, but inwardly he had to agree. If he had such a group of sentient soldiers, he would have no regrets in this life. At this point, he truly envied Lin Rue. The rain is too heavy, Luo Hao said. This typhoon is not a small one. The rain may keep falling. Why don't you go persuade them again? It's not a solution if it goes on like this. Luo Hao shook his head. Go to whoever you like. I'm not going anyway. These brats won't listen to anyone, so going will be for nothing. Zhang Chang looked at him sitting on the chair and could only sigh helplessly. Well, I don't think they can hold out for long. Out here, it's still very cold. Luo Hao was flabbergasted, then picked up the phone and dialed Principal Zhang's number. Zhang Chang smiled faintly and said nothing. Sitting across from him, a few moments later, Principal Zhang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, who is it? Luo Hao hurriedly smiled. Comrade Principal, I'm Luo Hao. It hung up right over there. Roo? He looked at Zhang Chang. Bad signal? You're using a landline. Zheng Chang shook his head. They were angry at you for taking Lin Rue away. That's why they hung up on you. Luo Hao grunted in anger. I'm taking away my own soldiers. He's angry my ass. Are you still fighting then? Zheng Chang looked at him flirtatiously. Fight. Why not? Luo Hao dialed the number while saying, his students, don't fall a piece at my door. Zheng Chang laughed out loud. You're just a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. Luo Hao glared at him in a bad mood. And when the phone call came through, he immediately shouted, don't hang up, Principal Jiang. Your students are all standing outside my regiment. It's raining so heavily, they won't leave no matter how hard they try to persuade them. Don't you care? There was a long silence on the other end of the line and no reply. Luo Hao thought the principal was gone and hurriedly shouted, hey, I'm not deaf. No need to shout. The principal replied without a word of humor. The corner of Luo Hao's mouth pulled. So what now? It's quite cold outside and they've been standing for an hour. Let them stand, the principal said in a cold voice. What? Luo Hao was dumbfounded. Am I not making myself clear? It's raining heavily outside. It's cold. The principal directly interrupted him. They left the school without authorization, without asking for leave or reporting. They were already breaking discipline, but I know that they are fighting for the little faith in their hearts, for their superiors. Isn't that what we, the military academy, are trying to cultivate? If they are all afraid to fight and fight for the people they respect the most, then they aren't qualified to take over that flag of their fathers. Luo Hao was completely dumbfounded. Principal, what do you mean? The phone hung up again before the words were finished. Luo Hao was so angry that he almost smashed the phone. What the hell does this old man mean? Zheng Chang said thoughtfully. I think that Principal Jiang is saying that they should go and fight for their company commander for once. If they give up, then they won't be able to blame anyone in the future and can only honestly go back to being cadets. Then what if they don't give up? Luo Hao pointed outside. Look at this stance. Do they look like they want to give up? What if they keep standing? Zheng Chang also ran out of words. Then that can only ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Luo Hao huffed and puffed as he walked to the window and looked at one of the trainees still standing upright outside. Exasperated, he slammed his fist on the wall. These stubborn asses. Time passed, and the officers and men in the regimental headquarters were drawn out. Everyone stood in the hallway, leaning against the building, pointing at the cadets outside. They're the students of the National Defense Academy. Yeah, they're the ones that drove away so many of our company commanders. But in the end, they were subdued by Lin Rue. Yes, they even bagged all the first places in the various institutions' examinations this time. Hey, but how come it looks like they're just as much pricks as before? I do think they're quite honorable. When my squad leader left, I didn't even go to see him off. To this day, I regret it. Yeah, these guys, they should have run here in violation of military discipline. Whether Lin Rue goes back with them or not, they'll definitely have to receive a very serious punishment. Meanwhile, the roadside outside the regimental headquarters, the pickets had driven up in 10 cars, and a large number of pickets stood on the side of the road in their raincoats. The picket leader held up his umbrella and silently watched the cadets who had their backs to him. Chief, aren't we going to arrest them yet? A picket asked. Chief Luo has already called us 7 times. The picket leader shook his head, full of curiosity, and said, get a chair and prop up an awning. I want to sit. All the pickets looked curious. Chief, the picket leader said indifferently. Chief Gao also knows about this matter, but what he means is that he wants to see what the bottom line is for this group of cadets. I also want to see how long these second-generation guys, who just took first place in all the tests, can stand. The men nodded with seeming understanding, then immediately took the canopy and began to set it up. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The morning rolled by and the downpour continued unabated. Jing Siwei and the others were staggering by now, and everyone's lips were frozen purple, but none of them left, their eyes staring stubbornly and firmly ahead. In their minds, Lin Rue's smile was always present. This time, I'll fight for you, company commander. This time, we fight for you. All held up, Jing Siwei said without looking back. We are the soldiers brought up by the company commander. We must not fall before the mission is completed. Even if we fall, the flag cannot fall. Because, we are the soldiers brought up by the company commander. Roar, came the low response from all of them. Jing Siwei gripped the flagpole tightly and looked in the direction of the regiment. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Fight, to the end. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon almost all the men in the regimental headquarters were standing in the corridor looking out. Even the cooking class put down the work in their hands and ran over one by one to see what was going on. In the beginning, people were guessing when the group of trainees out there would back off. But seeing it now, this group of veterans has come to respect the cadets outside in the pouring rain. It's not the dead of winter, but it's late fall. The temperature outside was already low, and with the heavy rain it was even colder. Just standing in the hallway and blowing a breath of white. It's much more predictable in heavy rain. They must have been standing there for 10 hours? Got to have it. My God, didn't they say they were all second generation and pampered? What kind of magic does Lin Rue have that can make them like this? There must be magic. Or there's no way that Lin Rue can handle something that a couple of company commanders can't. Gee, I wish I could go get them an umbrella. The regimental commander's office was also full of people at the moment. Luo Hao, Zhang Chang, the 3 battalion commanders and several unit commanders all leaned against the window. Old Luo, whatever will work. Zhang Chang said anxiously. Look, they're not working. Zhang Chang also frowned. Yeah, they were standing scattered before, but now they are all leaning closely together. This is because they can't stand still anymore, so they're relying on each other. These brats. Luo Hao clenched his fists in anger. They are forcing me. Why don't you talk to the top? The commander of the 1st Battalion hesitantly said. It's fine for us to be missing a Lin Rue, but look at them. It seems like Lin Rue is their sole regimental commander. Such a sentient bunch of soldiers. We can't let them get cold feet. The 2nd Battalion commander also said. Shut up. Luo Hao blared at them. It was hard for me to find a talent in our regiment, and I'm just going to give it away? At least let me use it. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Everyone turned their heads. Lin Rue, standing in the doorway. He walked to Luo Hao with great strides, and everyone very consciously stepped aside to the sides, sending Luo Hao out as if he were arching his hand. Luo Hao blared at them with a hateful face, then smiled awkwardly at Lin Rue. Little Lin. I've persuaded them, but, Captain, Lin Rue suddenly saluted hard. In my life, I've never begged anyone. When I got to the army, I've always obeyed orders too, but this time, I want to resist for once. Please let me go to the National Defense Academy. Luo Hao stared in shock. He didn't expect that Lin Rue would come to talk to him about this. Chief. Lin Rue stared at him closely. I know that back then you had a soldier who broke his hand accidentally during training and had to be discharged home early, but for his sake, you insisted with your superiors that you wanted to contact the local authorities and transfer him to work in the People's Armed Forces. For that matter, Lin Rue said word for word, you can be confined and give up promotion for the sake of your soldiers. Today, I also want to do something for my soldiers. Even if I get demoted, even if I take back my honor, I want to put up a fight. Looking at Lin Rue's determined eyes, Luo Hao opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Chang rushed to pick it up, but a moment later turned to Luo Hao and said, Old Luo, it's the old leader. Luo Hao was startled and rushed over to pick up the phone. Hello leader, this is Luo Hao. Old leader, Xiao Luo. I've heard about your side of the story release that Shaolin. Let him go to the National Defense College and continue to teach that group of students. Luo Hao looked resigned. Old leader. But, nothing but, the old leader said seriously. This is a direct order from the High Chief. What? Luo Hao's entire body was shocked. Those cadets out there clearly didn't ask for anyone's help. How did it get to the High Commissioner? Moreover, it was ordered from above that Lin Rue must be reused. The old leader sighed. That group of students. They can't leave Shaolin. That Shaolin. I'm afraid he can't leave that group of students either. Luo Hao looked at Lin Rue and nodded helplessly. Old leader, let him go. Together, they may be able to work better miracles than with you. Besides, there are new arrangements for them from above. It is no longer for me, much less you, to decide. Yes. Luo Hao hung up the phone and turned his head to look at Lin Rue. Go on, bastard boy. Luo Hao said in no good humor. But you must always remember that you are a soldier of the Steel 3rd Regiment. Today and for the rest of your life. If one day you don't do well, Laozi's door will always be open for you. Lin Rue was suddenly thrilled and saluted him vigorously. Thank you, Captain. Then, saluting toward all, he turned and flew out. Bastard. Still revealing my shortcomings. Luo Hao looked at Lin Rue's back in no good humor. Lin Rue ran all the way downstairs just in time to see Lu Guangji waiting for him. Lin Rue flinched and slowly walked over to Lu Guangji. Company Commander Lu. Cut the crap. Lu Guangji hammered his fist on his chest. Your soldiers, they're waiting for you. Don't keep them waiting. Use the run. Lin Rue looked at his sincere expression, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought that Lu Guangji was going to settle the score with him, but he didn't realize that. Hey! Lin Rue nodded and immediately dashed towards the outside. All the cadets were already shivering in the pouring rain. Xiao Yuandong shivered and leaned against Wang Sheng, while Wang Sheng shivered and leaned against Bu Chao. They leaned one against the other, and though they were tempted to fall, they held their bodies hard. I'm dying. Sun Nan shuddered. Freezing, dead. Don't be ashamed. Maki said hoarsely. Kin, hold on. Otherwise, company commander, won't come back. Xiao Yuandong smiled bitterly. You guys, say, we, go back. Will, be confined? Wang Shang laughed. If, the company commander goes back and locks up for a year, I'm willing. I'm going down. Jing Siwei suddenly said. My legs, I can't stand up. Help me hold the flag. Almost subconsciously, all of them reached out their hands and tremblingly probed towards the flag. But they've been standing so long their bodies have stiffened. Even though the flagpole was in sight, it seemed like it was far away. The flag cannot fall. Jing Siwei cried. It can't fall. But his body was out of control, and his legs boomed as he fell to his knees, the flag falling in his wake. Bang! Just then, a hand tightened its grip on the flagpole and reinserted it into the ground. Jing Siwei slowly raised his head and saw Lin Rui holding the flagpole tightly, looking at him with a smile on his face. Company commander. Jing Siwei cried like a child, his voice hoarse. The flag did not fall. This is our flag. End of chapter. The rain wasn't so heavy anymore, but it was still foggy between heaven and earth. A row of tin houses was temporarily erected overnight on the playground of the National Defense College. All trainees, all moved to the house. What awaits them will be half a month of confinement. Let's eat. The head of the cooking squad came over with an umbrella and a group of logistics soldiers smiling. Then pass a lunchbox. One by one. Through the window, the squad leader probed and looked inside and said with a smile. Let's all eat. Don't practice. Why work so hard when you're locked up? Jing Siwei, covered in sweat, smiled at the window and shook his head. Old squad leader. The company commander told us to finish 3,000 before eating. It's almost time. It's already a good half over. 1981, 1982. After Jing Siwei finished, he plopped down and huffed and puffed again. The head of the cooking squad laughed and shook his head. You guys are really something too. Trying desperately to get company commander Lin back. As a result, you guys were confined and had to do physical fitness from morning to night. Now you're happy? Happy. Must be happy. Xiao Yuandong gasped and said. As long as the company commander comes back, I'll be happy even if I have to work from morning till night. Right. Bu Chao propped himself up wetly with a smile on his face. Company commander is my motivation. With him around, I'm tired and happy. These boys are all devilish in the head. A logistics soldier laughed and shook his head. What kind of person enjoys being abused so much? The logistics squad leader, however, glared at him. What do you know? The logistics soldier spat out his tongue. If I knew how to do that, I wouldn't be in logistics, but would be just like them. Who doesn't want to be a good soldier? The squad leader kicked over. You kid, can't you be a good soldier in the logistics squad? If you cook well, you're still a good soldier. The sky was getting darker and the temperature of the air had dropped considerably, but inside the confined tin room, all the trainees were enthusiastic, just like New Year's Eve, constantly rotating through various physical skills. Lin Rui held his umbrella up and walked back and forth outside the teepee as the cadets and the teepee rode on top of each other, squatting and rising against the windows. Come on, all of you, crouch down low. Look at you guys, my grandma next door can squat faster than you. Ma Chi smiled and said, Company commander, the grandmother next door to your family. I've long wanted to see her. When can I arrange it? Yeah, we all want to see her. The others shouted in an uproar. Lin Rui glared at them fiercely. Granny doesn't see trash. When you guys get stronger someday, I'll let her compare you guys. The current you guys are not even as good as her grandchildren. Jing Siwei laughed. Then everyone squat faster and try to meet the company commander's neighbor's grandmother as soon as possible. Okay Lu. Everyone shouted excitedly, and the speed of squatting and standing up accelerated even more. Seeing that these guys could still be so happy after being confined, Lin Rui's mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Last night, he had been officially notified that he would be the chief instructor of the group of cadets, responsible for all their military training. This result made Lin Rui quite satisfied. Even though he had given up the chance to be rehired, he felt content to be with these boys. Don't give me any ing lip. Lin Rui pretended to be in a bad mood and said, Don't think that. By calling me back, it's a good thing for you guys. Let me tell you, you are holding back Laozi's great future. I could have been a regimental commander or a brigade commander in the future. Now it's all ruined by you boys. So let me tell you, in the coming days, I will train you in the strictest way. Only if you guys compete will Laozi be taken seriously by his superiors and be promoted. Whoever drops the ball for me, don't blame me for being ruthless. All the trainees couldn't help but laugh when they heard Lin Rui's harsh words. The company commander could never have returned to the academy if he was greedy for a promotion. He's shown this time. And it's a certainty that he'll be rehired when he gets back. Plus he has the ability to be promoted, that's all, sooner rather than later. But he chose to come back. And he came back carrying the flag they had earned together. It just goes to show that the company commander's heart is with them. What are you laughing at? Lin Rue slapped his hand on the railing without any humor. Don't think I'm joking. Company commander. Jing Siwei looked at him sincerely. Our gang has sworn an oath. As long as you come back, we'll be happy even if we're practiced to the ground. Company commander. You still have to train us to be the best soldiers we can be. We're waiting for you to do it. The others chimed in. Lin Rue was warm inside. It's a really nice feeling to be completely trusted by someone else. An imperceptible smile crossed the corners of his mouth, but he quickly slapped his hand on the tin house. Don't be so carnal with me. I'm not a little girl to be fooled by your flowery words. In light of your cozying up to the company commander and attempting to backdoor, all of you, 1,000 more push-ups, now. Yes. All the trainees squatted even faster, without the slightest bit of aggression. The theater command. In Gao Shiwei's office, a dozen generals are arguing. This National Defense College, the nature of which must change, can no longer be viewed in the old light. Lao Gao, I suggest that you work well with the school side, and take advantage of this opportunity to make this academy a training base for outstanding officers. Lao Jiang, I have a group of officers over there. See if you can go to the academy for a while. Just practice with that group of students, and you won't be afraid of any hardship. Principal Jiang had a bitter smile on his face. He also did not expect that an examination, so that the originally unknown National Defense College, all of a sudden became the meat and potatoes. There are people from all war zones who have heard of them and want to work with them to bring back younger officers to learn. He looked to Gao Shiwei for help. Gao Shiwei coughed, stood up and said with a smile, Guys, I understand how you feel. But then, a school is a school. That's where future talents are cultivated. The officers under your command are already graduates of military schools. Even if they want to go study, shouldn't they go to a proper institution to further their education? You guys are pushing me and Principal Jiang here. Is there no reason for that? One of the generals glared at him. Old Gao, when you say that, you don't mean you want to get close to the water and send all the young officers in your own theater in to study first, do you? The others were in a hurry. Old Gao, we can understand if you prioritize, but you have to let us send some people in as well. The teaching level there is so high. Let our young officers go in and train together. It's all for the good of our troops. Gao Shiwei smiled and waved his hand towards the crowd. Everyone, it's not that I'm obstructing you, and it's not that I'm going to send someone in to tell you the truth. The National Defense Academy is about to make a major adjustment. Their nature, too, will change drastically. Next, their center of gravity will change completely. Gao Shiwei looked at everyone and said indifferently, So what? No applications for training from any troops will be accepted there. What becomes of it? A general asked curiously. Everyone looked at Principal Jiang. Principal Jiang just smiled lightly. Secret. End of chapter. 2 weeks passed quickly, and all the trainees rushed out of the tin house like birds out of a cage. After Lin Rue and the head of the picket handed over, the group confinement of the group of cadets was considered to be over. Soon all the tin houses were removed and all stood straight in the playground. Lin Rue swept over with a glance. Locking them up for 2 weeks had instead strengthened the gang. He remembered when he first arrived. The uniforms looked empty on these guys. But now, their bulging muscles had held the uniforms together. Happy that the confinement is over? Lin Rue asked. All the cadets yelled at the top of their lungs. Happy. Lin Rue smiled. I'm also happy because I can finally torture you guys properly outside. Are you ready to be tortured? Done. Everyone still yelled. Looking at this group of guys who still didn't know what was going to happen, Lin Rue smiled and nodded. Just be ready. Alright, immediately go pack your bags. After being locked up for so many days, have a good activity today. Tomorrow, I'll start a new training program for you guys. Yes. Everyone immediately ran wildly towards the dormitory. A few moments later, at Lin Rue's command, all of them ran wildly towards the mountains outside the academy. Lin Rue looked at their backs, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. These guys, they still don't know what they're going to train them for next. You're happy now, aren't you? Pretty energetic. Let's see if you guys come out happy next. Now Lin Rue's training tasks were down to the last few items, and he would be able to complete this phase of his training. Originally, he had thought he was afraid he would never be able to finish. I didn't realize that the mountain had turned around and God had given him a new chance. Lin Rue has already made plans for the future in these recent days. Since he's going to be consumed here, there's no way he'll ever go to the special forces that he has his heart set on. Then he'll take these cadets and make them special forces. If you can't be a special forces soldier, then become the one who makes them. Just then, an SUV roared into the college at a very high speed. The sentry tried to block it, but after seeing the license plate with the direct war zone, he honestly retracted his hand. The SUV raced along, almost sideways, rolling the steps right up to the playground. The grass was lifted by the tires, and the whirring SUV was like a runaway brute, charging madly towards Lin Rue. If this were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would have been scared into hiding, but instead of dodging, Lin Rue stood up straight and faced the military vehicle head-on with his hands behind his back. The SUV made a horrible braking sound and eventually came to a stop after the front bumper came into close contact with Lin Rue's thigh. The door opened and a major jumped out of the car with a veteran. The two men smiled and came to Lin Rue, looking him up and down, then looking at the area where his legs were in close contact with the bumper. Got guts? Enough guts. The major gave a thumbs up. I've been hearing lately that there's a bull in the Armor School's National Defense Academy, bringing an entire school of freshmen up to the level of special forces in 3 months. The major said towards the veteran. As soon as I heard this rumor, I found it a bit unbelievable. 3 months, a bunch of freshmen, and they're brought up to the level of special forces? Special forces are so worthless now? Afterward, he looked at Lin Rue with a smile. So what? I purposely came over to see just who this cowman is and just how capable he is. I don't see any ability, but I do see a sense of stupidity. The major was happy, you say? Why don't you know how to hide a little? Lin Rue swept over the two of them, and from the moment these two appeared, he smelled a strong odor of gunpowder. Is this to see yourself? This is clearly coming to a head. Hey! The major waved his hand in front of his eyes. It can't be that I'm overthinking this, can it? You're not stupid. You're stunned, are you? Lin Rue pushed his hand away and looked at him coldly. If the special forces don't even have this kind of driving skill, then I deserve to be run over. Who told me to trust the abilities of our Army's special forces too much? At these words, the major and the veteran froze in unison. How did you know we were special forces? The veteran asked. Lin Rue laughed. A license plate directly under the war zone. Who else can drive so arrogantly except for the special forces directly under the war zone who have the privilege to do so? And looking at the drifting maneuvers you guys came in with, it's easy to guess that you've received professional stunt driving training. And Lin Rue patted the armband on the major's arm. Anyone who isn't blind can tell you're in the special forces. The major froze and immediately looked down, only to see the sleeve badge on his arm clearly writing the words Wolfang Special Brigade in large letters. The veteran on the side burst out laughing. Thunder God! You didn't get this pussy in place today. You've revealed yourself. Lin Rue narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard that the codename Thunder God was the codename of the leader of the Thunderbolt Special Forces, a special operations brigade directly under the war zone. Wolfang's men? Lin Rue looked puzzled. What were they doing here? Lei Zhuan was embarrassed, but soon laughed out loud. Kid, you can. Good judgment. But, he stared tightly at Lin Rue. I, for one, especially hate the kind of people who are arrogant and still like to spread rumors. Without much ability, they dare to say that the troops they bring out can be compared to the special forces. People, if they don't have a little knowledge of themselves, it's easy to go down a crooked path. Lin Rue looked at him coldly. You, here to pick a fight? Lei Zhan laughed. You're not qualified for me to pick a fight. But then again, I would like to see just how capable you are. By the way, it will also allow you to properly recognize yourself. I've seen your test, and you're really good at the gunfighting piece. Lei Zhuan said. But the special forces, not only shoot guns, but also fighting. I don't know. How about your fighting? With that, he suddenly punched towards Lin Rue. There was no warning, yet the punch was ridiculously fast. The punch went straight for Lin Rue's chest. Lin Rue's eyes violently exploded with icy cold aura. Not only had this guy been speaking out of turn when he arrived in his own territory, but now he dared to take the lead. Even if Lin Rue had the best temper, he couldn't help it now. Bang! Lin Rue didn't budge in the slightest and directly punched at Lei War's fist. Fast, precise, and hard. Lin Rue's strength was already 3 times that of a normal person, and the overall strength of his body was also too much stronger than a normal person. This punch went down and directly knocked Lei Battle back 5 steps. If he hadn't grabbed the handlebars as soon as he could, his whole body would have had to go backwards. Leader, is everything alright? Lin Rue lowered his fist. I forgot to tell you that I was a bit too powerful. I didn't hurt you, did I? No, it's fine. Lei Zhuan put his hands behind his back and forced out a smile. The power, it really isn't small. 3rd grade petty officer Old Fox immediately ran over and shivered in fear at the sight of Lei Battle's face. Lei Shun, why are you still crying? Lei Zhuan looked at him with tears streaming down his face. Who the hell is crying? End of chapter. At this moment, Lei Juan felt as if the bones in his fist were broken, and his entire arm was numb and almost unconscious. He hadn't felt this much pain just now, but now it hurt so much that his tears and snot flowed down uncontrollably. After all, this punch Lin Rue did not retain any power at all. It was an absolute all-out strike. People were so provocative, and Lin Rue was not in the habit of spoiling children. The old fox saw that something was wrong and immediately went to grab his hand. Thunder God! What's wrong with you? Show me. I'm fine. Lei Zhen sniffed his nose while looking at Lin Rue, tearfully looking like a little whiny woman who had been dumped. This doesn't count. At most, it's because you're stronger. It doesn't count as me losing. Lin Rue was happy and walked directly towards him. Then continue? I also want to see how strong the fighting of the special forces really is. Just to learn and learn. When Lei Zhuan saw him raise his fist, a shadow instantly arose in his heart, and his entire body backed up in fear. But when he moved, his fist hit his thigh right in the middle, and he cried out directly from the pain. The old fox couldn't hold back any longer and immediately went over and grabbed his arm. He yanked off Thunderwar's gloves as he did so, and the next moment the entire group was shocked, only to see that Lei Zhuan's fist had swollen throughout, as if it had been stung by countless large hornets. Not only his fists, but even his wrists swelled up a good bit there. The corners of the old fox's mouth twitched straight. It had become like this. No wonder Lei Zhuan could be beaten to tears. And what shocked him even more was the fact that it was actually the consequence created by one of Taming's punches. He looked at Lin Rue incredulously. You call that more power? Lin Rue feigned innocence. Is he okay? The old fox glared at him in a bad mood. Can it be nothing? Can he cry if it's fine? You have a lot of strength. Don't you know how to control it? Lin Rue shrugged. I'm not special forces. He can't even retract his power. How can I? The old fox was speechless for a while and turned his head to look at Thunder War. Thunder God. Does it feel painful? The corner of Lei Zhuan's mouth twitched. Pain? Oh, I'm the god of thunder. This is nothing. However, later on when you drive, you'd better take me to the hospital for a while. Just then, 3 military vehicles drove in one after the other, seemingly seeing the playground. All 3 cars stopped at the edge of the playground. The car door opened, and Gao Shiwei, Principal Jiang, and a military man with a dignified appearance each stepped out of the car. Lin Rue's eyes slid past the faces of Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang, and with a single glance, they settled on the man with the majestic appearance. He Ji-jun. Lin Rue's eyes were filled with surprise. The Wolf's Teeth Special Operations Brigade was named after He Ji-jun's code name. At one time, his name was a chilling presence to his enemies. Lin Rue's desire to join the special forces and become a special soldier was actually more or less related to He Ji-jun. Now that he's crossed over, he won't be willing to just be in the base unit. If you want to do it, be a loud soldier like He Ji-jun. Commander, Brigadier. Seeing them approaching, Lei Battle and Old Fox immediately saluted. What's going on? Gao Shiwei looked at Lin Rue and then at Lei Zhuan, who was covered in sweat and tears from the pain. What happened to your hand? He Ji-jun asked with a frown. Principal Jiang, on the other hand, hurried to Lin Rue's side to take a look left and right before he said to Gao Shiwei and He Ji-jun. What do you mean? Why did you send someone first? What the hell are you doing? Gao Shiwei looked embarrassed. Old Jiang, this is actually something I'm not sure about. He Ji-jun immediately said. I'm sorry, Principal Jiang, my man, was reckless. He should have wanted to see Lin Rue's strength. As you know, we special forces, we all have a sense of pride. He stared at Lin Rue and said indifferently. Company Commander Xiao Lin led the freshmen to win all the first places in the test this time, and also claimed to have reached the level of the special forces. My soldiers, they definitely want to come and verify the validation. Lin Rue met He Ji-jun's eyes without the slightest bit of dodging, and appeared incomparably calm from start to finish. This made even He Ji-jun slightly surprised. Even in Wolfsbane, there were only 1 or 2 who dared to look him in the eye like that, and every single one of them was a soldier that even He Ji-jun, admired. A small company commander from the grassroots army could actually stare at himself for so long, and his eyes continued to reveal a piercing sharpness. With this alone, He Ji-jun believed that he was capable of leading a good troop. So what's the result now that it's been tested? Principal Jiang glared at Lei Zhuan without any good humor. Lei Zhuan said stubbornly. Still getting by. Principal Jiang stared at his hand. Lei Zhuan immediately said. This is me being careless. I didn't expect him to be strong. If I had been prepared. Shut up. He Ji-jun roared lowly in impatience. A captain of the Thunderbolt Commando team. How dare you have the face to say such words? If you go to the battlefield, do you want your enemy to let you know everything before going to war? Do you want them to tell you all their weaknesses before you can win the fight? Great Captain. Lei Battle looked resigned. He wasn't doing it for himself. but more for Raiden, and the honor of Wolverine. Shame on you. He Ji-jun waved his hand in a bad mood. Get lost and go back. Don't disgrace Wolfong here. Yes. Lei Zhuan saluted with a bitter look on his face. Then he looked at Lin Rui. Resignation written in his eyes. Let's go, Thunder God. I'll take you to the hospital. Look at your swollen hand. The old fox sighed and helped him away. Hey, be gentle. It hurts. Lei Zhan was touched on his arm and instantly grimaced. His entire arm, which had begun to swell. Slow down. Lin Rui suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at Lin Rui, and Lei War also turned his head violently. Kid, you still want to compete? Lin Rui shook his head. You can't beat me, and I don't want to hurt you. Lei Zhuan was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Hey, if I hadn't been careless. Shut up. He Ji-jun glared at him with a headache. Only when Lei Zhuan was honest did he turn his head to look at Lin Rui. Company Commander Xiao Lin. What do you want? Do you need him to apologize to you? Lin Rui smiled. I'm not that petty, but he'll have to pay for the lawn. Everyone was instantly confused. Looking down at the lawn marred by the SUV, everyone was speechless. What the hell kind of brainwave is this? At a time like this, you're still thinking about the ING lawn? I'm yet. Thunder War glared at him in anger. He hadn't realized until now that he was actually less than a lawn in Lin Rui's eyes. The corner of He Ji-jun's mouth also twitched a few times, then nodded with a bitter smile. Don't worry about it. I'll deduct his salary for this month, and dedicate it to compensating you for the lawn. No, First Sergeant. Lei Zhuan was aggrieved, but when he saw He Ji-jun glaring over, he immediately turned away in fear. This month, it's time to drink the northwest wind again. Lei Zhuan had a lifeless look on his face. Comrade Captain. Ha? He Ji-jun looked at Lin Rui. Anything else? Lin Rui nodded. Can you call my account today? I'm afraid I won't be able to find you guys later. It was He Ji-jun's turn to spit blood. This kid, is he afraid that he'll renege on his debt as a captain of the special forces? End of chapter. Seeing Lei Zhuan being taken away by the old fox, He Ji-jun smiled awkwardly at Lin Rui. Before this evening, our brigade will allocate a special grant to your academy. This lawn, I'll replace it all for you. Only then did Lin Rui salute with satisfaction. Thank you, Captain. By the way, you see, the runway was actually damaged by the car. Or, He Ji-jun had a head full of black lines and quickly raised his hand. I'll call you some more money to get this together. Okay? Lin Rui smiled faintly. A brigadier general is just atmospheric. Worthy of being a brigadier general of the Wolfong Special Forces. He Ji-jun faced bitter smile. Heart secretly thought, Lei War next month's wages simply deducted together. Ahem. Gao Shiwei coughed, then looked at Principal Jiang. Old Jiang, let's go inside and talk. It's quite cold outside. Principal Jiang nodded and said to Lin Rui, let's go. To your office. Yes. A few minutes later, Lin Rui carried the freshly brewed tea and placed it in front of the three people. He then stood in front of the three, his back straight. Gao Shiwei looked at him and smiled lightly. Company Commander Lin, there's no need to be so formal. Take a seat. Yes. Lin Rui nodded and sat down across from the three. Gao Shiwei looked at Principal Jiang again. Old Jiang, go ahead. Principal Jiang looked at Lin Rui. Little Lin, today we're here because we have something to announce to you. Principal, please. Lin Rui looked at him. Principal Jiang smiled lightly. After a study by the school's senior management, as well as the chiefs from the war zone and headquarters, it was decided, the National Defense Academy, no longer has a need to exist, and will soon be disbanded. What? Lin Rui stood up abruptly in shock. It's a nasty piece of bad luck. Those cadets wasted so much effort to get him here. We haven't even done anything yet, and we're going to be disbanded right away? Principal Jiang smiled faintly at him. Shaolin, don't get excited. Sit. I haven't finished yet. Lin Rui thought to himself, you're disbanding the academy. Can I not be excited? But the principal had spoken, so he had no choice but to sit down. Principal, why? Didn't we win so many first places in this examination? Why are we being disbanded? Facing Lin Rui's face full of questions, Principal Jiang smiled lightly. What about dissolution? Is that we feel that, with your current strength, and the heights you may reach in the future, the nature of the academy as it was previously set, is already outdated, and cannot keep up with your needs, Principal Jiang said seriously. Therefore, after the decision of the higher-ups, the National Defense Academy will be abolished, and then a new academy will be re-established to cope with your current strength. Of course, none of the people are leaving, it's just that the academy is becoming more important. If you guys can perform well, it's possible for you to become a key training academy at headquarters. At that time, all of our schools will have to dip into your light. Ha 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 ha. Lin Rui listened to a head of black lines, thinking that you do not gasp for air. One sentence can scare a person to death. However, Lin Rue's heart was still happy. A change in the nature of the college also means becoming more important and getting more privileges in the future. Then his plan to make the entire academy into special forces would be easier to realize. Principal. Then, what nature does the academy become? Lin Rue asked curiously. Will it just become a special academy? Principal Jiang laughed. Your kid is thinking quite beautifully. Becoming a special academy. Your current level is not up to it. At that moment, Gao Shiwei said, Lin, that's what we came here for this time. Lin Rue looked at Gao Shiwei and He Jijun in surprise. When these two came, he was curious. One is the commander of a war zone. The other is the brigadier general of a special operations brigade directly under the war zone. A man like a legend. The two of them were never going to have nothing better to do than walk him around. But now, Lin Rue had roughly guessed their intentions. Chief, Lin Rue asked indifferently. You came with Brigade He to train more special forces to Wolfong, right? Gao Shiwei and He Jijun's eyes lit up at the same time. They completely didn't expect that Lin Rue would actually be able to guess their intentions. Immediately afterward, the two looked at the principal together. Principal Jiang was glared at by them. He quickly shook his hand. That's not what I said. You guys only approached me today as well. The way I see it, it's 80% because that lay battle of yours has a broken mouth and let his words slip in advance. He Jijun was embarrassed. And in his heart, he cursed Lei Zhuan. He would definitely have to clean him up when he went back. Gao Shiwei rushed to He Jijun and said, Xiao He, since he has already guessed it, then you can say it. He Jijun nodded his head unreservedly and looked at Lin Rue with a serious face. Company Commander Xiao Lin, I watched the video from your assessment. To be honest, the cadets you have trained have indeed met the requirements of our special forces in terms of physical strength. Shooting, too, reaches our passing line. To be able to train them like that in just 3 months. I admire your ability. Lin Rue spat in his heart. Please, it's 2 months. The previous half a month has nothing to do with me. He Jijun continued. You and your gang of trainees, I think are all very powerful. So, taking this opportunity of your academy's overhaul, I hope we can work together. Lin Rue smiled. How can we cooperate? He Jijun said confidently. We, Wolfong, need fresh blood every year. Therefore, I want to make your academy a cradle for cultivating special forces. You'll train them directly here, and then send them directly to us for training without an examination, which will greatly increase efficiency. Of course, we will also regularly send our outstanding special forces to teach and train you here, to lecture you, and your trainees, on specialized special operations knowledge. He Jijun said. I will also select outstanding officers and non-commissioned officers from each scouting unit to come over and serve as platoon leaders and squad leaders for the cadets. And you'll also be given some material subsidies, and even given some of our resources for you to use. He Jijun asked confidently. Company Commander Lin, what do you think? Lin Rue stared at him with a smirk. Not good. He Jijun's entire body was confused. Not only him, but Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang were also confused together. Are you not hearing what I'm saying? He Jijun hurriedly asked. This is an invitation from the Wolfong Special Brigade. Lin Rue replied affirmatively. I know and am well aware of it. However, I refuse. He then looked at the principal. Headmaster, no matter what our academy has become, I'm confident that I can lead those guys well. In the past, I didn't have help, and I could still bring them up to what they are now. In the future, I can make them stronger without any help as well. Lin Rue looked at the dumbfounded principal with a serious face. This is our academy. We make the decisions ourselves. It's fine for others to sponsor it, but I won't agree 180% if I want to come in and dictate us as a training base. Gao Shiwei and He Jijun opened their mouths wide in shock. With Wolfram's invitation and such generous help, any other troop would probably be overjoyed. After all, being able to get Wolfsbane's help also meant they could get stronger. But they had never dreamed that they would eat a closed door when they ran into Lin Rue. This was the first time someone had openly rejected Wolfsbane to their faces. End of chapter. He Jijun and Gao Shiwei exchanged glances, neither knowing what to say for a moment. Lin Rue, however, directly stood up. Both leaders, no matter what, thank you for your appreciation. But this group of cadets of mine, I know them and know what they want. I also know better what I want for myself. Lin Rue stared at He Jijun and said, it won't be long before we'll take off the label of reaching the level of special forces, because at that time, every one of us here will have a level that surpasses that of a special forces soldier. If that's the case, why should we join Wolfong? Leader, what do you say? He Jijun dabbed his head and stood up, his icy gaze looking straight at Lin Rue as if he were a blade. Lin Rue didn't budge in the slightest and locked eyes with him. under He Ji-jun's gaze as if he was scrutinizing. Not only did he not back down, but on the contrary, the corners of his mouth always maintained a smile. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder was getting thicker and thicker, Principal Jiang hurriedly got up and said, "I'll make a statement. I'm in full support of all of Company Commander Lin's decisions. He deserves a lot of credit for the National Defense Academy's achievements today. Therefore, I trust all his judgment." This statement is tantamount to taking a stand. Gao Shiwei let out a bitter smile and stood up with a sigh. "All right," he pulled He Ji-jun aside, then looked at Lin Rui with a smile. "Young man, it's a good thing to have impulse. Having self-confidence is even more rare. If we soldiers don't even have the courage to fight, what's the difference between us and those pussies in society?" He patted Lin Rui's shoulder. "Brigade he and I, we all respect your choice. Coming here today isn't an order. The war zone doesn't have the right to order the school yet. It's just an invitation. And since Company Commander Lin doesn't want to, we naturally won't force ourselves." But, Gao Shiwei stared at him closely. "Do you really think that just by yourself, you can pull this academy up to the level of the Special Forces?" "Report, Chief," Lin Rui said confidently. "I have." Lin Rui dared to be so confident not only because he had the system, all the more so because his group of trainees had a faith that was hard for ordinary people to attain. They are resilient and they are, in Lin Li's mind, the best. His confidence did not originate from the system, but from Jing Siwei and the others. It's the people that always matter. He Ji-jun snorted coldly. "What a big mouth. You're afraid that you don't know how much specialized special training is needed for a real special force, right? You yourself are only halfway there. Don't think that just because you train them up in physical fitness and marksmanship you're great. You're still far from the professional level of a real special forces unit." Gao Shiwei waved his hand to signal him to shut up, and He Ji-jun snorted coldly and turned his head away. He had already very much given Lin Rui face today. After all, he was the Grand Captain of the Wolverine's Teeth. To be able to come down here and talk down to a little captain about cooperation, for the first time in his life. As a result, he was ruthlessly rejected by others, and he had to listen to Lin Rui blowing awesome in front of him, the originator of the Special Forces. He Ji-jun just couldn't endure it even with the best of tempers. Gao Shiwei smiled at Lin Rui and said, "This confident energy of yours is just like when I was young. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Still, neither the army nor the military academy can give you much time to try one thing. Can they, Lao Jiang?" Principal Jiang froze. He did not even speak. How can he still link on his own? "Yeah, right." He nodded helplessly. "But I trust Kobayashi." Gao Shiwei gave him an unfavorable blank look and continued to say to Lin Rui, "Every soldier's lifespan is limited. We can't let them spend their limited time trying to see if you're capable in their best years." "1 month," Lin Rui suddenly said. Gao Shiwei, He Ji-jun and Principal Jiang all stared blankly. "What did you say?" Gao Shiwei stared at him. Lin Rui said with a serious face, "1 month. I only need 1 month. If my students fail to meet all the requirements of the Special Forces, I'll accept your invitation and will never hold them back because of my incompetence." Gao Shiwei was speechless. He did try to use agitation. However, the time he was prepared to give Lin Rui was 1 year. Now he was glad that he hadn't said anything, or he would have given someone a slap in the face on the spot. He smiled awkwardly. A month? Ha? Are you sure? If it's not possible, we can make it longer." He Ji-jun couldn't even look at it anymore. "Shaolin this really isn't a matter of gambling. I'll be generous and give you half a year." "No need. A month is more than enough." Lin Rui smiled faintly at them. "Actually, just give me 20 days. I said a month because I wanted you guys to cut the price. I didn't realize." Gao Shiwei and He Ji-jun almost collectively vomited blood. "I'm Nima." They were still thinking about Lin Rui, but the clown turned out to be himself. The corner of He Ji-jun's mouth twitched. "Lin Rui, do you not realize that you're talking nonsense? 20 days? I'm just going to give you 20 more days. There's no way you'll be able to bring them into a real special forces unit. They're not even close, and neither are you." He Ji-jun called this a come on. His soldiers, it usually takes 2 or 3 years to become qualified special forces. You've only been training for 3 months, and now you want to finish by adding an extra month? If you succeed, then are we, the Wolf Fawn Gang, usually considered to be playing? Gao Shiwei also frowned. "Shaolin, I know you're eager to prove yourself, but this isn't the time for jokes. You can't gamble." "Chief," Lin Rui interrupted, then said with incomparable firmness, "If I can't finish, you can even transfer me out of here. The principal is also here today. He can prove it." Gao Shiwei and He Ji-jun were considered completely blocked. This person has made a military order. What can they say? "Old Jiang." The two men looked at Principal Jiang together. The principal smiled awkwardly and looked at Lin Rue. Then at them. I believe in Shaolin's. I fully support him. Gao Shiwei and He Jijun rolled their collective eyes. You're a repeater, aren't you? Can't you change your mind? Good. Gao Shiwei nodded. With your words, I have nothing to say. I'll give you a month, and then I'll personally arrange for the inspection. If you don't meet the standards by then, you're not required to leave. You remain here, but you must be absolutely obedient in the future. Lin Rue nodded. Yes, if I don't accomplish it, I'll obey whatever the leader says. Gao Shiwei and He Jijun exchanged a glance, and the two of them smiled at each other. In their eyes, Lin Rue was already their man from the moment he agreed. Only, it was delayed by a month. However, I also have demands. Lin Rue stared at them closely. Say. Gao Shiwei nodded graciously. End of chapter. Gao Shiwei waved his hand graciously at Lin Rue. Speak. Lin Rue stared at him closely. If I do that, in the future, the matter of turning us into a training base must never be mentioned again. Also, if I need assistance, Wolfong must unconditionally cooperate. Lin Rue looked at He Jijun again. Brigadier He, dare you? He Jijun replied without hesitation. Yes, no problem on my end. What about you, Commander? Gao Shiwei also smiled lightly. I have no problem with that either. If you can do it, not to mention Wolfong giving you unconditional support. Even our warzone can give you all kinds of support unconditionally. Lin Rue smiled. Then it's a deal. As witnessed by our principal. Principal Jiang immediately stepped forward. Right. I'll testify. No one is allowed to cheat. Whoever cheats is a puppy. Gao Shiwei smiled. Alright, then we'll wait and see. In a month's time, I'll see what you can really come up with. Go! Gao Shiwei and He Jijun took big strides toward the outside, while the principal walked over to Lin Rue with a worried look on his face. Shaolin, did you just act impulsively? Lin Rue stared at him. Principal, you don't believe me? The principal immediately stuck his neck out. I absolutely believe in you and support you unconditionally. Lin Rue smiled. That won't do. 1 month. I promise to honor my promise. Principal Jiang smiled awkwardly, but in his heart he always felt something strange. A month. Can you really do that? Gao Shiwei was just about to get into the car when He Jijun suddenly rushed up. Commander, do you really believe this kid can do it in a month? Gao Shiwei looked at him. Are you thinking that I have brain problems too? 1 month. Big Dream didn't wake up. He can raise the overall level of this group of cadets to that of a scouting unit and it's awesome. He Jijun smiled faintly. Then I'm relieved. By the way, you said that the assessment of them in a month's time is preparation. Gao Shiwei nodded. Yes, that's what it means. The smile on He Jijun's face became even thicker. Then I'm sure that this time, I can make this Lin Rue recognize himself properly. This kid is good everywhere, but he's just too crazy. This character must be suppressed properly. Gao Shiwei said approvingly. His ability is there, and so is his potential. If he is well polished, he can do us a lot of favors. It's just that this temperament is still too young and foolish. Hey, right. Gao Shiwei looked at him. The person you were going to arrange for him before. It's better to send him over. Ha? He Jijun was astonished. He's rejected my invitation and gave him a gift? Isn't this helping him? Gao Shiwei was happy. You kid, aren't you thinking too highly of him? You yourself know very well how long it takes to train a special forces soldier, and how much equipment is needed. It can be said that the cost of training out a special soldier piles up much higher than others. Even if you sent him someone to help, there's absolutely no way he'd be able to accomplish this in a month. Not even in 3 months. He Jijun rubbed his head and laughed. I see. I was overthinking it. Send him someone to help, and when he loses, he'll be more convinced. That's the point. Gao Shiwei patted him. Hurry up and make arrangements. Yes. He Jijun saluted. The next morning, all cadets went out for morning exercises as usual. After having yesterday's fiasco, Lin Rue had already formulated his next training plan last night. A month is more than enough for him, because there were only 4 more training tasks left until this stage of his training. Once it's done, it's sure to be a great reward, but before he does his final workout, he has to cycle through all of his previous workouts. After all, everyone had been confined for half a month and had to refamiliarize themselves with all the training. He had just finished announcing today's training subjects when the sound of a horn suddenly came from the gate. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see a bus slowly drive in, heading directly in their direction. As soon as the car stopped, a second lieutenant and sergeant jumped out of it. Lin Rue's brows furrowed. Company Commander Lin. Secretary Luo came over with a smile. By order of the principal, I'm sending you someone. Lin Rue hurriedly pulled him aside. Leader, what's the situation here? Secretary Luo laughed. When you were in new training before, Your platoon commanders had already returned to their old units. Now on your side. It's equal to just you being a bare-bones commander. The principal has applied for you before. And they, all of them, were sent from the Southeast War Zone. It's said that all of them are the elites of various scouting units. And they're awesome. Secretary Luo patted him. From now on, they're all your assistants. Assisting you in everything you do next. Lin Rui smiled awkwardly. Not that he looked down on these people. Since people can be sent here, they are definitely all elite in their units. Only in the original force was that by the time it got here. Hello, company commander. Just then, a group of people all walked up to Lin Rui and saluted. Lin Rui nodded awkwardly at them. Hello, everyone, Secretary Luo said. I'll leave that man to you. Mission accomplished. I'm going back. He gave a couple more explanations, then turned and walked away. Company commander, we're here to assist you. A platoon leader smiled and said, you give us orders. Tell us what to do and we'll do it. Company commander, give the order. The others shouted. Lin Rui nodded helplessly and could only bring them to the front of the line. At this time, all the trainees had long been filled with curiosity, looking up and down at the newcomers as if they were looking at animals locked in a cage. Lin Rui coughed and said loudly, introduce them to everyone. They, on the other hand, are the new platoon leaders and new squad leaders sent to our academy from above. And from now on, your training, housekeeping, all of it will be managed by them. Everyone was in an uproar when these words came out, and each of them opened their mouths wide in shock. Ever since Chen Min and the others left, people never thought there would be a new platoon leader. First, because they got to know the old platoon leaders well. Secondly, they are supposed to be people with pride in their bones, and if it's not something that can convince them, it's useless to replace them with anyone else. Lin Rui could tell at a glance what these boys were thinking. He shook his head faintly, thinking to himself that I'm afraid these guys are going to be miserable. Lin Rui coughed and made an empty seat. Come on, introduce yourselves so everyone can get to know each other. A second lieutenant took the lead and walked over, proudly raising his head. Hello everyone, my name is Li Tao, platoon leader of the 85th Group Army's Fierce Tiger Division's Direct Reconnaissance Battalion. As for me, I don't have much ability, just a first in the all-army competition. Lin Rui rolled his eyes and thought to himself that this guy was really unenlightened. You can't go anywhere else to act like a pussy. You have to act like a pussy here. Sure enough, as soon as Li Tao's words were finished, the eyes of all the trainees lit up. It's the same as when a cat with nothing better to do suddenly sees a stronger mouse that still likes to strut its stuff. Platoon leader, so you're an elite? Jing Siwei asked wistfully. Li Tao nodded smugly. Pretty much. In the next second, all the trainees looked at each other and all revealed lewd smiles. End of chapter. Li Tao's side had just finished his introduction, and all the trainees unexpectedly applauded collectively. Yes, welcome platoon leader. The platoon leader worked hard. When Li Tao saw how enthusiastic everyone was, his face was also filled with a big smile. He hadn't expected everyone to be so welcoming to him for just his first visit. Was it because of his status as a soldier in the scouting battalion? I'm sure it is, but Lin Rui was twitching at the corner of his mouth. No one else knew the cadets, but he knew them too well. These guys are people with pride in their bones, like a king of horses, and to tame them you have to make them completely obedient. Otherwise, don't say you're some kind of elite. Even if the King of Kings comes, it's useless. They simply won't buy your account. These brats, what are they holding back again? Lin Rui coldly grunted in his heart. He wasn't going to poke at it though, because he didn't like these newly assigned guys either. For the simple reason that they had no love affair with themselves and were likely to be a hindrance to the rest of their training. Because the training that follows is so dangerous, that a rule-following soldier like them would surely be terrified. If we stop the training then, it will affect the progress. So, since these boys wanted to do something fancy, Lin Rui was happy to see it. Okay, next. Lin Rui clapped along. Li Tao stood to one side, and a big burly man came over smilingly. Hello everyone, I'm a scout from the 72nd Army. My name is Zhang Kuei. I, on the other hand, am not as powerful as platoon leader Li, but in my troop, I'm also the king of soldiers, so everyone can teach me more in the future. The cadets immediately erupted in thunderous applause again. Welcome platoon leader Soldier King, king of soldiers, king of soldiers, king of soldiers. Zhang Kuei listened to the mountainous cheers and instantly had the illusion of being on top of his life. At this moment, only Lin Rui was silently sighing for him. The more excited this group of cadets screamed, meant that the guy being cheered, the worse off he'd be later. Soon, everyone had all introduced themselves. Just like what He Ji-jun said, every single one of these guys was an elite from various units, not just within their regiment, but even within the division, and even within the army. They're all capable of ranking in terms of individual strength. It could be said that the strength of these people was close to the basic level of special forces. Only, it was outside. Here it is. Lin Rue looked at all the trainees with impish smiles on their faces, while the new platoon commanders and squad leaders still knew nothing. He was already mentally starting to mourn for the guys. Alright. Lin Rue walked in front of all the cadets and said aloud. The new platoon leaders and new squad leaders have already introduced themselves. So what about later on? We'll do the platoon and squad divisions. From now on, all of your training as well as eating, drinking, and ting will be at the behest of the platoon and squad leaders. Is that clear? Yes. All the trainees yelled loudly. Lin Rue nodded and was just about to speak when Jing Siwei suddenly shouted. Report! Lin Rue coldly grunted in his heart. It's you kid again. And it's really the first one who can't stand it. Speak! He nodded graciously. Jing Siwei said smilingly. Company commander. The new platoon leaders and new squad leaders are here, and we especially want to open our eyes. They're all soldier kings, and we're very curious to know how powerful soldier kings really are. Lin Rue glared at him and pretended to chortle. What? You still don't believe they're real soldier kings? Let me tell you, they're all real soldier kings sent down from above. You're not qualified to doubt them. Jing Siwei immediately said. Company commander, you've misunderstood. How could we dare to doubt it? It's just that we're curious. After all, we've never seen the king of soldiers before. The others chimed in. Company commander, let's see how big the gap is between the king of soldiers and what we thought. Lin Rue immediately roared. No, the new platoon commanders and squad leaders have just arrived, so how can they have the time to give you a show? Li Tao and the others looked at each other at this moment, and then all of them quickly unified their opinions. They had heard before they came that the students of this academy had just taken all the first places in the examination. So, they uniformly decided that the students here must be crazy. If we don't give them a shock, it will definitely be difficult to work in the future. Since they are now making this request themselves, it couldn't be better. Li Tao immediately stepped forward. Company commander. Lin Rue looked at him in surprise. What? Li Tao laughed. Since they want to see it, let's put on a show. It will also let everyone recognize our strength and work better in the future. Zhang Kuei nodded his head in a jarring voice. Right. If we're not up to par, why should we convince them? It's better to let us go on. Company commander. You see that the platoon commanders have agreed, so you should agree as well. Jing Siwei smiled wistfully. Lin Rue pretended not to understand anything, nodded and said, since the platoon commanders and squad leaders want to perform, that's fine. After saying that, he hastily stepped aside and prepared to watch the show. Li Tao and the others walked smilingly to the trainees. Students, what about us? We're almost all round. Which aspect do you want to see? Zhang Kuei nodded his head. Right. You guys point it out and we'll do it. All the trainees immediately glanced at each other, and a treacherous smile appeared on each of their faces. Report platoon leader. Xiao Yuandong shouted. Say. Li Tao nodded graciously. Xiao Yuandong playfully smiled. Platoon commander. Actually, I would love to see your physical abilities, but running those takes too long. How about a 400-meter obstacle course? Yes, 400-meter obstacles. Let's see the platoon leaders. All the trainees rose to the occasion. The new platoon leader and the new squad leaders laughed collectively. They were elite, and the 400-meter obstacle was routine for them. The people who make it to the elite are the ones who run the 400-meter obstacle course into the ground. Great. Li Tao rolled up his sleeves. Then I'll give you guys a show myself. Let's go. Platoon leader. Marge said. Can we get the fastest one of you to perform? We want to see the strongest. Li Tao froze, and at the same time, he was a little embarrassed. Who in the army would admit that they are inferior to others? There's no first place in literature, but there's no second place in martial arts. At a time like this, surely you can't let. I've been fast enough to give you guys a good long look. Li Tao said. Let's go. All of them came together to the 400-meter obstacle course. The trainees split into two sides like they were watching a monkey show. Lin Rue leaned against a tree, clasping his hands and smiling as he waited for Li Tao to perform. Watch this, Li Tao roared, and suddenly his entire body quickly rushed out. The whole person rushed to the end of the road with a windy speed, and then his body swiftly crossed one obstacle like a swallow. All the new platoon leaders and new squad leaders hollered together. Soon, Li Tao ran back out of breath. A squad leader immediately pressed down the meter and yelled in shock. 1 minute and 29 seconds. Damn, that's fast. The other new platoon leaders and new squad leaders applauded together, their eyes showing intense shock. 1 minute and 29 seconds is already a very scary number for them. Li Tao's face was pale and panting as he laughed at all the cadets. Look, see, this is the level of the king of soldiers. Jing Siwei asked smilingly. It's quite fast, but why don't you carry your equipment? Yes, you ran empty-handed. This speed. It seems quite slow. Xiao Yuandong concurred. Sun Nan laughed directly. Platoon leader, are you deliberately keeping your standards? Don't. Bring out your true strength and shock us properly. This level is too ordinary. Li Tao's jaw hit the ground. Stare hard at them and think to yourselves, are you? I'm panting like a dog. Do I look like I'm holding back? The corner of Lin Rui's mouth on the side showed a smile. He knew that Jing Siwei, these assholes, were going to get someone. End of chapter. Li Tao gasped and looked at this group of trainees who didn't know what they were doing. He tried to calm himself a bit, then said, students, you may not know much about the 400-meter obstacle course. This subject not only tests physical strength, but also tests one's acumen and physical coordination. You can't have one without the other. What about the time I just ran? It's the first in our army this year, and the second on the group army side, Li Tao said confidently. What about this speed? It's already fast. A platoon leader nodded his head in a hurry. Class, what platoon leader Li said is the truth. My best performance is 1 minute and 35 seconds unarmed, and 1 minute and 50 seconds with weight. Don't look at the 400-meter obstacles as simple, but if you really run, the various obstacles will greatly reduce your speed. Right. The other platoon commanders and squad leaders nodded their heads. Class, this obstacle course looks simple, but it's very difficult to actually run. Platoon leader Li's performance is really fast. At least no one can surpass him here. With so many people bragging about it, Li Tao's face showed another smug smile. In his opinion, the cadets were just ignorant. Think it's easy? When they run themselves, they'll realize how horrible it is. After all, it's a classic and unfailing trope saying that you'd rather run 5 kilometers than 400 meters. Not far away, Lin Rui was always full of smiles. Li Tao's ability was indeed good, and he did belong to the elite in the ordinary army, but that's just in the regular army. One can never say too much here. Sure enough, just after their words were finished, Jing Siwei said with a smirk, platoon commanders and squad leaders, you guys just now, you're not kidding us, right? Xiao Yuandong hurriedly picked up. That's right. You guys don't joke around like that. 1 minute and 29 seconds. And you're still number 1 in the whole army and number 2 in the group army? Is the standard of the troops nowadays so low? All the platoon leaders and squad leaders barely managed to collectively spit out a mouthful of old blood. This Nima is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He dares to say anything. The record of the whole army is only 1 minute and 13 seconds. That already belongs to the existence of not human. You guys really think it's easy to run, don't you? Sun Nan also said at this time, platoon commanders and squad leaders, it's meaningless if you have to conserve your strength. Shouldn't we trust each other? At this speed, any of us can run out. Hearing this, Li Tao was directly exasperated and laughed. You guys, all of you can outrun me? Li Tao glared at Sun Nan. Although there was a smile on his face, the light that burst from his eyes was enough to dismantle Sun Nan. Sun Nan pretended to be ignorant and nodded. Yeah, is it hard? Isn't it just running a 400-meter obstacle course? Who can't? Li Tao nodded. Okay, good. It seems that where I came today, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He turned back to Lin Rui. Company commander, can I get them to run as well? Lin Rui waved his hand. Feel free, you're a platoon leader. Li Tao immediately looked at Sun Nan. Classmate, I want to see now how you can run to my score. To put it politely, not to mention you, all of you here, none of you can reach it. Sun Nan and the others glanced at each other, and all of them revealed odd smiles. Platoon leader, are you sure you want me to run? Sun Nan asked. Why don't you run again and show your true strength? I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold your face if I run to your current score later. Li Tao immediately became angry, his eyes glaring fiercely at him. This is my best score. If you run to it, I'll recognize you as my platoon leader. Sun Nan pretended to nod his head hopelessly. Since the platoon leader ordered it, I'll do it reluctantly. With that said, he turned around and walked towards his dorm. The platoon commanders and squad leaders present were all dumbfounded, and as Sun Nan walked farther and farther away, Li Tao couldn't help but shout, Hey, you, are you trying to escape? Sun Nan didn't turn around, and Wang Sheng said for him, Platoon commander, don't get me wrong, he's gone to get his backpack. Taking a backpack? Li Tao was confused. What's he doing with a backpack? Isn't he running 400 meters? Bu Chao looked at him with a strange expression. Platoon leader, don't we all need to be fully armed to run 400 meters? Running unarmed like you? We're not used to it. I'll go to Nima's. Li Tao almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Not only him, but the other platoon commanders and squad leaders were similarly filled with anger. It's so arrogant. Never seen such an arrogant and bossy student before. Are these students? The stabby soldiers in the base unit aren't even as wild as they are. Isn't this a stark slap in the face of Li Tao and the others? Good good good. Li Tao's hair stood up in anger. I'm going to see how the hell he can run. Let me have a good look at how a student can run to the accomplishments of a soldier king. Just then, Sun Nan ran over with a marching backpack and a gun on his chest. Li Tao's eyes are about to burst into flames. You're really heavily armed, aren't you? Don't look down on people like that. Sun Nan smiled and saluted him. Platoon leader. I'm ready. Can we start? Start. Start. Start immediately. Li Tao roared in anger. Quickly let me grow. Okay. Sun Nan walked to the starting point and nodded to the platoon leader who timed it. After he gave the order, his right leg forcefully pointed to the ground, and his entire body rushed out like a wind. Li Tao and the others only felt a blur before their eyes, and by the time they could see clearly, Sun Nan had already run out a long way. This fast? Li Tao's mouth opened wide in shock. He hadn't had time to be shocked for more than a moment, which quickly turned into shock. Only Sun Nan was seen passing through the obstacle like it was nothing. The short wall flew right over, hit a high platform, and went up in one long leap. A few steps followed without stepping on them, and he jumped straight over them, landing with a roll and continuing to pound forward. Not only him, all the platoon commanders and squad leaders all looked dumbfounded. This way of running a 400-meter obstacle course was unheard of, let alone seen by them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, they wouldn't have believed it no matter who said it to them, beating them to death. Moreover, Sun Nan was still running in full armor, and in their place, even if they were running unarmed, they couldn't possibly reach that level. In a short period of time, Sun Nan continuously gave them shock after shock. By the time he sprinted back to the finish line, Li Tao and the others' eyes were glazed over, because the stopwatch clearly showed a series of numbers, 1 minute and 25 seconds. That's heavily armed. Carrying over 30 kilograms of gear, Sun Nan walked over and looked at the time, then shook his head with a disgruntled face. Today's state is not good. Slowed down that much. Hey, make do. Cough cough. Suddenly, Li Tao's entire body coughed violently. Lin Rui rushed over. Platoon leader Li, are you alright? Why are you suddenly coughing? Li Tao's face was red. No, nothing. Maybe it's awesome blowing big and hurting the lungs. End of chapter. Lin Rui kindly patted Li Tao and said with a smile, Platoon leader Li, you're really something too. Just now, if you were to bring out your true level, how good it would be. It wouldn't be so bad. Li Tao's eyes could kill. If you've been humiliated by a student, you're here with the company commander? It's not over yet? Lin Rui didn't give him a chance to speak either, and said to all the platoon commanders and squad leaders, I know you're all hiding it for fear of scaring the students, but yeah, I can tell you guys very clearly, bring out your skills. These students are very resistant. If you guys don't bring out your hidden strength, they won't be convinced. Jing Siwei and the others almost laughed out loud. In terms of mending, the company commander is second, and absolutely no one dares to call him first. The eyes of a group of platoon sergeants and squad leaders were red with anger. They could sort of tell that the students were up to no good from the start. Would want to see the king of soldiers. In fact, it's just to damage them, the platoon commanders and squad leaders. And then there's this company commander who's been standing by and not saying a word, playing the good guy. In fact, he was as clear as a bell in his heart, and the most damaging person was him. If it were before, these guys would have been furious, but they came to the National Defense Academy this time, and their superiors did give them a promise. As long as they can stay here, all of them are busted after a year. Squad leaders are promoted directly. Officers are promoted a minimum of 1 grade, and can be promoted 2 grades for good behavior. And, if the students on the Defense Academy side get results, they each get a 3rd degree. A benefit of this magnitude, that's unattainable. So, even though it's a bit embarrassing for everyone right now, tough luck, we're going to stay. Zhang Kuei said in a jarring voice, 400-meter obstacle. We counted on seeing it. It's really good. But then, in the next training, the 400-meter obstacle is just one of them. There are many more subjects to learn. It's useless to be strong in just one subject. A good soldier is only good if he is strong in all aspects. The other squad leaders immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Right. A 400-meter obstacle doesn't mean anything. It has to be well-rounded. Lin Rui looked at their stubborn looks and sighed in his heart one after another. They've been given a step down. Why do they have to hit the south wall? Since this was the case, Lin Rui was not polite and said to Jing Siwei and the others, hear that? A 400-meter obstacle doesn't mean anything. It has to be well-rounded. So why don't you ask them for advice? A bad smile immediately floated up on the faces of all the trainees. The company commander was blatantly authorizing them to go and give this group of ungrateful guys a hard time. And when the platoon leaders and squad leaders saw the expressions on the faces of the cadets, they had a bad feeling. But what's wrong with it? They can't say. Leaders. Jing Siwei looked at them with a harmless face. Why don't you guys show us some others? We also want to see just how much of a gap we still have. Yeah, platoon sergeants. Just show us how it's done. Let's get along. Open mind. Leaders, bring out the strength of your soldier kings. Looking at the sincere look of these cadets, the platoon commanders and squad leaders suddenly had the illusion of going back to the time before they ran the 400-meter obstacle course. They were so attentive at that time, too, and then immediately afterward they hit them hard in the face. Li Tao whispered, "Guys, how do I feel? They don't mean well?" A squad leader nodded. "These guys, their smiles are just quite oozing. Let's not show it, or else we'll be humiliated like before. So in the future, will we be in charge of them? Or will they be in charge of us?" Another squad leader shook his head. "There's no need to worry so much. Isn't it just a 400-meter obstacle course? We are all the elites of various units, and our comprehensive strength is not something to brag about. I don't believe that the rest of them will be fine." "Yeah, I feel the same way." Zhang Kuei nodded. "They're just a bunch of students who just entered the school. What do we have to be afraid of?" Li Tao said in a deep voice. "Then let's not be polite. Don't forget to stay for half a year, and we'll be able to get a merit promotion. This kind of good opportunity can't be found in a lantern." As soon as this was mentioned, everyone was filled with energy like chicken blood. They quickly turned around and looked at all the trainees with smiles on their faces as well. "Yeah, what training demonstration would you guys like to see?" Jing Siwei hurriedly said. "Too complicated is not good either. We have grenades here. How about demonstrating bomb throwing?" All the platoon leaders and squad leaders were suddenly head over heels. "It's ING live rounds. And you're telling me this isn't complicated? In any other troop, using live ammo would be done only after complex approvals and a strict safety clearance of the site, with safety education at the end, and so on. You're here when you say you are?" Li Tao and the others immediately looked at Lin Rue, whereas Lin Rue said directly to Jing Siwei. They agreed to lift the grenade. "Okay." Jing Siwei and the others smiled and ran towards the armory. The platoon commanders and squad leaders nearly vomited blood on the spot. There are no formalities here? Is everything so casual and simple? The corners of everyone's eyes were twitching uncontrollably. Platoon commanders, squad leaders. Xiao Yuandong laughed. "Please, the range is over there." Li Tao and the others looked at each other. Although they felt a little bad, they still had a trace of luck in their hearts. Everyone immediately headed toward the range. The person in charge of the demonstration this time was Zhang Kuei. He has the biggest arm and throwing bombs is his forte. The moment he picked up the grenade, his whole body was confident, and the other platoon commanders and squad leaders were equally confident. This time, he's going to teach these students how to be soldiers. But reality is always cruel, and soon he was slapped in the face. It took him a desperate effort to throw himself into a hole the size of a basketball frame 70 meters away. But Maki was so relaxed that he showed him how to throw in a random target from 80 meters away. The most annoying thing is that he not only stood and threw, he jumped, ran and even prostrated himself. No matter how it was thrown, the grenade hit its target with ease and accuracy. Zhang Kuei and the other platoon commanders and squad leaders all looked dumbfounded. Is this a ING bomb drop? It's no different than the boys at school throwing trash at the paper basket or trash can. It was that easy, it was that casual, and it directly killed them in seconds. Immediately afterward, they were invited to climb downstairs. Xiao Yuandong was enthusiastic about comparing climbs with the platoon leaders. The platoon leaders' side sent one of their best climbers. As a result, just as their people climbed up to the first floor, Xiao Yuandong climbed up to the second floor like a monkey. By the time he climbed to the second floor, Xiao Yuandong had already reached the fourth floor. In the end, he hadn't even reached the top yet, and Xiao Yuandong was already downstairs concernedly telling him to slow down and never fall. By this point, all the platoon and squad leaders had realized the promotions and merits promised to them by their superiors are not so easy to take. "Everyone, how do I feel?" Li Tao looked at the crowd with a bitter face. As if we've come to the wrong place?" End of chapter. After the end of the climb, Jing Siwei and the others completely opened the road to pretend, and it was out of control. Platoon leader, let's go. Let's compete in marksmanship. Don't be afraid. We're pretty weak shots. Platoon leader, let's compare diving. The scouts should have learned this, right? Platoon leader, don't be afraid. Let's compare fighting this time. You scouts must be good at it, just so you can guide us. With all the cadets sparing no effort, these new platoon and squad leaders were completely devastated before noon. Li Tao, with two blackened panda eyes, ran to Lin Rue as if fleeing, pulling his hand and not letting go. Company commander, I'm convinced, completely convinced. You give an order. Quickly make them stop. We really don't dare to compete. Zhang Kuei also stumbled over it this time. A good strong man. At this moment actually tearful. Company commander. Where's the phone? I need to call my superiors. I need to get out of here. Lin Rui was laughing in his heart. But on the surface he still pretended to be serious. Why do you still want to leave? Aren't we doing well here? Don't I think you guys are doing quite well in your sparring sessions? Saying that, Lin Rui looked towards the fighting field, just in time to see several squad leaders being put down on the ground, and wailing coming from everywhere. Very imposing. Lin Rui said, "You guys really want to leave?" Zhang Kuei almost knelt down. Company commander. It's because I was too high on myself to think of coming here as a platoon leader. Now that I've fully realized how bad I am, I'm going to go back to training and I'm going to be a good soldier. In the future, I will never dare to call myself a soldier king again. Company commander, please let us go. Li Tao also cried. We are truly unable to teach your students. They're the soldier kings. We're just scum. At this time, several more platoon commanders and squad leaders stumbled over, followed by Xiao Yuandong and the others. Company commander, help, help. I can't fight anymore. If I fight again, I'm going to die before I get out. Xiao Yuandong and the others were still following behind, smiling and shouting. Leader, don't run. I still have a few more holding moves that I haven't demonstrated. Let's exchange and learn. How can you run? Platoon leader, that flying kick I just did is actually not my best. I also have a ruffling kick that's even better. Come and try it. Ma Chi shouted sincerely. Several platoon commanders and squad leaders were on the verge of crying in fear, hiding behind Lin Rui and shouting. Company commander, let them go. Hurry up and let them go. These guys are just perverts. Lin Rui forced back a laugh and yelled down at Xiao Yuandong and the others. Get lost. Look at how scared the platoon commanders are. Is this a good demonstration for you guys? Xiao Yuandong. Several people laughed, saluted and turned around to run. The platoon commanders and squad leaders were relieved to see them walk away. Lin Rui looked at them with a smile. Sorry guys. These guys, they just don't have a light hand. You guys shouldn't be polite either. Hit them hard. Don't be embarrassed to hit them just because they're students. It's okay, they're built to last. A squad leader said bitterly. Company commander, you think too highly of us. It's not that we don't want to fight back. It's that we have no way to fight back. Another squad leader quickly chimed in. Company commander, your students are too powerful. Please, let them stop. We really can't take it anymore. Lin Rui stared at them in feigned surprise. Aren't you the king of soldiers? You can't deal with a few of their students? Don't be ridiculous. The group looked at each other, then gave themselves a collective smack in the mouth. Company commander, I admit that we blew our awesome before. Li Tao said bitterly. We're not the king of soldiers. We're not here. Please do us a favor and let us make the call. Yes, company commander. Zhang Kuei said eagerly. We don't deserve to be here. Don't let us delay their progress. Company commander. The others all yelled pleadingly. Lin Rui pretended to sigh helplessly. Fine, but it's you guys who want to leave. But I've retained you. And my students have retained you as well. We all understand the reasoning. Li Tao nodded repeatedly. It's us who want to leave. It's us who feel unworthy to stay here. You guys are very enthusiastic. It's all our fault. The others nodded their heads in unison, now letting them say they could. I can't help it. Staying here not only hurts my pride, it hurts my body. If they can't last one morning, how are they going to stay in the future? Lin Rui nodded. Alright then, everyone follow me. All the platoon commanders and squad leaders followed Lin Rui and walked towards his office. On the training ground, all the trainees were all together with smiles on their faces. You guys, these guys wouldn't have opened their eyes yet, right? Xiao Yuandong asked. Jing Siwei grinned. Wang Shang grunted coldly. Here, we only obey the company commander. Anyone else, no one will stay. 10 minutes later, the phone in Gao Shiwei's office suddenly rang. He held up his glasses and put down the pen in his hand to pick up the phone. Hey, the officer the National Defense Academy just sent suddenly called, saying he couldn't stay and requested to leave. What? Gao Shiwei's eyes went wide. What's the situation? Didn't they just go today? Why are they leaving? I remember before going, wasn't everyone happy? Officer, I'm not sure, but it sounded like they were on the verge of tears and it was everyone who strongly wanted to leave. The people were sent by He Brigade, so I only had to ask you first. Gao Shiwei confused. This matter is not his hand to do. All of them are He Jijun all-powerful. It was reasonable to say that those who could be picked by He Jijun and sent there were definitely the best of the best in each unit. But they're actually going to cry? Gao Shiwei grunted coldly. Put the phone through. I want to ask about the situation. Yes. A few moments later, the call was answered. Gao Shiwei said coldly, I am Gao Shiwei. Who are you? Li Tao, who was waiting for the phone on the opposite side, was obviously startled and hurriedly shouted, "My name is Li Tao." "It's alright, cut the crap," Gao Shiwei asked impatiently. "You were sent to the National Defense Academy to cooperate with Captain Lin, and you've only been there for less than half a day, so why are you coming back? What the hell are you guys up to?" Li Tao said with a sobbing voice. "It's really not that we want to leave. It's really that we don't deserve to stay here." "What do you mean?" Gao Shiwei frowned. Li Tao said bitterly, "This job, we can't take it." End of chapter. Southeast Theater Command. What's going on with Brigadier He? Watching the car pass, several guards immediately chattered and discussed it. Looks like something big is going on. Brigadier He is usually so calm and collected, but today it's too abnormal. It's not supposed to be a military exercise, is it? Wasn't it said that there's still a month to go? Has it been brought forward? I've heard that this military exercise is particularly important, and the top brass are paying special attention to it. Wolverine is definitely the main force this time. No wonder Brigadier He is on board. Just then, a platoon leader gave them a serious look. "What's wrong with you? Don't you understand the code of secrecy? Can you talk about anything now?" Everyone immediately shut up and got back on their feet. He Ji-jun drove his car quickly to the command building. Before the car had even stopped, he opened the door and jumped straight out, running furiously towards the building in a hurry. Bang! Opening the door to the conference room, he Ji-jun huffed and puffed towards the group of platoon commanders and squad leaders who saluted him. "What's going on? What the hell?" He Ji-jun glared at them fiercely. "You were only sent over this morning, and you came back en masse in the afternoon? A day trip you all didn't complete?" Suddenly, he saw that several squad leaders and platoon leaders had injuries on their faces and frowned. "What's going on? Beaten up by the students?" Li Tao, with two panda eyes, said with an embarrassed face. "Chief, it's not being punched. It's a cut. What difference does it make?" He Ji-jun was furious. "You're all the elites of the various scouting units, and I'm still planning to special recruit you to Wolfong. Look at you bears. You actually got beat up by a bunch of bear students. Are you not ashamed of yourselves?" Zhang Kuei said in a jarring voice. "Chief, there's really no shame. What did you say?" He Ji-jun almost exploded. A group of people who are on the verge of becoming bereaved, and they still have the nerve to say they're not ashamed of themselves? Zhang Kuei said with a convinced face. Reporting to the chief, "It's not that we don't want to stay. It's really that we don't have the face to stay. All the training subjects of those trainees are more than a notch better than us. You say, how can we have the face to stay there and work for others as platoon leaders or squad leaders?" "What did you say?" He Ji-jun stared incredulously. He knew that Lin Rui had taken his students to many first places, but that was just the freshman competition between institutions. It never occurred to He Ji-jun that the level of these students had surpassed the elite of the scouting force. "It's true, leader," Li Tao followed up. "We just went and they made us perform. Then, it taught us a lesson. 400 meters of obstacles, 10 floors of climbing and rappelling, physical fitness, bomb throwing, shooting, fighting. We all lost. Moreover, we lost convincingly. People are really powerful." "What?" He Ji-jun's eyes widened. "It's true, leader," a squad leader said with a bitter face. "We recognize that these military tops are losing. But you know what? They actually beat us in internal affairs as well. You haven't been to their dormitory. The quilts look like they were folded by a machine. I should say, it's like a piece of wood cut up and put there. They even asked us to show them, but we didn't dare. It's a shame to compare our housekeeping with theirs." "What?" He Ji-jun even changed his voice this time. Li Tao said bitterly. "Leader, you don't know. When we went there, we didn't feel like platoon leaders at all. The only feeling is as if we are new recruits. And then we encountered a group of soldier kings teaching us how to be soldiers. You say, how can we stay? We're soldiers too, and we need some face. We can't just stick around because we can be promoted and decorated. In that case, we dislike ourselves." Zhang Kuei said dejectedly. "Leader, let us go back. Chief, let's go back to our old unit. I'd rather go back for a good reboot and promise never to brag about being the king of soldiers again." He Ji-jun was both shocked and angry at the moment. He was shocked that the students of the National Defense Academy were actually really this good, and according to these platoon commanders, that batch of students had really reached the level of special forces. The anger was that these guys were actually destroyed by a group of students with no dignity or pride at all. He Ji-jun glared at them fiercely. "All of you go back to your old troops. Don't let me see you again. Wolf Fong, you won't be coming back either." Hearing this, instead of getting angry, the platoon commanders and squad leaders all saluted excitedly. "Thank you, Chief." Then he picked up his things and headed out the door with a relieved look on his face. Looking at it, He Ji-jun wanted to hit someone. He knew very well that everyone he got was particularly interested in getting into Wolverine. It was their greatest ambition to become special forces. But now, After just one trip to the academy, their confidence to even enter the wolf's teeth had been knocked out. Look at them as if they really found the gap between them and the special forces and then died. Asshole. Jun slapped his hand on the table, his eyes red with anger. He suddenly remembered Lin Rue's confident appearance yesterday. Jun narrowed his eyes. Kid, no wonder you're so confident. It turns out that you've really brought your students to be so strong. However, I still don't believe what you're saying. You've definitely hit a bottleneck. Meanwhile, inside the office of the principal of the armor school, Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang sat together, while Lin Rue sat across from them. The three men hadn't spoken for 2 minutes, and the atmosphere in the room seemed extraordinarily oppressive. Principal Jiang took a sip of tea and finally coughed. Old Gao, if you have something to say, just say it. Let me call Shaolin here. And you don't say anything. What is this? Gao Shiwei looked at Lin Rue, and Lin Rue was also looking at him. An old man and a young man. Although they didn't speak, their eyes had been exchanging for a long time. Gao Shiwei's eyes were full of inquiries, but when he ran into Lin Rue's eyes that were as clear as a lake without ripples, he couldn't see the bottom no matter what. It was impossible to guess what the young company commander was thinking. In the end, it was Gao Shiwei who conceded defeat. Shaolin, are you dissatisfied with the people you sent? Lin Rue shook his head. Leader, it's really not that I want to ostracize them, it's really that they want to leave on their own. If you don't believe me, you can go ask. Gao Shiwei is the one who asked before he came, but he could guess what was going on as he listened. It's obvious that your students purposely got rid of them. How do you have the face to argue? Gao Shiwei coughed. Then I'll send you some more people? This time, I can have Brigadier He send Wolf Fang's men over. Lin Rue suddenly stood up, startling Principal Jiang, who was drinking tea. He looked closely at Gao Shiwei and said solemnly, Report leader, report principal. In fact, I hope no more people will be sent. Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang glanced at each other, and then the two asked almost simultaneously, if you don't send someone, with so many trainees, are you going to manage it yourself? Lin Rue said indifferently, I'll select the best from within the trainees and let them manage themselves. What? Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang jumped up almost simultaneously. You're going to let the students govern themselves? No more instructors? Lin Rue nodded. Yes, please approve. Leader. Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang were collectively confused. Whether in the army or in school, squad leaders and platoon leaders are assigned by their superiors. Having recruits or freshmen run the team as squad leaders themselves has never been done before. Lin Rue looked at their dumbfounded looks and said without flinching in the slightest, Leader, this matter has been well thought out by me. First, my students, so far, are already very strong. As you can see from the platoon commanders and squad leaders sent here this time, there's no way for ordinary troops to manage them. Secondly, my students are proud in their bones. They are the descendants of generals. Not just anyone can manage them. Even if special forces are sent in, it will take a long time to break them in. I only have a month to prove it to you, so I don't want to waste any of that month. Lin Rue stared at them closely. I hope you two leaders can approve. Gao Shiwei opened his mouth wide and looked at Principal Jiang after a while. Before he could speak, the principal immediately grabbed the answer. I absolutely trust Shaolin's judgment, and I fully support all of his decisions. Gao Shiwei had a black line on his head. You have this attitude towards Lin Rue, right? It's just one sentence at a time. Every time it's flipped. Gao Shiwei turned his head to look at Lin Rue and said in a deep voice, this is something that has never happened in the past. Company Commander Lin, you're breaking precedent. Lin Rue solemnly saluted. Please give me a month's time. Leader, Gao Shiwei sighed. I'm not your leader. For approval, ask your principal. Almost without hesitation, Principal Jiang shouted. I approve it. Gao Shiwei immediately glared at him without any good humor, while Principal Jiang smiled bitterly with an embarrassed face. I really believe him. Really. End of chapter. In Principal Jiang's office, Gao Shiwei was slow to leave. He drank Anqi Tiguanyin, which was treasured by Principal Jiang, while looking out of the window in a daze. Hey, what are you thinking? Principal Jiang was heartbroken as he watched Gao Shiwei drink his good tea like a cow, itching to slap this guy away. Gao Shiwei was flabbergasted, then put down his teacup. Lao Jiang, there's no one else now. Tell me the truth, do you really think that kid can bring out a special forces unit comparable to Wolf Fang? With just him and that group of freshly enrolled students? Believe it. Principal Jiang carefully picked up the tea leaves that Gao Shiwei had dropped. I believe in him 100% and will still fully support him. Bang! Gao Shiwei slapped his hand on the table, frightening Principal Jiang so much that his hand shook and a lot of tea spilled out. You're nuts! Principal Jiang squatted on the ground in heartache, picking up the tea leaves one by one, then carefully blew the dust off of it. Mouth agape. Gao Shiwei glared at him. Old Jiang, can't you tell the truth? Now that he's gone, there's no need for you to take a stand. The principal also glared hard at him. I'm telling the truth from beginning to end. He's given me too many surprises, and created a legend in our school, and indeed all military schools, so why wouldn't I believe him? I wouldn't have believed him before, but he hit me hard in the face with his grades later. I'm so smart that I definitely won't fall on the same mistake a second time. So, I definitely believe in him. This kid can work miracles. Once again, Gao Shiwei froze, completely ignoring Principal Zhang's shattered thoughts about picking up tea leaves and looking out the window at Lin Rui's fading car. This kid, it's not possible that he'll really accomplish what he says he's going to do in a month, right? Inside Gao Shiwei's heart, for the first time, he was full of expectations for Lin Rui and his gang of students. Lin Rui had just returned to the academy and was immediately surrounded by all the trainees. Company commander, are they still going to send platoon commanders and squad leaders from above? Jing Siwei was the first to open the question. The others stared at him with unblinking anticipation in their eyes. Lin Rui swept them around and coldly grunted. You can do it. They are all elites of various troops. Soldier kings, actually being screwed over by you brats and running back to their old units in tears. You've really grown up. Even the king of soldiers can't handle you. Xiao Yuandong laughed dryly. Company commander, are you praising us or scolding us? Do I look like I'm boasting to you? Lin Rui glared at him, scaring him into shutting up immediately. Jing Siwei said carefully, Company commander, we just want to listen to you, and it's just redundant to send those people from above. How can they be better than you and how can they be better than us? We're just being kind. We don't want them to be embarrassed here. Ma Chi and the others nodded their heads. Yes, 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 Company commander, we're really kind. We don't mean anything else. We just don't want to hurt other platoon commanders' self-esteem. Lin Rui was speechless. You haven't hurt their self-esteem yet? When they go back this time, I'm afraid their self-confidence has been destroyed by you, and they're probably doubting their lives right now. Sun Nan had a winking smile on his face. Let's not talk about them. Company commander, so up there, are you still sending people? Everyone was once again staring at Lin Rui, and that was what they were most concerned about. If they send someone else, they'll have to think of a new way to screw them. Lin Rui could tell what these boys were thinking at a glance and grunted coldly. If you guys are so productive, where would the tops dare to send someone? Who dares to come? Jing Siwei asked smilingly. Company commander, what do you mean? No one will be sent down from above. Lin Rui glared at him, then swept over to everyone. From today onwards, the top won't send any platoon leaders or squad leaders down. From now on, it'll just be me, keeping you all company. Upon these words, all the trainees immediately became excited and directly set Lin Rui up, then threw him high into the air. Long live the company commander! Long live the company commander! Lin Rui's face was filled with smiles. As long as the cadets were on the same page as him, his decision this time was not wrong. Okay, put me down. Lin Rui let out a low growl, and the students immediately put him down. Lin Rui looked at them coldly. The top is not going to send anyone, but then again, I'm really tired of managing you all by myself. So, Lin Rui smiled slightly. I'm going to select a group of people from among you to be squad leaders and help me manage. From now on, the training, meals, housekeeping, including all the details, will all be managed by the squad leader. In addition, the squad leader has the privilege of owning a cell phone and going out once a week. Lin Rui's words were like a heavy bomb falling into the crowd. Not to mention the rest. The fact that you get to go out once a week is tantalizing enough. They've never been outside in all the time they've been at the military academy. They're forgetting what it's like out there in the flowery world, especially this one with all the tendons and scrubby abs. They'd be doing themselves a disservice if they didn't go out and show it off. Just as everyone was getting excited, Lin Rui suddenly took out his cell phone and threw it to Bu Chao. Everyone looked at Bu Chao with shocked faces. As for Bu Chao himself, he held his cell phone with his mouth wide open, not reacting to what was happening for a while. Company commander, is it for me? Lin Rui smiled. You're the first squad leader, so of course you're given the cell phone. On the weekend this week, you can go out for 4 hours to purchase what you want. Bu Chao instantly burst into tears of excitement. Company commander, I feel, you're better than my father. Go go go. Lin Rui waved his hand. I'm not that old. At this second, everyone looked at Bu Chao with envy and jealousy, especially when they saw Bu Chao revealing a dejected smile. Everyone could not wait to collectively rush up and beat him up. What are you looking at? I'm the squad leader. Is there such a thing as looking at the squad leader? Bu Chao raised his head condescendingly. Didn't you hear the company commander? I'll be in charge of you guys from now on. I'll go. Looking at him makes me so angry. Sun Nan clenched his fists. Jing Siwei glared fiercely at Bu Chao and hurriedly asked, "Company commander, then how can I become the new squad leader?" "Company commander, do you think I can do it?" Wang Sheng said eagerly. "I'm the best we have here." Jing Siwei was immediately offended. "Old Wang, do you need to be ashamed to say that? Did you ask my permission?" Wang Sheng looked disdainful. "I'm the strongest. You can't refuse. You're the self-appointed strongest." "Ha!" Jing Siwei pooh-poohed. "If you dare to compare, I'll train you down." The others also pointed at Wang Sheng, their faces full of defiance. Lin Rui looked at everyone who had completely boiled over, and everyone's eyes showed a thick battle intent. At the corner of his mouth, a faint smile curled up. That was the effect he wanted. End of chapter. Lin Rui just watched the cadets bicker for half a day, waiting for them to collectively look at him, waiting for him to give a decision. Lin Rui's face, however, slowly went cold. All the trainees immediately had a bad feeling. It's like a typhoon day. No warning at all. In the next second, everyone spontaneously stood honestly. At least this way, when enduring Lin Rui's raging storm, they could stand a little steadier. Lin Rui's stern eyes swept over each of them, and even Bu Chao, who had just gotten his cell phone, was a bit flustered. But surprisingly, Lin Rui did not get angry. He just said calmly, "You guys think that this squad leader has privileges, right? But do you know the responsibility that the class president should pay?" Everyone looks confused, thinking you didn't say anything either. "So how would we know?" Lin Rui pointed at Bu Chao and said, "The strength of each of you is actually very different. Who is stronger than who? That's just a very small difference. The reason why we made Bu Chao the squad leader is not because he is much stronger than you guys. It's because he provided us with enough when we were at our most difficult." Bu Chao was supposed to feel happy, but looking at Lin Rui's impassioned appearance, he didn't dare to breathe at the moment. Lin Rui's eyes swept over everyone with an icy coldness. "What do you think? What makes you guys get so many firsts? What makes you guys the pride of your fathers? If it wasn't for the ammunition that Bu Chao found, could you guys have shot so beautifully in the test?" Everyone was silent. Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that Bu Chao's dad was supplying ammo by the truckload so they could fight without a limited amount, even if they practiced all kinds of shooting maneuvers, there is no way they would be up to the current standard. Lin Rui took a deep breath and said, "It was honorable when you took first place, wasn't it? Proud to be treated as a pride by your fathers and mothers, right? But that was only temporary and has passed. You are soldiers, soldiers of China. Memories are reserved for the old. And you, on the other hand, should always look forward." Everyone was shocked because they didn't know what exactly Lin Rui wanted to say. It always felt a bit inexplicable, but also felt that Lin Rui must have something to say. Lin Rui calmed down a bit at the moment and said lightly, "The main reason I'm telling you all this is to tell you, don't think that you're great now. Don't think that just because you've squeezed out other people's elites, how bullish are you? But let me tell you, the senior leaders, they still see you as nothing more than a bunch of newly enlisted students who don't know any better. As far as they're concerned, that's where your accomplishments stop. And they only gave us a month. I promised them that after a month, I will definitely bring you to the level of a special forces soldier. If you can't reach it, then our academy shall become a base specializing in providing basic soldiers for special forces." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. As Lin Rui thought, they were proud from the bottom of their bones. They didn't train so hard to go inside the special forces to be an ordinary first soldier. They are trying to be one in a million or even unique soldiers. No way. Scripture Sigmund yelled, "Company commander, we never want this. Company commander, no way. We don't agree." Everyone yelled. In an instant, their eyes all lit up with a thick battle intent. Once, they fought for dignity. Later, they fought for Lin Rui and themselves. Now they have to fight for their future. Lin Rui stared at them and said forcefully, "That's what I told my superiors. I told them, just give me a month. My students and I, we will give them a miracle. I told them that we don't need anyone's help, just our own efforts. We can still become honorable special soldiers." He scanned everyone. "Tell me out loud, am I wrong?" "No," everyone hissed. Lin Rui nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Next, I'll start by giving 4 squad leader spots. All of you show me all your abilities, because I need a lot of supplies right now that the school definitely can't provide, and the war zone definitely won't provide us with them. So, I need one of you who can get it for me. Don't waste my time, and don't be a ing pussy. Whoever has the ability and is sure they can get it, will be the squad leader." When these words came out, the eyes of all the trainees immediately looked at the Jing Siwei few. Although everyone had a background, in terms of having a big background, it was definitely Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei who were stronger. To get supplies, others might have to talk to the family, but Wang Sheng and the others, maybe it really is just a phone call away. "Push yourselves." Lin Rue said. Company commander. I can. Scripture Siwei stepped forward. Immediately after, Wang Sheng followed suit and stood out. Company commander. I can do it too. Company commander. There's me. Xiao Yuandong followed closely. One more to go. Lin Rue said coldly. Who wants to come out? Me, count me in. Ma Chi stepped forward with a smile. I dare not say anything else, but in terms of the Navy, I can get whatever equipment I want. But company commander, you have to give me your phone number first, or I won't remember my old man's number. Okay. Lin Rue smiled slightly, then looked at the remaining cadets. The 4 of them come out. Do you have any comments? No. All yelled. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Lin Rue's mouth. The reason he let them fight before was really to show that each had a similar military level. Then he went on to say so much more to solidify the position of the newly elected class president. The military level is about the same and it contributes to the academy. Such a person can convince the public when he becomes the class president. Good. Since everyone is fine with it, from today onwards, the 4 of you, along with Bu Chao, will be the top 5 class leaders. Yes, the 5 men saluted together. But at this moment, there was no ecstasy on their faces. Instead, there was more than a hint of capriciousness, because at this moment, they were completely treating the academy as home. Whoever looked down on them, whoever insulted them, then they would have to join Lin Rue and desperately lead the fight back. They are no longer the clueless teenagers they once were, and will never again lie flat without dignity. Now, whoever doesn't look at them, they're going to swing hard. Prejudice, always, can only be removed by strength. Then do you guys have the confidence to take a month to prove it to everyone this time? Lin Rue yelled. As long as you guys want to, you can definitely do it. Don't even talk about the special forces, just surpass them. Can. All of them yelled from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Rue smiled with satisfaction. As long as these boys can put up a fight on their own accord, when they have the gear to add to it, in a month's time, it's bound to blow everyone's mind. Alright, you 4, collect your cell phones with me. Lin Rue turned around and left. End of chapter. In the office, Lin Rue returned the cell phone to the Jing Siwei several people. Then he looked at them seriously. I emphasize once again, you can use your connections, but you definitely can't make too much noise. Otherwise, it's not good for the academy, and it's not good for your relationship. Understand? Yes. Several people nodded in unison. They understood what Lin Rue meant, although this time it was an internal mobilization of weapons and equipment within the army. If the commotion was too great, it would inevitably fall on deaf ears. So everything has to be low-key. At Lin Rue's signal, several people immediately began to make phone calls. Hey, Dad, I need a whole new batch of guns over here. Yeah. Big brother, can you get me the latest carry equipment? What our academy is equipped with is too old. Uncle, it's me, your great-nephew. Hey, don't hang up. I'm really in the middle of something. Lin Rue smiled and made a cup of goji berry tea, sitting on the sofa and blowing on the goji berries while waiting for their good news. He didn't know what kind of test Gao Shui would give him a month later, but this time his group of students made such a big fuss that they drove back all the people He Ji-jun had gotten, and he had spoken big words on Gao Shui's side, so the examination in a month would definitely not be simple. He had even imagined that the one who could possibly test him was He Ji-jun himself. If he encountered He Ji-jun's personal assessment, Lin Rue's heart was more or less worried. After all, that was the owner of the title Wolf Fong, and the legend who had brought out the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. In order to cope with his test, then the group of students under him would really have to be at a level beyond that of the Special Forces. Originally, he wanted to spend a month getting everyone on par with the Special Forces, but to go beyond that now, a month is a bit of a stretch. And the level of a Special Forces soldier is never just physical fitness and gunfighting and fighting and all that. In any field of land, sea and air, they are absolute kings. After all, Special Forces are trained to accomplish missions that are impossible. Once war comes, their mission is to go deep behind enemy lines, without backup or any friendly forces, to sabotage and destroy important enemy targets and facilities. In those days, it was surrounded by enemies. Without strong abilities and superb teamwork, not only is there no way to carry out the mission, you can't even save your life. That was why Lin Rue needed Jing Siwei and the others to use their connections once to get some more equipment. Equipment, too, is one of the magic weapons of victory on the battlefield. Making the trainees skilled in the use of various equipment would not only make them strong quickly, but would also allow the equipment to assist them when the time came. That month should be able to wrestle with it. Company commander, it's done. Half an hour later, 5 men stood before him together. Jing Siwei said, the earliest tomorrow. The day after tomorrow at the latest, the stuff will definitely arrive. Wang Shang also said, It's pretty much the same on my side, so if you still need anything else, company commander, I'll be in touch. Lin Rue stared at them. Didn't make too much noise, did you? Jing Siwei laughed. You've given the order. Where would we dare to make too much noise? Don't worry, everything will be done in a low key. Lin Rue was then relieved. Alright, you guys go and inform everyone that we're taking the day off and won't be training. The 5 men froze in unison. This would have made them jump for joy in the past, but Lin Rue had just mobilized with them, and now they were so relaxed all of a sudden. They were a bit unresponsive. Company commander, Jing Siwei said hurriedly, there's less than a month left. Time is running out. We have to hurry up and train. Bu Chao nodded his head as well. Company commander, we're not afraid of hard work. Let us practice. Lin Rue looked at their sincere looks, and a pleased smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the second time they've volunteered not to rest to train. Last time, they did it so they could impress their fathers. This time, they were trying to get everyone to break their prejudices against them and recognize them as really good soldiers. It's a qualitative change. Lin Rue waved his hand. I know how you guys feel, but you've been training too hard this time. Tightening up one way or another will only be counterproductive. So, you guys get some rest first. Tomorrow, start training again. The 5 men looked at each other and could only salute in agreement. Soon, under the command of the 5 squad leaders, all the trainees reluctantly returned to their dormitories. In the past, when they could have this kind of rest, they must have fallen into bed and slept. But now, all of them were already lying in bed, but none of them could close their eyes. What the hell is it going to be like in a month? It's become a mountain over everyone's head. The test has passed, and as Lin Rue said, it's completely history. Now, they have to face a heavier mountain. Early the next morning, it was dawn. Lin Rue had just opened his eyes when he heard a rumbling sound from outside. He jumped up and quickly ran towards the outside. The next sight stunned his entire being. Only 6 large transportation helicopters were seen flying rapidly from the distance. When they flew to the academy, they landed directly on the playground, the training ground, and even the open space in front of the cafeteria. Immediately afterward, the cabin door opened and a few soldiers jumped down, moving boxes of supplies quickly down below. They also don't communicate with anyone, and immediately get on the plane after moving their stuff, without even making a handover. As soon as the cabin door closed, the plane immediately took off into the air and quickly disappeared over the school. The whole thing, it lasted less than 8 minutes. 6 helicopters came and went without the slightest delay, blindsiding Lin Rue, standing in place with his mouth wide open. He didn't look back for a long time. Company commander, our supplies have arrived. Jing Siwei and the others had already gone to gather the supplies and excitedly yelled at him. Lin Rue hurried over and the moment he saw the supplies, he was shocked hard again. Type 92 pistols, Clear 95 rifles, Type 88 sniper rifles, Type 10 anti-material large snipers, and the latest AMR-2 type anti-material sniper rifles that Lin Rue had only seen in military newspapers. In addition, night vision devices, handheld thermal imagers, special sniper crossbows, miniature assault rifles, squad-like machine guns, PF-98 anti-tank bazookas, multifunctional military knives, airborne military knives, underwater propulsion, the latest in buoyant and waterproof carrying equipment, and even a folding shovel are all of the latest type. Lin Rue's entire body looked dumbfounded. He had originally just wanted more equipment, since all they had was grenades besides the 8-to-1 bar. Now it's good that Jing Siwei and the others are getting all the best single weapon equipment of the 3 armies. Company commander, is that enough? Jing Siwei laughed nervously. If it's not enough, we'll ask for more. I've heard that many research units have gotten a lot of new equipment. Lin Rue swallowed hard and glared at them fiercely. I remember. You guys told me. Would keep a low profile. The helicopters are here. And you call this low-key? Ma Chi was astonished. Company commander, this isn't low-key? How fast they went and left quickly. That's low-key enough. Lin Rue almost spit out blood. Feeling what you guys think is low-key. Is this it? End of chapter. Yes. I'm sorry, principal. I really didn't know about this. It's really because the students' parents are too enthusiastic. In the office, Lin Rue nodded his head to the principal one by one to explain. The heart is a million horses. Why did he bring such a bunch of heartless? Shaolin, let me tell you, the last time you guys mobilized ammo over, I already got scolded by my superiors. This better be the last time. And there's no room for too much stuff. The nature of your current academy doesn't deserve that many weapons, so don't always make me take the fall for you. The principal yelled with an angry grunt. Understood, principal, I assure you. This is definitely the last time, Lin Rue said in a serious manner. Moreover, they're just sending us some equipment we need. It's definitely not a violation. I assure you. Principal Jiang coldly grunted. I hope so. And remember, don't make me take the blame for you again. After that, the phone hung up with a thud. Lin Rue sighed. But when he turned his head, he immediately had another black line. The playground was filled with weapons ranging from small daggers and pistols to two-man bazookas. If this was shown to the principal, Lin Rue couldn't even dare to imagine what that image was. These brats! Lin Rue huffed as he walked towards the playground. Jing Siwei and the others were excited at the moment, having armed them to the teeth, and quite a few of them were studying how to use the sniper rifles. Although they are the sons of generals, the most they usually play with is 56 or 81 bar, and it's good enough to make a shot with 95 once in a while. A highly specialized weapon like a sniper rifle would not be easily touched even by their old man, let alone them. So, at the moment, the gang was like big boys who had found a novelty toy, each of them gesticulating happily. Lin Rue walked over, and they actually knew no better than to come up to him. Company commander, look at this outfit of ours. Does it look like a Navy SEAL? Xiao Yuandong dejectedly spun around in front of Lin Rue. Company commander, look at me. Sun Nan excitedly patted the bulletproof vest on his body. This is the latest type of bulletproof vest in our country, and the weight is not as heavy as in the legend. Isn't it handsome? Jing Siwei carried the 10 sniper and said proudly, Company commander, do I look like a superhero in a movie? I feel so cool. Lin Rue swept past them and suddenly sneered. Handsome. Very handsome indeed. You guys put on all the gear you can. Let me see how handsome it is, if it's cooler than a seal. The crowd had been overwhelmed by excitement at the moment, and they hadn't thought of Lin Rue's meaning at all. Everyone immediately rushed over to grab their gear with excitement, basically bringing what they could, stuffing their backpacks to the brim, and even putting their sunglasses on to try to make them look as powerful and dominant as possible. Company commander, we're dressed. Handsome? Xiao Yuandong exclaimed excitedly. Lin Rue nodded coldly. Handsome. It's blinding me. Since you guys are so handsome in appearance, let me see if your skills are as strong as the seals. Everyone, target the mud pond. Make 20 trips back and forth for me in your current gear. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. A straight line to the mud pond is 500 meters. 20 trips would be 10,000 meters. And the equipment they were wearing now had to be more than 30 kilograms for the lightest and more than 50 kilograms for the heaviest, which was equivalent to carrying a person. Especially Xiao Yuandong and Wang Sheng a few. They carried light machine guns and rocket launchers and heavy sniper rifles for the sake of being handsome. Now they're crying their eyes out. If I had known that Lin Rue would play like this, I would have picked up a small pistol and brought it with me. Lin Rue glared at them and said without a trace of anger, Everyone listen up. You must finish within 35 minutes. Also, no splashing of mud and no loud noises are allowed. Anyone who can't do it, everyone will do 1,000 push-ups in the mud puddle with their equipment on their backs. Got it? Yes. Everyone shouted breathlessly. Impact! Lin Rue yelled. All the students immediately ran hard towards the mud pond. I'll show you guys what it means to keep a low profile. Lin Rue yelled. Low profile is ing quiet. Now, you guys know what it means to be ing low key. All of the students dashed into the mud, both running fast and making themselves light, and resisting the heavy pressure coming from their upper bodies. Who the hell got so much stuff? A student grimaced. Can't you guys get less? Especially the body armor. What kind of asshole got that? Training continued to begin after noon, but this time it was no longer a regular training session. Lin Rue had deliberately launched a special study in order to familiarize everyone with the existing weaponry as soon as possible. Weaponry, the second life of a soldier. When it comes to the battlefield and missions, the more familiar you are, the more you can save your life. Now since they had changed their equipment, it was important for Lin Rue to make everyone one with their weapons. Most were issued 95 rifles. This gun is the main weapon of our army and is not complicated to use. Plus everyone has experience with guns. So after Lin Rue explained it, everyone could basically operate it on their own. But sniper rifles, basically, no one would use them. Lin Rue purposely selected a group of people who usually had the best shooting skills to serve as snipers. In a special operations team, snipers have a vital role. Not only can they protect the lives of their comrades, but they can also assist them in accomplishing tasks that simply cannot be done. Likewise, snipers are a key target for the enemy. In the age of hot weapons, especially in modern warfare, if a sniper is exposed, it usually attracts a covering bombardment of intense rounds of enemy fire. From there, you can see how deadly snipers can be. At the same time, snipers are the most dangerous in the entire special operations team, because most of the time, he was fighting alone with the two watchers. Therefore, Lin Rue picked people who were not only good at shooting, but also had strong mental qualities. But the only downside was that they never used sniper rifles at all. Jing Siwei and Wang Sheng had been gesticulating with their guns for half a day, but they couldn't even adjust the optical sights. Lin Rue could only go over and teach them step by step how to use the gun, how to aim at the target, how to calculate the wind, humidity and so on. Sniper shooting, and ordinary soldiers, that is a completely different thing. From the angle of the shot, all the way to the strike. It is simply impossible for an ordinary soldier to accomplish this, and it must be done by a trained marksman with extensive experience. From noon until evening and again from evening until late at night, the academy was brightly lit, with the playgrounds and ranges always lit up as if it were daytime. Everyone was engaged in familiarizing themselves with the new weapons. Lin Rue taught with devotion, and the trainees were absorbed in their studies. Soon, 2 days passed. All of the trainees, after studying day and night, had finally gotten a preliminary grasp of the skills of using all the weapons and equipment. Lin Rue took a one-by-one approach to them, and had to make sure that everyone could basically use it, operate it, and have no knowledge blind spots. Another full day had passed, and although there had been no training, everyone had a feeling of physical and mental exhaustion. Until now it was not clear to them that a qualified special forces soldier was not only physically strenuous, but also had to learn to use his brain. And using your brain is more exhausting than doing the physical. When the lights went out at night, everyone slept soundly. Lin Rue leaned against the wall of the corridor alone, his entire body relieved. Now that everyone can operate and use the new equipment, we can't continue to waste time on this. We have to move on to the next subject. Lin Rue opened the training progress bar. Looking at the next item, the corners of his mouth immediately quirked up into a bad smile. End of chapter. The night was already very late. Lin Rue jumped out of the car and a lieutenant immediately greeted him. I say, old Lin, what are you doing in our military dog team in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? The lieutenant rubbed his hands together. Freezing. Lin Rue smiled and put his arm around him. I need a military dog. Useful next. Help me pick it out. The lieutenant glared at him. Yes, my company commander Lin, who made our regimental commander give an order that as long as you come, you must be fully satisfied. Right now, you're the chief's favorite. Lin Rue slipped him 2 packs of cigarettes. Can you stop talking? The lieutenant, all smiles, immediately covered his mouth and spread his hands to invite him in. In the kennel, a tall and majestic military dog sensed that someone had come in, and one by one, they all stood up at this moment. Eyes that shone with a cold light were as intimidating as a lantern in the darkness. If it weren't for the lieutenant accompanying them, I'm afraid these military dogs would have already attacked Lin Rue. The lieutenant smiled and said, well, they're all good, aren't they? Pick one at random. They're all good fighters. Lin Rue's eye swept around and finally landed on a furry little guy in the corner. He smiled slightly, pointed to it and said, that's it. The lieutenant looked over and opened his mouth wide in shock. I say, are you out of your mind? You don't want so many well-trained military dogs. You want him? It's only 3 months old. It hasn't had any professional training yet. It's not certain if you'll stay in the military dog team in the future. So what's the point of picking him? Lin Rue looked at the little military dog, who was also cocking his head at him. Between one person and one dog, some kind of unspoken connection seemed to have been created, because it looks right. Lin Rue smiled slightly. Besides, I don't want you guys to send anyone to follow it. I'll train it myself. The lieutenant was happy. Old Lin, I know you're good now, a master at training people, but let me tell you, there are specialties in the arts. You can train people, but you can definitely train dogs. Before he could finish, Linley waved at the puppy. The dog looked as if it had read Lin Rue's meaning, and with a single stride it rushed towards him, wagging its tail straight in front of him. Sit, stand up, jump. Lin Rue rushed at the puppy and gave several commands in succession, all of which the puppy accomplished with precision and speed. Lin Rue rewarded it by stroking its head, then looked at the already dazed lieutenant. It wasn't that hard. The lieutenant couldn't wait to smack his own big mouth at the moment. Nima. It took him 3 years to come up with a program to train military dogs, but when this guy came in, he actually made a little untrained puppy behave. If he didn't know Lin Rue, he would have suspected that he was the dog's father. How was he to know that Lin Rue had an intermediate level sentinel beast ability, although he had never used it before? This first time he used it, he constructed a world of spiritual communication with this dog that only they could have. A single glance, even a single movement, sent the exact message Lin Rue wanted to convey to this puppy's vision. I'm off. Thanks. Lin Rue smiled and patted the lieutenant before striding towards his car. The little doggy farted after him, not moving an inch as if he really had found his father. Walking over to the car, as soon as Lin Rue opened the rear door, he jumped up sharply and then also used his doggy paws to close the door himself. The lieutenant's mouth twitched at the sight. This dog? It can't be a dog genius, can it? I wouldn't have taken the best dog talent for this kid, would I? The lieutenant was perplexed. On the way back, Lin Rue had already initially grasped the method of the imperial beast. The puppy also sat from the back to the front, sitting faithfully in the passenger seat, his tongue lolling out as he kept looking at him. Lin Rue smiled slightly. Do you and I count our fate? Woof. The puppy seemed to be answering Lin Rue. Lin Rue laughed even more happily. Then we'll have to be together for a long time afterward. Follow me. But it's very bitter. Oh, you can't be afraid of suffering. Woof woof. The puppy barked twice in succession, and then kept licking Lin Rue's hand with its tongue. Lin Rue happily stroked its head. Then I'll give you a name. You're so cute. How about Furball? Oh. The puppy took 2 steps back, his doggy face full of disgust. Lin Rue was happy. You don't like it? Well, how about calling Tianba? Woof. Tianba's dog face immediately perked up. Lin Rue was speechless. Dogs actually like slightly more domineering names too. Lin Rue patted it on the head. Sit still. I'll teach you something now. When we get back, you'll have to do me a favor. Tianba immediately sat down honestly. Lin Rue simply drove with a god's perspective while his eyes were locked on Tianba's dog eyes. Beast Master ability. A human beast ability that can replicate some of the controller's abilities into the beast's body. At the same time, it also engraves in the beast's mind all the knowledge and skills it wants to convey. Soon, a slight change occurred in Tianba's body. Lin Rue drove his car not back to the academy, but to the back of the mountain. Driving to the foot of the mountain, Lin Rue jumped out of the car with Tianba. The Tianba at this time had changed drastically from when he was taken away earlier. Not only did his body seem to be much stronger, but even his eyes were much sharper. In the darkness of the night, the cold aura emanating from those 2 lantern-like eyes was not at all inferior to those adult military dogs in the kennel, and even a little stronger than them. Old Lu! Lin Rue shouted. A man suddenly burst out of the woods next to him, grinning and running his way. Tianba immediately showed his teeth and let out a fierce whimper, scaring the visitor to a halt. Tianba, sit, this is one of our own. Lin Rue patted it. Hearing Lin Rue's words, Tianba was immediately honest. Not only did he obediently sit down, the dog's face was actually very innocent, and just judged like 2 dogs. The corner of Lao Lu's mouth twitched twice. I say Lao Lin, just come, and bring a dog. It's weirdly scary. What kind of breed is this? I've never seen one so mean. Lin Rue smiled and didn't answer him on that. Alright, it's getting late. Hurry up and come help. Old Lu nodded vigorously. Where's the stuff? Lin Rue walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. It's all here. Take your pick. Old Lu came over, but was immediately shocked. I go. Where did you get so many good things? He picked up an anti-infantry broadsword mine and said happily. This is still a foreign original. It's rare to see this stuff. It's old but still reliable in performance. Holy, Type 58, Type 59, Type 66, even anti-tank mines. What are you boys up to? Lin Rue gave him a slight smile. Training my students in demoning. Bang. The mine in Lao Lu's hand smashed directly into the car, scaring him so much that he almost fell to the ground. Die you! Lin Rue was also sweating in fear. You're still an old engineer. How dare you make such a mistake? Old Lu wailed. Old Lin. I suddenly remembered that there's something else. I'll go back first. With that, he was about to leave, but was pulled back by Lin Rue. You kid, come all the way here. You must do this favor. Don't forget, the head of the troop can say that everyone in the old troop has to help me unconditionally. You want to disobey orders? Old Lu said aggrievedly. Old Lin, we two are also friends, but you can't harm your acquaintances. You're going to set up a minefield with so many contraptions, and you're going to let your students who don't know anything to clear the mines, which is bound to kill people. I won't do it, and I won't do it even if I disobey my orders. Lin Rue flinched, then smiled and spoke quickly in his ear. Oh, that's right. Old Lu sighed in relief, but then looked at him. No, then why do you need me to do something like that when you can do it yourself? Lin Rue laughed. The minefield isn't quite so big, and you have to plow through the soil. I just changed my uniform and shoes. Don't get them dirty. Old Luo sound, but soon stared at him. Well, you kid, are you damn afraid of getting dirty before you call me? End of chapter. As the day dawned, Lin Rue sat by the tree, waiting for old Lu while training Tianba. Tianba, that way, quick. Lin Rue made a gesture, and Tianba darted over with hardly the slightest hesitation. The 4 feet were like flying, carrying it up the hillside, and then gripping the branch that Lin Rue pointed to. The body twisted hard in the air. There was a click and the branch snapped. Tianba, on the other hand, landed firmly on the ground, his body athletic as he ran wildly towards Lin Rue. Lin Rue smiled and took the branch, while Tianba spat out his tongue and sat obediently in front of him. Lin Rue rewardingly patted it on the head. Good dog. Nice. Well done. Woof. Skyblaze barked mid-sentence, not at all like he was 3 months old. The corner of Lin Rue's mouth curled up into a smile as Tianba copied strength, agility, and other abilities from his body. At this moment, even if 2 military dogs came, they would be no match in front of Tianba, and it will continue to grow in power. Lin Rue was full of smiles. In fact, he had long wanted to try out the Sentinel Beast ability, but he hadn't had the time. Now he had an additional loyal companion, a reliable assistant. Just then, old Lu ran down the hill out of breath. He was gray and looked like he had just dug coal. What's taking so long? Lin Rue looked at him. It's dawn. Old Lu almost didn't spit out blood and glared at him in a bad mood. Big brother, I'm digging a pit with human power, not a machine, and it's just one person. It's normal to be slow. Oh, Tenba turned on him, suddenly baring his fangs. Old Lu was so scared that he backed away. Hey, big brother, mind your dog. Lin Rue looked at him with a smile. You'd better be polite when you speak to me, or it'll think you're my enemy. Old Lu's mouth twitched with anger. Even if he was bullied by people, now he has to be bullied by dogs? Just then, Lin Rue flung 2 hard mediums from his bag to Old Lu. Old Lu instantly dialed the clouds to see the sunshine, smiling that amicable. Bro, open up. That one. The anti-tank mine was placed in the center as you requested. The 6 anti-infantry mines, all mounted in their designated positions as well, exactly as you requested. Old Lu came closer and said, but brother, I still have to remind you, sometimes people can't be trusted, let alone dogs. Is this thing really reliable? Don't let it hurt you. Woof woof woof. Tianba sensed Old Lu talking about himself and barked fiercely at him. Old Lu was so frightened that he quickly waved his hand. Brother dog, I didn't mean that. I was reminding you to be careful. Lin Rue patted him. Alright, I'll pay attention to things in the future. My students are spooky. I have to go back now, or else I'll give them a break. After saying that, he led Tianba to the car. Old Lu looked at Tianba sitting in the passenger seat like a human and shook his head with a helpless face. This dog has become a demon? Didn't they say that no demons are allowed after the founding of the country? Just then, Tianba turned his head violently and stared at him viciously. Frightened, Old Lu hurriedly covered his mouth and waved goodbye to it with a smile. At 6:10 a.m., at the sound of a sharp whistle, all the cadets, armed to the teeth, darted to the playground. Lin Rue looked at everyone wearing brand new equipment. Even the weapons were the most advanced within the entire army at the moment. If he didn't know who these guys were, he would have thought they were some kind of top-tier unit. Lin Rue smiled faintly. They're all dressed quite handsomely, and they have a futuristic technological feel to them. He pointed at the night vision device on Xiao Yuandong's head. Xiao Yuandong smiled smugly. With this outfit today, he himself felt that he was cool. Lin Rue said indifferently, with such handsome equipment, I hope you guys can afford them. Alright, starting today, we're speaking about a brand new training. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had been waiting for a new training for a long time, and the moment had finally arrived. Company commander, what are we practicing? Parachuting? Maki asked curiously. Everyone got excited, because this time, in the equipment sent, there were 2 parachutes for each of them. All of them are the latest parachute gear currently available to the airborne. And Lin Rue had also said that they'd be doing multi-service training next. So, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation at the moment. Lin Rue laughed. Let's go. I'll take you guys to a place. When we get there, you guys will know. With great curiosity, all of them followed Lin Rue and ran to the mountains. Standing in front of the minefield, Lin Rue smiled and said to them, today's training is very simple. There's no need to expend physical strength, and you don't have to hold your breath. As long as you focus, it's easy to pass. The group looked at each other. Company commander, it's not a disguise, is it? Aren't we all qualified? Lin Rue said lightly. Not camouflage, demoning. In the next second, everyone's eyes went wide. Platoon what? Company commander. You're not kidding, are you? Yeah, we've never practiced demoning before. Lin Rue waved his hand, signaling for silence. I know you guys haven't practiced, so I'll teach you first. Then, you will clear the mines yourselves. Everyone was on the verge of falling to their knees. Is this something you can just teach and then do on your own? Demoning, hey, that thing will blow up. Looking at everyone with a bitter look on their faces, Lin Rue smiled faintly. What? Scared? Wimped out? Don't want to be a good soldier again? On the battlefield, it's normal to encounter a minefield. If you or your comrades are unfortunate enough to encounter a mine, are you going to wait to die or watch your comrades die? If you're scared, get out of here before it's too late. Lin Rue roared. I don't take goons. Jing Siwei grimaced. Company commander, it's not that we're afraid. It's just that this job can't be gradual. Let's start with the simple ones first. Don't defuse real mines the first time. It's very dangerous. Yes, company commander. It's so dangerous. Well, at least do it gradually. The others expressed their opinions. Lin Rue had long guessed their reactions, and at this moment, he smiled slightly. First time, so you don't dare, right? Fine. Then I'll let Tian Ba give you guys a demonstration. It's also the first time. Tian Ba? Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at the proud military dog beside Lin Rue in unison. They had noticed it before, only they hadn't had time to ask. Now the dog wagged its head in front of them, then rushed in the direction of Lin Rue's finger. I feel like this dog is despising us. Sun Nan's eyes widened. Xiao Yuandong said without a trace of anger. There's no need to feel. This dead dog is just despising us. It's disliking us for being timid. Everyone was furious because the look in Tian Ba's eyes just now was just too obvious. It was abjectly unreadable. They never expected to be able to be despised by a dog. But just then, a violent explosion suddenly came from the hillside, shaking everyone to their core. Boom, boom, boom. Only Tian Ba's body was seen flying as if he were flying, impacting forward without stopping. And wherever it passed, a broadsword mine jumped into midair and exploded. But Tian Ba's speed was too fast, and all 6 consecutive mines exploded in midair behind it, without hurting it in the slightest. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded stares, Tian Ba ran back smugly. It also made a point of walking proudly in front of everyone and then pissed on them before running next to Lin Rue. Everyone reacted. This ing dead dog. He's pissing on them? This is definitely beating the dog's heart's eye to look down on them. Lin Rue smiled and patted Tian Ba's head, then looked at the group of angry guys. See? It's Tian Ba's first time too. And it's your first time too. Do you think that you are higher or lower than it in boldness and wisdom? Of course it's high. Everyone blurted out. Lin Rue clapped his hands. That won't do. Even it dared to break in once with such guts and intelligence. So shouldn't you guys go and break in as well? Yes. All of them yelled. But the next second, everyone froze. Why did they feel like Lin Rue was cursing? P.S. I can guess that those of you who don't give tickets and rewards just want to hear a name calling. Luckily, I'm a quick one. So Dad, give me tickets and rewards. End of chapter. Lin Rue looked at everyone who didn't react for a moment and immediately said, good. I knew that the students I brought out, each and every one of them are heroes and heroines. Definitely better than dogs. Woof! Tian Ba shouted at the right time, like he was cooperating with Lin Rue. Everyone's faces collapsed. They now reacted. Lin Rue was just going to use a dog to pull them down. Everyone's bowels are now green with remorse. What's with the impulse? Why bother with a dog? This is great. They have agreed. Military orders are like mountains. Not even a chance to bargain. After following Lin Rue for so long, all of them had long forgotten what their previous selves were like. Now they are nothing but obedience. And then they are still obedience. Lin Rue smiled and clapped his hands as old Lu quickly ran over from the forest not far away. Lin Rue patted him and said, this is Captain Lu Justice of the 3rd Steel Regiment's Engineer Corps, and he's the one responsible for making this minefield. Below, he will also explain to you how to clear the mines. Lu Justice smiled and saluted. Hello students, don't be afraid. I've brought you professional mine detection tools. When the time comes, you just need to be careful and avoid the mines and go straight through them. I will also teach you demoning techniques in case any of you accidentally step on it. Lu Justice laughed. You guys will also need these skills when the time comes. All the trainees almost didn't spurt blood on the spot. Tips? You're talking about ing technique when you've stepped on a ing mine? Do we look like the kind of people who will clear mines if you talk about theories? But now it was too late for regrets. Everyone could only hold back the fear in their hearts and strive to listen to what Lu Justice had to say without dropping a single word. This minefield, as requested by your company commander, contains 200 mines. Lu Justice smiled and said, not only are there underground ones, there are also hidden trick mines, mother and child mines, and even mines that hang from trees. When you guys pass through, you must be careful and cautious again and again. In case something goes wrong, it's going to get blown up. Ha ha ha. All the trainees looked at him as if they were looking at him. What the is so funny? Where's the punchline in what you're saying? Seeing that everyone was already highly nervous, Lin Rue continued to give them a boost. Let me remind you, old Lu brought a lot of Type 66 anti-infantry mines this time. You guys probably don't know what the hell it is, right? To put it bluntly, it's the same as the old American broadsword mines. As soon as you touch it, the mine will immediately pop up and either zap your legs or blow your roots out. This thing is so lacking in virtue. Everyone must be careful. It's good that he didn't say that. As soon as he finished, everyone's legs started to shake. What the hell kind of landmine is this? Severing the children and grandchildren mine? Xiao Yuandong cried out. Old Jing, I feel like I'm going to pee again. Jing Siwei lowered his voice and said, pee if you want to. Later, maybe you won't be able to use it. Wang Sheng shivered and said, you're less of an alarmist. Company commander, it's impossible to let us get blown up. Jing Siwei similarly shivered and coldly grunted. Old Wang, I'm afraid you didn't understand. Did you? We won't die. We'll only lose our qualifications as men. Become eunuchs. Or legless eunuchs. Wang Sheng looked at him with a hateful face. Don't you say it? I'm losing control down there. Don't hold it in. Jing Siwei closed his eyes. Everyone let go. Pee if you want to. And enjoy the last submissiveness of a man. Bah! Bu Chao's eyes were red. I don't believe it. The company commander surely won't come for real. Just then, Lin Rue came over with a video recorder. Turning to them, he said, everyone come over here and leave a message for your family. If any unlucky person steps on it and doesn't get saved, at least leave a message for your family. Everyone froze when they heard this. In the next second, Maki was so scared that he went straight to his knees. OMG. What? How come they've all started recording the remains? Company commander, are you for real? Lin Rue looked at them in a serious manner. Assholes, when have I ever made a joke? Just now I said that this is a level that you guys have to go through. When you will come to the battlefield. Minefields are the oldest and simplest form of combat to block the enemy. It's only a matter of time before you guys run into it. So, now it must be practiced. Jing Siwei grimaced. But company commander, aren't we practicing a bit early? We all understand the reasoning, but we're still freshmen. Lin Rue looked at him seriously. It's true that you guys are freshmen, but with your current abilities, even the elites of the various scouting units have been trampled under your feet. Do you guys think that the examination in a month's time will be easy? I can seriously tell you that the test in a month's time may even be the special forces testing us. If you guys can't even pass this hurdle, how are you going to deal with the test a month later? Lin Rue coldly said. Of course, you guys can also choose to give up now. With your current abilities, choosing to go and be trained as Wolverine's rookies and then enter Wolverine in the future is also a way out. The other way is to follow me, pass the test in a month, and prove yourselves to everyone. Then, form the nation's first army specialized academy. The path is at your feet. Choose for yourselves. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief and eventually chose to stand in front of the video camera. They can be gutsy enough to challenge themselves, but never willing to just be their mediocre selves. The first 19 years they've wasted. For the rest of their time, they chose to fight their egos to the end. Xiao Yuandong came in front of the camera and forced a smile. Dad, Mom, I'm going to demoning soon. I don't know if I'll survive, but whether I do or not, I'm your pride. Remember, if I don't make it, you guys hurry up and have another one while you're young. Otherwise Mom will be incapacitated. After saying that, covering her face, she ran to the side and wailed. Have a sister, not a brother. The others didn't find him funny, and one by one they all walked over to the VCR in tears, saying all the things they wanted to say the most, all to a cold camera. Lin Rue watched from the side with a smile on his face as old Lu stared at him with a disgusted expression. Old Lin, when did you become so perverted? Oh, Tenba said as he walked towards him. Old Lu quickly waved his hand. Brother dog? I didn't say anything bad about him. I was chatting with him. Really? Lin Rue waved his hand at Tianba, and the dog then sat back down again. He grinned and said, where am I perverted? I think they should be grateful. Grateful? Old Lu tried to keep his tone calm. Are they lacking in heart? Lin Rue smiled and said, look, they've said all the words buried deepest in their hearts. They wouldn't dare to say such words normally. Moreover, after this life and death test, they must have a deeper affection for their families and comrades. Only after experiencing life and death can they understand how valuable it is to be alive. But you're pushing them a little too hard. Lin Rue shook his head. Since they chose to undergo the test, they will have to pass this hurdle sooner or later. It's the same if they pass it sooner or later. I'll do it a little more ruthlessly, and they'll never be mentally afraid again in the future. Old Lu bristled. You're lucky you're their company commander. Otherwise when it's over, they'll have to beat you to death. Lin Rue coughed and put on a serious look and shouted. All hurry up. Don't dawdle. The chances of being blown up are very small. Most of them have broken legs. So don't be nervous, you guys. He said. And many of the cadets cried in direct fear. P.S. Thanks for the votes from the dads, but I'm greedy and not easily satisfied. So keep smashing me. Anti-dotty-dotty. End of chapter. Lin Rue didn't have much time to videotape the students. Only half an hour. Soon, everyone was centralized once again. Justice Lu began to give lectures on how to use demoning tools to detect mines, how to spot trick mines, and how to avoid them. as well as simple dismantling knowledge. To make it more graphic, he also dismantled 2 real landmines in front of everyone. This move almost didn't scare everyone to the ground. Nima, a company commander, was raw enough, but this guy wasn't any better than Lin Rue. Take a real mine and dismantle it in front of everyone. Your ing hand shakes and everyone gets massacred. After another full hour, Lou Justice felt that there was nothing more to say. He coughed and looked at everyone solemnly. In fact, it's useless to talk about more theories. Everyone still needs to practice more. When you cross the minefield later, if you can pass it without any problems, you can go back and find a mine to dismantle and feel it, so you can deepen your impression. Everyone heard this and glared straight at him. You're ing nuts. What's the point of defusing a bomb when you're ing through a minefield? You don't want us to die fast enough, do you? Lou Justice looked at Lin Rue at this time. Lin Rue, on the other hand, clapped his hands and shouted to everyone. Good learning time is always short. Everyone hurry up and get your demoning tools and start the practice time you all love right away. Hurry up all. All the trainees took the demoning tools from Lou Justice with a lifeless face. It was then divided into 5 teams, each led by 5 squad leaders, who carefully entered the minefield. Lou Justice clasped his hands and walked over to Lin Rue. These students of yours, they just listened very carefully. I think that they can pass with flying colors. As for the ones you laid out, I'm afraid I won't be able to use them. Lin Rue gave him a blank look. What nonsense. You obviously set it up. Lou Justice's eyes widened in shock. Hey, I did that according to your lackluster instructions as well. Why are you still relying on me? Lin Rue smiled and patted him. Don't worry. I won't let you work hard all night for nothing. These boys will definitely step on a landmine. After all, it's their first time. Old Lou was surprised and asked, are you so sure? Lin Rue laughed and pointed at Skybuster. Even if they can't step on it, Skybuster will go and interfere with them and scare them into stepping on it. Woof woof. Tianba wagged his tail proudly, like a dog's leg in spring. Old Lou listened to the corners of his mouth twitching. When your student, must have created some great virtue in his previous life. Otherwise, it's not worthy. At this moment, in the minefield, the 5 squads had advanced more than 50 meters. Although they had just been outside with a raw look on their faces, everyone immediately got into their roles when they entered the minefield. There was a clear division of labor between who was in charge of the left, who was in charge of the right, and who was in charge of checking out the grass and the trees. Whenever a mine or a booby trap is found, the marker in the group immediately steps forward to mark it. The road they traveled was covered with all kinds of red flags. Each area where a red flag is located represents the presence of mines. Lou Justice nodded his head with great satisfaction. Old Lin, I told you that this group of students can do it. Although they were a bit wimpy just now, they really did it without any ambiguity at all. He said admiringly, not to mention a bunch of students. You're just changing the scouting unit and telling them to trip the real minefield. I'm afraid you can scare them to death. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that they were students who had just entered military school. It's awesome. Lin Rue smiled and clasped his hands. Now you know why I'm valued by the head of the regiment, right? It's not for no reason. Woof woof. The dog-legged Tianba wagged his tail cooperatively. Lou Justice laughed dryly. If it is not Tianba this dog-leg in, he high and low to say 2 sentences of flirty words. Soon the 5 teams had advanced hundreds of meters further. Behind them, red flags had been left all the way down. I say, isn't this demoning actually not that difficult? Xiao Yuandong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, with such awesome teamwork as ours, there's no way any mines can stop us. It's better to be careful. Wang Shang reminded. You guys just saw it. After that dog ran past, that bark exploded with a shock. If we're not careful, we'll only be eunuchs for the rest of our lives. Before the words were finished, a cadet's neck suddenly felt like tripping on something. Immediately afterward a large white mist exploded violently from the trees on both sides. They blew up all 6 cadets into white men. Here it blew up, and several more trainees backed away in fear. There you go. They stepped on another landmine. There was a loud boom and 7 more students were blown up as whites. Now everyone was confused, both startled and at the same time incredibly shocked as they looked at their classmates who were all in white. I'll go. Fake. Jing Siwei and the others all stared wide-eyed. Now it dawned on everyone that the only real landmines were the ones that were detonated by Tianba, and the others were all drill mines. Then didn't they just cry for nothing? You guys, Lin Rue yelled from a distance. Don't think that mines can only be stepped on. Trick mines can be detonated with fishing line or even anything you don't care about. And you guys, why are you panicking? Just because of your stupid behavior. More of your companions might get killed on the battlefield. You know? Behave yourself later. 2,000 push-ups each when it's over. Yes, the people who had been blown up responded. But a smile appeared at the corners of everyone's mouth. Doing physical fitness they are not afraid. As long as this minefield is not really mine, then they are relieved. I told you, the company commander is a knife's mouth and a tofu's heart. Ma-Chi smiled and said, we, have wronged him. How could he possibly let us walk through a real minefield? He can't spare it. The others nodded. Knowing that there were no real mines in this minefield put everyone in a better mood. And, no longer as cautious as they had just been. Everyone was much bolder. Not far away. Lin Rue smiled and clasped his hands. It's gotten a lot faster. Oh. Lu Justice rolled his eyes at him. You're afraid they won't be able to step on the maneuver mines, right? Lin Rue nodded. If we let them go through so easily, then this training won't have any meaning. First, we have to make them fearless and eliminate the fear of landmines from their hearts. In this way, they can deal with the next mine demolition training. He looked at Lu Jingyi with a smile. Moreover, it's not like you can let this night be a waste of time. If they have too easy a time, wouldn't that make you look incompetent? Lu Justice's eyes widened as Lin Rue's words surprisingly left him speechless. Soon, Lin Rue smiled. They're almost at the ultimate minefield you laid out. Lu Justice rolled his eyes. I wouldn't dare to take orders for that kind of lackluster minefield with smoke. In the minefield, everyone was by now comfortable with detecting mines. With the experience accumulated by being cautious and careful along the way before, coupled with the absence of psychological burden, the various mines that were encountered by them at the moment could almost always be detected at first. I thought how hard it would be to cross the minefield. Sun Nan laughed. Does it look easy? Jing Siwei laughed. That's right, only personal experience to know. The minefield is not so scary. As long as you are bold and careful. We can dance here. Bouncing is too much. Wang Sheng shook his head. I still say it's good to be careful. There can be mines everywhere here. The company commander arranged this. It's never that simple. Jing Siwei gave him a blank look. Old Wang. There are fake mines all over the place. What's there to be cautious about? Even if we step on them, at most we'll be blown up in white. Old Jing. Dance. Sun Nan coaxed. Show old Wang what it means to be a top soldier. Even in a minefield you can bounce. Dance one. Dance one. The others were up in arms. Even Wang Shang was amused. Seeing that everyone was so supportive, Jing Siwei smiled and broke away from the group. Since everyone is so supportive, I'll risk blowing myself up and give you all a boost. He laughed and jumped twice in a row, but each time he actually probed with his tools first. If there is an alarm, the place will be changed immediately. It's just that he's moving fast and it's not easy to notice. But right after his third drop, the smile on Jing Siwei's face instantly froze. Old scripture. Jump. The others yelled. Jing Siwei turned his head with a crying face. Brothers, I stepped on a real landmine. What? Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Bu Chao was happy. I say old Jing. Don't pretend. There are no real mines here. Do you think you can fool us? Xiao Yuandong followed suit and said happily. Do you think we are 3-year-olds? This kind of lame trick can't fool us. Alright, hurry up and go. Jing Siwei shouted anxiously. You bastards. Can't you understand me? I really stepped on a landmine. It's hard underneath. When he said that, it made everyone tense up. Although they were still a bit disbelieving, Wang Shang and Ma Chi had already rushed over. The two men followed the essentials told by Lu Justice and lay down at Jing Siwei's feet, then used their hands to slowly pluck away the soil. Soon, a dark object was revealed. The two men's eyes instantly straightened, and the speed of their hands couldn't help but slow down a lot. Seeing the sudden sluggishness in their movements, Jing Siwei shivered and asked, Did I step on it? Old Jing don't be afraid. Ma Chi raised his head and smiled awkwardly. As long as you don't move, this thing won't blow up. Jing Siwei collapsed instantly in fear. Who the hell said there are no real mines? Who the hell said the company commander has a knife's mouth and a tofu heart? There are real mines here. Malagobi. In the distance, Lin Rue smiled and patted Lu Justice. Old Lu, good job. This time, they have to be scared to death. Woof woof. Tianba Flattery spat out his tongue, his head constantly rubbing against Lin Rue's leg. Lu Justice's mouth corner straight twitching. Really Nima live and let go of the dog leg. End of chapter. At this moment, several other squad leaders had all arrived next to Jing Siwei. Sun Nan and Li Yang, the few who were close to Jing Siwei, all gathered around as well. The earth on both sides of the mine had been roughly cleared away, and the true colors of Lushan were fully exposed to view. Well, what thunder? Jing Siwei asked. Shivering. Wang Shang wiped the cold sweat from his head and had calmed down quite a bit by now. Although it was his first time to clear mines, the ones who stepped on the mines were his classmates and comrades who had fought and bled together with him. He must calm himself down. Old Jing, don't be afraid. It's a Type 72 mine. Jing Siwei's pupils instantly dilated. and his chrysanthemums tightened fiercely. The 72 anti-infantry jump mine, and the broadsword mine and the Type 66 are actually pretty much the same. But again, very different from those two. This is an all-nationally developed anti-infantry jumping mine with an original plastic mine shell wrapped with anti-personnel steel ball design. Once exploded, the whopping 650 anti-personnel fragments inside could easily slice a man's body in two. It wouldn't be a matter of a broken leg. Most likely the person would be blown to pieces. Everyone could feel Jing Siwei's legs shaking, but they could all understand. After all, it would be impossible for any other person to step on this kind of thunder to be bashful. Let's call the company commander, Xiao Yuandong said anxiously. This thing, in case it's not dismantled well, not only will the person dismantling it be ruined, but the old scripture will be even more ruined. Right, Maki said seriously, the old warp has been stepping on it for so long that the fuse has long since burned out. As soon as it jumps up it immediately explodes. Even if you run, you can't run away. This thing's kill radius can be huge. Wang Shang once again wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He comes from a family of generals and 3 generations of loyalists. The pride that flowed through his bones would not allow him to back down from anything. But this time, he chose to back off. He could get hurt, but he could never allow his recklessness to get his comrades hurt, even though this guy is usually his own opponent. Wang Shang turned his head and immediately yelled at Lin Rue, "Company Commander, Jing Siwei stepped on a Type 72 jump mine. We can't dismantle it." Before he could finish his words, Lin Rue bluntly refused. "If you can't dismantle it, then watch him get blown up." Hearing this, all the trainees were shocked. Isn't it a training exercise? Wasn't it the same as before? Although there was danger, Lin Rue would never let them really be in danger. But now, it's a completely different thing than before. To actually, literally, let them take their lives to defuse mines? But Lin Rue showed no mercy at all, standing his ground and yelling, "You guys think that training is just a joke? Let me tell you, from the moment you enter here, you are entering the battlefield. Now, everything depends on yourselves. Since you have chosen this path, you will come out on your own. You guys can stay and save him, or you can leave him behind. I'll give you guys a set amount of time, and there are still 5 minutes left. If you guys can't walk out, you'll have to collectively receive punishment then." All the trainees looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Rue's words and the situation at this moment made them feel the cruelty of the battlefield for the first time. Is it leaving your comrades behind to complete the mission? Or do you stay behind to help your comrades with demoning and then either get hurt or collectively punished? This choice, more than any other time in the past, was a difficult one for them to make. It's fine to be punished, but if it explodes and their group is this close, with the blast radius of a Type 72, half of them would have to be injured. At this moment, everyone froze. Lin Rue watched them stop and couldn't help but feel a little worried inside. He was really afraid that the gang would leave without Jing Siwei, because even if they were gone, they would surely save themselves. Lin Rue clenched his fists and said loudly to them, "The battlefield is falsehood and truth. Your complacency 1 second could be replaced by tragedy the next. Moreover, it will also involve your companions. For the next test, you are facing the Wolf Fang's special soldiers. They will be stronger than any soldier you have seen before, and cunning, and very cruel. They are, by definition, built for the mission. In order to accomplish a mission, the special forces can do anything. What you're encountering now is just child's play in their methods. If you can't even pass this hurdle, then there's no way you can defeat them at all." Lin Rue yelled. "Now, choose quickly. If this were a battlefield, and you all stayed because of one person, there's a good chance you'd all be wiped out. So, will you all leave and continue to complete the mission, or will you stay and die with him?" Jing Siwei clenched his fists tightly and yelled down to Wang Shang and the others, "The mistake was my own. You guys leave, I'll take it on myself." "No way." Wang Shang shook his head icily, while starting to lie on the ground and carefully study the landmines. "My grandfather told me that back then in the battlefield, they didn't leave behind any of their companions. This is the tradition of our Chinese soldiers. They wouldn't have left them behind before, and it's even more impossible now. Let me help you." Xiao Yuandong also slumped down and started demoning from the other side. "Old Jing, stand firm and listen to our arrangements. Don't blow us both up." Jing Siwei glared at them angrily. "Are you guys stupid? This is a jumping mine, and the fuses are all burned out. Do you guys have that ability to row? Hurry up and go. Time is almost up. You're soldiers, you have to finish the mission first." "Old Jing, shut the up. Why are you still talking so much after making a mistake?" Bu Chao glared at him fiercely. "We may be assholes, but we can't do something like leaving our comrades behind." Maki nodded his head vigorously. "Now if we get into a trap, if the enemy is already here, then we'll fight them, but leaving you behind is something we can't possibly do. Everyone, On my command, Maki yelled. Spread out carefully and prepare your defenses. Today, we won't leave anyone behind. Yes, all the trainees immediately dispersed. Some hid behind trees, some lay down in the grass, and some went up into the trees to hide among the thick foliage. In an instant of work, they surrounded Jing Siwei's few people in the middle, and formed a defense circle with a very reasonable firepower configuration. Old Wang, Old Xiao, you guys be damn careful. Get him out. But don't hang yourself, Sun Nan yelled. Wang Shang responded as he dismantled it. Do your own thing and leave this place to us. In the distance, Lin Rui saw the scene and his hanging heart finally dropped. The reason why he made this arrangement was not only to eliminate the group of trainees' fear of landmines, but also to make them understand one thing: don't give up. Don't give up. On the battlefield, in the mission, the only people who can keep your back safe are always your comrades. If they abandoned Jing Siwei and left today, then Lin Rui would be incredibly disappointed in them. But they stayed. Not one of them, regardless of whether or not they could finalize the mission. But just for that, they were already done with this training. Sure enough, Lin Rui checked the mission progress bar. The item on demoning has been ticked. Brat, didn't let me down. The corner of Lin Rui's mouth curled into a smile. Lu Justice had the same look of admiration. Old Lin, I'm really convinced of you now, even though you are a bit perverted. But your group of soldiers are really brought up by you. Lin Rui rolled his eyes at him. If you don't know how to compliment people, don't do it awkwardly, okay? Woof woof. Tianba showed his teeth at Lu Zheng. Lu Justice hurriedly smiled and smacked his mouth. Brother dog, I'm joking. Don't be angry. Woof woof. Tenba turned his head with a disdainful look on his face. Lu Righteousness gas lungs are going to explode. Sin this Nima in the end what dog into the essence of it. In the minefield, at this time, Wang Shang and Xiao Yuandong, one on each side, had begun to slowly start demoning. Although Lu Justice didn't teach much, every word he said at that time, Wang Shang and the others all memorized. They moved slowly, trying to recall every detail of what Lu Justice had said. Although every mine is different, there are just those few steps to remove it. Old Xiao, is it ready? Wang Shang asked. Xiao Yuandong nodded. Alright, listen to my slogan and move at the same time. After Wang Shang finished speaking, he looked at Jing Siwei again. Old Jing, it's a service you've cultivated in your 8 lifetimes for your kid to meet us in this life. If we get blown up and lose our heads, you'll have to hold a wake for us. Got to hold up the picture. As a son, Xiao Yuandong laughed out loud. Jing Siwei's eyes were moist. He had never made such a good friend in his life. Don't worry, when you guys die, I'll pass it on to your family. Jing Siwei nodded his head vigorously. Wang Shang and Xiao Yuandong froze, feeling as if something was wrong. But there was no time to think about it at the moment, as both of them roared low at the same time, and then worked together to remove the explosive device. Bang! A ball of ink sprayed out from inside the thunder, and Wang Shang and Xiao Yuandong were instantly sprayed with blackness. Blew up or not? Did I lose my leg? Jing Siwei was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, but when he saw the appearance of Xiao Yuandong and Wang Shang, he was instantly confused. Not only him, but the trainees around him who were on full alert were all confused when they saw the scene. This, Dud, Xiao Yuandong revealed a mouthful of large white teeth. So lucky? Wang Shang was so angry that he directly kicked the landmine away. Dumb your ass, this is a fake. We've been played. Asterisk. Almost everyone yelled lowly together. They had all just released all their feelings and were even ready to live and die together with Jing Siwei. Now you're saying this is all fake? Just then, Lin Rui walked over with a smile and a slap on his face. All of the trainees, all of them looked at him angrily. For those 2 short hours, they first thought they were going to die and then they thought their comrades were going to be blown up. Definitely a heartbreaker to the core. And Lin Rui, actually laughing. If he wasn't a company commander, everyone would be high and low to punch him in the face right now. It's so torturous. Lin Rui smiled and walked up to them. I know you guys are pissed off, but I'd still like to say to you that you did a great job. With his hands behind his back, he looked at everyone with satisfaction. What makes me happy about this training today is not that you managed to pass through the minefield, but that you understand the importance of comradeship. A person's power is always limited, but the power exerted by a team is absolutely invincible. You overcame your fears and learned to live and die together. This pleases me more than if you had traveled through a real minefield, because from today onwards, you guys have transformed from a qualified soldier to a calm and collected soldier. I believe that even if you are now facing the Wolf Fong's test, you guys won't have any fear anymore. All the trainees straightened their chests at the moment. Each one, it seemed, had become much more composed in this moment. Although everything was fake before, it was like they had experienced a real battlefield. In just a short period of time, everyone looks like they've been transformed. Lin Rui looked at Wang Shang and Xia Yuandong, who looked like black people, and coughed in a low voice. But then again, it's true that you guys didn't complete the task within the allotted time. Wait, 2,000 push-ups for everyone. Yes, all of them yelled. Aya, you losers. Lu Justice walked back with the kicked-away landmine. You really don't know how expensive it is to be in charge of a family. This slime mine can still be used many times. How can it be kicked away? Tidy it up a little. You can still use it later. You guys are really losers. All the trainees glanced at each other, then collectively looked at him wistfully. Lu Justice was glared at by them and instantly stopped in his tracks and looked at them in horror. You, what are you doing? I'm a guest of your company commander. Jing Siwei laughed. Captain Lu, all these mines, you buried them, right? Wang Shang looked at him sorrowfully, and spraying my face with this, you made it too, right? Lu Justice saw everyone's eyes are not good. Anxious and quickly said, that are your company commander let me do. With me have nothing to do with. To find your company commander hey, what are you doing? Don't come over old Lin, tube your soldiers, The next second, he was surrounded by everyone. Lin Rui shouted helplessly from outside the crowd. Old Lu, just bear with it. You've done so many bad things. Is it okay to let them vent their frustrations? Woof woof. Skyblaze wagged his tail approvingly. Lu Justice raised one hand. Lin Rui, you mare. End of chapter. Come on, all of you. If you can't do it in half an hour, 2,000 more. Lin Rui yelled at all the cadets. Remember this punishment. In the future, when you go to the battlefield and make a mistake, you won't have a chance to be punished even if you want to. Every bitterness you suffer now will be a great gain for you in the future. Jing Siwei and the others hummed and puffed as they did push-ups, and everyone's eyes gradually became glazed over at this moment. They have all collectively grown a lot after this training. In the old days, they would have had to make some tawdry remarks anyway, but this time, Lin Rui saw from them, in addition to composure, a hint of calmness. A mistake is a mistake, and not only do they know how to learn to accept it, but they also slowly begin to think about why they are wrong. This, then, is the beginning of one's true strength? Lin Rui was satisfied with their transformation, because only one of them was thinking of changing on his own, constantly looking for mistakes and improving on them. Then he, in turn, can really take it in stride. Lin Rui walked back to the car and handed over a cigarette to the beaten-up Lu Justice. Don't! Lu Justice looked aggrieved. Look at how I've been beaten up. I'm going to sue you in the regiment. No! I'm going to sue you in the division. Look at how I've been beaten. I can't even smoke. Lin Rui laughed. Lao Lua, our division commander, is my student father's comrade in arms. The cigarette you do not smoke. A pity. $100 a packet of it. Lu Justice was so angry that he even snatched the cigarette case. Bring it to you. I tell you not I do not go to sue. I just give these guys a chance. Young people, young and vigorous, will inevitably make mistakes. I do not want to ruin their future, he said, shakily stuffing the cigarette into his mouth before glaring at Lin Rui. Where's the fire? Woof! Skyblaze yelled viciously as he pounced at his feet. Lu Justice's face immediately 180 degrees big change. A dry smile. Dog, I have a fire. Do not bother your father. I'll do it myself. Only after seeing Lu Justice light the fire himself did Tianba sit to the side with his tail wagging. Lu Justice aggrieved hard to suck a mouthful. What world is this? Beaten by students. Threatened by dogs. It is too difficult to be a human being. Old Lu. Lin Rui pointed at the minefield. Please lay out the minefield again. Better yet, the locations where the mines are buried are all changed again. If it can be more difficult, that would be even better. Lu Justice choked and coughed, glaring at him fiercely. Old Lin, is this human language you're talking about? I've been oohed and awed into what kind of shape? How can you bear for me to do it again? I'll give you a bonus, equivalent to 1 month's salary, and you'll settle the bill at the academy at the end of today. Lin Rui said generously. Lu Justice directly threw away his cigarette. With a straight face. Boss, what other requirements are there? I can fulfill them all. Lin Rui nodded with satisfaction. A little larger area. More trick mines. Go ahead. They'll be ready soon. Got it. I'll take care of it. Lu Justice turned his head and ran towards the minefield with a smile. Maybe too happy. Accidentally he also stepped on a mine he buried. The whole person was blown all white. Lin Rui heard him yell Malagasy from afar and shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile. Half an hour later, all the trainees had finished 2,000 push-ups, and old Lu's side had rearranged the minefield and expanded it. All the mines had been dislocated, and in order to make it more difficult, old Lu had added quite a few mines into it. Lin Rui looked at everyone with his hands behind his back. If it's a battlefield and a minefield appears in front of you, you must pass through it in the fastest time possible. Therefore, I will only give you 6 minutes to pass through this 500-meter minefield. Today, when you finish, when you eat. Also, those mistakes before, I don't want them to happen again. Training is actual combat. Don't joke with your own and your comrades' lives. Yes, company commander. Everyone let out a yell. Begin. At Lin Rue's command, the 5 teams immediately entered the minefield from different directions. With the previous experience, everyone became incredibly cautious this time. Even the usually most talkative had become incredibly silent at the moment. Each man's eyes were fixed on the area he was supposed to be staring at. This time, they also stopped planting red flags and immediately signaled to the men behind them when they detected the mine. Then the people passed on, and the passage became much steeper. 500 meters. It took half an hour to get through last time, and this time, it only took 10 minutes to pass. Although it was quite a bit different from Lin Rue's requirements, it was already a rapid improvement, and the shocked Lu Justice couldn't keep his mouth shut for a moment. Old Lu, you're not good at this level. Lin Rue sighed and patted him. In the past, everyone boasted that you were the #1 engineer in the entire division, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. It's only the second time these students of mine have crossed a minefield in 10 minutes. You used to brag too much. It was as if Lu Justice heard the sound of his pride being viciously stomped on. Angry, he threw away his cigarette and yelled, "Damn, I was careless just now. I'll set it up again and make sure they don't get through. At least they won't pass so quickly." Lin Rue pulled him back. "Hey, Lao Lu, I gave you a bonus once. If you go and get it again, I can't afford it." Lu Justice glared at him. Laozi doesn't want a bonus. It's not a matter of money or not anymore. It's a matter of face. Wait, I'll show you what it means to be the #1 engineer in the entire division. Watching Lu Justice run over with a huff, Lin Rue smiled and squatted down to pet the dog's head. "Tianba, do you think he's stupid? Working for me for free, and he doesn't want the bonus he just got." Woof woof woof. Tianba barked cooperatively, sticking out his tongue with a flattering look on his face. On the next day, Lu Justice laid out a total of 9 minefields. Not only did he expand each time, but he used all of his means to do so. But no matter what he did, the already experienced trainees passed each time faster than the last. By evening, Lu Justice had finished getting the last minefield, and his entire body was already as tired as a dog. After all, he needed to dig holes and bury mines all by himself. He had to climb some of the trees himself, and the minefield was extended to 1 kilometer for him. He was so confident that he felt that this time, there was absolutely no way that the trainees could pass in 7 minutes. There was no way around it. Who made the guy so good that they forced him to change the passage time? But soon the cadets hit him hard in the face. In 5 minutes and 57 seconds, all cadets passed through the minefield. Lu Justice saw them excitedly hugging and hugging again, and at this moment, he wanted to die. Lin Rue smiled and brought over Tianba, who was shaking his head, and wrapped his arms around him and comforted him. "Old Lu, why do you say you're bitter? I've given you a step down, so why did you have to be so hard-headed? Now it's good. The knot proves that you can't do it. How ugly." Woof! Skyblaze yelled with his tongue out. Lu Justice slammed his fist on the ground in anger. They must have grasped my laws. That's why they passed so quickly. It's not that I can't. It's their eyes are too good. Lin Rue laughed. Fine, whatever you say. Originally, I wanted you to teach them how to clear mines, but now it seems like I'd better go inside the army and find better ones. You go back and have a good rest. Don't take it too much to heart. Saying this, he was about to stand up. Lu Justice's whole body jumped up in a hurry. No need to find someone else. I'll take this mission. Old Lin, don't worry. If I can't teach them well, I'll take off my uniform and leave. Lin Rue looked embarrassed. But demoning requires finding many mines and specialized tools, which I don't have here. Lu Justice patted his chest and said, "It's wrapped up for me. This time, I'm going to let you guys take a good look at just how powerful the division's #1 engineer is." Lin Rue's mouth showed a smile. The skill of the first engineer of the whole division was really good. It was the brain that. End of chapter. Under Lin Rue's flurry, Lu Jiejie, whose pride had been wounded, pulled all his family's money from inside the regiment overnight. Not only did he come himself, but he also brought along 4 able assistants who specialized in teaching the participants how to dismantle various mines. Early the next morning, a long table was set up in the academy's playground with various types of mines. With a bruised face on top of his head, Lu Justice smugly said to all the trainees, "Don't think that just because you can pass through a minefield, you're something great. What if you get to the battlefield and in the absence of engineers, your comrades step on a mine? Behaviors like yours yesterday will only get you killed along with your companions. So, you're not even close. Don't be complacent. As soon as he finished speaking, all the trainees immediately took a step forward with unfavorable expressions. Lou Justice instantly remembered how he was beaten up yesterday and immediately backed away. What for? I'm here to teach you demoning. What are all doing? Lin Rue roared in a cold voice. Why don't you know how to respect the instructor? All listen to me properly. Woof. Tianba doggedly showed his teeth at everyone. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Lou Justice immediately took up his stance again. I'm telling you guys, demoning is a big subject, so show me some respect. If you offend the instructor, you won't learn anything. Seeing that no one was talking, Lou Justice proudly picked up a mine. All come closer. Now I'll dismantle the first mine for you. All the trainees immediately leaned in. Yesterday, Wang Shang and Xiao Yuandong failed to clear the mine. Although that was fake and harmless, but it was like a deep imprint in each of their hearts. So when Lou Justice started to clear the mines, everyone's eyes were glued to his hands. Every move, every detail, was etched dead in their minds. The gang was already smart, and the fact that they had been collectively empowered twice by the system had done something to their brains. So, their memory is a lot stronger than it used to be. By the time Lou Justice finished disassembling it, they had basically memorized every step. Lou Justice pointed to a basket of mines next to him and said, "These are all fuses that have been replaced and won't explode. You guys try it. Today, just dismantle this one, if you guys can." Before he could finish his sentence, all the trainees had already dashed over to grab the mines. The corner of Lou Justice's mouth twitched. Then he coldly grunted. Defusing a mine isn't as simple as passing through a minefield. Just this one mine is enough for you guys to play for 2 days. He turned with his hands behind his back in triumph, ready to go to Lin Rue's for a cigarette. But before he could take 2 steps, 2 loud voices came from behind him. "Instructor Lou, this is considered demolished, right?" Lou Justice turned his head violently, and the 4 assistants that followed him flew over. He only saw Wang Sheng holding a loose mine and looking at him curiously. Lou Justice and the 4 engineers' jaws instantly dropped. It's only been a minute, right? How can this kid dismantle it so fast? Instructor, I'm better too. Instructor, show me. Is that what it means? In a moment, Jing Siwei, Xiao Yuandong and the others also brought over the dismantled mines and placed them in front of Lou Zhengxing. Lou Justice looked at the increasing number of dismantled mines and fell to his knees in shock. It took him 5 minutes to dismantle the mine. How come it's so easy for you guys? Old Lou. Lin Rue poked his head out from behind him at this time, shaking his head with a look of disgust. You can't do this. Can't you go on something difficult? That's right, Jing Siwei said with a sincere face. Instructor, come up with something difficult. This is too easy. Instructor, don't hide it, or else we'll think you don't have much ability, and you'll just blow awesome. Sun Nan said bluntly. Lou Justice was instantly enraged. I'm not capable? I'll blow it? I'm the #1 engineer in the entire division. I'll blow awesome? He yelled at his men. Bring me the 115 mines. An engineer immediately brought in one of the latest anti-infantry mines. Lou Justice said proudly. Watch this. This is a GLD 115 anti-infantry mine. It consists of a plastic mine shell, explosives, steel balls, a delay fuse, and an electric ignition device. There are currently 100 steel balls inside, and the explosive fragments can reach over 1,000. And, with the dual firing mechanism of gravity and electric fuses, if it's not disassembled properly, it'll go to pieces. You all watch with wide eyes. I'm the only one in the entire division who can dismantle a bomb like this. The corner of Lin Rue's mouth hooked up into a smile. Old Lou was provoked by his words and this time he was taking out his watchful eyes. Although he said that Lou Justice wasn't good, he actually knew that Lou Justice was at a very high level. Being able to hand over all that he would without reservation would elevate his trainees even higher. Although, the training mission for demoning is over. But what's not to like about being able to make them stronger? And most importantly for free. Jing Siwei and the others also understood what Lin Rue meant. Plus they did take demoning seriously. So, as soon as Lou Justice started disassembling, everyone immediately gathered around to take a closer look. From start to finish, even a tiny movement of Lou Jingxing's hand was memorized by everyone. 3 minutes. Lou Jingxing finished dismantling. He looked at the crowd with a smug look on his face. See what I mean? Isn't it much harder than before? No one answered him, and after a few moments of silence, everyone began to talk privately. Lou Justice looked at Lin Rue with a dejected face. Your soldiers love to learn but this time, the mines, have to be in the demonstration a few times or even a dozen times. Otherwise, instructor, is there a mine we can dismantle? Let's try. Jing Siwei suddenly said. Lou Justice looked at him furiously. You can do it? Pretty much. It's not that hard. I should be able to. Jing Siwei nodded. Xiao Yuandong and Wang Shang also hurriedly said. We can do it too. Give us Ray. The corners of Lou Justice's mouth twitched. Good, good. It's good to give them the mine and let them feel how difficult it is to dismantle this mine. A couple of engineers immediately went to move the mines. Soon several large frames of Ray were brought over. As a result, everyone swarmed over and grabbed one past each person. Lou Justice was angry eyes or spitting fire. All ing thought it was very simple, right? Think I'm kidding? You'll see how hard it is when you can't tear it down later. Old Lou, is the difficulty determined to be high this time? Lin Rue's voice floated from behind him. Lou Justice looked at him angrily. I'm sure, it's very big. Don't doubt the professionalism of the first engineer in the whole division. An engineer genius like me took 3 days to learn to remove this mine. They had to take at least 4 or 5 days. Instructor, okay, Wang Sheng suddenly said. Instructor, I'm also better. Jing Siwei and Xiao Yuandong also walked over. Lou Justice looked at them with an incredulous expression before looking down at the mine that had been dismantled into several pieces. Is that so? Warksworth asked with a great deal of bravado. Lou Justice was aggravated and directly broke down in tears. You guys, can't you take care of the veteran's self-esteem? Can't you just slow down a bit? End of chapter. Lou Justice managed to get through to the afternoon, and the mines he brought with him had all been dismantled by this group of students from the National Defense College. At this moment, the hearts of Lou Justice and the 4 engineers he brought with him were spurting blood. With so many thunders, even when Lu Jingyi was first learning, it would take a month to master how to skillfully disassemble them all. But when it came to the hands of this group of trainees, in less than a day, they actually gave all of them a demolition. This made Lou Justice's few people suddenly feel like crap, at least in front of this group of students. They are trash. Old Lin. Lou Justice quietly pulled Lin Rui aside and looked at him with a solemn expression. Please do one thing. Lin Rui nodded sincerely. Old Lou, what are you being polite to me for? You've done me such a great favor, so if there's anything you want to do, just say it. Lou Justice smiled sardonically. Trouble you, pretend I haven't been here, and don't tell anyone that I've been here. Lin Rui was amused in his heart. He naturally knew what Lou Justice meant, but he still had to be polite and courteous on the surface. He quickly shook his head. How can this be? You taught them to cross minefields and clear mines. You're their mentor. Lou Justice are almost crying. Lao Lin, you must not be polite with me. I really cannot afford to lose that person. In this way, the bonus you gave before I don't want it. Today the demolition of the mine is also counted as I help brother your favor. The cigarette I also return to you. In addition to take my 1 month's salary to your students to add a meal. The only thing I ask of you, brother, is that you don't say I was here, and you don't tell anyone about this place. Your students, all of them self-taught, they're all about this. Lou Justice gave Lin Rui a thumbs up, but his face was like a bitter melon. His title as the first engineer in the division must not be planted here, and he must lose money to keep his reputation. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Rui grabbed him by the arm. Old Lou, righteousness, teaching my students for free and contributing money. You simply have no words. I'll thank you on their behalf. Is the money in cash or transfer? Just transfer it to my account. Lou Justice almost didn't spit a mouthful of blood on Lin Rui's face. He's just being polite and courteous. You really don't push back, you at least humble, But now, for the sake of his reputation, Lou Justice had no choice but to transfer the account to Lin Rui, and then left in a hurry with his men. Old Lou, come often in the future. Lin Rui waved at him with a smile. Lou Justice almost didn't fall on his head. This place, killing him will never come back in his life. Lin Rui smiled and turned his head, watching as everyone assembled all the mines back together again, ready to disassemble them all over again. The look of devotion was like that of a schoolboy. Lin Rui coughed. Assemble. At a command, everyone immediately rushed to stand in a neat formation in front of him. Lin Rui paced slowly with his hands behind his back, smiling. You can do it. You're a quick enough learner. You've pissed off the other engineer captains and left without a trace. You guys can do it. Xiao Yuandong smiled. Company commander. It's not because you taught me well. It's all thanks to you. Bu Chao nodded his head vigorously. Yes, 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 yes. We were originally elm brains. If you hadn't developed them, we'd still be one and the same now. Alright. Lin Rui smiled. It's still a bit early to kiss ass. You guys immediately take these mines and go bury them in the earth for me. Then, start demoning in the field. What's the use of just dismantling it here? The enemy won't put mines on the ground for you to dismantle on the battlefield. Hurry up and go. Don't just stand there. Without the slightest hesitation, all of them picked up the mines and ran furiously towards the open space to one side. Over the next 2 days, the students dug holes all over the backcountry clearing, mine laying, demoning, and booby-trapped mine laying. These drills that were turned over and tuned over and over again by them. only to be able to achieve what Lin Rue said, touching a mine with his eyes closed and knowing what type it is, and being able to safely displace it in the shortest possible time. This was not only for their own sake, but also to save the lives of their comrades if they were in danger in the future. That morning, Lin Rue gathered everyone, demoning, crossing minefields, including how to lay mines. You have been trained excellently, so this subject is considered a pass. Hearing Lin Rue's words, everyone revealed excited smiles. Since that life and death experience, the subject of demoning has become a shadow in their minds. Everyone is riveted to pass. Now that they had Lin Rue's approval, everyone was actually both happy and relieved. Company commander, then what are we training for next? Is it time to practice parachuting? Sun Nan asked excitedly. When he asked this, everyone immediately looked at Lin Rue expectantly. Skydiving, they've been looking forward to it for a long time. Being able to leap from 100 meters in the air is exciting to think about. Lin Rue smiled slightly. You guys guessed it right. Next we're training for parachute jumps. Long live the company commander. Everyone shouted wildly in excitement. Lin Rue interrupted them. But then, we just have parachute gear, but no place to jump. I need you guys to use your connections so that so many of us can go parachuting. And it's not just one jump. Lin Rue said. It's best to have both large transport planes and transport helicopters ready. Who has connections? Wang Sheng immediately stepped forward. Company commander, my eldest uncle is in the Air Force. I'll get in touch with him. They have test flight missions every day. It shouldn't be a problem to bring us up for a parachute jump. Lin Rue nodded. Okay, you go make contact. Everyone else, continue training until we hear something. Today, weighted dive. In the evening, Gao Shuwei carried his bag and prepared to leave work. Just as I reached the door, the phone suddenly rang. He walked back and picked up the phone. Hello, this is Gao Shuwei. Old Gao Ah. A cordial voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm Wang Igua Ah. Gao Shuwei smiled faintly. It's old Wang. What's up? Wang Igua laughed. It's not that great nephew of mine, saying that they want to train parachute jumping over at their military school, looking for me to borrow an airplane. You are the commander-in-chief of the theater. I have to ask your opinion. Pust. The mouthful of tea that Gao Shuwei had just taken in was directly sprayed out. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Your nephew? From the Armor School Defense Academy? That's not true, Wang Igua said. He called me 3 times. His old man also called me. And even my old man called me. I'm at my wit's end here. That's why I'm asking you for a favor. Gao Shuwei's eyes were filled with shock. He had thought that Lin Rue would take that group of students through various basic training. I didn't realize that it's actually going up now. Lin Rue. You kid. You're really trying to bring them all into special forces. Gao Shuwei muttered to himself. Lao Gao. What do we say? Give them a parachute or not? Wang Igua asked. End of chapter. Old Gao. What's your opinion? Wang Igua asked. If you don't agree, I'll go talk to my brother and say you won't allow it. Gao Shuwei was still thinking here. But when he heard this, he almost didn't spit out another mouthful. You're asking me for advice? You've brought out your brother from your headquarters. And maybe your old man later. Is that even negotiable? However, Gao Shuwei also wanted to see what would become of the group of students from the National Defense Academy after Lin Rue trained them so much. Lin Rue's strength, and how much potential that group of students really had. If Lin Rue could really pass the test that was coming up soon, Gao Shuwei would have new plans for him. Good. I agree, Gao Shuwei emphasized. However, you must pay attention to safety. You must send professionals over to assist. They are all a bunch of students after all. Wang Igua laughed. Don't worry about it. I've already transferred people from the airborne unit. It's guaranteed to be fine. Gao Shuwei rolled his eyes. UING turned out to have even sent people early, and still pretended to come to discuss with me? But he didn't say anything about it, and hung up the phone after 2 faint instructions. A bugle sounded outside, and rows of soldiers marched toward the dining hall at a neat pace. Gao Shuwei stood in front of the window for a long time, then turned his head to look at the calendar hanging on the wall. There, in bold red pen, were several dates, all of them important to him. Lin Rue, National Defense Academy. Gao Shuwei smiled faintly. Let me see how much potential you guys have. Maybe, I can use you guys. Half an hour later, Wang Sheng excitedly told the news to Lin Rue, followed by all the newcomers in the entire academy. For a moment, everyone was abuzz, itching to get into the air and jump right now. Company commander, so when can we go skydiving? Jing Siwei was already eager to try. Li Yang rubbed his hands together. I can't wait to feel the wind high in the sky, brushing against my face. Lin Rue swept them away, then asked Wang Sheng, when can we go? Wang Sheng smiled and said, my uncle said that every day is fine. Just call him in advance and he'll let us know where we're going. Lin Rue nodded, then said to all of them, "Have you ever jumped out of a parachute? Know what you need to pay attention to?" This statement instantly confused everyone who asked, how could an ordinary person, other than an airborne soldier, ever jump out of a parachute? Even if they have a background, they can't just jump if they want to. Not only is their family afraid that something will happen to them, but the people in the army are also afraid of taking responsibility. Company commander, Bu Chao laughed. "We're so smart. We'll learn fast if you tell us the essentials." Right. Xiao Yuandong said proudly. "Even landmines we can easily eliminate. Isn't it just a matter of going up to the sky? It's no big deal." Lin Rue coldly grunted. "Demoning, all of them are mines that won't explode without fuses. I've looked closely, just how fast you guys started to dismantle them. And even though they were dismantled, if they were real mines, a large portion of you would have been blown up. Really think you guys are great? Go up to the sky, and if there's even the slightest mistake, you'll fall to pieces." Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, and after being poured a pot of cold water by Lin Rue, they instantly calmed down quite a bit. After all, none of them had ever really been in heaven. It's really quite impulsive now, but when you do get on the natural and jump down, it's too late to regret it if there's something you don't know how to do. Seeing that everyone was honest, Lin Rue coldly said, "You guys go and memorize your equipment and parachute bags right away, and the 5 squad leaders come with me to prepare the training tools." Yes, everyone immediately dispersed. Lin Rue wouldn't be as impulsive as these cadets. Skydiving was no joke, although he already had his own jump plan that wouldn't get them hurt. But it has to land, right? Despite the parachute, the impact of the landing was powerful, and each of them was carrying dozens of kilograms of equipment on their backs. If you don't practice, it's not uncommon to break a leg the moment you drop, and it's even possible for someone to hit their head on the ground due to inertia. Lin Rue only wanted them to be strong and didn't want anything to really happen to them. So, even if it's slower to get to the jump, that's still necessary. From that night onwards, Lin Rue compressed everyone's sleeping time to 4 hours altogether. The rest of the time, other than eating and drinking, it was all about training for parachute landings. He improvised 2 raised platforms of 5 and 10 meters with sand underneath. All of them have to jump down from the top with their gear on their backs and learn to unload as well as assist. When the 5-meter training is done, it's 10 meters. Lin Rue followed the training manual given by the system exactly, and the standards were not even remotely close. After all, it's skydiving, not like any other training. He would never joke with the lives of his students. After 3 days of intense training, all the trainees finally met Lin Rue's requirements. Lin Rue wasn't waiting, and directly asked Wang Sheng to contact the Air Force for a parachute jump. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the 4th day, the shrill assembly whistle sounded through the school. All of the students who had been prepared quickly ran out in full gear. At the main entrance, there were already several military trucks parked. At Lin Rue's command, all the trainees all excitedly rushed up. "Drive!" A military vehicle roared out of the school and sped toward the main road. Soon, though, they turned off the main road and onto a bumpy stretch where everyone was up and down in the car. "Where are we going, you guys?" "Old Wang, do you know?" Jing Siwei asked. Wang Sheng shook his head. "How would I know that?" Maki glared at him. "Didn't your eldest uncle arrange this, don't you know?" Wang Sheng rolled his eyes. "Come on, big brother. This is a military secret." "Okay, my eldest uncle isn't at that level of leaking." Sun Nan was full of longing. "Wait, what kind of airplane are we jumping from? How high will the airplane fly? And can we see the ground?" Xiao Yuandong laughed. "How nice it would be if my dad could see me parachuting. I would land in front of him handsomely." Wang Sheng rolled his eyes at them. "You guys don't really think that skydiving is easy and fun, do you?" "Ha!" Everyone looked at him in surprise. Wang Sheng shrugged. "Indeed, we are trained. However, you guys know nothing about skydiving. Don't think we're going to just jump out of the airplane and open our parachutes like they show in some videos. We're going to outperform the special forces, who, as far as I know, train to jump in all kinds of situations. For example, flying to altitudes beyond 1,000 meters or more and then opening your parachute when you're 500 meters above the ground is called high jumping and low opening. Or, jumping at 700 or 800 meters and then opening your parachute when you get to a dangerous altitude of 400 meters is called a low jump and low opening. Also, jump toward the jungle to keep from getting poked by tree branches. Or to the water, to the swamp, to the mountains, all dangerous places. I'm sure our company commander will never give us that easy finish." Everyone nodded silently. After all, Lin Rue had spent 3 days preparing them for the jump this time. It would definitely not be in his style to just jump a couple times and call it a day. "No matter what, we've trained anyway." Jing Siwei smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what we jump, as long as we jump." The others nodded in agreement, and Wang Sheng looked helpless. You'll see when it's time to actually jump. After an hour, the truck suddenly stopped. Outside the car came Lin Rue's shout. All gather. End of chapter. The sky was dark and cloudy, and just as the cadets got out of the car, a gust of wind blew violently. I'll go. Wasn't it cloudy just now? How did the weather change? Jing Siwei was astonished. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear the assembly whistle? Lin Rue yelled lowly from a short distance away. The cadets no longer dared to think twice and quickly ran to gather in front of him. Boom! Before Lin Rue had a chance to speak, a Kuanpeng transport aircraft not far away made a loud roar. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. Previously, they had only seen news about this big airplane on TV. The significance of this airplane is not felt at all through the TV, but at the moment, they were there to witness the first large-scale transportation aircraft independently developed by the motherland. The huge body and the muscular shape of the machine gave everyone present a huge visual impact. At this moment, from Lin Rue to every trainee, they could feel the strength of the motherland. Spectacular, isn't it? Lin Rue asked. All the trainees nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, and one by one, they forgot to speak in surprise. Lin Rue smiled lightly. Later, we'll ride it up to the sky. We have to thank Wang Sheng for this, otherwise we wouldn't have such an opportunity. Wang Sheng immediately looked smug, but still pretended to be humble and nodded towards the crowd. Everyone instantly rolled their eyes at him. Lin Rue coughed. What should be said and what shouldn't be said? I've already explained everything the other day. When we get to the sky, it won't be a training ground anymore. I want you all to show 120% concentration. Don't drop the ball. Otherwise, it's equivalent to suicide. Understand? Yes, all of them yelled. Just then, two Air Force captains came flying by. Lin Rue immediately said to all the trainees, let me introduce to you. These two are from the airborne unit. They are both veteran airborne soldiers, each of them having averaged over 5,000 jumps, and have tons of experience escorting large equipment on parachute jumps. The higher-ups sent them to assist us on this jump. So welcome. All the participants immediately applauded. The two captains froze and could only salute everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Tong Xing. Hello everyone, my name is Wano. After the two were introduced, Tong Xing pulled Lin Rue aside. Company Commander Lin, we just received word that there will be a gale later. Your men are all students, and the higher-ups are afraid of danger, so they've asked you to cancel this parachute jump. Lin Rue frowned slightly. Company Commander Tong, if it was your airborne unit, would this weather cancel? Tong Xing shook his head. That won't happen. Even if it rains and hails, we have to jump. But we are professionals. Lin Rue smiled and patted him. My students, that's why they're here, because they want to become professionals. Don't worry, I'll keep them in check. Carry on. With that, he took off in stride. Tong Xing looked at his back with a confused expression. Company Commander Lin, this is going to heaven. How are you going to manage them when you get to heaven? I have the numbers. Lin Rue waved his hand and walked directly towards his team. Tong Xing is dumbfounded. When you jump down from the sky, you can't control so many people even if you have great ability. Add the two of them, that won't work. As he watched Lin Rue lead his team toward the airplane, Wano rushed over. What's going on? Didn't listen to the advice? Tong Xing nodded helplessly. This guy is too confident. He has to say he can control. Wano also stared in shock. Control? What is he taking control of? What's wrong with this guy's head? He's taking students with him, and they've never jumped before. There's high winds today. It's dangerous weather even for us paratroopers. He's not fooling around. After saying that, he was about to chase after them in anger. Tong Xing pulled him back. What are you doing? What for? Vano blared at him. Going to stop him? What else? Tong Xing laughed bitterly. You've forgotten that the chief just asked us to persuade him. But people have the right to autonomy. So who are the two of us to stop him? We are here to cooperate with others. And we have to listen to him. Wano froze, but quickly swung his fist in the air in anger. What a ing flatulence. It doesn't make any sense at all with a layman. Damn it, if something really goes wrong, I'll definitely go to the military court to sue him to death and make him sit through the bottom of the jail. Tong Xing patted him. Hurry up. Let's try to keep these students safe. When they boarded the plane, the cabin doors closed immediately. The pilot came out and seated everyone as prescribed, and the plane immediately roared off toward the runway. At first, everyone was still excited, but by the time the plane suddenly accelerated and everyone was pushed backwards by inertia, at least half of the people's faces instantly changed. By the time the plane suddenly lifted its head into the air, the powerful pushback combined with the feeling of weightlessness made this a bad time for everyone. Seeing the students' looks, Tong Xing smiled and said, "It's not the same as civil aviation, right? The speed of our military airplanes is not comparable to civil aviation. Even the Kuan-Peng's usual speed is much higher than that of civil aviation. So everyone will be fine after getting used to it. Jing Siwei and the others all nodded awkwardly at him, but in the next second immediately grabbed the rope net behind them, each of their fingers turning white with nervousness. What was previously grandiose talk is now collective second-guessing. The cadets finally realized that land and sky, that's a completely different thing. Guesswork is completely unreliable. Soon, the pilot came out from the front and shouted, "We will arrive at the designated area soon. Everyone get ready to jump. Move fast." "What's the wind speed and what's the weather like?" Vano asked hastily. Pilot, winds 12.3, weather currently normal. Wano hurriedly walked towards Lin Rue. Company Commander Lin. Think about it again. 12.3 wind speed, even on land. It's still a brisk wind. It's a bit difficult for a person to walk, let alone us ascending to 1,000 meters. Your students don't have any parachute jumping experience at all. In case they misuse it, they're dead. Tong Xing also came over anxiously. Company Commander Lin, you must think twice. There are plenty of training opportunities, so you can't be too blind. We airborne recruits, we have to be cautious the first time as well. Their voices were not loud, but everyone in the cabin heard them. Originally they were already nervous when they went up to heaven. At this moment, when they heard their words, everyone directly began to shiver. Company Commander, maybe next time, Jing Siwei asked shakily. Lin Rue glared at him. Have you forgotten that you are meant to surpass the special forces? If there's a mission now, you guys have to jump. Just because it's a little windy, you guys won't jump? Jing Siwei immediately shut up, while Lin Rue looked at the Tong Xing duo. Both of you. I'm their company commander, and I'm also in charge of this parachute jump. In case something goes wrong, I'm solely responsible for it. Crazy. Wano blared at him angrily. Surname Lin, I'm warning you now. Jump now. Something will happen. If they don't live, then shoot me. Lin Rue glared at him. Any more questions? Don't forget, you're under my command now. If there's no problem, organize their parachute jump. Wano clenched his fists in anger, but was grabbed by Tong Xing. Seeing Tong Xing shaking his head at himself, Wano angrily turned his head away. Stand up and prepare to jump. Lin Rue yelled at all the trainees. All of the trainees reluctantly stood up, and just then, the door of the cabin suddenly opened slowly, and a powerful and strong wind came crashing down on them from outside, almost failing to blow them over. Xiao Yuandong's tears instantly bow out. I go to his grandfather. To not be so horrible on me. How so wanna not be able to. How to come here. Sun Nan hugged Bu Chao tightly, her legs trembling with fear. It's too scary, I never wanna skydive again. End of chapter. When the cabin door was fully open, the wind blowing in was even stronger. After all, it's thousands of meters up. Lin Rue put on his goggles and yelled at all of them. What? Are you all wimpy? Have you forgotten what you said before? Isn't it about going beyond special forces? Isn't it about fighting for yourself and proving yourself to everyone? Why? If you back off when you touch down danger, then how are you different from your past selves? At most, you've become stronger goons, and you're still the same birds of a feather as you used to be, and you're a sight to behold. Lin Rue's words were like sharp knives, ruthlessly stabbing everyone in the heart. Make people look bad. These 5 words were the most inadmissible bottom line in their hearts. What are they working so hard for? Sweating so much and falling down so many times? For what? Isn't it just to stop being looked down upon? In an instant, thick anger radiated from everyone's eyes. Tong Xing and Wano were both taken aback by their aura, because in just such a short moment, the gang's aura had completely changed, as if they had all changed into different people. Stop making people look down on you. Lin Rue yelled at them. There isn't a single wimp in the soldier's eye. Lin Rue. Led. All ing jump for me. Jump, jump, jump. All the trainees yelled one after another, both to cheer themselves up and to vent the anger in their hearts. Jing Siwei was the first to rush to the cabin entrance. Looking at the gray sky outside, although his legs twitched, he rushed forward without hesitation. After Jing Siwei jumped out, he was blown away by the gale in an instant and disappeared cleanly. But cadets who saw this scene inexplicably tightened their chrysanthemums. Man is too small in front of nature. What are you all waiting for? Go! Lin Rue yelled. 1 extra minute of airplane flying is tens of thousands of dollars burned. Don't waste the country's funds because you guys are wimps. Wang Sheng suddenly yelled and ran straight towards the outside of the cabin. The moment he jumped out, he opened his arms as required and his whole body was blown away like a flag. Tay, just die. Maki also rushed out at a fast pace. Mom and Dad, if I die, I'll be your grandson 18 years from now, and I'll honor you then. Xiao Yuandong cried as he rushed out. The others no longer hesitated. One after another, even though they were filled with fear, they still rushed towards the outside without any hesitation. Tong Xing and Wano both looked dumbfounded, and in the blink of an eye there weren't many people left in the cabin. Is there something wrong with these guys? Wano swallowed hard. Are they really not afraid to die? Or do they really want to die? Tong Xing shook his head with a bitter face. Anyway, they are designated as having brain problems, without any experience at all, and with such high winds, aren't they clearly going to die? Just then, Lin Rue shouted at them. Hey, people are jumping off. Aren't you guys jumping? Want some protection? Tong Xing and Wan Nua were instantly shaking with anger. Nima, is it that we don't want to jump? It's that there's no way to protect ourselves by jumping in this situation, and we're going to be blown away by the wind. But it was useless to talk about that now, and the two of them looked at each other and jumped together towards the outside of the cabin. If you can save one, save one. Lin Rue looked at everyone who had already jumped down and made a bye-bye gesture at the pilot, then quickly jumped down as well. The wind was so strong that even though he was wearing a thick uniform, he could still feel the cold coming from his bones. Lin Rue fell headfirst, like a cannonball flying towards the ground. Soon he saw his students. From high to low, everyone seemed to be connected. A small smile appeared at the corner of Lin Rue's mouth as he observed everyone from a god's perspective. Although each of them looked quite scared before, at the moment yet each of them maintained the correct jumping position. Even if an insider came to see it, they wouldn't believe it was their first time skydiving. The standard posture of each student is just like that of a veteran. Tong Xing and Wan Nua had wanted to come out and help them, but when they saw this scene, they instantly felt that their presence was superfluous. A smile appeared on Lin Rue's lips. After today, you won't be afraid of parachuting in the future. However, it's a bit scary later. Everyone was getting closer and closer to the ground, and Jing Siwei at the front kept glancing at the altimeter on his wrist out of the corner of his eye. 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. At this altitude, it was already possible to pull the parachute, but before they set out, Lin Rue had told them that everyone had to reach the dangerous altitude of 350 meters before they could pull their parachutes. For their first jump, they had to complete a high open low jump. At the moment, although Jing Siwei's heart was in his throat, he just didn't bother to pull the parachute. His eyes were dead set on the altimeter, while his other hand gripped the rope tightly, just waiting for the 350 meters to pull immediately. The others were actually just like him at the moment. Everyone's nerves were on high alert. Finally, Jing Siwei's altimeter showed 350 meters. He tensed and pulled harder. Pust! The rope! It's broken! Jing Siwei was dumbfounded as he watched the rope fly off, and in the next second, he was so scared that he immediately went to tug on the rope of the jib parachute. A parachute bag that has a primary and a secondary parachute is in case one of them fails. The other can save the day. Pust! But after Siwei pulled, it actually broke even the rope of Tama's secondary umbrella. This time, Jing Siwei cried out directly in a hurry. The altimeter showed that he was only 250 meters away from the ground. Asterisk 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 your mom. Help! Jing Siwei was so scared that he wailed and his tears raged. To his death. He didn't think that the first time he jumped out of a plane, he would actually say goodbye to the world forever. But what he didn't know was that at the same time, Wang Shang, Xiao Yuandong, and Ma Qi, who were the closest to the ground, all encountered the same problem as him. The rope broke. Mommy, help! I don't want to die. Xiao Yuandong danced his hands in the air, tears and saliva flying in unison. Even Wang Shang, who was usually the most hardened man, couldn't hold it together at the moment and was so scared that all the places where water could come out sprayed wildly together. And high in the air, Tong Xing and Wanhua saw what was happening below, that close to the ground and still not opening the parachute. And with more and more people, it's obvious that something is wrong. The two men were in a cold sweat of fear. If something happened here, they both would have to take the blame, and their conscience would be condemned for the rest of their lives. Surname Lin. You? Ah! Wano yelled. His voice, however, was immediately drowned out by the gale, but Lin Rue heard it, and he rolled his eyes with a disdainful expression. What a fuss! End of chapter. Help! I don't want to die. The sky was filled with the woo-woo of recruits. Jing Siwei, who was rushing at the front, was now less than 150 meters from the ground. At this distance, even the special forces wouldn't dare. If they don't control it well, they'll be dropped dead. Jing Siwei had been so scared that he was on the verge of incontinence, and as he looked at the ever-enlarging ground, for the first time he was afraid of having to fall. Mamma mia! Jing Siwei exclaimed anxiously. Just then, Lin Rue opened his parachute bag, and his entire body was pulled sharply upward by inertia. At the same time, he raised his right hand. On the arm, there was a high-performance conduction device strapped on, which Wang Sheng still got. He smiled slightly and pressed one of the numbers. Bang! Jing Siwei, who had already landed to 120 meters, was suddenly yanked toward the top by the open parachute. At the same time, the parachute bags of Xiao Yuandong, Wang Shang, Ma Qi and the others also opened one by one. The few who had already landed at death's distance were all yanked skyward. Lin Rui's God's view locked onto each of them, and when they were close enough to the death line, he simply pressed the switch to activate their parachute packs. In fact, before he left, he did a number on everyone's umbrella bags. It was impossible for them to open it on their own, and could only be opened by Lin Rui's remote control. All of a sudden, a white flower bloomed in the sky. The trainees who had just been wailing and screaming all froze at this moment, and they hadn't been able to regain their senses from their fear. But the moment they came back to their senses, almost everyone was shouting in excitement. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. The umbrella is open. Ha ha ha, Mom, the umbrella is open. Jing Siwei, directly as grasping the parachute rope, excitedly exclaimed. Oi, Laozi survived. Survived. The two of them, Tong Xing and Wan Nuo, were completely dumbfounded at the moment. They had seen Lin Rui's maneuver, and the two were stunned and dumbfounded. After so many years as airborne soldiers, this was the first time they had seen that they could jump like this. I told you, this guy's crazy. Wano heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't until this moment that the two realized that their undergarments were all wet with sweat, and even their uniforms were already full of sweat. Although they were not the ones who experienced it, they witnessed it and were more afraid than if they had experienced it themselves. After all, they were sent to assist in the parachute jump, and if something went wrong, they would have to be court-martialed as usual. Soon, one by one, the cadets landed on the ground. Jing Siwei fell on his ass, but he was on the ground with tears in his eyes, yelling and screaming with excitement that was hard to contain. The first thing Xiao Yuandong did when he came down was to kneel down and kiss the earth. Wang Shang was even more sixfold, and he couldn't wait to be connected to the earth. All of them, at this moment, were all down or lying down in happiness. It was the first time in all their years of living that the earth felt so close to them. Lin Rui watched as almost all of the cadets landed on the ground and immediately yelled, "Pack your parachute bags and gather." The cadets were still in a weak-legged state, but when they heard the order, one of them struggled to get up and quickly packed their parachute bags. Lin Rui was just about to turn around and collect his parachute bag when God's view suddenly sensed someone behind him rushing towards him. The picture of God's perspective changed steeply in his mind, and it actually turned into a combat perspective. The person rushing towards him slammed his fist into his back, but the trajectory of the fist speed, including the power analysis, was all clearly presented in front of Lin Rui's eyes. Lin Rui easily dodged down to the right, following the cue from the combat view. Wano, who had attacked him, lost his target and his fist grazed Lin Rui's body, while his entire body lost its center of gravity. At the same time, Lin Rui lightly stretched out his foot, and it was as if Wano was automatically sent to his foot. Immediately after that, the whole person fell towards the front. When the surrounding cadets saw this scene, no one came up to help Lin Rui. Instead, they all mourned for the two captains. Lin Rui's strength was clear to them, and these two captains were looking for trouble with Lin Rui. How much they had to want it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wano spat a mouthful of bloodied spit and climbed up to charge towards Lin Rui, but was immediately stopped by Tong Xing. Lao Wan, calm down, Tong Xing yelled. Wano was furious and pointed at Lin Rui. Calm down. How can I calm down? This guy is just a psychopath. Have you ever played like this? You almost got them all killed. At this moment, all the trainees had already assembled, and all of them were silently looking at Lin Rui. Their eyes, likewise, were filled with questions. Why? Lin Rui is going to do this. Lin Rui looked at Wano and smiled coldly, then looked at all the trainees. Do you guys think that it's sick that I'm playing you guys like this? Everyone nodded honestly. Lin Rui said lightly, doing so is indeed sick. Jing Siwei and other people's mouth corners straight twitching. You still know perversion, heart disease or scared out by However, doing so is very necessary. Lin Rui scanned everyone, because the special forces that are about to test you, they dared to open their parachutes only at a distance of 200 meters, and then landed silently. If, however, you want to overtake them, you must land lower than they did. Only then, when you land, will you be a group of silent ghosts? Lin Rui said loudly. But I know that you guys definitely don't dare to open your parachutes at this distance. So, if I give you guys a hand, do you think there's a problem? All the trainees' lungs were about to explode with anger, although they all understood the reasoning, but you damn well couldn't say it in advance? So scary. Aren't you afraid of scaring people to death? Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Rui looked at Wan Nuo and Tong Xing again. Both of you, this is how I lead my soldiers. My soldiers don't even say anything, and the leaders don't have any opinions. So what are you guys babbling about? Manhwa was so angry that he wanted to rush towards him again, but was pulled back by Tong Xing. Old one. You can't beat him. Not only will you get beaten up, but there's no one to back you up. Why bother? Wano's face twitched straight and he glared hard at Tong Xing. We're all on the same side. Just hold on to me. Why do you have to tell me the truth? Am I shameless? Lin Rui didn't bother to nag them. Go get the car ready. We'll have to jump many more times today. Don't delay us. After saying that, he turned to himself and left. Jing Siwei and the others came over at this moment and said to them with a smile, the two company commanders, our company commander is like this. Don't pay attention to it. Xiao Yuandong laughed. He's been perverted since he was a child. We need to love and care for him more. Wano blared at them, so you don't know how to fight back. Look at you. Every one of you is scared less. Is this a human life? All the cadets looked down, and sure enough, everyone's pants were all damp. There's no way. In that situation, it would be an absolute godsend not to pee in fear. Xiao Yuandong said with a smile, this I have the most right to say. Follow our company commander to mix. Pee 3 times a day. This is the base drill. Just get used to it. Wano and Tong Xing were speechless. These sand sculptures all have a ing masochistic tendency, right? End of chapter. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, Lin Rui took the trainees to complete at least 15 jumps per day, completed almost all of the airborne's disciplines and also created their own original jumps. For example, in order to compete for who has the fastest jump time, these two people, Jing Siwei and Wang Shang, actually cut the parachute bag directly with a knife when they were still 10 meters away from the ground, and then directly landed on the ground and rolled. Such an operation not only made the other trainees look dumbfounded, even Tong Xing and Manhwa, who were keeping them safe, looked dumbfounded. Even veteran airborne soldiers like the two of them wouldn't dare play like this, and that's with dozens of pounds of gear on their backs. One misstep and you'll land with both legs crippled. It's even possible to fall to your death. But what shocked them even more was that after only less than half a day, all the trainees actually learned it all in style. All cut the ropes and landed when they were 10 meters off the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you guys are really not afraid of death? Wano looked at Sun Nan, who had fallen on his ass. In surprise, Sun Nan spat out a mouthful of grass and said with a smile, it's okay, we have skills, do you want to learn? Wanhua and Tong Xing were so angry that they almost exploded in place. They're veteran paratroopers at least, and they need you, a rookie, to teach us how to jump? But in the next few days, the two of them, Wano and Tong Xing, were completely shocked. The more this group of trainees played, the crazier they got, no longer needing Lin Rui to tell them what to do. These guys consciously tried frantically at the edge of death. Not only was the altitude of each parachute opening controlled at about 150 meters, but the places they chose to jump were more treacherous than ever. It started with jumping on flat ground, then it started jumping in the jungle. Many of them were poked and prodded by branches and actually smiled and asked to do it again. Tong Xing and Wano's hearts were playing up to them. After all, they were in charge of protection, and if something happened to the students, they had to be responsible. But the next thing you know, these students are like wild horses off the leash, completely playing drag. After the woods, we jumped into the swamp. After the swamp we asked to jump into the snowy mountains. And after the snowy mountains we started jumping into the ocean. Eventually, the big airplanes stopped flying, and they collectively switched to helicopters. The jump from a low altitude of less than 500 meters scared Wano and Tong Xing, who carried fast-acting heart pills with them. Soon, 10 days passed and Lin Rui finally announced that the parachute training was over and he was ready to bring the troops back. Wano and Tong Xing were just like New Year's Eve, excitedly pulling on Lin Rui's hand and not letting go. Company Commander Lin, we apologize for all the rude things we said to you, and your students earlier. Wano said sincerely, you guys, all of you, are good, the best skydivers I've ever seen. Tong Xing nodded his head vigorously. Your opponents, they are special forces, right? I can pat myself on the back and guarantee that even if the special forces send their elites, they can't be as good as you guys. They wouldn't dare to take their lives. Wano shook Lin Rui's hand hard. Company Commander Lin, seriously, all this time with you guys has cleansed our perceptions. You guys have also inspired us a lot, and when we return to the army, we'll definitely reform the current way of parachuting. Yes, yes, yes. Tong Xing nodded his head vigorously. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you, thank you. Lin Rui smiled faintly. Don't be polite. Next time I have a new way of skydiving, I'll come back to you guys for training. When the time comes, exchange more. Hearing this, Tong Xing and Wanhua's faces instantly changed drastically. One more time? They'd probably have to be scared to death. Wano said with a sobbing face. Company Commander Lin, once is enough. You still have pity on us. We don't want to die young. Lin Rui laughed and shook the two men's hands heavily. No matter what, thanks to you all this time. If the mountain doesn't turn, I'll treat you guys to dinner if you have the chance. He saluted the two men solemnly, and then left the airport on foot with his troops. Watching their fading backs, Wano and Tongxing also saluted them without hesitation. Whether it was Lin Rui or this group of students, in their minds, they all deserved respect. Leaving the airport, all the trainees sang a song while neatly following behind Lin Rui. Everyone is excited. From being useless, they have now become capable of catching fish in the 5 seas as well as the moon in the sky. To say they are omnipotent is an understatement. There's 1 week left until the day of the assessment up there. Now they didn't have any worries. On the contrary, all of them were very much looking forward to it, and some of them even started to jump into action. After learning so many skills, they really wanted to fight with the special soldiers who were known as the pinnacle of infantry. Apart from wanting to verify just how strong they are now, they also wanted to properly prove to Lin Rui as well as everyone else that they would be the strongest as long as they wanted to be. After the song, they began to chatter about what was coming up next in the test and how their opponents would test them. Everyone was so excited that they even began to fantasize about how they would bloodily abuse Wolf Fang's special forces. But as the day wore on, the chatter among the students became less and less, because they had gone from the main road to the potholed path. And it continues to move in the direction of the mountains. After another 2 hours, they were well and truly in the mountains. Before that you could see villages, people. But now, the path they were walking on was full of grass and had obviously never been traveled before. In the next, they even had to take out their sabers to open the way before they could move on. What's the company commander up to? Armed cross-country? Bu Chao asked in a whisper. Sun Nan shook his head. It can't be this direction. It's not the way back to school. Besides, the airport is more than 400 kilometers away from our school. How can we go back armed cross-country? Maki also gave a negative answer. So where are we going with this? Why am I panicking a bit? Xiao Yuandong began to shiver. It wasn't just him. Everyone was starting to panic. Company commander. Scripture C asked boldly. Are we, going to do some kind of training? Lin Rui turned around and smiled mysteriously at them. When we get to the place, you won't know. After saying that, he continued to walk forward. It was fine if he didn't smile, but when the company commander smiled, and it was such a creepy smile, it instantly gave everyone goosebumps. Bad, bad, bad. Surely nothing good. Xiao Yuandong was so scared that he was on the verge of crying. Look guys, we're heading for the mountains. Later, he won't make us jump off the cliff, right? Sun Nan's face was deformed with fear. It makes sense when you say it like that. There's a waterfall inside the mountain. Maybe he'll have to ask us to jump the waterfall. When he said that, all of a sudden, everyone got scared. End of chapter. Panic quickly spread, and no more flirting could be heard throughout the group except for gasps and footsteps. Everyone was already tense to the extreme at this moment, as Lin Rui had completely taken them into no man's land. The surrounding forest is deep and mountainous, and there is absolutely no sign of human activity. They even saw a number of large droppings on the road and wondered if they were left by the beasts. And Lin Rui, who was leading the way, didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, and just drove ahead with Tian Ba. Finally, before evening, Lin Rui stopped at the foot of a mountain. He looked up and around and finally nodded in satisfaction. This is it. Ideal setting. Nice. The cadets were on the verge of tears, and Jing Siwei asked warily, Company commander, we haven't done anything wrong, have we? You're not going to kill us and bury us here, are you? Lin Rui glared at him in dismay, then said aloud, there's only 1 last week left until the test, but you're now 1 important step short of comparing yourselves to Wolf Fang's special forces. Everyone was staring at him intently. They have trained so much and all of it has been done with honors. All this and you're still worse than the wolf's teeth? Lin Rui looked at everyone's puzzled faces and said coldly, the ability you have less than them is called adaptation. Adapt? Everyone was even more confused, completely unable to understand the meaning of the word. Lin Rui pointed to the big mountains behind him. For special forces soldiers, entering the jungle and the big mountains is the same as entering their second home. For you, this is a place where humans cannot survive. But for them, it provides them with endless food as well as a place to fight. For them to enter here, the enemy's helicopters are useless, tanks are useless, and armored vehicles are useless. Even if the enemy washes the ground with missiles, they can find a safe place to hide, Lin Rui said in a cold voice. And once an enemy comes in after them, even if they only have 2 or 3 people, they can still juggle a regiment of troops. This is their superb adaptability. Possessing this, even though some of your training is now similar to theirs, but as long as they utilize this, you will surely lose. That, and the ultimate purpose of my bringing you here to train. All the trainees had their mouths wide open, and at this moment, it finally dawned on them. No wonder Lin Rui wanted to bring them so far away. Dare I say it was to train them in wilderness survival. But looking at the surrounding unpopulated mountains and forests, the people were suddenly in trouble again. Company commander, Xiao Yuandong cried, but we haven't been trained in wilderness survival. Even if they were special forces, they would have gone through relevant training. That's right, company commander, Sun Nan also said. And we didn't bring any food with us, not even water. What are we going to eat next? Everyone was looking at Lin Rui bitterly, and some were starting to get teary-eyed. That's what made them look like little puppies in front of Lin Rui. If it were anyone else, even if the principal dared to let them do so, the gang would probably just blow up. However, in Lin Rui's case, this would not work at all. Lin Rui smiled lightly. Since we've come to the wilderness, then of course all the food and drink will all be found from here. How dare you guys even think of bringing food and drink here? You guys are sick in the head, right? Woof woof woof. Skyblaze wagged his tail approvingly. All the students looked at Tianba angrily. It's okay to be screwed by the company commander. But how dare you, a dog, be arrogant? But in the next second, Tenba showed his teeth and prepared to launch an attack, instantly scaring all the students into being honest again. During this time, after spending a lot of time with Tianba, these students could feel that Tianba was different from other dogs. Just the look in its eyes and the way it was poised to attack was enough to shock them. After all, it was the company commander's dog, and they were relieved not to think too much about what kind of dog a man has. Seeing that everyone was honest, Lin Rui immediately patted Tianba's head, then said aloud, "The mountains here are a great treasure, where you have everything you want. Not only is there an abundance of protein, but there are thirst quenchers everywhere. Now, I'll give each of you 20 minutes. Spread out and go find anything alive and bring it back. Snakes, frogs, birds, even caterpillars. Quick!" Lin Rui gave an order and everyone immediately dispersed. Lin Rui just sat still and waited. Tianba, on the other hand, was sitting next to him like a loyal guard, his lofty head constantly patrolling around, as if he was afraid of anyone slacking off. 20 minutes passed quickly, and most of the trainees left empty-handed. The forest was really big, but they were really wasted about it. Only Jing Siwei and a dozen others returned with something. There were field mice, frogs, and even someone actually brought earthworms. Lin Rui smiled faintly. Congratulations to the few of you who have completed the first step of surviving in the wild. The rest of you, are you prepared to starve to death? Sun Nan said awkwardly. Company commander, we've been turning around for a long time and we really can't find anything. The others nodded as well, some of them having turned 3 kilometers away. The trees and the ground were all searched, though many living things were seen, but bugs with armor, and snakes with colors on their bodies, or ants crawling through in swarms. These things, in no way, seem edible. Li Yang took out a bunch of fresh leaves and laughed. Company commander, I've seen Master Base Program before, and this stuff is edible. It can also quench your thirst, so this counts, right? Lin Rui was happy. Did you not learn reading comprehension in elementary school? Can't understand human language? I said it's a living thing. Why don't you let it move? This thing, Tianba won't even eat it. Woof, Tianba barked in disgust. The corner of Li Yang's mouth twitched straight, unwillingly throwing the leaves away, and in the end he couldn't help but look at them for a few moments. Lin Rui said in a cold voice, surviving in the jungle, if you guys eat leaves, in less than 3 days your stamina will drop by half. If you guys are still needed to fight and go on missions, how are you going to do it? So, if you want to learn how to survive in the wilderness, the first thing you have to do is to go and find those things that will give you protein, so that you can keep your strength forever. Tianba. Lin Rui nodded to Tianba. Tianba immediately scurried towards the forest and soon disappeared. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, wondering what Lin Rui was going to do, Tianba had come running wildly out of the forest with a frantically struggling rabbit in his mouth. Everyone's mouths were open in shock, because Tianba didn't even use 3 minutes from the time he left to the time he came back. Lin Rui patted Tianba's head in satisfaction, then picked up the rabbit and waved it around in a showy manner. You guys, you're not even as good as a dog. Woof, Tianba yelled triumphantly. All the trainees had a hard look on their faces. This time, they were surprisingly speechless to refute. End of chapter. Lin Rui took out his saber in front of everyone, then skillfully cleaned the rabbit. He then picked up the leaves that Li Yang had thrown away and quickly cleaned up the rabbit. See, this thing of yours still works. Lin Rui laughed. Li Yang laughed that awkward laugh. His food. Damn, in Lin Rui's eyes dared to be grass paper. At this moment, it was already completely late, and everyone had long been hungry after a day of hasty marching and running for hundreds of kilometers. Many people's stomachs had even begun to rumble. All hungry? Lin Rue asked with a smile. All the trainees wanted to nod their heads honestly, but they always felt that something must be wrong, so they held their tongues. Lin Rue laughed. Those who didn't find anything are destined to starve tonight. You couldn't find it during the day, and you're even less likely to find it at night. But then, those of you who find something, you're in for a treat, and you'll be enjoying a feast in no time. Wang Shang looked at the earthworm in his hand with a dumbfounded expression. How could he not associate this mushy thing with a big meal? Alright, let's eat. Lin Rue waved his hand. After eating, I have to teach you guys how to survive in the wild. Seize the time, quick. The group that got the food looked at each other for a moment, then looked at the still writhing in their hands. Jing Siwei asked bitterly, Company Commander, how can I eat this? He got a frog, which at this point was still puckering up at him in a cute way. Like me, get it clean and then eat it. Lin Rue said, stuff it in your mouth. Is that hard? Did you guys live through the past 10 years or so with nutrient infusions? At this, those who got the food crumbled, while those who got nothing in return were relieved, each gloating at them. Eat up old scripture. The other little froggy can't wait to replenish your strength. Look how cute he is. Old Xiao, that little field mouse of yours is delicious at first glance. Hurry up and eat it or it'll get cold. Old Wang, the one you have is the easiest to eat. Just one mouthful. If you chew it, it might have the flavor of cod liver oil. Asterisk. Wang Shang almost didn't throw up on the spot, glaring at the student who spoke. You're talking so energetically. Why don't you come? I'll let you have it. That student quickly waved his hand in embarrassment. No. You're the class president. Make up more. I'll make up for you. Wang Shang was so angry that he almost didn't go to punch him. Lin Rue coughed at this point. Can't you hear my orders? I told you to eat quickly. Until the test. The rest of your time will be spent here. Not only will you have to survive in the wilderness, I will also start other training for you. At that time, you guys will consume a lot of physical energy. Now replenish your strength, and next thing you know you'll know how lucky you are. Lin Rue looked at them and sneered. You guys, don't you want to be the best soldiers? Our predecessors, in order to be able to defend their country, in order to have the stamina to fight the enemy, they would eat whatever they could to replenish their stamina. They are the best soldiers. If you want to be like them, don't be a pussy. If you can't eat this, go back to eating peaches. These words immediately stimulated everyone's nerves, especially the group with the food. One's eyes were suddenly red. Terribly, isn't it just food? Jing Siwei gritted his teeth and said, we are at the top of the food chain. What can't we eat? I'll eat you. He made a point of yelling at the frog, whose mouth deflated in fear. Xiao Yuandong followed suit and yelled at the vole he was holding, but the vole was so scared that it barely escaped. A group of people immediately took out their sabers and began to clean the food in their hands. Following Lin Rue's example, Wang Shang took the earthworms without needing to clean them, and had to rub them clean with his own saliva. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Granduncle, you give me strength. Wang Shang gathered enough courage, then directly swallowed the earthworm all the way down. The students watching around them all furrowed their brows and heaps of disgust occurred. Wang Shang felt a large pile of squirming stuff sliding over his body, and fell on the ground and wanted to vomit. But when he thought of Lin Rue's words, he forced himself to endure the nausea and didn't throw up. When he really held back, tears and water flowed out in excitement. I did it. Ha, I did it. I've got the stamina. The surrounding students rolled their eyes with a look of disgust. You just ate a few earthworms. Not much better than us. How much ing stamina can you gain? Jing Siwei also killed the frog at this moment. Looking at the still wriggling frog legs, he closed his eyes and took a bite. The juices were overflowing and he was chewing and shouting happily. Yummy, crunchy, yummy. The students around the room were about to throw up in disgust. That thing is still moving when it gets to your mouth, right? And crunch? You're engaging in self-hypnosis, aren't you? On the other side, Xiao Yuandong had also killed the vole, and the vole's meat was moving and still bright red. He was shedding tears while silently gnawing on the vole meat. He didn't dare to chew it at all and swallowed it directly into his stomach, afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist spitting it out after chewing it a bit. The other trainees who hadn't eaten weren't gloating now because they were sickened. Even if they didn't eat it, they could imagine how those things would feel in their mouths. Lin Rue, on the other hand, was smiling at them at the moment. Tianba, go get some firewood. Woof, Tianba barked, then turned and ran. Lin Rue, on the other hand, took out his engineer's shovel and started digging holes in the ground. By the time Jing Siwei and the others had finished eating, Lin Rue's side had also dug a hole and had 5 more ventilation holes spread over 2 meters of ground. This hole, and the 5 holes dug all the way through between them. Company Commander, what are you doing? Xiao Yuandong asked curiously as he watched Lin Rui add firewood towards the inside of the hole. The others looked over as well. Lin Rui said in all seriousness, "Roast a rabbit. How else can we fix dinner?" Everyone was instantly confused. Wang Shang asked with the corner of his mouth tugging, "But isn't this wilderness survival? If it's wartime, wouldn't this be exposed?" "Right, company commander, didn't you say that everything is trained based on actual combat?" Jing Siwei also asked. Lin Rui was surprised and said, "In actual combat, you also need to make fire and cook. Unless you are on a special secret mission and have no choice but to eat raw food. Normally, as long as you make a good smokeless stove, the enemy can't find you even within 500 meters. Besides, how unhygienic it is to eat raw." Lin Rui waved his hand in disgust. "There are parasites. Roasted. How it smells." All of them were dumbfounded. And Jing Siwei asked bitterly, "Then why didn't you tell us that we could engage in this way?" Lin Rui shrugged. "You guys didn't ask either. Pay attention next time and ask more questions." After saying that, he smiled and continued to roast the rabbit. Asterisk. Jing Siwei and the others all let out a grief-stricken yell. They really are not as good as dogs and can't find anything. But company commander, it's a real dog. End of chapter. The rabbit tumbled over the fire, the golden oil dripping down onto the firewood with a niggling sound. The aroma and smoke meld together and are dispersed out through several exhaust holes, then through a layer of dead leaves made of simple filter. Even at hand, it is difficult to see a large strand of smoke. It's hard to see this close, let alone far away. But the smoke was invisible, but the scent was real to the nose. All the trainees' mouths were stimulated by the flavor and their stomachs were grumbling. The students who had just eaten were better off, and the guys who hadn't eaten anything had their stomachs twisting at the moment, stimulated by the scent. One by one, their eyes were wide open, all staring at the rabbit that had been roasted golden brown. Just then, Lin Rui actually took out a jar of seasoning from his backpack, sprinkled towards the rabbit. The sizzling cumin flavor spread quickly, causing all the students' stomachs to growl. He actually even brought cumin. Xiao Yuandong cried with gluttony, wiping his mouth vigorously. How did he even bring this? Lin Rui seemed to have sensed the looks in everyone's eyes and smiled as he picked up the rabbit and rushed to send it over to everyone. "Want to eat?" Lin Rui asked amiably. Everyone's heads nodded like chickens pecking at rice, almost in unison. "Wanna?" Lin Rui said with a smile. "Then think about it, it's mine and Tianba's, so I won't give it to you." Watching him take the rabbit back again, all the students barely managed to collectively vomit blood and die. How can you be so cheap? But what made them spit blood even more was yet to come. Lin Rui tore off a rabbit leg and threw it directly to Tianba in front of them. "This Nima is too cruel. Give the dog, not even give them food." Xiao Yuandong and others are almost anxious to cry. Immediately afterward, Lin Rui tore off another rabbit leg himself and put it in his mouth to eat it with relish. "Eat it?" He made a point of looking at everyone all over again, grinning and complaining about how flavorful the meat was. Asterisk. All of the students were exasperated and all of them backed up a good distance, trying not to watch Lin Rui and the dog eat. The more you look at it, the angrier you get. This man and dog are ing dogs. When Lin Rui finished eating, he returned the flavor to them, making all the students hungry really hard. Only then did Lin Rui seriously gather them together and start teaching them the essentials of wilderness survival. The most important thing for survival in the wild is food and shelter. Eating is the key. There is so much in the jungle, but there is also so much that is not fit for human consumption. If you're not careful, you're likely to die of poisoning. The next step is to live. Don't look at the jungle as restful, but it's full of dangers, especially this off-the-beaten-path dense forest, which is totally home to wildlife. Anything from a tiger, leopard or jackal to a small, insignificant bug can be fatal. There are also a large number of plants that are prone to life-threatening injuries if accidentally ingested. Lin Rui lit a campfire and gave everyone nearly 3 hours of jungle survival knowledge. Next, he explained how to live in the jungle. First, they have to learn to judge traces first. The tracks will not only help them know if there are fierce animals active in the neighborhood, but also help them find prey. Second, identify the environment. There are miasmas in the jungle that appear at any time of the day or night, or there are places that attract poisonous insects, snakes, etc. at certain times. All this can be judged just by the surroundings. Finally, Lin Rui explained geography. Staying was a very elaborate affair, with some places digging a hole in the ground for the night. In some places you just have to go up a tree, and in some places you even have to climb a cliff to be safe. From the evening, until 2 o'clock late at night, Lin Rui taught them basic common sense without reservation, and all the trainees listened very attentively, each taking detailed notes in their notebooks. "Have you memorized everything?" Lin Rui asked with a smile after he finished speaking. "Remember, Everyone nodded vigorously. Lin Rue smiled. Well then, hand over your books, and all your equipment. 10 people keep a knife. Ha! Everyone looked confused. They just memorized it and let it be handed over? Then why did they just memorize so much? Why didn't you say so? Company commander. Jing Siwei looked at him begrudgingly. When special forces train, they also leave equipment for them, right? Lin Rue looked at him seriously. But aren't you trying to surpass the special forces, so you should be more ruthless than them? Am I right? Everyone wanted to give themselves a good smack in the mouth. How mouthy they had to be before. There was no choice but to hand over everything, and then 10 people were given a saber. They'd never seen a saber before, after all. What was the age of the saber? There were so few opportunities to use it, but now the saber became their regimental favorite. Head for the mountains. Lin Rue smiled and reminded. Pay attention. Make sure you work as a team so that your chances of survival are higher. Also, be sure to be careful. Looking at Lin Rue's sinister smile, everyone shuddered. The company commander laughed. It was bound to be no good. They were used to it. But now everyone was tired and hungry. They didn't have the mood to stay here and think more. They had to find a place to sleep as soon as possible, and then go look for food. Everyone immediately dispersed and ran towards the forest. Lin Rue watched them disappear, then smiled and patted Tianba's head. Let's get some sleep too. Tomorrow, we still have to work. Woof! Skyblaze wagged his tail loyally. The trainees ran wildly towards the mountains for almost 2 hours, and only stopped when they felt they were farther away from Lin Rue. They surveyed the terrain and found a few trees as a temporary resting place. They then began to make a simple camp. By the time everything was done, the sun was shining through the thick gaps in the leaves into the forest. The crowd was trying to sleep at this point, but their stomachs were growling so much that they couldn't sleep at all. So the group had to split up to find food. Fill your stomach so you can sleep. The people who caught the food last night became the leaders. After all, they already had experience. Go this way. Jing Siwei got up from the ground and pointed in a direction with a determined face. Sure, the others asked expectantly. Jing Siwei nodded with a smile. Didn't the company commander talk about the traces yesterday? You guys see that there are obviously traces of rats gnawing here. That means there's definitely a rat's nest up ahead. Look at this amount. It's enough for us to eat. Madge wiped her mouth. It sure smells good when you grill it just like the company commander. As soon as they heard baking, everyone's stomachs couldn't help but grumble. ing Bu Chao swallowed indisputably. I can't believe I'm so depraved that I actually want to eat that in particular. Am I hopeless? Us too. The others nodded excitedly, and then together they quickly ran towards the front. They didn't realize, though, that not far from them, danger was approaching. End of chapter. Gotcha. Ha ha ha. Look at me. I caught 3 of them. I can have a big dinner soon. The group excitedly grabbed the field mice and ran towards their campsite with gusto. Just a short distance away, Lin Rue put his arm around Tianba and said with a sigh, these guys, they're so cruel. They exterminated people. Woohoo. Skyblock concurred approvingly. Lin Rue patted it. We can't just let this nest of voles be exterminated. We have to save them. Are you hungry? Tianba immediately spat out his tongue and drooled all over the place. Lin Rue laughed and led it to dive silently into the jungle. 10 minutes later, the men who had gone out in search of food returned in 2 groups. Jing Siwei and the others found voles, and Wang Shang's side caught 2 snakes and a bunch of worms. Old Wang, you guys are in charge of digging the smokeless stove. We'll do the butchering. Go a few more people to look for firewood, and we'll all divide up the labor so it's faster. Jing Siwei proposed. Wang Shang nodded. Good. Then everyone hurry up and move separately. Later on, the other groups will be back. So everyone eat early and rest early. Yeah. Maki agreed. The company commander may be somewhere. He will never let us be so comfortable. There may be something else. Let's all eat and sleep well to have the strength to deal with him. All were in deep agreement. According to the character of that old pervert Lin Rue, there was absolutely no way he would let them survive alone here in the wild. It was too simple. Almost everyone reached a realization that old pervert might be holding something bad somewhere. At the thought of this, everyone's movements inexplicably quickened. The 2 men, Jing Siwei and Sun Nan, were responsible for opening the guts of all the voles. Bu Chao several people would not be able to kill the snake, so they simply smashed the snake to death directly, and then knocked off the head with a stone to start peeling the skin. When the snake was skinned, a few of the men were with the cutie, laughing uncontrollably as they did. Not far away in the grass, Lin Rue and Tianba shook their heads almost simultaneously. Too cruel. Soon the fire was lit. Smoke wafts out from inside the exhaust holes, and after a simple screen diversion, it comes out almost invisible. A few of the men via Seaway got a couple of racks, and the voles and snakes were roasted directly over the fire. A few moments later, the scent filled the air, and all the trainees couldn't wait to gather around. The drool was even more indisputable. I'll be damned. It smells so good. Damn. When can we eat? I'm starving already. Are those bugs ready to eat? I think they smell good already. Jing Siwei slapped off several paws in succession and said in a serious manner. Later, high-end ingredients. You have to process them carefully. After eating this meal, we don't know when the next one will be. So, make sure to eat well. Don't care about these few minutes. Everyone swallowed hard and all silently began to wait. But no one realized that a huge bush was slowly approaching them. It moved all the way to them without a single person noticing. Almost? Wang Shang asked, drooling. Jing Siwei looked at the already golden field mice and snakes and sniffed hard. The tantalizing scent made him unable to resist at the moment. Okay, it's ready to eat, people. Scripture Siwei was excited and just about to split something. Suddenly, the bush that had moved in front of them suddenly moved. Lin Rui jumped up and yelled. And all the students were originally fully focused on trying to eat. The sudden sight of a grass standing up made everyone jump up and down in fear. Jing Siwei was even more frightened and surrendered with both hands, yelling and planting himself backwards. The two roasted voles in his hand also fell down and were directly grabbed by Lin Rui. Lin Rui was like catching a rabbit, and with a little bit of force from his right foot, the whole person immediately darted out. The palm blade of his right hand fell heavily, hitting Xiao Yuandong and Ma Qi, who were preparing to escape and kneeling on the spot. There was a flash of black and white in front of their eyes, and the two men slumped to the ground and vomited straight up. The company commander is coming. Run! Wang Shang was the first to react and turned around in fear, but a shadow suddenly rushed out from the side. Before Wang Shang could react, he was directly knocked to the ground by Tianba, and his face was also heavily hit by Tianba's tail. In less than 20 seconds, Lin Rui knocked 11 people to the ground. The other lucky ones have already scattered birds and beasts and run out of sight. Lin Rui threw the two voles to Tenba. Tenba barked twice at him excitedly, then swallowed a vole in one gulp. Lin Rui looked at the people he had already subdued and finally walked up to Jing Siwei, who looked like a cockroach killed by a spray, and looked at him with a smile. The guy was set, still in the surrender position, scared to death with tears and snot running down his face. I've already told you guys to be careful. Lin Rui smiled and said, why didn't you guys listen? Jing Siwei wailed. Company commander. People scare people. It really will scare people to death. Lin Rui smiled faintly. If I were the enemy, you'd really be dead. After saying that, he took out a cane and directly bolted his leg. They were followed by the others, all of whom were bolted to a rope and hung upside down. After doing so, Lin Rui picked up what they had baked and sat down with Tianba to feast on it. Tianba, eat more and save them well. Woof woof. Skyblaze spat out his tongue happily. Jing Siwei and the others watched as Tianba took one bite at a time, devouring the food they had managed to catch and kill. At the moment they had the heart to die. Company commander, we don't have a problem with you hanging us up, Xiao Yuandong cried and said, but you can at least give us a bite to eat. I have no food in my stomach. I can't even. Lin Rui looked at them with a smile. This is my booty. Have you ever heard of returning booty to prisoners? Tianba, do you agree? Tenba barked in triumph at the hanging students, followed by a demonstrative wag of his tail. This was followed by another bite of a large snake. All of the students who were hanging were all gluttonously crying. It's too much of a dog for the company commander to give them food. This dead dog, if I have the chance, I will definitely roast it, Xiao Yuandong said viciously. Jing Siwei gritted his teeth and started. Damn, braised is best. It's so meaty. It must smell good. 2 dog legs marinated. Hand-torn dog meat is even better. Maki was already gagging. No, make dog meat hot pot and put more peppercorns. Sun Nan cried. And some hot sauce. That would taste absolutely amazing. Wang Shang looked at them with a tear-stained face. Brothers, stop it. Besides, I really can't stand it anymore. Too damn hungry. Soon, the various groups that had gone out to look for food returned one by one. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. What is this? Li Yang's eyes widened. Assemble. Lin Rui spat out the bone and leaned comfortably against the large tree. End of chapter. Soon, everyone assembled and stood in front of Lin Rui, but not the dozen or so that were hanging. Lin Rui picked the meat in his teeth and pointed at Jing Siwei and the others with a grin. Before you guys spread out, I told you to be careful. 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 This is what happens when you're not careful. All the trainees looked at Jing Siwei and the others, and each one of them sighed in their hearts. Brothers, you have suffered. Thank you for blocking the thunder for everyone. Lin Rui stood up at this point, patted his ass and said, this is just a lesson and a reminder for you. He pointed around. This jungle is full of crises. If you want to surpass the special forces, you must always be on guard against all unknown dangers. Even if you sleep, keep one eye open for me. Even if you guys feel incredibly safe, you have to keep an extra eye out for me. Because, if I were your enemy, these hanged guys would already be dead. You wouldn't have a chance to start over, much less regret it. Lin Rui pointed to his eyes, and then to Tian Ba's eyes, and said with a smile, Tian Ba and I will be watching you all the time. Possibly when you're sleeping, possibly when you're eating. Hearing this, the dozen or so people who were hanging on instantly rolled their collective eyes. Lin Rui clapped his hands. Let's go. You guys continue to have fun. Remember, be careful. Oh, danger. It will come any time. After saying that, Lin Rui whistled, and Tian Ba wagged his tail and followed him as he disappeared into the woods in a big hurry. That big pervert. Everyone almost spoke in unison. Quick, put us down, Xiao Yuandong shouted. I can't, I'm getting dizzy. Gold stars are coming out of my eyes. Everyone immediately swarmed over them and quickly extricated them. For once, there was no jeering or falling on his sword. After all, it was Jing Siwei who helped everyone carry the thunder and suffered, and more or less had to be somewhat comforted. This place can't stay. Jing Siwei rubbed his leg and said, the company commander might come back later. We have to change places. Right. Wang Shang nodded approvingly. Let's withdraw immediately. It's best to find a hidden place to settle down. This time, we must be careful. Someone has to be on guard, and the division of labor has to be clear. The crowd immediately came to an agreement. Trying to deal with an experienced old pervert like Lin Rui, they'll just have to stick together and wring their hands. Otherwise, they'd still be attacked individually like this. As soon as they said they were leaving, all of them directly carried up the temporary shelter they had set up and darted towards the big mountain. They had worked so hard to build this, they couldn't just lose it. Everyone was now exhausted to the point where they didn't have the energy to build a new shelter. After running wild for 2 hours, they came to a grove of trees at the top of the hill. Jing Siwei panted and said to the crowd, Alright, here, this is high enough. Let's arrange for someone to guard the high point. When the company commander comes, he'll definitely be able to see him. The crowd looked around and all nodded approvingly. The hilltop location wasn't very big, and as long as a person was hidden in the middle of the trees, they could see the movement on all sides very clearly. Lin Rui also had a dog with him, so if he touched up, he could definitely see ahead. They cheerfully found 2 trees and placed their temporary camp on the trunks, which would be considered their new base. They then quickly divided up the labor, sending 2 teams out to find food while the rest dug smokeless stoves and stood guard. An hour or so later, both teams were all back. Because they had some experience before, they actually caught a rabbit this time. The crowd was overjoyed, for they had not eaten again since yesterday morning. The poor little rabbit was too scared to even look at them because these people's eyes were glowing green, itching to eat it alive. Hey, you guys on guard duty, keep your eyes peeled for the company commander to come closer. Wang Shang reminded. If he comes, we have to retreat immediately. If he catches us, it won't be as simple as being hung up. Bu Chao felt justified, and immediately arranged a few more people to go up the tree, completely achieving no visual dead ends. Don't worry brothers, I'm saving meat for you. Later on, everyone changed the guard. Bu Chao shouted. After arranging everything, Jing Siwei and the others couldn't wait to start handling the ingredients. Half an hour later, the grill was back on the smokeless stove. This time they also found a number of insects with armor, which they placed directly under the fire and roasted with high temperatures. Watching the meat slowly roast golden, everyone's mouths couldn't help but water. Okay, it's almost time. Hurry up and eat, a student said. Jing Siwei looked at the meat and felt that it was about time. He immediately picked up the rabbit. Here, this rabbit was caught by old Sun, so he'll eat it first. Is that okay with everyone? No, everyone nodded crisply. Neither do I. A hand reached out with a grin and picked the rabbit right up. Jing Siwei followed his hand to look, but in the next second his pupils dilated rapidly, and he was so frightened that he raised his hands once again and fell down with a miserable yell. Everyone turned their heads and instantly jumped away in terror as if they had seen a ghost. It turned out that he didn't know when, but Lin Rui had actually mixed with them silently and was wearing the same clothes as them, so they didn't recognize him just now. Lin Rui smirked and swung his rabbit towards the left, and Wang Shang, who was just about to run, was directly jerked down. His face reddened. How come I'm always the one who gets hurt? Wang Shang was lying on the ground with a desperate look on his face because Lin Rui was currently stepping on him and chasing towards the others. Bang! 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 A man and a dog gave chase, and 21 more men were put down on the spot by them. Lin Rui walked next to Jing Siwei and looked at him with a smile. Are you a cockroach reincarnated? You were killed off by insecticide in your last life, right? Jing Siwei gasped and swallowed hard. Company commander. People scare people. It really will scare people to death. Lin Rue grunted coldly and pointed at the student he had tied up 5 times on a tree not far away. You're all starving and you still have to barbecue? Even the one in charge of sentry duty was tempted by the aroma and couldn't concentrate. What are you guys thinking? This kind of defense. It's like a sham. The downed man looked helpless. They had laid it out meticulously. And there was nothing they could say when loopholes could be found even in this way. Everyone, 500 push-ups, Lin Rue said, then walked to the side and started eating the grilled meat. Jing Siwei said in an aggravated voice, Company commander, we've been starving for over a day and we're still doing push-ups. 1,000. Lin Rue bit off a piece of meat. No one dared to say anything now, and all of them immediately crawled over and did it with difficulty. Lin Rue looked at the camp next to him and went up and kicked it straight down. 2 makeshift barracks that just rolled down the hill. Hey, this meat it still lacks some fire, Lin Rue said fervently. Next time you roast it, remember to take longer. All the trainees grimaced in anger. Eating their flesh and destroying their nests is so inhuman. End of chapter. More than half an hour later, Bu Chao and the other trainees were poking their heads outside the camp, realizing that Lin Rue wasn't there. But they didn't dare to go back immediately. They rushed at Jing Siwei and the others who were tied to the tree and shouted from afar. Hey, old scripture, has the company commander left? Jing Siwei glared at the idiot without a good look. If the company commander was here, would you guys be talking like this right now? He would have ed you all over long ago. That's true. Oh. Several cadets nodded in agreement. Wang Shang roared in anger. You bunch of lackadaisical things. Hurry up and release us. My hands and feet are numb. A group of people immediately rushed over, and their hands were busy rescuing Jing Siwei and the others. When everyone had been rescued, one of the cadets suddenly cried out in shock. Oops, where's our camp? The others responded and started looking around for a campsite. Don't look for it, it's under the mountain. Xiao Yuandong bitterly pointed to a place. It was destroyed by the company commander. The others immediately rushed over and soon saw a piece of wreckage crashing apart on the hillside. Seeing this scene, all the students were almost ready to collapse. It was a nest they had built with great difficulty, and they were counting on sleeping in it. Too perverted. Just too perverted. Bu Chao sat on his butt in anger. You guys, where can there be such a person? Forget about robbing us to eat, even destroying our old home. It's too perverted. Tears streamed from the corner of Xiao Yuandong's mouth. He didn't leave us any of that stuff, and what he couldn't eat was fed to the dogs. You even left me a bone to taste. Hearing his words, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and all of their stomachs began to drum in demonstration. Suddenly, a large pile of green leaves was thrown into the middle of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads in surprise, only to see Li Yang smiling at them. Eat some first, pad your stomach. It's all fresh. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone gave him the middle finger. We're human beings, not livestock. We want to eat meat, not grass. After that, all of them took a number of leaves one by one and stuffed them into their mouths. There's no way around it. They're starving to the limit. This is not the way to go on. Jing Siwei stuffed a mouthful of leaves and said as he wolfed it down. If this continues, we'll either starve to death or get trapped, or get played to death by the company commander. Xiao Yuandong added. Old scripture. What do you say? Bu Chao asked. Jing Siwei rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice. Since we've been forced to this point, we'll have to play guerrilla with the company commander. Also, everyone must find food while retreating. Lastly, we must spread out and hide when we make food. Use most of us to attract the company commander and the rest to make food. What do you say, people? Scripture Siwei looked at everyone. Good. Sun Nan nodded. Let's do it. Let's play with the company commander to the end. Down with the company commander. Down with the company commander. Everyone yelled with excitement. 3 hours later, after a good night's sleep, Lin Rue took Tianba out again. He didn't even need to look for them himself. Tianba's dog nose could lead him to the group of students with precision. Sure enough, it didn't take him long to block the 7 men who were roasting food in an alcove. Still the same, Lin Rue and Tianba went up to finish them off in 3 hits, and then also sprinkled cumin and salt on the food in front of them and taught the group of students well what to cook. Finally, 1 man and 1 dog ate before they sailed away. It brought tears of anger to the eyes and corners of the mouth of a couple of soldiers who were furious to see them streaming violently from their eyes and mouths together. As evening rolled around, the already incredibly tired students learned the hard way to simply find a cliff this time. The person making the food was placed by the vines on a rock jutting out of the cliff to begin grilling. However, just when they were almost done roasting, they were still discovered by Lin Rue. Lin Rue was amused as he watched the 4 people huddled on a small piece of rock for a barbecue. These guys are really pushed or they wouldn't be. However, they forgot one thing, they bake goodies. but they can't get on. Lin Rue smiled and said that he would have to cut down the vines, and they were afraid that they would never be able to get up unless they handed over their food. At night, there are hawks and other birds of prey here, and that thing is big and fierce. Lin Rue smirked and scared. So yeah, you guys better hand over your stuff, come up here obediently and do 500 push-ups, and you can still continue to go looking for food. Otherwise, you're going to become their food. Several soldiers looked at the fragrant food in their hands and cried on the spot. Company commander, just let us have a bite. Will you? A lick will do. Maki couldn't pull his eyes out. Lin Rue shook his head. How else am I supposed to eat it if you lick it? Tianba even dislikes it. Woof, Tianba barked, then immediately went to bite the vines. A few soldiers were so frightened that they immediately handed over their food and asked not to be killed. Are you kidding me? Trapped on this cliff. It doesn't take a raptor to come in. A couple of big men cuddling up together, and they feel awkward about it. Turning to the next morning, all the trainees were not simply exhausted. They were already so tired and hungry that they were hallucinating in front of their eyes. No way. We have to change the program again. Wang Sheng chewed on a leaf and said bitterly, if this continues, company commander, we'll have to call an ambulance. Have you guys ever heard of being rescued from a wilderness survival training? Damn it. Xiao Yuandong slammed his fist on the ground. Let's fight the company commander. Everyone looked at him with a face of admiration and gave him a thumbs up at the same time. Awesome. This honorable task is in your hands. Xiao Yuandong was so scared that he quickly waved his hands. No, don't misunderstand me. I didn't say that we fight him. He ate a mouthful of oil. His stamina is sufficient. Plus there is a dog. What do you mean? Everyone looked at him. Xiao Yuandong was stumped on the spot, then rubbed his head. I'd better think about it again. It doesn't seem too mature. Cut. Everyone waved their hands dismissively. Wang Sheng said in a cold voice, we've already gone over 2 mountains, but the company commander has been able to find us each time. I think that has a lot to do with that dead dog. Right. Bu Chao nodded. Also, we left too many traces. What kind of person is the company commander? If he wants to find us, relying on the traces will work. Jing Siwei said seriously, then we have to be tough on ourselves from now on. In addition, it is necessary to be cautious and prudent in being cautious. Otherwise, we will definitely have to starve to death. All of them talked it over and immediately began to divide up the work. An hour later, Lin Rue once again brought Tianba over to look for them. This one, however, surprised him a bit. He did find the place where the students had been, but it was cleaned up, and even the path they had taken had been purposely cleared, leaving basically no trace. If it wasn't for the fact that he had Skybuster, plus the fact that he had God's perspective to detect subtle traces that could not be detected by the naked eye, he really wouldn't have been able to find the gang. A bit of fun. Finally learning the ropes. Lin Rue smiled faintly and led Tianba towards the mountains to chase after him. After running wildly for half an hour, he suddenly lost track of the group of students, for what appeared before him was a river. By this point, the trail was completely gone. Once again, Lin Rue was amused, for he could guess that the students had jumped into the river to escape his tracking. Once in the river, the scent disappeared and even Tenba couldn't track it. Lin Rue patted Tenba's head. They're finally growing up. Tianba licked the palm of his hand, his face full of pandering, without any of his usual domineering demeanor. Let's go. Lin Rue patted it. Let's keep going. 2 hours later, the soggy students were excited to start eating their first meal in 2 days. Xiao Yuandong tasted the roasted and fragrant snake meat, and his tears flowed out indisputably. I'd never realized that barbecue was so delicious. It simply smells too good. I'm going to eat all the bones. Damn. It's so delicious. Sun Nan's mouth was stuffed with meat. The others were excited to the max. Fighting with Lin Rue, it was always the first meal. The sense of accomplishment, in fact, is stronger than solving hunger. But just as they were halfway through the meal, Lin Rue and Tianba reappeared. The students had already been prepared, and before he got close, they immediately scurried away. By the time Lin Rue rushed over, everyone had run away without even a shadow. Lin Rue looked at the wreckage on the ground, the corner of his mouth hooked into a satisfied smile. These boys, they're improving faster and faster. They can even eat under my pursuit. Not bad. Just then, a system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the new stage of the training mission. Rewards are being distributed. Lin Rue's eyes lit up. Finally, this training mission was, at long last, completed with difficulty. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has received all upgrades to all of his abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained the mechanical proficiency ability at an advanced level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has gained the gift of language at an advanced level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have been given the opportunity to raise the level of your minions twice. The host can take as many as you like. Looking at the large row of abilities that appeared in front of him, Lin Rue's face was ecstatic. I didn't realize that there were actually 2 boosts this time around. It seems that the more difficult the task to complete, the more generous the rewards will be. He decisively chose physical fitness and shooting. These 2 enhancements could truly elevate his students to an existence beyond special forces. For the next 4 days, this wilderness survival training completely turned into a hide-and-seek between the students and Lin Rue. Lin Rue chased and the students fled. From the original range of 2 mountains, it ran out over 300 kilometers in 4 days and over a dozen large mountains. And this group of students accumulates more experience. Now they not only knew how to effectively evade Lin Rue's pursuit, they would also set up traps along the way to attract Lin Rue to take the bait. It didn't work once, but it made Lin Rue realize that they were getting slower and slower. The students also learned how to survive in the jungle. The list of things on their cookbook is getting longer and longer, and learned a variety of cooking methods. For example, you can eat it on a teppanyaki with a red-hot dagger, so you can eat it while running. Another example is not grilling after building a fire and burying the food under the fire to simmer, which prevents the flavor from spreading. In short, their methods were endless, and even Lin Rue was shocked by their creativity. There are only 3 days left until the test. That afternoon, Lin Rue took Tianba with him and prepared to go after the students one last time. After a lot of effort, he finally found them by a small stream. But Lin Rue, who saw what they were doing, was almost dumbfounded by them. The group of students were seen making a cross and tying a newly grown bear to it. On the other side, Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei took off their clothes, revealing their toned muscles. The 2 were actually fighting another adult bear. The bear, which was supposed to be a dominating presence, was actually trapped in the middle at the moment. It's not a good idea to run away, and it's not a good idea to fight. Suddenly, Scripture Siwei lunged forward to hug the bear. Before the bear could react, Warpthorn had dropped the bear in a hug. Let me! Wang De roared, rushing over and about to hug the bear once more. Lin Rue saw that the bear was pissing in fear and immediately yelled, "Let go of that bear! Don't hurt it!" End of chapter. In normal times, when they saw Lin Rue appear, the students would have long since run away. But today it was so hard to catch 2 ungrateful bears that they just couldn't let go. Soon, Lin Rue rushed over and pointed at them, yelling, "Let go of these 2 bears! Quick!" 2 poor bears, one tied to a cross and tearfully asking for Lin Rue's help. The other end was pressed down on the ground by the combined efforts of Wang Sheng and Jing Siwei. Unable to move, and peed in fear, Lin Rue was also speechless. These 2 bears probably had a psychological shadow in their lives. From now on, you'll have to hide when you see people. Company commander, Jing Siwei said pleadingly, the brothers haven't had a big meal for many days. It's not easy to catch them, so please let us have one. Bu Chao licked his lips and looked at the tied-up bear. Yeah, it must be good to roast it. I've never eaten bear meat before. The not-yet-adult bear looked like it understood, and was instantly pissed off as well, and a childlike whimper escaped his lips. Lin Rue glared at them without any good humor. Don't you guys know that there's a word for protected animals? They're all nationally protected animals. Don't talk about eating them. Even if you're injured, you'll be taken to court. Even if your father came, he'd have to smack your big mouths. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone was flabbergasted. There's such a thing as that? Hurry up and release it. Lin Rue yelled. A group of students reluctantly released the 2 bears, and Bu Chao didn't forget to pat the bear on the head. You're really lucky to have met our company commander. Otherwise, you'd have to become roasted bear meat. Bear scared screamed. Just loosened the tie immediately followed the big bear together toward the jungle wildly running. Head did not dare to return. In the twinkling of an eye disappeared without a trace. These 2 bears are really something too. Sun Nan shook his head. Letting them go without saying hello. No manners at all. Lin Rue was speechless. Dare I say that people still want to thank you? Brothers, it's a good thing there are still a lot of fish. Jing Siwei smiled and said, we can eat grilled fish too. Lin Rue turned his head to look and almost spat out blood in the next second. There were actually a dozen fish along the creek with bear paw prints on them. He could already imagine where the fish had come from. You shameless and shameless guys, Lin Rue deplored. Robbing everything from bears. Do you guys have any more face? A group of men righteously said, Company Commander, we learned this from you. Lin Rue instantly froze, and he was speechless. Half an hour later, a barbecue was launched right by the river. Lin Rue sent Tianba to catch the wildlife himself. Tianba didn't disgrace him either, and in a moment's work, he caught back 8 hares, plus a small-sized wild boar. The students were dumbfounded. If they had Tianba's help, they wouldn't have had such a miserable few days. Soon everyone began to feast on the meat. Company commander, it's still good to have you, Xiao Yuandong cried. You don't know. I've only eaten roasted field mice once these days, and I've eaten bugs the rest of the time, but I still think the bugs taste pretty good. If not for you letting me eat meat now, I feel like I'm going back to my ancestors. Jing Siwei and the others were also in tears of happiness. For so many days, to be able to eat meat with such peace of mind was definitely the happiest thing in life for them. Lin Rui saw that they were all starting to lick their bones, coughed and stood up and said, 6 days of wilderness survival training. Congratulations, all of you have passed. Through your performance, I believe that even if you were left alone in the deep forest, you would still be able to survive. All the students were filled with pride and pride. Have they been living like human beings for 6 days? All this experience, that's all blood and tears. But, Lin Rui steeply changed his words and said with a smirk, at your current level, at most, you guys have just gotten the hang of wilderness survival. When it comes to proficiency, you guys are still far from it. His words instantly disconcerted everyone. Company commander, you just said that we can survive in the wild. Jing Siwei frowned. Why did you backtrack so quickly? That's just it. You won't be able to find us for a while at our current level, Maki said with a wimpy and wanting to get ahead. Lin Rui saw that everyone was almost dismissive of his words, and instead of getting angry, he laughed even more. Holding them up high and then dropping them hard was Lin Rui's usual tactic. How can we make them realize that there are higher peaks in the distance without making them stand on top of one? Do you guys think that you're very powerful right now? Lin Rui looked at them with a smile. Jing Siwei nodded his head affirmatively. Company commander, although we're not as good as you, but we are really great. The others also nodded one by one. At least compared to Wolf Fang's special forces, it must be quite a bit more powerful. Lin Rui nodded. Very good. I like it when you guys are confident and motivated. But whether you guys are good or not, whether you're really better than all of Wolf Fang's special forces, let's have a test to find out. You can't just say it's okay when you say it's okay, can you guys? After so much training and surviving so many days with Lin Rui chasing after them, the students at the moment were swollen to the core. Jing Siwei smiled and said, just tell me, company commander, how do I test it? Soldiers come with water to cover the earth. Wang Sheng said proudly, we can do anything if you draw the line. Just tell me anything, company commander. Look at the arrogance of these guys. With their nostrils pointed at themselves, Lin Rui still wasn't angry and cheerfully nodded at them. Good. Since you're so confident, let's simply have a confrontation. The rules are this. This is the jungle. And this is where we will have a life and death confrontation. None of us will use lethal weapons, but each of us can wear a saber. In 12 hours, if I defeat all of you, count me as the winner. Likewise, if you defeat me within 12 hours, you will be considered qualified. Lin Rui looked at them with a smile. How about it? Dare you? All the students looked at each other with puzzled looks on their faces. No, company commander. Xiao Yuandong couldn't help but say, what were you thinking? One person, against so many of us? We can't beat you with our bare hands, but that was in the past. Nowadays, we are not what we used to be. That's right, the bears have been hugged and dropped by us. Yuang Sheng smiled awkwardly. Jing Siwei coughed. In that case, company commander, I know you want to save face. However, the fine tradition of our troops is to be realistic. We'll send half of our men so as not to bully you. Lin Rui shook his head. There's no need for that. Wouldn't you be even more disgraced if I ed you all over by myself? That's it. All the students felt viciously insulted. They trained so hard and so tired and put in so much sweat. Now that we've practiced like this, you still think we're as weak as before? Jing Siwei grunted coldly. Company commander, if you say that humph, then we will come to live. We've been wanting to beat you up for more than a day or two. End of chapter. Lin Rui saw that all the students were already excited to try, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled into a smile. These guys wanted to fight themselves, even if they were still too young together. Good. Then spread out. Lin Rui looked at his watch. Start the clock from now on. Wait a minute. Jing Siwei suddenly smiled and said, company commander, we don't have a problem with you comparing yourself to us, but you can't take Tianba. Woof. Tianba stared at him with an angry face. Jing Siwei hurriedly waved his hand at it. Brother Ba, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that you are too powerful. If you help the company commander, then we will definitely lose. Therefore, you must not go on. Tianba seemed to understand his words, wagging his tail in triumph, his head rising to the sky. All the trainees looked at Jing Siwei with contempt. The other company commander is all alone, and you still don't let him bring a dog. It's so damn shameless and despicable. But we like it. Good. Lin Rui said cheerfully. It's fine if we don't bring Tianba. Can we start now? The students were immediately filled with smiles. Without Tianba, Lin Rue is doing away with his own martial arts. With so many of them, it wouldn't be easy and simple for them to capture Lin Rue alive? Company commander, start anytime. You can go first, a group of people said with smiles. Lin Rue also politely humbled himself. Really, let me go first? Or else, it's better for you guys to go. That way, you guys can make preparations earlier. Xiao Yuandong laughed. Company commander, you'd better go. We're so shameless. If we still let you come and arrest us, how shameless we'd have to be. Just as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but laugh badly. Lin Rue gave them a thumbs up. Bureau spirit, since you all are so righteous, I'll leave first. He patted Tenba's head. Wait for me here. Then, turning around, he darted towards the forest. Company commander, run quickly. We're coming soon. Bu Chao shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Rue was gone. All the students looked at each other and suddenly burst into collective laughter. The good day has come for the serfs to turn over and become masters. Sun Nan exclaimed excitedly. At last we've waited for this day. Company commander, you have your day too. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuandong crossed his arms and laughed up to the sky. Company commander, you can't blame us this time. You're asking for your own death. Brothers, be gentle. Remember not to hit the face. Jing Siwei said in a serious manner. If you get a color on your face, the company commander will not be able to hold it in, and will come after us later. Got it? Everyone grinned. Let's just hit him in the ass. Ha 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 ha. This can be had. Tianba crouched next to him, watching the stupid fools get high on themselves, and turned the dog's head with a look of disdain. In its perception, these fools, now it's their last laugh. After 5 minutes, Jing Siwei looked at his watch and said with a smile, it's almost time. We should go. No good. Wang Sheng said, it's going to take half an hour, so let him get ready before chasing after him. There are so many of us. Will we be bullying him too much? Old Wang, how can you have such thoughts? Xiao Yuandong said bitterly. Have you forgotten? When did the company commander ever speak morally to us? When we first met, it was fire and water, then smoke and tear gas. Our bitter days, have you forgotten? Right, Bu Chao said with righteous indignation. You can't be polite or talk about rules with this old pervert of a company commander. You have to take advantage of his illness or no, take advantage of the opportunity to practice with him. That's what he taught us. Right, everyone nodded sorrowfully. Then what are we waiting for? Jing Siwei grinned wickedly. Chase the hell out of him. Do him. All of them excitedly copied their weapons and ran wildly directly toward the jungle. Tianba simply lay down on the ground and raised his doggy eyes one last time to look at the group of fools before he began to sleep with his eyes closed. It didn't even bother to look at how the guys were eating their own. In the jungle, Lin Rue turned on God's view and was running at full speed. This was the first time since he had gained his abilities that he had used all of them in such a relaxed manner. His speed had been so ridiculously fast that if anyone had seen him at that moment, they would have even thought he was gliding off the ground. After running wildly for more than 7 kilometers, Lin Rue came to a violent stop. What appeared in front of him was a particularly lush growth of trees. On the surface, it looks as if there's nothing different here, but in reality, it's full of danger. Lin Rue smiled slightly. Right here. When he finished, he took a big step inside. Half an hour later, a large number of students swarmed in. Although they had absolute certainty, they were still very afraid of Lin Rue. So instead of spreading out, they chose to advance in unison. Although Lin Rue was running fast, he had left tons of traces along the way in order for the guys to catch up with him. That's what allowed the guys to come after them without any problems. If he deliberately hid his whereabouts, I'm afraid this group of students would have a hard time finding him even if they scoured the mountains. Stop! Madge suddenly shouted. The group that was fanning out in pursuit instantly all came to a halt. One by one, all panting, they looked at Madge. What's up, old ma? Found something? Sun Nan and the others came over and asked. Madge pointed to the woods not far away. Trace went this way. He looked at everyone with a smile. The company commander is good at camouflaging and hiding. I think, 80% of the time, he's hiding here wanting to wait for us to pass and then launch a sneak attack on us. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. This was Lin Rue's old tactic, and they had followed him for so long that they had long since figured it out. What now? Sun Nan asked nervously. The others weren't relaxed either. After all, they were more or less nervous and excited about the fact that they would soon be able to beat up the company commander in a group in a fair and square manner. Jing Siwei coldly smiled. The top of this forest is the foot of the mountain. We just need to surround it in our current formation and then carpet search. The company commander won't be able to escape and will definitely become a turtle in a jar. Everyone nodded idly. With a wave of Jing Siwei's hand, all of them immediately bent down and slowly felt their way towards the forest. Soon they entered the forest. The light dimmed for a moment. The sunlight was all blocked out by the thick foliage, and it was as if they had walked into a windowless room. Everyone be careful. This place is quite oozy. Wang Shang whispered. Don't make a fuss. Jing Siwei grunted coldly. The more it's like this, the easier it is to hide someone. I'm sure the company commander is here. Left and right flanks. Up. Surround this place. Jing Siwei waved his hand violently. The students on both sides did not hesitate and immediately ran wildly towards the front. But just a few steps into the run, there was suddenly a group of miserable screams. What's going on? Jing Siwei and the others turned their heads in unison, but they were shocked to find that the people on the left wing of the special mom were gone. What's the situation? Where are the people? Wang Shanda shouted. We're here? Who dug the hole here? A howl came from the left. Hearing this, the remaining students were creeped out almost simultaneously. A thought flashed through their minds at the same time. They've been tricked. It's a trap. Run! Jing Siwei turned his head and yelled. But just then, a figure suddenly fell from the tree above his head. Lin Rui's head appeared upside down in front of him, only 3 centimeters away from him. Ah! Lin Li exclaimed. Jing Siwei was so scared that his entire body catapulted up, and once again, with his hands up in the air, he fell to the ground like a cockroach and wailed. The others were also startled, and many of them subconsciously stepped backward. Ah! In an instant, more than 20 people suddenly went limp, and their entire body sank in towards the inside of the muck. Damn! It's a swamp! There's actually a swamp here! Wang Shang shouted anxiously. Run that way! Don't you guys move around, or you'll get stuck! Wang Shang didn't forget to remind him before he left. The trapped people collectively greeted his mother. You didn't try to save us? Lin Rui grinned and jumped down from the tree, holding a stick in his hand, and rushed over as if he were herding a sheep. I'm coming! The remaining trainees themselves were terrified of Lin Rui, and with the unclear environment here now, they just wanted to rush out of the forest before making any plans. There's no telling what you'll encounter if you stay here, but they completely failed to realize that they had been led by the nose by Lin Rui as soon as he appeared. Everyone ran in the direction that all of them were being driven by Lin Rui. Quickly run old Jing! Sun Nan dragged the terrified Jing Siwei. The company commander is here. It's miserable to be caught by him, and he's holding a stick. Jing Siwei climbed up in tears, running and crying at the same time. I have to go to the doctor. I feel the heart. Before the words were finished, suddenly there was a loud noise at their feet. In the next second, a large net made of rattan suddenly tightened and yanked all dozen of them into the air in a circle. The group of people following them wailed in fear. Just then, there was no telling who had touched the organ. A dozen or so people's feet tightened, and they were all entangled in the rattan and flew up into the air. A wooden stick also fell from the tree, knocking all the dozen more guys who were trying to run to the ground, wincing in pain. Old son, get your ass out of here! Jing Siwei yelled angrily from the net. Originally this place was small, and now a dozen people were all crammed together, and Sun Nan's butt was sitting directly on his face. Old Jing, don't worry, I'll tear an opening to escape. Sun Nan yanked hard on the rope net, and his entire body fell even further. Pust! A puff of yellow smoke came out, and Jing Siwei opened his mouth just in time. The next second, Jing Siwei was smoked almost did not pass out. Blah 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 your grandfather. Just sit. You fart. Sun Nan smiled awkwardly. Sorry, too hard. Didn't hold it in. Poo poo. Sun Nan sprayed a lot at once as if the floodgates had been opened. I'm going to you. Are you not finished? Jing Siwei's face turned green, and he felt his mouth getting wet. Sun Nan laughed badly. Sorry, too good of a gut. On the other side, the remaining 20 or so students were all cornered by Lin Rui, and they had nowhere to run. Come on, you're all that's left. Fight me. Lin Rui pointed his stick at them. The lead Bu Chao gave him a grandiose look, then raised his sword and let his hand go. Bang! The knife in his knee landed at the same time. Company commander, I surrender. Bu Chao raised his hands. End of chapter. At the edge of the swamp, all of the cadets caught were honestly squatting in a line. However, not included are those that are hanging from trees and those that are still in the swamp. The worst of all was the group that had gotten stuck in the swamp, and at the moment there was just a head left outside, not daring to move. Even breathing was difficult. One was both scared to death and ashamed to see Lin Rui. As for Lin Rui, he was currently holding a stick, smiling as he walked in a circle from in front of them, and Tian Ba also came here at some point. At this moment was lazily lying on the side, with an expression written in his eyes that this dog already knew that you guys would end up like this. That's really something. Weren't you quite cocky before? Lin Rui's stick kept hitting the ground with a thumping sound. Each stroke was like a knock on the hearts of the crowd, and each time it shook them hard. The poorest of the poor were the ones stuck in the swamp. Who didn't dare to tremble, but couldn't help it? Each time I shuddered, it felt like my body sank that much further downward. Didn't you say, educate me? Lin Rui cheerfully walked underneath the rattan net, and the stick was whipped directly at the asses of Jing Siwei and the others. Didn't you say, you're going to fix me hard? Ow, ow. Jing Siwei just opened his mouth in pain, and was immediately gagged by Sun Nan sitting. Lin Rui walked over to the group of crouching soldiers again and gave them a blow to the head one by one, hitting the forest with screams. But look at you guys, how long has it been? Ha, less than 4 hours, and so many of you have been wiped out by my entire army without any effort. The smile on Lin Rui's face had disappeared as he walked faster and faster, his stick hitting everyone's head like lightning. The few people stuck in the swamp were on the verge of crying from the beating. Company commander, don't hit us. If we hit again, we'll go down. Lin Rui had all turned around, but at this moment he walked back and gave another blow to one of their heads. You'd better get stuck and stay out of my sight. Everyone covered their heads, tears streaming down their faces from the pain. Company commander, Wang Sheng said in an aggravated manner, don't be angry. It's really not our fault. If we want to blame, we should blame you for being too strong. We simply can't beat you. The others immediately followed in agreement. Company commander, indeed you are too strong. How could we possibly beat you? Pust. Another fart rushed into his mouth, and Scripture Siwei was so angry that he bit down hard on it straight away. Sun Nan wailed in pain. Old Jing, don't blame me. You don't keep harping hot air it's too itchy I can't help it. Scripture Siwei was so angry that he turned his back. Lin Rui walked to the front of the group at this time and turned to look at them coldly. Do you think that I, your company commander, am someone who eats the ass-kissing routine? Everyone lowered their heads at once. In the next second, Lin Rui said, I'm flattered, but I'm not buying it. Everyone had a black line. Nima, don't you still like it? Lin Rui exclaimed. I can only describe your performance today as disgusting, trashy, and poor to the core. He coldly swept over everyone. I've taught you all so many things, but none of you used them at the critical moment. You weren't even afraid of a grenade exploding next to you, but you're scared of me? Have you even forgotten what you came for? Jing Siwei was the first one to close his eyes, and when he thought about his previous behavior, he couldn't wait to smack himself twice. The others were also filled with shame. Indeed, they had previously treated the capture of Lin Rui as a large game, or even a house. Everything you normally learn just doesn't work at all. Looking back now, everyone's face is red. Lin Rui said coldly, just like you, how dare you call yourselves Chinese soldiers? Don't disgrace the Chinese soldiers. Even the most ordinary soldier won't back down when he encounters the enemy. Look at you guys, how dare you surrender and kneel down? Chinese soldiers, there are no cowards like you. Not only are you a disgrace to our troops, but you are a disgrace to your fathers, and you are not qualified to take up their banner, because you don't deserve it. In one speech, he scolded everyone. Bu Chao and the other students who had just surrendered hated to end themselves with a knife at the moment. In fact, they were simply afraid of Lin Rui. In exchange for going to a competition with other troops, even if they were knocked down, they would fight tooth and nail to get up. But this time, just this time, it's too late for them to regret it even if they do. Lin Rui glared at them and said in a cold voice, I know that because I'm your company commander. You acted that way out of respect and awe. When you encounter a real enemy, you will also fight to the last drop of your blood. But get this straight, you're soldiers too. Lin Rui roared. When you put on this uniform, you are not allowed to kneel to anyone except your parents, your motherland and your people, much less raise your hands in surrender. No matter what the reason is, no matter who you are facing, this is an insult to our army. Understand? Yes, everyone shouted at the top of their voices. This time, they have really grown up. Lin Rui said in a cold voice. Remember, as long as you are conducting confrontation training, your opponents are your enemies. To be merciful to your enemy is to be the greatest cruelty to yourself. And even more so, the greatest irresponsibility to your motherland and people. You must give everything you have to defeat your enemies. Is that clear? Yes, everyone roared. Warped Siwei also let out a whimper. Watching everyone's eyes light up with a fire filled with wariness, Lin Rui's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Drop them hard from their highs to their lowest lows and then give them a glimmer of hope. That way, they can go on to climb higher mountains instead of stopping. So it looks like I'm really quite suitable to be an instructor. Lin Rui was a bit smug. These ideas? What a genius to come up with them. Alright, Lin Rui coughed and clapped his hands. Go put your comrades down, and save the ones trapped in the swamp first. If we don't save them, they'll suffocate. The students trapped in the swamp burst into tears. Company commander, you finally thought to pull us out. Not far away in the vine net, A dozen or so students huddled together and those who were hung upside down wowed at the moment. Hey, send some people to save us. We can't make it either. My head is buzzing and I'm going to get congested if I don't come. Jing Siwei was now glaring fiercely at Sun Nan, who was writhing non-stop, wanting to scream but couldn't, and didn't quite dare to huff and puff. The smell, he just couldn't take it anymore. Old Jing, hold on, we'll be saved soon. Sun Nan consoled vigorously, but his body was never honest. Jing Siwei's mouth is propped up to the maximum. At the moment, if you can talk, old son, you malagobia. End of chapter. A few minutes later, all the trainees regrouped in front of Lin Rue in a sorry state. Lin Rue scanned the circle and said indifferently, "The way you guys acted just now was like the grandmother next door to my house taking a square dancing mom to break heads with someone else. It was chaotic, not like an army at all." Jing Siwei and the others were confused when they heard, "What's a headbreaker?" "It's just a duel. A contest. It's English," Xiao Yuandong whispered. Jing Siwei almost spit out blood. "Goddamn English." Lin Rue continued in a cold voice, "But if you guys had any sense of teamwork, you wouldn't have been able to be swept away by me so easily." He crouched down, then waved at everyone. "Come over here and watch." Everyone quickly gathered around, surrounding Lin Rue in the center. Lin Rue drew a small dot on the ground with a tree branch. These dots are 3 or 4 together and then spread out more. In the beginning, people felt disorganized, but soon, they could see that this was a standard battle formation that Lin Rue had drawn. Only, it's a little crowded. Company commander. "What is this?" Wang Shang asked curiously. Lin Rue said indifferently, "This is a special operations formation. Usually we understand a special operations group to consist of 8 to 10 people. The exact division is 1 commander, 1 deputy commander, and 2 people coordinating the command team." Xiao Yuandong stared wide-eyed. "Just this many people and 2 commanders?" Lin Rue glared at him. A special operations team could potentially be spread out over up to 2 or 3 kilometers. 2 commanders are very necessary. Otherwise it's hard to take care of the front and back. The crowd nodded silently, and for the first time, they knew the meaning of a special operations team. Lin Rue continued, "Then, there will be 2 snipers set up, 1 sniper and 1 for observation, called an observer. Then, there are 1 or 2 blasters, responsible for demoning, laying mines, blasting, etc. 2 to 3 fire support, mainly for pointman openings, reconnaissance, and assault. Finally, a communicator is needed, as well as a medic." Lin Rue said, "If there's not enough manpower, the communicator and medic can be 1 person, or any person inside the team can do both." Lin Rue finished and swept a glance at everyone. These men form a combat team, under the unified command of the commander, with the deputy commander coordinating the security of the sides and rear flanks. Snipers observe from a distance. Raiders scout for breakthroughs, with perfect coordination. You guys would never have just crashed into my trap like a bunch of headless flies. Even if you come in, as long as you cooperate properly back and forth, even if you can't turn defeat into victory, you can still preserve the main force and withdraw to think about it in the long run." Lin Rue coldly grunted. "So, in order to avoid you guys still being like this in the future after you've fought with someone else's wolf fang, from now on, you guys will assign yourselves fighting positions. What each person serves as, you guys divide it up yourselves." Jing Siwei asked with some confusion. "Company commander, you just said that there are less than 10 people in a combat group, but we only have 5 squad leaders. How are we going to divide it up?" Lin Rue said coldly, "Combat groups of 10 or less, that's something that real special forces can only utilize. Now that you're split up, you'll only disgrace yourselves." All the students smiled awkwardly. After what just happened, no one would dare to be arrogant anymore. At the moment, no matter how Lin Rue scolded them, everyone honestly and humbly accepted it. Lin Rue continued, "The test is the day after tomorrow, so if you want to win, you'll have to find your strengths. I'm confident that all of your abilities will not lose to the other person. Wolf's teeth, but your combat experience as well as your ability to work together is 100,000 miles worse than others. With equal numbers, you will only be bloodied." Lin Rue said, "So, you guys will be distributed in the units you have now. There can be more commandos and more snipers. It's not like the special operations team can't have more people." The students listened and all nodded in agreement. The company commander is right. There is only 1 sniper in the other special forces combat team. Let's go for 3, not 4. When we meet up with them, we'll be 4 against 1. There are also 6 or 7 raiders, so if they dare to fight with us, we'll just surround them and raid them all. Yeah, just do it." The students immediately reached a unanimous opinion. Immediately afterward, with the 5 squad leaders at the head, the students immediately split into 5 battle groups. The maximum number of men in each group was 31. the equivalent of a platoon. The fewest had 24 men, also a little more than 2 squads. Once the groups were assigned, they began appointing various positions within their groups. The 5 squad leaders will remain in the same position of commanders, and they will choose their deputy commanders first, and then the group will vote on them. Immediately after that, start choosing snipers, commandos. As for sanitarians and communicators, they don't need them at the moment, because these are things they don't understand at all. It still needs to be learned at a later stage. Company commander, Jing Siwei shouted. We've divided into groups, and everyone has been assigned their own identities. Lin Rui looked at all the students who were in high spirits, and at the moment, their ranks were no longer so chaotic. At his request, each squad leader had the team restructured. It's still standing in the military position, but it's already very different from before. Lin Rui nodded with satisfaction. Compared to before, this group of people now had more of that special forces flavor. Okay, you guys come over here, and from now on, I'm going to give you a lecture on tactical maneuvers. Everyone quickly gathered around, while Lin Rui took a small twig and gesticulated on the ground. Specialized tactics are actually the best of the best, summarized from various examples of past battles, but foreign examples of warfare are not at all comparable to the millennia-old art of war in China. Lin Rui had only taught 6 special tactics for jungle combat at the moment, all of which had been summarized by the culmination of years of wisdom from the old ancestors. All the students were listening with great interest, and had even completely substituted into the world of tactics that Lin Rui was talking about. After a full couple hours, Lin Rui threw away the small wooden stick in his hand and stood up with a smile. Alright, greed can't be chewed. That's all I'm going to tell you for now. But theory is theory, and to take what I'm talking about and make it your own, you have to practice. Lin Rui looked at them and said with a grin, how about it? Do you still want to try? Everyone nodded without hesitation. Yes, they had let Lin Rui down before, and now, they desperately wanted to undo everything. Even if they were beaten up by Lin Rui again, they would never be as wimpy as before. Lin Rui smiled slightly. Good, very good. However, your opponent this time is not me. End of chapter. Lin Rui pointed at the 5 teams and said, from now on, you have 18 hours to go into the jungle and confront each other. Remember, everyone but your own teammates is your enemy. You may utilize any means to eliminate each other. For those who lose, all of you will return to me and be rewarded with 2,000 push-ups each, and then the confrontation will continue. Lin Rui scanned them. I hope you don't forget what I just said. Once you enter the jungle, these people you know will no longer be your classmates, but your enemies. Anyone who gets taken out for being soft-hearted will come back and add 2,000 more push-ups. And, Lin Rui said coldly, this is your last training. Put what I've taught you into good use in this confrontation. Utilize it poorly, and perhaps you'll never have another chance. Understand? Yes. All the students hissed. Lin Rui waved his hand vigorously. Depart. The 5 squad leaders and his group members all looked at each other, and from this moment onwards, a thick fire of war had been lit in their eyes. In the next second, all of them collectively rushed towards the forest. But soon, it scattered in different directions. Lin Rui smiled and patted Tianba's head. Tianba, which one of them do you think will win? Lin Rui laughed and shook his head. You licking dog, don't flatter me. It's not as if I'm comparable to them. Woof. Skyblaze spat out his tongue, his face full of favor. Time passed quickly, and almost 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the jungle, Bu Chao led his group, following Lin Rui's instructions to the letter, and slowly marched cat-like through the thick jungle. Though they were unarmed, the snipers, fire support, assault and backup personnel were all very well positioned. They no longer hived together like they did when they rounded up Lin Rui before. At the moment, the entire line was stretched to almost 100 meters, with an orderly advance and retreat that could be attacked and defended. Stop! The sharpshooter at the front of the line suddenly raised his fist. The team behind them quickly crouched all the way down. Bu Chao jogged quickly next to the pointman and looked around nervously. What's going on? What have you found? The pointman looked at him with an embarrassed face. I have a stomachache and I need to poop. Can we get someone else? Bu Chao's jaw almost didn't hit the ground. I'm going to you. I thought something was going on. Big brother, this is a war. Confrontation. UING how so much The sharp soldier had a bitter face. I'm sorry squad leader. I've been having gastrointestinal discomfort for a long time. I've been holding back from pooping before, but now I can't hold it in. Poo. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of farts blasted out, stinking the few people next to him to cover their noses. Then your pants. Bu Chao looked disgusted. That's no problem, Pointman said, but you can smell it. It stinks so bad. Will it expose everyone? Roll back and find a place to pull it. Bu Chao couldn't stand it anymore. You Yakuzas for a pointy soldier. The sharpshooter let out an ouch, covered his ass and ran for the back. Another pointman rushed up, and Bu Chao immediately looked at him. Are you okay with this? The other party was disgusted instead. I'm fine. Going or not? Hey, I'm the squad leader. Bu Chao glared at him. Soldier, watch your tone. Just then, 2 stones suddenly came flying through the air at great speed. Before the two of them, Bu Chao and the sharp soldier could react, they were directly hit by the stone, and the two of them immediately covered their chests and screamed in pain. Enemy! There's an enemy! Bu Chao didn't forget to shout a reminder even after he fell to the ground. Everyone in the entire group quickly prepared to retreat, but it was too late, and just as they had paused in their work, they gave the other squad their chance. There were inexplicably 5 more people on their back road. They stabbed the 5 students who had just turned around directly to the ground with their homemade sticks, causing them to roll on the ground in pain, instantly losing their fighting ability. Break out! Deputy Commander Li Yang frowned and yelled lowly. Snipers cover, raiders charge in a zigzag formation. Quick! The others didn't dare to slow down in the slightest, because Lin Rui had warned them that hesitating for even 0% of a second on the battlefield could potentially bring about a devastating blow to the entire team. It's no use having a strong individual. Without a team you'll just be brutalized by others. Therefore, utilizing the team's strengths to break through the current predicament is the top priority for the Step Super team. Bang! 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 The 6 raiders rushed forward furiously, fighting with sticks and those who stood in their way. Without weapons, they'll have to rely on this girl's simulation as well. And as soon as the 5 students blocking their way ventured out, they were immediately greeted by snipers with rocks. For popping or snapping. 3 people were shot in the head in a matter of moments. The remaining 2 fought hard against the 2 students and were also immediately surrounded and killed by the others. Seeing that the back road was opened, Li Yang excitedly yelled, "Charge out! Quick!" But before he could finish shouting, 11 people appeared all at once after the 5 students who had just been taken out. Before the people on the side of Bu Chao's group could react, they were rushed over with a roar and toppled to the ground one by one with their sticks. The snipers on the side of Bu Chao's team were immediately about to make their move, but a dozen or so people suddenly rushed out on both sides of their team as well, brutally strangling the entire team. Li Yang was the first to be locked. 3 or 4 stones smashed together towards him. The pain made him jump up and down. Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead. Don't smash. Who smashed my face with rotten mud? Soon, the entirety of Bu Chao's group was wiped out, and all 27 of them stood in a depressed line. Jing Siwei and Wang Shan walked up to them with smiles. Everyone, I'm sorry. Li Yang glared at him. You guys hit too hard. Look at what you've done to us. Jing Siwei smiled and arched his hand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah, isn't this what the company commander said? To treat you as enemies. To be soft on the enemy is to be the most merciful to yourself. We are also following the words of the company commander. Less ing bull. Bu Chao looked at them angrily. You guys are cheating. You're cheating. I'm not convinced on what basis you 2 groups got together. Didn't we agree that we are all enemies? Wang Shang patted him. Brother, go back and eat more walnuts to replenish your brain. Don't be too simple. Jing Siwei nodded his head seriously. Right, brother. We're calling this a link-up. It's a tactic, understand? We'll defeat you guys first. Then we'll face off. The company commander has said that we can use any means. The 2 shook their heads and sighed together at the dumbfounded Bu Chao. If you don't replenish your brain, how can you be the squad leader? After saying that, they took the team and left immediately. Bu Chao looked back at his people, who were all looking at him with strange eyes, as if they were looking at retarded children. Bu Chao roared in anger. What are you looking at me for? How much better are you guys than me? I'm your class president. End of chapter. The dawn sun had just sprinkled the earth when several military vehicles drove into the gates of the National Defense College. Gao Sherwei looked back at the empty gate and asked Principal Jiang curiously. Old Jiang, are you planning to change the nature of the college or are you planning to withdraw this place? How come there isn't even a guard anymore? And this gate can be entered at will? Principal Jiang was also confused and turned his head for a while without seeing a single figure. Strange. Principal Jiang was astonished. Last time, Shaolin told me to let his students stand guard. This is tantamount to giving them a break, so I removed all the guard posts. But it shouldn't be. He Ji-jun, who was sitting in the front row, shook his head. 2 chiefs, everything will be clear when we see Lin Rui later. What's going on in this guy's head is beyond anyone's guess. Principal Jiang gave a thumbs up. Shao He, I didn't expect you to be able to see him through so thoroughly after just meeting him once. Marvelous. He Ji-jun Hart MMP, I sent people have been made skeptical of his life. This guy can see through me, can still take the initiative to lose face? Soon, the car stopped in front of the college building. Everyone stepped out of the car and the guards quickly secured the neighborhood. Gao Shiwei looked around and just couldn't find anyone. The whole academy, quiet as no man's land. Old Jiang, you're not letting them move out, are you? Gao Shiwei looked at him. This place, it seems like no one has been here for a long time. Yes. He Jun wiped the handrail in front of the teaching building. No one has cleaned it for many days. It's all dusty. Principal Jiang also felt odd and yelled at the school building at the top of his lungs. Anyone who can breathe? Come out too. Quick. What's the shouting? What's the shouting? The academy is yours to do as you please. A faculty member poked his head out from upstairs. As soon as he saw it was the principal down there, he immediately ran down on his ass. Down with him were half a dozen other instructors. They quickly stood in a line in front of Principal Jiang. Good day. Principal. Good day. Hi Chief. Principal Jiang looked at them in a bad mood. Today is not the weekend. Right. You're college people. I came half a day. How even a ghost shadow did not look. The male faculty member who had just reprimanded the principal said awkwardly. Principal. Actually, we don't know where they went. What? The principal and Gao Shiwei and the others all stared in shock. What do you mean you don't know either? The principal rushed to him and spat in his face. You are the faculty of the academy. You don't know where your students have gone? Then what's the point of having you on the battlefield? You are neglecting your duties and are to be shot. Gao Shiwei saw that he was on fire and hurriedly pulled him aside. Lao Jiang, don't get angry first. Listen to what they say. Principal Jiang's eyes are red. He cannot be angry. If Gao Shiwei is not here, he will be able to speak calmly. The key you are here. My old Jiang Shema. Gao Shiwei smiled kindly. This little comrade. Chief. The instructor immediately saluted. Gao Shiwei waved his hand and said with a smile, where have your students gone? Today is the day to assess them. And the future of the academy is at stake. Hurry up and contact them so that they come back quickly. This is something that was agreed upon a month ago. He Jijun frowned. Our high chief has a lot of work to do. If he didn't value your academy, he wouldn't have arranged a schedule to come here at all. You guys are also too unlikable. Do you know how much time you've delayed? This instructor panicked, his head covered in sweat, and said bitterly, Chief, this is not on us. In the academy, it's all Company Commander Lin who's in charge. We are all cultural instructors, and the students don't listen to us. Another instructor hurriedly said, in other colleges, it is the dean who has the final say, and the cultural and military instructors are equal, but our college is good. The dean delegated authority to Lin Company Commander, said the principal said. We can only listen to Captain Lin. Usually teaching, they have to train while we teach. We have to run while they run. This instructor cried out. Leaders, we are engaged in culture. But look at our legs. They're almost like track and field athletes. We are suffering too. Several of the instructors lifted up their pant legs, and their calves and thighs were indeed muscular. Gao Shiwei looked at Principal Jiang. Old Jiang, you've really decentralized. Ha! Principal Jiang raised his head as if he hadn't heard and whistled. Gao Shiwei shook his head and continued to turn his head to ask, so where did they go this time? The first instructor said, this time out. It was Company Commander Lin who contacted the Air Force and said he was going parachuting. It's been gone for most of a month without a word, and we've asked when they'll be back. But he won't say, so we don't dare to keep pursuing it. What? Principal Jiang snapped back. Parachuting? Where did they go to jump? Who gave them permission to go? The instructor hesitantly looked at Gao Shiwei, then awkwardly said, the company commander said that it was Gao, Chief Gao who approved it. And who contacted him? Principal Jiang immediately glared at Gao Shiwei. Good old hi. You all operate privately. Even I this principal are not notified? Dare they disappeared. Is you play them off? You also with me here to pretend quite like ah. Gao Shiwei instantly looked bitter. Lao Jiang. It wasn't me, it was Wang Igua who called me and then put a few pressures on me before I agreed. But I also didn't expect that they could jump for so long. Principal Jiang was unreasonable. Then it's not that my students don't want to take the test. It's that you're the one who set them up to go away. I don't care. You're the leader. You fix it. Gao Shiwei was also speechless. He thought that Lin Rui must have returned with his men a long time ago. But I didn't expect to go for so long and not come back. Are they going up to the Himalayas to jump? Counselor Chin. Yes. A lieutenant colonel behind Gao Shiwei stepped forward. Gao Shiwei said in a cold voice, contact the Air Force and find Lin Rui for me. Ask for their location and then pick them up immediately. Yes. Staff Sergeant Chen immediately went to answer the phone. He Jijun was on the sidelines, kicking a stone away. What is this called? My men are already on their way. Isn't this a delay? Then it's also Lao Gao's fault. Principal Jiang immediately cleared the air. This has nothing to do with me, nor with Shaolin and the others. It's all Lao Gao's blind command. Gao Shiwei was speechless. Thinking that you old Jiang is enough to protect the calf. Do not always pull me. A few moments later, Staff Sergeant Chen hung up the phone and ran over. Have you found them? Gao Shiwei asked. At which base? Staff Sergeant Chen smiled bitterly. Leader, they left the airbase more than a week ago. The people in the Air Force thought they had returned long ago. What? Now? Gao Shiwei, Principal Jiang, and He Jijun were all confused. It's not possible that they all deserted, right? He Jijun said with a shocked expression. End of chapter. In the office of the National Defense Academy, Gao Shiwei anxiously flailed back and forth. He Jijun and a few staff officers, on the other hand, were making phone calls all over the place, and everyone's face was filled with anxiety. On the contrary, it was Principal Jiang who sat aside with a calm face and drank tea, watching this group of people busy, with a smile at the corner of his mouth from time to time. Principal, aren't you worried? An instructor bent over and whispered, Company Commander Lin and the others have been missing for 8 days, and they haven't contacted anyone. In case something happens. Not afraid. Principal Jiang waved his hand indifferently. I'm relieved about this person, Xiao Lin, although it's quite perplexing at times. He's absolutely steady in his work. His composure, has long exceeded what should be expected at his age. All of you together are inferior to him. He suddenly saw Gao Shiwei sitting down, immediately put down his teacup and pointed at him. Hey, old Gao, why aren't you in a hurry? I'm in a hurry. My students, they are my lives. You lost them, you have to get them back for me. Otherwise I'm not finished with you. A group of faculty members were filled with black lines, thinking to themselves, I can't tell from anywhere that you look like you're in a hurry. Gao Shiwei was even more speechless, but who asked him to arrange for the people to go out, and now that he had a short mouth, he could only stand up helplessly. Principal Jiang laughed, picked up the teacup and continued to blow a mouthful of cups of goji berries. Soak less next time. What a waste. A cup full of goji berries. The principal shook his head, then took a big bite and chewed it. Gao Shiwei blankly glanced at him without any good humor, then walked over to He Jijun. How's it going? He Jijun shook his head helplessly. I've already contacted the police, and they've looked at the surveillance footage from the past half a month or so. There is no airbase, but there are probes on the main road to the outside. However, He Jijun was helpless. They didn't take that main road at all, so there's no way for the police to find anyone. Gao Shiwei's eyes reddened with anxiety. You mean, after they left the airbase, so many big living people all disappeared? Evaporated? Taken by aliens? He Jijun was also puzzled. Let's say they're collectively being deserters because they're afraid to come back for the test. That's only possible if people show up in the first place, but now people aren't showing up. They've disappeared from the airbase, and use a satellite. Gao Shiwei glared fiercely at He Jijun. Notify the information unit and have them check to see if any satellites passed by here at the time. See if any of them were photographed. Yes. He Jijun saluted. He had just turned to go out when a colonel with a country face came up the stairs. First Sergeant. The colonel saluted him. He Jijun nodded to him. Old Fan, you're here. The person who came was none other than Fan Tianlei, the Chief of Staff of the Wolfang Special Operations Brigade. This mission to test the National Defense Academy was originally for Gao Daxiang, but Fan Tianlei had just formed a special operations team called Red Cell, and the personnel had just undergone the most basic special training. So, Fan Tianlei asked for this opportunity. The opportunity to use a bunch of students who still had some strength to polish his troops and boost the Red Cells was still hard to find. If the Red Cells were to practice with the other established units of Wolverine, they would only be abused by others. Fan Tianlei smiled and said, Grand Captain, all my men are ready. However, I'm requesting that in addition to my new recruits, I'll arrange for 3 veterans to join them. After all, the Red Cells are all newcomers, so let the veterans bring them along. But don't worry, First Captain, they won't make a move. This is not too much, is it? He Jijun sighed and patted his shoulder. Old Fan, let your people rest first. Those guys, they're missing. I still have to go get them back now. Fan Tianlei was shocked. Gone? It couldn't have escaped, could it? He's more anxious than anyone right now, and it's hard to find a team that can sharpen his red blood cells. If Lin Rui and the others ran away, where would they find someone to abuse? How come it's gone? Captain, don't they know what day today is? Fan Tianlei said angrily. The way I see it, they should be punished for all of them, especially the commander leading the group. He should take off his uniform. He Jijun blankly glanced at him. What are you excited about when people disappear? And take off your uniform? Are you so cruel? What did they do to you? He Jijun lazily ignored him and prepared to contact the information force, but before he could take 2 steps, his entire body suddenly froze. At the gate, a group suddenly appeared. Beggars, or rather, a group of beggar disciples. The group was in rags, some so covered in mud from head to toe that they couldn't even see what they looked like. There were even some without even a shirt, with a big bare bladder, one on a stick, coming as if fleeing from a famine. Even from a distance, it was as if Ji-jun could feel the stench emanating from the gang. Saying that they are the disciples of the Beggars Association feels like an insult to the Beggars Association. Just then, the group didn't know who shouted. Immediately afterward, they suddenly threw away their sticks and all accelerated towards the side of the school building. Ah, charge! The gang excitedly ran and shouted at the same time. When he got close, Ji-jun was also shocked to find that the eyes of this group of people were all green. It was like a refugee who had been starved for years, and with those eyes that said they were going to eat people, he believed them. Seeing these guys rushing closer and closer, Gao Shiwei's guards and staff officers had drawn their guns in fear, including Gao Shiwei, and the others who were in the office were also attracted out by the sound outside. As soon as they saw the stance, everyone froze. Chief, you guys go in, we're outside. Ji-jun hurriedly blocked the gate. The other guards backed away, each raising their guns in fear that the guys would launch themselves at them. What is this situation? Gao Shiwei glared at Principal Jiang. Your school, has it been taken over? Principal Jiang was also confused. This, from which mountain lump did this run out? Just as they were getting nervous, the group of people rushing over rushed straight past the school building and then ran wildly straight towards the cafeteria. Gao Shiwei and the others watched with palpitations as they rushed into the cafeteria, followed by shouts from over there. Give me chicken legs. Meat, I want meat. The big buns are all mine, and so is the milk. Report, Chief. Just then, a loud voice suddenly came out. Everyone turned their heads violently, only to see Lin Rui standing in front of them in a clean uniform, saluting. Shaolin? Everyone stared in shock, feeling like they were on a roller coaster. Lin Rui threw in his voice. Lin Rui, a military instructor at the National Defense Academy, has been ordered to bring all the trainees and come to participate in the examination. Please instruct. Gao Shiwei and the others looked at him, then at the cafeteria, and finally stared at him incredulously. You said that gang of beggars are our students? End of chapter. In the office, everyone except Principal Jiang glared at Lin Rui without a good look. After all, they had found almost noon from the morning. Not only did they not find anything, Lin Rui instead ended up running out on his own. This is a point of irritation for everyone. Doesn't that make them look incompetent? Seeing the poor atmosphere, Principal Jiang immediately said, let me state for the record, I fully support Shaolin. I'll support whatever he does. Gao Shiwei and the others immediately glared at him without any good reason. You're the one who screamed the loudest just now when people disappeared. Now that he's back, you're the first to be nice? Principal Jiang completely ignored their eyes. That expression seemed to be saying to them, bounce. It's useless to me. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Gao Shiwei didn't want to look at him anymore and said coldly to Lin Rui, I don't care where you went before. Just hurry back. Lin Rui. Gao Shiwei looked straight at him. You and your men, are you ready? Lin Rui proudly puffed out his chest, reporting to the chief. Always ready. Gao Shiwei nodded. This time, the one responsible for assessing you is a newly established Special Operations Squad of the Wolfang Special Operations Brigade, codenamed Red Cell. Even though they were just selected into Wolfang, each of them has received devilish training and has already reached Wolfang's basic standards. It's no exaggeration to say that even though they're just a small squad, the energy that erupts from them can turn a regiment, or even more troops, upside down. Gao Shiwei looked at Lin Rui seriously. Now, are you still ready? Lin Rui was like a strong pine standing in the wind. No matter how strong the wind was, he did not move at all. Reporting to the chief, my students, they have just returned from hell. Devils, they've seen a lot. Lin Rui said with bravado. What he said was no exaggeration. These past few months, he's played hard to teach and his students have played hard to practice. Tiredness falls down and gets back up. Can't do it and gives himself 2 slaps and goes on again. Falling down again and again and again and again. That's what it took to get to where we are now. To say they've been through hell once is an understatement. What would someone who has even been to hell care? Good. Gao Shiwei nodded in satisfaction. Then go prepare. Lin Rui saluted and turned toward the outside. Fan Tianlei and Ji-jun nodded knowingly, and then ran out right after them. Lin Rui, who was descending the stairs, stopped at once. Looking back, Fan Tianlei was walking towards him with his hands behind his back, smiling. To be honest, Lin Rui had a hard time with this guy. Not only is his fat head not at all like a special forces soldier, but he also has a particularly nasty smile. And Lin Rui also knew that this guy had once gotten his comrades killed on the battlefield because of his blind rant. Lin Rui really couldn't figure out how this kind of person had survived in the army until now. And, Chief of Staff. If he was under him, Lin Rue guaranteed that he wouldn't survive more than 2 days. At least if he got his comrades killed, Lin Rue could have crushed him on the spot. Chief of Staff Fan has instructions? Lin Rue asked with some impatience. I have to go gather the team. Nothing important. I'm leaving. Fan Tianlei froze. He didn't expect Lin Rue to be so grumpy with him. He coughed and said, Little Lin, I came for no other reason. It's just that I heard that you just had a big mouth, saying something about your people coming from hell. Do you know what hell is like and you're talking nonsense? Young man, be careful what you say. If you go too far, you'll easily get beaten up. Fan Tianlei's words were filled with stark contempt and provocation. Lin Rue didn't get angry. Instead he was happy. Comrade Chief of Staff, are you going to beat me up? Fan Tianlei hurriedly shook his finger. It's not me. It's my soldiers. You just spoke so well of your students, but you haven't considered how my soldiers feel. They, however, are real special forces. If they hear you, they'll definitely be furious. At that time, how bad it would be to injure and maim your students. Fan Tianlei looked at Lin Rue scornfully. Young man, so what about being a man? You must be humble and low-key. Otherwise, you'll harm others and yourself. When this test is over, you guys are going to become our Wolf-Fong training base. In the future, when my soldiers come as instructors, how embarrassing for you, isn't it? I'm doing this for your own good. Don't take offense. Lin Rue looked at his smug old face and pretended to be particularly curious as he asked. I'll thank you first, Chief of Staff, but I have a question. You say. Fan Tianlei carried his hands behind his back. I'm still more than happy to instruct my juniors. Lin Rue came close to him and said, Red Cell Squad, you brought it out yourself? Fan Tianlei nodded his head proudly. Of course, from the selection of soldiers, to the training, all the way to passing the examination, all of them were brought out by me alone. Then I'm relieved. Lin Rue sighed in relief. Fan Tianlei froze. You, what are you relieved about? Lin Rue smiled. I heard that you dragged your team down when you were on a mission and got your own people killed. The team you brought out must be just like you. So, I'm definitely relieved. After saying that, not caring about Fan Tianlei's expression that was on the verge of exploding with anger, Lin Rue coldly smiled and turned around to leave. It was only when he was a good distance away that Fan Tianlei reacted. Asshole! Fan Tianlei was furious. You son of a, I'll teach you to behave. Asshole. 10 minutes later, both teams were all assembled on the playground. On the side of the National Defense Academy, more than 100 people were full of food and drink. Their fighting spirit was high, and everyone held their chests high. On the contrary, on the side of the Red Cell team, the number of people was not even a tenth of theirs, but each of them exuded a distinctive aura. Just casually standing there, it was like a sharp blade that had been unsheathed, filled with an icy killing aura. Gao Shiwei scanned both sides, then said, Shaolin, you are the party that will accept the examination. I agree with you and pick the 40 best students on your own to undergo the examination. The test is also simple. Jungle confrontation training. Both sides use maneuver weaponry. Whichever side is eliminated first, the other side wins. Got it? Yes. Lin Rue saluted and immediately prepared to pick someone. But just then, Fan Tianlei suddenly said, Chief, I don't think there's the need to let Company Commander Lin pick the men. Why don't we just let them go together? Gao Shiwei looked at him in surprise. Fan Tianlei, there are more than 100 of them, more than 10 times as many as you. Are you sure? Fan Tianlei said proudly. Red cells are trained to fight 1 against 100. This group of students, even if we doubled them, it would be easy for us to deal with them, but if we only let them come with 40, then we won't be able to win and it's tantamount to bullying them. The people on the Defense Academy side were instantly enraged. Originally, he thought that Fan Tianlei had some good intentions. I didn't realize that this old boy was starkly looking down on them. Everyone clenched their fists tightly, and if it weren't for the fact that there was a leader present now, they would have guaranteed to give Fan Tianlei a facelift. This face, it's so annoying. Fine. Gao Shiwei nodded. Since you insist, it's up to you. Shaolin, you don't need to choose. Just this many people. Get ready to go. Lin Rue saluted, then turned and walked over to the students. Not much to say, Lin Rue said in a deep voice. See that guy? His name is Golden Eagle. Later, beat me to death. Understood. An evil smile appeared at the corner of every student's mouth. Woof. Tianba was also full of impatience. End of chapter. He Jijun picked up his walkie-talkie and gave the order to depart, and immediately several military trucks drove over from the direction of the car park. Lin Rue's side was just about to take the people to the car when the Red Cells people suddenly called out to them. Rookies, if you can't carry on later, surrender, know what I mean? Wang Yanbing said with a smile. Otherwise, we'll really come down hard. He Changwang said with a serious face. What he said is true. You'd better listen to him. Asterisk 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 my violent temper. Jing Siwei and Xiao Yuandong were so angry that they wanted to go forward, but they were pulled back by the others in a deadly manner. Don't drag me. Let me go and beat this up. Xiao Yuandong shouted angrily. Wang Yanbing laughed dejectedly. If you want to fight, you'll have plenty of time when you get to the drill ground later. However, you guys have to work a little harder. Don't let yourselves faint so quickly, just so you can feel the special forces' strength. Wang Yanbing made a gesture of slashing his neck with a hand knife, and then walked towards their car in triumph. The rest of the red cells all made a neck-wiping gesture at Jing Siwei and the others, then ran towards their car with smiles on their faces. On the side of the National Defense Academy, all the students almost exploded with anger, and there was a burning rage in everyone's eyes. Fan Tianlei also came over at this moment and looked at Lin Rui mockingly. Little Lin, take good care of your students. They're so disorganized and undisciplined. They don't look like soldiers. Just like this, you still want to be a special forces soldier? Not even close. When he finished, he turned around triumphantly. Just then, a shoe flew past and hit him on the head. Fan Tianlei immediately turned around in pain, pointing at them and yelling, Who hit me? Who hit me with a shoe? Wang Sheng tucked his bare feet toward the back and whistled as he looked up at the sky. Lin Rui smiled and said, Chief of Staff, pay attention to military appearance and discipline. As a senior leader, you're yelling like this now. It's detrimental to the leader's image. Fan Tianlei angrily pointed at him, half speechless. Good, let's see you later for the test. Fan Tianlei roared low in anger. Don't you guys want to test your strength? Red Cell, teach you all to behave. After saying that, he huffed and turned to leave. As soon as he left, a group of people immediately rushed over to take the shoes back and hand them to Wang Sheng. Old Wang, well done. That old man, he looks like he owes a beating, and the soldiers he brings out are even worse. If it weren't for you, old Wang, I wouldn't have been able to resist punching them just now. Alright, Lin Rui coldly stared at them. What people say is exactly right. Soldiers don't make a living by talking. If you want them to shut up, do it with them for real. They'll shut up when they're done with them. Lin Rui glared at them. What's the use of just being smart here? If it's useful, you guys don't need to practice your military skills, just go and do comedy. Then when the enemy comes, you can kill them by practicing your mouths directly at them. Xiao Yuandong whispered. It's not impossible. One of us can drown that golden eagle with a mouthful of spit. What did you say? Lin Rui glared over. Xiao Yuandong was so scared that he quickly said, I said that the company commander is right. We should listen to the company commander. Not listening to the company commander are all. Everyone gave him the middle finger of contempt. Xiao Yuandong snorted coldly, his face full of indifference. Are you kidding me? I can't have a face in front of the company commander? That didn't smell any better than the company commander's rage later. Alright, all get in the car. Lin Rui waved his hand. All the students gave Red Cell's car a cold look, then darted toward theirs. On the other side, Fan Tianlei was just about to get into his car when he was suddenly stopped by a person. Lei Zhuan? Fan Tianlei sized up Lei Zhuan, who had a bandage hanging from his arm. You? How did you get hurt? Yesterday I was trying to find you. They said you went to the hospital. At that time I didn't believe what was wrong with you. Lei Zhuan's old face flushed, and before he could say anything, the old fox next to him interjected. It wasn't even beaten by Lin Rui. What? Fan Tianlei stared incredulously. You were beaten like this, by that guy? Nonsense. Lei Zhuan stubbornly retorted. I was accidentally misaligned and happened to hit a gap in my bones. That's why I was like that. How could I possibly lose to him? The old fox rolled his eyes and thought to himself, just blow it off. 3 fingers are going to be comminuted. How do you still have the face to say that? Fan Tianlei, however, was fooled, nodding his head and saying, do I say so? You're the god of thunder. How could you lose to a tiny instructor? Impossible. The two of them smiled at each other, but Lei Zhuan smiled more or less unnaturally. Golden Eagle. Lei Zhuan suddenly said seriously, I'm just reminding you of one thing. When the test comes later, you must not let your people spread out. Also, you must bring out 100% of your strength and crush them as soon as you go up. Be sure. Fan Tianlei was dumbfounded, and at this moment, Lei Zhuan even patted him hard with a meaningful look. You? What do you mean? Fan Tianlei didn't react. Lei Zhuan hesitated, but in the end he didn't say, alright, just do what I say. Never, ever remember. Thunderwar nodded at him and turned to walk away with the old fox. Nuts! Fan Tianlei shook his head disdainfully and turned around to get into the car. When everyone was all on board, the car on the Defense Academy's side was the first to leave. They'd been gone for about 10 minutes before the car on Red Cell's side caught up and wasn't going too fast. He Ji-jun said to Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang, "Our brigade's communication squadron has already arrived at the scene, and the drones will monitor the whole thing, so there will never be any dead spots. Leaders, let's go to the conference room. The equipment has already been placed there." Gao Shiwei smiled faintly and looked at Principal Jiang. "Ah, old Jiang, what do you say? Can they pass?" "Of course," Principal Jiang said with certainty. "I trust Shaolin completely. They'll definitely pass." He Ji-jun rolled his eyes. "Principal Jiang, Shaolin is good, and so are your students. But what they've run into this time is a proper special forces unit. Then I also believe that they can definitely do it." Principal Jiang said stubbornly. "This time, they'll be able to create a miracle as usual. Hopefully," he Ji-jun said perfunctorily. Gao Shiwei smiled faintly and turned toward the conference room. In fact, in his heart, he had a little expectation. The truck raced down the highway for some time and soon headed onto bumpy back roads. Where this stop ends, no one cares right now. All the trainees, like Lin Rue, were now only thinking of severely beating up the damn Red Cell and Fan Tianlei. "Company commander, there are so many of us. What does that guy think?" Jing Siwei sneered. "He really hasn't been beaten before, has he?" Lin Rue smiled. "They can't even look at you guys. In that golden eagle's eyes, you're just a bunch of students with decent military qualities. Even if you're good with guns and have good physical fitness. But so what? They are special forces, created specifically to carry out all kinds of special missions. Their ability to fight is incomparable to any infantry unit. So, even if you guys are good, you're no different from any other troops. In their eyes, there is only a difference between the special forces and the rest. And you are that other," Wang Sheng said icily. "Then they will soon pay for their arrogance." "Right, with so many of us, we can drown them with our spit," Xiao Yuandong concurred. Everyone gave him the middle finger again. Lin Rue said seriously, "You must not take this lightly, or else you will be the ones to lose. Remember what I told you. When facing any enemy, respect him. On the battlefield, an inconspicuous child can take the life of a heavily armed soldier, let alone the fact that they are strictly trained special forces." Everyone nodded silently. Of course they remembered how Lin Rue had taught them a lesson in the jungle. Seeing that everyone was serious, Lin Rue immediately said, "Now, let me talk about my plan. It's actually very simple to deal with them. They have advantages, but their disadvantages are also great. First, they are few. Second, they are inexperienced. Third, their commanders to their soldiers are arrogant." Lin Rue smiled. "That's all we need." He finished his plan quickly, and the seriousness on everyone's faces was suddenly swept away. Jing Siwei laughed cheaply. "Company commander, only you can come up with such an unethical idea." End of chapter. The convoy quickly arrived at the designated location, and after a rally whistle, Lin Rue jumped out of the car with all of his trainees. A major from the war zone scanned them, then pointed to the jungle behind them and said, "This forest, including that mountain, is the entire area for this test. Going in is equivalent to entering a battlefield. Your task is to last for 4 hours. During that time, you guys can take cover anywhere. Of course, you guys can also fight against Wolf Fang's people if you can beat them." The major and the soldiers around him all smiled with disdain. After all, a bunch of freshmen from the military academy, to go and compete with the special forces. In their opinion, this is looking for abuse. Even that special force was just established, but since they were a special force, they must be bullish. In the face of their ridicule, all the students didn't have any reaction this time. They firmly remembered Lin Rue's words. Instead of wasting their breath, they should use their strength to ruthlessly prove to them. The major coughed and his demeanor turned cold again. "Over there is the weaponry. Go get it. You guys have half an hour to hide. After half an hour, I'll let Wolf Fang's people in. Half an hour is not a lot of time, so remember to hurry up and go hide." The major immediately moved out of the way while his soldiers brought in a large amount of weaponry. All of these are laser gear for maneuvers, and the pipe devices on them will smoke if they are hit. "Hurry up and put on your equipment," Lin Rue said in a low voice. Without a word, everyone went to pick up their gear and put it on, each choosing a weapon according to their function. The major and the others just watched in silence until they finished picking out their weaponry. Only then did he say in a cold voice, "The test will now begin. And remember, you only have half an hour." Lin Rue nodded and led his men in a fast and furious dash towards the forest. After entering the forest, Lin Rue immediately turned on God's view. After the last system upgrade, his God's view could already encompass a 3-kilometer radius. Within 3 kilometers, he could see anything in any corner at will. After running about a kilometer, he had a rough idea of the jungle, where there was water, where there was a swamp, where the forest was a little denser. Lin Rue could almost see it clearly. In addition, he found a couple of more unusual places. Lin Rui raised his fist violently, and the running group came to a quick stop. Company commander, starting the operation? Jing Siwei asked excitedly. Others have likewise jumped at the chance. Ever since Lin Rui had told them the plan in the car, everyone had long been impatient. Squad leader, come here. Lin Rui crouched down while ruffling the fallen leaves on the ground. He found a random branch and drew out all of the few areas he found. The 5 squad leaders crouched to one side, their faces full of puzzlement. Company commander, what is this? Xiao Yuandong asked curiously. Lin Rui smiled faintly. Our plan was to first take out the few veterans following Red Cell. Without the help of the veterans, Red Cell's gang of Special Forces rookies immediately became blind and deaf. Together with the Golden Eagle Chief of Staff who doesn't know anything and likes to command blindly, it's easy as pie to get them. Lin Rui continued. The best way to get rid of the veterans is to separate them from the Red Cells. Then, lead them to a different location to finish them off. His expression instantly became serious. There are a total of 3 veterans coming, but you must not underestimate their strength. Perhaps, with your military skills, you can compete with them. However, in terms of combat experience, it's definitely not a problem for one of them to single-handedly take on 5 or 6 of you. If, together, the 3 of them, even if they don't do it, they can point out the Red Cell recruits to exterminate one of your squads. Lin Rui's gaze swept over everyone. Therefore, they must be separated and eliminated individually. And, the means used, must also be demilitarized. Everyone looked confused. When they were in the car, Lin Rui had already revealed this plan to them and gave a general idea. The overall thing is that there are more people hitting less people. But now that we're talking about demilitarization, is it hard to find a place to talk to them and talk them down? Company commander, Bu Chao asked, scratching his head. Shouldn't we swarm and kill those veterans? Demilitarize? What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? The others were also puzzled. Lin Rui looked at them with hatred. Even if you all swarmed up to them, they have guns and knives in their hands. And it's no problem at all for one person to take out 7 or 8 of you. I don't want to, because I need to take out 3 of them and then lose a squad of my men. The crowd came to a realization, though they were more or less disbelieving inside. How strong can it be if it's not just 3 Special Forces veterans? They had just seen those 3 people when they were at the academy. 2 tall ones, always with a smile on their faces, looking dorky. One was left with a cold face, like a facepalm that owed him millions, and there were plenty of those in society. Anyway, they didn't see much of a mystery. Lin Rui looked at the gang's eyes and immediately guessed what they were thinking inside. After spending so much time together, these soldiers pucker their asses and he knows if the guys are going to or fart or just have an itchy ass. All be serious. Lin Rui said seriously. Don't forget what I said during your last training session. To disrespect your enemy is to be the greatest cruelty to yourself. Understand? Everyone saw Lin Rui's eyes change and immediately nodded in unison in fear. Lin Rui didn't talk nonsense and immediately detailed his plan. At first, people thought he was pretty decent, but the more they waited for him to speak later, everyone's faces became incomparably odd. Do you hear me? Follow my orders to the letter. Lin Rui glared at them. Jing Siwei asked awkwardly, Company commander, are you serious? I feel like this. It's worse than killing them, right? Xiao Yuandong also nodded his head seriously. I think it's better to just beat them to death. Doing so, I'm afraid they'll have psychological shadows in the future. Lin Rui glared at them fiercely. What's the point of wasting words? They're the enemy now. Mercy to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to yourself. The 5 squad leaders spoke in unison. Lin Rui rolled his eyes at them. Do it if you know. Don't bull **** me here. Depart. Everyone looked at each other and could only spread out as Lin Rui requested. 20 minutes later, the Red Cell squad, led by Fan Tianlei, quickly arrived at the place where Lin Rui and the others had just dispersed. The Meow Wolf who walked at the front suddenly crouched down, his nose keenly sniffing around. The others quickly separated and formed a guard formation. Not only can they attack and defend, but they can also launch a strong firepower impact. Well, Fan Tianlei, who was not far away, asked in a low voice. Meow Wolf sniffed, then looked around and said icily, they had gathered here, then left in these 3 directions. Fan Tianlei smiled faintly. A bunch of little brats. They really think they are special forces, and they dare to spread out their troops. They will die faster this way. Golden Eagles. Littleby smiled and said, you can't underestimate people too much. Firstly, there are so many of them, and secondly, I've heard that they're a bit strong. Otherwise, it's unlikely that our great captain would want them. Harley nodded along. Yeah, Golden Eagle, it's better to be careful. Even though they're students, they can't be underestimated when they're armed. Fan Tianlei glanced at them, then looked at Wang Yanbing and the others. You guys joined the special forces, trained for so long, and went through 3 months of devil training. Now, are you still afraid of any troops? Not afraid, Wang Yanbing and the others said confidently. Why? Fan Tianlei asked. Because we are Wolverine, because we are Red Cell, because we are the enemy's nightmare. Only the enemy fears us, and we will never fear any enemy. Fan Tianlei looked at Little B and Harley with a smirk. Hear that? You guys aren't as good as a bunch of new recruits anymore? Don't forget, you're Wolfong. Taking the enemy too seriously will only cause you to cower and miss the opportunity to fight. B and Harley exchanged a glance, and the two of them shrugged helplessly. You're the chief of staff. Whatever you say it. Watch out. Meow Wolf suddenly let out a low roar, followed by his entire body quickly flipping over towards the side. Bang! Suddenly there was a gunshot from the woods. All of the red cells quickly took cover, and Fan Tianlei excitedly lowered his voice. Falcon, find their position. He Changwang was lying behind a tree, his sniper rifle nervously looking around. Bang! Another shot rang out, and Red Cell's men were pinned down and unable to move at all. Have you found it yet? Fan Tianlei was in a hurry at the moment. At such a critical moment, He Changwang, however, did not find the enemy's position for 20 seconds, already putting them in a passive position. I can't find it. There's more than one shooting, and they're changing positions, He Changwang said anxiously. Bang! Another shot was fired, and the pilot, who was just about to emerge, was hit with yellow smoke, representing that he had been wounded. He was so scared that he immediately slumped down. See, not far away, Meow Wolf roared. The gun was then raised and several shots were fired in one direction in quick succession. He Changwang also found a target at that moment, immediately loading his bullets and pulling the trigger there without hesitation. Bang! 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 The two snipers fired continuously, and the other firemen were ready to charge. But just then, 3 hidden students suddenly jumped out of the forest, and they were jumping and shooting at the same time. And it also accurately hit Su Tianlong, who was codenamed Four-Eyed Dragon, with yellow smoke as well. Asterisk 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 they can jump snipe. B yelled incredulously. All recruits take cover. Quick! At the same time, Fan Tianlei's eyes were equally wide with disbelief. What the hell? Jumping sniper? These students are, how can they jump snipe? I don't even know how. End of chapter. Not only was Little B shocked, the veterans in He Changwang were all shocked. The so-called jump sniping isn't as exaggerated a shot as it is in the game, but it is exaggerated in reality. It requires the shooter to go for the target and hit it while his body is moving at high speed after jumping up. Usually in this situation, most people who dare to do this have bullets going nowhere. But these students, they actually accurately shot the Four-Eyed Dragon to the point of yellow smoke and injury, which was proof that their marksmanship was very impressive. Bang! 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 The 3 students were shooting and running away at the same time, and were fleeing quickly in 3 different directions. Bang! One of them was hit by a shot from He Changwang as he fled, and thick yellow smoke rose from his body as well. The one on the left was also hit by a shot from Meow Wolf, and again yellow smoke rose. But soon, they ran far beyond the distance of the laser shots. Damn it, let's go after them, Wang Yanbing shouted in anger. We must not let them escape. Li Ernia's few people also stood up, ready to pursue. All get down. Fan Tianlei looked at them angrily. Did I give an order? Did I tell you to go? Treating me as transparent. Ha! Wang Yanbing and other talents had to retract their steps. However, Wang Yanbing was still filled with resignation. Golden Eagle, are we just going to let them run away? At this distance, we can totally catch up and destroy them. That's it. Gong Arrow nodded. These 3 guys are too good at shooting. If we let them get away, hiding in this forest is a big problem. Fan Tianlei's eyes swept over them and said coldly, I don't understand as well as you do, but since they ambushed here, it's possible that they have an ambush behind them. Otherwise, how could they send only 3 people out? This is obviously bait. If we go after them now, we might fall into a closed circle. At that time, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, will you be able to escape? Don't forget, we're holding maneuver weapons. The laser won't act as a deterrent, and we'll be the ones who get wiped out. Everyone fell silent. Special forces don't win by going head to head with people and doing it the hard way. Even if you have a strong single soldier and good teamwork, you can't hold back the ferocity of their firepower. Moreover, the test used our exercise weapons, completely rely on the laser hit laser target, and then according to the color of the smoke to determine whether the other party is injured or killed in action. So, even if you take a gun and shoot at people, it's not even possible to make them afraid. Only the threat of death from live ammunition will have a better effect. Now if they were surrounded, there was a real possibility that they could be wiped out. It's still the Golden Eagle who thought it through. Wang Yanbing nodded in admiration. Fan Tianlei was complacent, thinking that is not nonsense. If I cannot, how to be your commander? How to be the chief of staff of the Wolf Teeth, Golden Eagle? So what now? He Changwang asked. We can't just not advance, can we? Fan Tianlei's eyes rolled, and he immediately asked Meow Wolf. Did you just say that their team is divided into 3? Sure. Meow Wolf nodded confidently. 100% sure. His nose, in the whole Wolf's Teeth called second. No one dares to say first. Military dogs don't even have to be that spiritual compared to him. So his judgment. Fan Tianlei was also absolutely convinced. That will do. Fan Tianlei sneered. They split into 3 teams and should have arranged 3 traps along the way. I guess that Lin Rui's intentions are simple. He wants to use these 3 traps to consume us. No matter which one we go to, we'll encounter an ambush. Once they've depleted our viable forces, they can start a siege. Golden Eagle is so right, Li Ernius said cluelessly. Being praised, Fan Tianlei was instantly more pleased with himself and said to the 3 veterans, So, I'm going to trouble you guys now. Go scout the way for us. No problem. The 3 veterans nodded without hesitation. They were here to assist Fan Tianlei and help him bring up this group of rookies. So whatever the task, they are obliged to do it, even if they do it themselves. Whatever it takes for these rookies to learn. Fan Tianlei stared at them. I'm not just asking you guys to simply explore the path. You guys bring your communication devices with you, and if you find out where the traps are weaker, call us immediately to rush over. Fan Tianlei said triumphantly. Then, we'll eat that group of weak people and make them completely disorganized. As long as they are in disarray, it's the same as disrupting their plans. Then dealing with them will be much easier next. Hearing this plan of his, not only the new recruits but also the veterans found it very reasonable. Disrupting someone's military deployment and confusing them so that they miss a lot of things that should have been emphasized. Once that happens, that's the perfect time for special forces to take advantage of the situation. Alright, let's go. Fan Tianlei waved his hand at them. Don't keep those guys waiting. Be asked. Golden Eagle. If we come across a situation where we can make a move, can we do it? Meow Wolf also asked in a cold voice. Afterwards, you won't be punished, right? Fan Tianlei immediately understood what they meant. The special forces, no matter if it's training or testing, will never be merciful. Because, they take training and maneuvers and do them as if they were actual combat. Fan Tianlei smiled and nodded. As long as you guys feel it's necessary. No problem. Don't worry. The leader said it before the assessment. For this assessment, everything will start from the basis of actual combat. Even if you knock them out, that's normal. Just don't kill them. The 3 veterans now knew what they were doing and turned around and ran wildly in different directions. You guys watch. Fan Tianlei said to the recruits. It's rare to see how the veterans do it. Learn more. Understood. The crowd nodded excitedly. He Chenglong pondered for a moment before asking. Golden Eagle. What if they don't disorganize after the group of students is partially eaten? Impossible. Wang Yanbing said disdainfully. They're just a bunch of students. Do you really think they're special forces? If you give them a punch, they'll all have to mess up. The pilot nodded along. Flamingo is right. An instructor with a bunch of rookie students. That instructor can control them? Don't kid yourself. They all have to cry at our red cell's feet today. Hey, can someone help me put out this yellow smoke? It's so damn annoying. In the jungle in the distance, Lin Rui slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Fooled. Fan Tianlei thought he was smart, but what he could think of, Lin Rui could naturally think of as well. So, Lin Rui simply went along with his thinking. Traps were laid specifically for the 3 veterans who arrived. Tianba. Lin Rui patted Tianba's head. Go inform everyone and prepare for action. Woof. Tianba barked, then turned and ran. In Lin Rui's God's view, the 3 Wolfsbane veterans were getting closer and closer. He also stopped stopping and dashed towards the depths of the forest. Rustle. He sped through the jungle, running wildly while looking around with wary eyes. Suddenly, he leaned forward violently as he ran, and his entire body slid out along the dead leaves in a forward direction. It finally came to a steady stop behind a tree. The whole thing was as if it had been well calculated. B buried his head, but his 2 eyes looked coldly ahead. Just a short distance away a slightly more open area appeared, where there were far fewer trees, as if it were a plain in the midst of lofty mountains. It's a small place, but it's big enough to set up an ambush. B looked over the neighborhood warily, and finally his eyes settled behind a bush, for there he saw 2 extremely out-of-place plants. With his experience, he could tell with certainty that it was definitely inserted into the helmet for camouflage. That means that under that bush, there are 2 people hiding. B smiled coldly. With this kind of camouflage skill, You still want to fight with the special forces? He didn't move. His hands and feet moved at the same time, slowly creeping out along the jungle. He skirted the open field, his whole body creeping like a snake, and darted closer toward the two men. B was already certain that the two men's main mission was not to set up an ambush, but to attract red cells' attention here. As soon as the red blood cells are attracted, they run away and take the red blood cells to the real trap. Of course, it would be nice to kill one or two. B was so judgmental because he had looked around. There was no one else in the neighborhood except these two guys. A cold glint came into his eyes and he wordlessly approached beyond the shrubs. By the time he got here, he could clearly see two men crouching in the bushes. B sneered and braced her hands on the ground ready to pounce. But just then, the two men in the shrubbery actually jerked their heads around. Surprise! 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 Ha 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 ha! The two living treasures, Xiao Yuandong and Bu Chao, laughed incomparably. The bees, who were supposed to sneak up on them, instead almost jumped out towards the back in fear of them. Before he could react, two voices suddenly came from above his head. Comrade veteran, your name is B, and this is a great gift for you. When the bee heard the sound, he didn't even dare to raise his head, and he was so scared that he immediately had to run. He had realized that he had been tricked, but he only had time to entertain the thought before two massive objects slammed into him. B subconsciously took a look, and in an instant, she was scared out of her wits. Asterisk 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 you? Ah, you guys are overplaying your hand. Ah. B bounced straight up off the ground as what smashed into him were two large honeycombs. At this moment the hive was broken, and a great number of bees took the little bee for an enemy who had destroyed their home, and all attacked wildly toward him. B jumped up and down from the sting, covered his head, and ran wildly toward the woods without thinking. Assholes, assholes, I'm not done with you. Ah. In the twinkling of an eye, the bee was chased out of sight. Xiao Yuandong sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry veteran, the test is actual combat. Don't blame us for going dark. Oh no! Bu Chao suddenly rang something and shouted violently. Veteran! Watch out! B hissed and yelled. Watch out for your paralysis. In the next second, B let out a scream. Ah Naya! Bu Chao laughed dryly. I just wanted to tell you that there's a ditch over there. B cursed in anger. Why the hell didn't you say so? Ah! You stung me, Bu Chao kindly reminded. Veteran! Dig a hole. Head inside. End of chapter. A camp about 5 kilometers away from the examination site. A huge screen was already hanging on the wall of the conference room at the moment. Soldiers from the Wolverine Special Brigade's communication squadron were maneuvering a drone, casting live images onto the screen in real time. Gao Shiwei suddenly frowned and pointed to a subscreen on the screen. Here, zoom in, hurry, He Jijun commanded. The tech trooper looked at it and immediately zoomed in on that screen. Soon the scene of a soldier holding his head and jumping up and down in a hole appeared. This soldier, Gao Shiwei asked He Jijun in surprise, is your man? He Jijun probably recognized that this guy was Little B at this moment. One could only nod awkwardly. Yes, from our brigade. He's dancing? Gao Shiwei asked. Principal Jiang stroked his chin. Don't say it. It's true. This is definitely breakdancing. Look at his movements. Sharp as a tack. Gao Shiwei didn't have the good sense to give him a blank look. Why the hell didn't you say he was street dancing? He Jijun's face was even more ugly. This was just the test, and his soldiers were making a fool of themselves here. And a veteran. But just then, something happened that made him look even worse. I just saw that the little bee was not sure what kind of madness she had, and began to dig frantically on the ground. Finally, in a swift motion, he buried his head right in it, his ass high to the sky. Just as everyone was staggered, the guy actually started pounding his ass with both hands, just like a drum. I'll go. Principal Jiang looked disgusted. Does he think he's sexy or something? Brigadier He, what's your man playing it here if he's not going to the test? Gao Shiwei, on the other hand, blared at him sternly. He Jijun, what kind of soldier did you lead? Specializing in coming out to disgrace yourself? Go back. You must give me an explanation. He Jijun now had the heart to cry. Now he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into and hide himself. It's so humiliating. But they didn't realize that it was B who was the worst off at the moment. He didn't want to do it, but he really had no choice but to do it because he was being attacked by bees. But he didn't expect that the bees would all go for his butt instead, and he had to keep going, or else his butt would really be gone. Meanwhile, in the jungle of the test, it didn't matter if it was Fan Tianlei or the other two veterans, ignorant of what was happening to B at the moment. Harley, along with Slim Wolf, was at the moment darting wildly through the woods, just as B had done before. Harley quickly ran to a more heavily wooded area, but there are many more signs of human activity here, and even a cow in a nearby pond. Harley quickly crouched down and looked around for signs. There were various footprints on the ground, and signs of people sitting down to rest, and they were spread out in all directions, trying to track it. For a moment he didn't know where to go after it. Damn. These guys are pretty smart. Harley was in a bit of a bind. For many of these footprints were certainly not those of the cadets, and must have belonged to the common people of the neighborhood. It would be a shame to go after the wrong one. He picked up his walkie-talkie and whispered, Golden Eagle, come in, please respond." A reply from Fan Tianlei immediately came through his headset. "This is Golden Eagle. Roger that. What's up? Did you find out?" Harley grimaced. "Those guys are too smart for me. I've got a tough problem here and I need some time." Fan Tianlei replied in a bad mood. "You're a special forces soldier. How can you still be fooled when dealing with a bunch of students? Hurry up. Don't make excuses, or I'll let your Captain Lei practice you well when we get back." The call ended, but Harley was left with a black eye. Isn't this a damn rush? Even if it's special forces, it's not God. You have to take your time to find the trail. But the Golden Eagle had ordered it, and there was nothing he could do but slowly search the ground for tracks like a hound. Soon he realized that there were several fresh footprints that led all the way to the pond. A small smile appeared on Harley's lips. "Found you guys." He followed the footprints as they slowly made their way over to the pond and realized that several of them had all gone into the pond and disappeared. Looking around the neighborhood again, there were no footprints out. Now he was confused again. Harley looked at the old buffalo in the pond, and the buffalo stared back at him in disbelief. Harley couldn't help but ask, "Brother Bull, can you tell me where all the people who just came here went? I'll give you grass if you tell me." No sooner had he finished his words than the water suddenly moved. Both men practically popped up and punched Harley directly in the face. Harley never dreamed that he'd been here for what must have been 7 or 8 minutes, and that there were people hiding in this water. The most crucial thing was that these two people were hiding noiselessly. Otherwise it was impossible for him to lose his guard. Bang bang! Harley has been hit by a couple of these punches with precision. Even though he had instinctively ducked back, both eyes were still blackened. Liang jumped onto the shore covered in mud and pointed at Harley and laughed. "Veteran, your name is Harley, isn't it? Look at you now. You look like a husky." Harley, with 2 black circles under his eyes, was furious. "Assholes. I'll beat you all to a dog." He violently bounced up from the ground, and his entire body rushed towards Liang and the others like a madman. But Liang and his 2 men had been prepared for this, and when Harley got up they turned and ran. Harley had wanted to just shoot them, but as soon as he felt the pain in his eyes, he gasped and immediately abandoned the idea. "Asshole, see if I don't fight." He stepped into the water that Liang had just stood in, and suddenly something directly lassoed his foot. Immediately afterward, a thick branch on the edge of the pond recovered violently, and a tremendous force yanked Harley's entire body up. With that, Harley let out a terrifying scream and was thrown straight up into the air by the branch. After spinning 180 degrees in the sky, the whole thing was flung to the other side of the pond. Harley had tears running down her face in fear. This was definitely more exciting than the trapeze. But before he could catch his breath, he immediately smelled a pungent odor. He opened his eyes and they widened in shock, because there was actually a good-sized puddle of cow poop where he'd been flung over. At the moment, his head was only a few centimeters away from the bull. Terribly, "Do you sons of ES have to be so unethical?" Harley was anxious and immediately ready to break free. But as soon as he moved, there was a sudden click from a branch not far away, scaring him so much that his entire body pretty much froze on the spot. Liang came over with a smile and said with a sincere face, "Veteran, don't move around. That branch just now, after our company commander's calculations, can only withstand the weight of carrying you up this far. Now, it's about to break." Harley was in a rush of tears. "Let me go. Now." End of chapter. Harley looked back at the branch in horror and realized that it was actually half broken. He looked at Liang pleadingly. "Big brother, I admit defeat. Hurry up and put me down." Liang shook his head and said with a serious face, "I'm sorry, veteran. Our company commander said that maneuvers are real combat, so we can't release you. You're our enemy." Another student nodded his head with certainty. "Yes, you can't release it. That's what the company commander said." Harley was on the verge of collapsing with anger. "Your company commander is a how can I be the enemy when I'm like this? Put me down now." Liang smiled. "Although I agree with your assessment of our company commander, the commander's words must be listened to. So I'm sorry, veteran. You just stay here. Don't move around or we won't be responsible if you eat cow dung. Don't move." Another student even kindly reminded. "Our company commander has done the math. As long as you don't move, you'll have no problem holding out for 5 hours, and then someone will come to save you." After saying that, the two turned around and immediately left. Hey, Harley yelled anxiously. "Terrible mother, get back here. Get back here, you guys are just as." as your company commander. Just then, Fan Tianlei's voice came from his headset. Harley, please reply if you receive it. Harley, what are you doing? Get a reply. Harley, I command you. Speak now. Harley looked at the walkie-talkie, which had fallen in the cow dung, and said bitterly, I'll get back to you. Just then, the sound of Kalala came from a tree branch not far away, scaring him into shutting up in a panic, and the whole person was too honest to move. Fan Tianlei called for half a day, but there was no longer any sound response in the headset. Gong Arrow, who was on the side, frowned and asked, Master, Little B and Harley both lost contact. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fan Tianlei said with a certainty. They're all seasoned veterans. How can it be possible with just that Lin Rue and the loser students under him? Fan Tianlei looked around and said firmly, it must be that the mountains here are shielded, so they can't receive information for the time being. Yes, that must be it. He Chengwang and the others nodded silently. After following Fan Tianlei for a long time, they also began to be slowly influenced by Fan Tianlei. Always think they are invincible. So what do we do now? Where should we go? Gong Arrow asked. Now, it's time for us to pick a direction. Fan Tianlei pondered for a moment, but still picked up the radio and said softly, Meow Wolf, how is it on your side? Can you get it? Roger. Meow Wolf said coldly, give me 10 more minutes. I feel like I'm going to find them already, and I'll give you an answer soon. Good. Fan Tianlei nodded excitedly. Then we'll wait for you. Ending the call, Fan Tianlei confidently looked at everyone. Don't worry, at least Meow Wolf is still in contact. If our people lost contact, then they must have lost contact with that Lin Rue as well. Fan Tianlei smiled and said, this Lin Rue doesn't have as much communication equipment as we do, so once he loses contact, it will be hard for him to command. Today, I'm going to hit him hard in the face and tell him to talk. Meow Wolf was currently prostrate on the ground, his eyes staring dead ahead at a patch of graves. He tracked it for half a day and eventually followed the scent and traces to here. Traces and smells indicate that the group of students ran right into these graves. Also, this place is really conducive to an ambush. It's a natural hideout once a person hides behind a mound. Still, Meow Wolf was a bit unconvinced. Those students, how dare they hide behind a ing grave? He had been watching for almost 10 minutes, but had never noticed any movement on the other side of the mound. He looked at his watch. The tracking had gone on too long to wait that long. The Wolverine teeth, even if they only had a rookie squad, could never take more than 2 hours to eliminate a group of students. Any longer than that and Wolf felt like crap. At that thought, he began to creep toward this grave from the side. He wasn't climbing very fast so as not to be noticed by the group of students. Soon he came to the back of the graves and saw clearly that there were people hiding behind one of the graves. Meow Wolf smiled coldly. Sure enough, it's here. However, he only saw one person, so he didn't dare to risk informing Fan Tianlei. As a veteran special forces officer, he had to be clear on just how many people were here, so he slowly crawled over to him, ready to take care of the one who saw it first, and then observe from his position. A few moments later, he approached the mound. Meow Wolf suddenly accelerated while one hand went to grab the man, but when he reached out to grab it, he actually grabbed it empty. A piece of clothing was grabbed by him, while a black skull flew out of the clothing and smashed directly into his arms. Asterisk. Meow Wolf was so scared that his entire body bounced off the ground. Anyone else would have been shocked to see such an oozing scene in a graveyard. Special forces are human beings and can be intimidated as usual. Meow Wolf's heart poofed in shock, but just then, he suddenly felt someone behind him. He jerked back, but it was empty behind him, not a single figure. Meanwhile, the oozing cry of some animal suddenly came from the woods. Combined with the light being a bit dim, Meow Wolf was surprisingly a bit fearful. He took out his walkie-talkie and tried to contact Fan Tianlei, but just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew on his neck. This one scared Meow Wolf, and his entire body tumbled directly towards the front. When he looked back, it was empty again, not a soul in sight. Meow Wolf was so scared that his head was covered in sweat. Shivering, he said, Big brother, I'm a Chinese soldier, a people's soldier. I'm not a bad person. You guys don't find the wrong person. I'm here too. Just then, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Meow Wolf jumped straight out of fear, gasping back, and again, no one was there. Meow Wolf was on the verge of crying from fear, in the middle of nowhere, and in a graveyard. How can a man run that fast except for a ghost? Big brothers, I'll go. Can't I just go? Everyone just don't be polite. I promise I won't bother you anymore. After finishing his speech, Meow Wolf turned around and left, but his pupils instantly dilated in shock as a dark face hung upside down in front of him. less than 3 centimeters away from him. Ghost ah! Meow Wolf was so scared that his tears and urine went wild together, and he ran wildly towards the deep mountains. Lin Rue hung from the tree and looked at his back with a helpless face. Looks pretty cool. Why are you so timid? Not far away, a few trees showed dark heads. Company commander, the men have run away. Are they still scared? Scare the hell out of you, Lin Rue said in a humorless voice. Let's go. Go find Golden Eagle and the others. It's time to teach them how to behave. End of chapter. At this moment in the conference room, Gao Shiwei and the others all looked incredibly ugly. Especially He Ji-jun. Right now he had a strong urge to go to the woods and call out all 3 of those veterans for a good beating. It's so humiliating. 3 veterans, played by a bunch of students, especially Meow Wolf, who was usually so calm and cool that He Ji-jun thought he wouldn't be afraid of anything. I didn't realize. Scared of ghosts. Principal Jiang smiled and blew a cup full of wolfberries. Old Gao ah. The person you sent here is not good again ah. You say you, and shall we 2 people cannot send some competent people over? Letting them pass so easily and simply. That doesn't show how good they are. Gao Shiwei clenched his fists in anger, but he had no way to retort and could only glare at He Ji-jun. Hear that? Why don't you pick something awesome? What do you do for a living? He Ji-jun is full of grievances. Who to find this matter to justify? Who the hell knew that the group of students Lin Rue had brought with him were so difficult to deal with? Chief, He Ji-jun said hurriedly, please don't worry. We still have the Red Cell team led by Fan Tianlei. They, for sure, won't make the same mistake again. I hope so. Principal Jiang chewed on his goji berries and said with a smile, I see that Fan Tianlei is dull and has a goofy smile. Not as good as these 3 veterans. However, if you say he's good, little he, I'll definitely believe you. Originally, He Ji-jun was still a bit confident, but when he heard Principal Jiang say this, he was also a bit unsteady. If you think about it, Fan Tianlei is really dumb. If he looked smarter, He Ji-jun wouldn't have sent 3 veterans to assist him. He Ji-jun inexplicably clenched his fists, his eyes filled with worry. Fan Tianlei, don't lose face again. Hey, Meow Wolf, reply received. Meow Wolf. Fan Tianlei anxiously shouted repeatedly over the intercom, but this time, even the last of the Meow Wolves was lost. The channel was dead silent with no reply. Damn it, what kind of Thai place is this? Fan Tianlei was so angry that he almost smashed the intercom. Up until now, he hadn't suspected that Meow Wolfet's mom had been taken out, because he didn't believe, at all, that the group of students could take out the 3 Meow Wolf people. If not, those 3 veterans would be able to escape safely and would definitely not fall into the hands of those students. Golden Eagle, He Chengwang hesitantly asked. The examination has already started for more than an hour. We haven't done anything. Will we be too wimpy? Wang Yanbing also hurriedly said. Yes, Golden Eagle. Although we're new recruits, we're also Wolf Fong's soldiers. If we're still so afraid to deal with a bunch of students, when we go back, the captain is afraid that he'll scold us to death. Fan Tianlei immediately frowned. The test was just that much time, and he had wasted over an hour. Before his test, he had boasted that he would be able to eliminate Lin Rue and his students in less than half the time. If he waited any longer, even if he won, he wouldn't have the face to meet He Ji-jun. Fan Tianlei gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, no more waiting. Snow Wolf, you'll be the deputy commander, responsible for the rear guard. Everyone else, advance on my command. Yes, all the red cells were instantly excited. Fan Tianlei waved his hand, and Song Kai-fei, who was no longer smoking, quickly rushed out as appointment. Su Tianlong, who was also not smoking, followed closely behind, and the 2 of them formed a battle formation that could be attacked or defended one after the other. The others got into fighting position and covered each other's forward assault. In the command center, Gao Shiwei and the others clearly saw how the Red Cell squad started the assault through the video transmitted back from the drone. Seeing their sharp movements, Gao Shiwei and He Ji-jun were finally relieved. Special forces are about teamwork, and a team utilized well can even defeat an enemy 20 times its size. And at this moment, the military literacy displayed by the Red Cell squad was barely noticeable from those old special forces. He Ji-jun looked at Principal Jiang with a smile. Chief, the good show has just started, so don't be impatient. Principal Jiang disdainfully blew on his goji berries. Any more acting is still the same. Just this many people. Not enough for Lin Rue and the others to stuff their teeth. He Ji-jun snorted coldly. Soldiers are more valuable in terms of precision than in terms of numbers. The chief must understand this. Principal Jiang didn't take his words either, but his 2 eyes were looking at the screen with a deadpan, afraid that something might happen. Meanwhile, a tree in the woods. Lin Rue had already used God's view to view the direction of travel of the Red Cell squad. Company commander. Just then, Jing Siwei flew over with 2 students. They're heading northeast. They're fast. They should be trying to go around our flank. Lin Rui smiled slightly. He was satisfied with the performance of Jing Siwei and the others. That final training session, before the test, had a lot of room for improvement for this group of students. Not only did they learn how to survive, but they learned to scout the enemy. It couldn't be helped. If they didn't learn to scout, then they would be taken out by Lin Rui in one fell swoop at any time. It was also Lin Rui who had forced them into their current state. It didn't even require Lin Rui to use God's view for them to spot the enemy on their own. Lin Rui jumped down from the tree and said to him in a cold voice, "Notify everyone and go set up an ambush on the path they must take. Didn't they say that they wanted a squad to take on one of our academies, and that they wanted to wipe us out?" Lin Rui smiled. "Then we must fulfill them." Jing Siwei laughed dryly. "Company commander, you are really vindictive. This is not good." Before he could finish his sentence, his buttocks received a kick from Lin Rui, and several people rolled and ran away. "Tianba, let's go too." Woof. One person and one dog immediately ran wildly towards the depths of the jungle. 20 minutes later, the red cell team was deep in the jungle. "Golden Eagle," He Changwang suddenly said over the radio. "The forest in front of us seems to be denser. There seems to be a problem." Fan Tianlei was walking at this time, and in addition, he was still constantly trying to contact the 3 Miao wolves. Suddenly hearing He Changwang's words, he, who was already quite irritated, now became even more irritated. What could be wrong with that? Fan Tianlei said in a cold voice. "We've already circled around to their flanks and traveled 5 kilometers. It's impossible for those students to run so far. Besides, there's still Miao Wolf and the others holding them back." Gong Arrow also whispered at this time. "Master, but Miao Wolf and the others haven't been contacted until now, so maybe they really have been eliminated. I think that what Falcon said is somewhat reasonable." Fan Tianlei glared at him fiercely. If there was danger, the pilot would have already issued a warning. "Pilot, Four-Eyed Dragon, have you spotted any danger?" "Report, no, we've entered the forest. It looks safe here," Song Kai-Fei replied. Fan Tianlei said in a cold voice. "Do you hear me? Don't doubt the commander's judgment. Keep moving." He Changwang and Gong Arrow are just a little suspicious. After all, they are special forces, and when they come across a place where there is a possibility of an enemy ambush, they have to be suspicious for the sake of safety in the first place. Since Fan Tianlei had said so, they had no choice but to follow and advance. But the moment they all entered that forest, on a tree, a figure suddenly flew down, directly pouncing the most threatening sniper, He Changwang, to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there really is an enemy. Fan Tianlei nervously yelled. "Withdraw! Withdraw immediately!" But just then, the grass in all directions suddenly moved. One by one, the hidden students burst right out of their camouflage and made a mad dash towards them. "Fire! Fire!" Fan Tianlei shouted in fear. But the next second, above their heads, a silhouette also fell, directly towards their bodies. End of chapter. Bang! 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 The student who fell from the sky directly smashed the red-celled man down. Before Fan Tianlei could give an order, he was smashed over by 2 people jumping down at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you big master. Wang Yanbing kicked out in anger, but only halfway through the kick he was held by someone's leg, and then the gun was unloaded from his body in a matter of 3 strokes. The others were no better, and were quickly restrained by 5 or 6 of them together. He Changwang was the only one who knocked over 3 students who rushed over, but he didn't have a chance to raise his gun either, and was immediately pounced on by more people. In this case, the large number of people immediately reflected the advantage, let alone Red Cell. If any of Wolf Fang's elite squads were to come, they would all be pounced upon. In the conference room in the distance, He Jijun's face collapsed when he saw this scene. A minute ago, he was confident that Red Cell would definitely give Lin Rui's group of students a run for their money. Even if you can't win in the end, at least it won't be this bad. Ha ha ha. Principal Jiang stood up triumphantly. "Lao Gao, Xiao Hia, this is the play you guys want to show me. Ha, it's indeed quite wonderful. Your people's acting skills are so good. I just thought they were really good. Ha ha ha." Gao Shiwei's eyes reddened with anger. Slapping his hand on the table and looking angrily at He Jijun, "This is what you said? The best troops this year? What the hell is all this? No wonder your wolf's teeth are getting worse and worse in the whole army. It's not without reason. Assholes, disgracing me all the way here?" Gao Shiwei glared at him and became furious. "Immediately send someone over to pick up those assholes. Don't let them lose face outside." "Yes." He Jijun had a bitter look on his face. And Gao Shiwei rushed in front of him, spitting in his face. "That Fan Tianlei, and the group of your so-called best soldiers under him. When you go back, give me a good practice, and don't let them come out and disgrace themselves again in the future." And yourself, practicing with them. I see you've gotten confused as a first sergeant. What kind of men are you picking? Yes, Hee-ji-jun had the heart to cry. What's this all about? What's it got to do with him? It's not like he's going to direct it. It was as if a volcano had exploded inside him, and Fan Tianlei's shadow kept appearing in front of his eyes. You asshole, I should never have made the mistake of trusting you, idiot. Get off me. Get off me. In the jungle, Fan Tianlei was held down on the ground and still wasn't honest. Squirming like a maggot. Let go of your ass. You're a captive now, you know? Jing Siwei slapped him on the head. Fan Tianlei looked at him angrily. Asshole, I'm a colonel. I'm the chief of staff. You're a ING captive. Jing Siwei slapped him on the head again. The test is actual combat. If you don't understand that, what kind of ING chief of staff are you? Fan Tianlei's lungs were about to explode. He had never been the one to pit people, but today was the first time he had been pitted so badly by someone else, and he had been reduced to being bullied by a freshman. Company commander. Suddenly, the crowd parted and Lin Rui walked over with a smile on his face. He scanned the members of Red Cell who were being held down on the ground, each one's eyes dancing with a strong sense of battle. You-hoo! Still not convinced? Lin Rui laughed with his hands behind his back. What do you have to be unconvinced about? A bunch of special forces soldiers can't even beat a student. They're all being held down on the ground. And you guys still aren't convinced? Wang Yanbing roared in anger. You guys played a trick on us. We, too, were careless. If we were to do it again, we definitely wouldn't lose. Right, the pilot shouted back with a stiff upper lip. If we were given another chance, we'd definitely wipe you all out. Hearing this, both He Changwang and Gong Arrow's faces were a bit unable to hang on, turning their heads away with red faces. A loss is a loss, and they are more or less self-aware. Lin Rui looked at the two of them and smiled coldly. You're still so arrogant when your skills are inferior. If you guys are like this, do you deserve to be special forces? You don't even dare to admit that you're worse than others when you lose, let alone find out why you lost. But instead you're here to weasel your way out of it? If it was a real mission, you'd probably all have your heads cut off by the enemy by now, and you're going to let them give you another chance? Wang Yanbing and the pilot glanced at each other, Lin Rui's words leaving them speechless. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Fan Tianlei suddenly yelled. Is this a real mission? If it was, we wouldn't be so careless. He hardened his cunning defense. We just want to give you guys a little chance. We don't want you guys to lose so badly. So, that's why we got careless. Give it another chance, and you guys will know how powerful the red cells are. After he said this, all the trainees were enraged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've never seen a guy as shameless as you in all my life. Jing Siwei pointed at him in anger. Hey, how the hell did you become a colonel? Xiao Yuandong coldly grunted. Relying on shamelessness, relying on that mouth. No wonder I heard that Wolf's teeth has gone down. If this kind of person can be the chief of staff, no wonder it's gone down. Bu Chao narrowed his eyes. Old man, our company chief's next door house grandmother is tougher than you. You're too shameless. All the students nodded in agreement. The red cells couldn't listen to any of them, and one by one they all turned their heads away. Even if they were unconvinced, they hadn't reached such a shameless level as Fan Tianlei. Right now, they just wanted to stay away from Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei was similarly red-faced, but with his thick skin and blackness, onlookers couldn't tell. Fan Tianlei knew very well that if he conceded now, then back at Wolf Fong, he would definitely not be treated well. Even if you don't want to lose face, you'll still have to die until the end if you have to fight for your life. Maybe if he went back, people would still say that he fought for Wolfram and Heart's dignity. Fan Tianlei gritted his teeth and grunted coldly. What the hell do you new recruits know? I'm the Wolf Fong's chief of staff, and I've been through more missions than you've ever eaten. When I say you guys are cheating and cheating, you are cheating and cheating. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Company commander. I can't stand it anymore. Is it okay if I beat him up? Company commander. You said before that you could beat up this one called Golden Eagle. Can we do it now? Damn. Let me stomp on his face. I can't help it. All of them were righteously indignant and rubbed their fists together. Even Jing Siwei and Maki had begun to keep hitting the back of Fan Tianlei's head. Fan Tianlei was just a mouthpiece, and he didn't want to get beaten up. Seeing this situation, he immediately shouted, Lin Rui, control your students. I'm a colonel. I'm the chief of staff. You can't lynch me. I'm still a prisoner. The Red Cell people can't wait to bury their faces in the ground at the moment. Dare you pretend to be so tough just now? How scared are you to admit you're a captive? Lin Rui looked at Fan Tianlei's wimpy face, originally wanting to let him off the hook, but now his good temper had been exhausted. He smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to keep quiet. Then clasping his hands, he said in a serious manner, I think that this comrade chief of staff is right. It seems like we cheated and held them down without giving them a chance to resist. It's not fair. When these words came out, everyone looked at him with a stunned expression. Even Fan Tianlei was confused, his little eyes gurgling. He just couldn't figure out what was going on. Company commander. You're not mistaken, are you? Wang Shang whispered. We subdued them right in the open. Yes, company commander. We won with good reason. They were just subdued by us, the others said. Lin Rui stared at them seriously. What's the matter? Scared? Afraid that they'll beat you guys once again? Or are you guys afraid that you can't afford to lose? How can that be? Jing Siwei was the first to shout. None of the soldiers you handed over were afraid. Yes, company commander. We have nothing to fear. Everyone agreed. Then let them loose, Lin Rui said with incomparable seriousness. Then, openly and honestly, compete with them. Whoever loses at that time will be convinced. Isn't that right, Chief of Staff Golden Eagle? Fan Tianlei also reacted at this moment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn the tide. This fool was actually fooled by himself, and the opportunity, if missed, would never come again. He quickly nodded. Yes, 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 yes. Whoever backs out is a son of a. Lin Rui smiled slightly. Hear that? Let go. Jing Siwei and the others hesitated for a moment, but the company commander had given the order, and they immediately let go. The red-celled man was released with a look of disbelief. They're all defeated like that. It's obvious to anyone with eyes. Could it be that this Lin Rui had such a low IQ that he was actually fooled by Fan Tianlei's bull ********? Fan Tianlei looked at Lin Rui smilingly. Little Lin, I knew you were open-minded and a man of great deeds. Since that's the case, then we'll be going. There's still 2 hours left before the examination ends. Let's hurry up. Fan Tianlei said he was about to go get his weapon, but Lin Rui suddenly said, Who said I'd let you go? Fan Tianlei froze. What? Are you going to back out? Lin Rui laughed. A man's word is his bond. And unlike you, I'll go back on my word. Fan Tianlei's old face blushed. Then what do you mean? Lin Rui pointed here. Don't you want it to be fair? So let's settle it here. So many of us against you red cells. Fair and square. Fan Tianlei's eyes were almost glazed over as he anxiously yelled. You fart. There are so many of you and only a few of us. Isn't this bullying us? Lin Rui feigned innocence and said to He Changwang and the others. Everyone, before we set out, it was your chief of staff himself who said that we should all go, right? He was the one who said that it would be easy to deal with us and told us not to show any mercy, right? Isn't that right? He Changwang and the others were on the verge of crying at this moment, and their hearts were all in the right place to kill Fan Tianlei. You can't do it. What do you have to pretend for? That's a good one. Dragging them in with it. No, I was joking. Can't be taken seriously. Fan Tianlei cried out. Let's just go one-on-one. It can't be like this. Lin Rui didn't bother with him and simply waved his hand. All the trainees finally reacted to Lin Rui's meaning. They had long been looking at the Golden Eagle in a bad light, and at this moment, all of them laughed badly and rolled up their sleeves towards him. Golden Eagle Chief of Staff, don't be afraid. We will serve you well. Jing Siwei smiled a particularly winning smile. Fan Tianlei was so scared that he hurriedly hid toward his men, shouting as he ran. Don't come over. Don't come over. End of chapter. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, don't hit me in the face. Asterisk. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. Lin Rui leaned against a tree, clasping his hands in silence as he watched the students swarm red cell. Fan Tianlei confidently believed that they, the red cells, would be able to exterminate the entire National Defense Academy. But the fact remains that the red cell guys are now being completely held down and pounded. The students on the inside were lucky enough to get to punch and kick, but those on the outside weren't so lucky, and were lucky if they got to stretch their legs and kick them a few times. 2 minutes later, all of Red Cell's men were bruised and battered. Fan Tianlei was the worst, beaten like a pig's head, his mouth swollen as if it were a sausage. Even if his own mother came, she wouldn't necessarily recognize him. Lin Rui smiled and walked over. Chief of Staff of the Golden Eagles, we've fought fair and square. Now, you admit defeat, right? He Changwang was afraid that Fan Tianlei would say the wrong thing again and hurriedly nodded for him. Lin, Company Commander Lin, we admit defeat. We admit defeat. Gong Arrow also hurriedly said, you guys won this test, and we lost with conviction. But just then, Fan Tianlei was actually still not honest, pointing at Lin Rui and all the trainees, saying furiously, you guys, you've gone too far. I'm going to sue you guys for assaulting your superiors. I want all of you to be confined. Jing Siwei sneered. It's such a time, and you're still not honest. Company commander. In our army, is it a rule that we can't just kill prisoners? Lin Rue could see that they still wanted to play, and immediately nodded. Right. No unauthorized killing of prisoners or mistreatment of them. Jing Siwei laughed. Then it's always okay to keep them still and prevent them from escaping, right? Lin Rue nodded vigorously. Of course it's fine. How can we let the captives just run away? Jing Siwei flashed an evil grin and nodded at everyone. The students rubbed their hands together and immediately walked towards Fan Tianlei in a manner. Fan Tianlei was so scared that he shouted, "What are you doing? Don't come over. I order you." The words were gagged before they were finished. In no time, Fan Tianlei and all of Red Cell were buried in the ground, only revealing a head. Jing Siwei clapped his hands and said with a smile, "All right, now he won't run away." Reporting to the company commander, the prisoners have been secured and are waiting for someone from above to be sent to receive them. Lin Rue nodded with a smile. Let's go back too. Don't keep the principal waiting. You guys did well today. Extra dinner tonight. Thank you, company commander. All cadets quickly assembled. Each one of them was full of joy and raised their middle fingers at Fan Tianlei in unison, then arrogantly left. Fan Tianlei was furious and cursed at Lin Rue. Surname Lin, I'll remember you. Just wait, I won't let you go. I'll sue you. I'll make you take off your uniform. Golden Eagle, Golden Eagle. Li Ernius suddenly shouted nervously. What for? Fan Tianlei turned back without a good look, but the next second almost turned his back in shock, only to see that a dog had come behind him at some point, and was now showing its teeth and looking at him fiercely, with a dripping whimpering sound coming out of its mouth. Fan Tianlei was instantly frightened and wailed at Lin Rue's back. Lin Rue, hurry over here and get rid of this damn dog. Is this your dog? Hurry back, come back. Lin Rue and all the trainees pretended not to hear them and continued to stride forward, letting Fan Tianlei wail away. Tianba circled around Fan Tianlei twice and suddenly sat on Fan Tianlei's head. Fan Tianlei was so scared that he shouted, "Dead dog, what are you doing? Get off!" Red Cell and the others on the side all stared in shock, because they realized that Tenba was at the moment comfortably pooping. Golden Eagle, Li Ernius shouted in shock. It pooped on your head. Bang! A hot thing fell right onto Fan Tianlei's hair, and he could clearly feel the temperature spreading a little. Fan Tianlei was so angry that tears were falling from his eyes. Even if he was bullied by this group of students, he could tolerate being beaten into a pig's head. But now, a dog is ting on his head. Fan Tianlei shouted with a sobbing voice. Stinky dog, dead dog, you're dead, I'm telling you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to stew you in a hot pot. Barbecue you. Take you. Just then, Tianba walked up to his flank and looked at Fan Tianlei with a disgusted expression. Suddenly, it lifted its hind legs. Fan Tianlei shouted anxiously. Stinky dog, how dare you? Pust. A warm piss came splatting straight to his face. Fan Tianlei was still talking when he was splattered. Ah! Fan Tianlei was so angry that he almost exploded in place. Tianba finished spreading, and even deliberately shook it, and only then did he arrogantly raise his head and leave. The Red Cell soldier looked at Tianba's arrogant appearance, then looked at Fan Tianlei's head shaking from side to side as he hissed and growled. They all felt a twinge of sympathy for Fan Tianlei. Why is it so hard to tell you to talk too much? This dog, it's really smart, Li Erniu exclaimed. It's much smarter than the rhubarb in my village. Gong Arrow, on the other hand, looked at Fan Tianlei with concern. Master, are you alright? Wang Yanbing asked in a low voice. Golden Eagle, you didn't drink the dog's urine, did you? Shut up. Fan Tianlei glared at them with a sobbing voice. No one is allowed to mention what happened today. Lin Rue led the students and took big steps toward the outside of the forest. Those special forces, aren't they any better? Xiao Yuandong said smugly. Didn't they talk tough before the test? They're just SOSO compared to that. Ma Chi smiled and said, especially that Golden Eagle, how powerful he was before. I'm not even interested in special forces anymore after seeing that wimpy look on him just now. That guy is simply a disgrace. Wang Sheng coldly grunted. I really don't know how he managed to stay in the special forces. Those who follow him are also unlucky to have such a commander. They won't be able to get ahead in the future. Jing Siwei asked excitedly, Company Commander, if we pass the test this time, will we be able to set up a special forces unit? When he asked this, everyone immediately looked at Lin Rue. Lin Rue looked at them, a small smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What are you guys blindly thinking about? Don't forget, you guys are a bunch of rookie students. The special forces have nothing to do with you guys. All the trainees were a bit stunned at once. Didn't they fight so hard for so long to set up the special forces? So what do they do next? Lin Rue. Just then, a voice came. Lin Rue and everyone else turned their heads to look. only to see He Ji-jun leading a group of people running over at a fast pace. Lin Rui smiled slightly and walked over to salute. Brigade He, sorry, we won. The corner of He Ji-jun's mouth pulled, unable to say a word. End of chapter. He Ji-jun's heart was as depressed as it could be at the moment. Think he is also from the war out of the hero. Not only formed the country's first special forces, but also he himself is one of the originator of the country's special forces figures. He brought out half the commanders of the special forces in several other major military regions. What he can't figure out right now is why those guys were able to bring out the titular special forces and his current group of men. He looked at Fan Tianlei, who had on his head and was still wailing for help, with an angry face. Anger mounted, and he just wanted to bury him himself and shut him up for good. Captain, you have to do right by me. Fan Tianlei had just been dug out and immediately ran to He Ji-jun to complain, still holding the pile of dog in his hand. You see, this is the proof that they insulted a senior officer. That dog, it was following Lin Rui's orders, that's why it shat and pissed on me. He Ji-jun had already closed his eyes in anger, while the special forces standing on either side were desperately trying to hold back their laughter. Everyone was staring at the piece of in Fan Tianlei's hand. No one would have guessed that this guy would actually grab a piece of and run to He Ji-jun. Isn't that sick in the head? All of the red cells people walked away from him in disgust. Even Gong Arrow, the disciple that Fan Tianlei had brought out, stayed away from him. They at least have to have some face. Losing is losing, but they can't afford to lose that. Great Captain, we've found Miao Wolf and the others. A few special forces came over from the distance, and He Ji-jun immediately turned his head, only to see Miao Wolf being carried over by two soldiers, his face still filled with terror. He Ji-jun walked up to him and looked at him angrily. Miao Wolf, stand up straight for me. Look at you now. Do you still look like a special forces soldier? Miao Wolf said bitterly. Captain, I saw a ghost. Right at the graveyard. He Ji-jun kicked at him in anger. That was Lin Rui leading his men to scare you. I saw it clearly in the drone. What? Miao Wolf woke up with a start. No, it can't be. Made it that realistic? You didn't know about that situation at that time. Shut up, He Ji-jun said without a trace of anger. Get the hell back and train in hell for half a month. Then write me a 100,000 word review. 1 word less and you're out of Wolfong. Yes, Miao Wolf cried. And inside his mouth he kept muttering. Fake? It can't be. It's clearly the same as Apao. He turned his head and walked over to Harley, immediately seeing his two blackened eyes. He was just about to move over to take a look, but a pungent stench instantly hit him. Choking, He Ji-jun hastily retracted his head. What did you do? Why does it smell like? The motor that brought him back stifled a laugh and said, Captain, you were right about the smell. It's the odor of. When we found him, he was hanging from a tree branch with his face half in cow. This guy, he's still there freestyle breathing from side to side, and the cow is splattered all over the place. Several other special forces soldiers could no longer hold it in, and when they thought of the scene at that time, they all laughed out loud one by one. Shut up, He Ji-jun glared at them without a good mood. It's honorable, isn't it? Shame on you. This is a shame on Wolfong. Do you have any shame after being played like this by a bunch of students? Harley said in an aggravated voice. Captain, I'm really not to blame. Those students were so devious. If you say another word, believe it or not He Ji-jun took out an engineer's shovel. I'll shoot you to death, believe it or not. Harley lowered his head helplessly and shut up honestly. Captain, I'm worse. Hearing the voice, He Ji-jun turned his head to look. A big bun-like face appeared in front of him. He Ji-jun jumped back 2 steps in fear. You? Who are you? The little bee cried. Captain, don't you recognize me? I'm a little bee. Goo, my mouth. My tongue seems to be swollen. Captain, you have to do something for me. Those lackluster things attack me with a beehive. Look at my face. Look at my ass. I'm so miserable. He Ji-jun looked at bees but swollen as big as his head, and was quite serious. But in an instant, he broke his guard and laughed. The other special forces also held it too hard. The picture of the little bee was too beautiful. A group of people all laughed, with a ball on his head and another on his ass. He couldn't even stand up straight. He could only bend over. Bee cried, how can you all laugh and have no sympathy at all? I'm like this. Can someone take me to the hospital first? Really? I'm so sorry. Captain. Fan Tianlei also came over angrily, holding in front of He Ji-jun. You absolutely cannot spare them. They must be severely punished. And that Lin Rui must be court-martialed. He Ji-jun was smothered by and instantly regained his composure. Okay, all shut up. He Ji-jun let out a roar, scaring everyone to immediately stand honestly. Fan Tianlei pushed too hard. The crushed, and it all glued to his hands. He Ji-jun coldly scanned them. It's been 15 years since Wolfong was founded, although it's gone downhill in the past 2 years, and has been outclassed by the younger friends. But we've never had anything as humiliating as today. You guys, you've disgraced all of Wolfong's face today. How dare you still have the nerve to ask me to settle the score with others? Who am I to go to people? Ha! That they made my soldiers too miserable. So I'm defiantly going after them? He Ji-jun glared at Fan Tianlei. You guys don't want face, but I still want face. Everyone, immediately run back to me. Then all of you start the half-month of hell training. Everyone, all 100,000 word checks. Get out. After He Ji-jun finished yelling, he scared Fan Tianlei and the others to immediately run wildly towards the outside of the jungle. Bee walked at the end with her legs tied up, crying, "Can you get me a doctor first? I'm really dying." The playground of the National Defense Academy in the evening. Gao Shiwei, Principal Jiang and the others looked at the neatly lined up cadet squares, and both of them were overwhelmed with emotion. Gao Shiwei didn't expect that this team, composed entirely of freshmen, would actually take out Wolfong's special squad a month later. He couldn't help but look at Lin Rue and gain a new understanding of this young man. At the same time, the little bit of expectation he had in his heart for Lin Rue suddenly magnified. Principal Jiang, on the other hand, was even more emotional, but he had witnessed the growth of his students along the way, and watched them grow from a group of lawless pricks into real soldiers. They have today's achievements. President Jiang really feel gratified from the bottom of his heart. His gaze eventually went to Lin Rue as well. The students were able to become what they were now, and without Lin Rue, it would have been impossible. So, he was now grateful to this young man from the bottom of his heart. Comrades, Gao Shiwei suddenly said loudly, now I announce that all of you have successfully passed the examination with flying colors. You have used your strength to win the dignity that belongs to you. From today onwards, whoever dares to say that you guys can't do it, or are inferior to anyone, I, Gao Shiwei, will definitely stand up and say it for you. You are all heroes in my mind. Gao Shiwei took a step forward, puffed out his chest, and saluted solemnly to all. It's a veteran's way of recognizing and honoring the generations that come after him. End of chapter. Salute. Lin Rue let out a yell, and all the cadets followed him and solemnly raised their right hands to Gao Shiwei. Everyone's eyes were filled with pride and honor. All right, everyone dismissed. Principal Jiang came out smilingly and said, I've already instructed logistics to give you guys extra meals tonight, as well as roasted whole sheep. Tomorrow, a day off, all on vacation. Disperse. But when the principal finished, everyone was unmoved. Everyone was still standing there firmly as if they were stakes. The principal looked at Lin Rue awkwardly. Shaolin. Lin Rue nodded and waved his hand at the crowd. Go wash up and get ready to eat. Dismissed. Oh. All the trainees then jumped and bounced with excitement. All of them flew towards the dormitory in a frenzy as if their final exams were over. But even with all this excitement, they stayed in line. Gao Shiwei nodded in satisfaction. Shaolin. The teaching is good. The concept of a soldier is already engraved in their bones. Previously, I always heard that the National Defense Academy was no good, but now it seems that they've left the other academies behind by many times, both in terms of military appearance and discipline, and military level. Shaolin. Not bad. Gao Shiwei gave a thumbs up. Lin Rue said in an unassuming manner, the chief is overpraising, and being able to practice like this can't be separated from their own efforts. Relying on me alone. If they don't work hard, it won't work. Gao Shiwei smiled at Principal Jiang. Modest, overly modest. Old Jiang, you're a soldier. Really good. Principal Jiang smiled faintly at him. Not bad nor for you. He's mine. Gao Shiwei almost didn't choke on his saliva. Damn it, you know everything that's going on in my mind. Are you the worm in my stomach? Gao Shiwei coughed. That, Lao Jiang. Let's get down to business. Principal Jiang nodded and said to Lin Rue. Go to your office. 10 minutes later, Lin Rue placed the freshly brewed goji berry tea and a cup of green tea in front of them. Then, it stood respectfully across from them. Principal Jiang blew on a mouthful of goji berries and smiled. Shaolin, congratulations. Your efforts with the students have preserved that idea you had in the first place. His tone suddenly became serious. Starting tomorrow, the National Defense Academy is officially abolished. As for you, you will be officially renamed the Armor School Special Operations Academy. And, you're still the only all-specialty training academy out of all the army colleges. Although Lin Rue had been mentally prepared for this, he was still incomparably ecstatic when he heard the good news. He saluted vigorously. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Commander Gao. Principal Jiang laughed. Thank him for what? Just thank me, and thank yourselves. The corner of Gao Shiwei's mouth tugged. He had more or less taken some credit for this change of academy. How come you've deleted me when I came to you? Principal Jiang continued. After the academy changes, your nature also changes completely. In the future, your academy is specialized in training special elite talents for the country. Students who graduate can form their own special forces attached to the headquarters. They can also feel free to serve in any of the nation's land, sea, and air forces that are of a special nature. Just make a list of the equipment the academy needs and report it to me. Principal Jiang smiled and said, in the future, you no longer need to worry about equipment. The headquarters has granted you special authorization, and whatever you can satisfy, you will be satisfied. You also don't need to ask your group of students to look for connections anymore, because from now on, whatever you guys want, you'll all have it. Lin Rui was filled with excitement. Who knows how hard those last few months have been for him. Bullets, grenades, and finally all kinds of equipment. If it weren't for his students' handful of eyes, he wouldn't have been able to train them to be as good as they are now, even if he was more powerful. Is it hard for a coquettish woman to cook without rice? But it would be different in the future. Once the special academy was established, he would be a real big player and would never have to beg anyone again. Thank you, Principal. Lin Rui was so excited that he no longer knew how to express himself and simply saluted. Take it easy. I'm not done yet, Principal Jiang said smilingly. Not only that, the level of your academy also adjusted to a first classified unit. A company will be sent by the war zone specifically for guarding, and will be at your command and disposal at that time. All of you cadets, including your logisticians, and even a pig and a duck that you raise, all of you carry out secrecy. Your academy, as it is now, is certainly not suitable either. The war zone and the school have picked out a new place for you guys together, and we're going to prepare for construction tomorrow. After it's over, you guys will move there directly. Also, this is the most important. Principal Jiang smiled and said, from now on, you are the chief instructor of the specialized academy. You alone will manage all the small and large matters within the academy. Your immediate superior is your dean. And of course, you can report directly to me. Principal Jiang smiled and patted him. Alright, now you can be happy. Lin Rui's heart was already beating wildly from the barrage of good news. At the moment, there was a very bittersweet feeling. The ultimate reward for all the hours of playful training, the dedication of everyone bit by bit, made him feel that the past had been worth it. Thank you, Principal, and thank you, Commander Gao. Lin Rui didn't know what to say, so he could only salute them again. Gao Shiwei also laughed. Lin, even though my soldiers lost this time, I'm happy. Our Chinese army, the reason why we can always be strong, it's because we won't be stuck in the same old rut. We won't revel in our past glory and be unable to extricate ourselves. Our military, and our soldiers, are taking big steps forward all the time. That's why we can always be confident that we can defend our country and our home. He said seriously, your big win this time has shown us that the younger generation is full of hope. In particular, your self-confidence is something that both your Principal Jiang and I appreciate. Breaking the norm, surpassing the past. What a bull ****** ace special forces. And aces for constantly breaking beyond. From the miracle you created this time. It makes me believe, in the future, you will definitely be able to bring out a top-notch special forces unit that surpasses Wolf Fong. Moreover, you will also be able to train more special warfare talents for our army. Principal Jiang gave him a thumbs up. Old Gao, you said so many things today, and these are the ones that sound the best. Gao Shiwei laughed and suddenly looked at Lin Rui seriously. Lin, now I'm formally extending an invitation to you to bring your students to the military exercises a week from now. Ha! Lin Rui's smile disappeared instantly. Military exercises? End of chapter. Drills? Lin Rui looked at Gao Shiwei in shock. Chief, we're an academy. The ones under me, they're all students too, and they're all freshmen. What? Gao Shiwei looked at him and smiled. Even the special academy has been established, and you still don't have the guts to go on maneuvers? Lin Rui hastily shook his head. No, what I mean is that military exercises test the combat between large regiments and hone the way troops fight. Ever since there have been maneuvers, it's always been troops against troops, and I've never heard of having a bunch of freshmen from a military academy go through it. Is that, well, appropriate? Gao Shiwei looked at him seriously. What's inappropriate? How many inappropriate things have you done with that group of students? And did we say no? Lin Rui was a little embarrassed for a moment. Indeed, from the time he had come to be the commander of the new training company all the way up to his current position as chief instructor, to say that he had done anything out of the ordinary would be enough to put him in jail for years. But in the end, instead of blaming him, his superiors absolutely supported him. In this comparison, it seems as if it's okay to participate in military exercises. Gao Shiwei said indifferently. Little Lin. Ah. Having you guys participate in the military exercise was something I only thought of a couple days ago. If you guys couldn't pass this examination, then I definitely wouldn't have said these words today. But, Gao Shiwei said with relief, I have watched the entire process of your examination this time all by myself. Therefore, just before you came back, I reached an agreement with your principal Jiang to allow you to participate in this multi-service joint military exercise. Yes. Lin Rui no longer hesitated and saluted as if he were a man of honor. It didn't scare Lin Rui to let him lead the team in the military exercise. He was just worried that it was inappropriate. Since both Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang had expressed their agreement, he naturally wouldn't object. Being able to participate in a real military exercise would be quite valuable in improving the student's strength. Any more training, that's just the better baby in the training ground. Only after experiencing real combat can a true metamorphosis take place. Gao Shiwei said in a deep voice, what about the reason why I let you lead the team? I have my own considerations. The way you fight is very special. Not only is it unexpected, but it doesn't follow the norm. By letting you guys participate in the military exercises, I think it will give those old troops a taste of the new way of fighting, and it might make a difference. As I said before, our troops are always moving forward, absorbing new knowledge, even if it means giving them a brand new blast, will help our army grow. Gao Shiwei looked at Lin Rui and suddenly smiled slightly. More importantly, you're all very young. Right. Principal Jiang laughed. It's because you guys are young and powerful. Look at how ugly He Jijun's face was when you guys just defeated Wolf Fong. This time when he goes back he'll definitely learn from his mistakes and give Wolf Fong a good training. Gao Shiwei nodded. A troop's honor is best if it can be maintained forever. But if one day, there is already a rival that surpasses them, then their glory must be trampled hard underfoot, and it is best to tear to shreds the flag they once protected as well as their dignity. Gao Shiwei said meaningfully, soldiers, especially our Chinese soldiers, grow from adversity. At one time, we had nothing, and we failed time and time again in the face of the enemy, but we lost repeatedly and never gave in. In the end, we made ourselves countless times stronger than our enemies. It didn't matter how strong the enemy came, how advanced their weapons were, how good their tactics were. In front of our strong will, they are all unbeatable. Shaolin, having you lead the team in the maneuvers this time, Principal Jiang and I have the same intention. Gao Shiwei said seriously. Honing our troops is likewise honing you. Regardless of who loses or wins, you will all be able to grow. Lin Rui nodded in realization. He had thought that Gao Shiwei had asked him to participate in the military exercises to give the newly established special academy a chance to simply improve its strength. I didn't realize that he had such a strong deeper meaning. I understand the leader's good intentions. Lin Rui looked at them seriously. Let me be a whetstone for the troops on maneuvers. And let them be a whetstone for me. Grow each other and make progress together. Right. Gao Shiwei slapped his hand on the table and laughed. It's easy to talk to smart people. That's what I mean. Principal Jiang blew on the goji berries and said with a smile, the person I pick surely won't be bad. My vision is here. Gao Shiwei almost choked with laughter, thinking how everywhere you are, people are good, and you have a hair relationship. There is a hair Gao Shiwei got up and patted Lin Rui on the shoulder. There are still 5 days left for maneuvers, but I hope you don't tell them in advance. Lin Rui froze, but then nodded very knowingly. Gao Shiwei smiled. This exercise was actually scheduled for half a month later, but because of special and important reasons, along with the instructions from the higher-ups, we just want to test whether the troops have the ability to pull out and fight at any time, and win if they do. I'm sure you'd like to see how your group of students react before the sudden arrival of the mission, too, wouldn't you? Lin Rui smiled and nodded. The leader really guessed right. Just because I'm like this, they nicknamed me the old pervert. Gao Shiwei froze, then laughed loudly. Understand. When I was a soldier, I also said bad things about my squad leader and platoon leader behind their backs, and the nicknames they gave me were much more powerful than your group of students. But the more I get to the mission, the more I appreciate the squad leaders and platoon leaders I had back then. They are the ones who taught me to handle any situation with ease, and they are the ones who taught me the skills to save my life and kill the enemy on the battlefield. Gao Shiwei laughed. In the future, they will definitely be as grateful to you from the bottom of their hearts as I am. And, for the rest of their lives. Lin Rui suddenly remembered the scene of Jing Siwei and the others waiting for his return in the pouring rain. That's when they actually started to get less of themselves. Just as he froze, Gao Shiwei suddenly lowered his voice and whispered in his ear. By the way, I'll tell you a little piece of news, but it's also top secret. Just you alone know. Don't tell your principal. Lin Rui looked at the principal, who was still blowing goji berries, and nodded silently. Gao Shiwei lowered his voice quite a bit more. This military exercise will select some of the best. When the time comes, there will be more important missions that can make you remember them for the rest of your life. Gao Shiwei smiled and patted him. Take your students and do a good job. Let me see, and let more people see, the future generation of soldiers in China, whether or not they have the ability to guard this great river and mountain. Yes. Lin Rui suddenly saluted loudly. Principal Jiang was so frightened that his mouth was scalded, and his whole body jumped up. What are you doing all of a sudden? End of chapter. After Gao Shiwei and Principal Jiang finished explaining things, they got up and left. Before getting on the bus, Gao Shiwei once again looked solemnly at Lin Rui. Little Lin. 5 days from now. I look forward to your new performance. Perform well, and after the military exercises, I hope I can still take you with me. He smiled slightly and turned to get into the car. Godly. Principal Jiang blankly glared at Gao Shiwei, then looked at Lin Rui with a smile. Little Lin, from now on, your responsibilities are even greater. The Specialty Academy. Not only is it the pride of our school, it's also an important pilot unit for our country. I trust you to bring up a good group of students. Principal Jiang gave him a punch, then turned around and got into the car as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has been promoted in his position and received military honors. The system rewards are being distributed. As soon as Gao Shiwei and their car drove away, Lin Rui's mind resounded with a system alert should. His eyes lit up. Having always thought that he would only gain abilities by completing quests issued by the system, I didn't realize that getting the appropriate military credit would also give you the ability to do so. Ding! The reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host. Divine Physical Strength Recovery. Can recover physical strength at the fastest speed after intense exercise? Intermediate. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the opportunity to enhance the abilities of the entire staff once. Lin Rui felt some subtle changes in his body. The original hint of exhaustion was suddenly swept away. He smiled and clenched his fists, feeling rejuvenated throughout. That's a good ability. The biggest fear when there's a mission is losing stamina. If it is always possible to maintain physical strength, then the ability of this squad is no different from a machine. Host, please select the full boost option. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Rui immediately began to choose. Soon, he saw stamina recovery in the options. Lin Rui was delighted. Everyone has basically improved up in all their abilities after such a long period of training. If we shorten the time for full physical recovery, then they will definitely be able to perform superbly in the next military exercise. Thinking of this, Lin Rui did not hesitate to choose full physical strength recovery. A short half-minute later, a burst of unimpeded shouting suddenly erupted from the cafeteria side. Lin Rui smiled slightly. It seemed that it must be because these guys had regained some of their strength that they were so happy. For the next military exercise, Lin Rui was instantly more confident. And what Gao Shiwei said about the important mission after the military exercise. Commander Gao, don't worry, I will never let you down. Lin Rui took a deep breath, then ran furiously towards the cafeteria. He was also hungry. The next day, the entire college took a day off. In the morning, the assembly whistle unprecedentedly did not sound. Lin Rui actually let everyone sleep until 8 o'clock. After breakfast, Lin Rui had the logistics guys open the rec room. People can watch movies, play pool, or basketball and soccer. Even the computer room was turned on. However, the military is not allowed to connect to the internet internally, so the students can only play a little LAN CS, or Minesweeper. These games that they wouldn't have even looked at before are now the meat and potatoes. And CS is still getting plays from them. The entire computer room was in an uproar, each one yelling at the top of their lungs and spewing spit everywhere. Lin Rui looked around the academy and saw cadets relaxing everywhere. Suddenly, Lin Rui stopped, and he suddenly saw a man sitting quietly behind a flower bed and staring. Even from a distance, Lin Rui could tell that he was in a bad mood. Lin Rui curiously walked over and realized that it was actually Bu Chao sitting here, and still in tears. You? What happened to you? Lin Rui was shocked, looking at him with the phone in his hand, and immediately asked, did something happen to someone in the family? Bu Chao almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood, shaking his head in embarrassment. No, it's not a family member. It's my girlfriend. Something happened to your girlfriend? Lin Rui asked nervously. What's wrong? Hit by a car? Or sick? Bu Chao said aggrievely. Neither. She got poked by another man. Watching Bu Chao's emotional outburst as he clasped his hands over his legs and cried. Lin Rui, however, had a head full of black lines. That, your girlfriend, it wouldn't be a doll, would it? Lin Rui asked with a smile. Bu Chao looked up with a dumbfounded face. Company commander, should your brain circuits be so clear? Female, my girlfriend is a great beauty, and I'm a good-looking woman. Back in the day, I was the only schoolboy in our high school. And she. Okay. Stop. Lin Rui took a look at Bu Chao's stoned appearance and smiled awkwardly. Your school. You have a pretty high attitude towards aesthetics, huh? That's right. Bu Chao wiped away his tears and looked smug. Back in the day, I was also the most handsome young man in the countryside. Lin Rui's head was filled with black lines. How that sounded felt a bit wrong. Alright, what's going on? Lin Rui directly interrupted him, crying and sniveling. Do you still look like a soldier? Bu Chao was instantly honest, but still looked aggrieved. Company commander, today is actually my birthday. It happened to be a vacation, so I gave my girlfriend a call. As a result, she said that if I can't go to be with her every week from now on, she'll break up with me. Lin Rui stroked his chin. It's like this. Then you're not wearing a cuckold. Aren't you wronging someone? How come you're not wearing it? Bu Chao said in a serious manner. If she breaks up with me, won't she find her next family soon? If she finds the next guy, then isn't she getting shot? If she gets a shot, then won't I be green? There's nothing wrong with that. Lin Rui's mouth twitched as he listened. Your brain circuits are much clearer than mine. Bu Chao grimaced. Company commander, what should I do? I'm so sad. I've been talking to her for 3 years. Lin Rui coughed. In that case, why don't I give you 2 days off, and you go accompany her and explain. Girls? Coaxing her well should be. It's impossible. Bu Chao sighed. Actually, I know what she means, because I told her that I want to become a special forces soldier, so I'll have less time to spend with her in the future. But she, on the other hand, wants me to find a job in the local area, or find a clean one in the army. If I don't agree, even if I coax it now, I'll still have to split up in the future. Lin Rui sighed. Then I can't help you. The road is under your own feet. Everyone has their own choices. It's impossible for me to use axioms and cut off your happiness. Lin Rui patted him. Make a choice while you can. If you choose her, then this place is no longer suitable for you. I'll apply with the other academies to transfer you there. With your current abilities, whichever academy you go to, they will welcome you with both hands. In the future, it won't be much of a problem to find a casual position. Bu Chao looked at Lin Rui with some confusion. Company commander, I really don't want to leave. I can't let go of this place. And even more so, I can't let go of everyone. If it was 2 months ago, I might have left. But after all we've been through together, I feel that I'm not the same person I once was. It was here that I first learned what honor meant. It was also here that I learned what responsibility means. It was also here that I felt what it meant to be like-minded. Bu Chao looked deeply at Lin Rui. Company commander, can you show me a clear path? Lin Rui sat next to him, looked him in the eyes and said, the company commander can only take you through training and turn you into a good soldier. But what the road should be, I really can't help you. Let's put it this way, if it was during the war years, I wouldn't let you go even if I had to go through all the trouble. Because, the duty of a soldier is to protect the family and defend the country. If we run away from the battlefield, then the enemy will ravage our homes and loved ones one day in the future. But now, it's a time of peace. The country is strong, and so is the army, and so are our soldiers. If you want to choose your own path, no one will stop you, and we will even bless you. You can also go with confidence and boldness, and never have to worry about anything. Lin Rui said seriously, because the position you vacated has already been filled for you. Our troops, our soldiers, will always guard the peace of the country and its people, so that you can enjoy everything in a carefree manner. So, Lin Rui patted him. Training I can help you choose. Life you have to choose for yourself. But I can responsibly tell you that by staying, you're getting a life full of wonderful excitement. Even in old age, you'll be proud of your younger self. Go back. You might get a smooth home and a quiet, ordinary life. Which is better? You choose. Lin Rui stood up to leave. There was really no way he could make this kind of decision for any of them. Company commander. Just then, Bu Chao suddenly stood up. Lin Li looked at him. What's wrong? Bu Chao gathered all his courage and said, I've decided. If she wants to split up, then let her. If she doesn't support me in being a good soldier, then we're not on the same page, and there's no point in continuing to be together. A woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my gun. I've decided. Stay here. Lin Rui smiled at him. Don't regret it if you think about it. Regret it if you want. It's only a month or a year at most. Bu Chao said seriously. But I, for one, don't want to regret it for the rest of my life. End of chapter. Bu Chao's words made even Lin Rui freeze. Looking at this somewhat silly guy in front of him, he actually said something so firm and persistent. Inside Lin Rui's heart, there was suddenly a lot more satisfaction. It suddenly dawned on him that after all they had been through together, perhaps nothing could ever separate them again. The army, it's their home. Only those who understand them can be their family. Company commander. Bu Chao grinned. Do you think I'm handsome? Lin Rui had a black line and went up to hammer him. You're a ing party pooper. Okay, get lost. Yes. Bu Chao saluted and turned toward the dormitory. Lin Rui looked at his back and sighed darkly. He understood that although the guy said it was easy on the surface, his heart must be sad. After all, they're girlfriends who have been in love for 3 years, and now they're going their separate ways for their own life goals. It wouldn't be good for anyone else's heart. In the future, you will definitely meet a better one. She'll understand you better and be more supportive. The road of life. You've only begun. Lin Rui smiled faintly. He had just turned around on his side when he was suddenly startled by 3 faces in the distance. He only saw Xiao Yuandong, Jing Siwei, and Wang Sheng standing in the corner, and was currently staring straight at himself, the look in her eyes, like a widow who's been abandoned. Lin Rui walked over to him in a bad mood. What are you doing? Being a lookout here? Jing Siwei said sadly. Company commander, don't lie to us. We know all about it. Lin Rui was dumbfounded. You? What do you know? Wang Sheng sighed. Old Bu was dumped by his girlfriend. He wants to go back to his girlfriend, right? Don't hide it from us. We all know. Xiao Yuandong nodded. Yes, we overheard him on the phone. Lin Rui was speechless for a while. Nima even eavesdropping on people's phone calls. What kind of fetish is this? So what if it is? Lin Rui looked at them impatiently. People have adjusted their moods now. Don't worry about it. Jing Siwei shook his head emotionally. Company commander, you're overestimating him. This guy, don't look at him as usually cheeky, but he actually has things on his mind that he holds in his heart. We are comrades in arms. Brothers, Wang Sheng said in a jarring voice. Company commander, when no one loves and cares for him like this, we have to give him care, concern, and love, Xiao Yuandong said tenderly, and give him cozy hugs. I'm going to you guys. Lin Rui's goosebumps fell to the ground as he listened. When did you guys have this kind of relationship? Style issues are strictly forbidden in the army. The 3 men froze, then almost spat out blood. Company commander, your thoughts are too nasty. We are proper comrades in arms. Okay. Lin Rui looked at them in disgust. So, what do you guys say? What's it going to take, right? Jing Siwei smiled and said, isn't Lao Bu's birthday today? Let's throw him a birthday party. I'll order a cake and get some of his favorite foods, so we can all keep him company. Right, Xiao Yuandong said. At such a vulnerable time, we have to surprise him so that he can come out of the darkness. Come on, interrupted Lin Li impatiently. If you say that again, I'm going to puke. But the surprise is nice. Lin Rui nodded. That's a good idea. Take this opportunity for everyone to relax and unwind as well. Everyone has really been tired during this past period of time. Good. Jing Siwei said excitedly. Then company commander, do we arrange it ourselves or? Lin Rui waved his hand. Just toss yourselves around. Barbecue party tonight for Bubo's birthday. Thank you company commander. The 3 men excitedly turned and ran. The corner of Lin Rui's mouth also curled into a knowing smile. Soon, they're going to really get into the first military drill of their lives, and they need cohesion. Lin Rui knew very well that military exercises were different now than in the past. In the past, a military exercise would be over with just a show of marking and bombing to a certain place, even without the 2 sides meeting sometimes. However, in recent years, the army has been seeking to get closer to the real world in order to be more realistic, so the military drills are becoming more and more realistic. Therefore, this military exercise, Lin Rui could imagine that it would definitely be brutal. And looking at Gao Shiwei's expression, it would never be simple. Letting the students relax before the military drill was the biggest mercy he could show the group. The day always goes by slowly when you're training, especially when it's the most exhausting. It always feels like seconds, but the leisure time passes incredibly quickly, and it's morning to darkness before you know it. It was almost evening when Li Yang ran over to find Lin Rui with a mysterious face. Company commander, old scripture said to ask you to help stall old Bu. Ha? Lin Rui looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? Li Yang laughed. That, can't say. Lin Rui almost didn't slap him. Let go if you have a fart. Don't be so evasive here. Li Yang coughed and said in a serious manner. We've arranged a surprise specifically for Lao Bu to eliminate the shadow in his heart after being green. Please, company commander, stabilize him before 7 o'clock and bring him to the lawn behind the canteen at 7 o'clock. We'll give him a perfect surprise. He'll be touched. Lin Ruio let out a voice, early to say it. With me also make mysterious. Li Yang smiled. Then company commander, I'll leave this to you. Asterisk off. Leave it to me and don't worry about it. Lin Rui waved his hand, and Li Yang ran all the way and quickly lost sight of him. Lin Rui cleaned up a little on his side and hurried to find Bu Chao. Bu Chao was sitting in his dormitory at the moment, fuming, just as Lin Rui thought. Although he had already made a decision, it was impossible to say that there was no pain in his heart. So, he was sad for a day off today. Bu Chao. Lin Rui approached the dormitory. Bu Chao flinched, then jerked to his feet. Company commander. Lin Rui smiled. What? Still sad? Bu Chao sighed. I've already called her and explained everything. She showed her cards to me. She will go to a foreign university to study. If it's meant to be, we'll get together again in the future. Lin Rui sighed inwardly as he saw his eyes dim. Going to a different college is basically like doing your goodbyes. What's more, it's still going abroad, and I'm afraid they won't even be in touch in the future. Lin Rui patted him. Well, there is no such thing as an unending feast. What should be yours? Even if you go to the ends of the earth, sooner or later she will return to you. Not yours, even if you hold a knife to her neck. Her heart has long drifted to a faraway place. Bu Chao forced a smile and nodded heavily at Lin Rui. Don't worry, company commander, although I'm sad, I won't change what I've decided. You said it before. We've grown up. It's time to take the path we think is right. She chose the path she thought was right. And now, I'm going to choose mine. Lin Rui patted him gratefully, then said faintly, by the way, today is your birthday. Those boys knew you broke up and wanted to give you a surprise. Let's go. They've got it about right, and I've been ordered to bring you there at 7 o'clock. When Bu Chao heard this, his heart was moved. The whole thing, it felt warm. No more girlfriends, but he still has a bunch of brothers who are in love with him. They were still around when he was at his worst. Bu Chao smiled. Company commander, wait for me for a while. He rushed to the sink and rinsed his face hard, washing away all the tear tracks. Lin Rui just waited quietly on the sidelines, although he knew that Bu Chao was actually still sad in his heart, but he has dared to face it. After today, he'll be more mature. Let's go, company commander. Bu Chao wiped the water off his face and smiled. Together, the two went to the back of the cafeteria, and from a distance they saw tables and lamps set up on the lawn. What surprised them most was the appearance of several Lolitas. I'll go. Bu Chao licked his lips. These brothers, they're too sweet. End of chapter. Not only Bu Chao, but even Lin Rui was stunned, but he quickly frowned. The nature of their academy had changed, and it was now a level 1 classified unit. No one was allowed to come in without Lin Rui's or the principal's permission. Either way, it's a leak. Wang Shang, Jing Siwei, where is everyone? Lin Rui roared. What's wrong with these girls? Who told you to? But the next second, his mouth opened wide and his whole body froze. Only the 3 girls turned around, and although their hair was quite long, it still couldn't cover those 3 big faces. The 3 little Lolitas and Lolita were actually Wang Shang, Jing Siwei and Xiao Yuandong. *******. Bu Chao jumped straight up in fright. You guys, what are you doing? Lin Rui is also ahead of these 3 guys. It's too scary. The 5 big bodies were completely wrapped and Lolita couldn't be seen, but that old face was quite distinguishable. Yeah, what are you guys up to? Lin Rui growled lowly in anger. *********************************************** scared the out of me. Jing Siwei smiled and said, Company commander, didn't we agree to surprise old Bu? Right. Xiao Yuandong pouted those red lips and disgustingly said to old Bu, Bu, don't be sad. It's just one woman. We still have so many more here if she's missing. Come, I'll give you a gentle hug. After saying that, he opened his hand and walked towards Bu Chao. Get lost. Bu Chao slammed his slippers directly into his face and kept backing up in fear. Can you not come close to me? You look like a demon. Is this a ing surprise? It's a ing shock. Okay, get away from me. Wang Sheng came over with a tall and powerful man. Old Bu, although we're not very good looking, we're very gentle. Come, throw yourself into our arms and you won't want that woman anymore. Bu Chao was about to be scared and cried, pointing at him and yelling, stand there and don't move. Don't come near me anymore. I'm going to you guys. You guys are not good looking. You guys are too scary looking. Please wipe the lipstick off your mouths, can you? I thought you guys just drank blood. Please, big brothers. Bu Chao begged for mercy. Today is at least my birthday, so you guys give me some happiness and don't give me a shock, okay? I'm already sad and pitiful enough, so don't you guys come and stick a knife in me again. Jing Siwei stroked his chin. You think we're ugly, don't you? It doesn't matter. There are so many people for you to choose from today. You'll be satisfied. When he finished, he clapped his hands. Bu Chao was so scared that his nerves tensed up. You, what are you doing? Don't mess around. Just then, the back door of the cafeteria opened and a man dressed in enchanting and colorful clothes walked over. When Lin Rui saw them, he almost fell to his knees on the spot. The Jing Siwei trio's look was already thunderous enough, but what he saw now was a bunch of ing demons and devils. There were those who wore cheongsams but were about to burst them, those who wore black silk but had legs full of muscles, and those who wore net stockings that showed their leg hair. What was even more exaggerated was Sun Nan, who actually ran over wearing a bustier with a bow tie. The point is that these guys also put makeup on their bearded faces. Lao Bu, which one of us do you like? Li Yang tugged on her skirt that had fallen down and walked over with pouting lips. Bu Chao was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground, tearfully shouting, "Big brothers, spare me. Just let me spend this birthday in peace, please." Lin Rui covered his face helplessly from the side. "These guys, it's time to learn makeup. What kind of demons and monsters are these drawings?" Half an hour later, a cheerful barbecue buffet began on the lawn. Bu Chao was surrounded by a group of demons and devils, and at the moment, he was quite relaxed. Since you can't drink alcohol, they have tons of beverages on hand. Company commander, now that we are a special academy, then in the future when we graduate, are we going to be assigned to various special forces? Sun Nan asked while eating a barbecue. This question, too, is of concern to all. Even though it's a vacation day, people have actually been discussing it privately. Company commander, we won't really have to separate in the future, right? Jing Siwei said reluctantly. 3 years in military school, by then we'll be inseparable brothers. Even if we were to separate now, we wouldn't be able to bear it. The others nodded silently, and many became quiet. What had been a lively barbecue was instantly shrouded in melancholy. Lin Rui looked at them and suddenly smiled slightly. Who said that? When the time comes, you'll have to separate? Everyone's eyes lit up. Company commander, we graduated and we're still together? Lin Rui nodded and shook his head. I can only say that some of us will stay together. A part of us will go to other special forces. Xiao Yuandong asked curiously. Company commander, what exactly does it mean? Tell us all about it. Lin Rui said indifferently. We're a special academy, and our purpose is to cultivate the country's best special talents. The day you graduate, that's when you can officially be on your own. At that time, the country will set up a separate force. All of you will have a chance to go in. Of course, Lin Rui said. There's also a part of them that will be sent to other troops. It could be special forces, it could be reconnaissance forces, it could be border defense, or even overseas peacekeeping forces. But wherever you go, you don't have to be sad. Lin Rui looked at them. We soldiers, we are just a screw. Wherever we are needed, we go. And each and every one of you is a sharp knife. No matter where you go, I'm sure you'll be able to bring out a good group of soldiers. As I said, it's useless to be strong alone. Only when a group of people are strong can they be invincible. So, in the future, whether you lose or stay, get your spirits up and do well. Wherever you go, always remember the passion you have today. Don't forget your beginnings so that you can go farther. Everyone was silent for a long time, and the gloom was gone from everyone's faces. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. Lin Rui raised a bottle of drink. Don't forget your beginnings. Stand up to the uniform. Stand up to the country and the people. Bottoms up. Everyone grabbed a drink and clinked heavily with his bottle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Time rushed by, and over the next few days, Lin Rui restarted training for the trainees. They still have many subjects to practice. However, Lin Rui no longer had time to practice new subjects for them. For the sake of the maneuver, he took all the subjects he had already taught and trained them all over and over again. Exercises are different from tests and are a much bigger challenge for them. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Rui stayed by the phone and waited. At 12 midnight, the phone rang at almost the same time. Lin Rui immediately picked up the phone, and an indifferent voice came from the opposite side. Lin Rui, immediately lead your troops to the 549 area and find your way to point B. There is your detailed combat mission. Yes. Lin Rui stood up excitedly. It was also his first military exercise. End of chapter. The ear-piercing assembly whistle sounded quickly in the academy, and all the cadets rushed out in full armor as fast as they could. But when they saw Lin Rui, who was also heavily armed, everyone was shocked. In their impression, it seemed like Lin Rui had never been heavily armed. After all, they were company commanders and chief instructors, so there was no need to train with them as long as they trained them. Jing Siwei originally wanted to ask, but when he saw that Lin Rui's face was filled with a solemn aura, he was immediately scared and shut up honestly. Order! Lin Rui let out a low roar, and all the cadets all raised their chests. Lin Rui scanned them and said in a deep voice, receiving instructions from our superiors, our department has been ordered to participate in a military drill. This is the first time in your lives that you have participated in a military drill. I hope that you will take out what you normally learn and play it out without reservation. A military show? All the students were blown away. Company commander, Are you kidding? Jing Siwei asked in surprise. We're students. Can we participate in military exercises? Xiao Yuandong also said. Did you hear the wrong order? The above let us study and observe? I've never heard of a military cadet, and a freshman at that, participating in a military drill. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. It was bull ***** to ask them to go to a military exercise. Unless the leader who gave the order is out of his mind. Lin Rui looked at them coldly. There are too many impossible things that have happened to you, like changing this place into a special academy. Should we get rid of the special academy as well, so you guys can go back to being national defense students again? Now everyone is honest. Are you kidding me? They worked so hard to earn that honor. That spells death to keep it. Lin Rui grunted coldly. The higher-ups let us participate in the military exercises. It's a sign of trust in us, and there are expectations of us. They want to see that we can beat the special squad in the test. But when it comes to the battlefield of large regimental combat, how much more effective can we be? More than anything, they want to see if we can stand up to the title of Special Academy. Understand? Yes. Everyone let out a roar. Lin Rui looked at his watch, then turned his head to the other side. The cadets all looked curiously in the direction he was looking, but there was nothing there in the dark. Company commander, are we, not departing? Jing Siwei asked curiously. Lin Rui smiled. Them, here they come. Get ready to go. At the same time, the news of the start of the maneuver spread quickly to all the maneuver units involved. A large number of soldiers quietly rushed onto the troop carriers with their luggage on their backs from one troop's camp to the next. The roaring tanks drove out of the camp at full speed, led by the guide car, throughout the Southeast Theater as well as within the Southwest Theater. Red and Blue had a total of about 100,000 troops mobilized at the same time. The silence of the late night was filled with an aura of solemnity for a while. Inside the Military Exercise Directors Department, Gao Shiwei from the Southeast War Area, Wang Changlin from the Southwest War Area, and others were all listed. They, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Exercises Directorate, and the Commander-in-Chief, General Locke, sent from headquarters. Old Gao, Old Wang. Locke looked at the troops that began to rapidly mobilize on a block of screen and smiled with satisfaction. This time, the multi-service comprehensive exercise was called at short notice, and I had thought that there would be at least one or two troops that would be busy and make mistakes, but I didn't expect that your troops would actually have already mobilized within 10 minutes. This is greatly out of my expectation, Gao Shiwei said indifferently. The People's Army, by nature, should come when called upon, be able to fight when it comes, and win when it fights. We, in the Southeast Theater, have never had a moment of laxity from any of our troops. Wang Changlin smiled. Lao Gao, are you saying that we are slacking off in the Southwest Theater? Gao Shiwei looked at him, then laughed. Old Wang, if you have to interpret it that way, that's fine. Anyway, compared to our Southeast, you guys are definitely almost interesting. Wang Changlin didn't get angry and said with a smile, Lao Gao, after so many years you can never get rid of this old fault of yours. It's just tough talk. This time even your Wolfang Special Brigade has been allocated to our Red Army. What else do you have to be so goddamned proud of? Don't get beaten up too badly later. You find a place to drink mulled wine. Gao Shiwei grunted coldly. Although the higher-ups have given you Red Army several newly organized heavy armored units this time, when have we in Southeast ever been afraid? Old Wang, don't be too complacent. War inherently has a lot of unexpectedness. Wang Changlin laughed. Okay, you just keep talking tough. However, even if you are hard-mouthed, you can't change your fate as a whetstone. But don't worry Lao Gao, this time we will definitely not waste you guys as a whetstone, and properly hammer our sharp knives to beat you guys to death. Ha. Locke shook his head helplessly to the side inside. That's the way it is in the military. There's no such thing as a civilian. He knew very well that Gao Shiwei and Wang Changlin had been comrades in arms before, and had also worked together for 8 years, and were good friends in private. But when it comes to the matter of their own army, that will definitely not be ambiguous. The fight will have to hit hard. Absolutely no mercy. Locke coughed. Alright you two, why don't you guys go get some rest? The troops have just started mobilizing and may not arrive at their designated location until tomorrow morning. Just then, an officer suddenly ran over, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander-in-Chief. The Red side has sent out 3 helicopters and is about to launch a surprise attack on the Blue Army's troops. What? All 3 were shocked. The exercise had just begun and everyone was on their way to their assigned locations. This is the time to launch a surprise attack. Do you know where people are? Which unit is striking and who is the target? Locke asked anxiously. The officer said, it's a squad sent by the Red Fang Wolf's Teeth Special Brigade, and the target of the raid was a unit of the Blue Army. Looking at the report, it seems like It's a group of military cadets. This time, it was Wang Changlin and Locke's turn to be shocked at the same time. Army cadets? Wang Changlin stammered. A bunch of students. How did they get to the maneuvers? Are the Wolf Fong's people out of their minds? What are they doing going after these students? Them? They were specially authorized by me to participate in the military drill. Gao Shiwei suddenly said faintly. Wang Changlin looked at him with a shocked expression. Old Gao. Are you senile? Gao Shiwei glared at him without a good look. You're getting Alzheimer's. And I'm not even going to get it. Then what are you getting a bunch of students for? Wang Changlin laughed bitterly. Giving away heads doesn't have to be done like this. Even if I were to exterminate them, I wouldn't feel honored. You're definitely purely here to disgust me. Letting me finish them off and win, right? Locke didn't say anything because he knew clearly that a general like Gao Shiwei definitely had his reasons for being able to make such a choice. Gao Shiwei looked at Wang Changlin and sneered. What kind of person do you think Wolfong Jun is? He would be so stupid as to risk exposure to exterminate a group of students just as soon as the maneuvers begin? Could he have done that if these students hadn't made him feel threatened? Wang Changlin thought about it. This time he was the one who desperately wanted to bring Wolfsbane over. The reason was simple. The Skywolf Special Warfare Brigade in his Southwest Theater of Operations had 1/3 of the people in it brought out by He Ji-jun. He was disturbed if he didn't ask him over. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, he absolutely believed in any choice He Ji-jun made. Since he did that, it must have been 100% justified. Wang Changlin suddenly laughed. No matter what the reason is, even if these students you sent out do have some level, they'll be dead soon. Wang Changlin smiled triumphantly. My choice this time seems really right. Use your spear and merit your shield. It's still He Ji-jun who understands your Southeastern theater. Old Gao. I'm sorry about this, but I'll collect their heads first for your group of students. Ha ha ha. Looking at Wang Changlin smiling like that, Gao Shiwei couldn't wait to slap him. Little he, you're really something. Gao Shiwei looked at the screen and sighed inwardly. It's just a pity for Lin Rue. He's going to be completely annihilated before he can even perform. It seems that he won't be able to get the next chance. AI. People have their own lives. Gao Shiwei was incomparably sorry in his heart, and he had already begun to mourn silently for Lin Rue and the group of students. After all, is it just a bunch of students? If you meet a battlefield veteran, you'll only be wiped out. But what happened next? Gao Shiwei could never have imagined. End of chapter. In the quiet of the thick night, a single figure rushed swiftly through the woods. Tian Ba was in the lead, spitting out his tongue as he ran wildly. Lin Rue, on the other hand, followed closely behind with the others, each of them running furiously at almost sprint speed. Company commander. Jing Siwei swallowed and said with difficulty, we, with 2 legs, are chasing 4 wheels. Isn't that a bit too silly? Lin Rue said without looking back. Decades ago, our forefathers used 2 legs to outrun the enemy's 4 wheels. What? It won't work with you guys? Xiao Yuandong said bitterly. No, company commander. Didn't you just say that we were going to look for a combat mission? Then why don't we take the car instead of running after it? Lin Rue coldly smiled. Maneuvers are war. Do you think you'll go by the book and compete on both sides like you usually do? War is a competition of the highest human intelligence, especially our special academy. We have to learn to think with special thinking. When it comes to the battlefield, the comparison is who is more ghostly. Understand? Whether anything happens or not, we have to be prepared just in case. All the students looked helpless, and Jing Siwei whispered, if you want to compare ghosts, who can be more ghostly than him? There's no telling what's going on in his head. Bu Chao nodded approvingly. Those ideas of our company commander are the least of it. Say what? Lin Li jerked his head around. Bu Chao was so frightened that he hurriedly laughed and said, I said that you, company commander, are the smartest, the most powerful, and the best. Lin Rue took a few steps back and slapped him in the head. Don't think I can't hear you. I have good ears. Bu Chao's face was bitter. I know. From now on I'll definitely not say what's on my mind. Bang! He received another blow to the head at once. At the same time, 20 kilometers away in the sky, 3 helicopters were breaking through the darkness of the night, flying towards Lin Rue's side. Golden Eagle, target sighted. Only 18 kilometers away. The voice of Snow Leopard Chen Shanming came from Fan Tianlei's headset. Fan Tianlei's eyes revealed a thick murderous aura. Prepare the helicopter gunships. Once the target is detected, immediately conduct a covering sweep. Yes, the helicopter pilot replied immediately. Fan Tianlei adjusted the channel and said to everyone in Red Cell, we're about to run into those bastards. Don't forget, who gave our Red Cell its first disgrace when it was first formed? In the past few days, who gave it to you guys for being punished and suffering so much? You've all lost your faces because of them. This time, you have to get them back no matter what. Understand? Yes. The roars of He Changwang and the others quickly came from his headset. However, everyone's heart was not in it. It's obvious that you're the one who blindly commanded, causing us to be dragged down and punished by you. You've lost your face, and it's not because of you? Besides, you're not the one who's most humiliated. Now the whole brigade knows you're the chief of staff of. Fan Tianlei said in a cold voice. This opportunity to wash away the shame is something that the captain and I have desperately asked for. There's only one chance. If we miss it, we'll have to bear this shame forever. Understand? Yes. Everyone responded again. Fan Tianlei nodded in satisfaction. But the cold aura in his eyes became even more intense. Lin Rui. You bastard. You treated me like that last time. This time, I'm going to bury all of you in the ground as well. Assholes. Golden Eagle. The target has been spotted. You may launch an attack. The voice of the helicopter gunship pilot suddenly came from the headset. Fan Tianlei immediately nodded excitedly. The helicopter gunships launch a frontal attack. Shan Ming, let's attack from the left and right and defeat them. Yes. In a flash, the helicopter gunship stabs straight out like a sharp sword, rushing straight toward the main road ahead. The other two helicopters, one on the left and one on the right, formed a zigzag with the helicopter gunships and also flew quickly toward the main road. Infantry's nightmare, aside from armored vehicles, would definitely be helicopters. If you run into an armored vehicle, you might be able to use the terrain to escape, but when you run into a helicopter, it's a dead end. It's a precision strike from the sky, and there's nowhere to run. Sorry cuties, it's the end of the line for you. The helicopter gunship pilot smiled as he locked onto the target, then pressed the launch button. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A single maneuver rocket frantically outputs from the honeycomb launchers on either side of the helicopter gunship. In an instant thick white smoke rose everywhere along the entire main road. The three trucks that were traveling all came to an emergency stop, and the smoke detectors on their bodies were triggered. And at the moment thick white smoke was also rising. Stop! Lin Rui violently raised his fist, and all the students immediately prostrated themselves on the ground en masse from their running state. Everyone slid a good distance down the ground before coming to a stop, but there was no confusion about crashing together. Almost instantly, everyone went quiet as a ghost. In the forest, only the sound of ragged panting remained. Watching the three helicopters surround the convoy, Jing Siwei said in shock, "Company Commander, there's really something about you. How could you have predicted this?" Xiao Yuandong wiped the sweat on his head and said in surprise, "Still the company commander is great. If we were sitting in the car, 80% of us would have been eliminated by now. Company commander, you are also too divine." Sun Nan flickered his eyes like a little minion. "My admiration for you is like a torrent of continuous water. My admiration for your—" "Alright, shut up," Lin Rui yelled lowly with a serious expression. And everyone immediately shut up en masse. Watching the two helicopters that Fan Tianlei and the others were in had descended, Lin Rui patted Tianba's head. Tianba immediately scurried out, disappearing into the night like a bolt of black lightning. Everyone was in a daze, not knowing what exactly Lin Rui was up to. "Company commander, not doing them?" Wang Shang asked somewhat impatiently. The others were also fist-pumping, now that they were in the dark and the enemy was in the light. Attacking them could definitely be a big win. They were victorious at the start of this exercise, so it must have been smoother the rest of the way. "No way." Lin Rui shook his head. All the students were instantly confused, and Jing Siwei hurriedly asked, "Why, company commander, are you giving up such a good opportunity?" "That's right," Li Yang asked in disbelief. "This gang sneaked up on us. It's only right to exterminate them." Lin Rui pointed at the helicopter gunship in the sky. "As long as that thing is in the sky and we go out, we'll be attacked by its intensive strafing. Also, you can see that the other two helicopters are also on low-level alert, and there must be heavy machine guns up there. We can eliminate them if we go over there, and we can take down one or two helicopters with our new equipment. We, however, will be crippled by their remaining firepower. Avoiding the front line, attacking by surprise, that's what special forces should do. Fighting hard, that's what big troops do. Got it?" Everyone's brains calmed down at that. They're thinking about taking on the infantry and forgetting that they have helicopters. Also, one of them was a helicopter gunship. Just that beehive bazooka blasting away at them would immediately wipe them out. Just then, Tianba flew back. Lin Rui looked it in the eye. "Are you sure?" "Woof!" Skyblaze shouted proudly. All the students looked confused and had no idea what they were doing. However, everyone was already familiar with the fact that Lin Rui could speak in dog language, which belonged to people's secrets, and they didn't want to think too much about it. "Let's go!" Lin Rui suddenly crouched up at that moment. "Let's change places." Wang Shang was surprised and asked, "Company commander, aren't we going to look for a combat mission?" Lin Rui smiled. We have a new mission. Fan Tianlei looked at the open door of the car, and the things packed inside the car, and his whole face twitched with anger. He Cheng Wang and the others stood to the side, just like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Fan Tianlei's back. Each one of them was now speechless, not knowing what to say about the chief of staff. Chief, what are you guys doing? The Special Academy's logistics squad leader, Wang, pretended to be particularly shocked. We're just a cooking squad, a larger reinforced squad at best, but there's only 20 of us. I'll be damned. The helicopter gunships are out in force, giving us too much face, aren't they? A smoking cooking soldier laughed. Special forces are special forces. Beating our cooking class is such a big battle. In the future, we can also go out and brag about it. Another soldier laughed. Forget it, who would believe you? If you use a helicopter gunship to wipe out our cooking class, people will definitely think we're cuties. They'll think we're only cuties. They'll think we're the only ones who would do that. Fan Tianlei was so angry that he was about to explode in place, turning to look at Wang Banchang and roaring, "Where are the people? Where are they? Why are you guys in this car?" Squad leader Wang was flabbergasted, then laughed. "Oh, you're talking about Instructor Lin and the others, right? Hey, Instructor Lin is really nice. Knowing that our cooking class doesn't usually train much, and one by one, our legs and feet aren't good. That's not it. I still have a bit of asthma, and Old Bai still has a bit of foot odor. Come on, come on, come on." Fan Tianlei impatiently interrupted him. "I asked you where the people are. Where they are? I didn't ask you guys." Wang Banchang looked at him with a serious look. "I don't know." Fan Tianlei flabbergasted for a while, angry almost slap him. "You do not know here blindly forcing half a day for what? I'm a superior. Asking you questions, you must answer." Fan Tianlei said angrily. Squad leader Wang laughed. "Leader, have you ever seen a traitor in our army? Even if we were cooks, we wouldn't be traitors. Besides, we're all dead, and dead people don't talk." Fan Tianlei was so angry that he was about to explode. Lin Rue and the students and the dog were enough to make him angry. I didn't realize that even a cook in this special academy was so infuriating. He was just about to yell when Chen Shanming came over with a walkie-talkie. "Golden Eagle. It's from Wolf Head." The corners of Fan Tianlei's mouth tugged unnaturally, and he finally picked up the phone helplessly. "Da, Captain. Mission accomplished. Were the men all wiped out?" He Jijun asked with a smile. Fan Tianlei said stiffly, "That. They were too cunning to change cars temporarily." "Answer my question." He Jijun asked impatiently. "Is there or isn't there?" Fan Tianlei had a bitter face. "Report, no. The people sitting inside the car are from their cooking class. Lin Rue and his students. Not a single one in sight." He Jijun flinched for a moment, then suddenly growled angrily. "I told you to exterminate Lin Rue and the others. Who told you to exterminate someone else's cooking class? Are you brain dead?" End of chapter. Fan Tianlei was scolded by He Jijun. Even through the phone, He Chengwang and the others standing in the distance could clearly feel He Jijun's violent anger. "I think Golden Eagle will be in bad luck again this time." Wang Yanbing sighed. "This chief of staff of his, I guess this exercise will come to an end." Li Ernia nodded seriously. "Golden Eagle is also right. Knowing that those guys are powerful, why did you have to mess with them? This is good. Isn't this digging a hole for himself?" He Chengwang coldly grunted. "He didn't just screw himself over. He screwed us over as well. If we had acted with Lone Wolf and the others, we might have infiltrated the Blue Army's hinterland by now. At the very least, we could have learned something and not be like this." "All shut up." Gong Arrow looked at them in a bad mood. "The Golden Eagles are also trying to save our Red Cell's face, and the plan this time was indeed very well thought out. We utilized high technology and hacked into the system when the Commander-in-Chief was giving the battle orders for each unit, which is how we learned their exact information. It was a sure thing, but who would have thought?" Everyone sighed depressingly. This operation could definitely be considered a tenfold success. No one expected that the students didn't hit and actually wiped out a bunch of cooks. This would give them a worse reputation as Red Cells if it went out. I don't worry, Big Captain. I'll go find them right away. No matter if it's up or down. I'll definitely find them and exterminate them all." Fan Tianlei nodded his head vigorously into the phone. He Jijun snorted coldly. "Before dawn, you must settle this for me. Otherwise, you're done as Chief of Staff." "Understood." "Yes." Before Fan Tianlei could finish, He Jijun hung up the phone. Fan Tianlei blackened his old face and looked at Wang Banchang dead in the face. Squad leader Wang immediately shouted, "I'm a dead man. Dead men don't talk." The other cooks simply lay down on the ground en masse and played dead. Fan Tianlei was so furious that he almost exploded in place and roared at his men. "Go, follow this road to their campsite and take a look. In such a short period of time, they definitely can't run away. Tonight, They must be exterminated. Yes. Everyone flew towards the helicopter furiously. Fan Tianlei walked past the group of cook soldiers and pointed at them in anger. All of them lie down properly as dead men. Don't get up. Yes. Everyone lay on the ground and saluted him. Take care, Comrade Colonel. Fan Tianlei was so angry and helpless that he could only quickly run towards the helicopter. It was a race against time now. He had no time to waste. He had to find Lin Rui before they ran and disappeared. Otherwise, he really had no way to go back and explain when it was dawn. As they watched the helicopter fly away, the cooks all rose from the ground. Squad leader Wang pulled out a cigarette, and the other cooks immediately came over to light it for him. Squad leader, do you think Instructor Lin and the others, will they be caught? A veteran said worriedly. But don't get caught. These guys are too unorthodox. The maneuvers have only just begun and they're using a helicopter against a group of students. How shameless. Exactly. Another veteran said hatefully. That colonel who led the way was the most shameless. To be caught by them is just heavenly. Another veteran sighed. It's too hard if you don't want to get caught. They are helicopters after all. Instructor Lin and the others are just relying on 2 legs. It's impossible to say. They'll be caught before long. It's a pity for those kids to run into such shameless bastards. Wang Banchang exhaled a mouthful of smoke, but the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. Don't worry about it. That Instructor Lin of ours is no ordinary person. If he can avoid it once, he can definitely avoid it a second time. He can even think of this sneak attack. I believe that avoiding it is definitely no problem. The other veterans immediately nodded their heads. Yes, Instructor Lin is so smart. And those kids aren't stupid and so persistent. They definitely won't get caught. Squad leader Wang looked into the distance. His eyes filled with anticipation. Instructor Lin, take the kids in charge. Show more people that those kids, they're good. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye the day dawned. But Lin Rui and his 100 or so students just completely disappeared as if they had vaporized. Fan Tianlei first went to their school and found no one. Then infrared was turned on along the way, even the thermal imaging system, but still no one was found. In the end, he had no choice but to simply head to the Blue Army Command's mission site given to Lin Rui to find them. This was already a very shameless approach, tantamount to telling everyone that they, Wolverine Teeth, had hacked the system of the General Director's Department in advance, or else there was no way they could have known where Lin Rui and the others were assembling. But even so, Fan Tianlei still didn't find a single person when he arrived at the place. Assholes, where are you hiding? Damn it, come out. Fan Tianlei grumpily kicked away several rocks. He Chengwang and others are also tired. They are like running back and forth all night. But other than the extermination of a logistics squad, nothing else. AI. This time we are destined to become a laughingstock. Wang Yanbing sighed. Song Kaifei looked desperate. Why did we come to Red Cell? How come we were fooled by Golden Eagle? That IQ of his. It feels like it's not as good as mine. Gong Arrow still wanted to put in a good word for Fan Tianlei. But there was nothing he could say in this current situation. Even he was beginning to doubt Fan Tianlei's command ability. Golden Eagle. Let's go back. Chen Shanming came over and advised. It's already dawn. If we don't go back, the Blues will lock onto us. This is the Blue Army's territory. They can easily shoot us down with missiles. By then, it will be even more humiliating. Fan Tianlei was trembling with anger. But there was nothing he could do but walk angrily toward the helicopter. Chen Shanming was right. If the helicopter was still shot down, it would be even worse luck for him to go back. The day soon dawned completely bright, and inside the General Director's Department, an officer ran in and reported the situation on Fan Tianlei's side in detail. Because they evacuated late, they were discovered by the Blues. The 2 helicopters were intercepted by Blue Army missiles, and although they didn't crash, it was determined that the 2 helicopters had to be retired for 3 days for overhaul. Where are the people? Wang Changlin asked excitedly. Did they annihilate the enemy? The officer nodded. Wiped out a cooking squad. What? Wang Changlin's jaw hit the ground. Pust. Ha ha ha. Gao Shiwei burst into laughter, pointing at the dumbfounded Wang Changlin and laughing. Old Wang. Wolf Fong is still my troop after all. Deliberately sending 2 helicopters to send us heads just to eliminate a cooking class. Ha ha ha. Wang Changlin's old face was red with anger. After all that bragging in front of Gao Shiwei last night, we lost 2 helicopters and wiped out a cooking class? He wanted to find a hole in the ground. Wang Changlin glared fiercely at Gao Shiwei, then turned around and grabbed the phone to connect He Jijun. He Jijun, what the hell are you guys up to? Going over to the Blues for a laugh? Are you an undercover agent planted by the Blues in our place? A barrage of angry roars, scolding He Jijun to the point of being half short. Now He Jijun couldn't wait to catch Fan Tianlei and dismantle him in order to solve his heart's hatred. How did one come to believe this again? Don't worry, Vice Commander. I'll definitely find that group, He Ji-jun said in a deep voice. Enough, Wang Changlin said impatiently. It's just a group of students. How much more military power do you have to waste to deal with them? Stop all operations immediately and focus on dealing with the blues for me. Don't forget, your mission is to crush their command and communication system. Don't let me hear again that your men lost any of their men for that bunch of unimportant students, He Ji-jun said anxiously. Vice Commander, you may not know them well. Stop nagging me, Wang Changlin roared. If you talk any more nonsense to me, I'll waste you. With a bang, Wang Changlin angrily hung up the phone. He Ji-jun's face was filled with anger as he raised his head, and the people in the entire command center were too scared to meet his eyes, especially the veterans who had followed him for many years. All of them knew very well that once He Ji-jun possessed this kind of look, it meant that he was already killing. He Ji-jun walked outside the tent and looked at the distant sky with a slight frown. He had just gotten word that Lin Rue and his students had all disappeared. Vice Commander, you probably don't realize, it would be really dangerous to let those guys disappear for no reason. Soon, you'll be scared. He Ji-jun clenched his fists tightly and let out a silent sigh. End of chapter. P.S. I haven't released the last chapter from the little darkroom yet, so I'll have to post it first. The bus rattled off the main road and bumped along on a stretch of side road. The ticket-selling aunt looked at the bus full of soundly sleeping soldiers and said to Lin Rue with a smile on her face, Comrade, these kids are exhausted, aren't they? Look how soundly they're sleeping. They haven't woken up since they got on the bus. The driver of the car laughed. Fortunately, we have 2 cars. Otherwise you so many people still cannot pull down. Hey, they say that soldiers defend the motherland, but they are all a bunch of kids. These people of ours. Let these kids protect them. It's my honor to be able to pull you on. Lin Rue stroked Tianba's head and smiled. Uncle, it's also our honor to ride in your car. The ticket sales auntie laughed. Comrade, what are you going to do? I've seen so many tanks since last night. And that car with the big rocket. So grand. Is something going to happen? Before Lin Rue had a chance to reply, the driver had already taken the lead and shouted. What are you asking blindly for? They're called military secrets. Aren't you making it difficult for the little comrade? Lin Rue nodded gratefully. Uncle is right. It's true that we can't tell. The driver smiled smugly. And that's called a rocket? That's a missile. Independently developed by our country. It's because of the missiles that the West doesn't dare to bully us. Little comrade. Am I right? Lin Rue nodded with a bitter smile. Uncle knows so much. Awesome. The driver laughed. That's for sure. I'm the one who cares about national events every day. In our fleet, I'm the one who knows the most. The ticket sales aunt looked at him with a disgusted face. Yes, you know the most. The country is about to recruit you over there to discuss how the country should be built together. You drive well. There aren't many days left to drive. Listening to the two of them bicker, Lin Rue was really crying and laughing. But to have met such a kind uncle last night who was willing to give them a ride after work, Lin Rue's heart was truly grateful. Why is the Chinese army strong? It is because of the countless people who are quietly supporting behind the scene. It's never changed from half a century ago until now. Lin Rue looked at his watch and then looked over the map. Although he didn't know exactly how the maneuver area was divided, he had paid attention and observed yesterday that Fan Tianlei's helicopter, their helicopter, was flying from this direction. They had traveled almost 200 kilometers after a few hours in the car. Here, it should already be the Red Army's hinterland. If we go any further, we may have to go out of the maneuver area. Just then, a system beep suddenly came to his ears. Ding! The main mission is now released. Eliminate the Red Army's 10 times your strength. Take out 2 regiment level or higher commands, and behead the Red Army's general commander. Mission accomplished. The host will receive a generous reward. After hearing about this mission, Lin Rue's face turned ugly. He didn't bring his men to the Red Army's hinterland to behead someone's commander-in-chief. That's someone's general headquarters. And I'm afraid that the defense strength won't be less than 1 regiment. And there must be support troops nearby. Backup can certainly be given in 5 to 10 minutes. Even if he, Lin Rue, had gotten lucky and decapitated someone, I'm afraid it would be impossible to run. The moment he gets out of someone's command is the moment he is surrounded by a large force. As for destroying an enemy 10 times their size, that's an equally hellishly difficult task. This is a large regiment. People don't just have 1 or 2,000 people. They have 100,000 people. As soon as he eliminated dozens of people on his side, he was afraid that he would immediately invite indiscriminate bombardment from other people's Red Army. It didn't even require people to send out any large forces. The artillery fire could have wiped them out in groups. I'll go. The difficulty of this mission is too great. Lin Rue was speechless. Just then, a map suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding! The system provides the host with a deployment map of the armies of both red and blue this time. This is the deployment map in its current state. After that, if both armies are mobilized, the map is not displayed. Lin Rui looked at the map, which not only indicated the extent of the maneuver area, and where red and blue have armies is all clearly labeled. Lin Rui's face was filled with smiles of excitement. With this map, at least he wasn't looking at both sides, like a headless fly. He looked at the area of the maneuvers, which spanned 2 provinces. If he didn't have this map, he really wouldn't know where to go. It would be perfect if it could be labeled. How many people are in each place? Lin Rui immediately scrutinized the deployment map and quickly memorized the positions on it within his mind. The system says that this chapter deployment map is only useful in the moment, but with the start of the exercise, both armies are sure to mobilize quickly. So, this chart will be useless, at best, by tomorrow. As for the Red Army's command, Lin Rui simply ignored it. If he rushed over with his men like a rash when the maneuvers hadn't fully started now, it would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Lin Rui closed his eyes and his mind began to race. A large amount of special operations knowledge, at the moment, seemed to pop up automatically, being sifted and fused by Lin Rui one by one. Soon he opened his eyes and picked up his pen to make quick marks on the map. A few moments later, he already had a bold plan. If you want to accomplish the mission, then you must first disrupt the Red Army's deployment. Lin Rui muttered to himself. Contacting the Blue Army now will definitely expose us. But as long as the Red Army is in chaos, then contacting the Blues to strike together at that time, then the Red Army will be even more chaotic. When the time comes, there will be an opportunity to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, Lin Rui suddenly shouted to the driver, "Uncle, please stop at the side of the road." "We're here." The driver nodded, put on his turn signal, and slowly pulled over to the side of the road. A car was following close behind. "Everyone, get out of the car and get ready to go," Lin Rui yelled. All the sleeping students wanted to be electrocuted, and all of them woke up at once. The next second, they popped up out of their seats and flew towards the car to gather underneath. Lin Rui saluted the driver and the conductor, then settled the fare to them. "Thank you, here's the ticket money." The ticket salesman quickly waved his hand. "Little comrade, what are you talking about? You can't take this money." The driver also hurriedly shook his head. "Young man, you are slapping us in the face. You guys are defending the country. We common people have to contribute as well. Take the money back, or I won't have the face to meet people." Lin Rui smiled faintly. "Uncle, Auntie, our army has had a rule from the time it was established that we would never take a single needle or thread from the people. If you guys don't take it, I'm making a mistake and I'll have to be confined when I get back." That's the driver and the conductor were in a quandary. Lin Rui shoved the money to them and smiled. "Just keep it. The people's sons and daughters have to pay for their rides too. By the way, I beg you guys for one thing." The driver immediately said, "You name it, we'll do anything. Don't tell anyone we took your car. Keep it a secret." "Thanks." Lin Rui smiled and saluted again, then turned to get out of the car. Looking at the back of a group of people darting toward the mountains, the driver let out a long sigh. "All good, young man, the country has them. We are really happy." Auntie Ticketmaster wiped her eyes. "I suddenly remembered my boy, and wondered if he was cold at the frontier. Seeing them is just like seeing my boy." Lin Rui quickly drilled into the forest with his men, and Tian Ba opened the way in front of them, leading them to dart through the forest. "Company commander, where are we?" Jing Siwei looked around curiously. Xiao Yuandong yawned as he ran. "We've been sitting for 4 hours, at least 200 kilometers. Company commander, are you planning to take us on a trip? Not a drill?" Bang! Lin Rui slapped him on the side of the head, causing Xiao Yuandong to squeal in pain. "Sobered up a bit?" Xiao Yuandong nodded his head aggressively. "Awake!" Lin Rui gave him a blank look. "It's good that you're awake, so you don't have to dream in the middle of the day." All the students were holding back their laughter, and Bu Chao whispered, I think you just haven't woken up from your big dream." Wang Sheng asked in a deep voice. "Company commander, what are we going to do now?" Lin Rui smiled slightly. "I'll take you guys on a big game. Let's paralyze all 100,000 of their Red Army and stay where they are as kings." Everyone's mouths were wide open in shock. Sun Nan pointed at himself incredulously. "Company commander, just with us? Paralyzing 100,000 people. Paralyzed? Don't underestimate yourself." Lin Rui smiled. "You're useful." After saying that, he ran furiously towards the front with big strides. Sun Nan flinched, then looked at the others triumphantly. "Did you hear that? The company commander complimented me. I'm useful. Ha ha ha." Everyone gave him the middle finger. An hour later, Lin Rui led the men to the front of a campground. They were halfway up the hill and had a clear view of the camp below. Only the entrance was heavily guarded, and there was even a machine gun mounted, and the campground was filled with cars, a fuel supply truck shuttling in and out. Company commander, what is this place? A gas station? Jing Siwei asked in a whisper. Lin Rue nodded. This is a supply depot for the Red Army. Don't look like there's nothing up there, but there are oil pipes underneath and a large amount of reserve oil. If we destroy this place, we can at least temporarily paralyze 2 division traps, and there are 6 or 7 such places in the Red Army. All we have to do is blow up 3, and the remaining 3 will be particularly nervous. By then, the Red Army side won't need to attack, and they won't be able to move. Everyone looked at him adoringly. Company commander, you're too good to come up with such a bad idea. Lin Rue glared at them in a bad mood. If you don't know how to compliment people, shut up and don't do it the hard way. Everyone shut up in embarrassment. Lin Rue quickly viewed the base with God's view. The outer perimeter was heavily defended, and unless they attacked forcefully, they couldn't get in at all. But once they attacked strongly, their position was exposed. When that happens, they don't get to blow up the next supply depot, much less fulfill his mission. Suddenly, Lin Rue found a breakthrough. His eyes, in turn, lit up. Just do it. End of chapter. Lin Rue quickly generated an idea, then looked at Jing Siwei and the others with a smile. Jing Siwei was still fully focused on the camp below when he suddenly saw Lin Rue smiling at him and almost jumped in fear. Company commander, Jing Siwei said awkwardly. Let's talk business. Can you not smile at me? It's quite creepy. Really, company commander. We're scared, Xiao Yuandong cried out. When the company commander smiled, life and death were hard to predict. And the thing that all the students feared the most was Lin Rue's smile. He's a little meaner, a little grumpier, and instead they feel a little more real and affectionate, and even sleep soundly. Lin Rue patted them. What are you afraid of? I just thought of a good idea. And by the way, I can exercise you guys. What's the idea? Can we end up here? Jing Siwei and the others were immediately energized. They were newborns, and having traveled so far, it was hard to see Red's base, and everyone was eager to try. Lin Rue pointed at the cars coming and going and said, see, if you want to blend in, you can only rely on these cars. These cars slow down when they get close to the base, and there's a curve over there that creates a blind spot in the line of sight. If you guys move fast enough, you can get under the cars and blend in. Once inside, then you guys can do whatever you want. Lin Rue said smilingly. At that time, you guys only need to go to the refueling pipeline and place a few bombs there. Then the entire base will be completely finished. At that time, you guys will be doing a great job. Lin Rue looked at them with a smile. The military exercise just started, and you guys blew up an important enemy supply station, causing at least 2 divisions to be paralyzed. If this was on a real battlefield, you guys wouldn't even be too far off with the title of first-class combat heroes. Even if this was a drill, you guys would still be able to have second-class merit. Want to get credit? Want to be honored? Want to prove yourselves to everyone? Two. Jing Siwei and the others were already filled with excitement. Lin Rue nodded seriously. Very well, I like this attitude of yours. Then, whoever wants to go, I won't assign them. Sign up yourselves. Jing Siwei, Xiao Yuandong, Ma Qi, and Bu Chao all raised their hands to sign up. On the contrary, Wang Shang was much more honest this time, lying on the side without saying a word. Lin Rue smiled. There are more people than there are people, so I'll pick 6 people to go. You. In the end, Jing Siwei, Ma Qi, Sun Nan, Xiao Yuandong and 2 other trainees were picked. The 6 men were excited as if it were New Year's Eve, and they were overflowing with joy from the inside out. Sorry, everyone. Jing Siwei dejectedly arched his hand. We'll just go ahead and make a head start. Xiao Yuandong laughed. Don't be jealous. It's all about strength. If you had our strength, the company commander would have chosen you. Sun Nan arrogantly waved his hand at the crowd. Don't be discouraged. There are plenty of opportunities in the future. Next time, you guys will definitely have a chance. Lin Rue looked at his watch and said, hurry up and move. The cars down there are getting fewer and fewer. There should be this many cars coming for now. If we don't go, we won't have a chance. Jing Siwei and the others immediately saluted towards Lin Rue. Company commander, wait for our triumphant return. When that time comes, we'll drink the first cup of celebratory wine. Good. Waiting for your triumph. Lin Rue returned a military salute. The 6 men immediately climbed down in the direction Lin Rue had indicated, and soon disappeared into the jungle. Wang Shang, why haven't you raised your hand? Lin Rue looked at Wang Shang curiously. Wang Shang laughed and awkwardly whispered, because I can feel that you definitely don't have good intentions. Company commander. So, Lin Rue gave him a blank look. How can you think of company commander me like that? Whatever I do, it's for your good. AI. It hurts my heart too much. Wang Shang smiled on the surface, but in his heart he was secretly laughing. You have said so. Then it must be unintentional. It didn't take long before the 6 men of Jingxiwei had arrived at the bottom of the mountain. They slumped to the side of the road, their eyes deadpan as they watched the approaching vehicles. Sure enough, there were a lot fewer cars carrying oil than when they first arrived. One car can be 2 people. Let's split it into 3 cars. Jingxiwei calmly said. Everyone move faster, or else you'll be run over by a car and lose face at the memorial service. The crowd nodded. It would be a good idea to tell everyone at the memorial service that they were run over by a car in a drill for a failed sneak attack. They could all think of how ugly their old man's face had to be. Die as well as die as a bear. Hold on tight. Old Xiao and I will go first. Jingxiwei and Xiao Yuandong nodded. The 2 men were immediately on their hands and knees as a car came around the corner. When they were almost under the car, they both lay down almost simultaneously and then quickly rolled to the car. Immediately afterward, the 2 men grabbed the underside of the car with their hands and feet in a death grip, and their entire body was sucked under the car like a gecko. With them as an example, the remaining 4 easily peeled under the next 2 cars. They made it. The cadets who were ambushed on the mountain all became excited. The corner of Lin Rui's mouth, however, curled into a smile. Soon, the car that Jingxiwei and the others were picking up arrived at the entrance to the campground. The driver slowed to a stop and 2 guards immediately came over to check their papers. Jingxiwei and Xiao Yuandong, who were stealing under the car, had their nervous hearts jumping to their throats. Both of them held their breath at the same time, afraid that the slightest movement would draw someone's attention. Okay, no problem. Get in and drive down Route 3. The guard handed the driver back his papers. Jingxiwei and Xiao Yuandong, who were stealing under the car, exhaled a long breath, and their hearts were also excited to the extreme. Just get in there and they can. But just then, as the van passed through the gate, a sudden piercing siren sounded from the police booths on either side of the gate. There are people under the car. Get them! A guard yelled as he quickly rushed out of the police booth. Holy, an induction device. Jingxiwei's eyes widened in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They have a sensor detection device here. We've been detected. Xiao Yuandong roared in anger as he listened to the dense footsteps approaching. The company commander must have already seen it. That's why he's smiling so ominously. He just sent us to attract people's attention. Asterisk 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 the old pervert I knew it wouldn't be that good. Jingxiwei shouted angrily, and at the same time, he also took out his gun from behind him and pulled the trigger directly at the charging red soldiers. Bang! 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 Several of the red soldiers who rushed forward were instantly hit with white smoke. Damn it! They're still resisting. Shoot them all! A captain from the red side yelled. The soldiers on the red side were also angry to the extreme, coming to sneak attack and still dare to kill. Isn't this looking for death? In an instant, all the guns swept wildly at the bottom of the car, and Jingxiwei and Xiao Yuandong were so scared that they peeled back into the car again. Just then, all 4 men in a car behind them rolled out, for grenades were thrown towards the red crowd without mercy. Boom! 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 After 4 muffled sounds, a large number of red soldiers all floated up in white smoke. Old Jing! Old Xiao! Hurry up and run! Bu Chao yelled anxiously, while joining the others, half kneeling on the ground and firing fiercely at the crowd of people on the red side who hadn't reacted. All of a sudden, another number of red soldiers went up in white smoke. Jingxiwei and Xiao Yuandong took this opportunity to quickly roll out from under the car, then ran wildly towards Sun Nan and the others with no life. Run! 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 We've been tricked by the company commander. Run! Jingxiwei shouted in fear. A few others reacted at this point as to why they had been discovered. All of them retreated while firing, and one of them wailed in anger. Company commander, you're not going to get away with this. Run! They're coming after us. Xiao Yuandong's tears were almost pugnacious. If they catch up with us, they'll definitely give us a fat beating. Run! Everyone scattered and ran wildly, and the red side was practically out in force, with more than 100 men in reckless pursuit. Being sneak attacked by these 6 people even killed a lot of people. If we let them go, what face would be left? Catch up with them? Not one of them, a captain on the red side yelled. Halfway up the mountainside, all the trainees looked at Lin Rue with odd expressions, their faces twitching unnaturally. Well, they also saw clearly by now that Lin Rue was deliberately letting Jingxiwei's few go down to detect the enemy situation and attract away the enemy in the meantime. Lin Rue turned his head and looked at them, pretending to be surprised. Why? They're not going, but you're going? Everyone's head shook like a rattlesnake. One thumbs up smile. Company commander wise and wise. The selection of the candidate is too right. It should be those few to go. Lin Rue nodded in satisfaction. Then hurry up and go. they've managed to lure the people away. We can't let them down. All of them laughed badly and followed Lin Rue as he rushed straight down the hill with a big swing. At the moment, there weren't many guards left in the base. Lin Rue and the others suddenly rushed down, immediately startling the soldiers guarding the entrance. Bang! 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 A flurry of gunfire swept through the room, and all of the dozen or so red guards went up in white smoke. When Lin Rue and the others rushed closer, a red lieutenant cursed in anger. Shameless, despicable, and nasty. If you're capable, do you dare to come over here in a dignified manner? Lin Rue patted him. Comrade, you're a dead man now, you know? If you're a dead man, you should lie down. Do you not understand the rules of maneuvers? Or is that how your unit taught you? You, the lieutenant said, trembling with anger. Lin Rue didn't bother to pay attention to him, smiled slightly, and led his men straight into the base. The sound of gunfire was constant. Whether it was the driver or the soldiers in the base, all of them were indiscriminately shot by Lin Rue and the others. Get down on your knees honestly and one shot will do the trick. Don't resist, or I'll beat you even harder. Just stick your head out and I'll fire a shot. The guys from the special academy were charging around the base, setting the gang at the gate on fire. Deputy Company Commander, where did these guys come from? It's infuriating. Can we go beat them up? I'm about to explode. Already dead soldiers have petitioned. Lin Rue's actions are too angry. The lieutenant twitched the corners of his mouth several times and yelled down at them. All of you lay the down. Don't you know you're dead men? Do you know the rules of maneuvers? Do you want people to point their noses at me? Didn't they teach you well during the week? Lie down. Stiffen up. The lieutenant lay straight down in exasperation and closed his eyes in resignation. End of chapter. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a dull explosion came from the direction of the base. The red soldiers who were pursuing the attack all came to a violent stop. Looking back, he saw that smoke had risen in the direction of the base. Oh no! This is a diversion. The guard company commander reacted furiously and yelled to his men in anger. All of you go back. Quick! All the red soldiers were enraged at the moment. Losing their base was tantamount to the most incompetent performance on the battlefield. At this moment, who cares about the few small thieves who escaped? Everyone hated to fly back to the base at the first opportunity. Xiao Yuandong looked back and realized that the red soldiers chasing them had actually all turned back. So he hurriedly shouted, "Don't run! Don't run! The people are gone!" The Jingxiwei several people stopped in a hurry, and turned around to see rolling smoke rising from the base, and all of a sudden one of them was angry and their mouths were crooked. Company commander, it's so inhuman, Bu Chao said aggrievely, lying to us that he could take credit, but he ended up running off to take credit himself. Ma Chi said angrily, the company commander won't care about it 80% of the time, but it's cheap for those assholes. Damn, those assholes must be happy right now. Jing Siwei said angrily, then don't ing freeze. Hurry back, maybe we can still get some soup to drink. Go! The six didn't hesitate and immediately ran wildly in the direction of the base. Meanwhile, the Red Guard Company commander rushed frantically to this side of the base with everyone. From a distance, he saw that many of his men were lying on the ground while smoking, and some were even smoking with their legs crossed. The Guard Company commander yelled in anger, "Assholes, the base is being bombed. What are you doing?" Many of the soldiers heard his shout and all raised their heads to scowl at him. The commander of the guard company roared in anger, "What are you doing? Get up! Quick!" Just then, the students ambushed on both sides of the road suddenly appeared and opened heavy fire on the unprepared red soldiers. Da 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 da! Bang! 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 A grenade fell into the ranks of the red soldiers without warning. In less than half a minute, more than 100 red soldiers were completely wiped out, and thick white smoke rose from all of their heads. Lin Rue smiled and walked over to the guard company commander who was filled with anger, reaching out and bringing all the ammunition he had on him. "What are you doing?" the guard company commander said in exasperation. Lin Rue smiled, seizing trophies from corpses. "What's the matter? You dead people still have objections?" "It's just that there are, but also reserved. Dead people can't talk." The guard company commander's lungs exploded with anger, but he had no reason to retort. Sun Nan and the others laughingly took all the ammunition from the fallen red soldiers. They were already deep behind enemy lines, without any supplies, and had to rely on captures. Luckily, all of the red soldiers were also using 95 rifles, so the ammo was common. Grenades, bombs, and even 2 bazookas were all taken by them. Lin Rue patted the guard company commander and said, "For the record, you're already a dead man, so you can't say a single word to anyone. Otherwise, you're violating the rules of maneuvers and I can sue you." After saying that, he took off with a group of pleased students and drove away, taking 2 trucks from the base in the process. Watching the 2 vehicles disappear into the main road, the guard company commander was furious. "You bastards, you won't have a good ending. Our large troop will soon exterminate you. At that moment, he turned his head violently and glared fiercely at the group of soldiers lying at the entrance of the camp. Why didn't you guys just tell me earlier that there was an ambush? Which end are you guys from anyway? The fallen lieutenant said bitterly. Company commander. We're dead men. We can't talk. Then why did you say it now? The company commander glared at him in dismay. Lieutenant bitter face, that is not, we are all dead people. Dead people can communicate with dead people. Say some ghost words is also okay. The captain of the guard company almost didn't get pissed off on the spot. In the Red Side's general headquarters, Wang Changlin sat on a chair, his eyes looking dead at the big screen. Not far away from him, He Chang, the commander-in-chief of the Red Side, was angrily slapping the table. Assholes. Assholes. All of you are assholes. Why didn't you report to me until now after such a big incident? Do you guys know that nearly 20,000 troops are now paralyzed? The directorate has ruled that they can't move for at least 40 hours. An aggrieved voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, Commander-in-Chief. It's really that the entire base has been bombed, and there isn't a single survivor. All of our soldiers complied with the rules of the exercise, and none of them reported it. If it wasn't for the driver who went to refuel later on to report it, we still don't know what happened until now. This answer left the Red Commander-in-Chief speechless. He Ching asked helplessly, who, exactly, did this? I don't know. Commander-in-Chief. The officer on the other end of the phone said bitterly, there are no live witnesses at the scene, and the director's department is there. We can't let the eliminated ones tell us. It's against the rules. He Ching was furious and slammed the table. Then go and check it out. Check it out quickly, and report back to me with a clear picture. The Blue Army's men have penetrated into our hinterland, but you guys don't know anything about it. If this were a battlefield, I would shoot you all right now. If we can't find out who did it, you'll all be punished. Yes, the officer roared. He Chang hung up the phone and looked at Wang Changlin with a bitter smile. Old Wang. Wang Changlin waved his hand. Now that I'm in the director's department, I'm a bystander and have no decision-making power. You, right now, are the chief commander of the Red Side? Everything, you decide for yourself. He Ching sighed. I've been through several large-scale maneuvers, but I've never seen anything like this. The enemy actually sent people to our rear. This was impossible in the past. By the way, didn't I say that the Blue Army doesn't have any special forces this time? Who the hell did this? Wang Changlin also shook his head helplessly. The maneuver has only just begun in less than 12 hours, and they were able to steadily and accurately locate and sabotage our supply depot. According to reason, the Blue Army must at least deploy a large amount of advanced equipment to do so, but they don't have any either. It's really odd. He Ching was still about to speak when suddenly an officer hurried over, reporting to the commander-in-chief. It's bad. We just received intelligence. Our 3 supply depots were attacked almost simultaneously within half an hour. The directorate has just announced that these 3 supply depots are all scrapped, and all of our troops are not allowed to use any mechanized equipment for 48 hours. Not even motorcycles are allowed to be used. We're, like, being beaten into pure infantry. What? Wang Changlin, who was on the side, could no longer sit still, and his entire body popped up. He Ching was even more bewildered. Who the hell did this? End of chapter. What the hell is going on? Wang Changlin couldn't care less about his status at the moment and went straight to ask the officer. The officer looked at him and said awkwardly, Chief, you are the deputy commander-in-chief of the directorate. You should know the situation better than I do. We haven't received the intelligence yet. It's the directorate that sent the ruling report directly. Bang! He Ching slapped his hand on the table and roared at him. How are you talking to the leader? The officer was so scared that he quickly puffed out his chest. I'm sorry, Chief. We really haven't received any intelligence, and we currently don't know who attacked our base. All the information was sent over by the directorate. Not knowing again? He Ching was furious. We're equipped with so much high-tech equipment this time, covering the sky and the ground. We have a clear grasp of the Blue Army's situation, but we don't know when our own side is attacked? You guys think this is a game? The officer was so scared that his head was covered in sweat, but at that moment Wang Changlin hurriedly walked out. He Ching hurriedly shouted, Old Wang, you don't care about such a big thing? Wang Changlin looked at him and said, It's all been said that you're the commander-in-chief now. Although in the war zone you were the deputy and I was the head, you will now consider me dead. On the battlefield, you'll be in charge of the whole situation now. Don't ask me. Decide for yourself. After saying that, he ran off in a hurry. He Ching had a helpless look on his face. According to the rules of the battlefield, if the main one sacrificed, the deputy would have to take over. As long as you live, you must continue to command the battle and do all you can to win. He Ching looked at the entire commanding officer staring at him, and immediately yelled without any good humor. Look, What are you looking at? Immediately notify all units and find out for me right away. Who is attacking us? Commander-in-Chief? A staff officer asked. So, are the individual units still mobilized? Of course mobilize, He Ching exclaimed. There's no more mechanized transport, but each unit must rush to the assembly point at the designated time. Don't forget, our forefathers relied on 2 legs to outrun the enemy's 4 wheels. No matter how the times evolve, our traditions will not change. Pass the word down that all troops are to march with all speed. I will show no mercy to anyone who delays the military situation. Yes, all of them yelled and saluted, and the entire command headquarters was once again in a rush. He Ching looked at the map and slammed his fist down in anger. Blues, what kind of troops did you send out? An hour later, Wang Changlin hurriedly ran into the director's department, just went in before he had a chance to speak, and immediately heard Gao Shiwei's lang laughter. Gu, isn't this old Wang? What? Went back to do a memorial service for your troops? Wang Changlin was furious when he heard this cynicism. He glared fiercely at Gao Shiwei. Old Gao, you can do it. You actually kept a hand in it. God unknowingly sent an ace troop to sneak up on us, right? Looks like you don't just have the Wolfong Special Brigade. Wang Changlin grunted coldly. You haven't quietly trained any more troops over the years, have you? This time, it's them who did it, right? Gao Shiwei smiled and shrugged. Think what you want, but your 100,000 troops are paralyzed on the road right now, so you'd better worrying about whether or not they'll be used by the Blue Army as a target. Report! A staff officer suddenly stood up from in front of the computer. The drones are sending back footage showing that various units of the red side are urgently departing. It was Gao Shiwei's turn to be puzzled. Weren't they ruled not to move for 48 hours? The staff officer said. They didn't use any mechanical equipment for transportation. All the tanks, armored vehicles, helicopters and trucks were left behind. All the troops are moving forward with light armor. Run? Gao Shiwei's eyes widened in surprise. Wang Changlin proudly patted Gao Shiwei's shoulder. Didn't expect it, did you, Lao Gao? Even if we don't have mechanical transportation anymore, we still have 2 legs. Don't think you can win this battle just because you play a little smart. No matter who you send out, you can't stop Red from winning. Locke on the side saw that the two were about to cross swords again, and quickly came out to be a peacemaker. Alright, you guys should stop arguing. Don't forget, the 2 of you are now the Deputy Director General of the Directing Department. Whatever happens to Red and Blue is none of your business. Gao Shiwei and Wang Changlin glared fiercely at each other before giving up. Locke sighed, then smiled and said, I know that the maneuvers are for your troops, but you are senior commanders, and the more times like this, the more you have to stand on a higher level to see things. I think that any problems that happen now show the strengths and weaknesses of the military. This is a good thing, so why are you 2 in a hurry? If there are problems that are exposed, won't it be easier to go ahead and change them once the exercise is over? Gao Shiwei smiled bitterly and said, Commander-in-Chief, this is nothing. The point is, isn't there another big mission after the maneuver? That's it, Wang Changlin said with a gleam in his eye. Isn't what we're fighting for this time? The mission afterward? Locke smiled slightly. You guys care about that, huh? I can now inform you all very clearly that, win or lose, that mission afterward, it's not about picking only the winning side. Instead, from both Red and Blue, we'll pick the troops and people who were the best and performed the best in this exercise, so you don't need to be so competitive. Everyone gets a share. Wang Changlin and Gao Shiwei flinched for a moment before suddenly bursting into a collective laugh. Did you say so earlier, old Locke? Causing us to worry for nothing. That's right, old Locke. It's damaging our brotherly comradeship. Gao Shiwei and Wang Changlin were like nothing, suddenly hugging each other and laughing, and also pointed at the screen and shouted one after another. Hit hard. Let these boys have a good time, or they won't know the heights of heaven. Locke and a few other officers were twitching at the corners of their mouths. This was an enemy 1 second, and now it's a life and death brother? It's a nifty plastic bromance. But then again, old Gao, Wang Changlin suddenly looked at Gao Shiwei. What kind of troops attacked my supply base? So precise and ruthless. Definitely special forces level. Tell me honestly, did you secretly train any troops? How did headquarters authorize you to create another one? Luo Jiawei was also filled with curiosity. Old Gao, tell us, did the headquarters authorize you to engage in this? Now that they've been exposed, it's not a secret anymore. You can tell. Yes, old Gao, don't sell it short. Hurry up and say it. You're killing me with anxiety. Wang Changlin said eagerly. Gao Shiwei shook his head with a bitter smile. If I say that even I don't know, would you believe me? Locke and Wang Changlin looked at each other and collectively shouted at him. I believe you, big head. End of chapter. Gao Shiwei shrugged at the 2. You guys love to believe it or not, but forming a new special forces unit, How could you not know about such a big deal? Unless it is formed by the headquarters itself, the level of secrecy is known only to the headquarters. Otherwise, if it's formed in a war zone, with your rank you're bound to know about it. Gao Shiwei had an innocent look on his face. Moreover, I'm now the Deputy General Director of the Directors Department, and I've never left here. I didn't even make a single call back. How the Blue Army's side is commanded and who is sent. I know nothing about it, just like you guys. Locke and Wang Changlin nodded silently. Gao Shiwei has been in the Directors Department since before the maneuvers began. Unlike Wang Changlin, who also went to the Red Command, Gao Shiwei never left, and even turned in his cell phone and everything. He doesn't know. It makes sense. Old Gao. Then you can't not know anything at all. Can you? It's your war zone after all? Wang Changlin asked curiously. Just reveal it, and let me know about it as well. I won't tell anyway. Locke was also curious and asked. Yes, old Gao. Just tell us. Gao Shiwei pondered for a moment and then said indifferently. You have considered all of them, and there is only one group of people that you have overlooked. What I can guess. Only they can do it. Who? The two men asked curiously. Gao Shiwei said seriously. It's the group of students who just started the maneuvers and were immediately attacked by Wolf Fong. Up until now, they are still in a state of disappearance. So, I think that it's probably them. Locke and Wang Changlin looked at each other, and suddenly the two of them laughed together. Old Gao, you're getting good at jokes. A group of students? Ha ha ha. Wang Changlin shook his head vigorously. Luo Jiahui also smiled and said, Lao Gao, last night, they were still nearly 300 kilometers away from the place where the accident happened. How could they come so far overnight? And, with over 100 of them, they can avoid our detection in an operation of this magnitude? And finally, how were they able to find out exactly where our supply depot was and then launch an attack with precision? I'm not sure, Gao Shiwei said honestly, but there's no one else to do it but them. Wang Changlin laughed. Old Gao, I can understand your mood. After all, those students were specially authorized by you to participate in the military exercise. You definitely want them to be good. However, you are also too exaggerated. It's just a bunch of students. They should be thankful that they were able to escape Wolf Fong's pursuit. As for coming so far to do something so difficult, that's absolutely impossible. If they did it, I'll write my name upside down, and I'll walk upside down, eat upside down, and sleep upside down. I'll go to the bathroom upside down. Gao Shiwei laughed. Old Wang, don't put words in your mouth. If it's really them then what will you do? Wang Changlin waved his hand confidently. Never. There's absolutely no way it could be them. So, swear whatever you want. Alright, since you don't want to say more. Old Gao, don't pull the rug out from under a bunch of students. Let's just keep looking. That gang might surface soon. Gao Shiwei shrugged helplessly. He always had a feeling that Wang Changlin had to be unlucky. A truck flew down the bumpy road between the empty mountains. Jing Siwei skillfully shifted into gear and drove, and the truck sped along the path as if it were on a flat surface. That was really enjoyable just now. When that one base was blown up, the soldiers on the red side's lungs were about to explode. Xiao Yuandong laughed triumphantly. Sun Nan, who was sitting in the back row, said happily, I liked the look in their eyes. They obviously hated us, but there was nothing they could do about us. They could only watch us leave. Jing Siwei smiled faintly. Alright, isn't it because our company commander is so capable? If we hadn't followed the captain's method and pretended to be an oil truck to blend in, we wouldn't have been able to do anything in a base guarded by so many people. Xiao Yuandong nodded his head. I'm now considered completely convinced of the company commander. Not only were you able to train us to be the pride of heaven, but your tactical thinking is also so out of the box. I bet the red side is still clueless as to who did them in until now. Jing Siwei was full of anticipation. When we go back, I don't know where the company commander is going to take us. It's best to have a real battle. Always sneaking around like this doesn't feel like much fun. The crowd all nodded their heads in succession. And right now, they were eager for a battle to see how strong they really were. Just then, the roof of the car was suddenly slapped heavily a few times. Xiao Yuandong poked his head out, only to see a student behind the car say loudly, I just heard what sounded like singing over there. It's 80% that there are troops. Let old Jing go around. Xiao Yuandong nodded and immediately returned to prepare to tell Jing Siwei. But Jing Siwei had heard it and suddenly braked sharply. Gu, old scripture, how do you drive? All the students let out a whine. With ecstasy on his face, Jing Siwei smiled and said to all of them, Brothers, didn't you guys want to do it with the enemy for real? Now the opportunity has come. Let's see if you guys dare. Xiao Yuandong opened his mouth wide in surprise. You're not going to that red army, are you? Ma Chi grimaced bitterly. Old Jing, don't make a fuss. The company commander told us to meet up at the designated location immediately after the mission. Besides, we don't know how many people are in that red army? Jing Siwei said excitedly, didn't the ancients say, the general will be outside the king's orders? Aren't we here to fight them now? It's not right not to do them when we come across an opportunity. Only by depleting their vital forces can we help the blue army win. Even if the company commander knows about it, he definitely won't blame us. Moreover, this is a great opportunity to get credit. Jing Siwei looked at the crowd and said, if we can eliminate the Red Army without a company commander, then we'll be doing a great job and we'll also be making our academy look good. Think about it, secretly bombing someone's base and wiping out their army are two different things. Xiao Yuandong and Ma Qi were a little unsure of how to answer. Seeing their hesitation, Jing Siwei simply said, in this case, let's let the big guys decide. Is that okay? The two nodded, then immediately jumped out of the car. Scripture Siwei greeted all the people in the back of the car and called them down. Everyone gathered in a circle, and Warpsworth gave a general outline of his ideas. The crowd immediately agreed. Old Jing, we'll listen to you. Do whatever it takes to get credit. Jing Siwei smiled and looked at the few people who disagreed. Minority obeys majority. We now have a total of 23 people. All of you listen to my command. Yes. Most people nodded. Xiao Yuandong's few people could only agree helplessly. Jing Siwei hid the car, and then led them towards the place where the song came from and slowly touched it. Soon, they did find a campsite. The camp held many vehicles, and quite a few tanks and armored vehicles, the size of at least a regiment. However, the place was less crowded. As Jing Siwei and the others found out, it's like 200 people at the most. Such a large troop, and this is all that's left? Xiao Yuandong asked curiously, could there be a fraud? Maki shook his head. I don't think so. The number of tents they have shows that's all they should have. I think it's 80% that the rest of them have already pulled out and left, leaving these people behind to guard the vehicles exclusively. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Jing Siwei nodded. If we bombed their supply depot, didn't the company commander say that the entire Red Army would be paralyzed? But what they paralyzed were the vehicles and planes. It's impossible for people to be paralyzed. They must have moved the main force away to seize positions, leaving these men to guard the vehicles. When movement resumes, immediately go after the main force. Everyone nodded approvingly. It was the most logical explanation at the moment. So what now? A student asked. Even if there are fewer of them, they have to be 10 times as many as us. If we just go over there, aren't we giving them food? Another student also nodded. That's right. You guys see that there are 3 machine gun positions outside the other's camp, and there are also fire points on the high ground. This wave is purely giving away heads. Jing Siwei glared at them. What the company commander usually teaches us has been taught to dogs. That dog Tianba can pass silently, but you can't? Everyone laughed awkwardly. Old scripture. You have to admit that sometimes we are indeed inferior to dogs. Jing Siwei almost didn't pass out from anger, but after thinking about it a little, it seemed like it made sense. He hurriedly drove away the distractions in his mind and looked at them seriously. Cut the crap. There are only 200 people here, but there is a regiment's worth of equipment. We just need to sneak over quietly and fight in the battle formation we've practiced hundreds of times. First grenades, then fire attraction, followed by sniper rifle and machine gun focused strikes. We can definitely destroy them. Think about it, after destroying so many tanks and armored vehicles, we'll be able to get first-class honors. How's that for dry? Hearing Jing Siwei say this, all of them were instantly energized. First-class honors, which in times of peace could only be earned by being seriously injured or giving one's life. If they get it, it'll be enough for them to go home and blow their brains out with the old man until they're old. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone nodded their heads, unable to resist the temptation. Jing Siwei smiled and immediately assigned everyone's fighting positions. Immediately afterward, he waved his hand, and everyone immediately crawled on the ground, quickly crawling towards the Red Side's camp. But just as they were about to climb up to the Red campsite, Jing Siwei and the others never dreamed that they would be in 2 trees not far from them. The 2 camouflaged dark sentries planted by Red were the first to spot them. The 2 dark sentries barely hesitated and fired directly at them. Bang! 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 3 students were beaten and smoked on the spot, and the entire camp was thoroughly alarmed. A never-before-seen horror flashed in the eyes of Jing Siwei and the others. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's been discovered. Withdraw. Hurry up and withdraw, Jing CD yelled, turning around and running. End of chapter. Bang! 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 In an instant, a large number of bullets swept furiously towards Jing Siwei and the others. The soldiers on the Red side reacted extremely quickly, and under the command of a major, they quickly formed a large net toward Jing Siwei and the others to surround them. Holy, it seems like they'd been preparing for this for a long time. Xiao Yuandong bent over and ran wildly. Maki glanced to both sides and shouted, they're going to encircle us. We have to speed up or none of us will be able to escape today. We've hung up a few brothers. Jing Siwei asked. 3. A student shouted. Just leave them here? Grandma. Jing Siwei reddened his eyes. The company commander said that we soldiers are about not abandoning and not giving up. Even if we die, we have to carry them back. But for now, we have to avoid them first. We'll think of a way later. This time it's a real loser, saying it's a sneak attack. But in the end, I was chased like a dog by someone else. Old scripture. It was all your bad idea. Xiao Yuandong complained. Jing Siwei said awkwardly, alright, if you want to blame me, wait until you get out of here before you blame me. Hurry up and run at full speed. Running, that's their strong suit. When they trained at the academy, they ran 30 kilometers upwards almost every day. If you run into Lin Ruo punishment, then running 70 to 80 kilometers a day is normal. And they run all armed. Running light, for them that's child's play. Therefore, at this moment, they made a slight push and immediately left the pursuing red troops behind them behind. Seeing that they were about to disappear into thin air, the Red Army major chasing after them gasped in anger. These guys, are they mountain monkeys? How can they run so well? A lieutenant similarly gasped and said, this if we still had a car, we would have caught up with them by now. These assholes are just bullying us for not having a car right now. Nonsense. The major glared at him. What's the point of talking about such useless things? Rush. Hurry up. Contact the neighboring troops. Have them encircled together. Absolutely not. Can't let them escape. Yes. The lieutenant nodded. In a few minutes, Jing Siwei and his men were able to shake off the pursuing red forces behind them. Assholes. How did they find us? A student asked under his breath. Ma Chi wiped off the sweat on his forehead and said, it's a hidden sentry. We were so focused on their open sentries that we didn't realize that there were 2 hidden sentries in the trees. It's all because of our inexperience and carelessness. Jing Siwei slammed his fist on the ground in anger. The company commander told us many times that there is a dual combination of open and concealed sentries when on guard. How could we forget at the critical moment? I'm really sorry for the 3 brothers who were eliminated. They were victimized by me before they could make a mark. Xiao Yuandong patted him. Alright, we are all brothers. No one will blame you. The red side seems to have been on the defensive for a long time. It must be because we attacked 4 of their supply stations in a row. So they're on alert from top to bottom. Ma Chi nodded. Alright old Jing, don't blame yourself. If we were anyone else, we wouldn't have noticed those 2 hidden sentries. We're all inexperienced. And it can't be helped that the red side made preparations in advance. So what do we do now? Go back and rescue them? A student asked. Jing Siwei nodded. We must carry them back. Otherwise, how can we explain to the company commander when we go back? But just then, a large number of footsteps suddenly came from the left. All the students were startled and immediately found a high place to look. They were shocked to realize that the left side, the right side, including the back, on 3 sides all the red troops coming after them. Also, on the highway directly in front of them, a force of several hundred men was advancing in this direction. Holy, did we stab their lair? Why are there so many people? Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. This is great. We can't escape with our wings. Let's not talk about rescuing people. Let's just go over there and lie down with them. All the students' faces were ugly. They are not cuties. All could see there was no way to escape in this situation. In a few minutes, as soon as the others closed in, they were immediately back to the end. Fight, Ma Chi said in a cold voice. We are the soldiers brought up by the company commander. Even if we are eliminated, we should be eliminated with dignity. Everyone, at least him 10 times before we die. It counts as us being worthy. All the students all nodded sadly. By letting them be eliminated in such a shabby manner, they would be embarrassed to meet Lin Ruo in the future. Click. Xiao Yuandong loaded the bullets and said angrily, ******* him. Just then, the sound of a swana suddenly came from the distance. Jing Siwei immediately turned his head to look. When he got a good look at what was happening in the village not too far away, his eyes lit up in an instant. Go go go. Follow me. Jing Siwei said excitedly. It's true that the heavens are not against us. No one needs to die today. Follow me. The group was unsure, but it was too late to ask more questions at this point, as Red's forces had already surrounded them. Everyone immediately followed behind Jing Siwei and rushed in towards the village. Just as he entered the village, he saw that Jing Siwei immediately began to take off his clothes, and his weapons and equipment were put into the haystack at the entrance of the village. What's going on? What are you doing? Xiao Yuandong asked curiously. Be crap. Hurry up and join me. Jing Siwei yelled lowly. The crowd had no choice but to follow along and undress. After stripping off their gear and outerwear, Jing Siwei led them right into the village. Everyone was immediately confused, as the village was hosting a funeral. This village is small, and you can see the end of it at a glance. So one family organizes a funeral and the whole village puts up white on the roads. Jing Siwei squeezed his way over to the crowded area, saw a number of hemp clothes sitting on the table, and immediately put them on. Ma Chi and the others looked at him in shock. Old Jing, what are you doing? Muddle through first. Jing Siwei threw a few pieces of linen clothes to them. Hurry up, all cut the crap, they're coming after us. Everyone looked back and could already see the shadows of the red troops. All of them no longer hesitated and immediately put on their hemp clothes, then followed Jing Siwei and squeezed over in the direction of the spiritual hall. Kneel, Jing Siwei shouted, and at once everyone knelt down together. Jing Siwei looked back. The red troopers had already entered the village. He immediately turned his head and yelled down, "Cry! Cry!" Xiao Yuandong had a bitter face. Who are we, crying? Jing Siwei looked up at a picture of an old man sitting in front of the coffin and immediately said, "Call out to your father. Cry!" A group of people immediately bawled, "Dad, you died so tragically, we didn't even have time to come over and give you a ride. Daddy, don't go. What will we do if you go?" Kneeling beside the coffin had been quite sad an uncle. Suddenly heard come so many shocking cries, scared him almost all jumped up, but before he could ask, he suddenly saw a large number of soldiers approaching. He froze, then rushed over. "Comrades, what is your business?" Uncle asked curiously. The major at the head of the group took a look around, then laughed and said, "Old folks, sorry about this. Did you guys see that a group of soldiers just like us ran in? We're looking for them." Uncle said painfully, "Apart from the people in the village, my father is the only one left here lying there. Why don't you guys find it yourselves?" The major was embarrassed when he saw the coffin. This was a situation that he had just laughed at, and now he wanted to smack himself in the mouth. "I'm sorry, old-timer. I didn't know your father was really sorry." The major saluted in a hurry. Uncle shook his head. "It's okay, we're all in the same family. If you're looking for it, then go ahead. Dad, you died so tragically." Just then, Jing Siwei and the others erupted into another burst of crying. This attracted not only the people from the red side, but even the villagers here were attracted to them. Everyone whispered, "Who are these? How have I never seen old Lu head so old, still have so many young sons? How did he get them?" However, the people on the red side were unaware of the situation, and all of them looked embarrassed. "Battalion commander, let's just go," a lieutenant whispered. "They're so upset. It's too much of a bad thing if we search again." The major nodded, then saluted the older man. "Sorry, old-timer, let's look elsewhere." After saying that, he immediately left the village with a large group of red soldiers. The uncle watched them go away before squatting next to Jing Siwei with a puzzled look on his face. "Dad, don't go." Jing Siwei was still yelling with a tear-stained face. The older man frowned. "Hey, who the hell are you guys? This is my father. What does it have to do with you guys?" "Huh?" Jing Siwei raised his head and grabbed his hand hard. Your big brother?" The uncle was instantly confused and jerked his hand back. "Who the hell is your big brother? And who are you?" Jing Siwei was still about to speak when Xiao Yuandong poked him. "They've left. Let's retreat too." Jing Siwei nodded and immediately said to the older man, "Oops, sorry we cried in the wrong place. Sorry sorry." With that, they stood up together and bowed toward the coffin, then ran off in a huff. "Hey, you guys stop. Is he your father or not? Get it straight," the uncle shouted in anger, but Jing Siwei and the others had already run out of sight. The uncle turned around in anger and walked to the coffin, questioning the peaceful old man inside. "Dad, what's going on? Are those people your sons or not? What did you do behind my back and my mom's back?" "No, tonight, you must dream and tell me, or I won't burn the villa for you." Jing Siwei and the others quietly ran to the entrance of the village, and everyone was relieved to find that the people from the red side had already chased them elsewhere. Xiao Yuandong suddenly laughed and slammed his fist on Jing Siwei's chest. "You kid, this idea is too damaging, but it's really nifty talent." Jing Siwei grimaced bitterly. "None of you can tell anyone about this. If our father finds out." Everyone was scared out of their wits. End of chapter. Jing Siwei and the others put on their equipment and immediately left the village. "Now let's go back," Jing Siwei said confidently. "Those guys have already gone out to chase us. The camp must be empty. Let's go back and ambush them, and we'll definitely win big. And most importantly, bring back our people." "Listen to you," Xiao Yuandong nodded. "Besides the company commander, you're the one with the most devious ideas. We all listen to you." "Yes, listen to you." The corners of Jing Siwei's mouth twitched straight up, and no matter how he thought about it, it felt as if he wasn't being complimented. The group quickly made their way under his direction to the place where the car had been hidden earlier. Jing Siwei put one of the students in charge of the car and quietly made his way over to the red side of the camp. That way when they evacuate later they can do it faster and not be surrounded by Red's men. He himself quickly approached the red side of the camp with all of them. This time, they were much more careful. Jing Siwei divided the men into two groups, one from the left and the other from the right, and kept a close watch for any hidden sentries. This time, though, they didn't find any hidden sentries. There weren't even many people on the base. Most of them, all of them, just went out after them. Upon Siwei's order, everyone immediately took action. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of heavy strafing, the 36 or so men left in the red camp were wiped out, and all of them went up in a cloud of white smoke. Jing Siwei laughed at the first lieutenant. How about it? You didn't expect us to kill back, did you? If you want to fight with us, you're not even close. You're too young. That comment almost didn't make the lieutenant angry. In his eyes, Jing Siwei's gang was a bunch of brats. And, hanging the red shoulder patch of a military academy, isn't this a bunch of ING recruits? The most annoying thing was that he was being educated by the recruits, and there was no way to refute it. Who let them destroy him? All of you get in the car and no one is allowed to speak. Jing Siwei waved his hand at them. Remember, you're dead men now. The lieutenant glared at him, then simply lay down on the ground. Seeing him lie down like this, the other eliminated red soldiers all followed suit. Xiao Yuandong was furious. Hey. Talking to you guys? Go lie down in the car. Don't stay here. The lieutenant said without a word. Didn't you say we're dead men? How can you move a dead man? Want us to go to the car? Then carry yourselves. Hey, still playing this with us? Xiao Yuandong was anxious. The lieutenant sneered. Learned from you. Jing Siwei smiled and rubbed his hands together. Comrade lieutenant, I'm letting you go by yourselves because I'm taking care of you. If we do it, there's no need to be gentle with corpses. So don't blame me if you fall anywhere. Do it, brothers. Jing Siwei beckoned, and the students immediately poured in. The lieutenant was so scared that he got up from the ground in a hurry. Xiao Yuandong smiled. What's wrong? Scamming? The lieutenant's old face reddened. Even if we die, we don't want your dirty hands touching me. I'll walk on my own. After saying that, he walked towards a car on his own. The other red soldiers climbed up consciously. Anyone could see that these students were by no means good. If you let them move themselves, it's not going to be good. After watching all the corpses get into the car by themselves, Jing Siwei immediately greeted the big guys. Later on, those guys can't find us. They will definitely come back. Jing Siwei whispered. There are a lot of explosives here, so let's set up a dragnet for them. Once they come back, directly send them to the sky. Everyone gave an evil grin and gave Jing Siwei an almost simultaneous thumbs up. Told you that you were a bad boy. And you were right. The crowd immediately began laying out the trick mines, connecting them together with fishing line as much as possible so that they could be detonated at the same time. They had specialized in learning how to lay mines, and even the first engineer in the whole division had a bad time with them. Now this base is full of explosives and everything they want. Soon the entire camp was laid out as a minefield, and you can control it at close range and detonate it as much as you want. After doing so, Jing Siwei lurked outside the camp with his men, and kept a slight distance. We can't do this without them. If we get closer, they'll have to go down with them. They waited quietly for almost 4 hours, and as the setting sun colored the western sky, footsteps finally sounded in the distance. Warp Switch and the others looked out of their camouflage toward where the sound was coming from. Only 2 neatly arranged groups of men were striding toward the camp. At a cursory glance, the scale was even more than what they had seen before. At least 300 people. Everyone was ecstatic in their hearts at the moment. This was catching a big fish. It must have been this group of red troops that were chasing together earlier. So now they're coming together to this camp to recuperate. Jing Siwei made a ready gesture to everyone. And everyone was all tensed and ready to detonate the bomb. Damn it, are those people earthbound? How come they're gone after them? In the group, the major who had gone to the village earlier said with a resigned face. The other captain smiled. Battalion Commander Wu, did you see what those guys were wearing or not? The orders have been given several times from above. Make sure to determine what exactly the identities of those blue troops are. Are they reconnaissance troops? Or special forces? The major spat. Those guys? They run faster than a dog. They're gone in the blink of an eye. I couldn't see them even if I wanted to. Jing Siwei and the others were speechless for a while, thinking to myself that this major must have some misconception about dogs. When you see Tenpa, you'll know what it means to run fast. The captain sighed. Forget it. We did our best anyway. Since those guys were able to blow up 4 of our supply stations, they must not be idle. And as you said, they ran so fast that they might have gotten out before we closed in. The major slammed his fist in the air in anger. If I ever see them again, I'll make sure they don't have a good time. His words had just finished, when suddenly a violent explosion came from the entire camp. Troops who had just reached the entrance to the camp, before they could react to what was going on. Explosions were also occurring on all sides. A cloud of thick white smoke swept over them, and all of a sudden many people's eyes couldn't see. Meanwhile, Jing Siwei and the others tore off their camouflage and rushed out, shooting at them. Those remaining were wiped out on the spot before they could figure out what was going on. Not even a minute before and after, the group of over 300 people collectively went up in white smoke. The major and the captain looked at each other, and the major said awkwardly, We're dead?" The captain looked around and nodded bitterly. "So it seems." At this time, Jing Siwei smiled and walked over to him. "Comrade Major, you just seemed to say that you wouldn't give us a good time if you saw us again. As soon as I got scared, so I went ahead and regrouped you guys. You can't blame me. It's mainly because I'm afraid of you that I did that, so you must forgive me." The major and the captain looked at him viciously. They had never seen such a beaten student. "Hey, don't be impulsive." Jing Siwei took a step back. "Remember, you're dead men now, and you have to abide by the rules of maneuvers. Otherwise, it's punishable by disciplinary action." The major's lungs were about to explode. He was ready to make a move, but it turned out that Jing Siwei told him the rules. "Damn you! Get the hell out of here and don't let me see your face for the rest of my life." The major roared in anger. The captain on the sidelines laughed bitterly. "Just take care of the dead man's feelings and hurry up." Jing Siwei laughed and led his men to immediately start scavenging what they could. They took the ammunition directly from the corpse, grenades, bombs, and even took a couple of drill shells. Anyway, their car was right next to them, so even if there was a lot of stuff, they didn't care. "Goodbye, everyone." The students waved at the dead bodies and drove off in their cars. "Get the hell out of here." The major's liver ached with anger. An hour later, inside Red's general headquarters, He Chang, the commander-in-chief of the Red Side, listened to his men's report with shock and ecstasy on his face. "So, they're in this area?" He Chang drew a circle on the map. A staff officer immediately nodded his head. Based on the direction the group of students fled, it must be this area. They were driving a car, and based on the speed of the car and the terrain of this area, they couldn't run more than 40 kilometers. He Chang slammed his fist on the map and roared low in excitement. "Finally, we found these damn flies. It's really unexpected that it was a group of students who turned our rear end upside down. However, their good days are over. Immediately order the surrounding troops to immediately close in on them. As soon as they are discovered, immediately conduct artillery coverage and finish them off all at once." "Yes," the staff officer nodded, then asked, "Do we need to notify the special forces?" "No need. Do you still use a bull's knife to kill a chicken?" He Ching smiled. "The special forces, they have more important things to do now. This batch of students, let's let our large force teach them how to behave." At the same time, inside the drill director's office, Wang Changlin's jaw hit the ground in shock after learning that a battalion on the red side had been taken out. "Really? Did those students really do it?" Wang Changlin asked in surprise. The reporting officer nodded. "It's confirmed. They're all cadets with red shoulder patches. They must be the group that disappeared." "My goodness, Gromit, you really nailed it," Wang Changlin said incredulously. "How did they run so far? Did they fly over? And how were they able to do all this, especially wiping out a battalion? Just by those 100 or so students?" The officer coughed, reporting to the deputy commander-in-chief. "According to the intelligence, there are only about 20 people who wiped out a battalion." "What?" Wang Changlin stood up in shock. 24 students wiped out a battalion. Gao, how did they do that? End of chapter. The howling winds suddenly raged, and the vegetation-free barren mountains were filled with the echo of ghostly cries and wolves. Everyone in the special academy was lying down in a depression at the moment, quietly waiting for Jing Siwei and the others to arrive. Lin Rui looked at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. According to the scheduled time, 6 hours ago, Jing Siwei and the others should have returned. "Company commander, could something have happened to old scripture and the others?" Wang Shang asked nervously. Li Yang also came over. "Company commander, should we go look for them?" Lin Rui frowned and gently shook his head. "No, if something happens to them, we have to continue the mission." Everyone was a bit nervous. They still didn't know until now what kind of mission Lin Rui was going to carry out by taking them deep into the rear of the Red Army. Adding to this, the fact that Jing Siwei and the others were now delayed in returning had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. And Lin Rui continued, "As long as they strictly follow my plan, absolutely nothing will happen." Lin Rui's eyes were filled with confidence. Attacking the troops he may not have confidence in because the troops are in motion and the deployment map given by the system is basically useless. But people's supply bases were right there and wouldn't move. So the attack plan given by Lin Rui was exhaustive and perfect. Wang Shang's squad had already completed it successfully, and it was unlikely that Jing Siwei's squad would have any accidents. Just as the crowd was getting anxious, the sound of a car suddenly came from the distance. A student suddenly shouted excitedly, "It's Old Scripture and the others. Company commander. Old Scripture and the others are back." Everyone was excited. Even Lin Rui's mouth had a smile on it. Soon the truck was parked in the hidden part of the depression. Jing Siwei and the others rushed over to Lin Rui smilingly and saluted. "Reporting to company commander, we successfully completed our mission and blew up the enemy's supply base." Lin Rui looked at them and saw the 3 fallen students, and immediately frowned and asked, "How come 3 more were eliminated? You guys didn't follow my method?" Jing Siwei quickly said, "Reporting to the company commander, we followed your methods exactly. The mission was also a success, and we had no casualties. So the 3 of them, they fell to their deaths midway?" Lin Rui asked without a trace of humor. Jing Siwei laughed and immediately told the story of the extermination of a battalion. All the students were shocked when he just finished speaking. "It's okay, old Jing, you guys are really okay. 24 people, destroying someone else's battalion? Awesome. And blowing up so many armored cars and tanks. That's got to be costing the red side a lot of money, right? Awesome. Too awesome. This battle record of yours can be included in the history of war. Ha ha ha, if this is a real war, you'll all definitely get first-class honors." Jing Siwei and a few people from Campus East proudly raised their heads. They had never been sincerely praised by so many people when they grew up, especially this group of comrades who get along every day and don't really like each other. Normally, even standing in a military posture was a fight, but today they were so submissive to them. Jing Siwei and the others had already begun to flutter. "Shut up, all of you." Just then, Lin Rui let out a roar that stunned everyone, only to see that Lin Rui's expression was incomparably cold, and his eyes were like 2 sharp swords looking at Jing Siwei dead on. Jing Siwei's complacency instantly dissipated without a trace, and his entire person also became honest, lowering his head and pressing his head down, not daring to meet Lin Rui's eyes. "Who told you to take liberties?" Lin Rui asked icily. "Word for word, do you not understand my orders? Don't you know that you must come back at the first opportunity after completing your mission? Ha! Speak!" Jing Siwei and the others were all shivering in fear, and even the other students who didn't participate were scared and backed away. Ever since Lin Rui had become their instructor, they had never seen Lin Rui truly angry. Even when he gets angry, it's basically with a joking situation. But this time, they could clearly feel the thick anger from Lin Rui's body. This anger made each of their scalps numb, and the blood orifices in their entire body contracted inexplicably. Lin Rui walked up to Jing Siwei and asked, almost face to face, "Answer, soldier, if you dare to do it, why don't you dare to say it? Report." Jing Siwei raised his head and looked straight into Lin Rui's lurid eyes. "On our way back, we stumbled upon enemy troops. At the time, I was thinking that I could eliminate them and help the Blue Army have fewer enemies. Other than that, I didn't think much about anything else." Looking at the 2 leaning so close, Sun Nan was so scared that he muttered in a small voice, "Bad, bad." Their faces are almost plastered together. It's either going to be a kiss or a fight at this point. Old Jing is going to be out of luck. Wang Shang glared at him. "Shut up. The company commander is on fire right now. Don't add fuel to the fire." Lin Rui looked coldly at Jing Siwei, and although his eyes caused Jing Siwei's eyes to sting, he still didn't avoid it. He did it. He recognizes it. He didn't know what he had done wrong, but if he had to run away, he couldn't do it yet, because he was a soldier brought out by Lin Rui. The word escape was not in his vocabulary. "Good. Very good." Lin Rui laughed coldly, pointing at the 3 fallen students. "Your unauthorized actions exposed your miscommand and inexperience. Then, you got your 3 comrades killed. If this was a battlefield, they would be corpses now. How are you going to face their families?" Said Scripture Siwei, speechless. Lin Rui continued to glare at him. "We are now deep behind enemy lines, with no assistance and no one knowing about us. So what we need to do is to conceal and conceal and conceal. All the extraneous things are not for us to do. Even if we see friendly forces under siege, we must not appear if there is danger of exposing ourselves, because it was their own mission. They failed, and we have to live to continue the mission. It's not heroic to die. It's living that requires greater courage and more means, because only by living can you do more, kill more enemies, do more damage. It's brutal, but that's special forces." Lin Rui pointed at him and spat furiously. "Just like you. Who are you to say you're a special forces soldier? Just because of this move of yours, it's likely that we've been exposed by you now. You did take out a battalion and blew up a lot of tanks, but by exposing us, we all had to die. And if we live, we might take out more of the enemy, and even play a key role in changing the tide of battle. But your taking liberties has destroyed all possibilities for us, you know? Jing Siwei stared at Lin Ruwei with shocked, unbelieving eyes. He didn't realize that this performance of his, which was clearly supposed to be meritorious, would actually cause such great consequences. The others were also confused, as they simply didn't believe Lin Ruwei's words. Company commander, Xiao Yuandong whispered. We took out all the people in that camp at that time. There were no survivors, and they are all dead people. They can't reveal our whereabouts. So, Lin Ruwei glared hard at him. Weren't you guys seen by a lot of people? You guys did take out a camp, but there are still a lot of people who know of your existence. They only need to make calculations and comparisons to know our approximate location. Right now, it's expected that Red's forces are already searching for us. It can't be, can it? Xiao Yuandong laughed dryly. Company commander, are you overthinking this? Yes, company commander, you must be overthinking it. The others chimed in. They moved so stealthily and retreated so stealthily that they couldn't have been exposed. Company commander, you're worrying over nothing. As Lin Ruwei listened to the students, he suddenly pulled out his gun and aimed it at Jing Siwei's head without hesitation. This one freaked everyone out. Company commander, what are you doing? Wang Shang asked in shock. Why are you still gunning for your own people? Lin Ruwei stared into Jing Siwei's eyes and said, violating battlefield discipline, disobeying the command of our superiors, getting our comrades killed, and causing our entire team to get into trouble. A drill is a battlefield, so I'm going to enforce battlefield discipline. Jing Siwei, your path ends here. Company commander. The crowd shouted. Maybe you're overthinking it. Didn't that old scripture die for nothing? Just then, in the distant sky, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone was alarmed because they could all hear that it was the sound of a helicopter flying. And there was definitely more than one helicopter. Really? Really? Exposed? Xiao Yuandong opened his mouth wide in surprise. End of chapter. Tenba suddenly let out a low whimper and his fangs showed. Without saying a word, Wang Sheng and Sun Nan and the others immediately climbed to a high place and used their night vision binoculars to look around. This time, they had brought quite a lot of one-man black tech equipment, all of which they had gotten by relying on their connections before. This exercise just came in handy. Also, they use a lot of things that even Wolfram and Hart don't necessarily have. These ordinary troops on the red side, that's even less. People. There are people everywhere. Wang Sheng turned his head nervously. Company commander. We're really surrounded. There are Red's troops everywhere. At this moment, all the trainees were all shocked to their bones. They had never expected that they would actually really be spoken to by Lin Ruwei. Jing Siwei looked at Lin Ruwei with regret. Company commander. I really. Lin Ruwei slammed his fist into his face, sending his entire body flying. He then yelled down to everyone. Take cover. Now. You can't run away now. You can only take cover. Remember, cover your entire body with dead leaves to avoid the odor from emanating. Hurry. Everyone no longer dared to be the slightest bit slow, and all of them collectively darted towards the bottom of the mountain pass. Jing Siwei's face was covered in blood from the beating, and his heart was filled with infinite remorse. But there was no time to think about it at the moment, and he too was pulled up and rushed into the depression. Lin Ruwei's God's view had spread out and was in combat mode, on all sides. At the moment, all the Red's troops, at least 2 regiments, were searching for them. It was a good thing that these were all infantry and only the 3 helicopters in the air posed a threat to them. Lin Ruwei immediately judged that it must be that all the mechanized units of the Red side were paralyzed, so they could only search on foot. But there were 3 helicopters, and no matter how much they tried to escape, they couldn't, and now the only way was to take cover, or else they'd be absolutely dead. But none of that matters. What really matters is that Red actually brought military dogs. That's what scares Lin Ruwei the most. They could use camouflage to lower their body temperature, and with the sudden chill of the dark night air, this could all be hidden from the helicopters and the searching soldiers. But military dogs, they rely on their noses. Once they get close, they can easily spot the students hiding under the dead leaves. Lin Ruwei's current ability to control beasts had not yet reached the level of controlling other military dogs. After all, military dogs are highly trained and are qualified soldiers in their own right. Not only loyal, but strong-willed. If he wanted them to listen to him, Lin Ruwei was afraid that he would have to be exposed. Just as he was getting anxious, Lin Ruwei jerked his head to see Tianba. Tenpa was looking at him with his tongue out, his eyes full of eagerness. Lin Ruwei's mind snapped to life and he crouched down to pat Tianba's head. Can you help me lure them away? Woof! Tianba's eyes were filled with confidence. The tail wagged like a knife. Lin Ruwei smiled. He trusted Tianba as much as he trusted himself. He patted Skyblaze. Good dog. Then you lure them a little farther away. Then you come back for me. You're sure to find me. Woof! Tianba barked, then rubbed against Lin Ruwei's hand for a while. It was as if it was about to part with life and death, and its eyes were filled with reluctance. But before Lin Rue could comfort it, Skybuster turned violently and ran wildly towards the high ground. Lin Rue's eyes were filled with emotion as he watched Tianba quickly run up to higher ground. Military dogs, always the most faithful companion of soldiers. Without hesitation, Lin Rue quickly rushed to the depression and camouflaged himself with the other students. Almost 10 seconds later, a helicopter came over them. Searchlights swept over their bodies, and everyone hiding under their camouflage was too nervous to speak. After about half a minute, the helicopter's searchlights shone elsewhere and the helicopter slowly flew away towards the distance. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Luckily, we did a good job of camouflaging ourselves, or else we'd all be dead today. Sun Nan exhaled a long breath, but just then, a dog actually barked not far away. This time, all the students' hearts lifted. They had also spent some time with Tianba and knew how powerful the military dogs were. Even if they were hiding underground, with so many people together, they would definitely give off a smell. It would be easy as pie for a military dog to find them. What about Company Commander? Company Commander, want to fight? Damn it, fight them, you can't die like this. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with a strong sense of wariness, and Jing Siwei was the only one who was filled with guilt. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be like this now. All calm down, Lin Rue said icily. Tianba has made its move. I hope it can save us. Everyone's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Tianba was no longer an ordinary dog in their minds. That was definitely a reliable comrade in arms, or even their teacher. Skyblock striking out is no different than a company commander striking out. Brother Tianba, you must succeed. You must succeed. Everyone prayed silently in their hearts. Meanwhile, Tianba was running towards the hillside while peeing, but this time he peed, just to assert his sovereignty and as a provocation to all military dogs. It's a way that only a dog can understand. Soon, Tianba rushed to the top of the hill. It was only a few months old, but after staying with Lin Rue for so long and copying quite a few abilities from him, its stature wasn't much different from that of an adult dog. Tianba raised his head and barked at the cold wind as if he were a pale wolf. In an instant, the military dogs that were about to rush towards the mountain pass stopped collectively, and each of them bared their fangs and barked ferociously at Tianba's location. What is it? Is it a discovery? A red captain asked excitedly. The dog trainer nodded vigorously. I think so, or they wouldn't be so excited. As soon as he finished his words, a dozen military dogs immediately tugged on the dog trainers and darted furiously toward the hillside. They hadn't found a target. They had identified Skyblock as the new target, because not only did Tenba send out a provocation, it also signaled to them that it was the target. All of this, and only the military dogs can understand it. These military dogs would have had no idea who they were tracking. Now that they have a target, they naturally go after it. As soon as they saw the dozen or so military dogs on the move, the officers of the Red Army immediately shouted in excitement. Quickly, follow the military dogs. Notify the other troops and close in from all sides. We must not let those bastards go. Quick, give chase. In an instant, a large number of footsteps resounded around the depression. Countless red soldiers all dashed towards the hillside, and soon there were no more red soldiers around. After a full 2 minutes, Lin Rue was sure that the people on the red side had gone far away before he lifted his camouflage and climbed out. I'll go. When it matters, it's still Tianba that's useful. Xiao Yuandong sighed. In the future, I will never speak ill of it again. Sun Nan nodded. Tianba was too good to us, keeping the danger to himself and then saving us. Everyone went silent. If it wasn't for Tianba today, they really would have all been wiped out. Plop. Just then, Jing Siwei rushed towards Lin Rue and knelt down. All the people looked at him, but no one spoke for him anymore, because they had nothing to say. Everything was just as Lin Rue had predicted. Company Commander, I was wrong. I was terribly wrong. Jing Siwei said with regret. It was me who was greedy for credit. It was me who was too impatient to do anything, and that's why I put everyone in such a state, and also put Tianba in danger. You enforce battlefield discipline and shoot me. I have nothing to say. Lin Rue stared at him coldly, then clicked the pistol into place and aimed it at his head again. In the next second, Xiao Yuandong, Ma Chi and the others all knelt down. Company Commander, we were on the same team as him. We didn't stop him at that time, and we even seconded him. We are also at fault. You can shoot us too, Company Commander. All of the men who had participated in the operation together knelt down. Get up! Lin Rue let out a low roar of fury, frightening everyone into standing up en masse without daring to have any hesitation. Forget what I said? Lin Rue looked at each of them deadpan. Wearing this uniform, you have to be worthy of him, except for the country and the people, and your parents. As long as you wear him, you are not allowed to bow your heads, much less kneel. This is not only honoring the uniform, but also honoring our army and the countless martyrs. Your uniforms represent the country and the army. Everyone's face was red and they couldn't say a word. Get out of my way, all of you. Lin Rue gave the word, and Xiao Yuandong and the others could only step aside. Under him, Lin Rue had always spoken his mind. Lin Rue held his gun to Jing Siwei's head and said word for word, if it was a battlefield, killing you 10,000 times wouldn't be too much. Not only did you get your comrades killed, you also ruined the mission. Those of us who are trained to live and die are not by ourselves, but we must maximize our energy before we die, and deal as many blows to the enemy as we can, instead of dying in such a nasty way. Only then will we live up to our country and our people. Jing Siwei couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his face. For the first time in his life, he felt so humiliated, and felt like such a loser. Company commander, Jing Sidi yelled, shoot me. I'm to blame. Lin Rue nodded. Count yourself as a man. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and everyone's hearts carried tightly with them. But what surprised them was that there was no smoke coming from Jing Siwei's body. Jing Siwei turned his head incredulously, only to see smoke coming from the muzzle of the gun. But in the moment just before the shot was fired, Lin Rue moved the muzzle away. Company commander. Lin Rue looked at him coldly, although this is a drill. A drill is a real battle. Just now, you've already died once. Now it's your new life. You remember your last life well, and I hope that in this life, you won't let me actually shoot you. In life, there will be no do-overs, much less a second choice for you. At this moment, Jing Siwei could no longer be taught, and tears flowed down as if they were broken beads. Company commander. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. End of chapter. Seeing Jing Siwei in tears, Lin Rue went over and patted his face. Don't take any more unauthorized actions and drag everyone into danger. The shame of today is committed and can never be repaired. If you want your honor back, then fight with your life. Old Jing, we'll fight with you, Xiao Yuandong shouted. Maki and the others followed suit, shouting, where you fall, we'll wait for you to rise together. Old Jing, go for it. Jing Siwei was overwhelmed inside. He wiped away his tears and saluted Lin Rue forcefully. Company commander, I will never disappoint you again. Lin Rue wasn't saying anything. The main reason he was doing this was because Jing Siwei had finally brought back those 3 eliminated people. Do not abandon, do not give up. This is the basic bottom line of their special academy. If Jing Siwei hadn't even done that, Lin Rue would have just shot him without hesitation and made him end this maneuver early. Because he no longer deserves to stay with everyone. But now, Lin Rue was willing to give him a chance. Alright, pack up and let's head in the opposite direction. Lin Rue said coldly, they'll soon come back to their senses, and they'll definitely expand their search then. So, until tomorrow morning, we have to march more than 11 kilometers per hour. This is a high-intensity march. There will be no breaks in the middle, and I don't want anyone to fall off the wagon. Yes, everyone yelled low. After what they had just experienced, they had already roughly understood the cruelty of war. By exposing just a little bit of the trail, there's a good chance that the whole thing will be exposed. No one is a cutie on the battlefield. You think you're smart, but your enemies may be smarter. All participants learned a great deal from this lesson. At least, they know what it means to be careful and follow orders. A group of people flew forward furiously, but not before they had been running for half an hour. There was suddenly a terrifying explosion behind them. Everyone turned around, only to see flames in the sky and tons of white smoke that stood out even in the darkness of the night. And the area that was bombed was the same area they were in before. The cadets were shocked. No one had expected that Red could use coverage bombing against a group of students like them. Lin Rue took a look at everyone's surprised appearance and said in a cold voice, there's nothing to be fussed about. Even if a sniper is found on the battlefield, it could usher in a focused bombardment from the enemy. What's more, we've already posed a considerable threat to them. Even if it's normal for missiles to wash the ground and eliminate us, because on the battlefield, no one wants a swarm of pesky flies in their own backyard. Jing Siwei swallowed hard, and now the more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. If it wasn't for him, everyone wouldn't even be in such a perilous situation. At this moment, not only him, but everyone admired Lin Rue. If Lin Rue hadn't taken them out in time, even if they had escaped the search, they would have been blown to smithereens by now. Let's go, Lin Rue said lightly. We have a long way to go. Late at night, inside the drill director's office, the lights were brightly lit, and various electronic precision instruments made dripping sounds. Gao Shiwei nervously looked at his watch. It was currently 3 in the morning. The blue forward units have arrived at the forward positions ahead of the red units and are accelerating the construction of the defense line. By the time red arrives, it is too late. Plus red had no heavy weapons to follow up with this time, and were all lightly armed. So even if they reached the designated spot, I'm afraid they're still giving the blues a sneak attack. Gao Shiwei was already relieved about this. What he wasn't relieved about now was Lin Rui and the others who were being rounded up. Gao Shiwei and the others hadn't calmed down since they got the news from the Red Command. Everyone was betting that if Lin Rui and the others were exposed this time, it would be the end of them for sure. Gao Shiwei was the only one who still had a small glimmer of expectation. After all, Lin Rui and the others had performed many miracles. Old Gao, Wang Changlin came over with a smile. You just don't need to think much. Just now, the Red Army side has already carried out artillery coverage bombardment on all the suspicious zones. Just about to use missiles. You don't have to feel bad. It's really impressive that they played like that. Gao Shiwei coldly grunted. Old Wang, don't speak so early. Don't jump to conclusions without reaching the end. Otherwise, you will be slapped in the face. Wang Changlin was flabbergasted, then laughed at Luo Jiawei. Leader, look, this old Gao is this stubborn. It's all developed like this, and he's still being stubborn. Locke patted Gao Shiwei. Old Gao, I can understand your feelings. Of course, old Wang and I also hope that student unit can go farther. But this time, I'm afraid it's really hard. You shouldn't be sad either. Old Wang was right. They're already amazing. It's just that they have less experience. Gao Shiwei had no way to refute it. After all, with such a search, even the special forces may not be able to escape. Leaders. Just then, a staff officer suddenly ran over. A message from Red Command. How's it going? Gao Shiwei was the first to stand up in excitement. The staff officer was flabbergasted, but then said, 3 regiments on the red side, 3 helicopters, conducted a 10-hour search and carpeted the bombing area. Result: no one eliminated was found. Gao Shiwei was flabbergasted, then jumped up excitedly. Old Wang, old Luo, ha ha ha, did you see that? They're fine. They're just fine. Ha ha ha, the people I chose, they definitely can't be wrong. Wang Changlin and Locke's expressions were wonderful to the extreme. Holy, this is not dead? Wang Changlin swallowed hard. It seems that this time, the red side, is really in trouble. As the day dawned, a group of already exhausted soldiers ran by a small stream. Lin Rui looked around to make sure that there was no one there. Then he had the troops stop. The students who had already been running all night immediately fell to the ground in a heap, not even having the strength to lift a finger. Lin Rui also wiped his head full of sweat, but he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, taking out the map and looking left and right. Company commander. Wang Shang gulped hard. What are we going to do next? Yes, company commander, Xiao Yuandong asked. We're now running around like headless flies. What the hell are we going to do? Lin Rui smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if I tell you the plan now. Everyone immediately came together when they heard him say that. Lin Rui's gaze swept over them and said indifferently, our mission this time is to exterminate as many of their heavily armored units as possible. Then, behead their commander-in-chief. What? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Company commander. You're crazy. End of chapter. Lin Rui stared at them. What? Scared? All the students froze, then laughed. Company commander. We don't look at who taught us. The word fear will not appear in our dictionary. Lin Rui also smiled slightly. His group of students, each bold. Let's not talk about ending the Red Command and beheading the Red Commander-in-Chief. Even if they went to the end of the director's department, they wouldn't frown. Company commander, just tell me how to do it. This sounds exciting. Xiao Yuandong laughed. The others were also looking forward to it, their eyes showing a ray of expectant essence. Lin Rui put down the map and drew a large circle on it. We're currently in this area, the center of the Red Force, but to find the Red Command, that's not an easy task, because any general command headquarters will be very secretive, and will even cause a fake command headquarters to confuse the enemy, in order to prevent it from being sabotaged by a sneak attack. Wang Shang rubbed his head. So it sounds like it's hard. Company commander, how are we going to find such a large area? Lin Rui said faintly. No searching. Let him come out on his own. Ha! A group of students were filled with confusion. Lin Rui smiled and explained. We have, now, messed up the Red Army side, but it's not enough. As you can see, the troops they sent out to find us are only 2 regiments in size. If they can get more troops out, then Red Command will be exposed, because by then, their radio contact will be more frequent, and we'll be able to use the radio to find out where Red's command is. The crowd nodded in realization. In fact, this was also Lin Rui's helplessness. If not for the fact that the deployment map was outdated, he would have gone directly to the Red Command according to the deployment map the system had given him. But now, Red Command has moved somewhere unknown. It's the only way to find out. Company commander, then how can we get them to send out more troops? Sun Nan asked curiously. I'm afraid they won't take it in their eyes with just the 100 or so men we have. To be able to send out 2 regiments, I think it's pretty much looking down on us. Madge nodded. Yeah, it's just too hard to get them to send out more people. Lin Rue smiled. It's actually very simple. Just go and eliminate their troops and they'll naturally be in chaos. The more they eliminate, the more they'll be in chaos. Got it? Everyone was flabbergasted, but then ecstasy appeared on their faces. Company commander, do you mean that we can go fight? Wang Shang asked excitedly. Lin Rue nodded and pointed at them. From now on, let's split into 10 groups. Then, scatter out towards this area. Lin Rue drew a semicircle on the map and finally fixed his finger on a spot. Remember, this time you don't need to get attached to the battle. Just give them blows. No matter how many enemies you take out, each action is not allowed to exceed 5 minutes. When you're done, retreat immediately and only act once. After the operation, all gather at this place. The students all nodded solemnly as they listened to his arrangement. Especially Jing Siwei. He was completely like a good boy at the moment, and Lin Rue's words had been burned into his brain. Alright, disperse. Lin Rue looked at his watch. Tomorrow morning, no matter what, you must reach the designated position. I'll emphasize again, don't get attached. Understand? Yes. After all of them saluted, they immediately split into 10 groups and then quickly separated. Company commander, I'll follow you. Jing Siwei looked at Lin Rue. Lin Rue looked at the beaten and bruised man and nodded lightly. Let's go. Jing Siwei looked at his back and quickly followed. He hadn't gone far when suddenly there was a rattling in the grass. Immediately after that, a black shadow quickly darted over. Lin Rue was overjoyed. Tianba, you're back. Tianba rushed to Lin Rue, the dog's head rubbing against him in great excitement. Lin Rue also stroked it with relief. It was just a drill, but Tianba was able to lure away so many enemies. For Lin Rue, it was like experiencing a life and death separation. Tianba, good job. Lin Rue patted the dog's head. Woof. Tianba seemed to enjoy his praise immensely. Tianba, thank you. Jing Siwei also came over at this time, looking at Tianba with a face full of shame. Tianba gave him a blank look and turned his head arrogantly. Jing Siwei looked embarrassed, but still saluted Tianba. Lin Rue glanced at him and said in a cold voice, let's go. Sun Nan and the others patted Jing Siwei. Let's go old Jing. Jing Siwei nodded and followed the large group at a brisk pace. From morning to noon, and again from noon to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, their group had been on a wild ride. Just after 3 o'clock, Tianba suddenly made a whimpering noise. Lin Rue immediately made the team stop, and everyone quickly got down on the ground. Sun Nan, Zhang Biao, you two go scout. Lin Rue pointed in a direction. Tianba, you go too. Without any hesitation, the 2 men and the dog immediately ran wildly forward. They had just left when Lin Rue suddenly realized that Jing Siwei had crawled next to him. Company commander. Yeah, sorry, Jing Siwei said awkwardly. Lin Rue laughed, all the past, but also to raise the cadre. Why with an old woman like? Jing Siwei looked at him. Company commander. I actually deserve to be shot. You're right. If it was a battlefield, I wouldn't have died 10,000 times enough. I want to know why you didn't shoot me? Lin Rue flinched, then said faintly, do you know Li Yannian, who can write and fight? Warpsworth froze, then shook his head. Lin Rue said seriously, Senior Li Yannian was the instructor of the 7th Company of a unit half a century ago. Just before his unit was charged with holding the position, a soldier deserted on the battlefield. What era was that? To make a mistake like that, and to disrupt the military, that deserter must die. Lin Rue looked at him. But you know what? Senior Li Yannian released him. Jing Siwei froze. Why? Lin Rue smiled. Because of our army's tradition. As long as you haven't already defected to the enemy, you'll be given a chance. You, all of you, are 18 or 19 years old? All of you are a bunch of ignorant children. A child, transformed into a man, needs a grueling process. Elder Li Yannian gave that deserter a chance because he could see that it was a man of great affection and righteousness, and that as long as he became a true man, he would surely fight in blood to protect his family and his country. Later on, that was indeed the case. I'm giving you a chance because I want you to truly transform from a clueless student to a hardened soldier. Everyone has moments of youthful ignorance, and everyone wants shortcuts. I've had them too, but the principal and the headmaster both gave me a chance. Today, I'm giving you this chance as well. After this time, you will no longer be that clueless student. Jing Siwei's eyes instantly filled with tears. His life wasn't long, but other than his parents, Lin Rue was the only one who could really give him a chance to grow. Thank you, Company Commander. Warped Siwei, nodding vigorously. Lin Rue looked at his determined eyes, and he smiled slightly. because he understands that from this day forward, this guy is never going to be the same big boy he used to be. Company commander. Just then, Sun Nan nervously ran back. P.S. Seeing a big brother said should really kill Jingxiwei. I deliberately wrote this chapter. I also had the honor of being a soldier in the communication company, so I kind of know the army. In fact, we all went to the army at the age of going to school and knew nothing about the military camp. I am very grateful to my company commander at that time for giving me the opportunity to stay up all night to teach me professional knowledge. The company next door had a male soldier who couldn't take the pain and escaped, and when he came back he should have returned. But their company commander forgave him. Who hasn't been young and impetuous when they don't know anything? Someone gave me a chance, so I would later give the new recruits a chance. This is probably the inheritance. So our troops are getting stronger and stronger. After all, our troops have a human face. Of course, I can only apologize if I've upset some of my brothers. I'm sorry. End of chapter. Sun Nan went straight down prone, just sliding to a stop next to Lin Rui. Company commander. Big fish. It's a big fish, Sun Nan said with some excitement and trembling. At least 2 regiments are stationed together, and the tents can't be seen at a glance. We're rich this time. Hearing his words, all the trainees rolled their eyes at him. Old Sun, are you out of your mind? 2 regiments. We're just a few men, not enough for them to stuff their teeth, and the 2 regiments are still close together. So if anything happens, it's 2 regiments coming at us together. What do you think? Sun Nan was flabbergasted, then rubbed his head. That's also true. Oh, I was just thinking about the crowd and forgot about this. Everyone was speechless. Do you think that the people on the red side are just for show, waiting there to be blitzed by you? I think that there's something going on, Lin Rui suddenly said. Ha! Everyone looked at him in surprise. Lin Rui said earnestly to all of them, just because there are so many of them, we can just fish in troubled waters. Think of it this way, since the 2 regiments are stationed close together, they all have different passwords. If we blend in, we don't even need to know the password. We just need to wear their clothes, and then just find any excuse we want, and we'll be able to go back and forth between the 2 camps. This simple? Everyone looked at him with a shocked face. Yes, it's that simple, Lin Rui said indifferently. There must be quite a number of open and dark sentries around their camp. Moreover, it's still 2 regiments stationed together. Their self-confidence is definitely not ordinary. Put it another way, if you were a soldier in one of these 2 regiments, and you came across soldiers in camp who didn't know the password, do you think they're from the next regiment? Or do you think these guys who waltzed in ran in through the heavy checkpoints? Jingxiwei immediately blurted out. Must think it's the regiment next door. The others also nodded silently. In this situation, even they wouldn't doubt the other party's identity. After all, there are so many guards outside the camp. Who can take out all the guards to get in without a word, and then still strut around? This is either crazy or a cutie. Lin Rui smiled faintly at them. If you can think this way, then our enemies will think this way even more. Remember, to carry out a mission on the battlefield, not only do you have to rely on tactics, but you also have to use your brain more. Understand? Yes. Everyone nodded their heads vigorously. Now they were glad that they could follow Lin Rui. Other groups certainly wouldn't have learned as much from them, especially battlefield teaching, which can be much more vivid and memorable for them than the usual boring lectures in the classroom. Company commander, what should we do now? Jingxiwei asked in a small voice. He seemed to have suddenly grown up quite a bit since the conversation he had just had. Even his speech was a bit more steady. Lin Rui scanned the camp, then said coldly, from now on, we'll split up into 5 groups and focus on clearing the camp's outer perimeter of both open and concealed sentries. Remember, the way they set up their outposts, there usually has to be a dark post for an open post. So, when you spot an open post, bring up all your attention and look around. There must be one of their dark posts nearby. Also, it is possible that the posts are close together. One post is not far away, and there may be another. So don't be careless. Yes, everyone nodded their heads vigorously, and Jingxiwei was even more extraordinarily serious. He's already made a mistake once. This time, he would never allow himself to make the same mistake. Lin Rui waved his hand, and immediately everyone quickly dispersed. He himself followed closely behind the students with Tenba. In fact, he could have made a move. But if such a good opportunity wasn't left to this group of students, it would be difficult to find out the same opportunity in the future. However, he was also ready to strike at any time. As long as any group couldn't get it right, he and Skyblock would be the first to sense it. After crawling forward for a moment, Sun Nan suddenly stopped. He looked coldly at the grass in front of him, his eyes fixed on a slight bulge. It's still broad daylight and the visibility isn't bad, but at a glance, that bulge looks like a bulge. But Sun Nan discerned that the color of the grass in this raised place was different from all around. He could conclude that it was definitely someone lying here in disguise. He gestured at his team, and the two immediately approached the dark post from left and right. Soon the two men crept noiselessly behind this dark sentry. The dark sentry was currently lying on the ground with grass in his mouth, leisurely scanning ahead. It was broad daylight and the line of sight from his location was good, so he didn't feel in danger at all, and his entire body was relaxed. But just then, a hand suddenly pressed his head from behind, while a dagger was on his neck. The dark sentry was so frightened that he tried to scream, but another large hand covered his mouth in death. No screaming, you've been killed in action. Now you are the corpse. Stay here honestly, any noise you make is a violation of the drill rules. Nod your head if you understand, Sun Nan said coldly. The sentry nodded helplessly, and the student who had covered his mouth let go of his hand. Yes, how did you get close to me? Sentry asked curiously. Sun Nan smiled smugly. Military secrets. Inconvenient to disclose. Be a good boy and be your death. After saying that, the two continued to climb towards the front. On the other hand, the two of them, Jing Siwei and Li Yang, came to a large rock. There were two sentries just to the left of the stone, but Jing Siwei realized that there were three more hiding behind the stone. They deliberately dug a large pit behind a rock and then all three of them hid in it. The front was covered by boulders, and there were open posts on the side to attract attention. These three hidden sentries, if not detected in time, will cause great harm to the sneak attackers. How do I get it? Li Yang asked in a small voice. Jing Siwei drew his saber and pointed to Li Yang at the two bright sentries. Okay? Li Yang smiled faintly, then climbed directly towards those two bright sentries. Without hesitation, Jing Siwei also immediately circled around and crawled towards the back of the rock. Soon, he arrived at the back of the boulder and crawled all the way to a stop 2 meters away from the three dark sentries. After that, he looked dead at Li Yang's side. He's waiting. Waiting for Li Yang to make his move and distract these three people was the best time for him to do it. A few seconds later, Li Yang suddenly lunged over from the grass like a viper, directly pouncing on all the two bright sentries. At the same time, the three hidden sentries hiding behind the rocks were startled and immediately raised their guns to fire at Li Yang's side. But just as their attention was drawn to Li Yang, Jing Siwei also moved. His hands and feet simultaneously propped up on the ground, and his entire body immediately slammed towards the inside of the pit like a cannonball. Bang! He knocked over a dark sentry with his head. While in the air, the back of his blade had slashed across the neck of a dark sentry. The other dark sentry was so frightened that he hastily turned his gun around, but Jing Siwei had already punched him in the stomach, and the dark sentry crouched down immediately in pain. But the handle of the saber, too, touched his neck. The dark sentry was in a cold sweat of fear. If this was a real enemy, he would have been stabbed through the throat by the other side by now. Warp switch turned and slashed at the neck of the dark sentry who had been knocked to the ground. Everyone, you are already dead men, so please follow the rules of maneuvers, Jing Siwei said indifferently. A dark sentry was bitter, but gave an admiring thumbs up. You special forces are really bullish. I died before I could react. The loss was convincing. Jing Siwei laughed. Veteran. I'm not a special forces soldier. I'm a student. Ha! The three sentries looked at him with a confused expression. A student? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of student could have your skill? You're the Blue Army's special forces. Jing Siwei looked embarrassed. I'm really not a special forces soldier. I'm really a student. Look at my shoulder patch, he said, revealing his red shoulder patch. The three dark sentries looked at them, but still shook their heads. You special forces are really something. You have to come out dressed as students. What's the point? Alright, we won't ask any more questions. Knowing that this is your rule, Jing Siwei was speechless. He was really just a student. Just a more powerful special student. Why don't you guys believe it? End of chapter. 15 minutes later, all the guards on the front of the two red regiments were cleared. Everyone returned to Lin Rui with uncontrollable smugness on their faces. Jing Siwei was the only one with a much calmer expression. Company commander. It was easy, Sun Nan said with a smile. We destroyed them before they could react. It wasn't hard at all. Less complacent. Lin Rui glared at him, then said coldly, you've been operating for a total of 15 minutes, and in 15 minutes at the most, their superiors will definitely come to check on the sentry. By then, they'll definitely be able to realize that something's gone wrong. Everyone was stunned. They were just thinking about solving the person but not the follow-up. Company commander. So what do we do now? Go straight in? A student asked. Lin Rui said in a cold voice. We have 13 minutes at most, so now we must enter the camp. This time, split into two groups. Lin Rui spoke his plan into their ears. Everyone's faces went from grave to gradually becoming eerie. Company commander. Is this really okay? Jing Siwei asked. They're not cuties either. Ah. Sun Nan was also full of skepticism. If this is revealed, then we'll be finished on the spot. Lin Rue smiled at them. What? Scared again? Don't you want to be a good soldier? A good soldier is not only good in military quality, but also bold. If this were war now, in order to win, we would have to go outside the box. Do that, and your enemies won't expect it. Sun Nan said bitterly. Not to mention them, I couldn't even imagine it. Okay? Lin Rue glared at them. If it doesn't work, follow me en masse. Big deal. We'll have the mission. Okay. Without hesitation, Jing Siwei said, Company Commander, I wish to give me a chance. This time, I will never be reckless. Lin Rue stared at him closely, and a hint of determination and persistence showed in Jing Siwei's eyes. Lin Rue smiled faintly. Fine, I'll believe you once. You pick 5 people to go with you. Remember, change into Red Fawn's clothes. I promise to complete the mission. Jing Siwei saluted. He then took Sun Nan's 5 people with him and traveled in another direction. We move too. Lin Rue led them to a few dark sentries and said coldly, Take off your clothes and give them to us. Ha! A second lieutenant looked at him in shock. You, what do you want? We're interested in men. Lin Rue slapped him on the head. What the hell were you thinking? I needed your clothes to blend into the camp. Now you're a corpse. Everything is mine. Don't make me do it. Better cooperate. The second lieutenant and the others reacted bitterly. In this cold, we're not going to freeze to death if we take off our clothes? Lin Rue gave him a blank look. If you give me your clothes, won't we give you ours? Hurry up. You can't freeze. The corpses had no choice but to take off their clothes and exchange them with Lin Rue as requested. When he had changed his clothes, Lin Rue smiled and asked, Which troops are you from? The ensign's eyes were suddenly alert. I'm sorry, but we're dead men. No comment. Lin Rue smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't ask anything more than to find out which camp you're from. As for passwords and whatnot, there's no need for you to say. And you better tell me. Otherwise, I can abuse the body. The second lieutenant shivered in fear, and looking at Lin Rue's men, who didn't look like they were joking, he could only point to a camp. There. Great. Thanks. After saying that, Lin Rue led his men towards the opposite camp. Platoon leader, why did you just tell him? A soldier asked worriedly. Will this become a traitor? The ensign shrugged. It's not against the rules that we didn't say the number, the password, or our superiors or our position. And you didn't look at that kid. He didn't even go to our camp. Several of the dark sentries breathed a sigh of relief in unison. The lieutenant sighed. I told him where we came from. Why didn't he go? If he went, he'd be checked out immediately without a password. What the hell is this guy thinking? A few dark sentries stared together. Dare I say that you deliberately told people so that they would throw themselves into the net. However, Lin Rue didn't go to their camp at all, which made everyone a little disappointed. Lin Rue took 5 students and a dog and strutted toward a regiment's camp. Just as they reached the door, the guard stopped them. Halt, password. Lin Rue hurriedly stepped forward with a smile. Comrade, we're from the next regiment. Our regiment commander has something he asked me to tell your regiment commander. A platoon leader came over and said with a smile, a phone call is not the end of the matter. Do you still need to come here in person? Lin Rue pretended to be helpless. Our regiment's information converter is out of order. So, Lao Tai, you know, I can't say much. That second lieutenant immediately understood that this was a military secret of someone else's regiment, so he definitely couldn't tell himself. If you want to report, you should report to your own headmaster. Don't mind if you do. Then, for a routine inspection, the ensign laughed. Of course, it's time to check. Lin Rue immediately walked over to be inspected. The second lieutenant looked at Tianba and exclaimed, This military dog is so powerful. It looks awesome. Tianba proudly raised his dog's head. Lin Rue smiled and asked, Is that okay? Seeing that the inspection was okay, the second lieutenant immediately nodded. Go on in. Our regimental headquarters are right over there. Thanks, old iron. Lin Rue smiled and nodded, then beckoned and led his men into the people's camp in such a big way. The students following him were all tense to the core, and everyone's palms were sweating profusely. It was only when they got into the camp that all of them breathed a great sigh of relief, and everyone felt their backs go all damp. Company commander, a student whispered. Too damn exciting. I just had a heart attack. Another student looked at Lin Rue adoringly. Company commander, in terms of the ability to make up nonsense, I'll serve you. Have you always loved to make up lies before? That's right. That's definitely a skill you develop from a young age. Another student said excitedly. Or else you don't have this skill. Lin Rue glared at them without any good humor. Are you all heartless? All be honest with me. Now is the most dangerous time. Everyone immediately puffed up their chests and regained their honesty. Lin Rue was speechless. His group of students were good at everything, but their brains were simple and their emotional intelligence was low. To put it another way, it's all too stupid. Lin Rue's God's view was fully expanded at the moment, and he quickly locked onto Jing Siwei and the others. At this moment, Jing Siwei and his group also arrived at the entrance of another unit of the red side. However, they seemed to have been stopped. Lin Rue's brow instantly frowned. End of chapter. Meanwhile, at the entrance to another camp, Scripture Siwei and the others were all stopped, and a number of Red's pawns came around. You guys, the platoon leader at the head smiled bitterly. Better go back to your own regiment. What are you doing here with us? Jing Siwei grimaced bitterly and pointed at Sun Nan, who was being carried by a student, and said, Brother, it's not that we don't want to go back, but our regiment's sanitation company hasn't followed us yet, and now when we go back there's only a couple of sanitarians with the team. Look at my soldier. What has he become after falling from a height just now? Look, he's not even conscious. With that, Jing Siwei delivered 2 kicks to Sun Nan's back. The student carrying Sun Nan also took a horse stance so his body wouldn't sway. Slam. Jing Siwei lands a resounding thudding leg kick on Sun Nan. Sun Nan almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood, and in his heart, he greeted all 18 generations of Jing Siwei's ancestors. A group of red soldiers watched with distorted expressions. Jing Siwei said to them, See, he's unconscious and can't wake up at all. If you don't get us in there, he's going to die. You see, he won't wake up. With that, he shined another kick at Sun Nan's body. The platoon leader at the head of the platoon rushed to stop him. Okay, I'll let you guys in. Okay, he's going to have to be kicked back by you if you keep kicking him like that. Jing Siwei nodded his head vigorously in excitement. Thank you. If my soldier gets well, I'll definitely have him erect a monument and kowtow to you. The more the platoon leader heard, the worse he felt, and waved his hand. Go this way. Keep going forward. Then turn left, and soon you'll see our health company. But their company commander isn't easy to talk to, so be careful. Jing Siwei nodded. Thank you, platoon leader. Don't worry, if they don't heal, I'll kick them. As long as the kicks don't wake them up, they'll know the seriousness. The soldiers on the red side almost collectively spurted blood. Are you saving or harming people? Maybe the person was fine and you just kicked them to death with this bam bam. Jing Siwei hurriedly ran towards the inside with his men. Looking at their backs, a group of soldiers from the red side shook their heads and sighed. With such comrades, that unconscious soldier is quite unlucky. Hey, it's too bad. All like this and still being beaten up. I guess even if he wakes up, he must have other problems again. The platoon leader glared at them. Now you know how gentle I am, right? When you meet such comrades, you won't even know how you'll die. The group of soldiers immediately nodded their heads, looking at the platoon leader with little stars in their eyes. On the other side of the camp, Lin Rue's God's view saw that he here was relieved when Jing Siwei and the others finally went in. He glanced around. No one was paying attention to them. This field garrisoning involves stationing in one place all the companies of a regiment that do not normally meet. So, at the moment, even if they walked sideways, most people wouldn't know exactly which company they were from. Soon, Lin Rue easily found where the regimental headquarters was. In fact, he hadn't been looking for it, and had followed the instructions of the ensign at the gate perfectly. Lin Rue made a ready gesture to all of them, and 5 of them immediately and quietly loaded their guns while bringing their grenades to the most convenient position. Once Lin Rue gave the order, they would be the first to go on a killing spree. Stop! At the entrance to the regiment, a lieutenant stopped them and looked them up and down suspiciously. Which company? Haven't you seen them before? Lin Rue immediately saluted. Report, I'm from the next regiment. Our regimental commander sent me here. There's something I want to ask your regimental commander for. The lieutenant gave an oh-so-skeptical look. After all, since the gate let them in, it must be okay. He nodded. Wait then, I'll report in. With that, he turned and went into the tent. Lin Rue gave a wink to Lu Tao, who was closest to him, and Lu Tao immediately understood. Soon after, the lieutenant came out. Brother, our chief wants you to go in. Thank you. Lin Rue saluted, then immediately went into the tent, followed by Lu Tao, while the others stayed outside. Just after entering the tent, Lu Tao intentionally guarded the position of the gate. That way, no one can leave at will. Lin Rue's God's view also changed to battle mode at this moment, locking down the positions of every single person. In combat mode, he could also clearly spot all the objects around him that could be used for combat, like the trash cans, like the hard shells on the outside of combat reports. What did your Kong leader call you for? At that moment, a dime a dozen asked from behind the sandbox. Lin Rue immediately stepped forward and saluted. Reporting to the regimental commander. Regimental Commander Khan asked me to come and tell you that his regiment's headquarters is about to be overrun, and the entire regiment will suffer a heavy blow. Ha! The regimental commander and all the people in the command center froze, looking at Lin Rue with a bewildered expression. What do you mean? The regimental commander glared at Lin Rue. What exactly do you mean? Lin Rue grinned. It means that you and your regiment will soon be overrun by me as well. Just after the words were said, Lin Rue's feet lashed out, and his entire body rushed to the side of the two staff officers like lightning. The hands were like knives, heavily slashing at their necks. The two men only felt their eyes go black before they collapsed limply. At the same time, Lu Tao quickly rushed towards the two officers closest to him. The same hand knife slashed away, and the two men fell limply to the ground with a muffled grunt. The regimental commander and the rest of the men's eyes bugged out in shock, and all of them went to draw their guns at almost the same time. But Lin Rue suddenly kicked at a trash can while picking up something on the table and throwing it toward the surroundings with precision. Bang! 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 The 6 officers were hit at the same time and fell back with a scream. And Lin Rue took advantage of this to already rush in front of the chief, a knife directly against his neck. You're dead. Lin Rue smiled faintly. Please observe the rules of maneuvers. Comrade Commander. The regimental commander was filled with disbelief until this moment, while Lu Tao was off to the side, using the back of his knife to quickly slice through the neck of each fallen officer. Everyone here, surprisingly, was all killed in less than 15 seconds. Kid, awesome, really awesome. The regimental commander gave an exasperated thumbs up. As much as I want to get you killed, I'm convinced. Lin Rue smiled slightly. Everyone, sorry about this. This is a drill. We are now enemies. I hope you'll all forgive me for being a bit heavy-handed just now. It doesn't matter if you don't forgive. We won't necessarily see each other in the future anyway. The officers around him glared at him in exasperation. If this was Lin Rue's apology, they couldn't wait to beat the bastard to death. The regiment commander sneered. Paralyzing our command headquarters, but you guys won't be able to leave either. Someone will soon discover us, and by then you may be killed before you can even walk out. Moreover, by that time, our regiment will form a new command, and the entire regiment will function normally as usual. This operation of yours amounts to a joke. Lin Rue smiled and said, thank you for reminding me, comrade leader, so I'm going to destroy your entire regiment. That way, no problem. The regimental commander and others looked at him as if they were looking at him. And all of them were happy. Little comrade, do you know how many men are in a regiment? How many men have you come with? And you dare to talk about destroying one of our regiments? You have no concept of a regiment, do you? Let me tell you, even if there's a covering bombardment, it won't necessarily be able to wipe out all of our one regiment. With just a few of you, dream big, the regimental commander said with a smile. Little comrade, you are a bit capable, but you can't brag about being a man. You have to be realistic. Especially us soldiers. This fault of yours, you have to change. Lin Rue smiled lightly. Leaders, what about before you met us? But after meeting us, anything is possible. Today, I'll show you how to destroy one of your regiments, plus the one next to it. In the meantime, a few men from Jing Siwei had arrived in the vicinity of another regimental headquarters. Sun Nan glared at Jing Siwei with a bitter face. Old Jing, it's a deal. You'll have to rub me for a month when we get back. Jing Siwei patted him. Jing Siwei, have always been true to my word. If I don't rub you for a month, I'm not even human. He looked back at the regiment and licked his lips. Everyone get ready. If there's any movement on the regimental commander's side, let's do it right away and end his mother ******** ing regiment. Everyone had their knives out. In his eyes, a thick murderous aura erupted. End of chapter. In the regimental command headquarters, Lin Rue looked at his watch. 11 minutes had passed since they came in. With about 2 minutes to go, Red's men should realize that the outpost has been taken out. He waved his hand at Lu Tao, asked the headmaster to take a seat, and arrange for the others to be seated as well. Quick! Lu Tao smiled and walked to the headmaster while the headmaster glared at him fiercely. What are you doing? I'm just dead and you have to respect the corpse. Then where can I not respect it? I respect you even when you are alive. Lu Tao smiled and pointed at the chair. However, you also said that right now you are a corpse. Corpses are not sentient. I can swing as much as I want. So, now please, you, and everyone else, follow my instructions and sit accordingly. I hope you all must cooperate, or else I'll treat the corpses rudely, and it won't be easy for you when the time comes. How dare you? The chief of staff glared at him in exasperation. Watch out when it's over. I'll sue you up there. Whatever. Lu Tao was emboldened and said, this is my instructor. You guys have to sue him. It doesn't matter to me if he takes the top anyway. watching Lu Tao rubbing his hands together as he walked towards them. All the regimental cadres' lungs exploded with anger. The regimental commander looked at Lu Tao's appearance, really capable of anything, so he huffed and puffed and sat down on the chair. As soon as the other cadres saw that the head of the regiment had conceded, they also had to sit down accordingly. Company commander. Done. Lu Tao looked at him with a smile. Lin Rue solemnly said to the group of regimental chiefs, "Everyone, please remember to cooperate. Don't move, don't talk, and don't have any expressions or body language. You are regiment-level cadres. If you take the lead in violating the rules of the exercise, after it's over, I am going to report it to headquarters." The regimental commander glared at him in exasperation. "Cut the crap. We still have some face to show, and now that we've withdrawn from the maneuvers, we'll never cheat. Kid, don't look down on people." A lieutenant colonel looked at him with hatred. "We can afford to lose. We don't need to mock like this." Lin Rue smiled slightly. "I'm just giving a proper reminder. It's good that all of you can abide by it. I believe that you still have this bit of character. Otherwise, all of you are sorry for the uniform on your body." All the officers were speechless for a while, and at the end of the day, Lin Rue gave them a general. They'd be apologizing for even having the uniform on them if they made a little move. Lin Rue nodded at Lu Tao, signaling him to watch the people. He then walked to the door and took a deep breath before lifting the curtain. Now is the time to compete for courage and guts. The lieutenant guarding the doorway looked back and saw first Lin Rue and then the men sitting in the command post. He immediately turned around again and straightened up again. Lin Rue smiled slightly. As long as this lieutenant saw that everyone inside was seated, he stepped out and said to a couple of his students, "I just asked the chief for instructions, so go get your stuff. Go to their communications company and hurry up." A few students saw Lin Rue wink at them and immediately understood what he meant. Yes. Several men saluted, then turned and left. Lin Rue smiled at the lieutenant guarding the doorway. "Our communication equipment is broken. It's a good thing your regimental commander is willing to lend it. Otherwise we wouldn't even have a way to contact our superiors." The lieutenant laughed. "Our chief is just enthusiastic. Small things, all small things." Just then, suddenly a sharp whistle sounded outside the camp. Immediately afterward, the sound of someone shouting came faintly, though the regiment was too far away to be heard. Lin Rue pretended to ask, "What happened?" The lieutenant was also at a loss. "I don't know, but the whistle is so urgent. It should be something big." Lin Rue knew it by heart and immediately went back after two greetings. At the same moment, in the camp of another regiment, the same shrill whistle sounded outside. Many of the soldiers in the camp were attracted to it, and many were looking out toward the camp. "It's now! Charge!" Upon Siwei's command, the 5 men suddenly rushed furiously towards the regiment. The 2 soldiers guarding the doorway didn't react at first, but when they saw the person getting closer, the 2 were immediately ready to draw their guns. Slam! The 2 guards were rammed right into the tent. The sudden scene startled all the cadres in the tent. "Freeze!" Sun Nan held his gun up to everyone. "You've all been killed in action. Please follow the rules of the maneuver." The pen in the regimental commander's hand fell to the ground, followed by a low roar of rage. "How did you all get in here? Where are the people outside? Are they all just eaters? Don't you realize that people have arrived at the regiment's headquarters?" Jing Siwei walked over and held him down. "Comrade regimental commander, if you want to be angry, wait for the end of the maneuvers and be nice. For now, please be a good dead man." The regimental commander looked helpless and could only sit down honestly. The other cadres also sighed and sat down silently one by one. "Old son, you guys go out and set up in a hurry. Remember, listen to the movements on the company commander's side." Jing Siwei arranged. "Understood." Sun Nan smiled faintly and led the others to quickly walk out. "What the hell are you guys doing?" The regimental commander looked at Jing Siwei curiously. "You're not leaving the regimental headquarters after you've ended it, waiting to be beaten up by my soldiers?" Jing Siwei gave him a cold smile. "Don't be hasty, comrade captain. Soon you'll know what I'm going to do." At this moment, in the camp of another regiment, a lieutenant came rushing toward the regimental side in a hurry. "Quick! I want to see the chief!" The lieutenant yelled from outside. "All the guards outside have been touched off. There must be enemies mixed in." The lieutenant guarding the gate was so alarmed that he hastened to get out of the way. But just then, Lin Rue lifted the curtain and looked at them with a serious face. You are?" The reporting lieutenant looked confused, but seeing that behind Lin Rue, the headmaster and the others were all sitting there, he didn't ask anything more. Lin Rue said with incomparable seriousness, "The head of the regiment heard you, and he told you to immediately gather the entire regiment. First conduct a sweep to see if anyone has gotten mixed in, then start a carpet search. Every part of the camp should be canvassed." "Yes." The lieutenant saluted vigorously. then turned and began to blow the muster whistle. Emergency muster. All regiments muster. Quick! All regiments muster. Lin Rue said to the lieutenant at the door. You guys go too. The regimental commander and the others will be here soon. Yes. The lieutenant saluted and immediately ran towards the clearing with the guards to gather as well. Lin Rue turned around and walked back with a smile on his face. The regimental commander slammed his fist on the table in anger. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. These idiots. Don't they know to come in and ask for permission? What's the use of just seeing me? Did I speak? All the regimental cadres were overwhelmed with anger. Lin Rue looked at the head of the group smilingly. Comrade head of the group. It's not outrageous at all. All of this is, by design, very precise. Every detail that they, and you, see is what I want you to see. Strung together. Anyone else would fall for it. To fight a war, you have to rely on your brain. Lin Rue smiled. Here, I'll perform for you. How to rely on a few people and take out one of your regiments. Oh no. Plus a regiment next door. End of chapter. The sound of heavy footsteps soon came from outside the regiment. At the same time, loud slogans followed. Kid, my men are all assembled. What can you do? The regimental commander looked at Lin Rue smilingly. He was quite angry a moment ago, but his troops were well assembled outside, and he had no worries instead. He was now eager to see how Lin Rue would round out the blown-up awesome. Boy, in a minute our men are going to come charging in. The chief of staff was emboldened as he said, I can guarantee that they definitely won't shoot you guys down. From what I know about them, if someone dares to touch their command headquarters, they will definitely beat you up severely first, and finally capture you alive and hand you over to the directorate. Another lieutenant colonel laughed. Little comrade, if you're scared, now beg our regimental commander. Our headmaster has a good heart, and even though he's been eliminated, as long as he gives a word, you'll definitely get a lighter beating then. The crowd laughed at the thought of Lin Rue's beaten mess. The regiment commander smiled and said, Little comrade. Ah, you broke my command. Brave and resourceful. I admire you for that. But the fact that you gathered your troops and then sought death, that point is stupid and foolish. I'll criticize you for that, but no one is perfect. After the maneuvers are over, you can come to my regiment. I'll teach you well and make sure you don't make such mistakes. Lin Rue looked at them with a slight smile, then took large steps toward the outside. The regimental commander looked at his back and shook his head straight. This kid, really stubborn, have to be beaten to wake up. Hey! Lin Rue walked out of the tent, and outside in the open field, a regiment of 600 or 700 men had already assembled. All soldiers are being counted under the watchful eyes of their respective company commanders. Lindley saw that a few of his men were in a nearby tent and had made ready gestures toward him. A cold flash snapped through Lin Rue's eyes and he shouted, Do it! Almost at the same instant, those few students together detonated the trick mines they had just secretly put down. Boom! 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 Violent explosions boomed in the clearing, and a regiment of soldiers were all surrounded by white smoke in an instant. Lin Rue and his students rushed out without hesitation, taking their guns and pulling the triggers mercilessly on the soldiers who hadn't been blown up, but were still in a state of confusion. In the blink of an eye, those soldiers who survived were eliminated along with their comrades. Another regiment was camped, and at the moment the soldiers heard an explosion coming from the opposite regiment, and all of them panicked along with it. Sun Nan immediately blew the assembly whistle while everyone was unaware of what was happening. Emergency assembly, hostile situation, come over and assemble quickly. They wailed out at the top of their lungs, and the soldiers of this regiment didn't even think it would be a fake. Not only the soldiers, but even many of the officers followed them over to gather. There were even officers who were urging loudly for fear of delaying the military situation. Just as they quickly gathered, Sun Nan and the others immediately detonated the bomb. In an instant, the same thing happened here as next door. A burst of explosions was immediately followed by a volley of strafing. The soldiers of this regiment were thinned out before they could figure out what was going on. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Rue and Jing Siwei's side were simultaneously rounding up the remaining soldiers of the two regiments. It was the best time to strike before the soldiers who hadn't been eliminated figured out what was going on, and Lin Rue and the others wore the uniforms of the Red Fawn with their armbands. Plus there was white smoke all around. They rushed out of the crowd, and the red soldiers who hadn't been eliminated didn't suspect them at all. But the next second, the gun would be pointed at them, followed by a relentless barrage. After about 5 more minutes, the two regiments were completely quiet. The two chiefs came out of their tents, and looking at the white smoke floating everywhere outside and the drooping soldiers, the two men simply couldn't believe their eyes. Report company commander. Jing Siwei ran over with his team at this time. We followed your instructions and successfully completed the mission, wiping out all enemies below the regimental commander. Very good. Lin Rue gratifyingly patted each of them on the shoulder. Especially when he slapped at Jing Siwei. The force was purposely greater. After that shooting, it was as if Jing Siwei had really gained a new life. If this was released in the past, he could make such a big achievement, and would have been dejected to the sky. But at the moment, his face was devoid of sadness and joy, as if he had done nothing. Knowing how to internalize your moods, just this point is remarkable. Lin Rue silently appreciated in his heart. He has helped this group of students grow and transform twice. Once from an ordinary man to a soldier, and then from an ordinary soldier to a soldier with a heart for his country. And now, Lin Rue had metamorphosed Jing Siwei into an iron-blooded soldier who could control his emotions. Such a soldier is purer and more professional. Just then the commanders and officers of the two regiments came together. Looking at the scene in front of them, if no one else was there, the two of them would have wanted to hug and cry. This is finished. The commander-in-chief will have to skin us both. A regimental commander lamented. The other regimental commander laughed bitterly. I think it's better to shoot us. I don't even have the face to meet him after what we've gotten ourselves into. The other officers were also frustrated. Especially those officers who had taunted Lin Rue before. At the moment they couldn't wait to smack themselves hard in the mouth. How dare they question whether or not people are capable of destroying one of their regiments? Now, well, people didn't even use 10 minutes to destroy 2 of their regiments with these 10 people. They've begun to wonder about life. Lin Rue walked up to them at that moment and saluted, smiling and saying, "The 2 captains, sorry to make a fool of myself." The 2 chiefs' mouths twitched in embarrassment, thinking to themselves, "You're still making a fool of yourself? It's only right that they are truly dedicated." "Little comrade, you, what's your name?" The regimental commander who had been dealing with Lin Rue asked solemnly. "Nothing else. I just want to know what the name of the person who could defeat me so easily is. I don't want to die for no reason." Another regimental commander also said solemnly, "I never thought that 2 regiments could be wiped out so simply and cleanly." "Little comrade, you are already my idol." Lin Rue smiled faintly at them. "Names? When the maneuvers are over, you'll definitely be able to inquire about them. But right now, I can't reveal it. Sorry. Then which troops are you? That can always be said, right?" A regimental commander asked. "We've all been eliminated. There are no more leaks." Lin Rue nodded at them. "This is fine. We're a special academy under the armor school. Students?" Both leaders' jaws hit the ground together. "You guys, are you really ING students?" Sun Nan immediately said. "2 headmasters, we've said countless times long ago that we're students. And students you don't believe." The 2 leaders looked at each other, then still shook their heads. "We still don't believe it." "Yes, you're definitely not students. You're special forces pretending to be." Sun Nan and the others were speechless. "Come on, are we that old?" A regimental commander nodded. "Not young anyway." Sun Nan laughed dryly and looked at Lin Rue. "Company commander, can you beat up a corpse?" End of chapter. Lin Rue looked at the time. They had been here for too long. "If we stay any longer, I'm afraid Red's support unit will be coming." He barked lowly at Sun Nan. "What's all this nonsense about? Hurry up and go gather things. What's there to talk about with a bunch of dead people?" The 2 captains and the officers under him blanched, but they could not refute it, because they're really dead now. At this time, Sun Nan looked at them with a smile. "Comrade 2 regimental commanders, let me inquire, where are your ammunition depots?" "Ah, logistics and all this? I don't know. Find out for yourself." The 2 chiefs shouted down in a bad humor. "We're dead men. Don't ask us." Sun Nan looked disgusted. "If you don't tell, don't tell? Dead people are still so atmospheric. They'll turn into spiteful ghosts." A group of people almost collectively vomited blood. "You're the one who turned into a spiteful ghost. Your whole family turned into spiteful ghosts. Let's go. Let's split up and look for them," Jing Siwei said and immediately ran towards another regiment with his men. Sun Nan's side wasn't idle either, leading the rest of the men to start looking around the campground. It didn't take long for a group of people to run by with bulging bags on their backs. Lin Rue didn't stay long and led them out of the camp immediately. "Bastards! A bunch of assholes! Hooligans!" A chief shouted in anger as he pointed at their backs. The other chief suddenly said in a deep voice, "What did they just search? Go check." "Yes." An officer quickly left. "AI, we're really a loser this time," a lieutenant colonel said dejectedly. 2 armored infantry regiments. 800 men. As a result, we were killed by 11 people. We're going to be the laughingstock of the entire army from now on. Another major looked bitter. "We were hoping to be promoted during this exercise. But now, not to mention promotion, we'll probably have to receive a demerit for each of us." The old faces of the 2 chiefs were red to the core at the moment. Their regiment was wiped out, and they were the ones primarily responsible. Go back and hold them accountable, and they will bear the brunt of it. Just then, The officer who ran off to check ran back again, reporting to the regimental commander. It's been checked. Those guys went to the ammunition depot and took a large amount of our ammunition. Then they also went to the logistics and left with 2 bowls of red meat, in addition to taking quite a few single rations. Enough for more than 100 people. Everyone froze, daring the guys to use their red bullets and bombs to hit their red troops, and then also eat the food of their red troops and come back to fight them when they have the strength? What the hell is this? These assholes. A headmaster's eyes were spitting fire in anger. 10 minutes later, Red General Headquarters. Ching was studying the next battle with a group of staff officers. General Commander, although our 2 divisions arrived at the front line in time, but because of their slow speed, the Blue Army side has also arrived. So far, it's having a fierce engagement with us. Ching frowned and asked, how are the casualties? The staff officer hurriedly said, the Blue Army side has deployed 2 mountain infantry divisions and also utilized air support. Our 2 divisions are currently suffering heavy casualties, and 1 regiment has already been completely eliminated. Ching slammed his fist on the table, his eyes spewing fire. It's all because of those damn flies. If they hadn't destroyed our supply station, we wouldn't be so passive. The chief of staff sighed. Yes, if our heavy equipment could keep up, it would be the Blues who would be taking the beating right now. There's no way we'd let them be so arrogant. Ching glared at the staff officer who was reporting back and said, order the missile unit. Let's bombard the Blue Army with coverage. The staff officer was alarmed. But then, the position of our missile unit will be exposed, and will be subjected to a blue air attack. Ching smiled coldly. There are still 3 hours left before our ground forces can fully recover. When the Blue Army sends their planes over, don't say they'll find our missile units. As long as they dare to fly over, our interceptor missiles will immediately shoot them down. Execute the order. Yes, the staff officer saluted. Ching said in a cold voice, we've already suffered a lot of losses. We mustn't let the frontline troops suffer any more major losses. Order all units to advance with all speed to support the frontline troops. Yes. All the generals nodded in unison. Report. A major ran over sharply, his eyes filled with panic, reporting to the general commander. The directorate just sent instructions, saying that our 771st and 723rd regiments, all of them have been wiped out. What? Ching's mouth opened wide in shock. Two regiments were completely wiped out? How is this possible? Is the directorate mistaken? These 2 regiments, which are still half a day's journey from the front line, can't possibly be destroyed by the Blues. The chief of staff asked suspiciously. Right. Ching shouted anxiously. How the hell did they get massacred? The major said awkwardly. The word from the directorate is that they were sneak attacked by the gang of students from the Blue Army. Then, 2 regiments were wiped out by 10 students. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire command was plunged into dead silence. Everyone looked at the major blankly, making him a little scared. Bang! Ching angrily slapped his hand on the table and shouted angrily, impossible! How is this possible? The 771st and 723rd regiments are the 64th Division's main force. Almost 2,000 men, just lining up to be shot would take a day. 10 students? That's all it took to take out my main force? What the hell? The chief of staff, seeing his fire, hastened to ask the major. Did the directorate say what the situation was or wasn't? The major nodded his head vigorously in fear, they said that 2 regiments of troops, for some reason all concentrated together and then blown up by others. When Ching heard this, his entire body froze, clustered together and then blown up in a concentrated manner? It's not much faster than lining up to be shot. I'll go to hell. Ching was so angry that he threw the command stick in his hand out of the way and yelled, bring me those 2 regimental commanders. No, and everyone from their regimental headquarters. Shoot them, all of them. The major grimaced, reporting to the commander-in-chief. They've been eliminated in battle. Then flogged the corpses. Ching roared in anger. Take their corpses and beat them into a hornet's nest for me. These Yakuza things. Ching was furious and hammered his hands hard on the table. In his whole life, he'd never been such a loser. Meanwhile, inside the exercise directorate, Commander-in-Chief Locke, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Gao Shiwei, and Wang Changlin had been sitting in a daze for several minutes. Until now they hadn't figured out how Lin Rue, with 10 men, had managed to wipe out 2 regiments. Not to mention that Wang Changlin and Luo Jiawei couldn't figure it out. Even Gao Shiwei, who had given special approval for Lin Rue to lead the team in the exercise, hadn't figured it out by now. Lin Rue's overgrowth was beyond his cognizance. Old Gao. Locke's lips trembled a little as he said, this Lin Rue, regardless of the outcome of the maneuvers, we can't let him just stay in the military academy. It's too much of a waste of talent. Wang Changlin slapped his hand on his leg. Right. It's too much of a waste of talent. When the maneuvers are over, I'll definitely apply to headquarters and transfer him to our war zone. I'm going to train him well. I'm going to. You want a sledgehammer you. Gao Shiwei glared at him in a bad mood. Their school, at least, is still under the jurisdiction of my southeastern war zone. It's also me who has to cultivate them. When is it your turn? Wang Changlin was anxious. Hey, Lao Gao, you get it right. Okay, people are military schools, not under your southeast military region jurisdiction. I'm applying with headquarters. Do I need to go through you? Gao Shiwei's side was still ready to retort, but Luo Jiawei hurriedly stopped the two. Alright, don't argue. This matter, let's wait until the maneuvers are over. For now. It's better to see just how far he can go. Gao Shiwei laughed. No matter what you guys think, I'm getting more and more optimistic about him now anyway. This kid, I'm afraid he's going to turn the Red Fong forces upside down. Wang Chanlin coughed. Although the Red Fong is my unit. But then again, right now I also feel that Shaolin can take his people farther. Well, I believe in him. Gao Shiwei looked at him with contempt. Old Wang, kissing ass so early in the morning. People can't hear you. Wang Changlin glared at him. I'm sincere. End of chapter. Meanwhile, in the Blue Army Command Headquarters, a group of people were laughing as they listened to the combat report. General Commander, he has lost face this time. 2 regiments. So easily killed by us. If it were me, I would have found a crack in the ground. Their frontline troops are also being pressed by us now. And I can't tell if they're on the red side or if we're on the red side. Hey, give them so many high-tech weapons. They do not use A small special force of ours turned them upside down. And 100,000 troops couldn't do anything about them. Ha 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 ha, they are too weak. Blue Army Chief Commander Du Chongwang smiled and said, they, are just too arrogant, and don't take our Blue Army in their eyes at all. We, on the other hand, are standing by, going all out, and treating this maneuver as a real battle from top to bottom. This result, too, is inevitable. Originally, we, the Blues, this time, were to be a millstone for them, for a test of strength purpose. Du Chongwang laughed, but now it seems that we are the protagonists of this exercise. I guess the General Direction Department can't even tell who's the attacker and who's the defender now. At that, the crowd laughed again. Originally, their Blue Army was not so bad. The Southeast Theater was the best equipped theater in the country. But in order to serve as a millstone for Red, not only could they not use their trump card troops, but several troops with high-tech weapons were given to Red. The hearts of all the Blue commanders were holding their breath, and each one was ready to take a beating. But no one expected the maneuver to be so reversed. The surprise came so quickly and comfortably to them. But then again, a general asked curiously, Commander-in-Chief, didn't you say that Wolf Fong was sent to the red side? How come we still have special forces? Another general also reacted. Yeah, didn't Wolfsbane go to Red Fong? Damn, these bastards. They just took out one of our division headquarters and 2 regiment headquarters yesterday. They're not soft at all when it comes to beating up their own people. Commander-in-Chief, what kind of troops were sent over to the red side? A group of people asked curiously. Because the exercise was supposed to be announced in advance, the various units coming to the exercise did not know among themselves that each other would be participating, except for the Commander-in-Chief and a few staff officers. Du Chongwang smiled faintly. I'm afraid you all won't believe me when I say it. We didn't send any special forces this time. Moreover, this troop that is active in the Red Fong's hinterland did not receive any orders from me. They did this entirely at their own discretion. Everyone was suddenly even more confused. Commander-in-Chief, don't sell yourself short. Which troop is this? Du Chongwang said indifferently. They are not troops, but a newly established special academy. Generalissimo Gao specially authorized them to participate in the exercise. And I didn't know about it until a few minutes before the exercise. Everyone's jaws hit the floor in shock. Students, ha? Du Chongwang nodded. To be honest, I was just as shocked as you guys when I found out. But it seems that our general manager Gao's vision is just unique. Although they are students, the energy they exert is not weaker than Wolf Fong at all. All the officers looked at each other in disbelief. Even after Du Chongwang finished speaking, it's amazing that the war has developed this way, and that it's relying on a bunch of students. It's all because of these students that they're playing so well. A brigade commander slapped himself and said bitterly, it seems that after the maneuvers are over, we'll have to go to the military academy to study again. Otherwise, we're almost worse than students. All nodded in agreement. Although it was their side that currently held the advantage for the time being, they were actually relying on a group of students, and everyone's heart was more or less in bad taste. Du Chongwang smiled faintly. Alright, you guys don't look down on the students either. This group of students are not simple. They're instructors, even more so. It was getting dark, and the howling cold wind was like the howling of demons and devils, making all sorts of miserable noises in the mountains. In the midst of the night, a small team ran quickly from every direction. Then, as if streams were converging on a river, they gathered behind a reverse slope at the foot of the mountain. Quickly, quickly, eat while it's hot. Everyone is starving, right? Jing Siwei gave the hot beef stew to the new squad. Several people immediately took it with a smile. They had eaten only 2 meals of compressed cookies in more than 2 days since they joined the exercise. It didn't help that they didn't arrive at the designated location, so they couldn't access the supplies given by the exercise. For the past 2 days, all of them had been relying on the dry rations they had prepared with them to fulfill their hunger. Even though their physical fitness and recovery ability had received a massive boost, everyone who had arrived at the foot of the mountain was exhausted to the extreme after such intense marching and combat over the past 2 days. A steaming bowl of beef was just enough to replenish their desperately lacking strength. I'll go. Old scripture. Where did you guys get the good stuff? Wang Sheng ate his mouth full of meat. It's so damn flavorful. Madge was on the verge of tears of happiness. I never thought canned beef with canned luncheon meat could taste so good. I love canning. Jing Siwei laughed. You have the company commander to thank for these canned goods. He's the one who led us to end up with 2 regiments from the Red Fawn to get us this much good stuff. Pust. Wang Sheng and the others sprayed all over the place, looking at him with unbelievable faces. You, what did you guys end up with? Bu Chao patted him. Brother, we just heard that we are in the same state of mind. Come, I'll tell you guys. Bu Chao spoke with a fluttering brow, just as if he had been there in person. All of them listened with great interest, their faces filled with envy. I suddenly feel that this beef doesn't smell good anymore. Bu Chao grimaced bitterly. It feels like I'm missing out on the most important event in my life. Wang Sheng slammed his fist on the ground. How come I'm missing from such an important battle? It's not fair. It's not fair. Sun Nan said smugly from the sidelines. That's life, folks. Ha ha ha. Wang Sheng looked bitterly at Lin Rue. Company commander. I want to do a big job too. Company commander. I want one too. The others shouted. Lin Rue looked at them indifferently. The maneuvers aren't over yet. There will be an opportunity anytime. Now hurry up and eat. Then move immediately. Everyone immediately froze, but no one dared to ask anything more, because from the moment they arrived, they noticed that Lin Rue's face didn't look right. It was also clear to everyone that 12 people had been eliminated because of this decentralized operation. Lin Rue was feeling sorry for those who were eliminated. Once they were eliminated, then whatever happened next in the exercise had nothing to do with them. But more importantly, it was clear to everyone that Lin Rue viewed this maneuver as actual combat. In the real world, there is no elimination, only death. Soon the squads were all assembled. Lin Rue looked at them coldly. This time, operating separately has exposed your great weaknesses. Those who were eliminated, I don't blame them because it was their first time. Although they don't have a chance this time, I believe that they have at least learned a lot. Next time, they will never make the same mistake. Now, I'm going to talk to those of you who survived. Lin Rue looked at them icily. Drills are brutal. One bullet can send you all back home. We've already had comrades leave. I hope that next, you'll be 120% spirited and not make the same mistakes they made. Drills that make you grow and make you strong. But I don't want any of you to be eliminated before the drills. This is war in my eyes. And I don't want any of you to die. Everyone looked at him solemnly. Operating separately this time, without Lin Rue's command, they hadn't made much progress, but each of them had grown. Before, they could act mechanically under Lin Rue's command, but as soon as they left Lin Rue, they felt how cruel the war was. When you come to the battlefield, everything depends on you and your comrades around you. Don't give up. Don't give up. We'll go to the end together. Lin Rue yelled lowly. Depart. Yes. Everyone quickly cleaned up what was left on the floor. Then following Lin Rue, he disappeared into the vastness of the night. It was clear to everyone that they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Next, Red will surely launch a most gruesome hunt for them.